Qin Feng traversed into an extraordinary world where games merged with reality, successfully awakening as a Mecha Master. Initially, he believed his position was secure. However, he soon discovered that mechas had become obsolete in this era, and his profession was deemed an ancient relic. Fortunately, with the awakening of the Mechanical Deity System, Qin Feng began to forge mechas imbued with extraordinary power. Storm Red, Transformers, Evangelion Unit-01, Beast King, Freedom Gundam, and even the Giant of Light emerged one after another. Faced with these formidable mechas, the once lofty, extraordinary professionals finally bowed their noble heads, acknowledging Qin Feng's might. Did you not declare that mechas were outdated? Are these mechas that trample upon your extraordinary professions still considered obsolete? As Qin Feng reinstated mechas as the mainstream, the ancient professions achieved the extraordinary, and he ultimately became the true mechanical deity. Chapter 1. Ancient and Extraordinary? The Mechanical Deity System. Isn't this our Mecha Master Qin Feng from Blue Cloud City? A mocking, arrogant voice echoed from above Qin Feng. He carefully set down the GV-30TD-03 engine he had cradled in his arms, taking a gentle breath before frowning and glancing upward. On the deck of a shattered ship stood a youth clad in expensive leather armor, his face twisted in derision as he gazed down at Qin Feng. Tang Shuo. Qin Feng recognized the individual but clenched his teeth in silence, for he was a Mecha Master, while Tang Shuo was a swordsman, a formidable extraordinary professional who could easily overpower him. Moreover, within Qin Feng's body resided a soul that did not belong to this world. Indeed, he had traversed here. In this realm, games had descended upon reality. Monsters, dungeons, secret realms, and myriad races emerged, ushering humanity into an era of universal class advancement. At the age of 18, everyone had the opportunity to awaken their own profession. However, these professions were categorized into two types. One type was the extraordinary professions, including swordsmen, knights, mages, berserkers, ghost swordsmen, and alchemists, among others, capable of wielding extraordinary powers. Thanks to the might of these extraordinary professions, humanity repelled countless invasions from various races, triumphing over innumerable attempts to annihilate the human race by demons, beasts, and specters. Hence, this era is referred to as the extraordinary era of humanity. The other category is labeled the ancient professions, which include mechanics, mecha engineers, gunners, and weapon masters. These professions, once fervently developed before humanity entered the extraordinary age, relied heavily on machinery and technology. Yet ultimately, the ancient professions were proven to be a misguided direction of development, leading humanity to pay an immeasurable price. Numerous ships, mechas, and artillery were effortlessly destroyed, and countless practitioners of ancient professions were easily trampled by extraordinary professionals of various races. Faced with the invasion of diverse civilizations, humanity of the ancient era suffered utter defeat. Today, remnants of ships, mechas, massive artillery, and mechanical debris litter the planet, serving as a testament to the humiliation endured by ancient humanity. Thus, when humanity of Blue Star entered the extraordinary era, ancient professions were discarded. Unfortunately, 1 month prior to his arrival, Qin Feng awakened as a Mecha Master, an ancient profession centered around controlling mechas. Although rated with class potential, he had become the subject of ridicule among extraordinary professionals. At this moment, several youths who had also transitioned into extraordinary professions arrived. Qin Feng recognized them as Tang Shuo's lackeys, once the lowest performers in class. However, they had awakened their extraordinary professions, becoming entities capable of wielding immense power. The gap between him and them widened rapidly. Qin Feng clenched his fists tighter. Upon seeing Qin Feng, the group initially paused, but soon wore expressions of mockery akin to Tang Shuo's. Isn't this our school idol, Qin Feng? What brings you to this wilderness? I recall our school idol resides in this dump. Nonsense. Our school idol is class. How could he live in such a place? He could easily afford a luxurious urban residence with just a bit of leveling. Hey, why is our school idol still at level 0? Did you fail to create the extraordinary mecha you claimed you would during the awakening event? Our school idol better step up. The college entrance examination is just around the corner, and the minimum registration level is 10. Crack, crack. Listening to their taunts, blood vessels appeared in Qin Feng's eyes, and he clenched his fists, producing a series of crisp sounds. Yet, he remained silent. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Feng bent down to retrieve the engine from the ground. It was something he had salvaged from the wreckage of a flying vessel, perhaps suitable for the mecha he had diligently been crafting for the past month. Humph, who allowed you to take items from the relics of the past. A cold snort emanated from above him. Following that, the sharp sound of a blade being drawn pierced the air. Qin Feng's neck bristled, and he quickly leaped aside. Thud! A beam of white light descended from above, cleaving the engine he had painstakingly found in half. Ha ha, Tang Xiao, your swordsmanship has improved remarkably. Tang Shua's lackeys applauded and cheered, completely indifferent to Qin Feng's predicament. Rising from the ground, Qin Feng's face burned with fury, his inner rage simmering, ready to erupt. He gazed at the severed engine beneath him. The intricate internal mechanisms of the GV-30TD-03 engine were laid bare, showcasing the high level of craftsmanship from the ancient era. Yet now, it had been effortlessly destroyed by an extraordinary professional who had merely awakened a month prior. How ironic. Qin Feng felt as though he had arrived at the wrong time, akin to the last eunuch of the Qing dynasty. Oh, is our school idol finally going to lose his temper? Tang Shua, casually wielding his long blade, chuckled upon witnessing Qin Feng's expression. The few lackeys accompanying him approached Qin Feng with mocking expressions. Tang Shua, we used to be classmates, is this really necessary? At that moment, a robust youth with a heavy gait emerged from a path in the metallic debris. Seeing the severed engine at Qin Feng's feet and the expressions of Tang Shua's group, a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Yet, he still approached them with a smile, saying, "We're all classmates, let it go. Qin Feng has it tough. Besides, if word gets out about extraordinary professionals targeting ancient professions." As he spoke, he positioned himself in front of Qin Feng. "Wenbo, shut your mouth. Do you still want your paycheck today?" Tang Shua spat downwards from his elevated position, cursing. Wenbo, the robust youth, nonchalantly wiped his forehead, still wearing an innocent smile. "How unfortunate. Let's go?" Tang Shua's face twisted in disgust as he shouted at his lackeys below. Before departing, he coldly mocked Qin Feng one last time. "Qin, the campus heartthrob, how vast is your mechanical space? Surely this rank is significantly larger than Wenbo's rank. Would you consider becoming my attendant? I assure you, the salary will be quite generous." Ha ha. With that, he and a few lackeys leapt away amidst the metallic ruins. "Are you alright? Don't stoop to their level in the future," Wenbo remarked, turning to Qin Feng with a smile. Yet, Qin Feng perceived a hint of embarrassment etched on his friend's face. "I'm fine, but why do you work for such people?" he replied, a weight settling in his heart, yet he spoke in the same tone as the former owner of this body, addressing his close ally. "What choice do I have?" Wenbo shrugged. "We've only awakened an outdated profession, and Xiao's illness requires funds. But don't underestimate Tang Shua's ghastly demeanor, he pays well, at least better than those who haven't awakened." Observing his friend's nonchalant attitude, inexplicably, Qin Feng felt increasingly uneasy. "By the way, how is your mecha coming along?" Wenbo finally asked, his face brimming with anticipation. "Almost there," Qin Feng instinctively responded. "That's good to hear. I must leave now if I'm late. That scoundrel Tang Shua will surely find a reason to dock my pay." With that, Wenbo trudged away, his steps heavy. The burden is too great. After a long pause, Qin Feng finally spoke, but Wenbo, navigating the treacherous path through the massive metal debris, could no longer hear him. Old professions, whether in capability or prospects, could not compare to extraordinary ones. However, they possessed a unique advantage absent in extraordinary professionals, the mechanical space that opened upon awakening. Many old professionals, like Wenbo, took up such jobs to make a living, assisting extraordinary professionals in transporting materials, equipment, and supplies. Yet, mechanical space also had a weight limit. Judging by Wenbo's laborious gait, Qin Feng understood his current burden was certainly considerable. But, he truly could not voice it in front of his friend. Old professionals struggled to survive in this extraordinary era. Qin Feng sighed, lowering his gaze to the engine that Tang Shua had severed with a single strike. He resolved to retrieve it. Every engine represented a glimmer of hope. No matter how extraordinary this era might be, having traversed to this realm, he could never give up so easily. Detected host has met the triggering conditions. Mechanical Deity System binding successful. Would you like to activate? Just as Qin Feng bent down to pick up the shattered engine, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. A highly technological transparent interface materialized before his eyes. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The system has finally arrived? But soon, as he gazed at the system interface, a surge of ambition welled within him. Regardless of the system's nature, I shall ensure that those lofty, extraordinary professionals are brought low. Chapter 2, The First Mecha, Storm Crimson. Activate. Qin Feng bellowed inwardly. Instantly, lines of text appeared on the transparent screen before him. Activation successful. Congratulations, host, for activating this system. The system is formulating the path to divinity based on host attributes. Formulation complete. Preparing a beginner's gift package based on host's past experiences. Experience data is too vast, please hold on. Preparation complete. Would you like to open it? Qin Feng's spirit soared. He had never anticipated that the system would be so considerate. A personalized beginner's gift package. And a path to divinity? That sounds rather formidable. Nonetheless, whatever the case. Open. Qin Feng took a deep breath, affirming within himself. Congratulations, host, for opening the beginner's gift package. Receive title, Apprentice Deity. Multiverse Mecha Lottery function activated. Forge number 1 officially in use. Received a rank Mecha Blueprint, Storm Crimson. Automatically allocated to host's mechanical space. Detected limited mechanical space, automatically expanding space. Boom. Qin Feng felt his mechanical space expand from its previous 30 meters to 100 meters in an instant. Simultaneously, a massive transparent silhouette materialized within the mechanical space. Its entire form radiated crimson, towering over 70 meters, equipped with 3 colossal arms. Storm Crimson. Qin Feng's breath quickened, his blood boiling with excitement. This was none other than Storm Crimson, the very first mecha he had drawn. In his past life, as a devoted mecha enthusiast, he had witnessed Storm Crimson in films, only to see it abruptly exit the scene, leaving him infuriated. Yet, unexpectedly, he had drawn it in this life. To think that in this unfamiliar world, the first mecha accompanying his rise would be Storm Crimson. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming exhilaration. Of course, the primary reason was that Storm Crimson was indeed incredibly powerful. As a 4th-generation human mecha, Storm Crimson's attributes even surpassed those of the film's protagonist, the Dangerous Wanderer. However, due to budget constraints in the film, Storm Crimson never had the chance to shine. It goes without saying that a mecha that had defended the harbor multiple times, accumulating glorious achievements, could not have been easily vanquished. But this time, things would be different. He was determined to let Storm Crimson showcase its might. I shall see which extraordinary professional dares to look down on a Mecha Master. To acquire such a mecha on his very first attempt, Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Once he forged Storm Crimson, he would undoubtedly overshadow his peers in extraordinary professions. This Mechanical Deity System was indeed capable of paving a path to divinity. Impressive. In that moment, Qin Feng brimmed with confidence. Then, he began to examine the other rewards. Apart from the Storm Crimson blueprint, there are 3 more. The first is the title of Apprentice Deity. The second is the Multiverse Mecha Lottery function. And the last one is Forge number 1. Qin Feng pondered briefly before exploring the title of Apprentice Deity. It sounded rather formidable. His system was called the Mechanical Deity, so this title of Apprentice Deity must be related. Title, Apprentice Deity. Description, this title will rise in rank alongside the host's divinity. Current effect, the host can independently control any mecha and inherit one of all attributes from own mechas. As long as the mecha exists, the host shall not perish. Gasp. Upon reading the effect of the Apprentice Deity title, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Isn't this the very ability that was coveted in the bygone era? The capacity to independently control any mecha. This was self-evident. For many large mechas, one person alone could not possibly operate them. With this title, one can accomplish the work of several individuals. How impressive! Even more astonishing is the fact that it allows one to inherit the attributes of a mech. Moreover, one can do so without risking their life until the mech is utterly destroyed. This is remarkably powerful. In the past, human mech engineers, artillery specialists, and weapon masters of yore, if they possessed such an ability, would undoubtedly not have fallen so easily to the extraordinary professions of various races. Perhaps the ancient professions could still shine alongside the extraordinary ones. And now, this ability has been bestowed upon me. It is extraordinarily potent. Do not underestimate this one attribute inheritance. It is essential to understand that, theoretically, mechanical creations can infinitely enhance their attributes. If, in the bygone era, the colossal constructs created by humanity were under my control, even a mere fraction of an attribute inheritance could grant me unparalleled strength. I could effortlessly possess a combat power exceeding 100 stars. I am immensely eager to see how my strength will be enhanced upon the successful completion of the Storm Crimson. As for the so-called divine rank mentioned in the description, I must admit I have not fully comprehended what it entails, so I did not dwell on it further. He shifted his gaze toward another reward. Before him, a transparent wheel had manifested on the screen. This represented the interdimensional mech lottery function. At this moment, familiar silhouettes flitted across the transparent wheel. Upon closer inspection, his heart raced. Vaguely, he recognized mechs from his past life, seen in movies, anime, and special effects. Iron Man Mark V, Danger Wanderer, Yuri Raider, Titan BT. EVA Unit-01, Assault Gundam. Awesome. Wait a moment. Optimus Prime, Megatron, Jetfire. Can these silicon-based life forms also be classified as mechs? As Qin Feng scrutinized the icons on the lottery wheel, a sense of unease grew. Phantom Unicorn? Emperor Armor? Can these also be mechanized? What is this? The Giant of Light. Observing a towering figure that flashed by, Qin Feng's breath quickened, his heart pounding with excitement. This mechanical deity system is rather extraordinary. After traversing to this world, he had often reminisced about these formidable mechs from his previous life. He had also desperately attempted to replicate them, yet all his efforts had ended in failure. As a master of mechs, it seemed he was cursed. Creating a mech of his own was an arduous challenge. However, now he not only drew the Storm Crimson, but he also had the chance to acquire other renowned mechs, even extraterrestrial beings. Nevertheless, Qin Feng soon regained his composure. Since the absurdities of travel and the system had indeed unfolded in his life, it would not be surprising to draw figures like Optimus Prime, Megatron, or even the Giant of Light. No wonder the path to divinity is tailored based on the host's experiences. Any native of this world would never have the chance to draw such mechs. I must say, this system is perfectly suited for me. Interdimensional mech lottery. Description: can consume different divine points to conduct lotteries of varying levels. Basic lottery consumes 1,000 points, medium lottery requires 10,000 points, while the advanced lottery demands 100,000 points. Killing wild creatures and beings from various races will yield divine points. The higher the target's grade, the more points you will earn from slaying them. Excellent and powerful. Slaying monsters grants divine points. This means I can continue to draw even more formidable mechs. How exhilarating. Tremble, extraordinary era. Qin Feng, filled with fervor, was eager to witness the reactions of this age that trampled upon ancient professions, as he unleashed his various mechs upon the world. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to the final reward of the novice package. Furnace number 1. In a corner of his vast mechanical space, measuring millions of cubic meters, stood a colossal furnace, entirely dark golden, towering over 10 meters and perpetually ablaze with blue flames. Furnace number 1. Description: the initial form of the divine furnace, which will elevate alongside the host's divine rank. Effect: can refine materials based on the host's requirements, producing the most suitable mech components. Note: in its current form, the maximum refining material grade is platinum. Excellent. Upon witnessing the capabilities of Furnace number 1, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. After acquiring the blueprint for Storm Crimson, he had been somewhat concerned that crafting this 76-meter giant mech on his own would consume an excessive amount of time, potentially delaying his upcoming college entrance examination in less than half a month. But now, with this Furnace number 1, it was as if he had completely eliminated the lengthy process of crafting mech components. The upper limit for refining materials is platinum level. This encompasses nearly all grades of metals from the ancient times. In other words, with this Furnace number 1, he could utilize the remnants of all ancient mechanical creations that have been left behind. With the highest refining limit set at platinum level, does this not imply that he could fashion the Storm Crimson into a mech entirely composed of platinum-grade materials? How exhilarating. Moreover, this seems to be merely the initial form of this wondrous furnace. Chapter 3. Black Iron Rank. Extraordinary Mecha. Just like the title of an apprentice deity, it will ascend in accordance with the elevation of one's divine essence. One wonders, will there eventually be a second and third furnace? It is conceivable that the upper limit of the materials for forging will also become increasingly exquisite. Might it even be possible for me to construct a mecha entirely composed of extraordinary materials? The marvel of the first furnace has only deepened Qin Feng's curiosity about what this divine essence truly represents. Could it indeed be the very essence that enables one to attain divinity? Its significance is astonishing. In the days that followed, Qin Feng devoted himself tirelessly to the crafting of Storm Crimson. A vast array of metallic remnants was meticulously transformed into intricate components. Engines powered by gasoline, diesel, electricity, and nuclear energy were repaired and reignited. Energy conduits, power transmission components, and torque mechanisms were all painstakingly installed by his own hands. Mecha skeleton system completed. Mecha life support system completed. Mecha defense system completed. Storm Crimson was fashioned at an astonishing pace by Qin Feng. During this time, Wenbo visited several times, engaging in casual conversation. Indeed, the Tang family was affluent, having outfitted Tang Shuo with an entire set of bronze gear. That fellow had successfully leveled up to 10 and completed his first-class transition yesterday. Ah, that madman, truth be told, I find myself somewhat envious of them. One of the old professions yields skill books and equipment. If only I could acquire a skill book for the gunsmith class, I could easily take down Tang Shuo. That rascal's skills are truly abysmal. Little Ro's health had improved significantly over the past few days, and soon her salary would suffice to cover next month's medical expenses. Qin Feng cherished the way Wenbo rambled on. However, he was more concerned about the evident injuries that had appeared on Wenbo's body during these past few days. Despite his increasingly spirited demeanor, after persistent inquiries, Wenbo finally revealed the reason. It turned out that in recent days, Tang Shuo and others had coerced Wenbo into drawing monsters in the secret realm. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng was thoroughly enraged. It suddenly dawned on him that Wenbo had likely become a target of Tang Shuo and his companions due to their connection. Why must you endure such treatment when there are plenty of other jobs? Qin Feng could no longer restrain himself and urged in a few days. When my mecha is complete, I will take you to level up. Yet, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wenbo appeared unfazed. It's not a big deal. That spendthrift Tang Shuo promised me double the pay for this dungeon run. They will soon clear the final stage of this instance. Soon it would be little Ro's birthday, and the extra pay would be just enough to buy her a few new outfits. Qin Feng still wished to say more, however. He was interrupted by Wenbo. All right. Madman, I appreciate your good intentions. Although our former profession is not easy in this era, it is not as dire as it seems. At the very least, our situation is far better than those ordinary individuals who have yet to awaken their professions, is it not? Do not worry, I will be cautious in the secret realm. Those young rascals, Tang Shuo and his friends, are still too inexperienced to outsmart me. And you, do not become overly obsessed with the mechas. Look at those dark circles under your eyes. They are rather alarming. If you tire yourself to death before I am consumed by the wild beasts, it will be quite the tragedy. Listening to Wenbo's self-reassuring words, Qin Feng ultimately refrained from further persuading him. Yet, he silently resolved in his heart to expedite the creation of the Storm Crimson. With a mecha, his identity as a Mecha Master would no longer be a mere facade. He could certainly accompany Wenbo on monster hunts and level up. Perhaps the two of them could even participate in the college entrance examination together. At that time, Wenbo would no longer have to endure humiliation by serving those extraordinary professionals. 3 days later, within the mechanical space, Qin Feng installed the repair type 3003 engine into the final arm of the Storm Crimson. Mecha weapon system, Thundercloud blade array complete with a mechanical prompt. A surge of purple electricity emanated from the 3 massive arms of the Storm Crimson. The fingers, which had previously been joined, suddenly emitted the crisp sounds of mechanical components whirring, turbines spinning, and hydraulic rods activating. Soon, 3 alloy flywheels, each composed of 8 sharp blades, appeared. Thundercloud blade array. Qin Feng felt an inexplicable excitement. He had finally completed the most crucial offensive mechanism of the Storm Crimson. Simultaneously, this also marked the completion of his first mecha, Buzz. With a mere thought, the attributes of the Storm Crimson materialized before him. Storm Crimson, Black Iron, Category, Mecha Class Weapon, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes, Strength 952, Agility 365, Constitution 780, Spirit 375, Combat Rating 12 stars, Durability 986,986, Power Core, Type 902 Liquid Oxygen Methane Engine, Compatibility with Mecha 29, Weapon System 22 Plasma Cannons, unable to activate due to lack of essential components and sufficient thrust. Ultimate Skill, Thundercloud Blade Array. Insufficient thrust for activation. Current activation time, 11 seconds. Note, please promptly enhance the main power engine and essential mecha components, Black Iron. Upon seeing the attributes of the Storm Crimson, Qin Feng's breath quickened. He could hardly believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. After multiple confirmations, he finally trusted that he was not mistaken. Black iron level. The Storm Crimson was indeed at the black iron level. The mecha he had crafted himself was, astonishingly, of black iron grade. In this extraordinary era, black iron rank equipment is certainly not regarded as particularly precious. For progeny of illustrious families, such as Tang Xia, the cost of a single meal could procure several pieces of black iron gear. However, mechs represent the equivalent of the former profession's equipment. Though distinct from conventional armors, robes, weapons, and accessories, mechs fundamentally remain the tools of a practitioner. Since humanity has entered this extraordinary age, no exceptional equipment belonging to the bygone professions has been forged. This is a significant reason for the decline of the former professions in this new era. Yet, astonishingly, Storm Crimson has emerged as extraordinary equipment, despite its black iron rank. Its implications are truly epic-making. In the extraordinary age, numerous tycoons and extraordinary factions have attempted to utilize vast quantities of extraordinary materials to recreate ancient gear. But all these endeavors ultimately ended in failure. It seems as though the former professions have indeed been forsaken by this era. Yet, Storm Crimson genuinely possesses extraordinary traits. This signifies that my future growth can align with that of ordinary extraordinary professions. I too can possess my own extraordinary equipment. Furthermore, once mechs attain extraordinary quality, their effects become remarkably pronounced. The augmentation of my four-dimensional attributes, strength, agility, constitution, and spirit, exceeds 2,000 points. Such attributes are hardly befitting of mere black iron equipment. They can easily rival bronze or even silver-grade gear. Qin Feng has already begun to perceive the enhancements brought about by inheriting the mech's attribute effects. Though the improvements are modest, they ignite within him boundless hope. As long as my mech is sufficiently powerful, my inherent attributes can indeed be infinitely enhanced. However, it is somewhat regrettable. Qin Feng has also noted the deficiencies in Storm Crimson's power core and its two weapon systems. Chapter 4. Bone Dragon's Secret Realm. Particle Accelerator. This is entirely due to the fact that the materials he scavenged from the ancient refuse yard were all commonplace, failing even to meet the black iron standard. One crucial offensive capability of Storm Crimson, the plasma cannon, remains entirely inoperative due to the absence of a vital particle acceleration core, significantly diminishing its offensive potential. Just as Qin Feng felt this disappointment, a mechanical prompt echoed once more. Congratulations, host, on completing your first mech. Map functionality activated. A radar-like map interface materialized upon the system's luminous screen, with several red dots flickering across the display. Qin Feng concentrated his thoughts on these luminous points and immediately grasped the remarkable nature of this newly activated feature. It can actually pinpoint the locations of the materials or components required for his mech. At this moment, two conspicuous red dots appeared on the map, exactly representing the power core engine required by the Storm Crimson and the particle acceleration core of the 22 plasma cannons. The Bone Dragon's Secret Realm? However, upon seeing these two locations, Qin Feng was taken aback. They turn out to be the very novice secret realm that Tang Xia and Wenbo had been repeatedly exploring these past few days. What a remarkable coincidence. Should he go? Qin Feng suddenly felt a surge of interest. Ever since parting ways with Wenbo, he had seen his dear friend for 3 days. To be honest, he was quite worried about his comrade. In Blue Cloud City, at the old garbage dump on the 19th, outside the Bone Dragon Secret Realm, Tang Xia and his companions were enjoying barbecued meat, beverages, and fresh fruits by a stone table that should not have been there. Wenbo, come over and eat. I won't deduct your salary. Consider it a free treat from me, Tang Xia said mockingly, chewing on a piece of roasted meat as he glanced derisively at Wenbo not far away. The other followers chimed in. Wenbo, Tang Xia is treating you. Shouldn't you hurry over to thank him? Do you know the price of this premium barbarian blood beef? It could hire someone like you hundreds of times. Tang Xia wore a smug smile, thoroughly relishing the flattery from his companions. However, Wenbo remained calm. After carefully wrapping up the remaining half of a black energy bar in aluminum foil and tucking it away, he expressionlessly replied, No need. Thank you for your kindness. Tang Xiao, please enjoy your meal. I must remind you all that today is my last day working for the Tang family. Even if you cannot defeat the Bone Dragon Emperor today, I shall not continue collaborating with you tomorrow. Ungrateful wretch. A glimmer of malice flashed in Tang Shua's eyes upon hearing Wenbo's words. Boom! Just then, from the northwestern entrance of the secret realm, a resounding explosion echoed. Thick black smoke billowed into the dim yellow sky, as if something had detonated amidst the scattered remnants of ancient metal in the garbage dump. Tang Xiao. Could it be that Qin Feng blew up his mecha again? A scruffy-looking follower shouted at Tang Shua. Puffed. Upon hearing this, Tang Shua broke into a hearty laugh, and the others joined in, mockingly recounting how the once handsome student of Blue Cloud High, Qin Feng, had fallen to the depths of tinkering with mechas in a garbage dump. Such remarks made Wenbo's expression grow increasingly grim. He gazed toward the source of the explosion and black smoke, worry etched in his bloodshot eyes. Madman, please don't blow yourself up. Wenbo, stop dawdling. Pack up your things. It's time to get to work. Tang Shua, seemingly in good spirits, commanded Wenbo with an air of authority. Oh, and just like before, don't miss anything. Otherwise, I shall deduct your salary. Upon finishing his words, he smiled and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm accompanied by a few companions. Wenbo gazed at the stone benches and the enormous stone table where Tang Shua and his group had dined moments ago, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. However, he ultimately approached and collected everything into his mechanical space. After gathering all the items, Wenbo suddenly appeared lost in thought, as if sensing something amiss. Yet, he cursed under his breath and trudged heavily towards the secret realm. This was the final day. After this, I shall never deal with that scoundrel again. I am truly cursed. A peculiar rune faintly shimmered at his neck, but Wenbo remained oblivious to it. More than an hour later, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Bone Dragon's secret realm. It was Qin Feng, determined to enter the realm in search of the Storm Crimson Power Core and the components for the Type 22 ion cannon. He had no choice but to venture inside. The Bone Dragon secret realm was a restricted area. Once the final boss was defeated, the realm would close for a month. According to the exploration map for mecha components, Qin Feng discovered that within a radius of several hundred kilometers, this secret realm was the only place where he could find the most suitable power core and particle acceleration components. Otherwise, he would have to wait a month for the realm to reopen to seek them out. The college entrance examination would truly be too late. Thus, he had to enter, to seize the opportunity in the next half-month to utilize the Storm Crimson to meet the level 10 requirement for registration. He must perfect the Storm Crimson as swiftly as possible. The power core and particle acceleration components within the Bone Dragon's secret realm were essential for him. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt confident. Even if the Storm Crimson was not fully developed, it would be more than adequate to handle such a novice secret realm. Besides, he was merely there to quietly collect a few mecha components, not to engage in combat with wild monsters, unless he encountered the final Silver Earth Dragon by misfortune. The Bone Dragon's secret realm posed little challenge for him. Even if the Storm Crimson was not perfected, it still possessed attributes equivalent to silver-grade equipment. Coupled with his own stats, he already boasted a battle power of 13 stars. Dealing with the Bone Dragon's secret realm, a novice adventurer's domain, presented minimal danger. Why is there no one here? However, upon reaching the entrance of the Bone Dragon's secret realm, Qin Feng found it rather strange. This once bustling novice realm was devoid of any presence. Suddenly, he noticed a wooden sign that had been nailed beside the entrance of the secret realm. It bore an ancient character, Tang. Qin Feng immediately understood. Recalling that Wenbo had mentioned earlier that the Tang family had spent a considerable sum to secure several days of exclusive access to the Bone Dragon's secret realm for Tang Shua. The Tang family, being an extraordinary lineage, ranked among the top 3 forces in the entire Blue Cloud City. Thus, no one dared to defy the will of the Tang family. Moreover, every novice extraordinary practitioner in Lanyan City could expect a substantial compensation from the Tang family leadership. Additionally, Lanyan City harbored several novice realms akin to the Bone Dragon's secret realm. Consequently, few were willing to bear the repercussions of provoking the Tang family by venturing into the Bone Dragon's secret realm. However, have you inquired about her past? Qin Feng spat at the wooden plaque inscribed with the Tang character and stepped into the Bone Dragon's secret realm. Buzz! As he traversed the entrance of the secret realm for the first time, Qin Feng was met with a cacophony of low growls echoing in his mind, reminiscent of a demonic presence. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a desolate landscape strewn with peculiar rocks. The flora was withered, and the ground was littered with black stones. Like the outside world, remnants of various warships and mechas were scattered about. Yet, The metal within the secret realm appeared to have endured far greater devastation, exhibiting levels of weathering, decay, and rust far more severe than that of the external environment. Beep beep. Qin Feng heard the prompt indicating the discovery of materials on the map. His gaze swept across the surroundings and landed on a pulsating red dot, shimmering with intense crimson light, situated just over 1,000 meters away. This revelation quickened his breath. A particle emitter. With this crucial component, the Storm Crimson 22-ion cannon would be ready for deployment. Clearing the map with a single shot might indeed become a reality. Setting forth, Qin Feng swiftly made his way toward the location indicated on the map. Chapter 5. The Bounty of Extraordinary Materials. A first appearance. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered no wild beasts. The creatures within this restricted secret realm would not respawn for a set period after being vanquished, conveniently sparing him for battle. Before long, beep, just as Qin Feng ascended a black, low hill, he heard the system's alert. He quickly turned his gaze forward and beheld a massive ship, neatly sliced in half. Lying before him, the precise cut resembled a swift strike, effortlessly cleaving through the vessel mid-flight. One could only imagine the harrowing scene at the moment of the ship's demise. However, Qin Feng did not linger on such thoughts. He swiftly scanned the environment surrounding the ship. His eyes narrowed in alarm as he spotted 3 colossal creatures, several meters in length, prowling around the gaping fissure in the ship. Utilizing the identification skill, a unique ability possessed by every practitioner in the age of the extraordinary, Qin Feng observed the information regarding the monstrous beings composed of black bones materialize before him. Name: Dark Tiger Spirit Common. Race and level: Health 900,900, Strength 440, Agility 580, Constitution 300, Mentality 160, Combat Power 6 stars, Skills: Desperate Charge, Desperate Bite. Description: an undead creature summoned by the Dark Gold Bone Dragon, fiercely defending vital treasures against intruders. The other 2 monsters exhibited similar attributes, causing Qin Feng's breath to quicken. He never anticipated that the first wild creatures he would encounter in this world would possess 6-star combat power. In stark contrast, he, as a novice practitioner, was merely a pitiful 1-star in strength. Qin Feng, Class: Mecha Master, Title: Apprentice Deity, Deity Points 0, Level 0, Attributes: Strength 28, 10, Agility 13, 4, Constitution 21, 8, Mentality 32, 4, Combat Power Evaluation 1 star. Equipment: Storm Crimson inactive. Skills: none, though he inherited a single attribute from Storm Crimson. His combat power remained woefully inadequate. Faced with these 3 6-star wild creatures, he realized that hand-to-hand combat offered no chance of victory. As Qin Feng surveyed the wreckage of the spaceship, he soon discovered a relatively intact chamber. The system map instantaneously confirmed that this was indeed the precise location of the particle accelerator. Time was of the essence. Without further deliberation, Qin Feng activated the mechanical space. With a series of resounding clicks, an enormous crimson mecha, towering even higher than Qin Feng himself, descended with a thunderous crash upon the landscape. Boom! The dark, low hill was crushed underfoot by the colossal mecha, which stood over 20 stories tall. Storm Crimson. Activate. This was the first time Qin Feng deployed Storm Crimson, and his heart raced with excitement. Yet he understood that this was not the moment to conserve energy. Relying solely on his own strength against the 3 skeletal spirits was a futile endeavor. Thus, he had no choice but to depend on Storm Crimson. With a series of deep, rumbling engine sounds, plumes of white, black, and azure smoke erupted from various points of Storm Crimson. These were the exhaust fumes from the myriad engines of different models and energy types that Qin Feng had activated simultaneously. With its massive frame, Storm Crimson was equipped with hundreds of engines, all ignited at Qin Feng's command. Boom! Soon, the multitude of engines reached their most stable state. One by one, indicator lights signaling the stable operation of the mecha's various systems illuminated across Storm Crimson. The crimson arm of the storm, like a tempest, extended towards Qin Feng's position, simultaneously revealing the control chamber nestled within its chest. Qin Feng stepped onto the colossal crimson palm before him, which effortlessly delivered him to the threshold of the control room. With a leap, he entered a compact space, akin to a small chamber, and adeptly approached the single-user control station equipped with mechanical linkages and electronic assistance systems. With a series of clicks, the Mechanical Deity System, the most formidable computational core of the Mecha Control System, automatically adorned Qin Feng with intricate mechanical control apparatuses. Following a mechanical announcement, storm initialization successful, Qin Feng felt a surge of potent energy coursing through his being. At that instant, his vision and limbs seemed to intertwine seamlessly with the vast mecha. He attempted to move his arms and legs, and the precision mechanical devices beneath him activated with remarkable fluidity. Every gear, linkage belt, and circuit flawlessly transmitted Qin Feng's movements to the various systems of the mecha. The immense form of the storm began to move without a hint of obstruction. The three-headed bone spirit, wandering amidst the ruins of the ship, was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the storm. Instinctively, it let out a wail and sought to flee. However, a flicker of dark light suddenly flashed from the eye sockets of the three-headed spirit, transforming its instinct to escape into a furious charge toward the storm. Little calamity, Qin Feng's perspective had shifted into that of the storm, and the rushing bone spirit appeared as insignificant as an ant. He shifted his stance, each step causing the obsidian ground of the bone dragon's realm to tremble. The three level 10 bone spirits had scarcely approached the storm before they were sent crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, Qin Feng raised the colossal foot of the storm and brought it down upon the three-headed spirit. The sound of crunching echoed, reminiscent of brittle twigs being shattered. Congratulations on slaying the dark tiger spirit, earning 100 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up by 1, earning 5 free attribute points. A cascade of notifications flooded in, propelling Qin Feng's level upward by 2. The 5-star bone spirit stood no chance against the 12-star might of the storm. Elation surged within him, not merely from the thrill of slaying monsters and gaining levels, but from the intoxicating sensation of controlling the mecha, fulfilling a long-held dream of piloting a mech from his previous life. However, Qin Feng instinctively checked the status of the 902 model liquid oxygen-methane engine, the temporary power core of the storm. To his dismay, the auxiliary engine of this colossal vessel had less than 10 minutes of operational time remaining. This realization left him yearning for more. The energy dilemma of the giant mecha remained an omnipresent issue. Unless one connects an energy transmission line, the sustainability of a colossal mech can only be hoped for through more efficient energy engines. Fortunately, the energy research and development of the bygone era has already surpassed that of the past. Qin Feng is genuinely intrigued. What type of power engine could the materials map reveal? A controllable nuclear power engine? Or perhaps the antimatter energy that existed only in concept in the previous life? Ultimately, the ability to wield the Storm Crimson without restraint hinges upon the core power engine of the mech. While pondering, Qin Feng decided to retract the Storm Crimson into the mechanical space. He must remain vigilant in the Bone Dragon's secret realm, as there are possibilities of encountering dangers. In such a scenario, even an additional second of endurance from the Storm Crimson could be pivotal for survival. After all, although this era merges games with reality, death is indeed death. One does not resurrect at a respawn point as in a game. Successfully retracted Storm Crimson. Current mech control compatibility 30. It seems he must wait until he is more affluent to refine his compatibility further. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng couldn't help but reflect. Next, his gaze shifted to a chamber where a transparent, cylindrical component still flickered with luminescence. It was the particle accelerator he had been desperately seeking, the critical component of the Storm Crimson's 22-ion cannon. Chapter 6. The Dark Golden Bone Dragon. Obedient Mainbow. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Feng, filled with excitement, stored the several-meter-long particle accelerator into the mechanical space and eagerly installed it into the vacant position on the left arm of the Storm Crimson. After a series of crisp mechanical connection sounds, Mech Weapon System 22-ion cannon completed. The previously dormant weapon position on the left arm of the Storm Crimson within the mechanical space suddenly erupted with intense electrical brilliance. The petal-like structure of the hand swiftly opened, accumulating a terrifying radiance that seemed poised to unleash apocalyptic light at any moment. Excellent. Qin Feng felt elated. The two major weapon systems of the Storm Crimson were now fully configured. He had gained another means of survival. He checked the data of the Storm Crimson, and to his astonishment, this particle accelerator had elevated its battle power by 4 stars. It now reached a formidable 16-star combat strength. Storm Crimson Black Iron. Category: Mech Class Weapon. Exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: Strength 1243, agility 481, constitution 810, spirit 590, battle power rating 16 stars. Additionally, his basic attributes had increased by 4 points. He was nearly catching up to the free attribute points gained from leveling up. What a delightful experience. How many times can the 22 ion cannon be unleashed? Qin Feng did not forget to inquire with the system. Before the power core of the mech was perfected, the current 22nd ion cannon could only be fired once. Upon seeing the system's response, Qin Feng felt a pang of frustration, though he wasn't particularly surprised. The ion cannon was evidently of immense power. An ordinary power engine could hardly sustain its firing capabilities. This only heightened Qin Feng's anticipation for the system's mapping of the power core, where he could utilize the ion cannon without limitations. How many stars would the combat prowess of the Storm Crimson be elevated to? With a heart full of expectation, Qin Feng was about to proceed towards his target location when he suddenly noticed the door of the particle accelerator chamber. Unlike the other parts of the chamber, which were marred by rust, this heavy door bore no signs of corrosion whatsoever. Employing his identification skill, he discovered that the door revealed some intriguing information. Titanium alloy, grade, black iron effect, a pinnacle creation of materials from the bygone era of humanity, primarily used to protect vital components within ships, evolving into a material with enhanced properties after absorbing spiritual energy. To his astonishment, it truly was an extraordinary material. Qin Feng was quite taken aback. He had never anticipated that metals from the ancient era could possess such remarkable characteristics. Was this a result of absorbing the spiritual energy from the extraordinary age? If so, did it imply that he would have an ample supply of extraordinary materials for crafting mechs in the future? The quantity of metals left over from the bygone era was simply incalculable, even if only a minuscule fraction could evolve into extraordinary materials. That would still amount to a staggering number. If all were fashioned into mechs, could the ancient materials absorb spiritual energy and evolve into black iron? What about bronze, silver, or even gold and platinum? The thought of a mech forged entirely from platinum-grade materials sent excitement coursing through him. However, Qin Feng quickly regained his composure. The priority now was to acquire the power core as swiftly as possible. Tang Shuo had already completed his first transformation and donned a full set of bronze equipment, poised to conquer the Bone Dragon's secret realm at any moment. Should the secret realm close then, his efforts would be in vain. Minutes later, as Qin Feng advanced, he heard the sounds of fierce combat and the roars of beasts emanating from ahead. He halted in his tracks to examine the system map, discovering that the location of the power core was precisely where the commotion originated. It appeared he had indeed encountered it. Initially reluctant to cross paths with Tang Shuo, primarily due to the so-called Tang family's monopoly, he was also genuinely unwilling to showcase the still-maturing Storm Crimson before them. Given Tang Shuo and the nature of the Tang family, they might indeed harbor ill intentions towards the mech he had painstakingly crafted. Nonetheless, Qin Feng was resolute. He had no intention of being timid. If a conflict were truly to arise with Tang Shuo, I would certainly show him the formidable prowess of my former profession. Wenbo, why do you hide? Come forth at once. Continue to ring that Qin Feng bell for me. At this moment, a cacophony of curses erupted from ahead. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and stealthily approached the hillside, casting his gaze upon the battle in the distance. In a vast arena strewn with metallic debris, a colossal skeletal dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length, was engaged in combat with 5 practitioners. Upon discerning their identities, a murderous glint flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The 5 practitioners were positioned strategically around the bone dragon. However, what incensed Qin Feng was the fact that the one drawing the dragon's ire was none other than Wenbo, the sole practitioner of the old profession among them. The bell in Wenbo's hand, known as the Qin Feng bell, was a unique piece of equipment crafted by an extraordinary profession, the forger. By ringing the Qin Feng bell, one could attract the enmity of monsters. Typically, only heavily armored extraordinary classes, such as knights and shield-bearers, would wield such items. Yet here were Tang Shuo and his companions shamelessly utilizing Wenbo as a decoy. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng fought back the impulse to rush in and teach Tang Shuo and his cohorts a lesson. Alone, he had no fear of offending these entitled science. However, he was concerned that such an action might lead to animosity between Wenbo and Tang Shuo, making life even more arduous for Wenbo and his frail sister. Wen Xiaoro, sighing deeply, Qin Feng resolved to refrain from intervening for the time being. He assessed the creature known as the Dark Goldbone Dragon, which possessed an 11-star battle strength. Although it was indeed more powerful than the 4 extraordinary practitioners present, they were all offensive classes, with Tang Shuo being a newly transitioned swordsman. Slaying this Dark Goldbone Dragon was merely a matter of time. The 4 scions of extraordinary families lacked combat experience, which was why they had Wenbo, the practitioner of the old profession, drawing the dragon's attention. Yet, given that all 4 were clad in extraordinary equipment, it was inevitable that the Dark Goldbone Dragon would be vanquished sooner or later. Unfortunately, it meant that Wenbo would have to endure some hardship in the process. Qin Feng noted that Wenbo had acquired several new wounds since his last visit to the warehouse. First, he needed to locate the power core. He decided to prioritize securing the power core, as the Dark Goldbone Dragon would not last much longer. Time was of the essence. Carefully observing the ground beneath him, he moved stealthily toward the power core's location, taking cover behind the massive metallic wreckage. Just as he closed in to within 20 meters of the battlefield where Tang Shuo and the others were engaged, a furious roar erupted from the Dark Goldbone Dragon, accompanied by a series of deafening howls. Qin Feng turned to look in the direction of the sound. Before them lay a pair of enormous skeletal wings, which hung languidly behind the bone dragon, radiating a grayish luminescence. The dark golden bone dragon flapped its colossal wings, stirring a tempest that swept up massive black stones. Howling ferociously in all directions, Tang Shuo and his 3 companions hastily retreated, yet he bellowed at the foremost figure, Wenbo, Wenbo, do not falter. If we withstand this onslaught, we can vanquish this beast. Upon hearing these words, Wenbo, clutching a battered piece of iron, gritted his teeth and halted his retreat. He raised the tattered metal and began to shake the ominous wind bell. Instantly, the frenzied dark golden bone dragon, intent on pursuing Tang Shuo and his group, was once again drawn toward them by the eerie chime. Panic surged through Qin Feng as he realized Wenbo's unexpected compliance. The dragon's final frenzy had significantly amplified its ferocity. How could a mere relic of a profession, armed only with a piece of iron, hope to withstand such might? Was Wenbo out his mind? In pursuit of profit, one must at least survive. Chapter 7. The 4th transformation spell, the demise of Wenbo. With a roar, the dark golden bone dragon surged forward. Its speed markedly increased as it charged toward Wenbo, who was shaking the wind bell. The Tomorrow Mech. Observing the scene, Qin Feng could no longer afford to conceal his presence. With a swift motion, he summoned an auxiliary wearable exoskeleton mech, which materialized beside him. In a mere second, he donned the machine. With a hum, he pressed the activation button located on his chest. Inspired by Edge of Tomorrow, this device was entirely of his own design. Regrettably, it lacked extraordinary properties, but the contraption, named Tomorrow Mech, sprang to life. Then, with determination, Qin Feng leaped forward. The metallic exoskeleton, perfectly fitted to his legs, unleashed its maximum power. Boom! Qin Feng soared through the air like a bird in flight. However, the Tomorrow Mech began to disintegrate rapidly. The intricate mechanical systems were irreparably damaged by his powerful leap. Yet, suspended in midair, Qin Feng felt no regret. Upon creating the Tomorrow Mech, he had recognized its singular purpose, to facilitate a long-distance leap in times of peril, allowing for a swift escape. Utilizing it in this moment was indeed a fitting end. Qin Feng. It's Qin Feng. One among them was the first to spot Qin Feng, suspended in the air. Tang Shuo, astonished, watched as Qin Feng leaped from afar. At that moment, Qin Feng paid no heed to the recognition. As he reached the apex of his ascent, he discerned that the dark golden bone dragon was now less than 5 meters from Wenbo. He understood the gravity of the situation. Throw the recently harvested black iron-grade titanium alloy hatch out. Boom! The heavy titanium alloy hatch struck the ground, enduring the strongest impact from the dark golden skeletal dragon. Wenbo was still sent flying by the shockwave. However, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his comrade had at least preserved his life. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng controlled his descent to land beside Wenbo. He swiftly seized the Yin wind bell from Wenbo's grasp and hurled it towards Tang Shuo and his companions. Roar! The dark golden skeletal dragon, its eyes now blood-red, emitted a furious roar, abandoning its pursuit of Wenbo to charge directly at the Yin wind bell. Qin Feng, how dare you? Tang Shuo bellowed upon witnessing the dragon change directions. Nevertheless, he hastily swung his azure-long sword, unleashing a blade of light several meters in length that cleaved the Qin wind bell mid-flight. With a resounding thud, the rare equipment, sought after at the auction, shattered into pieces. Roar! The dark, golden, skeletal dragon, having lost its target of hatred, roared in fury at the surrounding individuals, yet refrained from pursuing anyone further. Madman, why are you here? Am I to perish? When Bo, who had been continuously coughing up blood, struggled to open his eyes. Upon seeing Qin Feng, he expressed his surprise. Shut your mouth. Qin Feng, sensing Wen Bo's condition, grew anxious. I will get you out of here, just hold on. Wen Bo's injuries were severe, and he needed to be evacuated. Even if obtaining the Storm Crimson Core became impossible, Qin Feng was determined not to lose his friend. Just as Qin Feng helped Wen Bo to his feet, intending to hasten their escape from the skeletal dragon's lair for healing, a blade of light struck the ground before them, blocking their path. Qin Feng, you've ruined my plans, and you think you can leave just like that? Tang Shua's sinister voice echoed. Qin Feng looked up to see Tang Shua, sword in hand, had somehow appeared behind them. Step aside. Qin Feng did not wish to become entangled with this spoiled scion. Wen Bo was gravely injured. Any further delay could cost him his life. However, Tang Shua laughed. Qin Feng, do you still think you are the favored one among the stars? Do you even realize where you are? This is a secret realm, a lawless land beyond the protection of the Alliance. At that moment, the feeble Wen Bo shouted angrily, Tang Shua, if you dare to harm Qin Feng, I will ensure you are reported to the Sacred Hall of Lanyan City. And then, silence. Upon hearing Wen Bo's words, Tang Shua roared with fury. Wen Bo, who had threatened Tang Shua with the authority of a professional Sacred Hall, was immediately silenced. This astonished Wen Bo. Yet under Tang Shua's fierce gaze, he found himself unable to speak further. Qin Feng, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. Previously, Wen Bo had dared to withstand the dark golden skeletal dragon while bearing the iron shell. Now, he found himself unable to continue speaking. Based on his understanding of Wen Bo, he should not be so intimidated by Tang Shua. Yet, why did Wen Bo repeatedly comply with Tang Shua's commands? No, suddenly, Qin Feng realized something. He hurriedly examined Wen Bo's body. Soon, he discovered a faint, intricate rune on his neck. A talisman. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming rage surged within him. Release the talisman. He bellowed darkly at Tang Shua. Or else, will you teach me a lesson with those worthless scraps on you? Tang Shua continued to glare at Qin Feng with utter disdain. Originally, the talisman would be lifted after the agreement between Wen Bo and the Tang family concluded today. However, you have provoked me. Today, if you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer, your dear brother may very well meet his demise. By the way, I forgot to mention, the talisman on Wen Bo was inscribed by a fourth-tier powerhouse of the Tang family. Even if you find the Holy Temple in Lanyan City, no one will be able to unravel it. As he spoke, Tang Shua produced an ancient talisman paper. The cinnabar runes on it were indeed identical to the talisman on the back of Wen Bo's neck. Shameless. Qin Feng trembled with anger at Tang Shua's words. He yearned to summon the stormy crimson and crush that scoundrel, Tang Shua. Yet he understood that the agreement Wen Bo signed with the Tang family was likely bound by this talisman. Employing a fourth-tier extraordinary professional to inscribe a talisman demonstrated the Tang family's immense wealth, but also thoroughly severed any possibility for Wen Bo to harbor animosity toward Tang Shua before the agreement's conclusion. This is the function of such talismans. If that were the case, directly eliminating Tang Shua would likely lead to Wen Bo's demise as well. This cannot be. Absolutely not. Tell me, what do you want? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, but before he could finish, Wen Bo restrained him with a hand. Unable to speak, Wen Bo gently shook his head, a brilliant smile unexpectedly lighting up his face. He opened his mouth, silently speaking. Qin Feng recognized that Wen Bo was mentioning Xiaoro. Wen Bo, no. Qin Feng suddenly realized something and shouted in alarm. However, Wen Bo, who shared the same former profession, naturally possessed better physical attributes than Qin Feng. Even with the enhancement of the Stormy Crimson's attribute, he could not compete with the suddenly unleashed Wen Bo. Wen Bo broke free from Qin Feng's grasp. Emitting a silent roar, with the last ounce of his strength, he charged toward the smug Tang Shua. You. Tang Shua seemed taken aback by Wen Bo's sudden frenzy. Yet, he instinctively crushed a talisman in his hand. No. Qin Feng rushed forward, desperate to intervene. Yet the talisman around Wenbo's neck began to emit a blinding radiance. A soft sound akin to a candle extinguishing echoed through the air. Wenbo, still poised in a forward rush, had already succumbed to death, collapsing to the ground. A faint cracking sound followed, and around Wenbo's lifeless body, a multitude of items inexplicably materialized. A stone bench, a stone table, a barbecue grill, a substantial piece of beast meat, and several large barrels of fresh water. The purpose behind Wenbo's demise left Qin Feng frozen in place, his heart suddenly gripped by anguish. In that moment, he comprehended the reason behind Wenbo's earlier labored movements. His mechanical space, limited to merely a few cubic meters, had been overburdened with such an abundance of items, far exceeding his weight limit. Chapter 8. Silver, the foremost title secured in advance. Yet he remained ensnared by the talisman's control, having accommodated these items, which ought not to have appeared on the supply list for leveling in the secret realm. Within his mechanical space, this might have merely been a whim of the several young lords, forcing Wenbo to endure the burden of his physical limitations. After several days of grinding and leveling, Qin Feng was baffled by how Wenbo managed to persevere. Furthermore, in recent days, despite bearing the weight of his limits, Wenbo had to wield the wind bell to draw the ire of wild monsters for the amusement of the young lords, fulfilling the duties of a knight and shield bearer in an extraordinary profession with the body of an old world worker. Yet, even such a diligent and self-sacrificing Wenbo ultimately met his end. He perished at the hands of Tang Shua, just hours before the conclusion of their agreement. Qin Feng could no longer contain his rage, unleashing a furious roar to the heavens. It felt so unjust. Why must such a commendable individual like Wenbo be snuffed out? Why should an old world worker, striving to survive, face such indignity? What are you shouting about? Wenbo sought to harm me. I acted in self-defense. Tang Shua seemed to regret his earlier impulsiveness. Yet he forcefully suppressed his anxiety and commanded Qin Feng with an air of authority. Qin Feng glanced at Wenbo, who lay on the ground with eyes still open, and his gaze turned crimson. Do you not wish to see the extent of my mechanical space? He bellowed hoarsely at Tang Shua. What? Tang Shua appeared perplexed as to why Qin Feng would bring this up at such a moment. But in the next heartbeat, a colossal mech, towering like a skyscraper, descended behind Qin Feng with a series of sharp mechanical sounds. The mech, entirely crimson and requiring one to tilt their head to behold its head, emerged, sending Tang Shua and his companions into a state of terror. Even the dark golden bone dragon, on the brink of fury with barely a sliver of health remaining, was startled, flapping its enormous bony wings in a bid to flee. Are you satisfied? Qin Feng stood before the storm crimson, his voice resonating with a deep intensity. Those blood-red eyes seemed poised to consume Tang Shua whole. This is your mech. Where did you acquire such a colossal machine? Your mechanical space. Tang Shua appeared oblivious to Qin Feng's gaze, utterly astonished by the sheer enormity of the crimson mech, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet soon, a palpable greed glimmered in his eyes. Qin Feng, is this truly your mech? Surrender it to me, or I shall ensure you meet your end here. Just as Wenbo did. As he spoke, he took several steps closer to Qin Feng. Today, it shall be you who perishes. Qin Feng replied, his voice as cold as ice. Tang Shua, as if hearing a jest, chuckled derisively. The three individuals who had previously cornered the fleeing dark old bone dragon could not suppress their mocking laughter. Qin Feng, do you truly believe that by acquiring this hunk of metal, you can vanquish us? One scoffed. Oh dear, how terrified we are. Will Qin Feng topple this mech and crush us beneath it? Another chimed in, who knows? He is a master of mechs. Perhaps this is indeed an exceptionally powerful creation of his own design. In the very next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the once silent colossal mech. Engines roared to life with fervor. Plumes of smoke belched forth from various vents. Soon, lights flickered on across the mech's frame. The four who had just mocked Qin Feng and the storm crimson stood agape, astonishment etched across their faces. To their further amazement, the activated colossal mech extended a hand toward Qin Feng, who was then lifted before an open hatchway, suspended several meters above the ground. Standing upon the giant hand, Qin Feng gazed down upon them, viewing them as mere ants. Damn it, Tang Shua was the first to succumb to frustration, hissing, this must be mine. Since awakening his extraordinary profession, he had long ceased to regard the former school idol, Qin Feng, with any respect. Yet today, Memories of their school days flooded back. The countless teachers and students who had idolized Qin Feng, and the indifferent gaze he had cast upon Tang Shuo while flaunting the Tang family's prowess. He could not endure the sensation of being looked down upon. As the heir of the Tang family in Blue Cloud City, how could he allow a mere waste, who had only awakened an antiquated profession, to tread upon him? Qin Feng, I shall bring you to spare. You will know that the past can never contend with the extraordinary. With that, Tang Shuo's long blade radiated a vibrant azure light. However, before the control room of the Storm Crimson, Qin Feng displayed no signs of emotional turmoil. He confidently stepped into the control room, taking his place at the single operator station as the Storm Crimson's driving mechanisms seamlessly connected to his body. At this moment, Tang Shuo, lying on the ground, was radiating an ethereal glow. Then, with a single step, he soared into the air. However, just as he was about to wield his blade to cleave through Qin Feng's colossal mech, he suddenly heard a powerful surge of electrical currents emanating from above. A wave of energy, unsettling and ominous, seemed to coalesce rapidly above his head. Tang Shuo looked up, only to behold the left arm of the mech, which he had initially believed to be merely ornamental, now manifesting a massive cannon. The terrifying fluctuations and searing heat emanating from the cannon made Tang Shuo's heart race with trepidation. Could it be that this mech was not a mere fade, that it indeed possessed offensive weaponry? Panic-stricken, Tang Shuo's mind raced with fearful conjectures. Yet, the cannon above had already begun to emit a low hum. Simultaneously, the engines throughout the colossal mech roared under immense strain. This is not good. With his body aglow, Tang Shuo attempted to flee, but the cannon had already blazed to life. A fearsome beam of light shot forth from the massive barrel. The area within 100 meters ahead was engulfed by the energy of the beam. Within this domain, all metallic debris melted away, and black rocks were reduced to powder. The cacophony of screams and cries was instantly obliterated by the terrifying onslaught. Meanwhile, across the expanse of Blue Cloud City, all adventurers received a system notification. Ding! The Bone Dragon Secret Realm's Dark Gold Bone Dragon, on the brink of death, ascends to a Silver Tier Silver Wing Bone Dragon. Ding! The Silver Wing Bone Dragon of the Bone Dragon Secret Realm has been slain by an anonymous adventurer. Ding! The Bone Dragon Secret Realm will close in 10 minutes following the defeat. Upon hearing this series of announcements, everyone could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Although the Bone Dragon Secret Realm was merely a novice domain, Silver-tier creatures were exceedingly rare throughout Blue Cloud City. Moreover, nearly all extraordinary adventurers knew the identity of the adventurer within the Bone Dragon Secret Realm, Tang Shuo, the young master of the Tang family. A newly awakened novice extraordinary adventurer who had yet to partake in the college entrance examination. He had already slain a silver-tier creature. Did you notice? The one that evolved to silver was instantaneously defeated. Indeed, what formidable strength must one possess to annihilate a silver-tier being? Young Master Tang's prowess cannot be underestimated. It is said that he was the first among this year's newcomers to complete the first transition, and now with the ability to slay silver-tier foes. It seems the top candidate for the college entrance examination has emerged ahead of time. Chapter 9 Battle. Activate the Thundercloud Blade Formation. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, within a grand, antiquated mansion in the heart of Blue Cloud City, two elegantly attired middle-aged men, upon hearing the system announcement, wore expressions of elation. It is indeed Tang Zhan, the head of the Tang family in Lanyan City, along with Zhao Wuji, the family's esteemed elder. Congratulations, Master. Young Master has undoubtedly made a name for himself in Lanyan City, truly becoming a leading figure of the younger generation. Zhao Wuji, clad in a tattered Taoist robe, expressed his congratulations to the middle-aged man in a golden robe with a hoarse voice. I must also thank Brother Zhao for your guidance. It is because of your teachings that Shuo has achieved such success today. Tang Zhan replied joyfully, clasping his hands in gratitude. By the way, Brother Zhao, please check if Shuo has sustained any injuries. With his strength, slaying a silver beast must have taken quite a toll. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji nodded gently. A gray treasure resembling a turtle shell appeared before him. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and an intricate golden rune materialized, which he pressed onto the turtle shell. The shell began to tremble lightly. Soon, several pieces of beast bones were expelled from it, forming a bizarre pattern in front of Zhao Wuji. Disaster. This is grave. The young master is in danger. Zhao Wuji exclaimed, leaping up in alarm upon seeing the formation of the beast bones. At the same time, Tang Zhan erupted with a powerful aura, shattering the furniture in the room instantly. In his hand appeared a ceramic figurine riddled with cracks. Upon seeing the figure, Tang Zhan's face erupted with boundless fury. To think he was forced to use the replacement figurine? This is intolerable. He roared. There is no need for concern, Master. The young master has my personally inscribed defensive talisman, which will surely hold until we arrive. Zhao Wuji assured him. Come, let us head to the Bone Dragon's secret realm. I shall see who dares to harm my Tang progeny. After a few breaths, several formidable practitioners from the Tang family soared into the skies above Lanyan City. They did not conceal their auras. Each one was a formidable force of at least the third tier. Led by Tang Zhan, they rushed towards the southeast direction of Lanyan City. As they passed, ordinary citizens fell to the ground, with the frail and elderly fainting outright. Even numerous extraordinary practitioners observed this scene with astonishment. Strange, why is the Tang family head so menacing? The young master has gained fame. This is not the expected demeanor. One remarked, it is rare for so many third-tier practitioners from the Tang family to mobilize. Are they perhaps going to welcome the young master? Do not be absurd. Who would unleash their aura so recklessly, disregarding the temple's edict to leave the city? It seems they are preparing to attack some force. Another speculated. Could it be that the young master is in trouble? Their direction appears to lead towards the Silver Dragon secret realm. Meanwhile, news of the Tang family's full mobilization swiftly spread across all major factions in Lanyan City. Within the Chu family, a young man expressed his concern to a middle-aged man. Father, with the Tang family's unusual movements, could it be aimed at our Chu family? The middle-aged man bore a serene expression, gazing contentedly at the youth before him. The Tang family dares not oppose the Chu family. Jiugao, prepare yourself well for tomorrow's Qinyun challenge. A mere silver rank is hardly worthy of alarm. When you claim the top spot in the Qinyun challenge tomorrow, that shall be the true moment of your renown. Yes, father, replied the young man, his sharp brows and bright eyes nodding in earnest agreement. In the Bone Dragon's secret realm, at the very instant Qin Feng unleashed the ferocious 22-ion cannon. A flurry of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations on slaying the silver rank silver-winged bone dragon. Congratulations, you have slain the silver rank silver-winged bone dragon, earning 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1, gaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on acquiring 1,000 divine points. Ding, you have slain the practitioner's son, Irai. Congratulations on acquiring 10 divine points. Ding, you have slain the practitioner's son, Irai. Congratulations on acquiring another 10 divine points. Ding, the Bone Dragon secret realm has been defeated and will close in 10 minutes. Amidst the cacophony of notifications, Qin Feng remained unperturbed. Upon reviewing the kill notifications, he was taken aback to find no mention of Tang Shua's demise. This revelation sharpened his gaze into a fierce glare. The tempestuous power of the 22-ion cannon was formidable, capable of annihilating even the most evolved silver-rank foes in an instant. Yet, Tang Shua had inexplicably survived. This infuriated Qin Feng to no end. He lowered his gaze to the immense crater left in the wake of the ion cannon's blast, where the radiant light was gradually dimming. Clang! A crisp sound of a blade echoed from the depths of the pit. Then, a figure, charred as if engulfed by flames, soared into the sky. It was Tang Shua, miraculously alive after the onslaught of the 22-ion cannon. Qin Feng, in a fit of rage, raised his crimson left arm. However, the 22-ion cannon emitted a feeble rumble. After flickering with a few sparks, the massive barrel extinguished, its petal-like structure closing automatically. Tang Shua, now in a precarious state, floated mid-air, cackling wickedly. Qin Feng, it seems you are out of options. I was right. You are nothing but a waste, only capable of firing a single shot. Today, I shall dismantle your mech piece by piece, and then drag you out to carve you into mincemeat. Oh, and what of your deceased brother Wenbo? Does he not have a sister? Once I've dispatched you, I will bring her to the Tang family. Guffawing, he continued, I nearly forgot. Do you know the name of this blade in my hand? It is called Windslayer. From the first moment, I was captivated by that name. Windslayer. Today I shall slay you, Qin Feng. Enraged by Tang Shua's taunts, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to consume him whole. You shall surely die today. he bellowed, swinging his left arm with fierce intent. Buzz! As Tang Shuo witnessed Qin Feng's assault, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes. He brandished his long knife with a fierce tremor and leapt into the air, charging toward the Storm Crimson. With a resounding crash, a colossal blade of azure light was cleaved from Tang Shuo's weapon, striking the metallic fist of the Storm Crimson. The entirely ordinary metal fist was instantly cleaved open, revealing its intricate mechanical innards. Indeed, a mere hunk of iron. Qin Feng, your mech is finished. The realization that Qin Feng's mech was constructed from mundane materials filled Tang Shuo with elation. Waves of azure slashes erupted forth, each landing upon the Storm Crimson, shearing away vast sections of its metallic exterior. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Qin Feng continuously received alerts from the system. Armor system damage, 5. Energy system damage, 7. Skeleton system damage. For the control screen before him was inundated with damage notifications, igniting a profound rage within him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. For the first time, he genuinely grasped the futility of an antiquated profession when faced with an extraordinary one. The Storm Crimson boasted a formidable strength rating of 15 stars. Yet, against a mere first-tier swordsman, it seemed utterly defenseless. Every punch thrown by the Storm Crimson was effortlessly evaded by Tang Shuo, while each of Tang Shuo's strikes effortlessly landed upon the mech. This cannot continue. If this persists, the Storm Crimson may truly be dismantled by Tang Shuo. Gritting his teeth, he activated the Thundercloud Blade Formation. Chapter 10. The Indestructible Extraordinary? The roar of engines resounds again. Boom, boom, boom. The two right arms of the Storm Crimson, previously dormant, now illuminated with a series of blinking signal lights. Each arm's 50 engines emitted a roar akin to a wild beast. At the control station, Qin Feng felt a surge of power coursing through his limbs. With a series of clicks, the flywheel blades of the two right arms emerged. The protective structure in front of the left arm's 22 ion cannons swiftly transformed into blades. An inexplicable aura circulated among the three rotating blades. Terrifying currents of electricity surged forth. The blades of the flywheel activated instantaneously. Their piercing were resonating throughout the entire skeletal dragon's realm. The razor-sharp, spinning edges seemed to slice through the very air, warping it into a tumultuous dance. A countdown materialized before Qin Feng's eyes. He understood this was the duration for which the Thundercloud Blade Formation could be employed. But he had no time to contemplate that now. All he desired was to utterly obliterate Tang Shuo, the architect of his woes. To hell with the Tang family. To hell with their extraordinary profession. Tang Shuo, you must die today. Qin Feng let out a roar, swinging his massive arm toward Tang Shuo with lethal intent. With a face full of astonishment, Tang Shuo instinctively sought to evade the assault of the Thundercloud Blade Array. However, this time, amidst the tempestuous Crimson Storm, a formidable magnetic field seemed to emerge, rendering Tang Shuo's movements excruciatingly slow, leaving him utterly incapable of escaping the onslaught of the three colossal blade wheels. A cry erupted from Tang Shuo as he vigorously swung his longsword, unleashing a massive blade aura that stretched nearly 10 meters. With a resounding crash, one of the storm's crimson blades shattered that aura, albeit at the cost of 3 broken blade segments. Yet, heedless of the consequences, Qin Feng relentlessly urged the Thundercloud Blade Array to its utmost limits. Every engine within the storm crimson roared, as though venting the boundless fury residing within Qin Feng. A series of prompts flashed before Qin Feng's eyes, yet his focus remained solely on Tang Shuo. Under the relentless assault of the Thundercloud Blade Array, Tang Shuo was no longer as audacious as before. The rapidly spinning blade wheels imparted tremendous force, causing his complexion to flush crimson. Had it not been for his extraordinary gear and the ability to momentarily soar after a turn, he might have truly faced the peril of losing his life beneath the terrifying blades of the Thundercloud Array. Qin Feng, you cannot kill me. You worthless fool shall never triumph over me. He bellowed, relentlessly swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to shatter the storm's deadly edge. However, under Qin Feng's life-threatening assault, after mere seconds of resistance, Tang Shuo's bronze-grade, extraordinary longsword could bear no more and shattered into several fragments. Panic engulfed his visage as he sought to escape the range of the Thundercloud Blade Array. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of granting him that wish. He was determined to tear him apart. Boom! Boom! At that moment, Qin Feng heard the engines within the three arms emit a thunderous sound of strain. The smoke billowing from various sources thickened considerably, and it was only then that he realized the time remaining for the Thundercloud Blade Array was dwindling. Damage indicators from a Storm Crimson filled his control panel, signaling its dire state. Tang Shua, too, seemed to have noticed the anomaly and the apparent weakening of the Thundercloud Blade Array's power. A look of wild exhilaration spread across his face as he produced yet another longsword with a wave of his hand. This new blade emanated a faint yellow glow. Unmistakably another bronze-grade, extraordinary weapon. Qin Feng, I've told you before, you cannot kill me. Your antiquated mech should have been discarded long ago. Go perish alongside that trash. Wenbo. Tang Shua laughed maniacally as he charged toward Qin Feng's control room. Qin Feng gazed at the audacious Tang Shua, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. It is you who shall perish. He exhibited not the slightest inclination to retreat, instead boldly advancing forward, resolutely using his storm-red chest to collide with the oncoming Tang Shua. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Shua's eyes, yet he remained confident in the swiftness of his long blade. Swiftly arriving at the exterior of the control room where Qin Feng stood. With a powerful swing, he unleashed the massive crescent-like blade, aura, striking the outer wall of the control room with a thunderous roar. Inside the storm-red control room, Qin Feng witnessed a substantial crack cleave through the structure. The chilling blade, aura, unleashed by Tang Shua nearly struck him while he manned the controls. Warning. The control room has sustained severe damage. Armor system damage beyond 50. The urgent alerts echoed in Qin Feng's ears, yet his expression remained one of wild fervor. Die for me. Boom, boom, boom. The over 100 engines on the three colossal arms of the storm-red mecha roared in a frenzied uproar, aligning with Qin Feng's will. In the final moments, the Thundercloud Blade Array unleashed a power unprecedented. The three arms of the storm-red mecha, akin to a fierce pounding, swung the wildly rotating blades towards Tang Shua standing before the control room. Ah! Tang Shua cried out in alarm, hastily drawing his blade to defend himself. However, Qin Feng's suicidal strike shattered the bronze longsword in Tang Shua's grasp once more. With a sickening thud, Tang Shua's body was finally struck by the blade's edge of the Thundercloud Blade Array, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. A ghastly wound carved into his chest and abdomen. Yet, suddenly, a golden light radiated from his body, intricate runes swiftly enveloping him. The Thundercloud Blade Array, intent on further cleaving through Tang Shua's form, seemed to clash against steel, sending sparks flying in every direction. Simultaneously, the frenzied blades of the Thundercloud Blade Array abruptly lost all momentum, drastically slowing down. The engines on the storm-red arms, which had been roaring madly, began to extinguish rapidly. Ah! Qin Feng, witnessing Tang Shua enveloped in golden runes, let out an enraged roar. But at that moment, the countdown for the Thundercloud Blade Array had reached its final zero. The immense zero left Qin Feng with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. The Thundercloud Blade Array, as a trump card, consumed energy beyond what ordinary engines could sustain. Lasting for a mere 11 seconds had already been its limit, enough to gravely wound an extraordinary practitioner, creating a stir in this era. Yet Tang Shua still lived. The murderer of Wenbo had not yet faced justice. How would he accept this? Guging, Dang Suo, shrouded in golden runes, spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Yet, on his defeated visage, a triumphant smile emerged. Do you see it, Qin Feng? This is the extraordinary power. In this era, the old must perish. Ha! Tang Shua's voice rang in Qin Feng's ears like a piercing dagger. It seemed to articulate the vast chasm that lay between the old and the extraordinary in this age. Have I truly been vanquished? Qin Feng roared within his heart. Even though I have traversed from another world, even though I possess a system, even though I have forged the Storm Crimson from my past life, and transformed it into an unprecedented, extraordinary mech, must I still succumb to defeat? The mechanical structures of Storm Crimson appeared to sense Qin Feng's turmoil. The engines gradually ceased their roar. The lights began to dim. No. However, at the moment when Tang Shua, enveloped in golden talismans, erupted into maniacal laughter, the silent Qin Feng suddenly bellowed. All system power redirected to the Thundercloud Blade formation. All of it, with all my might. Executing host command. All power from the skeletal system redirected to the thundercloud blade formation. Switch successful. All power from the transmission system redirected to the thundercloud blade formation. Switch successful. All power from the life support system redirected to the thundercloud blade formation. Switch successful. Lines of prompts flashed rapidly before Qin Feng's eyes. He felt the blood coursing through his veins, boiling with fervor. An inexhaustible, ruthless power surged between his arms. In the next moment, the once dormant engines of Storm Crimson erupted in a simultaneous, frenzied roar. Chapter 11. Slay the culprit. Depart. Thunderstrike blade formation. Roar. The three arms of Storm Crimson, previously extinguished, now roared with the ferocity of 150 engines of various models. The blade wheel, which had begun to slow, spun with unparalleled swiftness once more. At this moment, through the fissure carved by Tang Shua, Qin Feng glimpsed the location of his foe, still enveloped in the thundercloud blade formation. He cut fiercely toward Tang Shua, whose body was adorned with golden runes. A cacophony of slicing sounds erupted, despite the protective golden runes. Tang Shua could not evade the onslaught of the thundercloud blade formation. A look of terror crept onto his face. He beheld his master, the grand elder of the Tang family, the talisman master Zhao Wujing, whose defensive spell was trembling violently beneath this assault, a remnant of the old ways. Fear gripped Tang Shua's heart, but he recalled his master, Zhao Wujing's words. This protective spell, inscribed with his life's essence, could withstand the onslaught of a second-tier practitioner for at least 10 minutes. With this thought, Tang Shua felt a modicum of reassurance and immediately shouted toward the cockpit of the mech. Qin Feng, you have lost. You cannot breach my talisman. Once the secret realm closes, you are doomed. This time, the victor remains none other than myself. Tang Shua's words echoed through the fissures of the control room, reaching Qin Feng's ears. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng appeared to have regained his composure entirely, though his gaze grew increasingly frenzied. Is that so? He murmured softly, his arms, previously clasped across his chest, now forcefully converging once more. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the engines of the Storm Crimson began to explode one after another, each one extracting every last ounce of fuel from its reservoir. Even amidst the continuous detonations, they transmitted the final vestiges of power into the thundercloud blade array. The lights illuminating the body of the Storm Crimson extinguished completely, yet the might of the thundercloud blade array, nestled between its three colossal arms, surged to unprecedented heights. Crack! Tang Shua, who had relied on his protective incantation to withstand the countdown before the secret realm closed, suddenly paled. He heard a distinct shattering sound emanating from his protective spell. Looking down, he noticed a clear fissure forming on his chest, right upon the protective charm. In that instant, Tang Shua's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. Yet, a frenzied roar erupted from the control room of the Storm Crimson. The wildly spinning blades seemed to radiate their final brilliance, shattering as they did so. The axle turned a fiery red, each ounce of power morphing into lethal intent. Crack! Several massive fissures appeared once again upon the protective spell enveloping Tang Shua. Panic seized him entirely. Qin Feng, I swear I won't kill you. I promise. Too late, echoed two icy words from within the control room. The three arms of the colossal mech lunged towards Tang Shua, slamming him against the outer wall of the control room. As the frantically spinning blades tore into him, they also cleaved through the mech's metal armor, which had already been drained of energy. You gone mad, you lunatic. The Tang family will not spare you. Tang Shua cried out, feeling the overwhelming murderous intent seep through the shattered protective spell and into his body. However, Qin Feng, with eyes now blood red, fixated on the perpetrator he longed to see suffer. He felt his blood boiling as the system's notifications echoed relentlessly in his mind. Mech damage has reached a threshold, increasing compatibility by 10. Boom, boom. Qin Feng sensed a tremendous resonance within his mind at that moment. He felt as though the Storm Crimson had become an extension of himself. Every screw, every conduit, every linkage, every gear, every engine transformed into flesh and bone, intertwining with him. The excruciating pain threatened to drive him to madness. He bellowed through the breach in the control room wall, already rent by the thundercloud blade array. Bang! Boom! The stormy crimson engines, as if they had consumed all their fuel in an instant, on the three blades of the thundercloud blade array. The missing shards transformed entirely into a surge of lightning. As the lightning blades made contact with the protective spell surrounding Tang Shua, they effortlessly sliced through him as if he were mere tofu. Tang Shua could only emit a wretched cry. In that moment of terror, his entire body was cleaved vertically in two by the lightning blades. Ding, you have slain the first-level practitioner, Tang Shua. Congratulations, you have gained 10 divine points. Congratulations. You have activated the second form of the Thundercloud Blade Array, the Lightning Blade Array. The Stormy Crimson has sustained 90 damage. Please expedite repairs. The host's compatibility with the mech has reached 100. Furnace number 2 has been activated. Amidst a flurry of notifications, the Stormy Crimson, which had just slain Tang Shua, swiftly regained its composure. Qin Feng, stationed at the control position, finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Yet, he had no time to review the deluge of notifications. Gritting his teeth against the aches coursing through his body and the throbbing in his head, he stepped away from the control seat. He then promptly stored the Stormy Crimson into the mechanical space. After taking several deep breaths, Qin Feng advanced towards the massive pit created by his ion cannon. He swiftly collected the equipment dropped by his son, Irai, and the several items and materials yielded from the slain, mutated bone dragon, all of which he stored in the mechanical space. Next, like a locust, he gathered every scattered piece of the Stormy Crimson and Tomorrow Mech-esque components from the ground. Of course, Qin Feng did not forget the original objective of his expedition to the Bone Dragon's secret realm, the power core suitable for the Stormy Crimson. Following the map-esque coordinates, he effortlessly secured a massive, pitch-black engine into the mechanical space. After thoroughly inspecting the surroundings several times, he finally approached the lifeless Tang Shua. Old days can still slay the extraordinary. Qin Feng spoke in a hoarse voice, collecting the extraordinary equipment Tang Shua had dropped, even taking the 2 long swords that lay shattered into pieces. Having completed this, Qin Feng heavily trudged over to the corpse of Wenbo Bozi. Did you see my mech? As he began to speak, his voice caught in his throat. Memories of their time together flooded back to him. Yet, he quickly suppressed his sorrow and continued. Rest assured, I will take good care of Xiaoro. I will strive to survive in this dreadful era. With that, he activated the Secret Realm's teleportation function and decisively departed from the Bone Dragon's secret realm. Boom! As he exited the Bone Dragon's secret realm, Qin Feng heard distant thunder rumbling from afar. Instantly, he realized it could be the approaching Tang family experts. Without hesitation, he dashed down a narrow path. Amidst the crevices of colossal remnants of ancient metallic structures, Qin Feng darted like a swift rabbit, navigating seamlessly through a labyrinth of pipes, fissures, and gears. Before long, he was startled by a resounding roar emanating from the entrance of the Bone Dragon's secret realm, akin to the impact of a meteor crashing down. Yet, he did not pause for a moment, continuing his frantic race through the metallic ruins. Minutes later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the warehouse he called home. Almost simultaneously, with Tang Zhan at the helm, a dozen extraordinary practitioners of at least the 3rd transition reached the entrance of the Bone Dragon's secret realm. Chapter 12. Zhao Wuji's Descent. The Bias of the Extraordinary. Shuar. Where's Shuar? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Tang Zhan exclaimed in fury, scanning the area for Tang Shua's figure, which was nowhere to be found. Master, do not panic. Perhaps the young master is gathering extraordinary materials before the realm closes. Zhao Wuji reassured him. There is less than a minute left. The young master will be automatically teleported out. Soon, the enormous entrance of the Bone Dragon's secret realm emitted a low hum. An ethereal array at the entrance rapidly diminished. However, no one emerged from within. What is happening? Why has Shuar not been teleported? A peculiar expression crossed Tang Zhan's face. Just as he spoke, flashes of red light flickered at the entrance, bringing a sigh of relief to those gathered. Yet, the figures that emerged fell directly at Tang Zhan's feet. Sun Arai and the others, their bodies charred and marred with wounds, resembling battered remnants of a storm, and Tang Shua, who appeared to have been cleaved open by some sharp instrument. A cry of anguish escaped Tang Zhan's lips, and an aura of terror radiated from him, causing even the 4th transition Zhao Wuji to stagger back several steps, conjuring a protective spell around himself. The other 3rd transition practitioners were likewise propelled backward by the oppressive energy. The surrounding massive metallic remnants groaned under the strain and began to shatter. Investigate. Immediately. I must know who has slain Shuar. Tang Zhan commanded vehemently. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji, struggling against the razor-sharp energy emanating from Tang Zhan, sat cross-legged on the ground. After swiftly forming intricate hand seals, he spoke deliberately. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its laws. Open my eyes of law. Delineate the yin and yang. Hasten as the decree commands. Open. With a thundering boom, a massive clap of thunder erupted from the sky. Following this, Zhao Wuji, with his eyes closed, suddenly trembled as a colossal red eye materialized above him, gathering an inexplicable pressure of the cosmos around him. The vertical eye radiated a golden light and slowly opened. Those crimson orbs seemed capable of piercing through time and space. Yet, at that very moment, a horrifying cry escaped Zhao Wuji's lips. The enormous eye above his head erupted violently. Zhao Wuji covered his eyes with his hands and collapsed to the ground, rolling in a frenzy. A copious stream of black blood flowed between his fingers. Divine beings! One must not gaze upon the divine. An unpleasant odor enveloped Zhao Wuji as his robe visibly aged before the naked eye. His hair instantaneously transformed from jet black to a mottled white, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Meanwhile, a young man perusing the rankings of the four-turn powerhouses in Blue Cloud City gasped in shock. Zhao Wuji had fallen to the third turn. Soon, this news spread throughout the entirety of Blue Cloud City. Those who had just witnessed the grand departure of numerous Tang family powerhouses were left utterly astounded. The ascension of professionals is an arduous journey. In the satellite city of Blue Cloud, there are but a handful of five-turn professionals, while four-turn powerhouses represent the pinnacle of strength. Zhao Wuji's profession, an enigmatic talisman master, could rival five-tier professionals in power. The Tang family's current standing in Blue Cloud City largely hinged on Zhao Wuji's inscrutable talismanic arts. Yet now, Zhao Wuji had inexplicably fallen from the fourth turn. Moreover, this decline occurred while accompanying the peak four-turn powerhouse, Tang Zhan, out of the city. Which faction had acted against him? How could Zhao Wuji have been so easily defeated? Had he been ambushed? Surely. This was directed at the young master of the Tang family. Just moments ago, Zhao Wuji and Tang Zhan had ventured to the Silver Dragon secret realm. A professional had just relayed that around the entrance of the Silver Dragon secret realm, they had heard Tang Zhan's furious roar, as if the Tang family's young master, Tang Shuo, had been slain. Heavens! A storm was brewing in Blue Cloud City. The Tang family's elder had fallen, and the young master had been killed. This was clearly a deliberate attack against the Tang family. The young master had been murdered within the secret realm. Who then? Was the one who had slain the silver-haired individual? Could there be another party involved? To be capable of dispatching a silver warrior and daring to kill the Tang family's young master, it seemed a prodigious being had emerged in Blue Cloud City. Who could orchestrate such a meticulous operation? The Chu family? Or perhaps the Tu Shan family? These days in Blue Cloud City would not be tranquil. On the professional forum, speculations abounded. Weaker professionals feared they might be caught in the crossfire of the extraordinary forces. At the entrance of the Silver Dragon's secret realm, beside the astonished Zhao Wuji, Tang Zhan wore an exceedingly grim expression. Divine beings? The words spoken by Zhao Wuji sent tremors through Tang Zhan's heart. He understood better than anyone the formidable power of Zhao Wuji as a talisman master. He truly possessed the astonishing ability to peer into the mysteries of heaven and earth. The Tang family has traversed numerous pivotal moments, surpassing various forces step by step to reach their current stature. A significant reason for their success lies in the divinatory abilities of Zhao Wuji. However, when Zhao Wuji sought to unveil the cause of his son's demise, he was met with an overwhelming backlash. Were the gods involved? Did the most formidable extraordinary practitioners intervene against a mere family from Lanyan City? Tang Zhan could not fathom when the Tang family had offended such beings. Even after Zhao Wuji's ascension to the fourth tier, the eye of revelation he acquired was directly shattered by this backlash, causing his realm to plummet to the fourth tier. If not for those formidable entities above the ninth tier, who could possess such terrifying capabilities? In a matter of minutes, Tang Zhan received messages from several major forces within Lanyan City, detailing the recent movements of their exceptional young, extraordinary practitioners. This only heightened his anxiety. He gazed at Tang Shuo, whom he had placed great hopes upon, now cruelly severed in half, emanating a terrifying aura of blade energy. After a prolonged silence, Tang Zhan spoke, "Godavili, even if this involves divine beings, I must uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Locate every extraordinary practitioner within this wasteland. Retrieve the list of all awakened extraordinary practitioners in Lanyan City this year. Verify each one. Upon issuing his commands, he turned to Zhao Shuo, stripped of all his gear. His expression a mask of ferocity. In the vast, dilapidated warehouse, Qin Feng, who had remained silent since his return, was interrupted from his contemplation by a regional announcement. All extraordinary practitioners within this area must arrive at the entrance of the Silver Dragon's secret realm within 1 hour. Those who defy this order shall be slain. Upon reading the menacing proclamation, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had not anticipated the Tang family's swift response. Yet their approach remained as domineering as ever. Extraordinary practitioners? He scoffed at the wording of the announcement. Even if his own progeny had been murdered, these extraordinary forces would never suspect that the culprit could be an ancient practitioner. This notion was a widely accepted consensus throughout the extraordinary era. It was believed that no ancient practitioner could vanquish an extraordinary practitioner of the same level. As a novice realm, the level cap for entering the Silver Dragon's secret realm is set at 15. Even an ancient practitioner capable of reaching level 15 would find it nearly impossible to effortlessly slay a descendant of the Tang family, clad in bronze armor and equipped with numerous life-preserving measures. Therefore, even as the Tang family issued their tyrannical regional announcement, they did not consider the ancient practitioners present, for they were confident that Tang Shuo would not succumb to any ancient practitioner. Your confidence is truly remarkable. Qin Feng's voice was hoarse, and his gaze sharp. The biases of the extraordinary era inadvertently allowed him to evade the peril of retribution from the Tang family to the greatest extent. This irony struck Qin Feng profoundly. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Although he had fortunately escaped suspicion, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary powers at play. Chapter 13. Reflecting on Gains. The second furnace, igniting the extraordinary. He was confident that he had left no incriminating evidence at the scene. In a bid to eliminate all suspicion, he had even refrained from taking Wenbo's corpse, enduring revulsion to strip Tang Shuo and his companions of their gear, all to fabricate a fade of murder and treasure theft. Yet, Qin Feng understood that within the realm of the extraordinary, there existed many adept at discerning the truth. Among those he knew were detectives, scholars of the arcane, spirit mediums, astrologers, and talisman practitioners, all proficient in their crafts. Even if he left no traces, it was highly probable that the Tang family could uncover the truth through extraordinary means. A sense of urgency enveloped him. Even a minor extraordinary family in Lanyan City was currently beyond his capacity to confront. Moreover, his greatest reliance, the Storm Crimson, had recently suffered severe damage while vanquishing a first-tier extraordinary practitioner. During the battle, he had nearly depleted all fuel and energy reserves. To deploy the Storm Crimson in combat once more, he would need to venture to more ancient junkyards to gather additional fuel and energy blocks. A glimmer of good news emerged. After utilizing the 22-ion cannon to obliterate the suddenly evolved Silverwing Bone Dragon, his level had surged to 10. Once he completed the first-tier task, he could ascend to the next tier, significantly enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. Now to assess his gains. Although he still mourned Wenbo's demise, Qin Feng steeled himself to review the spoils of this expedition into the secret realm. He knew that survival was paramount. Only then could he honor Wenbo's sacrifice. He first directed his attention to the dense array of system notifications. After swiftly perusing them, he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his face betraying unmistakable astonishment. The bounty from this expedition was unexpectedly abundant. To his surprise, the Thundercloud Blade Array had activated its second-tier skill at the last moment. Thundercloud Blade Array. Description: the second-tier state of the Thundercloud Blade Array. Damage increased by 500. The host can activate it at will, with energy consumption being tenfold that of the Thundercloud Blade Array. Impressive. The Thundercloud Blade Array was already the ace in the whole of the Storm Crimson. Its most formidable offensive maneuver. After the transformation, the Thunderblade Array astonishingly enhances damage by 5-fold. Qin Feng suddenly comprehends that breaking the protective incantation on Tang Shuo may indeed rely on this final secondary state. However, alongside the increase in damage, the energy consumption escalates tenfold. The energy expenditure of the Storm Crimson will henceforth be even more formidable. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remains exceedingly satisfied. As the trump card among trump cards, once the Thunder Array is activated, it may pose a threat to even second and third tier extraordinary practitioners. In his next revelation, Qin Feng discovers that his affinity with Storm Crimson has astonishingly reached 100. Affinity is of paramount importance. For practitioners of old, the higher the affinity with their mechanical creations, the more formidable their prowess becomes, especially for a Mecha Master like himself. Controlling a mech with 100 affinity will yield a quantum leap in combat capability. It is akin to his very essence engaging in battle, and in a steel body no less. The mere thought ignites excitement within him. Qin Feng eagerly anticipates his next battle with Storm Crimson. At the same time, he vaguely recalls that the moment when affinity increases most rapidly seems to coincide with times when he recklessly fought alongside Tang Xua. Did the blood rage truly gain experience from that? Qin Feng suddenly feels a wave of adrenaline reminiscent of a blood-soaked narrative. Yet today's battle has indeed imparted some profound insights into mech control. Qin Feng then turns his attention to his third acquisition, the second furnace. Previously, he had speculated about the existence of a second, third, and even more furnaces. However, he never expected his words to manifest. Upon achieving 100 affinity with Storm Crimson, the second furnace has indeed been activated. He delves into the mechanical space and sees that, beside the colossal first furnace, a second furnace has indeed appeared. The flames of this furnace are not blue, but transformed into a captivating purple. The purple flames emanate an inexplicable allure, and as Qin Feng gazes upon them, he experiences a sensation akin to vertigo. Remarkable. In haste, Qin Feng examines the introduction of the second furnace. Second furnace description: the secondary form of the divine furnace, which will continuously advance with the host's divine rank. Effect: capable of refining extraordinary materials, equipment, or beings to obtain extraordinary energy that can power mechs. Note: in this form, the upper limit of refined items is platinum. What? Refining the extraordinary. Upon reading the introduction of the second furnace, Qin Feng's breath quickens. Just moments ago, he was troubled about where to find more energy. But now, the activated second furnace can refine extraordinary items to obtain energy for powering mechs. This is nothing short of a timely boon. Qin Feng seemed to envision a magnificent path unfolding before him. A significant drawback of his former profession lay in its reliance on mechanical contrivances, which were inextricably dependent on energy sources. This was the primary reason for his inability to unleash his full potential in the tempestuous Crimson. Imagine if he possessed an ample supply of energy. In the face of Tang Xua, he could unleash an infinite barrage of 22 ion cannons and a fully loaded array of thunderblades upon him. There would be no need to resort, as he had done previously, to reallocating energy from all systems to the weaponry, a most desperate measure. But now, everything had changed. The second furnace astonishingly had the capability to utilize extraordinary materials as fuel, extracting extraordinary energy to power his mech. This meant that his mech could potentially sustain an unlimited output. Even the mightiest extraordinary professionals would eventually tire in battle. Yet his mech, fueled by the combustion of extraordinary materials, could obtain inexhaustible energy, rivaling the extraordinary professionals. Of course, Qin Feng recognized that the value of extraordinary materials far surpassed that of the discarded fuels and energy blocks left in the refuse. However, he found himself unable to utilize ordinary extraordinary equipment. Yet, if these materials could serve as fuel, they would bestow upon his mech the capacity for sustained combat. Did this not imply that the greatest limitation hindering his use of the mech in battle had been entirely rectified by the emergence of the second furnace? The thought alone filled Qin Feng with elation, as a heavy burden lifted from his heart. Previously, he had harbored concerns about acquiring a more powerful mech in the future, such as the Assault Freedom or the First Unit, both of which were notorious energy guzzlers. Relying solely on the power cores scavenged from the old refuse might prove insufficient. After all, in this extraordinary era, there were no roadside gas stations or charging stations to rely upon. But now, Qin Feng was free of such worries. He gazed excitedly at a pile of items in a corner of the mechanical space. These were the extraordinary equipment he had stripped from Tang Xua and his companions, along with two silvery items that had emerged from the silver wing bone dragon. Coarse cloth garment, ordinary. Category, upper garment, level requirement. Level 5 effect, Constitution 10. Spirit 9, durability, 1550. Metal arm guards, bronze. Category, arm guards, level requirement. Level 8, effect, strength 23, Constitution 17. Durability, 31,100. Aside from the 4 bronze pieces worn by Tang Xia, none of Sun Arai and his companions possessed even a single piece of black iron-grade equipment, which left Qin Feng somewhat disinterested. Nevertheless, his gaze shifted to the 2 silvery items nearby. Upon encountering these 2 remarkable items, Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The recently ascended silver winged bone dragon had yielded a silver longsword and a nearly transparent jade stone that emitted a faint silver glow. Chapter 14, Silver Winged Bone Sword. The second mecha, Silver Winged Bone Sword, silver. Category, weapon, level requirement. Level 20 effects, strength 160, agility 200, constitution 180. Spirit 200, durability 500 additional effect, silver wing cut. The bone sword possesses a formidable cutting ability with a 5 chance to directly destroy the opponent's equipment. Additional effect, bone dragon curse, containing the final resentment of the silver wing bone dragon after executing 100 consecutive strikes with the silver wing bone sword. It will inflict a 100 defense-breaking effect on the target. Heart of Silver, silver. Category, special item, description, the core of the silver wing bone dragon's power. Suitable for equipment embedding and jewelry crafting. Embedding equipment effect, strength 300, constitution 300, jewelry crafting effect, agility 280. Spirit 320. Qin Feng was utterly astounded after perusing the descriptions of these 2 silver items. Although he was of the lower echelon in this era and had never encountered exceptional equipment, the attributes of these 2 silver items were indeed astonishing. The silver wing bone sword, crafted entirely from a bone-like material, emanated an aura of sharpness that could instill fear in anyone. Its base attributes were among the finest within the realm of silver equipment, and it boasted 2 additional effects, an attribute quantity typically reserved for golden gear. He speculated whether the silver wing bone dragon, having just been promoted, had met its demise at his hands, inadvertently causing this silver weapon to mutate. Moreover, the potency of the additional effects was remarkable. Silver Wing Cut could potentially obliterate an opponent's equipment, while the Bone Dragon Curse, after 100 consecutive strikes, activated a devastating defense-breaking effect. If wielded by a swift swordsman, it would undoubtedly spell doom for tank-like professions. What if I could wield this? Qin Feng mused, suddenly glancing at the battered Storm Crimson behind him. The blades on the 3 armored wheels were nearly shattered. He envisioned replacing those blades with the Silver Wing Bone Sword and activating the Thundercloud Blade Array. The frenzied speed of several hundred revolutions per second would surely amplify the effects of Silver Wing Cut and Bone Dragon Curse to their zenith. At that moment, who could possibly withstand his prowess? As these thoughts raced through his mind, his breath quickened. Nonetheless, he gently shook his head. Silver weapons for mecha equipment? Such dreams were far-fetched. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained quite satisfied. The formidable prowess of this silver-winged bone sword ensures it can effortlessly fetch a remarkably high price. He then turned his gaze towards another piece of silver material, the Heart of Silver, a resource suitable for embedding in equipment or crafting jewelry. Equally impressive, although it lacks any additional effects, its mere enhancement of 600 attributes is sufficient to incite a frenzy among countless exceptional professionals, truly worthy of its silver grade. After examining these 2 silver items, Qin Feng could not help but exclaim, "It is no wonder that extraordinary practitioners are so fervently enthusiastic." Indeed, the mutated first kill, the silver-winged bone dragon, has yielded an extraordinary bounty. If Tang Xia were to discover that the silver-winged bone dragon had dropped these 2 exquisite items, he would likely be so enraged he could leap from the ground. Of course, with Tang Xia being cleaved in 2, leaping is hardly an option. Qin Feng mused idly, but still let out a soft sigh. If Wen Bo could witness this, he would surely be delighted. I wonder what the price would be. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng resolved to part with these 2 silver items. While using silver items as mere fuel for a fire may seem somewhat extravagant, the pressing need for money was paramount. He had promised Wen Bo to take care of his sister, and he must fulfill that commitment. Thus, selling these 2 silver items was the most rational choice at present. Naturally, He must not reveal that he was the one who had slain Tang Xia. Finally, Qin Feng glanced at his attribute page. Upon reaching level 10, he acquired 50 free attribute points. After some thought, he allocated them in a 2-3-3 distribution. Consequently, the attribute page underwent a transformation. Qin Feng, class, Mecha Master, title, Apprentice Deity, Divine Points, 1043, level, 10 attributes, Strength 38, 12, Agility 23, 5, Constitution 36, 8, Spirit 47, 6, Combat Rating, 2 stars, Equipment, Storm Crimson inactive, Skills, none. His attributes had risen by several points, and his combat rating had ascended from 1 star to 2 stars. This genuinely left Qin Feng feeling somewhat speechless. The increase in free attribute points upon upgrading an old profession is vastly inferior to that of extraordinary professions. After all, he is a Mecha Master of level 10. Yet, for each level gained, he only receives a mere 5 free attribute points. However, Wenbo had mentioned that Tang Xia, with his lowly level 5 Blade Master class, receives over 30 free attribute points with each level gained. The disparity in attribute points at level 10 already amounts to over 300. Tang Xia's earlier boast before Wenbo had truly vexed him. Yet, this is the reality of the extraordinary era, the arduous plight of the old professions. It feels as though one has incurred divine wrath. Nevertheless, Qin Feng took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He also noticed that his divine points had reached a total of 1043. Upon checking the details, he discovered that he had earned 1 point for each of the 3 minor monsters he had slain, while eliminating Tang Xia and his companions yielded 10 points each. However, the true windfall came from vanquishing the silver, which granted him a staggering 1000 points, just enough for a single junior lottery draw. Excitement surged within Qin Feng. He had long been eager to try his luck. With sufficient divine points at his disposal, he was not about to let this opportunity slip away. He gazed at the lottery wheel that had previously remained inactive. Adorned with an array of dazzling mechs, it beckoned him with its vibrant hues, making Qin Feng's heart race with anticipation. A junior lottery draw, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with exhilaration. The lottery wheel suddenly whirled into action. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon it, his mind fervently urging for something spectacular. Bring forth a formidable mech like Storm Red. 1 is not enough. 10 would be splendid. Boom. Boom. Ultimately, Qin Feng heard a cacophony echoing in his mind, akin to the roar of a jet fighter igniting its engines. Simultaneously, the wildly spinning wheel came to an abrupt halt, revealing an aging fighter jet positioned at its center. This left Qin Feng momentarily bewildered. Where were the mechs he had anticipated? Why was a plane before him? Wait, this fighter jet seemed oddly familiar. A Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? A flicker of delight crossed Qin Feng's face as the system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blueprint for a level mech, Firestorm. Indeed, joy radiated from Qin Feng's eyes. He had drawn a Decepticon. Though he hadn't landed Optimus Prime or Bumblebee, Firestorm was still a transformer. Who wouldn't covet a mech that could transform? Moreover, Firestorm possessed a hidden attribute. If his intuition served him right, it could allow a silicon-based mech to be summoned through this junior lottery. With a sense of anticipation, Qin Feng activated the Firestorm blueprint. Boom! The mechanical space erupted with a resounding noise as a mechanical alert reverberated, detecting limitations in the mechanical space, automatically expanding the area. Besides Storm Red, a vast expanse of meticulously arranged mechanical components emerged in the newly expanded section of the mechanical space. The terrifying complexity and sheer quantity of parts surpassed even those of the previous Storm Red blueprints. Moreover, it bore little resemblance to a Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft or conventional mech. Instead, it appeared to be an impeccably equipped arsenal. Qin Feng's heart raced with unparalleled excitement. Firestorm Red? He gazed upon the towering Crimson mech, envisioning the transformations that would ensue when paired with a heavy-duty aerial weapon. How magnificent the Storm Crimson would become. Qin Feng felt a profound satisfaction with this lottery draw. Though it was not a combat-ready mech, its enhancement to his combat prowess was undeniably substantial. The shortcomings in the Storm Crimson's offensive capabilities could be entirely compensated by the addition of the Celestial Fire. Qin Feng was utterly pleased with his acquisition, and his anticipation for the future grew ever stronger. An extraordinary era awaited. He prepared himself for the baptism of mechas, exclaiming fervently within his heart. Without delay, he commenced the repairs on the Storm Crimson. Chapter 15. Equipping the Silver Wingbone Sword. The Nightmare of the Extraordinary. As he meticulously repaired all the damaged areas and integrated the newly acquired power core, the strength of the Storm Crimson surged dramatically. Storm Crimson Bronze. Category: Mech Weapon. Exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: Strength 2235, Agility 1240, Constitution 2340. Spirit 1620, Combat Evaluation, 25 stars, Durability, 2000, Power Core, Nuclear Turbine Engine, Weapon System, Level 22 Plasma Cannon. Ultimate Skills: First Skill, Thundercloud Blade Formation. Second Skill, Lightning Blade Formation. Available replacement slots: 88. When Qin Feng beheld the fully restored Storm Crimson and its enhanced attributes, he was taken aback. Bronze level, 25 stars. He had not anticipated that upon replenishing the power core, the Storm Crimson would ascend directly to the bronze tier, with its combat power soaring by nearly 10 stars, reaching a staggering 25 stars. Its attribute points had surpassed 7,000. Qin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. It was truly exhilarating. In contrast, the Silver Wingbone Sword, a small exquisite silver weapon, barely achieved a total attribute of 1,000 points. Yet, the Storm Crimson, as a bronze tier equipment, boasted attribute points exceeding 7 times that of a silver piece. This was simply absurd. Outdated? An obsolete mech? Qin Feng could only imagine the shock others would feel upon discovering the astonishing attributes of the Storm Crimson. With its terrifying strength, coupled with the extraordinary energy of the second furnace, Qin Feng even considered the possibility of challenging second or even third-tier extraordinary professions. What a thrill! And this was merely the bronze-level Storm Crimson. The first furnace could refine extraordinary materials of platinum grade or lower. If he were to replace all the ordinary materials of the Storm Crimson with extraordinary ones, what would be the upper limit of its grade? Platinum? Or perhaps diamond? Even starry? Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. However, he suddenly discovered an additional detail on the Storm Crimson attribute page, a vacant replacement slot. With a mere thought, he activated one of the blade wheels on the Storm Crimson's right arms, which instantly flickered with a faint yellow light. His heart raced. Wasn't it the case that atop the blade wheel lay 8 blades, which constituted a vital part of the Thundercloud blade array, to ensure the blade's durability and prevent them from being easily severed by extraordinary professionals' weapons? Qin Feng had crafted black iron-gray blades using the black iron alloy he had previously acquired from the particle accelerator with the first furnace. Although they were still classified as black iron-grade materials, their hardness surpassed that of ordinary metals by several times. Yet now, to Qin Feng's astonishment, he realized that each of the 8 blades on a single wheel could be replaced at will. Could it be? With another mental command, the silver-grade longsword nestled in the corner of the mechanical space soared toward the blade wheel. One of the black iron-grade alloy blades automatically detached, and the silver-wing bone sword seamlessly took its place. The mechanical structure on the Storm Crimson's arm adjusted itself, firmly securing the silver-wing bone sword within the blade wheel. It truly worked. Qin Feng nearly leaped for joy. Just moments ago, he had lamented his inability to wield this silver weapon, but in an instant, it had become a reality. Upon inspecting the number of vacant replacement slots, it had indeed changed to 78, signifying that he could continue to replace the remaining 7 alloy blades. Simultaneously, the attributes of the Storm Crimson had correspondingly elevated, precisely matching those of the Silverwing Bone Sword. Qin Feng's spirits soared to celestial heights. He had not anticipated that upon the advancement of the Storm Crimson, such a function would emerge. Did this imply that further upgrades could allow for the equipping of even more extraordinary weapons, or even armor? While he himself could not utilize extraordinary equipment, his mechs certainly could. Qin Feng's heart raced with exhilaration. If he were to replace all the blades of the Thundercloud blade array with extraordinary weapons, it would indeed become a nightmare for all extraordinary professionals. He could scarcely envision any extraordinary profession below the 5th transition capable of wielding weapons faster than the spinning speed of the Thundercloud blade array. Moreover, the secondary effect of the Thundercloud blade array, the Lightning blade array, would exponentially amplify the attack by 5 times. The damage output would be catastrophic. The Silverwing Bone Sword, with its additional destruction and armor-piercing effects, once integrated into the Thundercloud Blade Array, would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all opponents. Exhilarating. Qin Feng's heart roared with triumph. Yet soon, he regained his composure. He must not underestimate extraordinary professionals. He had not forgotten the lesson imparted by the death of Wenbo. Until he possessed absolute power for self-preservation, he must never let his guard down. He still needed to strive relentlessly to grow stronger. Subsequently, Qin Feng swiftly familiarized himself with the attributes of the stormy Crimson, which had surged dramatically, and began to contemplate his future plans. Having achieved level 10, he was now eligible for the first job transfer, which necessitated the completion of a specific task. To accept this task at the job hall, not only did he need to reach level 10, but he also had to present a transfer certificate. This certificate could be obtained by defeating wild monsters or purchased from others. However, to date, he had only slain a silver-winged bone dragon, which, regrettably, had not dropped the coveted transfer certificate. Relying on other monsters for the certificate would undoubtedly be a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. Thus, his only option was to purchase it from someone else. Yet, a transfer certificate did not come cheaply. For him and Wenbo, who hailed from a bygone era of adventurers, it might take years of labor to amass enough funds to acquire such a certificate. This was precisely why Qin Feng had contemplated selling his silver items. This intention was not solely for the sake of Wenxiao. A significant part of his motivation was indeed to procure the transfer certificate. However, Qin Feng was uncertain whether selling a single silver heart would yield enough for the certificate. He would certainly not part with the silver wing sword. This exquisite silver weapon was a perfect match for the Thundercloud Blade Array. Thus, he could not sell the silver wing sword. At present, he found himself devoid of any items to exchange for money and could only proceed step by step. The extraordinary equipment he had acquired from Tang Shuo and his companions was unsellable. If the silver heart could not be exchanged for a certificate, he would have no choice but to continue venturing into other secret realms and the wilderness to earn money by slaying monsters. On the following day, Qin Feng, as usual, set out alongside numerous ordinary individuals and former adventurers who eked out a living from the remnants of a bygone era. He carried with him several relatively intact metallic materials as he made his way toward the urban area of Blue Cloud City. Along the journey, Qin Feng encountered several inspections conducted by individuals adorned with the Tang insignia. This filled him with a sense of trepidation, fearing that some of the extraordinary adventurers from the Tang family might uncover the truth. Yet, the Tang family members continued to regard him and other former adventurers with disdain. Ultimately, Qin Feng managed to enter Blue Cloud City without any hindrance. He felt a twinge of disrespect, amused yet exasperated. Qin Feng sold the metallic materials he had brought to a familiar acquisition point and donned the cloak he had prepared in advance. Stepping towards the heart of Blue Cloud City, he soon found himself standing before a towering skyscraper. Qin Feng instinctively compared its height with the crimson hue of the storm. Before stepping inside, "Welcome to the Human Auction House. How may I assist you?" As he entered, a staff member, adorned in a flowing traditional gown, approached him and spoke softly. Recognizing her role, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of security. He then deliberately lowered his voice, saying, "I wish to sell materials of silver grade." Chapter 16. The Appraiser's Astonishment. A voucher as a complimentary gift? Very well. The woman in the long dress appeared somewhat taken aback, but remained professional, responding, "Material sales occur on the 9th to 12th floors. I will personally escort you." She then led Qin Feng towards an elevator. Entering the mechanical contraption, Qin Feng felt an odd familiarity wash over him. It was neither an alchemical product of a skilled artisan nor infused with any magical energy. It operated purely on electricity. This revelation surprised him. However, he dismissed any further thoughts and patiently awaited their arrival at the 10th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he followed the woman into a private chamber. "Please hold for a moment. I shall fetch the appraiser," she said gently. After receiving his nod, she exited the chamber. Within less than a minute, an elderly man with silver hair was ushered in by the woman. Qin Feng could sense the aura emanating from the old man, an energy wave indicative of an extraordinary profession. "Greetings, esteemed customer. I shall conduct your appraisal and price evaluation," the elder stated flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He did not display any disdain for Qin Feng's profession, but seemed indifferent, as if merely fulfilling his duty. Qin Feng chose not to engage in further conversation and directly retrieved an iron box from his pocket, placing it before the elder. Upon seeing the slightly rusted iron box, the elder's eyes twitched involuntarily. Nevertheless, he gently opened it. Instantly, a faint silver light radiated from within. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the elder stood up abruptly, yet his hands held the box steady without a hint of tremor. Qin Feng noticed that the previously disinterested gaze of the elder now sparkled with genuine golden light, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. The elder scrutinized the silver heart within the box with utmost seriousness, leaving Qin Feng equally astonished, for he had anticipated the high value of the silver heart all along. To his surprise, the renowned auction appraiser from the human race displayed such a lapse in composure. Although the elder remained silent, the golden glimmer in his eyes and the tremors etched across his wrinkled face spoke volumes. The heart of silver was indeed exceptional, perhaps even surpassing Qin Feng's initial expectations. He had not intended to create any commotion, yet his inexperience had led him to overlook the rarity of a silver-level mutated power core. However, it was too late for regrets. Qin Feng was prepared to sever ties and confront the direst scenario with the human guild. Just 10 floors, hardly insurmountable, if necessary. He could flee Blue Cloud City and level up in the wilderness. My young friend, will you opt for auctioning or a direct sale? Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, the elder retracted the golden gleam from his gaze and spoke to Qin Feng with palpable excitement. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a measure of calm wash over him. What's the difference? The elder cleared his throat and replied earnestly, while this is a top-tier silver material, it lacks any additional effects. Based on my experience, it could fetch a maximum of 2 million at auction. However, our human auction house will retain a 20 commission. And for a direct sale? Qin Feng asked, momentarily startled by the figure of over 2 million, yet maintaining his composure. For a direct sale, we could offer you 8 million. The elder's eyes sparkled with a faint golden hue, his gaze intensely fixed upon Qin Feng, as if yearning for his swift agreement to sell. I choose to sell directly, and I would prefer an anonymous fund card for the payment. Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied in a subdued tone. Additionally, I require a first transition certificate. The cost can be deducted from the payment. Excellent, the elder exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Consider the certificate a gift from me to you. Should you have any other materials or equipment to sell in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. My surname is Jean. You may call me Elder Jean. As he spoke, he produced a card adorned with golden engravings and a crystal the size of a fingertip, within which lay a droplet of red, reminiscent of blood. Elder Jean slid the card and crystal towards Qin Feng, as if fearing he might change his mind, while swiftly cradling the heart of silver in his hands. Qin Feng felt his breath quicken. He had not anticipated such a smooth transaction. Initially concerned that the value of the heart of silver might not suffice for the certificate, he was astonished that the elder had chosen to bestow it upon him as a gift. Furthermore, with his extensive bargaining experience from his past life, it was evident that the elder's reaction suggested he felt he had garnered an exceptional deal. Yet, Qin Feng felt no regret. With an income of 8 million secured and the coveted first transition certificate in hand, he was more than satisfied. He had exceeded his own expectations. After verifying the transfer voucher and the anonymous funds card, he stood up and exited the booth. Outside, the woman in the long dress continued to wait. Upon seeing Qin Feng emerge, she gently inquired, "Would you prefer to leave now, or is there something else you require?" Initially, Qin Feng intended to depart immediately. However, having rarely encountered such attentive service in 2 lifetimes, he found himself inexplicably compelled to respond, "I would like to see weapons, preferably swords and blades." "Very well. Please follow me." An hour later, Qin Feng walked out of the auction house in a daze, now possessing 7 extraordinary swords and blades, all classified as black iron level. If not for the fact that a single bronze level weapon would cost several hundred thousand, he would have eagerly exchanged them all. Yet, this left him with little of the 8 million he had just acquired. Indeed, extraordinary equipment is not something an ordinary person can use lightly. Nevertheless, to ensure the upcoming first transition task was executed flawlessly, he needed to be armed to the teeth. Given that there were 7 interchangeable slots in the Storm Crimson, he decided to replace them all with extraordinary weapons. Furthermore, the weapons he specifically chose all possessed additional effects: slowing, blinding, bleeding, and poisoning. While such attributes might seem trivial for a black iron weapon, they would undoubtedly be a nightmare for any adversary caught within the Thundercloud Blade formation. Just as Qin Feng departed the human auction house en route to the nearby Adventurer's Sanctuary to accept the first transition task at the top of a skyscraper, a woman of enchanting figure suddenly glanced at a nearby screen. 1. 8 million. Selling the silver level material, Silver Heart. 1. 78 million. Purchasing 7 black iron level weapons. Trader information, Mecha Master, level 10. A flicker of surprise crossed her almond-shaped eyes. After pondering for a moment, she pressed a button beside her. Soon, the woman in the long dress who had received Qin Feng earlier arrived at the top floor. Inger, tell me about this level 10 Mecha Master. Yes, President. Minutes later, the expansive room on the top floor was enveloped in silence. After a long pause, the woman in the long dress spoke with concern. President, Elder Jean has confirmed that the Silver Heart is indeed the core of power from the Silver Wing Bone Dragon, if the Tang family becomes aware. Chapter 17. 5-star difficulty task? The most expensive is free. Oomph. The woman referred to as President scoffed coldly, a hint of disdain flashing across her exquisite face. A mere Tang family, even if they know what of it. I am merely curious as to how an antiquated profession acquired this Silver Heart. Could it be that he is backed by a formidable, extraordinary professional? Is he merely selling on someone else's behalf? The woman in the long dress speculated. Perhaps he is the scion of a formidable power, having obtained a first transition credential from the Venerable Jean. Perhaps he is reluctant to forsake his former profession. Should he return, please inform me promptly. Regardless, the emergence of an individual seeking a first transition from an old profession is advantageous for us. Very well, President. Address me as Lord Tushan. Yes, my Lord Tushan. By the way, when did Jean possess a first transition credential? It seems it was acquired by Miss Yuechu, who yesterday vanquished a silver beast and obtained it. What? That is a 5-star transition credential. Oh, President, what should we do? He wouldn't dare use the credential himself. Would he? An old profession would undoubtedly struggle to complete a 5-star difficulty task. Never mind. For an old profession, what difference does it make between a 1-star and a 5-star transition task? In Lanyan City, within the Temple of Professionals, stands a structure akin to an ancient temple, in stark contrast to the nearby skyscraper housing the human auction house. This temple is revered as the most hallowed ground among all professionals. It reaches a height comparable to that of the Storm Red. Qin Feng stood before the grand entrance of the temple, making a mental comparison before stepping through its majestic stone doors. Inside the hall, a multitude of individuals moved about. To his astonishment, Qin Feng realized he was the only one present who was not an extraordinary professional. Nonetheless, he proceeded directly to a vacant reception area. Hello. I wish to accept a first transition task. He addressed a sweet-looking staff member. Certainly. Please follow me. Are you an old profession? The charming girl instinctively began to guide Qin Feng towards the transition space. However, her smile abruptly faded, and with a frown, she inquired, Do you old professions even require transition? Unfazed by her words, Qin Feng replied calmly, Please take me to the transition space. The girl displayed a disdainful expression. Place your hand here to confirm your actual level, she instructed, gesturing towards a luminous screen before her. Despite the girl's apparent annoyance, Qin Feng placed his hand upon the screen. Moments later, it emitted a clear sound. Mecha Master, level 10, transition conditions met. The voice from the screen was soft yet audible enough for many extraordinary professionals nearby to hear. Laughter echoed around him, but Qin Feng paid it no mind. Follow me. The reception girl huffed, having confirmed Qin Feng's level and profession. She led him towards the rear of the hall. Soon, they arrived before a metal door adorned with ancient patterns. The girl pointed to a depression in the center of the door. Insert the credential here, and the door will open to the transition space, allowing you to accept your task. Qin Feng nodded in response. However, rather than hastily producing a transfer certificate, she curiously examined the metallic door. Don't tell me you don't even possess a transfer certificate. Yet, the attendant girl merely snorted in response, seemingly convinced that Qin Feng lacked any documentation, before turning on her heel and striding towards the main hall, just as she had taken only a few steps. The sounds of a door creaking open and then closing echoed behind her. Another fool who is utterly unaware of their own limitations. Yet, Upon casting a glance back at the metallic door, she suddenly gasped in astonishment. The ancient metal door bore intricate patterns that seemed to be stained with blood. In the center of the original indentation, a blood-red spring appeared to have formed, with tendrils of blood continuously seeping towards various parts of the door. At that moment, Qin Feng's figure had already vanished, having evidently opened the door and entered the transfer space. After a prolonged silence, the girl finally snapped out of her astonishment, incredulously whispering to herself, "An ancient profession is actually utilizing a 5-star certificate. What on earth?" Meanwhile, Qin was blissfully unaware of any anomalies within the transfer space he had activated. He found himself in an immense expanse reminiscent of a starry sky. At the very center of this space floated a colossal orb radiating vibrant colors, akin to a genuine celestial body. He stepped forward and gently placed his hand upon the colorful orb. "Professional Qin Feng, welcome to your first transfer. Detected that you have used a 5-star transfer certificate. Commencing selection of an appropriate 5-star difficulty task. Please wait a moment." Qin Feng was startled by the voice resonating in the transfer space. 5-star transfer certificate? 5-star difficulty task? What nonsense! When did he ever opt for a 5-star transfer task? No, that certificate given to him by old Jean. It was not a 1-star, but the most challenging 5-star? How absurd. It seems that truly, the most expensive things are those that are free. Although he had never undergone a transfer before, Qin Feng had learned about it during his time at school. Each transfer for a professional ranged in difficulty from 1 star to 5 stars, determined by the star rating of the transfer certificate used. While he had never seen different star-rated transfer certificates, he presumed that a certificate considered a gift would not be the most costly 5-star one. Yet, he could never have anticipated this. Old Jean was indeed generous, fully aware that he was an ancient professional and still bestowed upon him such a grand gift. Simultaneously, in a room overflowing with various treasures at the human auction house, old Jean, cradling the heart of silver, wore a beaming expression as he exclaimed, "What a bargain! Truly too cheap. Such exquisite silver materials could undoubtedly be fashioned into equipment of gold or even platinum. Ultimately, it boils down to the fact that I have gained a significant advantage. However, fortunate enough to have acquired a 5-star credential, it seems somewhat equitable. Hopefully, it is not that former acquaintance who will utilize it. What am I thinking? How could that old profession dare to employ a 5-star class transfer credential? Surely, it is someone behind that young friend who will make use of it. Indeed, it appears I have forged a benevolent connection with that individual. Within the realm of class transfer. 5-star mission successfully drawn within the realm of class transfer. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng felt a surge of energy. 5-star class transfer mission. The generous practitioner. Difficulty. 5 stars. Description. As a practitioner, you need only donate 100 pieces of bronze-grade equipment to complete this sacred class transfer mission. Upon success, you will be able to transfer to the 5-star first-class profession of Mecha Modification Master. Time limit. 24 hours. Note: failure to complete within the time limit will result in automatic failure of the mission. 5-star class transfer mission. The Nightmare. Difficulty. 5 stars. Description: personally slay 20 silver level wild creatures of level 20 or above to complete this sacred class transfer mission. You will then be able to transfer to the 5-star first-class profession of Mecha Hunting Master. Time limit. 30 days. Note: this mission is exceedingly difficult. Please choose wisely. 5-star class transfer mission. Extreme Slaughter. Difficulty. 5 stars. Description: solo clear the level 30 Secret Realm Dungeon, Qinyan Demon Fort, within 10 minutes. You will then be able to transfer to the 5-star first-class profession of Frenzied Mecha Master. Time limit. 3 days. Note: this mission is extremely perilous. Please choose cautiously. Chapter 18. Qinyan Demon Fort. The Wrath of the Temple Priest. Please select a mission to undertake. Qin Feng stared in bewilderment after perusing the 3 5-star missions. The desire to perish welled within him. Truly, this is the quintessence of 5-star difficulty. Yet, it is utterly outrageous. The first mission, the Generous Practitioner, is clearly tailored for someone like Tang Shuo, a second-generation heir. Qin Feng finally comprehended why individuals like Tang Shuo, whose skills were even looked down upon by Wenbo, could so effortlessly complete their first-class transfer tasks. It is evidently a matter of financial prowess. But to require Qin Feng to submit 100 pieces of bronze equipment, It would be more merciful to end his life. Having purchased merely 7 pieces of black iron weaponry cost him over $1 million. 100 pieces of bronze would undoubtedly amount to tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Qin Feng promptly abandoned the first 5-star mission. Yet the second task was equally excruciating. The nightmare, slaying 20 silver wild creatures within 30 days. This is nothing short of pure assassination. Time may be ample, but where would he find such a multitude of silver creatures? Must he venture into the wilderness and rely on luck? Moreover, which silver beast does not attract a throng of extraordinary professionals? Even the lesser silver beasts are fervently sought after by 3rd and 4th tier practitioners. Who among us lacks a few young descendants? One cannot entrust their future to mere chance. Slaying a silver beast may not pose a significant challenge for me at this moment. However, to eliminate 20 silver beasts within a single month would undoubtedly capture the attention of the Tang family. Yet, it is not the most suitable task. The Qingyun Demon Stronghold. Qin Feng gazed at the 3rd task, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Extreme Slaughter. Professional Qin Feng has accepted the 5-star class transfer task. Please complete the task within the allotted time to achieve your first class transfer. Failure to do so will result in task failure. Commence task execution. First transfer task. Extreme Slaughter. Difficulty. 5 stars. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. Extreme Slaughter requires him to solo the level 30 secret realm dungeon, Qingyun Demon Stronghold, within 10 minutes. This is arguably the most formidable challenge among the 3 5-star tasks. As a first transfer task, its completion seems nearly impossible. It is said that the final adversary is a level 30 silver beast, even mightier than a mutated silver-winged bone dragon. Yet, there is no alternative. The first 2 tasks are rather unappealing. Thus, he must accept this seemingly insurmountable extreme slaughter. 10 minutes? Perhaps a bit daunting, but for someone equipped with a silver-grade giant mech, it might just be achievable. Moreover, the reason Qin Feng immediately chose extreme slaughter was the new profession he would acquire upon transfer, which he found most appealing: the frenzied Mecha Master. This role resonated with him far more than the previous 2 options of Mech Modification Master and Mech Hunting Master. The Modification Master seems inclined towards altering mechs, while the Hunting Master resembles a weapon specialist. The frenzied Mech Master, however, appears to be more focused on mech combat. If he were to accept the first 2 tasks, these new professions would indeed leave him feeling somewhat conflicted. Without hesitation, Qin Feng departed the transfer space. To his surprise, the welcoming maiden was still waiting outside the door, though she seemed somewhat off, as if affected by some upheaval. Yet, Qin Feng paid her little mind and exited the practitioner-s sanctuary, heading northeast towards the Qingyun Demon Stronghold. With ample time before the secret realm's opening, he decided against spending money on a beast-drawn carriage. Besides, 3 days was more than sufficient for him to gather materials in the wild. The newly acquired celestial fire has now been forged. The Temple of Professionals. Shortly after Qin Feng's departure, an elderly man clad in pure white robes suddenly manifested before the gate of the class transition space. He gazed at the metallic door, where traces of blood were gradually dissipating, his aged visage alight with fervor. Spotting the young attendant outside the door, he urgently inquired, "Who has initiated the 5-star class transition quest this time?" The attendant appeared momentarily bewildered, but it was only upon the old man's inquiry that she managed to regain her composure and hurriedly bowed to him, exclaiming, "Priest, that individual is..." Yet, she faltered, unable to articulate the name. "You cannot possibly be telling me that you have failed to record the details of a prodigious professional who has commenced a 5-star quest." The old man bellowed, a sudden understanding dawning upon him. The young attendant's sweet face was beset with panic, her eyes nearly brimming with tears. "Priest, it is because he is..." "What?" The old man radiated fury. "What the past? Is the Temple of Professionals solely for the extraordinary? Every professional who embarks on a 5-star quest deserves the temple's protection. How could you, a chosen attendant of the temple, show such disdain for a gifted professional?" His voice reverberated throughout the entire Temple of Professionals. In the hall outside, all extraordinary professionals were taken aback by the old man's proclamation. What did I just hear? That individual was indeed a past professional? A past professional dares to undertake a transition quest? And a 5-star difficulty at that? What absurdity! Even the prodigies of the Tushan and Chu families would not dare to casually utilize a 5-star credential. Laughter erupted among the crowd. What a waste of a 5-star credential. It is a pity for that young girl. She has enraged the priest. Amidst the murmurs, the old man gestured towards the terrified attendant outside the transition space. A beam of white light struck her chest. Ah! The attendant shrieked, collapsing to the ground, the faint white glow that once surrounded her completely vanishing, as if she had been cast down to the mortal realm. If you cannot obtain forgiveness from that young professional within a month, you shall forever lose your status as a temple attendant. The old man declared before his figure transformed into white light, dissipating into the ether. The girl remained on the ground, trembling, her face streaked with tears. Priest, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please spare me. How could a past professional survive in a 5-star difficulty quest? Priest, I do not wish to leave the temple. 2 days later, in Lanyan City, northeast, before the secret realm of the Qinyun demon village, Qin Feng, who had been traversing the metallic ruins along the way, continued his journey. He was astounded by the number of individuals gathered before the entrance of the mystic realm. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still nearly 6 hours until the realm's opening. However, the crowd was overwhelmingly large. The expansive clearing in front of the entrance to the Qinyun monster stronghold was teeming with people. Among them were numerous formidable entities, evidently of remarkable strength, who had set up a recruitment campaign for professionals. This left Qin Feng thoroughly perplexed. Although the Qinyun monster stronghold opened every 3 days, it hardly seemed plausible that it would attract such a multitude. Was there some occurrence of which he was unaware? While he pondered this, he overheard several extraordinary professionals engaged in conversation nearby. Have you heard? Even individuals from Yundream City have arrived. This time, the Qinyun ranking might genuinely change. They discussed how the Qinyun monster stronghold had not been conquered for 9 consecutive attempts, resulting in an unprecedented accumulation of monsters, making it an opportune moment to penetrate the Qinyun ranking. Our very own Chu Jioga from Lanyan City has come. I wonder if he alone can rival the geniuses of Yundream City. It may prove quite challenging, especially with the Broken Sky Guild from Yundream City present. If that prodigy from the Tushan family shows up, perhaps our chances would increase. After hearing their discussions, Qin Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous? Chapter 19. The Qinyun Ranking. The recruitment of the Old Days Scavenging Team. He understood that the entry requirements for this level 30 Mystic Realm dungeon were twofold. The professional's level must not exceed 30, and they must not have completed their second-class transition. The stringent criteria of the Qinyun monster stronghold only intensified the enthusiasm of numerous extraordinary professionals from Lanyan City and Yundream City to challenge this dungeon. Thus, the Qinyun monster stronghold was also referred to as the Qinyun Challenge. Many exceptionally talented young professionals sought to enter the Qinyun monster stronghold before undergoing their second-class transition, aiming to establish their prowess. Beside the entrance to the mystic realm stood a massive, translucent screen, perpetually displaying the 10 professionals with the highest scores from previous entries into the Qinyun monster stronghold. This list was known as the Qinyun ranking. Those who managed to secure a position on the Qinyun ranking would attract the attention of various extraordinary factions and gain renown across the major satellite cities of Yundream City. Currently, the top position on the Qinyun ranking was held by Han Shursi, the Lord of Yundream City, a powerful entity who had reached the 7th transition. Han Shursi had entered the Qinyun monster stronghold at the pinnacle of his first transition, utilizing his formidable ice magic talent to sweep through the dungeon's monsters, amassing an astonishing score of 190,000 points to claim the top spot on the Qinyun ranking. This record had remained unchallenged for over 20 years. Throughout the years, no one had managed to surpass Han Shursi's achievement, not even the geniuses from other main cities. Countless extraordinary young professionals aspire to ascend the ranks of the Qinyun list, even surpassing the likes of Han Shursi. However, the reality is harsh. Even the most commonplace Qinyun Demon Village secret realm cannot be easily navigated by ordinary practitioners. The lowest tier wild monsters are above level 20 and at least of bronze rank. It is utterly beyond the capabilities of a mere first-tier professional team to conquer with ease. Those who can single-handedly clear the Qinyun Demon Village are few and far between. Furthermore, to accomplish a solo clearance of a 5-star difficulty task, akin to that undertaken by Qin Feng, within a mere 10 minutes is nearly an insurmountable feat. As Qin Feng pondered this, he maneuvered through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Amidst many practitioners of similar age, were the old professionals doing mingling about. Upon noticing Qin Feng's arrival, the young extraordinary practitioners displayed disdain upon recognizing his profession as a Mecha Master. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. As he awaited the opening of the secret realm, he delved into his mechanical space, intent on perfecting the nearly completed Tianhua. At that moment, within Qin Feng's mechanical space, the area designated for Tianhua was densely packed with countless mechanical components. At first glance, it appeared to be a chaotic jumble, but Qin Feng knew all too well that as a member of the Transformers, Tianhua could not be crafted from ordinary metals. It was only through the blueprints provided by the Mechanical Deity System that he was able to construct Tianhua. Presently, Tianhua was nearly 90% complete. However, the final crucial components required several exceedingly rare electronic parts. In the past few days, he had searched extensively through the vast metal wasteland, but had found none. Are they within the Qin Yun Demon Village secret realm? Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed flickering points of light on the system map. Those seemed to indicate the locations of the few missing components for Tianhua. Just as he waited in silence, he felt a tug on his sleeve. Turning around, he was surprised to see a group of over a dozen young individuals, all clad in shabby attire, and all sharing the same old professions as himself. Gunner mechanic, repair technician, magnetic infantry. This group nearly encompassed all the professions of the bygone era. The one who tugged at his sleeve was a handsome young lad. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, the boy smiled and said, "Brother, are you alone? Would you like to team up with me?" He gestured to the dozen or so individuals behind him. The expressions of the old professionals varied as they regarded Qin Feng, some even displaying overt hostility. A scavenging team. Qin Feng immediately understood their identity. In this era, many old professionals, they have not relinquished their pursuit of strategies for the secret realm dungeons and wild beasts, yet are constrained by the capabilities of the ancient professionals. As a result, they often operate in teams, earning them the derision of many extraordinary practitioners, who mockingly refer to them as scavenging squads. Much like the Qin Yun Demon Village today, which does not restrict entry to either individuals or groups in its secret realm dungeons. The ancient scavenging squads invariably opt for team modes. Before Qin Feng acquired the system, he had contemplated joining one such ancient scavenging squad, as it represented one of the few pathways for ancient professionals to emerge in this era. "Thank you, but no," Qin Feng politely declined the invitation. The youth appeared unsurprised and smiled as he said, "It's all right. This is the strategy we have gathered. Do not be overly ambitious when entering alone. If you encounter danger, teleport out at the first opportunity." With that, he handed Qin Feng a small booklet before turning to depart. Qin Feng accepted the booklet and, upon opening it, discovered it contained detailed descriptions of the monsters within the Qin Yun Demon Village, which surprised him. However, after the youth returned to his team, Qin Feng overheard several complaints from his companions. "Jiang Li, why are you bothering with others? The experience we've been allocated as a group is already scant." Another added, "Another self-important brat, thinking he can compare to those extraordinary ones. It's precisely because there are too many arrogant individuals among us ancient professionals that we cannot grow stronger." The youth named Jiang Li, however, did not respond, though Qin Feng could clearly see the displeasure etched on his face. Just then, a furious roar from a demon beast echoed from the entrance of the Qin Yun Demon Village, which shimmered with a faint red glow. The entrance swiftly expanded, prompting a cheer from the throng of extraordinary practitioners crowded at the front, who then began to enter the Qin Yun Demon Village in droves. Qin Feng observed that nearly all the extraordinary practitioners ahead opted for the solo challenge mode, while a few teams of varying sizes from the ancient scavenging squads chose to enter in team mode. Each appearance of such an ancient team elicited laughter from the surrounding extraordinary practitioners. Qin Feng understood that only by undertaking the solo challenge of the Qin Yun Demon Village dungeon could one hope to secure a place on the leaderboard. Even if one did not achieve a ranking, presenting one's challenge record later could serve as a point of pride. However, to enter the Qin Yun Demon Village dungeon in a team, especially on a day as significant as today, would undoubtedly invite ridicule, particularly for those teams whose members had yet to complete their first advancement. From the expressions of the extraordinary practitioners around him, Qin Feng discerned a shared sentiment, a sense of embarrassment and disgrace. In the distance, the team led by Jiang Li was enduring the mockery of several former professionals. Those young individuals who had just complained about Jiang Li's attempt to recruit Qin Feng now walked with flushed faces, heads bowed in shame. This scene stirred a sense of discomfort within Qin Feng, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to follow the crowd towards the entrance of the secret realm. When his turn finally arrived, he resolutely opted for the solo mode, his figure vanishing instantaneously at the threshold. That former professional just selected the solo mode. How peculiar. Did he make an error in judgment? Hey, has your team lost its way? Exclaimed a surprised onlooker, prompting laughter directed at Jiang Li and his companions not far off. The jest only intensified the embarrassment of the young awakened professionals beside Jiang Li. Jiang Li, did you witness that? Why would you still want to recruit such a person? He has brought disgrace upon us former professionals. They whispered urgently to him. Chapter 20. The challenge begins, instantly defeated. Brave professionals, welcome to the Qin Demon Village. First quest, Extreme Slaughter, officially commencing. A countdown of 10 minutes begins. As Qin Feng entered the Qin Demon Village, he heard the announcement echoing in his ears. A 10-minute countdown appeared before his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand. With a series of mechanical clicks, the portal opened with a resonant sound. Suddenly, the upgraded Storm Crimson, now a bronze-level mech, crashed down before Qin Feng. Despite having been repaired, the scars from its previous battles within the Bone Dragon's secret realm remained, only enhancing its fierce appearance. Qin Feng activated the Storm Crimson. The engines of the massive mech roared to life, yet this time, no black smoke belched forth. Meanwhile, in a corner of Qin Feng's mechanical space, the second furnace ignited with brilliant purple flames. Within the flames, shards of bronze blades glowed red-hot, while a slender purple thread emerged from the furnace, penetrating through the spatial barrier, continuously channeling vast amounts of extraordinary energy into the Storm Crimson. Inside the control room of the Storm Crimson, Qin Feng felt the surge of energy flooding in, boosting his confidence tremendously. With the compatibility with Storm Crimson reaching 100, he sensed that every part of the mech was as if it were an extension of his own being. Let the battle commence, Qin Feng shouted, his gaze fixed upon a colossal city forged of steel ahead, as he charged forward. With each step of the Storm Crimson, the earth trembled beneath its might. A powerful beam from the 22-type ion cannon surged forth, striking the towering metal city that loomed 100 meters high. In its wake, a gaping hole several meters in diameter was created, courtesy of Qin Feng's relentless assault. Through this immense aperture, he glimpsed yet another identical city beyond the metallic fortress. A cacophony of monstrous roars erupted from within the first metal city. Creatures donned in human attire, yet bearing the heads and limbs of beasts, poured forth in a tumultuous wave. What a splendid arrival! Qin Feng exclaimed, his laughter echoing in defiance of any fear as he beheld the throngs of beasts. Boom! The engines of his Crimson Storm, with twin blazing arms, roared to life. Thundercloud Blade Array. Attack! In that fleeting moment, chaos ensued, and carnage filled the air. Meanwhile, not far from the entrance of the secret realm, on a platform deliberately erected, two middle-aged men sat around a tea table. Master Chu, your son's chances of ascending the Qiyun list today seem quite promising, remarked a burly man clad in dark golden armor, addressing the gentleman in a blue robe seated across the antique tea table. President Dantai, you jest. The man in blue replied with a hearty laugh. If anyone is to ascend the Qiyun list today, it will undoubtedly be from your Broken Sky Guild. Their banter resonated across the open space outside the entrance to the secret realm. Yet such boastful exchanges drew no astonishment from those present, for both men possessed the strength to speak so boldly. Dantai Pokyong, the president of the Broken Sky Guild, was a peak 5th-tier powerhouse known as the Sanxiu Madblade. Chu Quantai, the head of the Chu family from Lanyan City, was also a peak 5th-tier powerhouse, renowned as the Jyoga Swordsman. Even when stripped of their titles and backgrounds, their individual prowess marked them as the elite of Lanyan City, formidable figures even within the broader expanse of Yunming's main city. More crucially, the two were discussing the mightiest challengers among those participating in the Qiyun Demon Fortress Challenge, Chu Jyoga of the Chu family and Xiao Baiwa of the Broken Sky Guild. both heralded as the finest of the younger generation in Yunmeng City and regarded as the most likely candidates to secure a place on the Qiyun list. In a lavishly appointed room on the top floor of the human auction house in Lanyan City, a woman clad in delicate lace sleepwear reclined gracefully upon a massive soft couch, listening intently to the report delivered by a young girl adorned in ancient-style attire. The secret realm of Qiyun Demon Fortress has opened. Before arriving in Lanyan City, Xiao Baiwa of the Broken Sky Guild met with Lord Han Shirsi of Yunmeng City. A servant from the Chu family inadvertently revealed that the young master, Chu Jioga, had been heard howling into the night, with sword energy soaring above the ancestral home of the Chu family. The on-site scout confirmed, having witnessed with her own eyes that the sword wielded by Chu Jiugao was of golden quality. After the elegantly attired girl reported, the enchanting woman slightly furrowed her brow, her captivating visage shadowed by a hint of gloom. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. It seems this year the prodigies of Yunmeng City are particularly numerous. The girl in the long dress nodded, responding, Miss Yuechu, this year you are undoubtedly destined for victory. She has already managed to unlock the third tail. However, before the girl could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by the woman. After a brief pause, the woman reclined lazily and inquired, Have we located the Mecha Master selling the Heart of Silver? The girl hastily replied, Yes, he has just initiated a 5-star task from the sanctuary. Oh, the enchanting woman's brow arched, and a flicker of intrigue danced in her eyes. How fascinating, truly fascinating. This year's Yunmeng Tower will surely be a grand spectacle. In the secret realm of the Qingyun Demon Village, before the colossal metallic fortress, a multitude of arrows surged towards the giant mecha. Hundreds of demon beasts surrounded the mecha, frantically slashing. Yet in the next moment, boom after boom, the giant mecha raised its left arm, unleashing several beams from its ion cannons into the fortress. The immense metallic structure was once again perforated with numerous gaping holes. Congratulations on defeating a demon village minion, earning 100 experience points. Congratulations. You have earned 1 divine point. Congratulations on defeating the demon village leader, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations. You have earned 1 divine point. Congratulations on defeating the Black Tiger village chief, earning 2,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have earned 50 divine points. Congratulations. You have met the upgrade conditions. Please complete the first transition to proceed with the upgrade. Congratulations on completing the first Qingyun Demon Village. After comprehensive evaluation, you have earned 18,000 points. Following a flurry of system notifications, Qin Feng witnessed the massive metallic fortress collapse with a resounding crash. The surrounding demon beasts scattered in panic. Are they dead? Qin Feng found it somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that this first Qingyun demon village would be annihilated by his unintentional assault. The level 35 bronze-grade black tiger, clad in human armor, appeared to have been obliterated by the ion beams while peering out just moments ago. It was utterly beyond recovery. This revelation deepened Qin Feng's understanding of the overwhelming power of the Storm Red's offense. Truly, the bronze-grade mecha possesses attributes that surpass even those of extraordinary silver or golden-grade equipment. Against monsters below the bronze level, it is a sheer massacre. Chapter 21. Frenzied Mecha Warfare. Reaching the 10th Demon Village, Qin Feng reviewed the system notifications. Clearing this first Qingyun Demon Village had elevated him 2 levels. However, due to the incomplete first transition, his experience merely accumulated. He had gained a total of 322 divine points. Qin Feng was immensely satisfied. Yet, what brought him the greatest joy were the extraordinary pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. Having just harnessed the exceptional energy from the second furnace, he had already tasted the sweetness of success. He felt that the Storm Crimson was even more powerful than when he previously employed ordinary energy sources. The first extraordinary equipment dropped by the beasts of the Qingyun Demon Stronghold, though the highest grade was merely a bronze-level black tiger that yielded a bronze belt, was still useful as fuel for his endeavors. It ensured that he would not falter in the forthcoming battles due to a lack of energy, which was sufficient for him. Had it not been a minute, Qin Feng glanced at the time and realized he had completed the battle at the first Qingyun Demon Stronghold in just over 50 seconds. However, he was aware that this was not the entirety of the first transition task. If the Qingyun Demon Stronghold remained uncrossed within 10 openings, It would accumulate the previously uncompleted strongholds in the subsequent secret realm, including the metallic citadel he had just encountered. This meant that during the 10th opening of the secret realm, to succeed, one would have to conquer 10 strongholds, tenfold the number of ordinary Qin Yun demon stronghold creatures. This was precisely why the Qin Yun demon stronghold attracted so many challengers, including extraordinary beings from Yunmeng City. For, by vanquishing more monsters, one could earn greater points. Yet for Qin Feng, acquiring more points was secondary. Completing the transition task was of utmost importance. He was confident that Storm Crimson possessed sufficient strength to face this level 30 Qin Yun demon stronghold. However, achieving victory within the stipulated 10 minutes was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Onward, Qin Feng collected the extraordinary equipment scattered on the ground and casually stored several visible extraordinary metals in his mechanical space. To his surprise, he discovered a turbine component, precisely what was required for the heavenly fire. After picking it up, Qin Feng summoned the full might of Storm Crimson and charged towards the next stronghold ahead. In another Qin Yun demon stronghold secret realm, a youth clad in white stood before the colossal metallic citadel with his eyes closed. At that moment, countless demonic beasts surged towards him. Yet, the youth merely waved his hand gently, causing blossoms to bloom before him. As the roaring beasts plunged into the flowers, they were bewildered to find these seemingly vibrant blossoms exploding into fine powder. Simultaneously, those beasts that rushed into the floral array also met their explosive demise. In an instant, before the metallic citadel, the sea of flowers and the ocean of blood surged in tumult. Elsewhere, before another Qin Yun demon stronghold, a handsome youth hovered in midair. Faced with the incessantly emerging demonic beasts, the youth let out a long howl. From within him, the sound of a sword resonated. Heavenly abyss, arise! Within the mystical realm, a resounding, clear note of a sword echoed. Shortly thereafter, a long sword, entirely enveloped in obsidian darkness, materialized above the young boy's head. Go! The boy formed a sword gesture and pointed forward. Boom! The black sword swung fiercely ahead, unleashing a tremendous arc of black sword energy, crashing down with immense force. Countless monstrous beasts were obliterated, and the colossal metallic fortress was cleaved, revealing a gaping wound several meters long. Roar! Before the second beastly stronghold, a formidable black tiger, several meters in length, leapt from the towering metallic edifice, pouncing towards the storm-red fury. Qin Feng had long since taken note of this bronze-tier beast and promptly activated the Thundercloud Blade Array. The terrifying, whirling blades tore through the air, transforming into a lethal vortex of blades. Just as the enraged bronze tiger let out its first roar, it was cleaved in two by the Thundercloud Blade Array, its lifeless body tumbling down like a sack beneath the fortress. The multitude of beasts, stirred into a frenzy by the fall of their leader, fell silent, then fled in disarray as the metallic fortress crumbled around them. Congratulations on defeating the Black Tiger Chieftain. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 80 divine points. Congratulations on meeting the upgrade conditions. Please complete the first transition before upgrading. Congratulations on completing the second Qin Yun Beast Stronghold. Based on your overall performance, you have earned 21,000 points. Amidst the flurry of system notifications, Qin Feng adeptly collected the extraordinary equipment and metals that had emerged from the ground. Although he did not find any components of the heavenly fire this time, he remained unfazed and pressed on toward the next Qin Yun Beast stronghold without delay. He cast a glance into the mechanical space. Within the second furnace, the two bronze broken blades were nearly consumed by flames. He tossed in several pieces of extraordinary equipment once more, igniting the furnace into a blazing inferno. Qin Feng instantly felt his strength replenishing throughout the storm red. The mecha surged forward with even greater speed. The third Qin Yun Beast stronghold soon came into view. Boom! As was his custom, Qin Feng unleashed a few rounds from the ion cannons. This time, he directly collided with the towering metallic fortress, resulting in a deafening explosion. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted from the beasts within the stronghold, and Qin Feng received notifications of numerous kills. The Thundercloud Blade Array and 22 ion cannons began to unleash a relentless barrage of firepower. Qin Feng finally savored the exhilaration of mechanized warfare. Before long, a bronze-tier Black Tiger, now at level 45, fell before him, and Qin Feng completed the third Qin Beast stronghold in just 3 minutes and 19 seconds. He glanced at the timer. Nearly a third of the time had elapsed. Not enough. He knew he had to press on, for time was of the essence. Swiftly stowing away the extraordinary equipment and materials that had just emerged, he pressed onward towards the next demon stronghold. This time, before reaching the city, ion beams surged forth, bombarding the colossal metallic fortress. With a roar, hordes of demon beasts charged forth in a frenzied assault. Yet, Qin Feng showed no sign of hesitation, actively seeking out the black tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Before the indomitable and tempestuous Crimson Storm, the multitude of demon beasts were utterly incapable of impeding its advance. Soon enough, he located the black tiger, now clad in gleaming silver armor. Without delay, he unleashed a fierce onslaught with the Thundercloud Blade Array. Cleaving through the metallic walls of the Qin demon stronghold, the ion beam blasts erupted forth, culminating in the slaying of the black tiger. This time, the black tiger had ascended to the silver tier. Among the throngs of ordinary demon beasts, a black iron tier leader had also emerged. Remarkably, 2 crucial components of the heavenly fire had dropped as well. Qin Feng, however, lingered not, swiftly directing his thoughts to cast several extraordinary pieces of equipment into the second furnace of the mechanical space. He surged forth towards the next Qin demon stronghold. In another chamber of the Qin demon stronghold, before the dilapidated metallic fortress, Chu Juga relentlessly swung his black longsword overhead, cleaving through waves of immense sword energy. At last, the bronze-tier black tiger let out a mournful wail before succumbing. With a sigh of relief, Chu Juga collected the bronze equipment dropped by the black tiger and stepped forward. Meanwhile, at the forefront of another metallic fortress, Xiao Baiwat detonated the last blossoms of a flower sea. The entire fortress collapsed amidst the floral explosion. A confident smile graced the young boy's face as he traversed the blood-stained petals, setting his course towards the second demon stronghold. Boom, boom, buzz. In the secret realm where Qin Feng resided, the explosions of the ion cannons and the thunderous roars of the Thundercloud Blade Array had scarcely ceased. The entire secret realm resembled an epic battlefield. Yet, the sole combatant was Qin Feng himself. At long last, he stood before the final Qin demon stronghold. At this moment, the Storm Crimson was drenched in blood, rendering its already crimson form even more menacing. Clouds of red steam rose from the Storm Crimson, a testament to the fierce intensity of battle that had caused its mechanical structures to overheat, mingling with the demon blood that had splattered across its surface. In the control room, Qin Feng was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. However, he had no intention of resting, even as alerts of mechanical overload flashed before his eyes. He felt as if the very blood within him was boiling. He let out a resounding roar and charged toward the 10th Qin demon stronghold. Only 46 seconds remained. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the remaining time for the mission and immediately hurled 10 bronze armors into the second furnace. The Thunderblade Array was activated. Boom! The storm red machine, with its hundreds of engines, unleashed a thunderous roar. The 3 blade wheels between its 3 arms emitted terrifying purple lightning. It was insufficient. Time ticked away relentlessly. The urgency was palpable. Furthermore, Qin Feng had discovered that the multitude of demon beasts surging forth from the last Qin demon stronghold were all of the black, iron grade. Several beast leaders were even of the bronze grade, and amidst the horde were 3 exceptionally swift silver grade demon beasts racing toward the storm red machine. A black tiger demon clad in golden armor had also made its appearance atop the walls of the Qin stronghold. Golden grade. Qin Feng comprehended the situation. He had not anticipated that this final Qin demon stronghold would reach such a formidable level. Yet, he felt no fear whatsoever. Just as before, he charged fiercely toward the colossal metallic fortress, as if intent on perishing alongside it. Heavenly fire. Simultaneously, Qin Feng divided his consciousness, delving into the mechanical space, and integrated several components collected from the 9 previously conquered Qin strongholds into the blueprint of the heavenly fire. Buzz, the final crucial component of the heavenly fire blueprint, fell into place. Instantly, the densely packed mechanical parts trembled in unison. Subsequently, countless metallic components began to actively assemble, connect, and even transform. As Qin Feng piloted the Storm Red machine to collide with the massive metallic city, all the metal parts of the heavenly fire were finally assembled. A somewhat battered Blackbird reconnaissance drone materialized within Qin Feng's mechanical space. At that moment, he received a system notification, and his heart soared with joy. However, in the next instant, a flurry of crimson text flashed before his eyes. It indicated that various parts of the Storm Red machine were sustaining damage. The numerous black iron gray demon beasts, along with their bronze and silver gray leaders, had begun their assault on the Storm Red machine. One by one, the demon beasts began to climb, bite, and attack the massive mech. The components crafted from ordinary metal on the Storm Red were rapidly being destroyed. Moreover, the golden-grayed black tiger atop the city wall let out a deafening roar and struck fiercely with its paw. 3 beams of golden light landed on the Storm Red's right chest. Thud! The control room, where Qin Feng resided, sustained another breach. Simultaneously, several silver-grayed leaders leaped onto the legs of the Storm Red machine, targeting the most vulnerable parts of the mechanical behemoth. Heavenly fire. Without hesitation, Qin Feng let out a thunderous roar. The sound of the mechanical portal opening reverberated through the air. Boom! A jet-black reconnaissance aircraft materialized out of thin air, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the adversaries below. Instantly, the numerous black iron-level beasts charging towards Qin Feng collapsed to the ground. The various creatures on the Storm Crimson were similarly struck down by the precise firepower of heavenly fire. A flurry of kill notifications flashed before Qin Feng's eyes. Yet, he did not relent. The ultimate move of Storm Crimson, the Thunderblade Array, was fiercely aimed at the golden black tiger atop the city wall. The golden black tiger attempted to evade, but was instantly locked onto by the Thunderblade Array, forced to endure the slicing assault. Boom! The golden armor of the golden black tiger emitted a dazzling golden light, managing to withstand the onslaught of the Thunderblade Array. However, Qin Feng distinctly noticed the human-like visage of the black tiger, revealing a look of panic. Moreover, the defensive breach effect of the silver wing bone sword was taking its toll. Under the terrifying rotational speed of the Thunderblade Array, a colossal damage number appeared above the golden black tiger's head almost every second. Roar! The golden black tiger let out a pained cry, striking back towards Qin Feng with its claws. Boom! Boom! Storm Crimson's right arm was struck. The blade rotor upon that arm emitted a mournful sound and gradually came to a halt. Fortunately, it was not the set of rotors that could be replaced with extraordinary weapons. Nonetheless, the power of the Thunderblade Array was thus diminished by a noticeable degree. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng realized the terror of the golden level. Even a second-turn professional would find it no easy feat. Accomplishing a kill within mere seconds was indeed a daunting challenge. Qin Feng cast a glance at the attributes of this golden beast. Name: Black Tiger Chieftain Golden Variant. Race: Beast. Level: 50 health, 285, 062, 300, 000. Strength: 3, 658. Agility: 2, 840. Constitution: 2, 705. Spirit: 1, 985. Combat power: 30 stars. Skills: Protective Golden Light, Rending Claws, Frenzy Breath, Undead Summoning, Death Sacrifice. Description: the most formidable beast guarding the Qinyan Demon Stronghold, having undergone a mutation due to excessive absorption of mystic energy. Warning: this fiend is exceedingly dangerous. Its power is far more complex than it appears. If you do not possess strength beyond the 3rd turn, please flee at once. Qin Feng immediately noted the Black Tiger Chieftain's health. 300,000. The frenzied assault of the Thunderblade Array had, in an instant, stripped away over 10,000 of its health. Yet, it merely lost a sliver of its vitality. The bewilderment reflected in the tiger's gaze stemmed from its astonishment at having its defenses breached. Truly, it is a mutated golden beast, accumulated from 10 secret realm quests. It has evolved into a creature of such terrifying prowess. Its combat power has reached 30 stars, surpassing even the strength bestowed upon itself by the Storm Crimson. Qin Feng also noted an alarming line in the information regarding the Black Tiger Chieftain, a warning inscribed in crimson. One must possess at least a 3rd-tier strength to have any hope of overcoming this beast. Yet, the entry requirement for the Qinyan Demon Village is pre-3rd tier. Does this not imply that this mutated golden creature is invincible within this realm? No adventurer stands a chance to slay it. One wonders if the challenger, Han Shursi, managed to vanquish this creature. Roar. The Black Tiger Chieftain seemed to have finally succumbed to fury. It let out a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of crimson radiance from its gaping maw. Qin Feng discerned that this was the opponent's skill, furious breath. Its power was unmistakably formidable. Boom! The breath surged forth, akin to a particle beam. The force was astounding. Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered the storm crimson to evade. The engines ignited in unison with Qin Yu's intent, allowing the colossal mech to nimbly dodge the onslaught. The terrifying red breath struck the distant ground, creating a massive crater spanning dozens of meters. Witnessing this, Qin Feng felt a chill of apprehension. Had the unupgraded armor of the Storm Crimson been hit by such a breath, the damage would have been catastrophic. He could not allow the beast to attack again. Roar! The Black Tiger Chieftain, infuriated by the Storm Crimson's evasion, lunged at Qin Feng. It swiped its claws once more, activating the rending claw skill. A barrage of golden light surged toward the Storm Crimson. Qin Feng had previously experienced the might of this skill, yet he understood he could no longer afford to evade. With less than 30 seconds remaining until the completion of his class transfer quest, he bellowed, "Get off me!" With a fierce roar, Qin Feng struck with his left arm toward the Black Tiger Chieftain. The petal-like blades converged, and the 22 ion cannons activated. Boom! The Black Tiger Chieftain was sent flying, while the ion beam discharged at close range. A colossal damage number of 12,021 erupted above the chieftain's head. It let out a lamenting cry. The struck area charred to a crisp. Yet, Qin Feng did not linger. He surged forward. The Storm Crimson leapt into action, crashing through the enormous metallic city to stand before the fallen Black Tiger Chieftain. Boom, boom, boom. A series of ion blasts were unleashed. The Black Tiger Chieftain, merely a few meters in length, had no chance to rise. With a tremendous force, Qin Feng was thrust into a colossal pit several meters deep. Qin Yu observed as the opponent's health finally plummeted below 200,000. A roar erupted from the depths of the pit. The Black Tiger Village Master unleashing a furious cry. A circle of golden light rapidly spread from the pit, enveloping the entire Qinyun demon village. In an instant, the numerous demon beasts that had previously been annihilated by the storm's crimson fury and the fiery bombardments rose once again from the ground. Necromantic summoning. Qin Feng finally comprehended that the Black Tiger Village Master's attributes hinted that it was far more complex than it appeared. Would it truly signify? It turned out that this mutated golden beast possessed its most formidable skill as its final ability. When outmatched, it resorts to summoning aid. No, summoning beasts instead. Swiftly, the resurrected black, iron, bronze, and silver-tier demon beasts surged forward once more. The storm's crimson fury was soon overwhelmed by a throng of even more frenzied creatures. Several silver-tier demon beasts even made their way outside the control room, viciously clawing at the armor that protected it. A flurry of crimson alerts flashed before Qin Feng's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he noted that only 19 seconds remained until the mission's termination. Heavenly Fire. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts. The Blackbird reconnaissance drone, hovering in mid-air with its firepower tilted to the extreme, instantly shot towards the storm's crimson fury. It swiftly disassembled and transformed, resembling a colossal metallic armor as it descended upon the immense body of the storm's crimson fury. Heavenly Fire armor mode activated. Target equipment, Storm's Crimson Fury. Storm's Crimson Fury armor system enhanced. Strength 423. Constitution 582. Storm's Crimson Fury propulsion system enhanced. Agility 721. Spirit 411. Storm's Crimson Fury weapon system enhanced. Strength 955. Spirit 707. Chapter 23. Abundant Harvest. The mechanical space is overloaded. A series of system notifications echoed. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented surge of energy within him. However, he also distinctly sensed that it felt as though his entire vitality was ablaze. An exceedingly conspicuous alert regarding power shortage appeared. Qin Feng glanced at the second furnace. The more than 10 extraordinary pieces of equipment just cast into it had been completely consumed in flames. The consumption was immense. Qin Feng marveled silently, but hesitated not for an instant, casting the recently acquired bronze equipment into the second furnace. Boom, boom, Boom! The engines of the storm's crimson fury, combined with the armor formed by heavenly fire, erupted in a frenzied roar. Qin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of power. Indeed, this was the second state of heavenly fire, the heavy armor mode. It could vastly enhance the capabilities of the equipped mech. Qin Feng gazed at the attributes of the storm's crimson fury. At this moment, the battle prowess astonishingly surged to an impressive 46 stars. The Skyfire armor nearly doubled the might of the Storm Crimson, surpassing even the formidable strength of the golden-level mutated Black Tiger Chieftain. However, this came at a cost, as the consumption of extraordinary abilities escalated exponentially. Qin Feng discovered that the dozen or so bronze equipments he had cast into the second furnace, which could have been sold for several million as extraordinary gear, could only sustain their effects for a mere 3 seconds. The consumption was indeed terrifying. Yet, Qin Feng harbored no regrets. Trading a handful of bronze equipment for 3 seconds of double battle power was more than sufficient. He roared. The previously damaged Thunderblade array of the Storm Crimson erupted with unprecedented force. The thunderous roar echoed like a tempest. The terrifying rotating blades fiercely slashed towards the Black Tiger Chieftain in the pit. A piercing howl escaped from the Black Tiger Chieftain. The protective golden light surrounding it shattered instantly. The Thunderblade array penetrated deeply into the flesh of the Black Tiger Chieftain. Massive damage numbers erupted above its head. 23,110, 1038, 27189, 971. In no time at all, the Black Tiger Chieftain's health plummeted to near depletion. In less than 3 seconds, Qin Feng had inflicted nearly 200,000 damage on this mutated golden beast. However, just at that moment, the critically wounded Black Tiger Chieftain emitted a mournful howl. A halo of pale, golden light radiated outward. This time, no beasts were resurrected. Instead, black iron, bronze, and silver beasts spontaneously detonated. Yet astonishingly, the Black Tiger Chieftain's health surged once more. This was a death sacrifice. Qin Feng's eyes widened in fury, realizing this was the chieftain's final skill. But at that moment, the Storm Crimson emitted a resonant hum. The 3 seconds gained from the bronze equipment had already elapsed. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng tossed 4 pieces of silver equipment into the second furnace. The arrow was knocked. The Black Tiger Chieftain had to be slain. Otherwise, all previous efforts would be in vain. Boom! The second furnace erupted in a blaze of blue flames several meters high. The Skyfire and Storm Crimson unleashed a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. The Thunderblade array spun faster. After 3 seconds, the Black Tiger Chieftain's health plummeted once again. It unleashed the death sacrifice once more. The remaining beasts let out a wretched scream as they were reduced to mere fragments. Immediately, the Black Tiger Chieftain's health surged again. Yet this time, it restored less than 100,000 health. The Thunderblade array continued its relentless assault. Upon the flywheel, the silver-winged bone sword activated multiple breach effects every second, swiftly depleting the last vestiges of the Black Tiger Chieftain's health. With a howl, the chieftain, on the brink of annihilation for the 3rd time, emitted a desperate cry. Yet this time, no beast could offer its flesh and blood for sacrifice. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the storm-red engine, the golden mutated creature's health was entirely extinguished. The second furnace's silver equipment was also utterly consumed. The heavenly fire armor automatically shedding its form, reverting back into the Blackbird reconnaissance craft, landing behind Qin Feng. The storm-red engines gradually ceased their operations, leaving only the dark crimson blood energy still swirling around the red-hued body. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Qin Feng's ears. Congratulations on defeating the golden mutated Black Tiger Chieftain, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have acquired 10,000 divine points. Congratulations, you have reached level 30. Please complete your second-class transition to continue leveling up. Congratulations on completing the 10th Qinyun Demon Stronghold. Based on your overall performance, you have earned 210,000 points. Congratulations, the professional Qin Feng has successfully completed the first transition task of Extreme Slaughter and has advanced to the frenzied Mecha Master. Congratulations, the host has fulfilled the first transition task, meeting the divine threshold for promotion, taking the first step on the path to divinity. Detected the heavenly Taos Will is about to announce the host's accomplishments. All information is automatically concealed, and the host may choose the timing of disclosure. Congratulations on completing the Qin Demon Stronghold Secret Realm. You will automatically exit the secret realm in 1 minute. Please prepare accordingly. This cascade of system notifications allowed Qin Feng's previously taut nerves to finally relax. However, he did not squander time nor delve into the myriad notifications. Instead, he observed a colossal countdown manifesting before him, the automatic teleportation countdown following his completion of the secret realm. With a thunderous roar, Qin Feng leapt from the storm-red craft, stowing both mechas into the mechanical space, and swiftly collected the equipment dropped by the slain beasts. The bounty from this final demon stronghold was extraordinarily bountiful, leaving Qin Feng immensely satisfied. He had acquired 7 pieces of silver equipment alone, while the bronze and black iron gear exceeded 30 pieces. Truly a remarkable haul. Yet, what filled Qin Feng with the greatest joy was a piece of golden armor, previously worn by the golden mutant. Remarkably, it had escaped destruction from the silver-winged bone sword's catastrophic chances. This single piece of golden armor alone had compensated for all his prior expenditures. Qin Feng was overjoyed beyond measure. However, even after gathering the extraordinary equipment, he did not pause. He fervently collected the fragments of ordinary metals that emanated a faint glow, which had fallen to the ground after the collapse of the final Qin demon stronghold. After 10 nourishing sessions in the mystical realm, a significant portion of the materials had developed sentience, transforming into extraordinary resources. Qin Feng had previously discovered during battle that the city walls forged from these exceptional metals could even withstand the beams of a 22-ion cannon. The thought of utilizing these metals to completely upgrade his mech filled him with fervent excitement, causing his eyes to glisten with anticipation. He frantically collected massive chunks of metal until the very last second of the countdown. By then, he had filled his mechanical space to capacity. Suddenly, a blinding white light enveloped him, and when he reopened his eyes, he found himself back at the entrance of the Qin demon village. The wait was staggering. At that moment, Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the immense burden emanating from the mechanical space. It contained an astounding volume of extraordinary metal, amounting to several 100,000 cubic units, with the lowest grade reaching black iron level. Every inch of his mechanical space was densely packed with this metal, forcing even the storm crimson and heavenly fire into the corners, stripped of their earlier formidable presence. Yet, despite the overwhelming situation, Qin Feng felt a pang of regret. If only he had more time, he would have utilized the first furnace to refine all this extraordinary metal into bricks, thus creating more space within the mechanical realm to accommodate even more precious resources. However, he was well aware that the metals he had already gathered were sufficient to completely reconstruct both the Storm Crimson and Heavenly Fire. The prospect of transforming the Storm Crimson into a fully extraordinary material, potentially elevating its grade, thrilled him beyond measure. No longer would he face the humiliation of being torn apart by mere bronze-level beasts, as he had in the recent battle. This sensation surpassed even the exhilaration of defeating that golden beast and completing a 5-star first transition mission. However, the burden within the mechanical space had now exceeded its limits. Qin Feng felt as though a mountain had been placed upon him. After a prolonged moment of struggle, he managed to rise to his feet, intending to leave the area. Just then, he noticed a group of figures emerging from the mystical realm not far from him. It was the scavenger team, led by Jiang Li. The remnants of these former professionals bore wounds of varying degrees, their faces reflecting a grim countenance. Even Jiang Li's expression was marred by frustration, evidently a result of their recent encounter with the beasts within the realm. Qin Feng understood the situation all too well. The beasts of the Qin demon village were no less than level 20, far beyond what these former professionals could contend with. Even in a group, they would gain no advantage. Yet, at this moment, Qin Feng had no intention of entangling himself with them. He was about to depart with heavy steps when he was spotted by a few members of the scavenging team. Thought he was something special, didn't he? He merely emerged earlier than us. Look at his unsteady gait. Surely he hasn't wet himself from fright. Has he? Not a scratch on him. Could it be he was directly teleported out upon entering? Chapter 24. The Divine Persona Concealing the Will of Heaven. As Qin Feng continued to move forward, his heavy footsteps resounding, he made no effort to pause. He pressed on toward the open ground beyond. At this moment, aside from himself and Jiang Li, several extraordinary professionals had already exited the secret realm. Yet, those who had chosen the solo challenge mode regarded Qin Feng and Jiang Li with equal disdain. Moreover, compared to Jiang Li and the others trailing behind, Qin Feng, a former professional himself, appeared even more disheveled in his sluggish movements. He truly resembled someone who had suffered immensely within the secret realm. This elicited unabashed ridicule from several extraordinary professionals who had also abandoned their challenges early. Is this the so-called former professional who opted for the solo mode? No big deal. I saw him stumble right to the ground upon exiting. The laughter grew louder, with more extraordinary professionals pointing and mocking Qin Feng as he departed. Ironically, many of these individuals had endured less time in the Qinyun's secret realm than he had. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and his companions, who remained in the crowd to recuperate, felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they overheard the derision directed at Qin Feng. They lowered their heads, unable to bear the humiliation. The few disgruntled former professional youth harbored a seething resentment toward Qin Feng. When we encounter that brat again, we'll make him pay. He has tarnished the reputation of our kind. Despite their grumbling, Jiang Li, with a visibly pained expression, erupted in anger toward his team. Enough. We're the ones who should feel ashamed, not him. At least he dared to choose the solo mode. Who among us would have the courage to do the same? Have you all forgotten how he faltered in the presence of the monstrous beasts within the realm? Jiang Li's words filled his teammates with shame, silencing their complaints, though they only drew more laughter from the surrounding extraordinary professionals. Yet, Jiang Li paid them no heed. He simply gazed at Qin Feng, who was gradually moving away from the clearing at the exit of the secret realm, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a prolonged moment, he let out a heavy sigh, as if having made a decisive resolution. The discussions sparked by Qin Feng and Jiang Li were merely a minor episode in this Qinyun challenge, soon forgotten amidst the crowd beyond the platform. In the serene, tea-drinking atmosphere of Chu Qiantai, he gently averted his gaze, smiling as he addressed the opposite Dantai Pechiong. It has been a quarter of an hour since the secret realm opened. I presume that young Shao has already completed the first demon stronghold. I have heard that Lord Han holds great affection for you. President Dantai. Dantai Pechiong set down the exquisite teacup he had been toying with and laughed heartily. You flatter me. Master Chu. Bai Hua merely had the fortune to receive a modicum of guidance from Lord Han. However, in terms of talent, he is still far inferior to your esteemed son. I have heard that your young master made another breakthrough last night. The Nine Songs swordsman profession will surely soon gain prominence in Yunming. Upon hearing Dantai Pechiong's compliments, Chu Qiantai felt a warm glow of satisfaction and waved his hand in modest dismissal, though a flicker of concealed delight and anticipation shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had gone unnoticed, finally arrived at the nearby carriage station. After spending 1,500 coins amidst the disdainful glances of the demon beast carriage owner, he climbed aboard the carriage and let out a long sigh of relief. This was his first encounter with such a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure. The heavy sensation emanating from this mechanical space left him in a state of lingering unrest. As the carriage began its journey, and they had traveled a considerable distance from the Qinyun demon stronghold, Qin Feng began to contemplate the gains from the secret realm. Naturally, his first focus was on the new profession he had obtained after completing a 5-star difficulty task. Frantic Mecha Master. Description: an advanced profession of the Mecha Master. Adept at controlling mechs in fierce combat. Profession talent: frantic amplification. Passive: when the practitioner controls mech-like constructs in battle, it significantly enhances the combat power of the mech. Is this it? Qin Feng gazed at the exceedingly simplistic description of his newly acquired profession, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. This was far too casual. Even if the old professions had waned, surely completing a 5-star transfer task would warrant a few impressive talents for the new profession. Yet, for the frantic Mecha Master, the sole talent was a passive one, frantic amplification, which merely enhanced the combat power of the mech. Nothing more. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. He could only imagine how magnificent and flamboyant the new profession of an extraordinary practitioner would be after completing a 5-star transfer task. Various attribute enhancements, numerous upgrades, an array of formidable talents. Fortunately, Qin Feng discovered that after successfully transferring, he now received a reward of 10 free attribute points for each level gained, an increase from the previous 5 points. This was a slight consolation. However, in comparison to extraordinary practitioners, it still bore no resemblance. Now that he had reached level 30, he had only amassed 200 points of free attributes, translating to a mere 2-star increase in combat power. It was negligible. Alas, with a deep sigh, Qin Feng lamented the state of the extraordinary era and the plight of the former practitioners. At least he possessed a mech, allowing him to complete his first transition task. In stark contrast, many old practitioners like Jiang Li would likely spend their entire lives unable to advance beyond level 10, trapped in mediocrity, much like Jiang Li and Wenbo, who drifted aimlessly through existence, cursing this damned, extraordinary era under his breath. Qin Feng turned his attention to the notification he received after vanquishing the Golden Tier leader of the Black Tiger Stronghold. Congratulations, host, for completing the first transition task. Your divine status meets the promotion criteria, marking the initial step on the path to divinity. Detected that the will of the heavens is about to announce the host's achievements. All information is automatically concealed, allowing the host to choose the timing for disclosure. Upon scrutinizing these two notifications, Qin Feng felt a sense of disbelief. He was acutely aware that after defeating the Golden Aberration and clearing the Qinyan Demon Fortress, a system announcement would typically follow, as per customary protocol. In this era, system announcements are manifestations of the will of heaven, and practitioners cannot simply conceal such matters at will. Yet somehow he had achieved this feat. Suddenly, Qin Feng recalled a piece of news he had stumbled upon while perusing the practitioner forum in recent days. An elder from the Tang family, Zhao Wuji, had apparently lost his 4th transition talent, the Eye of Secrets, for reasons unknown. This revelation heightened Qin Feng's vigilance. His greatest concern after killing Tang Shuo was precisely individuals like Zhao Wuji, extraordinary practitioners capable of discerning the truth through their abilities and potentially uncovering him as the perpetrator. Moreover, Zhao Wuji, being a 4th transition extraordinary, represented one of his most significant threats. However, Qin Feng had not anticipated that Zhao Wuji's 4th transition talent, the Eye of Secrets, would be destroyed just as he had eliminated Tang Shuo, inevitably prompting the Tang family to exhaust every means to hunt for the murderer. Initially, Qin Feng thought it was merely a stroke of luck, but now it seemed increasingly likely that it was connected to the divine status he had previously underestimated. Indeed, Qin Feng recalled that during the incident involving the sudden mutation and promotion of the silver-winged bone dragon, his name had also been concealed in the subsequent area announcement. Perhaps this too was linked to his divine status. This time, however, it was even more astonishing. The announcement itself had been entirely intercepted. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. This enigmatic divine status might possess powers beyond his imagination, capable of concealing the existence of the will of heaven. The thought alone was terrifying. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that such power resided within his grasp, perfectly suited for my current plans of gradual development. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed that the title he had acquired had changed. From the original title of Apprentice Deity, it transformed into a name that took Qin Feng by surprise. Fanatical Apostle? Chapter 25. The Shifting Rankings of the Azure Cloud List. Qin Feng's 1 million points. It was not an exaggerated title of sorts, but rather something seemingly unrelated to divinity. Fanatical Apostle? This revelation left Qin Feng astounded. However, he understood that this change in title appeared to signify an advancement in his divine rank. Moreover, the title of Fanatical Apostle shared the same fervent essence as his first transition profession, the fanatical Mecha Master. Was this merely a coincidence? Or did the transformation of the title result from his choice to undertake the extreme slaughter mission? The truth remained elusive to Qin Feng. Yet, he was enveloped by a peculiar sensation, as if he had officially embarked on a path of unknown prospects. At the end of that path lay a destination that both intimidated and excited him. In the secret realm of the Azure Cloud Demon Village, before the 3rd Metallic City, the armored leader of the Black Tiger clan was engaged in fierce combat with Chu Jioga, who wielded a black sword. Finally, after being struck in the chest once more by the Black Tiger clan leader's sharp claws, Chu Jioga emitted a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry. A sword, its blade resembling a true dragon, materialized above his head. Dragon's Roar Sword. Go! A hint of pallor crossed Chu Jioga's face, yet he still shouted in exhilaration. Whoosh! The Dragon's Roar Sword sliced through the air, directly piercing the chest of the Black Tiger Clan leader. Thud! The Black Tiger Clan leader fell lifelessly to the ground. In Chu Jioga's mind, a series of system notifications echoed. Congratulations on completing the second transition task, successfully becoming the Jioga Sword Immortal. Congratulations on completing the second Azure Cloud Demon Village, receiving a total of 8,416 points based on your comprehensive performance. Simultaneously, throughout the boundaries of Lanyan City, all professionals received a system notification. Congratulations to Lanyan City's professional Chu Jioga for earning 21,057 points in the secret realm of the Azure Cloud Demon Village, securing the 10th position on the Azure Cloud list. Instantly, those waiting outside the secret realm of the Azure Cloud Demon Village were in awe. Chu Jioga truly entered the Azure Cloud list. My goodness, a prodigy has emerged from Lanyan City on the Azure Cloud list. Unbelievable. 10th place. It has been years since the Azure Cloud list saw any changes. Chu Jioga is immensely powerful. Look, the Azure Cloud list is shifting. Chu Jioga is now in 10th place. Wait, everyone, look at Chu Jioga's profession and level. Amidst the astonished exclamations, the enormous light screen beside the entrance of the secret realm trembled, and the rankings of the top 10 became shrouded in a thin mist. Amidst the shimmering mist, a line of text materialized at the 10th position. 10th place, Chu Jioga Faction, Chu Family of Lanyan City, ranking level, 36 occupation, Jioga Sword Immortal points, 21,057 boom. Instantly, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Many had witnessed the transformation of Chu Jioga's level and occupation. Achieving level 36 indicated that he had completed his second transfer quest. Could it be that the Qin challenge was indeed his second transfer task? Jioga, Sword Immortal. Remarkably, it differed from the occupation of the head of the Chu family. The distinction between Sword Immortal and Swordman was a chasm apart in terms of strength. Truly, he was the paragon of the younger generation of Lanyan City. Undeniably the finest of all. As a crowd murmured in awe, another regional system announcement emerged. Congratulations to the practitioner of Yunmeng City, Xiao Baihua, for obtaining 24,512 points in the Qin Demon Stronghold, ascending to the 9th place on the Qin list. Boom! Once again, the venue erupted with excitement. No one had anticipated that just as Chu Jioga had claimed the 10th spot on the Qin list, Xiao Baihua would ascend as well, and even higher, to the 9th position. Soon, the text for the 9th place appeared. 9th place, Xiao Baihua Faction, Broken Sky Guild of Yunmeng City, ranking level, 30 occupation, Ice Knight Flower Demon points, 2451. Too many practitioners from Yunmeng City could not contain their exhilaration, as if they themselves had ascended the Qin list. At the same time, before a Qin Demon Stronghold, Xiao Baihua was surrounded by blossoms entirely composed of frost. The beasts and the leader of the Black Tiger had all been transformed into ice sculptures. With a wave of her hand, the ice flowers and the frozen beasts disintegrated into fine frost. Gasping heavily, Xiao Baihua's face radiated joy. Meanwhile, on a road several dozen kilometers away from the Qin Demon Stronghold, a carriage was speeding along. Inside, Qin Feng was tallying his gains when he received 2 regional announcements. Upon hearing the system notifications that both Chu Jioga and Xiao Baihua had successively ascended the Qin list, he was momentarily taken aback. However, his expression soon turned peculiar. For both system notifications revealed that the points of Chu Jioga and Xiao Baihua were merely in the 20,000s. As he rifled through his own system prompts, he discovered his final points from the stronghold, leaving him astounded. For in comparison to Xiao Baihua in 9th place and Chu Jioga in 10th, his points were indeed staggering. 102,0460, over 1 million points, a figure that was several dozens of times greater than theirs. Suddenly, Qin Feng comprehended the reason behind the divinity's desire to conceal its information. Such terrifying points, once revealed on the Azure Cloud ranking, would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the Dream Cloud City. He even began to suspect that if his identity were to be exposed at this moment, he might be subjected to dissection for research purposes. Wait a moment. Or Han Shirsi's points. It seemed to be over 190,000, even with merely that amount. Han Shirsi could maintain the top position on the Azure Cloud ranking for decades. If his own over 1 million points were to be unveiled, it would surely frighten everyone to death. Thankfully, the divinity still holds value. Let the fervent disciples be fervent disciples. Although somewhat juvenile, it is at least more secure and keeps him from being targeted. Qin Feng mused silently, patting his chest gently. The man steering the carriage was also a professional, albeit one of the mundane professions among the extraordinary. He had similarly received the system announcement and was quite astonished. However, upon hearing Qin Feng, the former professional, muttering reassurances to himself, he could not help but let out a cold snort. Qin Feng paid no heed to the carriage driver's demeanor and continued to joyfully peruse his gains. The array of extraordinary equipment radiating various hues had long captivated his heart. In Lanyan City, at the Tang family residence, Tang Zhan, the family head clad in simple robes, furiously shattered his teacup upon hearing the two system announcements. If only my Shuo were still alive, he would undoubtedly ascend the Azure Cloud ranking. How could that brat from the Chu family bask in glory? Beside him, Zhao Wujia, whose eyes were bandaged, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, but remained silent. Zhao, has your eye of secret insight not yet recovered? After venting his frustration, Tang Zhan finally addressed Zhao Wujia, his expression darkening. Moreover, that day outside the Bone Dragon's secret realm, what exactly did you witness? Hearing Tang Zhan's inquiry, Zhao Wujia could not suppress a shiver. After a prolonged silence, he spoke with a trembling voice, 7 rays of divine light. What? Tang Zhan exclaimed. The teacup he had just received from a servant crashing to the ground. At that very moment, within a carriage, after reviewing the attributes of the golden armor revealed by the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, a glimmer of astonishment shone in Qin Feng's eyes. Incredible. Truly formidable. Chapter 26. The Beast God's Howling Armor. The final results are in. This time, the 30-odd pieces of black iron and bronze equipment obtained from the secret realm displayed average attributes. The 7 pieces of silver equipment also lacked any remarkable additional attributes. Yet, this level 50 golden armor genuinely left Qin Feng astounded. Beast God Howling Armor, Gold. Category, Armor. Level Requirement. Level 50 Effects, Strength 1200, Agility 1150, Constitution 1680. Spirit 900, Durability 1500 1500. Additional Effect 1. Protective Golden Light. Automatically activates a shield with a total health of 10,000 points upon receiving an attack. This effect can be activated once per hour and can be toggled by the wearer. Additional Effect 2. Life Tide. The user may consume 100 attribute points to swiftly heal their own injuries. This effect can be activated once per hour. Additional Effect 3. Black Tiger General Spirit. Enters a spirit state, becoming immune to all physical damage. Duration, 5 seconds. This effect can be activated once every 24 hours. Additional Effect 4. Beast God Resurrection. Upon death, the user may resurrect at the original location using their own blood. This effect can be activated once every 48 hours. Qin Feng gazed in astonishment. The attributes of this Beast God Howling Armor are simply terrifying. Just the attribute points alone add up to nearly 5,000. Moreover, it boasts 4 additional effects. The Protective Golden Light provides an extra layer of armor with 10,000 health. Remarkable. The Life Tide allows the user to consume attribute points for self-healing. Impressive. The Black Tiger General Spirit grants the ability to enter a spirit state, rendering one immune to all physical damage. Outrageously strong. The Beast God Resurrection allows for resurrection at the original location after death. This is simply explosive in power. After reviewing these 4 additional effects, Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such formidable attribute enhancements and 4 powerful additional effects are truly a boon for all physical classes. An equipment that offers protection, healing, damage immunity, and even resurrection. Countless physical classes, especially shield bearers and knights, would surely fight tooth and nail for this. Even Qin Feng felt an impulse to don it. However, he lamented that he belonged to an outdated class and could not activate any attributes of extraordinary equipment. No matter how powerful the extraordinary gear, he could only sell it for coin. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. No matter how strong the extraordinary equipment, if not sold, it would merely serve as firewood. Presently, With the surplus of equipment slots in Storm Crimson, he could only replace extraordinary weapons of the sword type and could not equip armor. Nevertheless, Qin Feng soon found solace. What extraordinary equipment could compare to his mech? It could fight, it could defend, and it could infinitely enhance its grade. What other extraordinary equipment can achieve such feats? Even this beast god howling armor, with its seemingly sky-high attributes, pales in comparison to the bronze-level Storm Crimson, and those 4 additional attributes, which appear to defy convention. In the face of the formidable combat prowess of the Storm Scarlet, there exists no comparison whatsoever. It is somewhat regrettable. Upon this reflection, Qin Feng was almost tempted to utilize this golden armor as firewood. The energy consumption of the Storm Scarlet in its fire armor state is nothing short of terrifying. In mere seconds, it consumed more than a dozen bronze pieces and 4 silver ones. Perhaps only golden grade gear could sustain such an energy drain in this fused state. However, that would be rather extravagant. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation, abandoning this impractical notion. It was time to check on Xiaoro. After selling the beast god's roaring armor, he intended to visit Wenbo's younger sister. Wenbo had been away for 3 days. It was about time to see how this unfortunate little girl was faring. He wondered if her condition had worsened in his absence. Alas, Qin Feng sighed softly. He found himself missing Wenbo. If only Wenbo knew he could slay even golden foes. Burning silver gear as firewood might provoke him to scold Qin Feng for his extravagance. Shaking his head, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on it further. Now is not a time for sorrow. The true tribute to Wenbo would be when he stood atop the pinnacle of power in this world. After categorizing the extraordinary gear he had acquired, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, buried beneath a pile of extraordinary metals. This was the Fire of Heaven, which had played a significant role in this mission. In the vicinity of the 4th Qinyun demon stronghold, the bloodied Chu Jioga continued to howl defiantly. With 1 black and 1 gold long sword, he relentlessly battled the oncoming black iron-level demon beasts and bronze-level leaders. Yet, it seemed he had reached his limit. The swords lacked their former might. His wounds multiplied, and most concerning was the presence of the Black Tiger Chieftain, a silver-level foe, standing atop the city wall. No, I cannot afford to lose. Xiao Baiwa, I must surpass you. Chu Jioga emitted a piercing howl and boldly charged towards the silver-level Black Tiger Chieftain atop the wall. A similar scenario unfolded in another secret realm. Xiao Baiwa, continuously releasing frost blossoms, bore a look of defeat. Though uninjured, he had evidently reached his limit. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, even advancing towards the city. Outside the secret realm, aside from Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, all other challengers had been transported out. Everyone awaited with bated breath for the two to emerge and ascend the Qinyun ranking. On a platform beside the crowd, Chu Quantai and Dantai Pyong had long since risen to their feet, both intently fixated on the 2 names displayed on the Qinyun ranking, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this challenge. 2 hours had elapsed. Chu Quantai, his voice somewhat hoarse, finally spoke. Indeed, these 2 youngsters are reckless. Dantai Pyong growled. Both were acutely aware of their Prot-G's capabilities, understanding that their achievement of conquering the 3rd Qinyun demon fortress to enter the Qinyun ranking was already an extraordinary feat. However, should they attempt to challenge the 4th fortress, the peril to their lives would be alarmingly tangible. Talents like Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, if they were to fall in the secret realm, it would be an immeasurable loss. Thus, at this moment, Chu Quantai and Dantai Pyong felt more anxious than anyone, genuinely fearing for their son and disciple, worried that their impulsiveness might lead to their demise within the secret realm. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the Qinyun, ranking beside the entrance to the secret realm. The recently displayed positions of the 9th and 10th places began to shift. In no time, Chu Jioga, originally in 10th place, ascended to 9th, his score now at 28,546. In a flash, a bloodied figure was teleported to the open space ahead. It was none other than Chu Jioga, who had chosen to forfeit the challenge of the 4th demon fortress. The crowd of extraordinary practitioners erupted in jubilant cheers, flocking to congratulate Chu Jioga. Excellent. Chu Quantai, witnessing this moment, shouted with elation. He stepped onto the platform, and in an instant, he was by Chu Jioga's side. Father, I did it! Chu Jioga exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice upon seeing Chu Quantai. Fantastic! Juga, the Chu family shall indeed gain renown because of you. Chu Quantai was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. However, Chu Juga turned his gaze around, and upon not finding Xiao Baihua, a hint of anxiety crossed his face. Just then, another flash of light ignited within the crowd. A disheveled Xiao Baihua was also teleported in, which once again incited cheers from the throng. Yet, Xiao Baihua turned his gaze to the Qin ranking. Upon realizing his score and rank, his expression darkened. Baihua, you have done well enough. Lord Hansheng will surely be pleased. Dan Taipiong had also arrived by Xiao Baihua's side, offering solemn words of comfort. Baihua acknowledged this, nodding, though the melancholy on his face remained unmasked. Haha, President Dantai, I concede. My son has outshone, yet Xiao has proven himself more than adequate. At this moment, Chu Quantai approached alongside Chu Juga. With only a few hundred points more than Xiao Baihua, extended his hand to him. You are formidable. We shall meet at the Yunming Tongtian Tower. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihua's confidence was restored, and she clasped hands with Chu Juga, declaring, Next time, I shall not lose. Beside them, Chu Qiantai and Dantai Poku observed the scene with satisfied smiles. However, at that moment, an exclamation arose from the crowd. What has happened to the 8th position on the Qin ranking? Chapter 27. The Surprise of Tushan Yame. The Qin ranking is revealed. In Lanyan City, at the human auction house, a beast-drawn carriage approached. We have arrived. The coachman called out brusquely to Qin Feng in the carriage. With a look of delight, Qin Feng quickly opened his eyes. Excellent. He swiftly descended from the carriage, seemingly unfazed by the coachman's demeanor. He gazed up at the towering structure of the human auction house, astonished by the swiftness of the beast-drawn carriage. The last time he traveled from here to the Qin Monster Village's secret realm, it had taken him a day and a half merely to reach his destination. Yet this return journey had consumed only 2 hours. Indeed, the speed of the beast was remarkable. Of course, had it not been for the desire to remain inconspicuous, Qin Feng would have preferred to soar back aboard the Tianhua. However, in this extraordinary era, the presence of an aircraft from a bygone age within the city could lead to it being intercepted by some adept, extraordinary individual skilled in long-range attacks before it even reached the city center. Though he could not immediately pilot the Tianhua, Qin Feng remained immensely satisfied with its attributes. Tianhua, bronze, category, mecha-class weapon, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes, strength 1756, agility 4018. Constitution 1590, spirit 1347. Combat rating, 21 stars. Durability, 1000. Power core, supersonic ramjet engine. Weapon systems, arm laser sword, particle beam weapon. Thermal tracking armor-piercing shells. Special states, aircraft mode, capable of high-speed flight with basic attack capabilities. Armor mode, could transform into heavy firepower armor, merging with the host's mecha to enhance its attributes. Mecha combat mode. This mode can only be activated upon the mecha's advancement to gold level. Perhaps due to Qin Feng's meticulous search for extraordinary materials to craft components for the Tianhua, it began its journey at the bronze level, achieving a combat rating of 21 stars. However, the attributes of the Tianhua were not as well balanced as those of the colossal battle mecha, Storm Crimson. While its agility soared to an astonishing 4,000 points, the other attributes remained rather ordinary. Thus, the combat power of the Tianhua did not surpass that of Storm Crimson. Furthermore, it appeared that the Tianhua was not in its complete form. Of the 3 modes it possessed, only aircraft mode and armor mode could be utilized effectively, while mecha combat mode awaited activation upon reaching gold level. Qin Feng harbored no dissatisfaction regarding this matter. He distinctly recalled that Tianhua was not primarily renowned for its combat prowess. However, once it transformed into the Tianhua heavy armor, it could amplify Optimus Prime's combat capabilities several-fold. Clearly, Tianhua represented an exceptionally powerful auxiliary mech. Just moments ago, within the Qin Demon Village, Qin Feng had personally witnessed the might of the Tianhua armor. Thus, he felt no regret over his inability to activate its combat mode. As long as it proved formidable, what did the mode matter? Welcome to the human auction house. How may I assist you? A gentle voice interrupted Qin Feng's contemplation. He looked up to find the girl in the ancient-style gown who had attended to him during his last visit, her sweet smile directed at him. Adjusting the cloak he had donned in the carriage, he lowered his voice and said, I seek Elder Jean. Certainly. Please follow me, the girl replied with a smile. leading Qin Feng to the elevator. She exhibited no surprise at his somewhat heavy footsteps and promptly arrived at the partition used during the previous sale of the Silver Heart. After a brief wait, the gray-haired appraiser, Elder Jean, entered the partition. Upon seeing Qin Feng, an expression of delight spread across his face. "Young friend, what treasures do you bring this time?" Once the partition door closed, the girl in the ancient gown did not linger. Instead, she directly re-entered the elevator, ascending to the auction house's top floor. "President, that young man has returned," she exclaimed joyfully as she exited the elevator. In the upper chamber, a captivating woman, delicately sipping from a white jade wine cup, turned in surprise. "Oh, how intriguing. I didn't expect him back so soon. This implies my assumptions were correct. He has not utilized that 5-star voucher. It seems, Xiaoying, you need not have worried over these past 3 days." The girl, referred to as Xiaoying, gently patted her chest. "It's good to know. This time, President, you must ensure Elder Jean does not recklessly part with items again." "Shouldn't you address me properly?" the enchanting woman teased lightly, only to be interrupted as the elevator doors opened once more. An elderly man, panting heavily and flushed, rushed out. "President, come quickly. There's something magnificent," he exclaimed, attempting to pull the captivating woman back into the elevator. "Elder Jean, what are you doing? Were you not appraising that young man's items? Why are you here?" Xiaoying interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion. Ignoring Xiaoying's question, Elder Jin's eyes turned red as he whispered urgently to the equally puzzled enchanting woman. "The golden armor. The finest of the finest. Hurry, we cannot let him escape." "What?" Both the enchanting woman and Xiaoying gasped in astonishment upon hearing Elder Jin's words. They had encountered golden-grade equipment before. Moreover, I have encountered numerous instances. As the largest extraordinary item trading venue in Blue Cloud City, the human auction house facilitates the exchange of several pieces of golden equipment each month. Even platinum and diamond-grade items occasionally make an appearance here each year. However, it is truly unprecedented for a seasoned appraiser like Elder Jean to exhibit such a lack of composure over a piece of golden equipment. Furthermore, what astonished both individuals was that Elder Jean had seemingly only seen one person moments ago, the young man from the bygone era. How could a piece of golden equipment suddenly materialize? And not just any piece, but a golden armor that commanded Elder Jin's esteemed attention? Did he bring yet another golden item for sale? Little Inger, somewhat incredulous, inquired. "Indeed, I did not misjudge the young friend. The previous Silver Heart and this time the golden armor are both exceptional treasures, truly rare finds that occur once in a century. Even if it means exhausting our entire fortune, we must acquire it at our auction." Elder Jean nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. "Let us proceed." Little Inger wished to ask further questions, but the enchanting woman beside her regained her composure and stepped into the elevator first. On the 10th floor, within the compartment, Qin Feng found himself somewhat bewildered. Moments earlier, he had merely presented the beast god howling armor for Elder Jin's appraisal and valuation. Yet the moment the appraiser laid eyes on it, he had dashed out in a frenzy. This was truly unexpected for Qin Feng. Could it be that the beast god howling armor was not as formidable as he had envisioned? Was the appraiser so disinterested that he neglected to provide a valuation and simply fled? No. Qin Feng quickly dismissed this notion. He understood that although the beast god howling armor was merely a piece of golden equipment, it was far from trivial in the context of the powerful human auction house. It was certainly not something that an ordinary appraiser would overlook. As Qin Feng pondered these thoughts, the door to the compartment suddenly swung open. A delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to turn. He beheld a statuesque woman with an alluring visage entering the compartment. Beside her were Elder Jean, who had hurriedly departed, and the girl who had attended to him twice before. "Greetings, esteemed guest. This is the president of our Blue Cloud City human auction house." To Shan Yimeng, the girl continued to smile warmly as she introduced. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmly rose and offered a gentle nod to the woman. Tu Shan Yimeng, upon observing Qin Feng, revealed a hint of surprise on her enchanting face. Nevertheless, she approached Qin Feng and gazed at the golden armor on the table. "May I?" She gestured towards Qin Feng. As Qin Feng inhaled the even more potent fragrance, he felt an inexplicable fire igniting within his chest. Suddenly, a refreshing breeze emerged, quelling the restless atmosphere. "Please," Qin Feng said softly. Tu Shan Yimeng's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Yet she picked up the beast god as howl armor, examining the attributes of the golden armor. Moments later, Qin Feng observed this prominent figure in Lanyan City. The delicate hand cradling the beast god as howl armor trembled slightly. 10 million. The woman exclaimed suddenly. What? Qin Feng responded, bewildered. 20 million. She declared again, lifting her gaze to Qin Feng, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. I don't understand. Qin Feng said, increasingly perplexed. 30 million, no more. Tu Shan Yimeng's tone carried a touch of sorrow as she glanced down at the beast god as howl armor, clearly enamored by it. In that instant, Qin Feng comprehended. The numbers Tu Shan Yimeng had mentioned were the prices she was offering for the beast god as howl armor. Deal. He nodded decisively, relieved he hadn't prematurely agreed. Otherwise, he would have lost 2 million outright. Outside the Qingyun demonic stronghold's secret realm, everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the Qingyun ranking slowly revealing its entirety. However, the thin mist enveloping the ranking seemed to be impeded, dissipating at an excruciatingly slow pace. After more than 10 minutes, the sixth place finally emerged from the bottom. This revelation sparked gasps of astonishment from all present. The sixth place had changed. Goodness, it was the former fifth place. This meant someone had ascended to the fifth rank of the Qingyun ranking, pushing the original fifth, sixth, and seventh places back, who possessed such formidable strength, surpassing both Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua. Yet, why was there no regional announcement? Even the ninth and 10th places had notifications. But why was there no announcement for the fifth place? Chapter 28. Speculations on the human auction. The second place is revealed. Amidst the discussions, the Chu family and the 4 members of the Pa Qiong Guild gazed at the Qingyun ranking, which was gradually unveiling its full list, their expressions growing increasingly complex. As challengers, Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua were utterly astonished. They had just agreed to battle again once they entered the Yunmeng Tong Tian Tower. It seemed that among all the extraordinary young professionals present, only they had the qualifications to ascend to that pinnacle of human combat power. However, in an instant, a powerful figure, potentially surpassing both of them, emerged, trampling upon their previously self-satisfied rankings. With each name revealed from the mist of the Qingyun ranking, the weight on Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua's hearts grew heavier. The newly unveiled sixth place was none other than the former fifth place, which had dominated the Qingyun ranking for years. The leaderboard has already amassed an impressive score of 60,000 points. In stark contrast, the scores of the two individuals are barely 30,000, rendering them utterly eclipsed. Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua, having recently faced the Qingyun demon stronghold, are acutely aware of the formidable challenge in accumulating such a substantial score. Yet, this newly emerged enigmatic powerhouse has breached the top 5, with points exceeding 60,000. The two once lauded prodigies now find themselves engulfed in astonishment. A score of 60,000 is more than double their own. Could it be that this individual has conquered the fourth demon stronghold? That stronghold is of silver rank, even with all their trump cards. Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua could not vanquish that silver beast. However, just as they basked in the admiration of the crowd, a challenger effortlessly dispatched that formidable creature. The two, recalling their recent exaggerated words and actions, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Fifth place. Not yet. At that moment, the mist surrounding the Qingyun leaderboard quivered once more. The details of the fifth position were unveiled, igniting a fervor among the crowd. For this fifth name was no stranger. It belonged to the former fourth place on the Qingyun leaderboard, a powerful and extraordinary figure who had since become a formidable giant in their own right. With a previous score of 72,339, they had now been surpassed. The shock reverberated through everyone present. Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua as faces turned ashen, their bodies swaying, as if they might faint from the overwhelming astonishment. Chu Quantai and Dantai Poyan displayed expressions of sheer terror, gazing incredulously at the changes on the leaderboard. A remarkable individual has emerged in this year's Lanyan City. Dantai Poyan rasped, his voice heavy with disbelief. Chu Quantai nodded stiffly, casting a glance at the visibly shaken Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua, and offered a wry smile, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse for them. With a sigh, Dantai Poyan felt a familiar sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the era shared with Lord Hanchang. Dantai, Do you think Lord Hansheng could be surpassed? Shu Quanai suddenly inquired. Dan Tai Poyen glanced at the still quivering Qin Yun leaderboard and shook his head gently. Unlikely. Lord Hansheng's talent is rarely matched even within the entire human federation. When he challenged the Qin Yun demon stronghold, although he was merely at the peak of the first transition, he possessed strength nearing that of a fourth transition extraordinary being, having single-handedly toppled 6 demon strongholds in 3 hours. To break his record is no small feat. Have you reached level 30? Completed your first transition? On the top floor of the Human Guild in Lanyan City, Tu Shan Yamei stared at Qin Feng in utter astonishment, as if beholding a monster. Beside her, Xiao Ying-er mirrored her incredulity. Elder Jean nearly dropped his teacup in sheer shock. He cautiously cast a glance at the young girl, Xiao Ying-er, and tentatively inquired, "My young friend, the credential you used for your first transformation, could it possibly be the one I gifted you?" Tushan Yameng and Xiao Ying-er wore expressions of curiosity, eagerly awaiting Qin Feng's response. Having already shed his cloak, Qin Feng, upon observing the trio's demeanor, seemed to surmise their thoughts. The 5-star credential from his initial transformation was indeed not a ploy by the Elder Jean to harm him. Thus, he chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed. What? Impossible. My heavens." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 3 individuals seated opposite him sprang to their feet, exclaiming in astonishment. Xiao Yingya, who had previously assisted Qin Feng on 2 occasions, pressed on with her inquiry. Could it be that another extraordinary practitioner aided you? Or perhaps it was a task that could be accomplished merely by spending money. Qin Feng, upon hearing her words, chuckled lightly and shook his head, offering no further explanation. Earlier, after accepting the price proposed by Tushan Yameng and selling the Beast God Howl armor, he was invited to the top floor of the human auction house. He did not decline this invitation, as it was evident that Tushan Yameng, as the president of the human auction house, held a deep affection for the Beast God Howl armor. The opportunity to forge connections with such influential figures and powers through a mere piece of armor was undoubtedly advantageous. At the very least, even if the Tang family discovered that he was the one who had slain Tang Sha, his association with the human auction house would afford him greater maneuverability. Moreover, even if he, as a solitary individual, was unafraid of the Tang family, what about Xiao Rou? Many matters still required the intervention of powerful entities like the human auction house. Furthermore, Tushan Yameng had subtly hinted to him that she was aware the silver heart originated from the silver-winged bone dragon. Yet she seemed unfazed by the potential retaliation from the Tang family. Indeed, from her words, Qin Feng could sense her profound disdain for the Tang family. Instantly, his admiration for this captivating woman, who exuded an irresistible allure, intensified. Of course, the most significant reason for his growing fondness lay in his realization that Tushan Yameng and her companions appeared to harbor skepticism regarding his capability to slay the silver-winged bone dragon and complete the 5-star transformation task. One must ponder which seasoned practitioner could vanquish the silver-winged bone dragon. Which veteran could fulfill a 5-star transformation task without the assistance of formidable, extraordinary beings or hidden forces? They would never believe it. Thus, Qin Feng could vaguely infer that the individuals before him were not genuinely interested in forming a connection with him, but rather with the extraordinary practitioner or force hidden behind him. This realization brought a sense of secret satisfaction to Qin Feng. They could never fathom that the one concealed behind him was, in fact, himself. Nevertheless, on the surface, Qin Feng maintained a mysteriously enigmatic smile. "Dear friend, would you care to join our human auction house?" Tushan Yameng remarked with a beguiling smile directed at Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng gently shook his head, expressing his gratitude. "No. Thank you for your kind invitation, President Tushan." Upon hearing his refusal, Tushan Yameng did not exhibit anger. Instead, she felt her conviction and her judgment strengthen. Clearly, there were others standing behind Qin Feng. Yet, as she gazed at his composed smile, she could not suppress the urge to teach him a lesson. Nevertheless, she restrained herself and maintained her alluring smile, continuing, "By the way, as per your request, here is a 20 million anonymous fund card. 10 million is from our human auction house's account." As she spoke, Tushan Yameng began rummaging through a drawer nearby. After a considerable time, she finally unearthed 2 cards from a heap of miscellaneous items and handed them to Qin Feng. This action prompted a facepalm from Xiao Ying, while Jean Lao could not help but twitch his face. However, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, finding the stark contrast of Tushan Yimeng quite amusing. He picked up the two cards, discovering that one was a black card signifying a prestigious status, an anonymous financial card accessible only with deposits exceeding 10 million. In this extraordinary era, professionals could effortlessly verify the amounts contained within. After confirming its authenticity, he became intrigued by the other pink card, which emanated a faint fragrance and bore the image of an adorable white fox. I do not have a ready-to-use financial card here. This one is for my younger sister's pocket money. It should exceed 10 million by a fair margin. You may either return it or discard it once you have spent the funds, Tushan Yimeng explained with a smile. All right, thank you. Qin Feng nodded, stowing the card into his mechanical space. Subsequently, he added Tushan Yimeng and her companions as friends and entrusted the auction house with the acquisition of a second-turn 5-star certification before departing from the human auction house. It was only after stepping outside that he opened his professional contact list, somewhat surprised to see Tushan Yimeng's occupation listed as Ancient Demon. From the bygone era, Qin Feng inhaled deeply, turning back to reconsider the towering skyscraper. Meanwhile, in the open space outside the Qinyun Demon Village's secret realm, there was an eerie silence. At this moment, the mist surrounding the Qinyun rankings had revealed the information of the second place. Second place, Han Shursi, Faction, Cold Moon City, ranking level, 30. Occupation, Frost Sorcerer, points, 192, 541. Chapter 29, 1 million points. The record for hidden information's first place has been shattered. Han Shursi's score was broken. How could this be? That was over 190,000 points. Almost 100,000 more than the previous second place. To everyone's astonishment, someone has surpassed Han Shursi. Could it be that they have accumulated over 200,000 points? Finally, an individual, somewhat dazed, gasped in disbelief. Others were vigorously rubbing their eyes, unwilling to accept the extraordinary scene before them. Just moments ago, Dantai Poyen had confidently declared to Chu Quantai that no one could ever eclipse Han Shursi's record. Yet now he stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Han Shursi's ranking plummeted to second place. Instinctively, he glanced at the information of the current third place. A prominent figure who had once made a name for himself throughout the Human Federation had indeed seen no change in his score, remaining at over 90,000 points. Han Shursi, the original first place, had dominated the Qinyun list for decades, owing to the staggering gap of nearly 100,000 points that separated him from the second place. As the formidable leader of the Yunmeng City Guild, Dantai Poyen was acutely aware of the terrifying talent possessed by the Lord of Yunmeng City in his prime. This was precisely why he was so certain that no one could easily surpass Han Shursi's record. However, everything has changed in this very moment. Han Shursi has been surpassed. The record that stood for decades has been shattered. Beside him, Chu Quantai was equally shaken. As the patriarch of the Lanyan clan, he had countless times aspired to nurture a successor capable of ascending the Qinyun list, hoping to elevate the reputation of the Chu family throughout Yunmeng City. When his son, Chu Jioga, exhibited extraordinary potential that surpassed his own, he invested countless resources to aid Chu Jioga's advancement. He even passed down the illustrious title of their family's extraordinary profession to him. The results had left Chu Quantai immensely satisfied. Bearing the weight of the entire Chu family's hopes, Chu Jioga gained fame overnight. Not only did he ascend the Qinyun list, a feat that hadn't been achieved in over a decade, but he also ranked above the talented Xiao Baiwa, who had once received guidance from the legendary Han Shursi himself. Upon witnessing this outcome, Chu Quantai could envision the glorious future awaiting his son, Chu Jioga, and the Chu family's name. But everything has changed. Now, someone has surpassed Han Shursi, the former number one on the Qinyun list. This was simply surreal for Chu Quantai. Although he had often envisioned the descendants of the Chu family ascending the Qinyun list, he had never dared to dream that they could surpass Han Shursi, a prodigy among extraordinary individuals of yore. Yet, the seemingly impossible has transpired. Just as his son and the Chu family were on the brink of achieving renown throughout Yunmeng City and even the Human Federation, someone has eclipsed Han Shursi's score. Boom! What is happening? Why can't the name of the first place be seen? What has occurred? Could it be that there's an error with the Qinyun list? Suddenly, the already exuberant crowd erupted into astonished exclamations once more. Dantai Poyen and Chu Quantai, along with several high-ranking extraordinary practitioners present, narrowed their eyes in disbelief. For they too had discerned the peculiar anomaly gradually revealing itself regarding the first-ranked information. First place, Hidden Force, Blue Cloud City ranking level. Hidden amidst the slowly unfolding information. It was astonishing that only the force was prominently displayed. The name and ranking level were completely obscured. This utterly transcended everyone's comprehension. Can the Qin Yuan ranking conceal its own information? This ranking is entirely governed by the celestial will of the extraordinary era. It is unequivocally infallible. Yet, if that is the case, what power could possibly supersede the celestial will and shroud its own information in secrecy? Chu Quantai and the other high-ranking extraordinary practitioners grew increasingly apprehensive with each passing thought. The rest of the crowd was equally stunned. Yet all were deeply eager for further revelations regarding this enigmatic first place. Among the throng, the profoundly shaken Chu Jioga and Xiao Baihua fixated intently on the last veil of mist surrounding the Qin Yuan ranking. Many clenched their fists, as if to bear witness to the emergence of a miracle. At last, the final wisps of mist in the upper right corner of the Qin Yuan ranking dissipated. The ranking score of the first place was revealed. Profession hidden score 1020 460. In an instant, silence enveloped the entire open space. The only sound was the faint tremor of the formation at the entrance of the Qin Yuan Demon Fortress gradually closing. After what felt like an eternity, with a resounding boom, the crowd erupted into chaos. Many, upon grasping the magnitude of the score, felt darkness encroach upon their vision. Chu Jioga and Xiao Baihua, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground. Chu Quantai and Dantai Pyong's eyes widened in disbelief. Almost everyone struggled to comprehend the figure before them. Yet, someone could no longer contain their astonishment and cried out, 1 million. 1 million points. My goodness. Only at this moment did everyone awaken to the reality. They were not mistaken. Someone had indeed achieved a score of 1 million points, surpassing Han Shirsi's 190,000 points, and claimed the position of first in this Qin Yuan ranking. Many reflected in their hearts. If Han Shirsi was a legend, then this genius who had attained 1 million points was truly the legend among legends. Finally, Chu Quantai and Dantai Pyong regained their composure from the shock, exchanging glances that conveyed their mutual astonishment and bewilderment. Han Qingzhu's 190,000 points were earned by traversing 6 demon fortresses. After a considerable pause, Chu Quantai spoke amidst the surrounding clamor of astonished gasps. Does this mean that this 1 million points signify the completion of all 10 demon fortresses? Dantai Pokyong, lost in thought, nodded slightly. Moreover, the time taken to clear the challenges must undoubtedly be shorter than that of Baihua and the others. Otherwise, achieving 1 million points would be utterly impossible. Since he resolved to lead his most cherished disciple to partake in the Qin Yuan challenge, Dantai Pokyong had personally inquired about Han Shirsi's knowledge of the Qin Yuan monster stronghold. In the 7th round, the ordinary monsters were of black iron rank, while the leader was of bronze rank. In the 10th round, the guardian was of golden rank. To surpass 500,000 points, one must reach the 10th round within an hour. This was the most critical information provided by Han Shirsi. Therefore, upon witnessing that the first-place contender had indeed amassed 1 million points, Dantai Pokyong's immediate reaction was disbelief. Achieving 1 million points in such a short span implied an unfathomable level of strength. Not to mention defeating golden rank foes. Even bronze and silver ranks were not easily vanquished, were they? Yet, the stark reality stood before him, compelling him to accept its veracity. Meanwhile, Chu Quantai instantly grasped Dantai Pokyong's implications. In an instant, he vanished from his position and reappeared atop a metallic platform adjacent to the open ground. A few extraordinary practitioners, holding papers, were also astonished as they beheld the first-place contender's 1 million points. Upon seeing Chu Quantai's arrival, they hastily bowed in greeting. Master Chu Quantai said nothing further. With a wave of his hand, he took the papers from their grasp and swiftly began to scrutinize the information contained within. These individuals were extraordinary practitioners associated with writing and appraising practitioner information. Each time the Qin Yuan Monster Stronghold's secret realm was opened, the practitioner's sanctuary dispatched practitioners to record the entry and exit information of those who ventured into the realm. Prompted by Dantai Pokyong's reminder, Chu Quantai immediately sought to identify the first-place contender who had concealed their identity. He noted that the only information not obscured was the faction to which this individual belonged, Lanyan City. This indicated that the person hailed from Lanyan City and was likely a member of its extraordinary forces. Of course, Chu Quantai hoped that this individual was a practitioner unaffiliated with any faction. If this truly was a young prodigy yet to pledge allegiance, then by uncovering this extraordinary talent's true identity, he could have the opportunity to recruit them into the Chu family. Should this aspiration come to fruition, the Chu family would undoubtedly rise to prominence. However, Chu Quantai soon frowned and reprimanded. In the future, do not record outdated practitioners. It merely squanders the sanctuary's resources. Yes, Master Chu. The several ordinary practitioners responded hastily. Chu Quantai, feeling quite vexed, directly discarded the sheets detailing the challenge times of the outdated practitioners. The nearby practitioners dared not voice any dissent, allowing the sheets of paper to flutter down from the elevated platform. Chapter 30. The Discarded Records. A Visit to Wenxiao. At that moment, beneath the metallic podium, Jiang Li and other former practitioners found themselves relegated to the periphery by a throng of exceptional challengers. Upon witnessing the papers descend from above, Jiang Li and his companions instinctively reached out to catch them. However, when they discerned that the documents contained nothing but information on challengers from their bygone era, casually discarded, their expressions soured instantly. The extraordinary practitioners nearby also took note of the sheets thrown down by Chu Quantai. After glancing at them, they couldn't help but sneer. Surely you don't believe that the top contender is from your old profession? They mocked. How absurd. Do you really think the first place could have been achieved in just a matter of minutes? The former practitioners bristled with indignation at these words. Though only a handful dared to glare at the speaker, the majority chose to bow their heads and depart instead. Jiang Li, let's go, urged his companion, tugging at Jiang Li, who was engrossed in the paper. All right. Jiang Li snapped back to reality, though his gaze lingered on one particular piece of information. Qin Feng. Mecha Master, 10 minutes. The record was stripped down to its barest essentials, lacking even the most fundamental details, such as level or faction, much like the other records of former practitioners. Yet, Jiang Li felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Is your name Qin Feng? He recalled the youth who moved with heavy steps, yet possessed an unwavering gaze. What? The record for Han Shursi has been shattered, and it's a staggering 1 million points. How is that possible? Has another alien force breached the Tower of Ascendancy? At the top floor of the human auction house, Tushan Yame exclaimed in astonishment at the news relayed by Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying nodded affirmatively, confirming that the scouts on site had just reported this astonishing information. Tushan Yame remained in shock for several seconds before regaining her composure, murmuring with profound emotion, "That was Han Shursi." The very legend of the entire Yunmeng main city has been so casually dismantled. 1 million points. Does that mean all 10 demon strongholds have been obliterated? Did they even slay that golden beast? Xiao Ying clutched her chest, rendered speechless. A prolonged silence enveloped the room atop the building until Tushan Yame suddenly recalled something. Gasping in realization, she rose, flipping her hand to reveal a piece of golden armor. The beast god as howling armor that Qin Feng had previously sold. With a radiant aura, life's tide surged forth, and the spirit of the black tiger emerged, heralding the return of the beast god. Tushan Yameng incessantly repeated the 4 additional states of the beast god as howling armor, her expression increasingly astonished. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ying seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "President, are you suggesting that this is the gold extracted from the 10th Qingyun demon village?" Absolutely correct. Tushan Yameng inhaled deeply, speaking with utmost seriousness. Inga, quickly check how long it took for the carriage to travel from the entrance of the secret realm to the human auction. At her command, Xiao Ying promptly produced an exquisite scroll from her bosom. Upon unfurling it, she was met with dense inscriptions. After a swift search, she declared, "The beast carriage hired by Qin Feng traveled for a total of 1 hour and 57 minutes. When he arrived at the human auction, it had been 2 hours and 14 minutes since the Qingyun demon village was activated." Upon hearing Xiao Ying's report, Tushan Yameng revealed a pensive expression. However, she soon shook her head, asserting it's impossible, with only a mere time difference of a few minutes. Achieving the completion of 10 Qin demon villages in such a short span is utterly inconceivable. But if one desires to obtain 100,000 points, 17 minutes might already be excessive. Xiao Inger countered. You mean? Tu Shan gasped in surprise. A sharp intake of breath escaped both Tu Shan Yimeng and Xiao Inger, their astonishment deepening. After a prolonged silence, Tu Shan Yimeng finally sighed. To complete 10 demon villages in merely a few minutes. To slay the golden beasts and acquire the beast god's howling armor. To amass 1 million points and seize the top position on the Qin leaderboard. Yet, it allows an old-time professional to come to the human auction to sell equipment. What kind of force is behind this, and what could possibly be their intention? In the grand estate of Yunmeng City, amidst the warm season, snowflakes danced in the air. The courtyard, adorned in silver, appeared starkly out of place against the vast metropolis. A middle-aged man stood upon a frozen lake, snowflakes swirling around him. Ding! The middle-aged professional-esque communicator emitted a notification. After a moment of anticipation, he opened it to check. A look of intrigue crossed his placid face. After a lengthy pause, he deactivated the communicator and turned to gaze at the towering edifice in the heavens. Perhaps this year, those capable of completing 10 demon villages shall not witness as many deaths, he mused, when suddenly, a series of low growls echoed from beneath the lake surface. Through the ice, one could glimpse the fierce visages of creatures, imprisoned within its grasp. In front of the recuperation center in Blue Cloud City, Qin Feng hesitated, pondering whether to visit when Xiao. Finally, he let out a deep sigh. Stepping into the midst of it all, Qin Feng inquired of a young physician stationed nearby. Could you tell me which ward when Xiao is in? The young doctor glanced up briefly at Qin Feng, then lowered his gaze to search through the medical records. With a soft sigh, he finally looked back at Qin Feng and stated, Who are you? I do not recognize you. Qin Feng shook his head and replied, I'm a friend of her brother, Wenbo regardless. Please arrange for payment as soon as possible. Xiao has outstanding fees for 3 days and has already been transferred to a general ward. The young physician appeared somewhat resentful that Qin Feng had arrived too late. Her condition could not afford to linger. If the treatment fees could not be gathered promptly, she might not survive the year. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart grew heavier. Wenbo had previously assured him that Xiao's health was improving. It seemed he had been concealing the truth from him all along. No wonder he preferred to serve as a subordinate to Tang Xia. Doctor, I will cover the expenses. Please transfer Wen Xiao to the best ward and arrange for surgery immediately. Ensure the finest physician is brought in. Qin Feng's voice trembled with emotion. The young physician seemed taken aback by this unexpected response. There's no need to spend so much on a special care ward. Your previous profession must have made earning money quite challenging. Please take my card. I wish for Xiao to receive the best treatment. He produced a card adorned with an image of a small white fox and handed it to the young doctor. The young doctor hesitated, wishing to offer further advice. But at that moment, a sharp-featured physician approached, saying brusquely, Do you have any idea what the daily rate for a special care ward is? It amounts to a month's wages for you hardworking folks. Lu Rue, silence yourself. The initial young physician snapped at the newcomer. Lu Rue retorted without hesitation, Kupeng. Haven't you suffered enough? I'm looking out for your best interests. That girl's brother has already passed away. How much have you covered for her? I am willing. The physician named Kupeng declared loudly, and without further persuasion to Qin Feng, he placed the white fox card upon a jade stone. Instantly, a purple luminescence radiated from the stone, revealing the balance contained within. Lu Rue, who had been mocking moments earlier, nearly gasped for breath in astonishment. Kupeng was equally stunned, for the figure displayed on the luminescent screen was a staggering 12 million. It took both of them considerable time to comprehend the digits before Qin Feng calmly interrupted their astonishment. What is the total cost for the best special care ward for 1 month, along with treatment from the finest physician in Lanyan City? Finally, Kupeng regained his composure and began to fumble through calculations in haste. Soon, he raised his head and addressed Qin Feng, stating that the cost for a month in the intensive care unit amounted to 300,000, while the fees for the finest physician at their rehabilitation center, possessing a 4th-tier prowess, would be 100,000, totaling 400,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng sighed inwardly, surprised that the sum was merely 400,000. However, he quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Although 400,000 was a trifling amount for him now, he could easily sell a single piece of silver equipment from his mechanical space for several 100,000. This figure represented an astronomical sum for the former Wenbo. Countless old professions like him, and those ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken to any profession. Qin Feng sighed again, lightly swiping his card. A transfer notification appeared on the screen before the young physician, Qin Feng, indicating that he had received a transfer of 1 million. Chapter 31, Sacred Heart Herb. Former profession, Ancient Demon. That is far too much. One team needs such an amount. Qin Feng seemed taken aback by the sum received. Beside him, LV Rue cast a gaze filled with envy. Yet, Qin Feng spoke calmly. It's not excessive. I may not be able to visit every day, so I asked Doctor. Could it take good care of Xiaoro? Even without the money, I would certainly do my utmost. Qin Feng attempted to decline, but Qin Feng waved his hand, requesting, please, take me to see Xiaoro. Very well. You can rest assured. With a friend like you, Xiaoro's brother is fortunate. Qin Feng remarked with a sense of gratitude, rising to lead Qin Feng towards the ward area. Before long, they arrived outside a multi-bed ward. Peering through the window, Qin Feng saw a slender young girl huddled on a simple bed, embracing her knees. Indeed, it was Wenbo's sister, Xiaoro. Memories of his previous visit with Wenbo flooded back, and his eyes grew warm with emotion. Noticing Qin Feng's expression, Qin Feng spoke softly. In truth, Xiaoro's frailty is not due to a lack of nourishment, but rather the impact of her condition. She suffers from a congenital heart meridian defect. Even with the treatment of a fourth-tier physician, true recovery remains elusive unless... Unless what? I would pay any amount. Qin Feng interjected eagerly. Qin Feng shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. To restore Xiaoro to health, we require an extraordinary herb known as the Sacred Heart Herb. However, to my knowledge, it is unavailable within the entirety of Yunming's main city. Even if you possess wealth, you cannot procure it. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering where he might find the Sacred Heart Herb. Qin Feng regretfully shook his head. I cannot provide that information. I will seek a solution. Please, Dr. Ku, do not hesitate to reach out to me for any expenses incurred. Qin Feng felt a pang of regret, but chose not to linger any longer. After befriending Qin Feng, Qin Feng departed from the sanatorium. Shortly after his exit, the brooding El Rue opened the professional communication directory. A sum of 1 million in treatment fees had been paid on behalf of Xiaoro. No, it was from a former professional. Yet, the card's owner was Tu Shan Yuechu. A few minutes later, within the Tang residence, the furious roar of Tang Zhan echoed. Tu Shan clan. Should I discover that you are responsible for my demise, the Tang family will not rest until we have avenged ourselves against you. Where could one seek information about the Sacred Heart Grass? Having left the sanatorium, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before opening the professional communication directory, directing his gaze towards the trio associated with the human auction. After a brief contemplation, he decided to open the dialogue with Jiang Inger, sending an inquiry regarding the Sacred Heart Grass. Among the three, he was most acquainted with Jiang Inger. While awaiting a response, Qin Feng once more glanced at the details of his three acquaintances. Jean Rui, level 98, appraiser. Jiang Inger, level 39, long-range gunner. Tu Shan Mingya, level 117, ancient demon. Jean Rui was a standard extraordinary profession, capable of appraising extraordinary equipment and materials, belonging to the life-oriented extraordinary professions. Jiang Inger's profession as a long-range gunner was a branch of the former profession of gunner, responsible for long-distance shooting aboard ancient vessels. Qin Feng held no surprise regarding the professions of these two. What truly astonished him, however, was Tu Shan Mingya's designation, ancient demon. He had not anticipated that Tu Shan Yimeng, the president of the human auction, was also a former professional. Indeed, the ancient demon profession had existed since the bygone era. It resembled the extraordinary professions in the current age that allow for beast transformation. Legend has it that the ancient demon profession thrived during an epoch prior to the bygone era, earning the title of the most archaic among the ancients. Yet, like other former professions, the ancient demon had completely faded in the extraordinary age. Its situation paled in comparison to that of former professions, most of which retained the ability to access mechanical spaces, enabling them to sustain a livelihood through the transportation of materials and goods. However, the ancient demon profession possessed only a singular ability known as Summon Demon. Ostensibly, This allowed one to summon legendary demons to fight on their behalf or to fuse with them to enhance one's strength. There were many similarities with the summoner, spirit master, and druid professions in extraordinary realms. Yet, akin to the bygone era, few in the extraordinary age could summon powerful demons. Only the exceedingly fortunate might forge a pact with a feeble minor demon. In terms of strength and growth potential, it did not surpass the former professions by much. Thus, the ancient demon was similarly classified as an archaic profession, with some even dubbing it the oldest of the old. This clearly illustrates the dire predicament they face. However, Qin Feng was taken aback to discover that, despite her seemingly boundless prestige as the overseer of the human auction house in Lanyan City, Tu Shan Yamei was, in fact, a practitioner of an ancient profession that barely surpassed the old ones. Observing Tu Shan Yamei's level, which had ascended to the fourth transition realm, Qin Feng felt a surge of curiosity regarding the steps she had taken to reach this pinnacle. Yet, in a moment of reflection, he deduced the truth. As the wealthiest faction in Lanyan City, the human auction house undoubtedly boasted a plethora of supporters. In addition to lifestyle professionals like the appraiser Jean Lao, Tu Shan Yamei must have numerous extraordinary warriors under her command. After all, even in an extraordinary era, wealth remains an undeniable force to be reckoned with. On the top floor of the human auction house, Jiang Inger, after reviewing the message sent by Qin Feng, addressed the still-dazed Tu Shan Yamei, saying, "President, Qin Feng is inquiring about the holy heartgrass." Coming back to her senses, Tu Shan Yamei pondered briefly before responding. "Inform him." Jiang Inger furrowed her elegant brows. "President, the Seven Luminaries Canyon, where the holy heartgrass is located, harbors monsters of at least level 40. It would be far too perilous for Qin Feng." However, as she spoke, a realization dawned upon her. Wait, anyone seeking to obtain such an extraordinary herb cannot be him. Tu Shan Yamei nodded, then murmured to herself, "If memory serves me right, the holy heartgrass is a silver-grade healing herb. Could it be that the challenger from the Qinyan demon village has sustained injuries? Indeed, 1,000,000 points are not easily acquired." Jiang Inger, upon hearing this, gently nodded in agreement with Tu Shan Yamei's deduction. "Yingya, relay all intelligence regarding the Seven Luminaries Canyon to him. Additionally, procure the 5-star second transition certificate as soon as possible and present it to him before his departure." Understood. Meanwhile, upon receiving Jiang Inger's message, Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief. He had genuinely worried that even a force as formidable as the human auction house might be unaware of the whereabouts of the holy heartgrass. But now that he was informed, it meant that Xiao Rou finally had a chance at recovery. The Seven Luminaries Canyon, monsters of a minimum level of 40, some even exceeding level 100. However, after reviewing the information Jiang Inger had sent regarding the location of the holy heartgrass, a grave expression crossed Qin Feng's face. This endeavor would likely be no less challenging than that of the Qinyan demon village. The highest level beasts there were merely level 50, while the monsters in the Seven Luminaries Canyon exceeded even level 100. This was practically equivalent to the strength of a fourth transition powerhouse among humans. Nevertheless, Qin Feng took a deep breath and resolved to proceed. Although the dangers of the Seven Stars Canyon are greater, my own strength has also been significantly enhanced. Once I replace all the materials of the Storm Crimson and the Heavenly Fire with extraordinary ones, the grade of these two mechas may rise once more. Their combat power will undoubtedly see a tremendous increase. Moreover, after this experience in the Qinyan demon village, the divine points I have acquired will allow me to participate in another lottery. This signifies that I might obtain a new mecha. Chapter 32. LV Rue's Scheme. Blueprint. Freedom Gundam. Qin Feng glanced at the last message sent to him by Jiang Inger, promising to deliver the 5-star second transfer certificate within 3 days. He was astonished by the efficiency of the human auction house. Checking the time, Qin Feng realized there were still 7 days until the registration for the college entrance examination. That was ample time. He could wait 3 days and utilize this period to enhance his strength. Resisting the urge to press the lottery button, Qin Feng returned to his warehouse. Gazing at the familiar yet empty and dilapidated vast space, he was filled with emotion. He recalled the despair he felt when he first crossed over and learned that his profession as a Mecha Master was an antiquated occupation abandoned by the times, as well as the helplessness he experienced while striving to create the simplest wearable mecha to qualify for the college entrance examination. However, in just a few days, he had already acquired formidable mechas like Storm Crimson and Heavenly Fire. He could even casually slay silver and gold beasts. The span of merely a few days made Qin Feng feel as though he had transcended time. Let us begin. Qin Feng took a deep breath as he gazed at the lottery function on the system interface along with his divine points, his heart swelling with excitement. It is noteworthy that after slaying a multitude of bronze and silver beasts and a single golden beast in the Qinyan Demon Village, he had already completed a medium-level lottery with his divine points. How could Qin Feng not be thrilled? If a basic lottery could yield an exceptional mecha like Heavenly Fire, what might a medium-level lottery produce? In Blue Cloud City, before the Hall of Professionals, a girl with a somewhat sweet appearance was lost in thought, staring vacantly in one direction, oblivious to the curious gazes of passers-by. It was not until a sharp-featured young man approached and gently nudged her shoulder that she snapped back to reality. Xiaowei, what are you doing, daydreaming? Aren't you on duty today? Why aren't you wearing the hall's robes? The girl finally regained her composure and, upon turning to see the newcomer, asked somewhat dazedly, "Brother, do you believe that an antiquated profession can complete a 5-star difficulty transfer task?" The young man was none other than L.V. Rue, who had previously met Qin Feng at the sanatorium. Upon hearing his sister L.V. Wei's words, L.V. Rue casually remarked, "How is that possible? Sister, have you lost your mind? A relic from the past can scarcely complete a 1-star task, let alone a 5-star one." However, L.V. Wei was somewhat agitated, but I saw that person accomplish it. She then recounted the events from a few days prior, when Qin Feng came to accept a 5-star first transition task. Due to her negligence, she was stripped of her divine position by the white-robed priest of the Order of Practitioners. I just witnessed it with my own eyes. That person is already at level 30. Finally, L.V. Wei said in a daze. Upon hearing this, L.V. Rue was momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity with the person his sister described. "Is the individual you're speaking of cloaked, youthful, and a Mecha Master?" L.V. Rue inquired with a peculiar tone. "Yes. Brother, how do you know? Have you met that person?" L.V. Wei asked, filled with curiosity. Indeed, upon receiving his sister's confirmation, L.V. Rue's heart leapt with joy. He was envious of the 1 million that Qin Feng had previously transferred to Kupeng. Furthermore, he had noticed that Qin Feng possessed not only that financial card, but also a black card representing a deposit of at least 10 million. If managed well, he might never need to toil endlessly again, caring for those old relics and ordinary individuals who couldn't even afford their medical expenses. He was utterly fed up. Moreover, why should a lowly relic of the past possess such wealth? It was undeserved. The relics did not merit it. That fellow named Qin Feng dared to look down upon him. He would pay. It all belonged to him. L.V. Rue thought darkly. After a brief moment, he pulled L.V. Wei to a secluded spot and unfolded his sinister plan. After hearing this malicious scheme, L.V. Wei expressed a twinge of fear. "Brother, that person has completed a 5-star transition task. What if the priest discovers this?" Yet, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in L.V. Rue's eyes. "Do you still wish to return to the Order? A relic who killed a member of the Tang family, no matter how valuable, is of no consequence. Once he is dead, you can inform the priest that you always suspected his character was flawed. With the Tang family's testimony, you will surely be able to return to the Order." Upon hearing her brother's persuasive reasoning, all hesitation vanished from L.V. Wei's eyes. "All right, brother, I will follow your lead." In the vast warehouse, Qin Feng gazed at his divine points, elated. These divine points were sufficient for him to conduct an intermediate draw and 5 preliminary draws. Without hesitation, he activated the multidimensional mecha lottery feature and first opted for the intermediate draw. A colossal wheel appeared. Bang, bang, bang. A sense of inexplicable tension unexpectedly enveloped Qin Feng's heart. With a determined grit of his teeth, he pressed the central button of the intermediate roulette. A low hum reverberated as an enigmatic energy began to coalesce. The metallic structures within the warehouse started to tremble. Yet at that moment, Qin Feng remained utterly oblivious. His entire focus was fixated on the rapidly spinning wheel. Celestial Thunder Steed, Unicorn, Demon God Caesar, Crimson Lotus Spiral Rock. Each mech that flickered across the intermediate roulette ignited a desire within Qin Feng to exclaim in awe. He felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Nevertheless, he steadfastly maintained his gaze on the wheel. These mechs were among the most formidable across all realms and timelines, an irresistible temptation for him. He yearned to forge each one of them. As for the bygone professions, should these mechs come to fruition, the lofty, extraordinary practitioners would dare not claim their former titles. Thus, amidst boundless anticipation, Qin Feng endured several excruciating seconds. At last, the intermediate lottery will gradually came to a halt. Ultimately, the pointer settled upon a colossal mech, entirely white with sharp, defined lines. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, and his heart inexplicably skipped several beats. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he gazed in disbelief at the mech revealing its true form. Unlike the striking Storm Crimson, this mech bore a rather unremarkable appearance, lacking any paint. Yet, it was adorned with 5 pairs of immense wings, and various heavy weaponry was strategically placed across its body. It seemed as if a formidable combat fervor lay dormant within this mech. Ding! A system notification resonated. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the blueprint for a level 10 mech. Instantly, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Indeed, it was a zero-gravity mobile battle machine. It was a Gundam. This time he had drawn a Gundam mech. Moreover, the model was Freedom. Qin Feng exclaimed with joy, an overwhelming ecstasy surging within him. This was the very first Gundam model he had purchased in his previous life, Freedom Gundam. It was from this mech that Kira Yamato ascended to become the ultimate pilot. The output of Freedom Gundam was 4 times that of Assault Gundam. Its array of offensive capabilities was astounding, with cannons, electromagnetic rifles, and the dazzling multicolored cannon capable of full salvo. It was truly spectacular. Undoubtedly, the power of Freedom Gundam was formidable. Yet, he pondered, was it merely a level 10? However, Qin Feng soon found solace. Despite being matched from 2 entirely different timelines, their blueprints shared the same grade. However, possessing the formidable Thundercloud Blade Formation and the Lightning Blade Formation, the Storm Crimson is undoubtedly a powerhouse, rivaling the aerial combat prowess of the Freedom Gundam. In any case, both mechas are exceptionally strong. Qin Feng was immensely satisfied, yearning to commence the construction of the Freedom Gundam immediately. He had already envisioned the exhilarating scenes of piloting it in battle. Yet ultimately, Qin Feng managed to rein in his excitement. He switched the lottery wheel to a basic draw. Having just completed an intermediate draw, he still had 197 divine points remaining, allowing for 5 more basic draws. He began. Qin Feng pressed the lottery button, and the wheels spun rapidly. After several seconds of anticipation, a series of system notifications rang out. Congratulations on obtaining the level Mecha Blueprint. Beast King Red Lion, congratulations on obtaining the level Mecha Blueprint. Beast King Black Lion, congratulations on obtaining the level Mecha Blueprint. Titan 7274, congratulations on obtaining the level Mecha Blueprint. Beast King Green Lion, congratulations on obtaining the special class Mecha Blueprint. Tyrannosaurus Beast. Chapter 33, Beast King. Mass-produced mechas. Mechanical pets. Qin Feng nearly gasped in disbelief. The momentary calm he had regained after drawing the Freedom Gundam was once again stirred to fervor. His eyes widened as he examined the 5 newly acquired mecha blueprints. Unable to contain himself, he let out a triumphant roar. Incredible! Initially, after obtaining the Freedom Gundam from the intermediate draw, Qin Feng had little expectation for the basic draw. However, upon seeing the results, he was met with several delightful surprises. The first things that caught Qin Feng's eye were the 3 non-humanoid, beast-shaped mechas. Beast King Red Lion, Beast King Black Lion, Beast King Green Lion. His gaze instantly ignited with fervor. He had never anticipated that he would draw the Beast King mechas. A nostalgic recollection of his childhood surged forth. Although these 3 blueprints were merely level, they filled Qin Feng's heart with exhilaration. The Beast King, in his previous life, it was also known as the War God Metal. Comprised of 5 lion mechas, every time he witnessed the fusion scene, he couldn't help but shout along, "I will form the head. I will form the feet and legs." Qin Feng couldn't restrain himself from exclaiming, as if he had returned to his childhood. Yes, since he had drawn 3 lion mechas. Could he also draw the remaining blue lion and yellow lion? Each lion mecha blueprint was of level quality. Thus, when they combined to form the Beast King, what kind of combat power would that yield? It surely wouldn't be weaker than the Storm Crimson or the Freedom Gundam. Qin Feng's spirits soared once more. After reflecting on the experiences of 2 lifetimes, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the blueprint once more. Titan 7274. This sight reignited a spark within him. Agreement 3. Protect the Iron Cavalry. I shall not lose another Iron Cavalry. Instantly, the iconic lines from the Titan saga flooded Qin Feng's mind, stirring a profound, emotional response within him. If the Mech Storm Crimson, Skyfire, Beast King, and Freedom Gundam represent the dreams of a mech enthusiast, then the Titan has truly allowed Qin Feng to experience the allure of mechs in its entirety. When he first engaged with this mech game, the rich narrative and authentic control sensations had left him exhilarated. And today, he had drawn this Vanguard-class mech. Moreover, it was a blueprint of the highest caliber. This indicated that once crafted, it would rival even the might of Skyfire. Suddenly, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to a few discernible characters on the Titan's blueprint. Mass production possible. Upon realizing this, his eyes widened in astonishment and a jubilant expression spread across his face. He couldn't help but pump his fist in the air. Previously, he had attempted to craft a second version of every mech blueprint he had drawn, only to be informed that mass production was unfeasible, which had left him deeply regretful. Yet, to his astonishment, this one could be mass-produced. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with joy. For even if the Titan's strength might not surpass that of Storm Crimson or Freedom Gundam, the prospect of mass production changed everything. Even if it were merely a black iron-level mech upon completion, imagine the terror of an infinite army of black iron titans. What dungeon realms and extraordinary forces would stand a chance against them? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. The value of this Titan blueprint was undoubtedly on par with that of the Freedom Gundam blueprint obtained from the intermediate lottery. After taking a few deep breaths, Qin Feng turned his attention to the final blueprint, the Soul Special Class Mech, Dinosaur Beast. As his thoughts swept across it, several lines of prompts materialized on the blueprint. A mechanical pet with self-awareness. It will be 100 loyal to its creator. What? A mechanical pet? Qin Feng was once again left speechless. He pressed his hand against his chest, feeling as though his heart might give out from the excitement. At this rate, even if he were to find the sacred heartgrass, it might have to be used for himself. After forcing himself to regain composure, Qin Feng scrutinized this mechanical pet blueprint, finding it increasingly familiar with each passing moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Wasn't this the mechanical Tyrannoman? He had even extracted a Digimon. This system exhibited an extraordinary generosity. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. He recalled that this Tyrannoman was merely in its mature stage. If it could evolve into its complete form, or even its ultimate form, or perhaps its super ultimate form, that would be akin to wielding a walking nuclear bomb. How exhilarating! For the subsequent 3 days, Qin Feng was immersed in the fervent creation of mechas. He was eager to command these mechanical marvels. Freedom Gundam, Beast King, Titan, Tyrannoman. Each mecha ignited an intense passion within Qin Feng's heart. 3 days later, atop the human auction house, Tushan Yimeng handed a shard of crystal bone to Jiang Ying-er. Within the crystal bone, 5 points of crimson light flickered. Give this to Qin Feng, Tushan Yimeng said, her voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. All right, should we charge a fee? Jiang Ying-er responded with a smile. Tushan Yimeng appeared somewhat tempted, yet she shook her head. Never mind. Very well. I shall send it right away. Jiang Ying-er nodded, and before departing, added, by the way, the Tang family has been investigating Yu Chu's whereabouts these past few days. There are also professionals from the Tang family monitoring Qin Feng. Shall we warn the Tang family? Tushan Yimeng waved her hand dismissively. Let them be. After all, Tang Zhan has lost a son, and there is no need to worry about Yu Chu. As for Qin Feng, there is even less cause for concern. A sly smile graced Tushan Yimeng's exquisite face. Once Jiang Ying-er left with a smile, Tushan Yimeng opened her contacts and sent a message to a friend named Tushan Yu Chu, to which phase has the third transfer task progressed. Minutes later, Tushan Yimeng received a response. Upon opening it, she found a single character, Moon. Yet, a rare warm smile blossomed on Tushan Yimeng's face. She sent another message, be careful. In a secluded corner of a dense forest, the air was pierced by the terrifying howls of demonic beasts. A young girl clad in white sat cross-legged beneath a colossal tree. Occasionally, fearsome wild creatures passed by, but upon sensing the chilling aura emanating from the girl, these formidable beasts scuttled away. Time passed, and the girl gently opened her eyes, softly murmuring, Moon, the moon among the 7 luminaries? In Blue Cloud City, Within the Tang family, Tang Zhan paced restlessly in the hall. In the center of the hall, a unique formation was composed of extraordinary items radiating spiritual energy. Zhao Wuji, having removed his bandages, sat cross-legged in the midst of the formation. After an indeterminate time, Zhao Wuji let out a soft shout. In the midst of the formation, the extraordinary items trembled in unison, disintegrating into powder. A surge of spiritual energy surged towards Zhao Wuji's chest. With a sudden gasp, Zhao Wuji coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet, astonishingly, the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, it twisted eerily before him. Zhao Wuji swiftly executed several intricate hand gestures. The blood quivered gently, gradually coalescing into the shape of a mechanical engine. This mechanical engine appeared strikingly real, each component distinctly visible. However, almost simultaneously, that mass of blood seemed to lose all its spiritual essence, fading into nothingness. With a long exhale, Zhao Wuji found himself drenched in sweat, his body swaying unsteadily. Beside him, Tang Zhan hurriedly stepped forward, inquiring, "Brother Zhao, have you discerned the true culprit?" Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment, attempting to speak, but it felt as though something lodged in his throat obstructed him. After a prolonged silence, two indistinct characters finally escaped his lips: "the old days." Upon uttering this, a peculiar black mist enveloped Zhao Wuji, and he abruptly rolled his eyes back and fainted. Tang Zhan, however, was momentarily dazzled, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The old days, indeed, it is the old days. What Lu Rui mentioned was not mistaken. Qin Feng, the master of mechs. No, he aspires to eliminate Shor, but he is not worthy. An ancient demon, perhaps. Tushan clan, you despicable creatures. It is time for you to vanish from Lanyan City. You have received a package from the practitioner Jiang Yinger. A notification chimed. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, revealing bloodshot irises, yet his spirit was exceedingly invigorated. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at the mechanical space, which had expanded several fold since 3 days prior. Checking the time, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Has it been merely 3 days? Chapter 34, Silver Level Mech. Tyrannosaurus Rex activated. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was quite pleased with the gains of these past 3 days. The complete structures of Storm Crimson and Heavenly Fire had been upgraded successfully. Aside from a few components like wiring and electronic parts, the entirety had been replaced with extraordinary metal. At this moment, Storm Crimson and Heavenly Fire, even in terms of mere outer armor defense, were already remarkably formidable. Should Storm Crimson encounter Tang Shaw, who had previously undergone a transformation, it could very well remain stationary, as Tang Shuo would be unable to breach its defenses. The overall strength had significantly enhanced. Moreover, what delighted Qin Feng the most was that after upgrading with extraordinary metal, these two initial mechs had also experienced substantial enhancements in their attributes. With a mere thought, a luminous screen appeared before him, revealing the attributes of the two mechs, visible only to him. Storm Crimson, Silver. Category: Mecha Weapons. Qin Feng exclusive. Attributes: Strength 4652, Agility 2685, Constitution 4018. Spirit 3029, Combat Rating 48 stars, Durability 50005000. Weapon System: Level 22 Plasma Cannon, Ultimate Skill. First Stage, Thundercloud Blade Array. Second Stage, Lightning Blade Array, Spare Slot 08, Skyfire, Bronze. Category: Mecha Weapons. Qin Feng exclusive. Attributes: Strength 2741, Agility 6725, Constitution 2690. Spirit 2217, Combat Rating 30 stars, Durability 24002-400. Weapon System: Arm Laser Sword, Particle Beam Weapon, Thermal Guided Armor Piercing Shell. Special Status: Flight Mode, Armor Mode. Mecha Combat Mode not activated. Storm Crimson has indeed ascended once more, just as Qin Feng had previously speculated, transitioning from its original bronze level to the esteemed silver level. Its attributes have significantly enhanced. The combat power has surged from a mere 26 stars to an impressive 48 stars, surpassing the strength achieved when merged with Skyfire in the mysterious realm of the Qingyun Demon Village. Qin Feng is convinced that with the current prowess of Storm Crimson, activating the Lightning Blade Array may suffice to vanquish the mutated Golden Level Black Tiger Chief without the need for Skyfire's fusion. Qin Feng is immensely gratified by the elevation of Storm Crimson. However, in contrast to Storm Crimson, Skyfire, the first mecha drawn from a novice lottery, has not progressed despite completing its material upgrade, remaining at the bronze level. Nevertheless, Skyfire's attributes have seen a commendable enhancement, with its combat power rising from 21 stars to 30 stars, a notable improvement. As a supportive mecha, Qin Feng is quite pleased with Skyfire, for its most invaluable ability lies in the equipment library fusion. Now, should Storm Crimson merge with Skyfire, their combined combat power would soar to nearly 80 stars, surpassing the typical strength of a third transformation extraordinary practitioner. Moreover, Qin Feng feels confident that even against a fourth transformation extraordinary practitioner lacking formidable extraordinary talents, he could hold his own. Yet, aside from the advancements of Storm Crimson and Skyfire, the creation of new mechas has not been as smooth. Qin Feng gazes regretfully at the mechanical space, which has become somewhat vacant following the consecutive acquisitions of new mechas. Besides Storm Crimson and Skyfire, 3 incomplete beast-type mechas, the Freedom Gundam, Titan, and the Black, Red, and Green Lions, await completion. Only 3 days remain. Qin Feng had merely managed to complete the basic construction of the 5 mechs. Merely gazing upon their forms stirred a sense of exhilaration within him, as he was eager to test the power of these formidable machines. Alas, perfecting them would require several more days, yet the 3-day period he had promised Jiang Inger had elapsed. If he did not venture to the Seven Suns Canyon soon, he might indeed miss the deadline for college entrance exam registration. Furthermore, over the past 3 days, he had received a series of messages from Coupon, informing him that when Xiaoro had been assigned to the finest special care ward and was under the treatment of an extraordinary physician. However, just yesterday, her condition had taken a turn for the worse. The damaged heart meridian was on the brink of collapse. He must hasten to retrieve the Sacred Heart Grass, for without it, even a physician of the 5th tier or above could do little to save Xiaoro's life. Sighing softly, Qin Feng glanced at a sizable iron mass resting beside the foot of the Freedom Gundam. This was not mere waste material, but rather the mechanical pet he had crafted, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The components of the Tyrannosaurus Rex were no less than those of the Freedom Gundam and the 3 Lions. Yet the disparity in size made it somewhat easier for Qin Feng to forge its parts. During the past 3 days, he had utilized his moments of respite to complete the melting of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's components. However, once he attempted to assemble it according to the blueprints, the intricate and sophisticated mechanical structure began to operate autonomously, ultimately resulting in a mass resembling a grinding stone. Qin Feng had tried numerous methods, but could not awaken this mechanical pet. Unlike the other mechs, he could not simply enter it to control it, leaving him at a loss regarding how to handle this peculiar creation. Just as he was about to abandon further efforts on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He gazed at the iron mass with a peculiar expression, finding his own thoughts somewhat absurd. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed. With a swift motion, he extracted the iron mass and, biting his finger, let a drop of blood fall upon the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seconds passed, and the iron mass, with its intricate components visible on the surface, remained completely unresponsive. Qin Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that the blood oath meant little to mechanical creations. Resigned, he patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex, intending to store it in the mechanical space, when he suddenly felt a tingling sensation of electricity coursing through his palm as it made contact with the creature. To his astonishment, the once inert iron mass began to tremble ever so slightly. A gentle, childlike howl erupted from the iron mass, resembling a grinding stone. As Qin Feng stood in astonishment, the iron object began to transform rapidly, shifting like a mosaic. The miniature engines within the mechanical structure emitted a soft rumble. Mere moments later, the once lumpen mechanism had metamorphosed into a charming mechanical dinosaur, standing over a meter tall. With another howl, the mechanical dinosaur opened its mouth wide, releasing a plume of smoke tinged with the scent of gasoline. Subsequently, its eyes blinked open, the mechanical irises swiftly rotating until they settled upon Qin Feng. To his surprise, the mechanical dinosaur extended its arms, as if yearning for an embrace from him. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Activation of Tyrannosaurus successfully completed. Immediately, beside the pages for Storm Crimson and Skyfire attributes, a new attribute page materialized. Tyrannosaurus, Silver Tier. Category, Mechanical Pet. Exclusive to Qin Feng. Level, 0. Attributes, Strength 943. Agility 1326. Constitution 1878. Spirit 1231. Combat rating, 9 stars. Skills, Dragon Charge. Launch a charge, piercing through enemies with a sharp horn. Gale Tail Whip. Deliver a powerful tail strike to surrounding foes. Super Flame. Eject a torrent of flames, incinerating all adversaries in the vicinity. Description: a mechanical pet endowed with a powerful self-evolutionary consciousness, possessing an insatiable appetite for extraordinary metals. It can also be crafted and upgraded according to its owner's wishes. Chapter 35. The Might of the Silver Mechanical Pet. 5-star Second Transformation Certificate. Upon reviewing the information about the Tyrannosaurus, Qin Feng was genuinely taken aback. He never expected his first mechanical pet to be of Silver Tier. Moreover, its initial attributes boasted a combat rating of 9 stars, far superior to his own 1-star rating upon awakening. Truly, this was the prowess of a Silver Tier mechanical pet. Suddenly, an intriguing realization struck Qin Feng. The Tyrannosaurus's attributes included a level field. Although it still read 0, it ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes. He understood that having a level meant it could be upgraded, unlike the Storm Crimson and Skyfire, which lacked a level field, indicating that their strength could only be enhanced through the replacement of components and materials by Qin Feng himself, akin to most extraordinary equipment. Thus, the categories for Storm Crimson and Skyfire remained classified as mech-type weapons, which, to some extent, could be regarded as a unique form of extraordinary weaponry. However, now, the Tyrannosaurus has unexpectedly acquired a level bar. This evolution transcends mere mechanization, venturing far beyond the realm of ordinary mechanical constructs. It now resembles a true professional S-pet, capable of upgrading and enhancing its strength. Starting at a silver grade, its potential is immense. Furthermore, it astonishingly comes equipped with 3 skills: Dragon Charge, Gale Tail Whip, and Super Flame. These abilities align almost perfectly with those established in the original narrative. After perusing the descriptions of these skills, Qin Feng could not help but gaze skyward, feeling a twinge of envy. As a professional, he found himself lacking even a single skill. After painstakingly achieving his first job transfer, the talent he acquired was merely a passive enhancement to his mechanical combat prowess, known as frenzied augmentation. Meanwhile, this newly forged Tyrannosaurus boasted 3 active attack skills right from the outset, far surpassing its master. Where's the fairness in that? Qin Feng sighed softly, yet he felt a certain satisfaction within. He gently patted the Tyrannosaurus, which seemed to be seeking affection, eliciting a series of excited howls and a few sparks from its mouth. Just as Qin Feng was about to close the information panel, he suddenly noticed a final line of small text. He glanced at it casually, only to be left utterly speechless. Self-evolution, metal devouring, crafting and upgrading mechas. What on earth? Qin Feng was at a loss for words. This is simply too exhilarating. If this information holds true, the Tyrannosaurus not only possesses the ability to self-upgrade by consuming extraordinary metals, but it can also, at its own discretion, undertake the crafting and upgrading of mechas, tasks that would typically require his personal involvement. This is nothing short of a perfect pet. Qin Feng looked down at the Tyrannosaurus, affectionately rubbing its head as it nuzzled against his chest. Unable to restrain himself, he embraced it and planted a kiss on its forehead. The Tyrannosaurus, sensing Qin Feng's joy, excitedly bounced around him. From now on, you should be called Little Dragon. Qin Feng patted the creature's head once more before storing it in the mechanical space. Upon entering the mechanical realm, the Tyrannosaurus curiously surveyed its surroundings before trotting over to a pile of extraordinary metals and began to nibble on them. Observing this scene, Qin Feng made no attempt to intervene. If he wanted Little Dragon to work, it must first be well fed. Devour away. Qin Feng affectionately encouraged the Tyrannosaurus with his thoughts. Hearing his words, the creature let out a triumphant howl and resumed its feast. Those formidable extraordinary metals offered no resistance whatsoever to its voracious bites. Subsequently, Qin Feng opened the parcel sent by Jiang Ying. After a surge of spiritual energy, a spatial vortex materialized before him, from which a wooden box fell. Qin Feng deftly caught the box and, upon opening it, discovered a translucent crystal bone. Within the bone, 5 blood-red glimmers flickered, signifying a second-tier certification for professionals. These 5 glimmers represented a 5-star difficulty level. A wave of emotion washed over Qin Feng. Initially, after awakening as a Mecha Master, his sole aspiration was to reach level 10 to qualify for the college entrance examination. He had not even dared to dream of completing the simplest 1-star first-tier task. Yet, here he was, not only having accomplished a 5-star first-tier task, but now also holding a corresponding 5-star second-tier certification. He later inquired with Jiang Inger and learned that the price of a 5-star first-tier certification approached 1 million. The 5-star second-tier certification, however, was valued at over 5 million. Upon realizing this price, Qin Feng's first thought was to trade for a 1-star second-tier certification. Yet, upon sensing his predicament, Tu Shanmingya unexpectedly offered to gift it to him. How could Qin Feng refuse such a generous offer? He readily accepted. Although he was unaware of Tu Shanmingya's intentions, the sum was staggering, an amount he had never dared to contemplate before. To hesitate for even a moment would be a disservice to such wealth. After a brief freshening up, Qin Feng secured the warehouse door and made his way into the heart of Blue Cloud City. The location of the 7 Stars Canyon lay amidst the wilderness, precisely between Blue Cloud City and the neighboring Sichuan City. Since the ancient era, the expanse of Blue Star had multiplied several times. By the extraordinary age, the wasteland had become nearly boundless. To reach 7 Stars Canyon on foot might take 10 days or even half a month. While using the heavenly fire could significantly reduce the travel time, it required the incineration of extraordinary items. After a rough calculation, Qin Feng realized that a single flight would consume several pieces of bronze equipment. Conversely, by riding a flying demon beast, he could arrive at 7 Stars Canyon within half a day for merely 10,000 coins. Compared to the consumption of heavenly fire, this was undeniably economical. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the center of Blue Cloud City. Instead of hastily boarding a flying demon beast, he first entered the nearby Hall of Professionals. Now that he had obtained the second-tier certification, it was the perfect opportunity to accept a second-tier task. Navigating through the bustling hall filled with extraordinary professionals, Qin Feng approached an unoccupied receptionist. He began, "Hello, I would like to accept a second-tier task." The young receptionist paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Feng's profession. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, a hint of apprehension appeared on the young man's face. He promptly and professionally stated, "Please place your hand here to verify your rank information." Qin Feng nodded and placed his hand upon a luminous screen. In a short while, the screen emitted a mechanical prompt. Mecha Master, level 30, meets the requirements for advancement. The volume of the announcement was modest, yet it instantly silenced many extraordinary professionals nearby who had been engaged in conversation. Some of them instinctively touched their ears, seemingly to confirm whether they had misheard. It was not until the young attendant returned to reality from his exaggerated astonishment that he said, "All right, you qualify for the second job transfer. Allow me to escort you to the transfer space." With that, the young attendant rose and guided Qin Feng towards the transfer space at the back. Boom! As Qin Feng and the attendant's figures vanished, the previously quiet hall of the professional sanctuary erupted into a frenzy. A level 30 Mecha Master. How rare it is for an individual from the past to reach such a level. Could he possibly be the scion of a powerful family? Just a few days prior, a member of the past had accepted a first transfer task with a 5-star difficulty rating. That individual was also a Mecha Master. Could be the same person? Puffed. Are you alright? Even among extraordinary professionals, is it feasible to complete a first transfer task in a matter of days and simultaneously level up by 20 levels to meet the requirements for a second transfer? Furthermore, a 5-star difficulty task, is it achievable by a person from the past? Unless it is that top contender from the Qingyun ranking who scored 1,000,000 points. I cannot fathom anyone else capable of such a feat. Chapter 36. The second individual from the past to accept a 5-star task. Qin Feng paid no heed to the uproar echoing through the hall, for he was intrigued by why the luminous screen had still classified him as a Mecha Master. Was this the influence of his divine rank? After completing the first transfer task, he had indeed earned a promotion. Yet upon ascending, He had to contend with the will of the heavenly path, which had concealed his information on the Qin Yun ranking. Now, the assessment screen of the professional sanctuary had seemingly altered the results. This divine rank appeared reluctant to allow him to reveal himself prematurely in this world. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt immensely satisfied. Over the past few days, he had observed the fervent speculations circulating on the professional forum regarding the identity of the top contender on the Qin Yun ranking. Claims of a powerful, extraordinary family's young master, or the castaway of a hidden lineage, had been thrown around with wild exaggeration. Some even speculated he was the illegitimate child of the former top contender, Han Shirsi. Absurd. It left Qin Feng both amused and exasperated. Thus, he felt an immense sense of relief regarding the divine rank's decision to conceal his information upon ascending to the title of fanatical apostle. The divine attributes attained upon formal recognition extend beyond merely concealing one's identity. They have bestowed upon Qin Feng two additional significant advantages. Firstly, his two furnaces have now reached a diamond-level capacity for refining materials. Secondly, the ratio of attributes inherited from his mechas has been elevated from 1 to 2. The enhancement of the material refining capacity now enables Qin Feng to forge even more formidable mechas, provided the requisite materials are at hand. Thus, the prospect of crafting an entire mecha composed of extraordinary diamond-grade materials is indeed within reach. Although the highest-grade metal he currently possesses is merely of bronze quality, aspirations must persist. With relentless advancement, the day will undoubtedly come when he can create mechas of platinum, diamond, or even higher grades. Moreover, the doubling of the inherited mecha attribute ratio has significantly augmented Qin Feng's overall attributes. The existing mechas contribute over 600 points to his attributes, which greatly pleases him. Coupled with the 200 free attribute points acquired upon reaching level 30, Qin Feng's own base attributes now appear considerably more formidable. Qin Feng, class, Enthusiastic Mecha Master, title, Zealous Apostle, Divine Points, 197, level, 30 attributes, Strength 78, 161, Agility 63, 215, Constitution 96, 172, Spirit 107, 130, Combat Rating, 5 stars, Mechas, Storm Crimson, Skyfire, Incomplete Blueprints, Freedom Gundam, Titan 7274, Beast King Red Lion, Beast King Black Lion, Beast King Green Lion, Pet, Tyrannosaurus Beast, Talent, Zealous Amplification. Though he remains a mere 5-star combatant, Qin Feng's base attributes have surpassed those of an ordinary First Transcendence extraordinary professional. No longer is he the same individual who could be easily humiliated by any extraordinary class. Qin Feng eagerly anticipates the completion of the remaining mechas, envisioning a time when he might no longer need to regard the Tang family with trepidation. As he surveyed the mechanical space, he was astonished to find that the Tyrannosaurus beast was still voraciously consuming extraordinary metals. In less than an hour, it had devoured at least a dozen tons of such metals. It certainly has quite the appetite, Qin Feng mused. Had he not acquired a substantial amount of extraordinary metals during his recent venture in Xinyan Demon Village, sustaining this mechanical pet might have been a daunting challenge. Placing the job transfer certificate in the designated slot would grant him access to the transfer space. At that moment, the young attendant led Qin Feng to a substantial metallic door, larger than the one he had encountered in the previous transfer space. The intricate patterns adorning this door appeared even more elaborate. At the center of the metallic door, there lay an open palm design, seemingly reaching out towards the individual standing before it. Qin Feng nodded at the young receptionist and approached the door. Retrieving the crystalline bone gifted to him by the human auction house, he gently placed it within the palm's grasp on the metallic door. Suddenly, the palm emitted a crimson glow, as if it were a living hand, firmly clutching the crystalline bone. In the next moment, Qin Feng's figure vanished from the threshold. Concurrently, the intricate patterns on the metallic door were enveloped by the sanguine light. What? The young receptionist beside the metallic door widened his eyes in astonishment at this spectacle. He instinctively took a few steps back, unable to comprehend the scene before him. The transformation of the metallic door signified that the individual who had just departed had activated a 5-star difficulty second-tier quest. Yet, he was a Mecha Master. The young man could not help but exclaim softly. It was already exceedingly rare for an ancient profession to meet the level 30 requirement for accepting a second-tier quest. While it was true that a few could be encountered every few years within the Hall of Practitioners, never had an ancient professional been known to initiate a 5-star transfer quest. This was a difficulty level that even extraordinary professions would hesitate to undertake. Moreover, the price for a 5-star second-tier credential was exorbitantly high, often fetching millions at auction. How could an ancient professional possibly possess such wealth? Could it be that, as others in the hall speculated, this Mecha Master was a scion of significant lineage, capable of completing the first-tier quest and subsequently enlisting a host of extraordinary professionals to aid him in leveling up? Wait, as the young man pondered this, a sudden realization struck him, an admonition repeatedly uttered by the priests in white robes of the temple in recent days. Do not distinguish between the ancient and the extraordinary. All professionals should be treated equally within the temple. The origin of this warning stemmed from a few days prior when a receptionist named L.V. Wei had forgotten to register the information of an ancient professional coming to accept a 5-star first-tier quest. Have the ancient professions gone mad? The young man cursed inwardly. In just a few days, 2 ancient professionals had already undertaken 5-star transfer quests. He had also overheard discussions in the hall, with some speculating that the individual accepting the second-tier quest might be the same as the one from a few days ago. But how could that be possible? An ancient professional accepting a 5-star first-tier quest could very well have perished in some secret realm or wilderness. How could they return to the temple to accept a second-tier quest so soon? It had only been a matter of days. It is utterly inconceivable for an ancient profession to ascend from level 10 to level 30. Nevertheless, the young man promptly examined the information regarding the transitioning professionals beside the metallic door, determined not to repeat the same mistake as Lu Wei. However, upon reviewing the information, his eyes widened in astonishment. The display revealed remarkably simple information. Qin Feng, 18 years old, devoid of any familial lineage or affiliation with a faction. The youth was all too familiar with such circumstances, which indicated that the professional lacked any backing from a faction or family. Yet, this was an ancient profession. How could an ancient profession possibly reach level 30 without the assistance of a family or faction? Moreover, how could a background-less ancient profession afford the second transition certificate valued at several million? The young man felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality and hastily activated the internal communicator of the temple, dialing a contact. Priest, another ancient professional has embarked on the 5-star second transition quest, he respectfully exclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than ripples of space materialized beside him, revealing the figure of an elder clad in white robes. Indeed, it is true. 5 stars. The elder exclaimed in delight upon witnessing the metallic door enveloped in crimson light. Chapter 37. Exclusive Transition Quest. The Blessing of the White-Robed Priest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had been drawn into the metallic door, was somewhat taken aback. Yet, upon observing the starry expanse akin to the previous one and the immense, radiant orb at its center, he regained his composure. He approached the orb and placed his hand upon it. To his astonishment, the myriad stars in the sky began to quiver gently and rotate slowly above him. Shortly thereafter, he heard the familiar notification sound emanating from the orb. Professional Qin Feng, welcome to initiate your second transition. Detected that you have utilized a 5-star second transition certificate, commencing the extraction of a suitable 5-star difficulty quest. Please hold on. An unknown error has occurred. Re-extracting the quest due to the unknown error, the entire colorful orb began to tremble incessantly. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered by this spectacle. What on earth was happening? An unknown error? This was already challenging enough at 5-star difficulty. Must there be an error as well? Just as he found himself lost in frustration, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detected that the host is undertaking a transition quest, officially commencing the host's exclusive path to divinity. Exclusive second job change task extracted. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exclusive second job change task. The grief of the Golden Crow. Qin Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that the Mechanical Deity System would alter even the job change tasks. No longer would he be presented with 3 choices as in the first change. Instead, he had directly drawn his exclusive task. This divine authority, now fully realized, exhibited a certain arrogance. He mused silently. He turned his attention to the details of his second job change task. Exclusive second job task. The Grief of the Golden Crow. Difficulty: 5 stars. Description: within the Sunlight Gorge, the three-legged golden crow, having been slain 1,000 times by adventurers, has finally relinquished its belief in the light. The three-legged golden crow is reversing the divine power of the sun and is about to break through the confines of the Seven Suns Gorge, seeking revenge on all adventurers who have harmed it. Please enter the Sunlight Gorge and slay the Gorge Lord. The three-legged golden crow. Task rewards: permanent mental enhancement of 2,000 points. Reward skill grip of the deity. Time limit: 72 hours. Note: the task difficulty is extremely high. Ensure to slay the three-legged golden crow before it completely succumbs to darkness. The three-legged golden crow. After reading the task description, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The coincidence of this second job change task was striking. It was precisely within the Seven Suns Gorge that he intended to venture. According to the information provided by Jiang Inger, the creatures that typically spawn in the Sunlight Gorge are mostly of silver rank, with golden rank occurrences being exceedingly rare. Among the 7 gorges, this one is considered relatively weak. Thus, the three-legged golden crow is frequently vanquished by numerous adventurers from Blue Cloud City and Purple River City. However, from the task description, it appeared that something was amiss with this particular three-legged golden crow. After being killed 1,000 times, it was on the verge of mutation. Moreover, being recognized by the system as his exclusive 5-star second job task indicated that this three-legged golden crow possessed formidable strength. Qin Feng then regarded the rewards for this job change task. A mental boost of 2,000. The skill, Grip of the Deity. This revelation sent a thrill through him. The first reward was a direct enhancement of attribute points, and an astonishing 2,000 at that. If one were to rely solely on leveling up, it would require a staggering 200 levels worth of free attribute points. But soon, Qin Feng seemed to grasp the purpose of such a reward. Multiple mecha control. In the future, he would undoubtedly command an increasing number of mechas. There would be times when he would need to operate several mechas simultaneously in battle. This necessitated possessing immense mental prowess for multi-threaded operation. Although he had been able to naturally control both the Storm Crimson and the Heavenly Fire in combat, he could distinctly feel the growing mental burden. And now, to receive an immediate enhancement of 2,000 points of mental strength was indeed a remarkable boon. Indeed, it has alleviated his pressing concerns. Qin Feng has begun to believe that this second-tier quest appears to be tailor-made for him. The second reward of the quest, astonishingly, is a skill which has also taken Qin Feng by surprise. Grip of the Divine. Exclusive skill for Qin Feng. Skill description: randomly selects one skill possessed by an existing mech for use, unleashing the utmost power of that mech's ability. Duration: 10 seconds. Cooldown: 1 hour. Upon reading the description of the Grip of the Divine, Qin Feng was once again astounded. The ability to directly utilize a mech skill is rather extraordinary. If he could wield the Storm Crimson's Thunderkill Array, it would undoubtedly spell doom for any adversary of equal rank. He could unleash the mech's most formidable attack without relying on the mech itself. In situations where he lacks the time to deploy the mech, this could provide his opponent with an unexpected surprise. If he were to craft a Celestial Thunder Steed in the future and manage to draw a clearing skill like the Plutonic Assault, it would be nothing short of explosive power. Delightful. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased with these 2 quest rewards. He raised his gaze to the countless stars seemingly poised to descend from the tiered transition space. With a mere thought, he chose to exit the transition space. Next, he needed to hasten to the Seven Suns Canyon. He must locate the Sacred Heart Grass, eliminate the impending mutated three-legged golden crow, and collect extraordinary materials. This journey promises to be quite fulfilling. Ah, who are you? Just as Qin Feng emerged from the transition space, he was startled by a figure nearly pressed against his face. Had he not been in the midst of completing his second-tier quest, he might have instinctively unleashed the Grip of the Divine, summoning a plasma cannon to fire upon the intruder. Stepping back a few paces, he discerned that the figure was an elderly man clad in a white robe, who wore a warm smile as he regarded him. The young attendant who had previously accompanied him was no longer present. Young friend, congratulations on activating the 5-star transition quest, the elderly man said kindly to Qin Feng. Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded slightly, though he remained somewhat wary of the man. There is no need for fear, my young friend. The elder seemed to sense Qin Feng's apprehension, and with a smile, he continued, "I am the white-robed priest of the Adventurer's Sanctuary. You may refer to me simply as White Robe. I am here not to trouble you, but to bestow upon you the blessings of the sanctuary." Qin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of sanctuary blessings. The white-robed elder explained, "Every individual who accepts a transition quest at the Adventurer's Sanctuary is entitled to receive a blessing, with the level of the blessing varying according to the difficulty of the transition quest. The simplest one-star difficulty task is completed by the ordinary acolytes of the temple, while valiant warriors like Xiao Yu, who embark on the 5-star class transition quests, are personally blessed by the white-robed priests." Thus, Qin Feng realized, within the temple of the class professionals, there exists a multitude of supportive extraordinary vocations, such as light priests, bards, and songstresses. These extraordinary professions can bestow various beneficial effects upon the class professionals, a phenomenon referred to as the blessings of the temple. Many extraordinary professionals, prior to undertaking tasks or adventures, often invest in blessings at the temple. However, Qin Feng was indeed unaware that upon accepting a class transition task, one could also receive a temple blessing. The last time he took on a 5-star transition quest, there had been no white-robed priest to bless him. "Now, young friend, are you willing to accept the blessing of light?" The elder interrupted Qin Feng's contemplation, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Chapter 38. A Dual Blessing of Sacred Radiance. It turns out to be one person. Qin Feng sensed the aura of light emanating from the elder, realizing that he must be a light priest. After a moment's consideration, he gently nodded. Upon seeing Qin Feng's agreement, the white-robed priest produced a staff approximately 2 feet in length, adorned with 3 gemstones that radiated a pure, holy light. The priest gracefully waved the staff and uttered a series of incantations that Qin Feng could not comprehend. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from the staff, enveloping Qin Feng. Instantly, he felt as though he were basking in the warmth of a gentle sun, enveloped in a sensation of comfort akin to soaking in warm water. After a few breaths, he noticed several new status effects appearing on his class interface. You have received the Sacred Radiance blessing from the Temple of Class Professionals. Gaining the status, Light Shield, for 72 hours, reduces damage from Dark Attribute by 45. You have received the Sacred Radiance blessing from the Temple of Class Professionals. Gaining the status, Dark Judgment, for 72 hours, increases damage to Dark Attribute creatures by 45. You have received the Sacred Radiance blessing from the Temple of Class Professionals. Gaining the status, Radiant Embrace, for 72 hours, all skill cooldowns reduced by 45. You have received the Sacred Radiance blessing from the Temple of Class Professionals. Gaining the status, Melody of Light, for 72 hours, monster experience gain increased by 45. Qin Feng observed that 4 white icons had appeared on his class interface, corresponding to the blessings he had just received from the white-robed priest. This revelation filled him with immense joy. He had unexpectedly acquired 4 statuses at once. Moreover, these statuses were exceptionally suited for his upcoming journey. In the second transition task, it was mentioned that the 3-legged golden crow might be inclined towards darkness, likely necessitating a transformation into a dark attribute. The light shield would mitigate damage from dark attacks, while Dark Judgment would enhance his damage against dark creatures. This is undoubtedly a nightmare for dark entities. The timing of these 2 states is impeccable. Moreover, both effects boast a formidable value of 45. Truly, they are the blessings bestowed by the High Priest himself, and their power is undeniable. Were one to pay for such blessings, it could easily cost millions. After all, for certain extraordinary forces adept at countering dark attributes, a damage reduction and enhancement of 45 is nothing short of extraordinary. It nearly amplifies the damage output of a damage-dealing class by half. The effects of the Radiant Aura and the Melody of Light are equally formidable. Yet, for the current Qin Feng, they hold little significance. He possesses only one skill, which can only be acquired upon completing his second transformation quest. The Radiant Aura is essentially wasted on him. However, for an extraordinary practitioner endowed with numerous skills that have long cooldowns, the effect of the Radiant Aura would be nothing short of miraculous. As for the Melody of Light enhancing his monster hunting experience, Qin Feng could indeed find it useful. Yet, his current experience is sealed rendering any concerns about experience utterly unnecessary. Nevertheless, Qin Feng cannot help but concede that these two states, if bestowed upon an average extraordinary practitioner, would indeed be akin to possessing divine artifacts. Sighing softly, Qin Feng was suddenly illuminated by another beam of light emanating from the staff held by the high priest, cascading down upon him. Instantly, several notifications appeared. You have received a second radiant blessing from the Sanctuary of Practitioners. The effect of the light shield is doubled. You have received a second radiant blessing from the Sanctuary of Practitioners. The effect of dark judgment is doubled. You have received a second radiant blessing from the Sanctuary of Practitioners. The effect of the radiant aura is doubled. You have received a second radiant blessing from the Sanctuary of Practitioners. The effect of the melody of light is doubled. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at these notifications. Yet soon, a glimmer of ecstasy shone in his eyes. The effects of the four states have doubled. Originally valued at 45, they now stand at an astonishing 90. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to abandon his quest in the Seven Stars Canyon, and instead seek out dark creatures to vanquish. Putting aside the radiant aura and the melody of light for the moment, the doubling of the effects of the light shield and dark judgment is simply otherworldly. With these two states, he can now endure a 90 reduction in damage from dark entities while simultaneously enhancing his damage by 90. Is this not akin to wielding a cheat? If he could originally defeat silver-tier dark creatures, with these two effects, even golden-tier foes would be within reach. Grateful, Qin Feng sincerely bowed to the high priest, who remained with closed eyes. This is the impartial blessing of the sanctuary bestowed upon every practitioner. Wishing the young friend a safe return from this adventure, the elderly man in the white robe spoke with a voice that carried a hint of frailty. Qin Feng nodded, choosing not to linger, and stepped away. Shortly after Qin Feng departed, the white-robed priest suddenly swayed, nearly losing his balance, causing his staff to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Once he managed to steady himself against the wall, he let out a long sigh, a touch of self-mockery coloring his words. It has been ages since I last invoked the blessing of radiance. I never anticipated that a single radiant stone would deplete the sacred light I had amassed over the years. It seems my devotion to the seven gods has been insufficient. After a brief moment, the priest sighed once more, turning his gaze towards the direction in which Qin Feng had departed, a flicker of compassion crossing his face. Earlier, he had observed the boy named Qin Feng, whose ecstatic expression upon receiving the blessing of radiance revealed a lack of composure. For one of the old professions, losing one's cool could prove fatal, especially when undertaking the perilous 5-star difficulty class change quest. Even with the formidable blessing of radiance, survival was by no means guaranteed. How splendid it would be if such a youth were to pursue an extraordinary vocation. The white-robed priest mused wistfully. Moments later. Just as he was about to retrieve his staff from the ground and take his leave, he suddenly froze in his bent position. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the staff on the ground, astonished to see that what had once been 2 remaining radiant stones was now but 1. How could this be? As a priest of the Order of Professionalists, he could not fathom that a simple fall could cause a radiant stone to dislodge from his staff. The only way for a radiant stone to vanish was through the invocation of the blessing of radiance. Yet he had clearly performed the blessing only once for that young man. It should have consumed merely 1 radiant stone. Why then did his staff now bear only a single stone? The white-robed priest furrowed his brow in contemplation, his gaze drifting towards a nearby metallic portal, the gateway for professionals to undertake their initial class change. Suddenly, a glimmer of gold sparked in his deep-set eyes. He inhaled sharply, his face a mask of shock, as he oscillated between the first and second class change portals. At last, he exhaled heavily, finally grasping the reason why a single invocation of the blessing of radiance would consume 2 radiant stones. Only those who had undertaken 2 5-star class change quests could receive the blessing twice. The white-robed priest felt his heart race with excitement. This meant that the young lad had also embarked upon a 5-star class change quest during his initial transition. And furthermore, he had yet to receive the blessing of radiance before embarking on his second transfer task. It was only today, after being cornered in this predicament, that he finally obtained the blessing. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. To initiate the transfer task, one must receive the blessing from the temple within 7 days. Otherwise, even a 5-star task would no longer grant the blessing. According to the priest in white, within the entire realm of Yunming's main city, there was but one temple where a 5-star first transfer task had been initiated within the past 7 days, the very temple in which he found himself. The Practitioner S Temple of Lanyan City. 3 days prior, a Mecha Master from the ranks of former practitioners had commenced a 5-star first transfer task. Yet a novice temple attendant had neglected to log the information, thus failing to secure the blessing. This implied that they were indeed the same individual. Chapter 39. An unexpected encounter with Jiang Li. The creation of the Red Lion is complete. The priest in white's eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light, his expression transforming with palpable excitement. All evidence aligned perfectly. The priest was utterly convinced of his deduction and was overwhelmed by the truth he had uncovered. He suddenly recalled the ecstatic expression of that young boy moments ago. It turned out the boy was not lacking in composure. Rather, he was genuinely astonished by the effects of receiving the blessing of radiance twice. The result of 2 random blessings of radiance. Surely, even the high priest of the temple had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The priest mused internally. The impact of a single blessing was already astonishing. What terror would ensue from consecutive blessings? At that moment, within the hall, there remained individuals mocking Qin Feng, a former practitioner, for daring to approach the Practitioner S Temple for a second transfer task. Standing beside the 2 portals for the transfer tasks, the priest in white displayed a look of pity upon hearing the laughter of these extraordinary practitioners. After some time, he gently sighed. Indeed, there were those who completed a 5-star task within 3 days. Truly, there were individuals who ascended 20 levels in merely 3 days. There were those audacious enough to initiate 2 5-star transfers consecutively. Moreover, this was a former practitioner, a young Mecha Master. The elderly priest, gripping his staff with a solitary blessing stone remaining, reverently performed a gesture of blessing, his figure gradually vanishing from sight. 15,000, sitting in the last row. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having arrived at the boarding station for flying beasts in Lanyan City, was taken aback upon hearing the ticket seller announce the price. He pointed at the price list beside him and inquired, "Isn't the fare to Chiyue Gorge 10,000? The ticket seller displayed an impatient expression. "How many beasts have you slain?" 10,000 is the price set by the Human Federation for extraordinary practitioners. Do you former practitioners think you deserve the same treatment as the extraordinary? If you find it too expensive, then walk." The words of the ticket seller compelled Qin Feng to clench his fists in frustration. A few extraordinary professionals purchasing tickets nearby erupted into derisive laughter, further aggravating Qin Feng's ire. He could scarcely fathom that his former profession faced such blatant discrimination. Just as he resolved to shake off this indignity and swiftly take his agile steed, with attributes soaring to 6725 towards the 7 Stars Canyon, a somewhat familiar voice echoed behind him. "Excuse me, 2 tickets to the 7 Stars Canyon." Qin Feng turned to find none other than Jiang Li, the scavenger team leader he had encountered outside the Qingyan Demon Village. With a smile, Jiang Li greeted him. "Hello, Qin Feng, what a coincidence." "Indeed, what a stroke of luck." Qin Feng nodded, albeit feeling a twinge of surprise. He hadn't recalled sharing his name with Jiang Li during their last encounter. At that moment, the ticket seller, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, 30,000, and you'll be seated at the back. Don't disturb the other passengers." Jiang Li promptly produced the payment, revealing several coins of varying denominations. In this extraordinary era, while transferring funds through professional accounts was remarkably convenient, this archaic currency still persisted, primarily utilized by the common folk and those of the old professions. "Here you go." Just as Qin Feng pondered this, Jiang Li unexpectedly extended a ticket towards him. "For me?" Qin Feng asked, somewhat taken aback. Jiang Li beamed amiably. "As fellow practitioners of the old professions, we ought to support one another. It'll all be nice to have company on the journey, so it won't be too dull." Noticing the lingering confusion on Qin Feng's face, he continued, "Rest assured, my scavenger team has disbanded. Consider this a loan, and you can repay me when it's convenient for you." Taken aback, Qin Feng paused. The price of 15,000 was certainly not insignificant for someone of the old profession, yet Jiang Li had readily offered it to him. However, with 3 million in his possession, he hardly required such assistance. His earlier hesitation stemmed solely from a desire to avoid enduring further humiliation. Realizing the truth, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Since Jiang Li had already purchased the ticket, it was clear that the disdainful ticket seller would not issue a refund. Thus, Qin Feng accepted the ticket with gratitude, stating, "Thank you. I will transfer the funds to you." "Very well." Jiang Li acquiesced with a resigned nod as he observed Qin Feng send a friend request. Once Jiang Li accepted the transfer, they both boarded a massive eagle-like beast together, amidst the disdainful gazes of several extraordinary professional passengers. He settled into two unpretentious seats located at the rear of the majestic eagle. Before long, the enormous eagle, measuring several meters in length, soared into the sky under the guidance of a beast master, heading swiftly toward the Seven Luminaries Canyon. It was evident that Jiang Li, experiencing flight on a magical beast for the first time, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. After a considerable duration, he gradually acclimated to the turbulence at the eagle's tail and began to engage in casual conversation with Qin Feng. Through their dialogue, Qin Feng learned that Jiang Li was commissioned by the human race auction house to transport an extraordinary piece of equipment to the Seven Luminaries Canyon. It dawned on Qin Feng that, in this world, professionals could trade items via postal means. However, the will of the heavens imposed exorbitant transaction fees. The costs of mailing items between cities could surpass the very value of the goods themselves. Moreover, there existed a certain probability of damage occurring during transit. Thus, it was only within a single city that affluent entities like the human race auction house would opt to conveniently send a 5-star voucher directly to Qin Feng. Nevertheless, when it came to valuable items, most individuals preferred the personal delivery method employed by professionals. Clearly, the extraordinary equipment Jiang Li was transporting for the human race auction house was of significant worth. Yet, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of unease. As he had recently sold a piece of the Beast God's roaring armor at the human race auction house just days prior, he couldn't help but wonder if the extraordinary equipment Jiang Li was carrying was, in fact, that very item. The flight on the Eagle would span several hours. As Jiang Li began to struggle and close his eyes to rest, Qin Feng directed his consciousness into the mechanical space. What he discovered filled him with delight. The Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared to have feasted, as it was busily darting between the uncompleted king of beasts Red Lion Mech and Furnace Number 2, adeptly tossing chunks of extraordinary metal into the furnace. Following that, it skillfully assembled the melted parts onto the Red Lion Mech with a speed that rivaled his own when crafting mechs. In just a few short hours, the Red Lion was nearing completion. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at this innate craftsmanship, though the joy of personally forging the mech had diminished. Having the Tyrannosaurus Rex assist him in the construction was akin to possessing an automated production line for mechs. Qin Feng was immensely satisfied with this arrangement. It seemed that the Tyrannosaurus Rex also sensed the shift in Qin Feng's emotions, letting out a jubilant howl within the mechanical space. Its pace of work accelerating even further as Qin Feng realized that the majestic beast, the hawk he was riding, began to gently descend. The mechanical components of the Crimson Lion unexpectedly activated autonomously. The Tyrannosaurus, in a display of exuberance, joyfully leaped before the Crimson Lion, which was several times its size. However, at that moment, a system notification echoed. The Beast King Crimson Lion has been successfully crafted. Please supplement with a fire-type spirit core of bronze level or higher to activate the mech. What? Qin Feng was taken aback, for this was the first instance he encountered a mech that required activation conditions. He scrutinized the Crimson Lion mech and indeed noticed a vacant space in its chest, seemingly designed for accommodating the fire-type spirit core required for activation. Hold on tight. We are arriving at the 7 Stellar Canyon. At this juncture, the Beast Master alerted everyone. The enormous hawk pierced through the clouds, rapidly descending towards the ground. Chapter 40. Arrival at the 7 Stellar Canyon. The first appearance of Tu Shanyu. Qin Feng reined his thoughts. A spirit core imbued with attributes? Wasn't the 7 Stellar Canyon a gathering place for attribute-infused beasts? This was quite fortuitous. He ceased to ponder further and directed his gaze downward, finally beholding the full panorama of the 7 Stellar Canyon. Before him lay 7 vast canyons, each radiating a distinct luminescence, intricately interwoven with one another. From the vantage of the high altitude, these 7 canyons resembled colossal gashes, as if carved haphazardly by a giant's blade. Qin Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. marveling at the artistry of nature. Beside him, the awakened Zhongli gasped at the sight as well, eliciting disdainful glances from several extraordinary professionals in the vicinity. Before long, the hawk landed upon a grand plaza before the Seven Stellar Canyon. After dismounting, Zhongli bid farewell to Qin Feng, and after a wave of his hand in parting, he joined the throng towards the center of the plaza. There, a massive sundial was encircled by numerous extraordinary professionals. The pointer of the Seven Stellar instrument rested on the Fire Star. It was highly probable that today S-Gold would be refreshed in the Fire Star Canyon. I believe it's the Sun Star's turn. The golden crow at the far end of the Sun Star Canyon has already refreshed 10 times in bronze, so it should be due for a mutation this time. I think venturing to the Wood Star is the safest bet. Even if we don't encounter anything, we can still gather some herbs. The discussions of the crowd reached Qin Feng's ears, yet he felt no novelty in their words. In the materials Jiang Ying had previously provided him, he had gained considerable insight into the circumstances of the Seven Stellar Canyon. The so-called seven stars represented the sun, moon, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Seven Stellar Canyon encompassed 7 canyons embodying these attributes, and the topics of their discourse pertained to the creatures that refreshed within the canyons every 7 days, ranging from bronze to gold levels. The massive sundial before him was known as the Seven Stellar Instrument. It is said to have been meticulously crafted by a 6th-tier artisan, possessing an extraordinary essence. The inscriptions upon it do not denote mere temporal measurements, but rather depict the 7 icons found within the 7 celestial valleys. The pointer of the celestial instrument, resting upon a particular icon, signifies that today there exists a substantial probability of encountering a high-grade creature. Consequently, each time a practitioner contemplates entering a valley, they invariably consult the predictions of the celestial instrument. Today, the pointer of the celestial instrument indicates an icon representing a magnificent steed enveloped in flames, the fiery dragon foal of the Fire Valley. Qin Feng then shifted his gaze to the apex of the celestial instrument, where a 3-legged black bird resided, the 3-legged golden crow. This was indeed the target of his current 2nd-tier quest. Suddenly, a dazzling array of colorful lights erupted from the forefront of the square, revealing 7 colossal entrances. The multitude of practitioners within the square erupted in enthusiastic roars, surging towards their chosen valleys. Qin Feng found himself swept along by the crowd, with no need to move on his own. However, the direction they were headed was not towards the sunlit valley, which he yearned for. With a sense of resignation, Qin Feng maneuvered toward the periphery of the throng. Before long, a boisterous voice rang out, "Make way! A mere old-timer dares to obstruct my path." A burly man sought to forcefully shove Qin Feng aside. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, casting a glance at this individual, whose information appeared before him. Ma San, level 45, Celestial Warrior, a remarkable profession capable of unleashing formidable defensive energies. At level 45, he had already surpassed the 2nd-tier threshold. Moreover, he was accompanied by several similarly attired extraordinary practitioners. Qin Feng discerned that Ma San was evidently part of an adventure team, leading his somewhat weaker companions toward their destination. This was understandable, yet the audacity of Ma San to attempt to shove him aside was intolerable. Did he truly believe he could bully an ordinary old-timer without consequence? With a determined grit, Qin Feng squared his shoulders and charged directly towards the grinning Ma San. Bang! The two collided with a resounding thud. However, the one who was knocked back was not Qin Feng. The malevolent grin on Ma San's face faded as he found himself unceremoniously seated on the ground. Instantly, the surrounding extraordinary practitioners erupted in laughter. His teammates could not help but chime in. "Ma San, didn't we tell you to rein it in last night? Look at you now, all wobbly. Are you even a true celestial warrior? Just now, that was an old-timer, right? Where's all your strength gone?" At this moment, Ma San wore a bewildered expression, utterly taken aback. He could not fathom why the power emanating from the seemingly youthful Ancient One was so formidable. Even without activating his celestial prowess, his strength attribute exceeded 300 points. Surely, no ordinary ancient professional could contend with that. Yet, why was it he who had fallen, while that Ancient One departed as if nothing had occurred? Could it be that he had truly misjudged the situation? Perhaps that individual was not merely an ancient being, but rather an extraordinary professional concealing their true identity. as he listened to the laughter of those around him and the taunts from his teammates. A surge of anger ignited within Ma-san. He yearned to confront that young man for a proper duel. However, as he rose from the ground and searched in vain, he could no longer locate his opponent. Curse it! May I never cross paths with you again. Spitting in frustration, Ma-san pressed onward with his chuckling companions. Meanwhile, a significant distance away, Qin Feng, separated from Ma-san by a throng of individuals, found himself somewhat surprised. Although his shoulder throbbed with pain, he had distinctly felt that his strength was not inferior to that of the celestial warrior. It seemed that after the enhancements from various mechas, his physical prowess had reached a level comparable to many extraordinary professionals. Without dwelling further on the matter, Qin Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the sunlit canyon, which emanated a warm glow. After a brief wait, the multitude of professionals who had gathered for the Seven-Star Canyon had largely made their selections, standing before the entrances to their chosen canyons, eagerly anticipating the opening of the barriers to enter. Just as Qin Feng intended to check the progress of the Black Lion, the Beast King being crafted by the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the mechanical space, he overheard a commotion among several professionals pointing toward the center of the square, where a group of individuals had yet to choose their canyon. Is that Tuoba Henku from Sichuan City? He has actually come to the Seven-Star Canyon. Tuoba Henku is on the verge of becoming a pinnacle third-turn expert. If he were to join us in the Sunlit Canyon, our adventure would undoubtedly be safer. Oh, and look at those two women beside Tuoba Henku. One of them appears to be Princess Xia Mu'er from the Xia family of Sichuan. Although Xia Mu'er is merely a second-turn professional, she is said to have awakened an extraordinary class. Her strength is formidable. It has been rumored that had Xia Mu'er participated in the Qingyun Challenge a few days prior, she might well have secured the top spot. What? Xia Mu'er possesses the potential to amass 1,000,000 points? That surpasses even the potential of the Cold City Lord of Yunming. How terrifying! In an instant, the recognition of Tuoba Henku and Xia Mu'er's identities sent the crowd of professionals into a frenzy. Particularly among the many from Sichuan City, they began to call out to the duo, inviting them to join their selected canyons. However, before long, several professionals from Lanyan City suddenly gasped in astonishment. Look quickly. Isn't that the long-absent Tushan Yuechu? Chapter 41. Paranoia? The formidable Tyrannosaurus. What? Is she the Tushan Yuechu from the human auction in Lanyan City? The one who accepted the 5-star third transition task a month ago? It certainly seems to be her. I once encountered her during the awakening ceremony. That aura of exclusivity is unmistakable. How wonderful. If we were to meet Tushan Yuechu in the canyon, she would undoubtedly look after us. In an instant, nearly all the adventurers directed their gazes toward the three figures at the center of the square. Qin Feng, who had blended into the crowd at the entrance of the Sunlit Canyon, was momentarily taken aback. Tushan Yuechu is indeed the sister of Tushan Yame? Soon enough, Qin Feng also spotted Jiang Li behind Tushan Yuechu. It seemed that the equipment sent for the human auction was intended for Tushan Yuechu. Qin Feng lightly furrowed his brows, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. It was indeed rather coincidental. Could it be that he was so valued by the human auction? Did Tushan Yame inform her sister of his arrival at the Seven Suns Canyon, which resulted in Tushan Yuechu's presence here? No, that cannot be. Qin Feng gently shook his head, questioning whether he was being overly narcissistic. Even if he possessed the silver heart and the beast god roaring armor, he certainly would not warrant the attention of a genius like Tushan Yuechu to come here for him. Could it truly be mere coincidence? As Qin Feng pondered, Tuoba Henku, Xia Mu'er, and Tushan Yuechu began to approach the entrance of the canyon. The multitude of adventurers erupted in excitement. They enthusiastically called out to the trio, urging them to select their canyon. The myriad of extraordinary adventurers at the entrance of the Sunlit Canyon also shouted loudly, with some wishing to rush forward to recruit them. Qin Feng wore a helpless expression, yet he understood the fervor behind their enthusiasm. The minimum level of monsters in the Seven Suns Canyon is 40, yet there are often creatures exceeding level 80, even reaching level 100. Moreover, the Seven Suns Canyon is not a secret dungeon. There is no opportunity to choose to teleport out. Once one enters, the only exit is at the canyon's end. Hence, these ordinary adventurers, most of whom are below third transition, are eager for strong leaders to help them navigate the canyon. Tuoba Henku and his companions are renowned young powerhouses. naturally drawing the admiration of many adventurers. Ultimately, amidst the clamor, Tooba Henku and his companions selected the canyon they wished to enter. Clad in golden armor, Tooba Henku chose the Golden Sun Canyon, where monsters excel in melee combat. Dressed in a fiery red robe, Xiao Mu'er, as most had speculated, opted for the Fire Sun Canyon. Draped in a pristine white gown, her face veiled by delicate gauze, the ethereal Tushan Yu Chu chose the Moonlight Canyon. Instantly, the practitioners who selected the same canyon as the three of them erupted in cheers, while those who opted for the other four canyons could not help but lament their misfortune. Numerous practitioners began to make their way towards the entrances of the Golden, Fiery, and Moonlight Canyons. However, Qin Feng felt a sense of relief. Had these three illustrious talents entered the Sunlight Canyon, his quest to slay the three-legged golden crow would undoubtedly have been fraught with challenges. They bore no enmity towards him, and it would be unreasonable to emulate Tang Shua's ruthless actions against them. Particularly regarding Tu Shan Yu Chu, he held a certain rapport with the human auction house. Moreover, the White Fox funding card he had previously acquired was registered under her name. During his stay at the sanatorium, he had used this card, concerned that the Tang family might surveil when Xiaoro. By utilizing Tu Shan Yu Chu's funding card, he had already incurred a debt of gratitude to her. Alas, he could not bring himself to slay her. Qin Feng nodded, eliciting a derisive snicker from a few extraordinary practitioners nearby. How is it that even the Seven Stars Canyon attracts old practitioners? How bothersome. These relics of the past seem unaware of their own insignificance. Is this even a place for you? Listening to their scornful remarks, Qin Feng remained impervious to emotional fluctuations. Yet, a peculiar sensation stirred within him, reminiscent of the moment when Tooba Henku and his companions had selected their canyon. Soon enough, his attention was drawn to Xiao Mu'er, standing at the entrance of the fiery canyon, her face contorted with anger as she glared in Tu Shan Yu Chu's direction. Amused, he chuckled inwardly. Could it be that he had stumbled into a melodramatic love triangle? With a gentle shake of his head, he dismissed the thought, pondering that perhaps his nerves had been overly taut. After all, it seemed that he alone among the practitioners was an old-timer, alongside Jiang Li, who had accompanied Tu Shan Yu Chu into the Moonlight Canyon. This realization had indeed made him somewhat paranoid, as he felt an ominous presence lurking, as if someone were plotting against him. Soon, the barriers at the entrances of the seven canyons began to dissipate. Numerous practitioners commenced their passage through the entrances to their respective canyons, and Qin Feng was no exception. He followed the throng of extraordinary practitioners advancing towards the Sunlight Canyon entrance, swiftly crossing the threshold. A cacophony of beastly roars echoed around him, accompanied by a wave of oppressive heat surging from all directions. As Qin Feng felt a sudden lightness in his form, he opened his eyes to discover himself within a dark forest. A multitude of metallic ships, mechs, and artillery remnants lay scattered at the roots of towering trees, as if these obsidian giants were nourishing the debris around them. Glancing around, Qin Feng noted the absence of any other souls, which pleased him greatly. Little dragon, come forth and stretch your limbs. With a wave of his hand, the mechanical space activated, and a Tyrannosaurus Rex, adorned with extraordinary metallic features, emerged. A piece of remarkable metal clenched in its jaws. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus affectionately called out to Qin Feng. At that moment, a sleek, ebony panther-like beast appeared not far off. Before Qin Feng could issue a command, the Tyrannosaurus bounded forward. The Black Panther, noticing the creature that stood shorter than itself, emitted a disdainful roar, surrounded by a faint glow of fire. Yet, in the next instant, the sharp horn atop the Tyrannosaurus radiated a brilliant light, followed by the thunderous roar of miniature engines. The Tyrannosaurus surged forward with astonishing speed. In a swift motion, it pierced the Black Panther with its horn. The Tyrannosaurus has slain a level 40 Black Flame Panther, earning you 400 experience points. The Tyrannosaurus gains 1,000 experience points. The Tyrannosaurus levels up, earning 20 free attribute points. A series of notifications rang out, startling Qin Feng. If he was not mistaken, the skill just displayed by the Tyrannosaurus was its dominant charge. However, this seemed excessively powerful. It was remarkable that a creature of level 0 could dispatch a level 40 beast with such ease. Truly, it was worthy of being a silver-tier mechanical pet. Thus, Qin Feng felt reassured, allowing the Tyrannosaurus to engage in combat ahead while he continued to forge the unfinished mechs. At the entrance of the Seven Stars Canyon, where few remained, two extraordinary teams of adventurers arrived, albeit belatedly. However, upon reaching the entrance, they did not immediately delve into the canyon, but instead converged at the threshold. From each team, a member stepped forward to exchange information regarding the list of adventurers from Blue Cloud City who had previously entered the canyon. Soon, they began to categorize their respective teams according to the divisions of the Seven Stars Canyon. Among one of the groups was the El Rue siblings, who brightened upon hearing a name mentioned by the two captains in their discussion of the Blue Cloud City adventurers. Meanwhile, atop the Blue Cloud City auction house, Tushan Yimeng, clad in a breezy nightgown, languidly reclined on a soft couch before abruptly opening her eyes. Just then, the elevator doors slid open, and Jiang Inger rushed out in a flurry. With a sudden shift to a sitting position, Tushan Yame remarked, "President, Yuechu has ventured into the Seven Sun Canyon." A flicker of surprise crossed her countenance. Chapter 42. The Evolution of the Tyrannosaurus. The Ambush of Professionals. How fortuitous it is. I never anticipated that Yuechu would follow in Qin Feng's footsteps to the Seven Sun Canyon, Jiang Inger mused. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. However, the previously languid Tushan Yame's expression abruptly grew solemn. Noticing this change, Jiang Inger also reined in her smile, inquiring, "President, are you concerned that someone may deliberately target her?" Tushan Yame pondered for a moment. "I'm still uncertain, but the distance from Blue Cloud City to the Seven Sun Canyon is considerable. It is inevitable that some may resort to underhanded tactics." Jiang Inger appeared to connect the dots in recent days. "Our acquisition points near the Seven Sun Canyon have faced pressure from the Tuoba family of Zichuan City. Could this be related to today's events? The prodigy Tuoba Henku and Xiam Yur from the Xia family of Zichuan also entered the Seven Sun Canyon today." Upon hearing this, Tushan Yame's expression turned grave as she rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Inger remained silent, patiently awaiting Tushan Yame's decision. Minutes later, Tushan Yame turned back, her once alluring visage now brimming with fierce determination. "Notify the outer members who entered the Seven Sun Canyon today to rush to the Moon Canyon to protect Yuechu. All acquisition points, intelligence departments, and branches affiliated with the Human Auction House in Blue Cloud City must immediately compile and summarize the movements of the extraordinary forces from Blue Cloud and Zichuan today. All professionals of the Human Auction House at Tier 3 or above must assemble here within 2 hours." Several hours later, in the Sun Canyon, Qin Feng lay comfortably in an abandoned airship cabin. His mind was flooded with notifications of the Tyrannosaurus slaying wild monsters. During his time in the Seven Sun Canyon, Qin Feng, leveraging the formidable strength of the Tyrannosaurus, had nearly cleared out a substantial portion of the Sun Canyon. The Tyrannosaurus had advanced from level 0 to level 26, exhibiting a terrifying rate of progression. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus's powerful self-evolutionary consciousness had been fully unleashed, nearly upgrading all of its components. Initially, Qin Feng had crafted the Tyrannosaurus using predominantly black iron-grade extraordinary metals. Yet in just a few short hours, the Tyrannosaurus had unearthed a wealth of bronze and even silver-grade extraordinary metals from heaps of metallic debris. These alloys, having evolved from ordinary metals to extraordinary materials through the absorption of spiritual energy, were regarded as mere refuse by many alchemists, blacksmiths, and forgers. However, after being consumed by the Tyrannosaurus, they significantly enhanced its prowess. Indeed, they surged in strength, unbeknownst to the extent of metal it had consumed. The Tyrannosaurus beast remained at its unchanged silver rank. Yet, in mere hours, it had replaced most of its black iron components with those of bronze and silver quality. These enhancements resulted in a nearly twofold increase in the creature's attributes. Moreover, with each level gained, it acquired an additional 20 attribute points, surpassing even Qin Feng in this regard. At merely level 26, the Tyrannosaurus beast's combat prowess was already astonishing. Tyrannosaurus beast, silver rank, type, mechanical pet, exclusively for Qin Feng. Level, 26 attributes, strength 1752, agility 2315, constitution 2641, spirit 2018, combat evaluation, 17 stars, skills, dominant charge. Gale Tail Whip, Super Flame. The Tyrannosaurus beast's advancement filled Qin Feng with immense joy, alleviating any concerns he harbored about it being effortlessly vanquished by the wild creatures of the Sunlight Canyon. After fruitlessly searching for sacred heartgrass, he settled in a comfortable spot to concentrate on crafting his mech. The Tyrannosaurus beast, radiating a soft glow, occasionally returned with a few pieces of bronze-grade materials, bouncing joyfully before scampering off again. Observing the bronze metals still marked with the beast bite, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the Tyrannosaurus beast had developed a disinterest in extraordinary metals of bronze grade and below, seeking only to devour silver-grade metals. However, Qin Feng refrained from compelling it to relinquish any silver materials, permitting it to consume metals freely, while requesting only the extraordinary metals it was reluctant to eat be brought back to him. Thus, over several hours, Qin Feng amassed a considerable amount of black iron and bronze metals, facilitating a smoother process in his mech crafting. The Titan 7274 mech was nearly complete. Most of the mechanical components had begun to activate, with only a few crucial precision parts currently being refined in the second furnace before the Titan could be successfully forged. Just as Qin Feng reveled in this serene moment, an abrupt tightening in his chest compelled him to swiftly evade. Almost simultaneously, a spear, several meters in length, thunderously pierced through the remnants of the airship, crashing into the very spot where Qin Feng had just been seated, causing the entire airship to explode in a cacophony of destruction. Thanks to a significant boost in his attributes, Qin Feng narrowly evaded the flying metal shards. Upon landing, he heard a series of scattered applause and soft laughter. Lifting his gaze, he discovered that he was encircled by a group of several professionals, among whom were some familiar faces. The one who just applauded is none other than the doctor I once encountered in the sanatorium. His name appears to be L.V. Rouet. Kupang had previously cautioned me against flaunting wealth in L.V. Rouet's presence. Beside him stand a young woman with a somewhat sweet appearance, whom I also recognize. She is the attendant from the sanctum I met while undertaking a task. Observing the triumphant expressions on their faces, I begin to comprehend that today's meeting is no mere coincidence. They likely came specifically to seek me out. I cast a glance around at the other professionals present. Among them, a burly man wielding a long spear stands out as the strongest. Tang Jinglong, level 59, Void Spear Master, a peak third transformation powerhouse. He must be the one who attacked me earlier. The strength of the other professionals is at least at the second transformation level. Such a configuration clearly indicates they are well prepared, and this is certainly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Moreover, upon seeing Tang Jinglong's name, a realization dawns upon me. It seems that my involvement in the death of Tang Shuo has been exposed. Mr. Tang, upon my appearance, L.V. Rouet flatteringly addressed Tang Jinglong, saying, "This is the person who paid the medical fees for Wen Bo's sister. The funds he used came from Tushan Yichu. The death of young Master Tang is undoubtedly linked to this brat and the Tushan family. Even if he did not personally slay young Master Tang, he must have participated in the Tushan family schemes. He deserves to die." Indeed, upon hearing L.V. Rouet's words, my suspicions are instantly confirmed. It appears that despite my utmost caution, I have not evaded the scrutiny of a sycophant like L.V. Rouet. However, from his words, it seems he does not firmly believe that I personally killed Tang Shuo. Rather, he suspects the Tushan family to be the true culprits. Have they unwittingly become my shield? Upon hearing L.V. Rouet's remarks, Tang Jinglong merely waved a spear lightly and coldly said, "Kill him." His tone was as casual as if he were squashing an ant. "Yes," L.V. Rouet exclaimed with delight. Yet, he awkwardly added, "Mr. Tang need not dirty his hands. Let us handle it." He also inquired about the previously agreed-upon funds card. Tang Jinglong, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "It's just a couple of million. My Tang family doesn't regard it highly. Feel free to spend it. Move swiftly. Do not delay today's operation against the Tushan. Understood. Please wait here." The smile on L.V. Rouet's face grew more pronounced. He gestured to the surrounding professionals, who, with expressions of wild joy, followed him as they encircled me. I observed this scene with cold eyes, a surge of murderous intent igniting within me. It seems these individuals truly believe they can easily mold me into their prey. He first glanced at the Tyrannosaurus, which he had summoned back to his side, and then coldly addressed Lu Rouet. "So, you're implying that Xiao Rou's sudden deterioration in health is your doing?" Upon hearing this, a more unrestrained smile spread across Lu Rue's face. Not too foolish, I see. Why should a worthless life, one that is no longer of this world, deserve the best private care suite? What give you the right to expect me to stay up late to care for it? However, you need not fret if you obediently hand over the money. Perhaps I might show some benevolence and allow that pitiful life to linger a few more days. Qin Feng clenched his fist tightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. What, do you still wish to resist? You, a relic of the past. Lu Rue's smugness grew as he observed Qin Feng's reaction. Laughter erupted from the surrounding extraordinary professionals. Yet, Qin Feng abruptly interrupted Lu Rue, declaring, "You can all perish." What? Lu Rue appeared taken aback by Qin Feng's declaration. Just then, from a pile of metallic wreckage behind Qin Feng came the thunderous roar of an engine. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the Tyrannosaurus, radiating a faint silver glow, burst forth from the debris. Its nearly 1 meter long horn shimmered with a brilliant silver light. With a fearsome roar, the Tyrannosaurus unleashed a growl from its engine. Boom! The beast charged forward, initiating a powerful assault. The two extraordinary professionals standing behind Qin Feng had no time to react before the Tyrannosaurus's horn pierced through them. Ding! You have killed the professional Fanja and gained 20 divine points. Ding! You have killed the professional Shaolin and gained 20 divine points. As the system notifications concluded, the Tyrannosaurus had already discarded the two lifeless bodies from its horn and stood before Qin Feng, letting out an enraged roar directed at Lu Rue and his companions. What? Lu Rue and the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Tyrannosaurus. Retreating several steps in shock, they gazed at the two utterly lifeless corpses, their expressions filled with disbelief. Why you dare? You cursed relic of the past. Lu Rue stammered, clearly shaken. Beside him, Lu Wei collapsed to the ground in sheer dismay. However, Tang Jinglong, who had been watching the commotion from the back, stepped forward with a gleeful expression, as if he had stumbled upon something thrilling. I had heard that the human auction could employ alchemical methods to temporarily utilize extraordinary equipment from past, but I never expected that you could create alchemical beasts. Chapter 43, Titan, Unleash the Metal Frenzy. Hearing the mention of alchemical beasts from Tang Jinglong, a glimmer of greed washed over Lu Rue's face. He truly did not expect that someone like Qin Feng, a lowly former professional, could possess an alchemical beast. Such creatures are the products of advanced alchemy, each one immensely valuable and far beyond the means of an ordinary individual. Even the most common extraordinary factions would hesitate to expend resources on an alchemist to forge an alchemical beast. Yet now, this former professional actually owns one. Moreover, it is a formidable, offensive, alchemical beast capable of effortlessly dispatching second-tier extraordinary professionals. El Rue felt a pang of regret for having informed the Tang family about Qin Feng. Had he known earlier that Qin Feng possessed such a creature, he would have certainly prevented the Tang family from intervening. But now it was too late. With Tang Jinglong present, he realized he had no chance of seizing it. After all, even the Tang family would not easily invest in such an expensive alchemical beast. The alchemical beast is mine. Indeed, Tang Jinglong's eyes gleamed with increasing excitement as he gazed at the Tyrannosaurus. He growled at Qin Feng, threatening him with death if he resisted. This caused a flicker of urgency to appear on El Rue's face. Get lost. However, Qin Feng immediately retorted coldly. He was taken aback by Tang Jinglong's words, not expecting the Tyrannosaurus to be recognized as an alchemical beast. Yet he cared little for it. Today, he intended to let none of these individuals escape. Hearing Qin Feng speak, El Rue felt a surge of hope. Without waiting for Tang Jinglong's command, he bellowed at the surrounding professionals, attack. Boom! The dozen or so professionals nearby could no longer contain themselves, unleashing the aura of extraordinary beings as they advanced toward Qin Feng. No one touches that alchemical beast. It belongs to me. Tang Jinglong lauget li, brandishing his spear as he charged at the Tyrannosaurus. The creature glanced back at Qin Feng, displaying an unexpectedly human-like concern. Qin Feng smiled and softly urged go. With a fierce roar, the Tyrannosaurus surged forward toward the strongest opponent, Tang Jinglong. Meanwhile, Tang Jinglong, at the pinnacle of the third tier, possessed considerable strength. However, He seemed reluctant to harm the Tyrannosaurus, utilizing its robust attributes that matched those of a second-tier extraordinary professional. The Tyrannosaurus engaged in a fierce contest with the peak-level Tang Jinglong. Simultaneously, the group of extraordinary professionals had already approached Qin Feng. Each of them regarded him with disdain. Yet, not a single one dared to initiate an attack. It was as if they were certain that without his alchemical beast, Qin Feng had no chance of resistance. Remaining behind, LV Wei shouted at Qin Feng with a face full of ire. What does it matter that you have completed the 5-star job transformation? You will still perish before my very eyes. LV Rue also let out a cold laugh, bellowing to the crowd, attack. The spoils belong to us all. In an instant, the extraordinary practitioners surged toward Qin Feng, their excitement palpable. Arrows, emanating a terrifying glow, were launched directly at him. Witnessing the scene, both LV Rue and LV Wei wore expressions of wicked delight, as if they had already stuffed the vast wealth in Qin Feng's possession into their own pockets. However, at that very moment, a mechanical sound echoed through the void, accompanied by an empty voice that intoned, Protocol 3. Protect Iron Steed. Suddenly, a colossal heavy mech materialized with a thunderous crash before Qin Feng, deploying a massive electromagnetic vortex shield that timely intercepted the onslaught of extraordinary arrows. Simultaneously, the intricate mechanical structures of the immense mech whirred into action. In the blink of an eye, an array of heavy weaponry, machine guns, rocket launchers, shotguns, and grenade launchers emerged from various parts of the mech. Without affording any of the extraordinary practitioners a moment to react, Qin Feng, standing beneath the mech, raised his hand with a subtle motion. Boom, boom, boom. The weapons mounted on the gigantic mech erupted simultaneously, unleashing a terrifying blaze from their barrels. Countless metal bullets began to rain down, slicing through the air and striking the extraordinary practitioners, whose smiles had barely faded. In a fleeting moment, 3 of the less defensive practitioners were reduced to mere riddled forms, their feeble extraordinary energies failing to manifest before being utterly obliterated by the searing bullets. Run! Cried several practitioners desperately trying to shield themselves from the barrage, their wails echoing as they turned to flee. LV Rue, initially stationed at the back, was overwhelmed by panic. In a frantic gesture, he pulled his sister, LV Wei, in front of him, shielding her from the mech's first onslaught. Terror gripped him as he beheld the imposing figure of the mech before Qin Feng. The bizarre scene sent tremors through his body. Indeed, a mech truly existed. Once again, LV Rue was astounded by Qin Feng, unable to comprehend the unfolding reality. Not only did Qin Feng possess a valuable alchemical beast, but he had also unveiled a mech of such formidable firepower. LV Rue struggled to grasp the situation, pondering who the real besieged individual was. In this extraordinary era, his cadre of practitioners found themselves utterly overmatched by a relic of the past, wielding a mech that belonged to bygone days, unable to lift their heads in defiance. El Rue felt an indescribable absurdity. His brother, at that moment, desperately unleashed the holy light, attempting to shield El Wei from the bullets piercing her body. She was drenched in crimson blood, her innards strewn across the ground. In disbelief, she turned her head for one last glance at her brother before losing all vitality. Xiaowei, El Rue cried out in anguish, yet he could not bring himself to relinquish his sister's lifeless form. In the city of Lanyun, at the human auction house, a vast and empty chamber was filled with over 20 extraordinary professionals. Tushan Yamei, clad in exquisite leather armor, stood before the others with a somber expression. It was not until Jiang Inger received a recently dispatched message that Tushan Yamei spoke in a chilling tone. What news? Jiang Inger, Hea Kondanangsikam, quickly replied. Only a few peripheral personnel in the Sunlight Canyon have escaped the ambush. All other professionals from Lanyun City across the 6 canyons have been attacked. At the entrance of the 7 Stars Canyon, there are also professionals from Zichuan City obstructing our entry. The Tang family of Lanyun and the Tooba family of Zichuan have dispatched numerous experts from the city. Upon hearing this, a cold and terrifying aura emanated from Tushan Yamei. A sphere of black light materialized behind her. Taking a few deep breaths, she addressed the professionals before her with deliberate clarity. Someone intends to disrupt the human auction house. What shall we do? Annihilate them. Eliminate these scoundrels. Somewhere in the Sunlight Canyon, a crisp notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind as he leaped into the open cockpit of the colossal mech. Indeed, this was the Titan he had just completed. Qin Feng chose not to summon the Storm Crimson, believing it would be excessive against El Rue and his ilk. Moreover, the Titan, constructed from a considerable amount of bronze-grade, extraordinary metal, possessed formidable strength. It was more than sufficient to deal with these individuals. Titan 7274, bronze, category, mech-class weapon, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes, strength 2124, agility 2040, constitution 2313, spirit 3065, combat rating, 24 stars, durability, 2400, weapon system, all compatible weapons, skills, pulse vision, grappling claw, stimulant, special talent, innate protective instinct towards the driver, chapter 44. Is the Titan too weak? Execution ability activated. Freshly forged, the bronze-grade Titan boasts exceptionally balanced and formidable attributes, with a combat rating reaching 24 stars. The prowess of the bronze-level Storm Crimson is nearly upon us. Furthermore, the original schematics included a myriad of thermal weaponry, relics of a bygone era discarded by the Extraordinary Age. These antiquated arms caught the Extraordinary Professionals completely off guard. A mere volley resulted in the annihilation of 6 Extraordinary Professionals, including Lu Wei. This mass-producible mech undoubtedly possesses a formidable strength. Not only that, but as a bronze-level mech, the Titan astonishingly wields 3 skills. This revelation filled Qin Feng with a sense of enchantment. He had previously experienced the might of such paid skills within the realms of the game. To think they had materialized in a real mech. Qin Feng was eager to engage in a grand battle. Meanwhile, Tang Jinglong, taken aback by Qin Feng's sudden summoning of a mech, bellowed and prepared to hurl his spear at Qin Feng. Yet, the Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of searing flames, intercepting Tang Jinglong's attack. Gritting his teeth, Tang Jinglong could only roar at the remaining 7 professionals, urging them to dismantle that heap of scrap metal. Lu Rue, his eyes filled with venomous hatred, had already laid his sister-S body to rest. He had inexplicably acquired a black crystal orb, continuously casting healing skills to mend the gunshot wounds of the remaining professionals. The Extraordinary Professionals regathered, fortifying their defenses against the Titan's artillery. As the favored children of the Extraordinary Age, the immense power of these Extraordinary Professionals was finally manifested. Metal bullets could no longer easily pierce the defenses granted by their extraordinary might. I will tear you to shreds. Lu Rue howled furiously, the black crystal orb in his hand radiating a sinister glow, rendering his expression grotesque. Simultaneously, after a frenzied barrage, the metal bullets that had been preloaded in the Titan were finally exhausted. One by one, the artillery mechanisms retracted automatically. The Extraordinary Professionals, witnessing this, were overjoyed. They unleashed a barrage of terrifying skills directed at the mech piloted by Qin Feng, intent on avenging the recent artillery onslaught. Yet, Qin Feng felt no fear. The Titan mech was never merely a collection of thermal weaponry and scrap metal. Fight! A surge of intense combat desire flooded Qin Feng's heart. With a mere thought, the Titan mech reached toward the mechanical structure behind it. Click, click, click. After a rapid succession of mechanical whirs, a colossal metal sword, several meters in length, was grasped firmly in the Titan's hand. Within the cockpit, Qin Feng felt as if he himself were wielding this magnificent sword forged entirely from bronze-level materials. His spirit surged with the fervor of battle. Kill! A crimson hue surged within Qin Feng's eyes. With a thunderous roar, all the engines within the Titan mech unleashed a terrifying cacophony. In the mechanical realm, the already advanced second furnace blazed with fierce flames. Boom! The colossal metallic sword wielded by the mech emitted a chilling sound as it sliced through the air, charging straight towards a practitioner armed with a massive longbow. 2 extraordinary practitioners stood in its path, one wielding a long knife and the other gripping a short staff. Though their expressions momentarily reflected panic, they gritted their teeth, determined to halt Qin Feng's advance. Yet, the immense metallic sword, gripped tightly in the mech's hand, accelerated instantaneously, accompanied by the engine's dreadful roar. The 2 melee extraordinary practitioners, who had already undergone their second transformation, had barely swung their extraordinary weapons when the Titan's colossal sword crashed into them. With a sickening thud, the two practitioners were sent flying, utterly defenseless, losing consciousness midair. Within the cockpit, Qin Feng did not receive any notification of a kill. He paid no further heed to the two and instead commanded the Titan to leap forward, grasping the sword's hilt with both hands, and fiercely slashed at the archer just a few meters away. The archer, consumed by terror, instinctively sought to flee. However, at that moment, Lu Rue, not far off, wore a sinister expression as he swiftly brushed his hand over a black crystal sphere. A dark beam of light erupted from the sphere, striking the archer directly. Boom! The several-meter-long metallic sword then came crashing down upon the archer. Yet, a layer of dark luminous barrier had materialized above the archer's head, effortlessly deflecting Qin Feng's full-force strike. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng commanded the engines on the Titan's arms to roar back to life. Boom, boom, boom. He unleashed a flurry of 5 or 6 strikes. At last, cracks began to appear on the dark barrier. But just then, another black beam fell, restoring the barrier to its original state. Qin Feng turned to see Lu Rue, still clutching the black crystal sphere, and felt a surge of hatred. The extraordinary practitioner's tactics were indeed endless. Even his seemingly least threatening support class, Lu Rue, possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. Other extraordinary practitioners also joined the fray. Qin Feng had no choice but to maneuver the Titan to evade continuously. Must he resort to Storm Scarlet and Heavenly Fire? To be honest, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet, the extraordinary practitioners before him were undeniably far superior to novice practitioners like Tang Sha. These individuals had endured numerous battles and possessed a plethora of extraordinary abilities. After the initial chaos, even after losing a few teammates, they quickly regained their combat formation. The treatment of El Rue and the protection of the Black Light, the long-range output of 3 archers, the spell bombardment by the mage class, and the close-quarters combat of melee professions. Clearly, these extraordinary professionals have begun to regard themselves as mere trifles. Meanwhile, Tang Jinglong summoned a duplicate that bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. The Tyrannosaurus faced such a tactic with increasingly dire consequences. Alas, Qin Feng had initially intended to keep the Storm Crimson under wraps a little longer. Yet it seems that relying solely on a bronze-level Titan to contend with this cadre of exceptional professionals is rather insufficient. Just as he was about to call forth the Storm Crimson, he suddenly heard the voice prompt belonging to the Titan. Iron control capability met. Execution ability activated. Execution. The mech activates an execution effect after 10 successful attacks. The next attack will certainly result in critical damage to the target. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. Execution. This is a unique ability of the mech within the Titan game, a finishing move unleashed from behind the target. He never anticipated it could be activated, although the effect of this execution diverges from the original setting. The capacity to guarantee a critical hit after 10 successful strikes is indeed formidable. Roar! Tang Jinglong once again toppled the Tyrannosaurus to the ground. The creature let out a cry of pain, but quickly sprang back up, charging toward Tang Jinglong once more. Qin Feng knew he could not afford any further delays. He withstood several fireballs and ice spikes, then swung his colossal metal sword fiercely at the archer, who stood protected beneath a black barrier. At this moment, El Rue's black barrier remained steadfast. The archer, seeing Qin Feng's renewed assault, exhibited no fear whatsoever, gazing coldly at the metal sword as it struck the black barrier. The other exceptional professionals wore similarly disdainful expressions, evidently convinced that Qin Feng had lost his rationality and was subconsciously attacking the nearest target. Chapter 45. Fierce Execution. The three-legged golden crow appears. Meanwhile, El Rue, wielding a black crystal ball and continuously casting healing spells for his teammates, let out a cold snort. The black light barrier he had summoned, known as the Dark Shield, is one of the 2 additional effects conferred by the bronze-level artifact, the Heart of Darkness. In his possession, its defensive capabilities are astonishing, certainly beyond the means of Qin Feng's rickety contraption to breach. Yet, just as El Rue reveled in his confidence, he witnessed the massive mech's metal sword effortlessly slice through the Dark Shield. With a crack, the obsidian barrier shattered instantaneously. A colossal metal sword, several meters long, descended directly upon the bewildered archer's head. With a sickening thud, the unprotected cranium of the archer erupted, rendering him irrevocably dead. Impossible, Lu Rue exclaimed in disbelief. Unable to fathom the recent events, the Dark Shield possessed formidable defensive capabilities, far beyond the capacity of any mere former practitioner to breach. Yet, this scene unfolded before his eyes. His own shadowy shield had been cleaved apart by Qin Feng's sword. The teammates shielded beneath it had their skull obliterated in an instant. Lu Rue meticulously examined the massive sword wielded by the mech. It bore no extraordinary attributes. Though it appeared fearsome, it was merely a hefty slab of iron. But why? Lu Rue was utterly perplexed. However, Qin Feng, having successfully landed his strike, initiated another assault. The thunderous roar of engines resonated once more throughout the Titan. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng piloted the Titan toward another archer. Corner him. His energy would not last much longer. Tang Jinglong, still entangled with the Tyrannosaurus beast, reacted promptly, shouting to the others. Instantly, the still reeling practitioners resumed their offensive. Lu Rue, regaining his composure, watched as the gargantuan mech charged toward another teammate. He fiercely wiped his palm across the heart of darkness he held. A stream of blood trickled from his hand, yet another surge of black light shot forth, aimed directly at the second archer whom Qin Feng was now targeting. With a thunderous crash, the Titan's metal sword fell once more. Lu Rue's timely casting of the Dark Shield once again deflected this powerful strike. The archer, encased within the protective barrier and now visibly terrified, breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance, Lu Rue felt a surge of elation. I knew it. It was undoubtedly Qin Feng's previous attack that coincided perfectly with the expiration of the Dark Shield's effect, allowing him to strike with sheer luck. His Dark Shield, even against a third-tier practitioner, could not be so easily breached. But before Lu Rue could finish his thoughts, he witnessed the colossal mech commanded by Qin Feng once again. With that several meters long metal sword, it shattered the Dark Shield he had just conjured. The archer, who had just relaxed, was now slammed to the ground by Qin Feng's strike. Though shielded by extraordinary power and spared from having his skull cleaved in two, the archer's form was grotesquely twisted, unmistakably indicating that he had lost his life. With a chime, you have slain the professional Wang Daji, earning 20 divine points. Qin Feng, manipulating the Titan, gazed at this kill notification with a degree of surprise. His intention had been to execute 10 successive strikes to activate the execution ability. However, he did not anticipate that his second attack would successfully trigger the execution. Soon, Qin Feng noticed an icon flashing in his status bar, and he instantly comprehended the situation. It was the effect of the Holy Radiance. He had consecutively received 2 blessings. The impact of the Holy Radiance was doubled, reducing the cooldown of his skills by 90. Yet, Qin Feng had never considered that the Holy Radiance could manifest its effects while controlling the Titan. Had the execution ability become akin to his own skill? This implied that what typically required 10 strikes to activate could now be triggered with just a single blow. Consequently, this meant that with every 2 attacks from the Titan, there could be a critical strike. The damage inflicted would be nothing short of explosive. Exhilarating. Qin Feng let out a hearty laugh. With a mere thought, he replenished several bronze pieces of equipment for Furnace Number 2. Although the Titan's execution ability was formidable, the energy consumed surged exponentially. It was nearing the consumption levels of activating the Thunderblade array. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained unconcerned. As Tang Jinglong had previously mentioned, the notion that his energy could not sustain him for long was utterly unfounded. The extraordinary equipment within his mechanical space was more than sufficient for him to command the Titan and execute thousands of executions. It was more than enough to deal with the remaining extraordinary professionals. Boom! The Titan leapt once more, charging toward the nearest enemy. Damn it! Tang Jinglong, witnessing his subordinates being annihilated by Qin Yu, finally erupted in fury. He no longer held back, fiercely wielding his long spear and sending the behemoth flying. Then, he stomped his foot and charged toward Qin Feng. Just then, the entire sunlit gorge trembled violently. The already sweltering air within the gorge began to rise rapidly in temperature. Following this, a colossal bird resembling a blazing sun soared above the sunlit gorge, flapping its enormous wings. With a roar akin to a beast, the gigantic bird unleashed a fearsome presence that caused the entire gorge to quake. The three-legged golden crow, a being of golden rank, Tang Jinglong, in his forward rush, halted in his tracks. Upon seeing the immense bird above the gorge, he gasped in astonishment. The remaining participants who had not yet fallen to Qin Feng, including Lu Rui and 4 other extraordinary professionals, were equally struck with dread at the sight of the three-legged golden crow. "Run!" Tang Jinglong bellowed, to abandon the pursuit of slaying Qin Feng and dash towards the exit of the Sunlight Gorge. At that moment, the colossal three-legged golden crow in the sky flapped its immense wings, unleashing torrents of fire that rained down from above. The anguished cries of the professionals echoed throughout the Sunlight Gorge. However, just as Lu Rui and his companions followed Tang Jinglong in their desperate flight, a metal chain with a massive claw at its end shot forth with lightning speed, accurately seizing a black tree several dozen meters away. With a resounding crack, the chain retracted instantaneously, pulling a gigantic mech toward itself. With a thunderous crash, the mech landed directly in the path of Tang Jinglong and his companions, obstructing their escape route. Qin Feng's chilling voice emanated from within the mech. "None of you shall escape today." Chapter 46. The Desire for Battle. Breaking the mirror image. As the fiery rain cascaded down, the towering mech became an insurmountable barrier, cutting off the escape route for the group. "Get out of my way!" Tang Jinglong bellowed at Qin Feng. "Do you truly believe that at level 30 you are invincible? Do you think you can defeat a level 100 gold with this heap of scrap metal?" In the sky, the frequency of flames released by the three-legged golden crow intensified. A middle-aged shield-bearer, caught off guard, was struck by the flames and lost a substantial portion of his health, prompting him to urgently call for Lu Rui to heal him. This heightened the anxiety of the surviving extraordinary professionals. Tang Jinglong's face was etched with desperation. Yet, standing before them, the massive mech transmitted Qin Feng's voice, filled with murderous intent. "I may not be invincible, but it is sufficient to kill you." The Titan's engines roared with a deafening clamor as Qin Feng decisively charged forward with his sword. Tang Jinglong gritted his teeth in fury. Having witnessed Qin Feng's colossal sword cleave through Lu Rui's dark shield in a single blow, he dared not face it head-on and could only retaliate with a barrage of gunfire. However, as the fireballs fell from the sky in increasing numbers, his anxiety mounted. After all, that was the level 100 gold tier golden crow. As a third transformation professional, he knew that if he did not flee swiftly, his demise was inevitable. Yet, to his astonishment, he found Qin Feng's mech to be exceptionally formidable, showing no fear even of the creature soaring above. It was clear that Qin Feng intended to take them down with him, adopting a stance of mutual destruction. "Get away from me!" Tang Jinglong shouted in fury. Aware of the urgency of the situation, he unleashed a series of ferocious gun attacks. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, invigorated by the battle, grew increasingly exhilarated. Even as the Titan's armor sustained damage, the lengthy metallic giant sword continued to accumulate numerous gashes. Yet, he felt a fervent desire for battle coursing through his veins. Awakening within him, he relished every moment of his confrontation with Tang Jinglong, as messages indicating his enhanced compatibility with the Titan kept appearing. Qin Feng found himself completely engulfed by an intense craving for combat. However, this yearning for battle was not born of madness. He possessed a crystal-clear awareness of his current predicament and the terrifying presence of the three-legged golden crow looming in the sky. He had already examined its attributes at the first opportunity. Name: three-legged golden crow gold. Race: divine beast. Level: 100 health. 500,000, 500,000. Strength: 8, 514. Agility: 7, 485. Constitution: 9, 140. Mentality: 12, 342. Combat power: 91 stars. Skills: unknown. Description: a divine beast born in the Sunlight Gorge, possessing unparalleled flame affinity. Its power is exceedingly formidable. Approach with caution. A terrifying existence with a combat power of a full 91 stars. Qin Feng was utterly astounded upon viewing the attributes of the three-legged golden crow. He had anticipated its terrifying strength, yet he had not expected it to be so exaggerated. Even with his Storm Crimson and Heavenly Fire armor activated, victory seemed elusive. Moreover, this was merely the gold-tiered, three-legged Golden Crow. His exclusive second transformation quest had mentioned that the three-legged Golden Crow could mutate. What level of power could the mutated version possess, and how formidable would its combat prowess be? Qin Feng dared not dwell on such thoughts. At this moment, his sole desire was to eliminate Tang Jinglong and his companions. The surging battle lust within him compelled Qin Feng to yearn to utterly tear apart Tang Jinglong and Lu Rui. Life Potion. Qin Feng shouted in response to Tang Jinglong's relentless display of extraordinary skills. In an instant, within the Titan's mechanical body, all transmission devices, gears, and engines whirred to life with frenzied speed. Qin Feng immediately felt an exhilarating surge of energy, as if every cell in his body were dancing. His desire for battle intensified further. With a roar, he swung the colossal metallic sword. The several-meter-long weapon moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, executing multiple slashes in a heartbeat, sending Tang Jinglong hurtling away. What? Blood trickled from the corner of Tang Jinglong's mouth as he gazed in disbelief at the suddenly empowered mech. Qin Feng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the effects of the excitement potion to be so wild. Excitement potion, description, temporarily enhances the power of all mechanical structures within the mech, but at a significant cost. Use with caution. This was entirely distinct from the grapple skill he had previously employed, which belonged to the Titan. Qin Feng felt that both his strength and speed had been elevated by more than double. However, the consumption of this skill was indeed colossal. Just a few sword strikes had completely depleted 2 bronze armaments within the second furnace. Yet, Qin Feng did not intend to relinquish the effects of the stimulant potion. He boldly cast 2 silver armaments into the second furnace and charged once more toward Tang Jinglong with his sword in hand. The entire mech stirred up a tempest. Thunderous roars echoed as, after several fierce clashes, Tang Jinglong was once again sent flying. However, the Titan's defense had not augmented due to the stimulant. Several massive pieces of armor were torn away by Tang Jinglong. Nevertheless, Qin Feng showed no inclination to halt. His sole desire was to engage in battle, to vanquish the foe before him. The clangor intensified as the mechanical structures of the Titan began to glow red-hot, yet they continued to resonate with Qin Feng's fervent spirit, operating with even greater fervor. After being repeatedly struck and sustaining grievous injuries, Tang Jinglong finally roared in fury. An identical figure emerged beside him. The 2 Tang Jinglongs, one to the left and one to the right, brandished their rifles and charged at Qin Feng, almost instantaneously as the 2 figures lunged toward him. Qin Feng instinctively unleashed the Titan's third skill, Pulse Vision. Only he could perceive the pulse wave rippling through the 2 apparitions of Tang Jinglong. In that instant, Qin Feng discerned the true form of Tang Jinglong. Boom, boom, boom. While still under the influence of the stimulant, Qin Feng unleashed 3 consecutive strikes upon one of Tang Jinglong's figures. Without hesitation, he pivoted, disregarding the long spear that continued to thrust toward him, and swung his sword toward the other Tang Jinglong. Again, 3 strikes. He swiftly shifted his target. Thus, Qin Feng executed his swordplay. Strike, turn, switch targets, strike again, and change once more. Why? At last, after enduring 2 of Qin Feng's execution critical hits, one of the Tang Jinglongs let out a thunderous cry. The other figure shattered into fragments. The true Tang Jinglong was sent reeling, bloodied. Behind him, El Rue hastily activated a skill to heal the gravely injured Tang Jinglong. The fallen Tang Jinglong could hardly comprehend why every one of Qin Feng's attacks landed accurately upon his true self. This mirror doppelganger was his ultimate trump card, an innate ability acquired upon his third transformation, known as Mirror Demon. It allowed him to conjure a mirrored doppelganger of himself. The doppelganger possessed no physical form nor any offensive capability. However, he could seamlessly transition between his true self and the mirage at will, synergizing with his formidable marksmanship. Even the esteemed patriarch of the Tang family, Tang Zhan, at the pinnacle of the 4th transformation, could only resort to his immensely taxing area of effect damage skills to cope. Yet, why was his prideful mirror demon talent so easily discerned by an antiquated practitioner? Each strike landed upon his true form, as if it had been anticipated that he would shift between his true self and the mirror image. Chapter 47. The Crumbling Tang Jinglong. The mutation begins. What on earth is happening? This was the first time Tang Jinglong harbored such doubt regarding his third transformation talent. If an extraordinary profession capable of unraveling illusions had exposed his mirror demon, that would be understandable. However, Qin Feng was merely an antiquated practitioner. Even if he had expended vast sums to create a battle mech, he was still just an ancient being. How could he possibly see through his mirrored avatar? Could it be that someone had covertly guided him? Yet, he had just transitioned so swiftly between his true form and mirror image, whose guidance could have been so timely. How could this antiquated individual execute such a rapid attack? Could it be that this ancient one had always known the location of his true self? That would explain the precision with which the colossal metal sword struck his true form. But how could this be possible? Moreover, and of greater concern, was the sheer power of this antiquated attack. The combat prowess of this mech seemed to be on an incessant rise. The previous few strikes had drained a significant portion of his health. Were it not for the continuous healing spells cast by LV Rue, he might have already perished from those blows. When did a mere 30-level Mech Master become so formidable? Furthermore, the manner in which this individual controlled the mech in battle seemed reckless, as if he had no regard for how his spear could damage its own armor. He appeared solely intent on bringing the metal sword crashing down upon his head, resembling a frenzied berserker. Additionally, Tang Jinglong suddenly realized a troubling matter. This mech had been engaged in full combat for over 10 minutes. How could it still be operational? What kind of ancient energy source was fueling it, allowing this mech to sustain such a prolonged battle? Typically, ancient mechanical creations would not function for long in the age of the extraordinary. Yet, why had this mech been fighting for so long and remained so vigorous? The engine's roar unmistakably indicated it was running at full capacity. Moreover, he had thoroughly examined the mech's components and found no traces of alchemy. This indicated that the mech was merely a relic of ancient machinery. But how could it possess such formidable strength in the hands of an ordinary antiquated being yet to undergo a second transformation? To think that one could unleash prowess rivaling that of extraordinary professionals who have undergone 3 transformations is indeed astonishing. Tang Jinglong found himself questioning his very existence. Suddenly, amidst his reflections, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the second divination conducted by the Tang clan elder, Zhao Wuji, and the revelation it yielded. The old days. As Tang Jinglong gazed at the colossal mech charging forward once more, a realization dawned upon him. All the clues converged. Could the perpetrator behind Tang Shua's demise be an ancient professional? The Tang family had never even considered this possibility. After all, how could an ancient professional, capable of entering the novice secret realm, possibly contend with Tang Shua, who had already completed his first transformation? Yet, here stood Qin Feng, an ancient professional in his own right. Moreover, he was one who could match Tang Jinglong's prowess. You killed Tang Shua. Tang Jinglong suddenly shouted at Qin Feng. And what of it? Came the cold voice from within the mech. Boom! The massive metallic sword, several meters long, swung down once more. Anger contorted Tang Jinglong's features. Just as he suspected, we were mistaken. What Zhao Wuji referred to as the old days was indeed an ancient professional. Meanwhile, above the daylight valley, a cacophony of frantic screams erupted. The enormous 3-legged golden crow was drenched in blood, resembling molten lava. Several formidable, extraordinary professionals had ascended into the skies. Encircling the golden crow, the blood, exuding a terrifying temperature, rained down, transforming the entire daylight valley into a hellish landscape. Tang Jinglong realized that he could not afford to delay any longer. He bellowed at the dazed El Rue behind him. Heal me. If we do not eliminate this ancient professional, none of us shall escape. With that, he charged forth once more, weapon in hand. This time, he refrained from utilizing his mirror demon talent, instead unleashing all his formidable extraordinary skills without reservation. At the same time, El Rue finally roused from his stupor, hurriedly cast healing spells for Tang Jinglong. Yet, as he beheld the mech, battered yet relentlessly aggressive, an inexplicable tremor coursed through him. The strength exhibited by Qin Feng had far surpassed his expectations. Not only could he effortlessly shatter his shadowy shield, but he was now capable of injuring Tang Jinglong himself. Tang Jinglong was a peak 3 transformation powerhouse. Could it be that completing the 5-star first transformation task had resulted in such a monumental increase in strength? It did not end there. If he had not misheard earlier, Tang Jinglong had claimed that the esteemed young master of the Tang family, Tang Sha, was slain by Qin Feng. This revelation sent El Rui's heart racing uncontrollably. The once seemingly fragile remnants of the past now exhibit an audacity that is truly staggering, daring even to challenge the illustrious heir of the Tang family. How foolish I was to perceive him merely as a vassal of the Tushan clan, and to covet his wealth. This is nothing short of courting death. No, I refuse to perish. With gritted teeth, LV Rui reached for the darkened heart. Streams of blood surged forth, inflicting excruciating pain that made him grimace. Yet he persevered. In this critical moment, he understood that his sole chance of survival lay in assisting Tang Jinglong to vanquish this Qin Feng, for only then could he hope to escape the daylight canyon alive. Meanwhile, within the Titan-S cockpit, Qin Feng found his vision tinged with crimson. The fervor for battle surged within him, yet his mind remained remarkably lucid. He soon realized that his attacks seemed to grow stronger alongside his escalating combat fervor. A frenzy of enhancement? Qin Feng quickly discerned that this was the singular passive talent he acquired after transitioning to the frenzied Mecha Master class. Initially deemed a trivial ability, it now appeared to be exquisitely suited to him. As long as he continued to engage in combat, he would only grow stronger. This frenzied approach to battle was utterly intoxicating. Boom, boom, boom. With a mere thought, the Titan, whose armor had sustained over 50% damage, roared once more. Qin Feng lifted the metal giant's sword, which was rapidly resembling a saw blade, and charged at Tang Jinglong. After a few breaths, Tang Jinglong gasped, "Qin Feng, release me, and I will represent the Tang family's promise to no longer pursue this matter." Yet, Qin Feng remained undeterred. Amidst the relentless roar of the Titan-S engines, he tirelessly swung the massive sword. Tang Jinglong was on the verge of tears. He was utterly exhausted, nearly incapable of unleashing even his extraordinary skills. If this continued, he would truly meet his end at the hands of an antiquated warrior. Meanwhile, the aerial battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The golden-tiered, 3-legged Jinwu, despite its terrifying prowess, found itself thoroughly suppressed by the well-prepared extraordinary warriors, who executed their strategies with impeccable precision. The Jinwu, marred by numerous wounds, emitted anguished cries. Tang Jinglong felt a slight relief. It seemed the golden-tier Jinwu could no longer pose a threat to him. If he could just extricate himself from Qin Feng's grasp, he would be safe. But at that moment, the already grievously injured 3-legged Jinwu let out a chilling scream of despair. Suddenly, a glimmer of dark radiance appeared upon its chest. In an instant, this dark light rapidly expanded, enveloping the chest of the 3-legged golden crow. Simultaneously, all practitioners still within the confines of the Sunlight Valley received a regional announcement. Ding. Extreme danger alert. The 3-legged golden crow in Sunlight Valley is undergoing an unknown mutation. All practitioners are advised to evacuate immediately. Chapter 48. The Sword Core is ready. Slay the Mirror Dragon. The already sweltering Sunlight Valley began to cool down. Flames that had been blazing in various parts of the canyon began to extinguish. While the once scalding metal cooled, the entire Sunlight Valley was transitioning from oppressive heat to a bone-chilling cold at a terrifying pace. In the sky, several extraordinarily powerful practitioners chose to flee at the first opportunity. Like the Mirror Dragon, those who believed the 3-legged golden crow would be slain dashed towards the exit of Sunlight Valley. Meanwhile, a portion of practitioners gritted their teeth and ran toward the location of the 3-legged golden crow, as it was the intersection of the Sunlight and Earthlight canyons, providing another means of escape. As long as they entered Earthlight Canyon, they would find safety. Roaring, the 3-legged golden crow unleashed its furious cries. The dark light enveloping it spread even more rapidly, compelling more individuals to rush toward the intersection. As it was closer than the exit of Sunlight Valley, the 3-legged golden crow could mutate at any moment, and the implications of such a transformation were abundantly clear to all. This was a race against time for survival. Meanwhile, in another part of Sunlight Valley, upon receiving the regional announcement, Tang Jinglong's face turned pale with terror. Beside him, Lu Rui trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground in fright. A golden-level mutation to platinum. Tang Jinglong's voice quivered. He could scarcely believe that he was encountering a situation that had not arisen in the long history of the Seven Luminaries Canyon. Originally a golden-level, three-legged golden crow, if it were to mutate now, the probability of it becoming platinum level was exceedingly high. He already feared the golden-level creatures at level 100. If it became platinum level, even the residual effects of a single skill could lead to his demise. No, if it didn't leave soon, they would surely perish. Tang Jinglong could not maintain his composure. He shouted at Qin Feng, who still obstructed his path, "Stop fighting. Let us flee together. If the three-legged golden crow mutates to platinum level, none of us will survive." Behind him, Lu Rui cried out in a sobbing voice, "Qin Feng, it's my fault. I repent. I swear to serve you like a beast. Please spare me." Lu Rui was filled with regret, lamenting his greed for wealth that did not belong to him, and regretting this expedition into the Seven Luminaries Canyon. The greatest regret lies in underestimating the old profession. This Qin Feng is anything but antiquated. He is an entity far more terrifying than any extraordinary practitioner. Yet, the response to Tang Jinglong and El Rui remains Qin Feng's chilling voice. "I have proclaimed, none of you shall escape today." Boom, boom, boom. The Titan mech, which had momentarily paused due to the regional announcement, once more erupted with a thunderous roar. It seemed utterly indifferent to the platinum tier. It charged once again towards Tang Jinglong. Would a mutated, three-legged golden crow spare you merely because it has ascended to platinum? Such a notion is preposterous. Faced with the golden tier, three-legged golden crow, I might have felt some peril, but in confronting the mutated platinum tier variant, I truly stand a chance of survival. A 90 effectiveness, divine shield, and dark judgment. This is indeed a nightmare for dark creatures. Even if I ultimately fail, my life is not in jeopardy. Yes, it must be the dark type. As Qin Feng surged forward, he glanced skyward at the three-legged golden crow, its form shrouded in ominous darkness. Silently, he mused, "Ah, madman, you lunatic." Upon witnessing Qin Feng's decision, Tang Jinglong roared in fury. He summoned the last of his extraordinary power, invoking his talent, Mirror Demon. However, this time, he commanded one of his doppelgangers to flee into the distance. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but sneer. He understood that Tang Jinglong intended to exploit the abilities of his two mirrored doppelgangers to escape, but he would never allow this scoundrel to slip away. "Gulme, all of you," Qin Feng bellowed with exhilaration. "The life potion. It temporarily enhances the operational efficiency of the mech's mechanical structures, allowing me to unleash the Titan's overwhelming combat prowess for a fleeting moment. Pulse vision, utilizing electromagnetic pulse waves. I detect hidden life forms. Tang Shua's mirror doppelganger is utterly exposed. Hook claws, capable of dragging the Titan mech to any position within 50 meters. As long as Qin Feng is unwilling, none shall evade his grasp." Boom! Within the cooling confines of the Sunlight Canyon, the temperature of the Titan's mechanical components continued to rise. The hook claws were launched, instantly dragging the mech several meters closer. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng swung his sword, intercepting the doppelganger that had transformed into Tang Jinglong's true form. "Get away from me!" Tang Jinglong roared in fury, wildly wielding his spear in an attempt to repel the colossal mech. Yet, Qin Feng's metallic giant sword descended relentlessly, his execution capability activated continuously. Tang Jinglong found himself devoid of any means of resistance, forced to spit blood and retreat repeatedly. Roar! And at that moment, a jubilant roar resounded through the sky. The flames that engulfed him transformed entirely into a black, three-legged golden crow, with a powerful flap of its enormous wings. A chilling tempest swept across the entirety of the Sunlight Canyon. Patches of black flames cascaded down from the heavens. Simultaneously, Qin Feng received a mission notification. "Exclusive job transfer task target has appeared." Yet, he did not cease his assault. He continued to wield his colossal sword with relentless vigor. The retreating Tang Jinglong, upon witnessing the raining black flames, appeared utterly deranged. He incessantly bellowed, "Ha ha, it's all over. Qin Feng, you cannot escape. all shall perish. A surge of bloodlight emanated from Tang Jinglong. In a frenzied manner, he launched an attack on Qin Feng. In response, Qin Feng unleashed his fury. He felt the blood within him boiling. An uncontrollable desire for combat consumed him, compelling him to tear his opponent apart. Iron control and mecha compatibility conditions met. Sword core ability activated. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard another prompt from Titan, causing his heart to race. He had not anticipated that Titan possessed a second hidden ability beyond execution. It was the sword core. Activate. Without hesitation, Qin Feng roared towards Titan. Buzz. Sword core ready. Following this prompt, arcs of electricity surged through the metallic giant sword in Qin Feng's grasp. Instantly, arcs of electricity enveloped the entire blade. The once serrated edge was now filled with crackling energy. A formidable force rapidly coalesced atop the giant sword. Simultaneously, the extraordinary equipment in Furnace No. 2 burned at an alarming rate. Boom! Qin Feng swung his sword. The electrically charged metal giant sword descended like a bolt of lightning. Crack! Tang Jinglong's spear, which had endured countless strikes from Qin Feng, was severed by the electric sword. The giant sword continued its descent, striking Tang Jinglong's incredulous visage. With a splatter, Tang Jinglong's head exploded. His body and limbs followed suit, shattered amidst the surging currents. Congratulations, you have slain the professional Tang Jinglong, earning 40 divine points. The engine's adorning Titan emitted a sorrowful whimper, followed by a series of shutdowns. All mechanical structures within the body, as if having fulfilled their purpose, came to a halt. Chapter 49. Threat to Qin Feng? News arrives, is it the old days again? Crack! The control room's hatch opened. A pale-faced Qin Feng leapt forth. Yet his face was alight with exhilaration. Gazing upon the shattered remnants of Tang Jinglong strewn across the ground, the crimson hue in Qin Feng's eyes gradually dissipated. He turned to pat the now extinguished Titan 7274, sincerely proclaiming, "Well done. Please don't kill me. I beg you spare me." At that moment, the still-living El Rue, filled with trepidation, spoke up. Qin Feng frowned and looked over, discovering El Rue cowering beneath his dark barrier. Upon meeting Qin Feng's gaze, El Rue trembled uncontrollably, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. Spare me, I was wrong." Yet Qin Feng's disdain only deepened. He raised his hand gently, intending to retract the Titan. But this action sent El Rue into a panic. He desperately shrank back, producing a black crystal sphere. With a shaky voice, he shouted at Qin Feng, "Don't kill me. My dark tear can unleash a dark bouquet, drawing the aggro of monsters within several kilometers. If you dare to kill me, I will release it, and we shall perish together." Oh! Qin Feng was taken aback, not expecting El Rue to possess such a treasure. He recalled how El Rue had previously utilized this black crystal sphere to continuously unleash powerful healing spells and that formidable dark barrier. Now, he revealed the ability to summon a dark bouquet capable of attracting monsters' ire within a considerable radius. Was this a threat to compel him to spare his life? Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle lightly, calmly retracting the Titan into his mechanical space. He communicated telepathically with the Tyrannosaurus beast, which had just finished pursuing the remaining extraordinary practitioners. Soon, the beast emerged from a pit, clutching several extraordinary items in its jaws, joyfully approaching Qin Feng. He gently patted the Tyrannosaurus beast's head and stored it along with the extraordinary gear. Watching Qin Feng reclaim his mech and alchemical companion, El Rue's anxiety grew exponentially. The more composed Qin Feng appeared, the more fear gripped him. Yet he couldn't fathom it. The tripod golden crow had fully mutated. It was a platinum-tier creature. Did Qin Feng truly feel no fear? Was he entirely unconcerned about El Rue's dark bouquet? Previously, Qin Feng had fought desperately to thwart Tang Jinglong. Could it be that he was indeed prepared to perish alongside them? Qin Feng, speak. If you release the dark bouquet, none of us will survive. El Rue finally cracked, shouting desperately at Qin Feng. However, having already stored the gear dropped by Tang Jinglong into his mechanical space and directed it into the second furnace, Qin Feng did not spare El Rue another glance. He turned away, gazing skyward at the tripod golden crow, akin to a warrior readying for battle once more. Amidst the sky filled with black fireworks, I stand tall. Qin Feng, El Rue was in a frenzy, just as he was about to utter more words. A mechanical sound of a portal opening echoed through the void. Immediately after, a massive crimson figure, akin to a towering building, descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, it landed before Qin Feng. El Rue's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Straining to look up, he finally discerned the towering crimson figure. He could hardly believe his own eyes. Until the thunderous roar of engines erupted from the colossal figure, El Rue snapped back to reality. It was a mech. He gasped for breath. Yet no one responded to him. He witnessed Qin Feng, who had just utilized a formidable alchemical beast and an imposing mech several meters tall, ascend with practiced ease into the cockpit of the dark red mech. Amidst the nightmarish din of the engines, El Rue finally comprehended the true extent of Qin Feng's power. It turned out he had slain Tang Jinglong without revealing his trump cards. He possessed a second mech, a mech towering dozens of meters high. El Rue glanced down at the dark tear in his hand, unable to suppress a bitter smile. The means he had thought could threaten his opponent now seemed utterly ludicrous. The dark bouquet. Yet ultimately, El Rue focused his thoughts and unleashed the second additional effect of the dark tear. A massive flower, entirely pitch black, began to bloom from his center. The three-legged golden crow in the sky seemed truly drawn by the dark bouquet's wrath, letting out a furious roar. Boundless black flames rained down upon them. Simultaneously, the gigantic crimson mech before El Rue fully activated. Lights resembling stars flickered to life across the immense mech. In what had become a hellscape of the Sun-S Valley, these lights appeared as the only illumination in existence. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the colossal crimson mech surged forward, charging towards the platinum-grade, three-legged golden crow. Just as in the earlier battle with Tang Jinglong, in the final moments of life, El Rue watched as the crimson mech, akin to a divine being, burst forth through the black flames. How foolish I am. He could only manage a soft sigh before being engulfed by the terrifying black flames unleashed by the platinum-grade, three-legged golden crow. The dark shield barely held for a single second before shattering. In a grove several dozen kilometers away from the Seven Suns Valley, a group of extraordinary professionals, shrouded in secrecy, awaited quietly. At the forefront stood Tang Zhan, the head of the Tang family from Lanyan City. Ding! Suddenly, Tang Zhan received a message notification. Frowning, he opened the communicator designated for professionals. It was from his cousin, Tang Jinglong. However, to Tang Zhan's astonishment, Tang Jinglong's avatar had transformed into a dull black and white. Although the extraordinary era blended the realms of gaming and reality, professionals did not possess the ability to log out. Thus, the dimming of an avatar could only signify one possibility. This professional was deceased. Damn it, who could it be? Tang Zhan let out an enraged growl. He was acutely aware of Tang Jinglong's formidable strength. Relying on his third-tier talent, he could even pose a threat to Tang Zhan himself. Yet now he had perished. This marked the second death of a direct descendant of the Tang family, following the demise of his own son, Tang Shua. As the head of the Tang family, Tang Zhan was consumed by fury. He suppressed his rage and turned to the last message sent by Tang Jinglong. However, upon reading its contents, Tang Zhan was momentarily taken aback. For the final message sent by Tang Jinglong before his death contained but two words: old days. This was eerily reminiscent of the outcome from Zhao Wuji's second divination regarding the murderer of Tang Shi. Old days. Tang Zhan's face twisted in fury. What could it possibly mean? This enigmatic message left him in a state of bewilderment. Master, we have received news from the Seven Sun Canyon. The recently spawned three-legged golden crow has mutated into a platinum-tier creature. At that moment, a subordinate rushed to report to Tang Zhan. What? Tang Zhan was taken aback. However, he quickly sighed in resignation. No wonder. A platinum-tier, three-legged golden crow had appeared in the Sun Canyon. His cousin had indeed been rather unfortunate. Otherwise, even if confronted by an ambusher with the Tang family's name, few would dare to act recklessly. Yet, why had he sent the words old days? Despite this, Tang Zhan remained perplexed by the final message from Tang Jinglong. Just then, a subordinate called out softly to Tang Zhan. Master, Tushan Yimeng has arrived. Chapter 50. Tushan Yimeng trapped. Another charge. In the distant sky, Tushan Yimeng and her entourage were riding upon a massive beast, a griffin. As they swiftly approached the Seven Sun Canyon, Tu Shan wore an exceedingly grim expression. Coldly, she asked, "Is there still no news from the Moon Canyon? Have the outer personnel from the Sun Canyon arrived yet?" A nearby subordinate also wore a grave countenance. Taking a deep breath, he replied, "President, we have just received news. The golden tier, three-legged golden crow in the Sun Canyon has mutated into a platinum tier creature." What? Tu Shan was taken aback. The subordinate continued, "We have confirmed with an expert who managed to escape that, aside from the few who participated in the raid on the three-legged golden crow, no one from the Sun Canyon survived." "I understand." Tu Shan expression grew increasingly frigid. Yet suddenly, she recalled the information reported to her by Jiang Yinger. The Mecha Master named Qin Feng seemed to have chosen the Sun Valley. Tu Shan opened her professional contact list. Upon seeing that Qin Feng's avatar was still illuminated, she couldn't help but exhale in relief. However, her confusion deepened swiftly. How could even a platinum-level individual fail to eliminate you? Who exactly stands behind you? Is it a fifth or sixth transition? Tu Shan could not believe that a mere first transition antiquated professional could survive against a platinum-level foe. Even she, having completed the fourth transition, would only have the option to flee before a level 100 platinum. Yet suddenly, a thought struck Tu Shan. The strength of a level 100 platinum was indeed formidable. But what about the newly emerged number 1 on the Qinyan rankings? As the representative of that esteemed rank, Qin Feng's appearance in the Sun Valley suggested that this top contender, or the force behind him, might also manifest. With this in mind, Tu Shan inquired of her subordinate whether an antiquated professional named Qin Feng had escaped from the Sun Valley. Her subordinate, albeit perplexed, hurriedly replied, "Certainly not. Neither the exit of the Sun Valley nor the intersection with the Earth Valley has seen anyone escape. There have been no antiquated professionals." Indeed, a glimmer of insight flashed in Tu Shan eyes as she glanced once more at the unextinguished avatar of Qin Feng in her contact list. Her heartbeat unexpectedly quickened, unless her subordinate had overlooked Qin Feng's whereabouts, or unless Qin Feng had departed the Sun Valley before the three-legged golden crow appeared. It could only signify one thing. They intended to slay the platinum. Moreover, it was highly probable that Qin Feng had not left the Sun Valley at all. Surviving under the hand of a platinum-level opponent, what might the strength of his protector be? Tu Shan was genuinely intrigued by the formidable power or influence behind Qin Feng, for this could very well be a force surpassing all extraordinary powers in Lanyan City and Zichuan City. Boom! Just then, a massive arrow suddenly shot forth from the underbrush of the low hills below. The colossal griffin upon which they rode had no time to evade. With a piercing sound, it was impaled, plunging straight downwards. "Enemy attack!" Tu Shan shouted coldly. A pair of black, feathered wings materialized behind her. The other professionals swiftly unleashed their extraordinary abilities as they descended towards the ground. Yet almost simultaneously, several low hills surrounding them emitted a golden radiance. Enormous runes illuminated the thickets of the low hills. With a thunderous roar, as the group led by Tu Shan touched down, an enormous cage-like array materialized, ensnaring them all within its confines. Tu Shan, who had retracted the ethereal wings behind her, cast a grim gaze toward a nearby low mountain. Tang Zhan. She recognized the identity of the leader, none other than Tang Zhan, the head of the Tang family from Lanyu City. In the day's Sun Canyon, alerts blared. Storm Crimson Armor System Damage 2. Storm Crimson Life Support System Damage 2. Storm Crimson Propulsion System Damage 3. Amidst this cacophony of notifications, Qin Feng unleashed an ion cannon towards the three-legged golden crow soaring in the sky. At that moment, the vicinity of Storm Crimson was engulfed in inky flames that appeared to be eternally unquenchable, adhering to the mech like glue and incessantly scorching its surface. How formidable! Qin Feng could not help but exclaim. Without the protection of Storm Crimson, he might have been reduced to ashes by those black flames. Fortunately, he had upgraded the materials for Storm Crimson. Otherwise, the ordinary metals used in its initial construction would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the three-legged golden crow's dark flames. Truly, it was of platinum grade, indeed formidable. This was even after the reduction of 90 dark attribute damage due to 2 layers of a light shield, which had already inflicted considerable damage on Storm Crimson. Qin Feng surmised that if this continued, even without additional means from the three-legged golden crow, Storm Crimson might not endure more than 10 minutes. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative. However, he was immensely satisfied with the damage inflicted by the previous ion cannon, enhanced by the 90 damage bonus against dark creatures, a formidable effect in its own right. Yet, Qin Feng felt no sense of ease. For the mutated platinum-grade, three-legged golden crow had an excessively thick health bar. Name: three-legged golden crow, platinum. Race: dark and divine beast. Level: 100. Health: 9,861 for 151, 000. 000. Strength: 17, 249. Agility: 16, 554. Vitality: 22, 146. Mentality: 21, 049. Combat power: 197 stars. Skills: unknown. Description: the humiliated three-legged golden crow, having reversed the power of the sun's roar, gained the recognition of the powerful dark god. As the slaughter progresses, it will completely devolve into a servant of darkness. Extreme danger warning. The three-legged golden crow, infused with dark power, has utterly lost its reason and will incinerate all living beings in its sight. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. Upon its mutation to platinum level, the three-legged golden crow's health surged to a staggering 1 million. This revelation sent shivers down Qin Feng's spine. Its combat strength was utterly terrifying, nearing the threshold of 200 stars. This surpassed any prowess Qin Feng had ever witnessed among practitioners. Not even the strongest from the extraordinary factions in Blue Cloud City boasted such formidable power. Moreover, the hints provided by the Heavenly will indicated that the three-legged golden crow could devolve into a dark servant through acts of slaughter. Did this imply a further evolution? No wonder his second transition task mentioned the necessity of slaying it before it succumbed to darkness. If the task's assertion held true, the mutated three-legged golden crow could transcend the confines of the Seven Luminaries Canyon. Who could possibly restrain it then? Approaching 200 stars at platinum level, and with the potential to evolve further through bloodshed, unless a sixth or even seventh transition practitioner intervened, the beings surrounding the Seven Luminaries Canyon would face utter devastation. This urgency inexplicably gripped Qin Feng's heart. With a decisive wave, he summoned the heavenly fire. A series of mechanical sounds echoed as the blackbird form of the heavenly fire emerged from the mechanical realm. Under Qin Feng's command, it swiftly transformed into heavy armor, rapidly merging with the Storm Crimson to form a complete entity. Faced with such an adversary, he had no choice but to exert his utmost effort. The Storm Crimson boasted 48 stars, the Heavenly Fire 30 stars, and he himself had achieved 6 stars after completing the Titan. Moreover, he had the Light Shield and the Dark Judgment. That would suffice. Qin Feng gazed at the descending, enraged platinum level, three-legged golden crow, feeling his battle spirit surge within him. The sensation he experienced during his previous battle with Tang Jinglong returned. With my presence, you shall not escape today. Qin Feng roared, charging forth amidst the boundless black flames. In the Dream Cloud main city, within a manor blanketed in ice and snow, a middle-aged man stood silently on a frozen lake. He raised his hand gently, causing the ice and snow to coalesce in front of him, swiftly transforming into various forms of script. Moments later, the middle-aged man murmured, "Platinum-level darkness?" Chapter 51. Han Shirsi departs. Black-feathered arrows, choose. Beneath the ice, deep growls reverberated, prompting the middle-aged man to furrow his brow slightly. He waved his hand lightly, sweeping away the icy script before him. After a moment's contemplation, he gracefully stepped forward, ascending into the air above the entire manor. The temperature in the skies above Dream Cloud, main city, began to plummet rapidly. A flying vessel, entirely composed of ice and snow, soon materialized. The inhabitants of Dream Cloud, main city, gasped at the sight. It was the Frost Ice Vessel. Was Lord Han preparing to depart? The Lord of Cold City has not ventured beyond its confines for several years. Yet now an alien race emerges from the Tower of Heaven. The college entrance examination has yet to commence. From whence does this alien race spring? The Lord of Cold City must have departed for a reason, perhaps due to the appearance of a formidable beast. Just moments ago, I observed on the Practitioners' Forum that a new platinum entity has emerged in the Seven Suns Canyon. Could it be that the Lord of Cold City has gone there? High above, Han Shirsi paid no heed to the discussions below. He gazed up at the looming shadow of the inverted colossal tower above Yunmeng City before stepping onto his flying vessel. In an instant, the vessel was set into motion, shooting forth like an icy arrow towards the outskirts of Yunmeng City. Upon his departure, the temperature in his former residence plummeted swiftly, and vast swathes of ice and snow cascaded down. Soon, the entire estate was encased in a solid block of frost. Concurrently, delicate snowflakes began to drift down over Yunmeng City, as if cloaking the massive metropolis in a unique barrier. Amidst the storm, the towering shadow suspended above Yunmeng City flickered with a faint crimson glow. Shortly after Han Shirsi's icy craft departed, enormous flying beasts began to ascend into the skies above Yunmeng City, each bearing the insignia of the city's prominent extraordinary factions. Likewise, numerous satellite cities beyond Yunmeng, upon learning of the three-legged golden crow's ascension to platinum and Han Shirsi's departure, hastened towards the direction of the Seven Suns Canyon. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Seven Suns Canyon, all the black trees were ablaze, and countless beasts were collapsing in anguished cries. The sky was engulfed in black flames, rendering the canyon a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic world. A colossal mech, towering several dozen meters, continued to swing its three enormous arms without pause. The roar of its massive engines resounded, intertwined with the furious cries of the three-legged golden crow, echoing throughout the canyon. In the control room of the Crimson Storm, Qin Feng was too preoccupied to even glance at the myriad of damage alerts flashing on the system panel. He understood that before the three-legged golden crow could utterly incinerate the Crimson Storm, he must achieve its slaying. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the effect of Dark Judgment, which augmented damage against dark beings by 90, thereby maximizing the destructive potential of the Thunderblade formation. The health of the three-legged golden crow was plummeting with immense numbers flashing above its head. 4564, 3,991, 5,466. The three-legged golden crow unleashed furious roars, repeatedly spewing forth terrifying black flames in an attempt to reduce the Crimson Storm to ash. However, these dark flames, potent enough to melt stone, seemed to be diminished by some arcane force, failing to penetrate the seemingly fragile metallic shell of the Crimson Storm. Thus, the battle raged on, as Qin Feng was on the verge of incinerating half of the extraordinary equipment. The health of the three-legged golden crow finally plummeted below 50. A glimmer of victory appeared to dawn upon him. However, at that very moment, the three-legged golden crow emitted a piercing screech, causing Qin Feng in the Storm Crimson cockpit to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Simultaneously, the majestic wings of the three-legged golden crow flapped, retreating several dozen meters in an instant, and a gigantic black feather rapidly materialized above it. Realizing that this was the crow's ultimate life-saving skill about to be unleashed, Qin Feng chose not to flee. Instead, he fervently continued to operate the lightning blade formation, summoning the heavy armor transformed by the heavenly fire to assemble a rocket thruster behind the Storm Crimson, propelling it forward at breakneck speed. Just as the black feather above the three-legged golden crow was nearing completion, Qin Feng arrived once more beneath it. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning blade formation, shattering the very air, struck the three-legged golden crow once again. The crow emitted a furious roar, and the entire Sunlight Canyon trembled in response. The enormous black feather had successfully coalesced. With a sudden powerful flap of its massive wings, the feather stood upright, transforming into an arrow-like shape. A terrifying pressure condensed swiftly upon the arrow, instilling a sense of dread within Qin Feng in the Storm Crimson. Indeed, the three-legged golden crow was worthy of its platinum rank. Despite possessing the light shield and dark judgment, it would not be so easily vanquished. The oppressive force of the black arrow made Qin Feng acutely aware that should he be struck, the Storm Crimson could very well be obliterated in an instant. A violent tremor shook the air as the arrow began to descend toward the Storm Crimson. Instantly, the black flames throughout Sunlight Canyon seemed to be summoned, swirling toward Qin Feng in tandem with the black arrow. The three-legged golden crow let out a triumphant roar, as if it knew that the metallic armor that had costed half its life would soon be reduced to mere fragments. Should he flee? Qin Feng felt a deathly threat, as if ensnared by the black arrow. Rationality urged him that retreating might be the wisest course of action at this juncture. After all, the Storm Crimson was merely of silver rank. How could it possibly withstand a full force strike from a platinum creature? If the Storm Crimson were to be destroyed, he could truly face death. Yet, gazing at the arrow, which drew ever closer, seemingly commanding all the black flames of Sunlight Canyon, Qin Feng suddenly felt his heart racing wildly, as if his blood were boiling. The already formidable battle intent surged to an apex in an instant. Kill. Qin Feng suddenly comprehended the choice that emanated from the depths of his soul. There was no escape. He could not flee. Confronted by this platinum-tier, three-legged golden crow, even if he evaded the black, feathered arrow, he would still have no chance of departing from the Sunlight Gorge. Thus, the only recourse was to engage in combat. What a black, feathered arrow. As long as he still drew breath, he would fight until the very last moment. Boom! Within the Storm Crimson and the heavenly fire, all engines emitted an unprecedented roar. The current amidst the Thunderblade formation crackled, as if true lightning were erupting. Even the mechanical beast within the spatial realm, the Tyrannosaurus, roared in alignment with Qin Feng's will. The massive feathered arrow, enshrouded in dense black flames, seemed to sear through the very fabric of space. Cracks in the space spread wildly. The entire Sunlight Gorge trembled as a result. Yet, Qin Feng showed no sign of retreat. The Thunderblade formation was pushed to its utmost limits. Suddenly, the three-legged golden crow let out a harrowing cry. The damage values above its head surged dramatically, causing its health to plummet at a terrifying pace. Roar! The three-legged golden crow, in a fit of rage, fervently urged the descending feathered arrow. At that moment, Qin Feng perceived everything around him transform into a blood-red haze. One singular thought consumed him: battle. In this instant, he felt every cell in his body exulting. He sensed the components of heavenly fire and Storm Crimson becoming searing hot. Ding! A faint notification echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Simultaneously, within the Thunderblade formation, a blade that Qin Feng had replaced with a black iron-tier longsword emitted a trivial glimmer before exploding. Chapter 52, Dizziness Effect. The Golden Crow in a dying state. Yet, in the fleeting moment of that inconsequential blade shattering, a colossal spiral phantom abruptly manifested above the massive, three-legged golden crow. The golden crow's roar was abruptly silenced. The cacophony of flames ceased in an instant. Not only that, the black feathered arrow, having amassed countless black flames, came to a complete standstill, merely a few meters away from Storm Crimson. This sudden turn of events caught Qin Feng, who was fervently driving the Thunderblade formation, off guard. He raised his gaze toward the feathered arrow and the three-legged golden crow, momentarily bewildered. With a mere thought, the tumultuous storm of crimson revealed that a black iron longsword, once replaced, had been utterly shattered upon a spinning wheel of flying blades. If memory serves correctly, the effect of this black iron longsword was to inflict a minuscule probability of stunning the target for 3 seconds. It was this formidable 3-second incapacitation that had initially compelled me to acquire the sword at the human auction. However, I had overlooked the exceedingly slim odds of its activation. Despite being fitted into a thunderous blade array, spinning at hundreds or even thousands of rotations per second, the longsword had never once triggered its effect. One can only imagine how hopelessly small the probability would be for an ordinary extraordinary swordsman to activate such a stun effect with this weapon. Yet unexpectedly, this infinitesimal chance was realized at this very moment, just as I faced the imminent threat of death from the black feathered arrows of the three-legged golden crow. What a delightful twist of fate. In a euphoric frenzy, I activated the thunderous array to its maximum power, relentlessly draining the remaining vitality of the three-legged golden crow. Damage number sword: 15654, 19314, 23211. Each escalating figure ignited my passion further, as the engines within me roared like crashing waves. The entirety of the Sunlit Canyon seemed to tremble in resonance with the colossal mech's frenzied output. The three-legged golden crow, rendered immobile for 3 seconds, revealed a glimmer of agony and terror in its eyes, which burned with black flames. However, 3 seconds was ample time. Even the silver wing-bone sword, which required 100 strikes to activate its defensive breach effect, had executed dozens of effective attacks in that brief span. as the three-legged golden crow emitted a mournful cry. The skies erupted once more with a deluge of black flames. Just as the black feathered arrow descended again, a silver longsword, its surface akin to shimmering scales, executed its final assault. 29431. For a creature boasting 1,000,000 hit points, this damage might seem trivial enough to recover effortlessly. Yet, under the terrifying enhancement of dark judgment and frenzied amplification, the three-legged golden crow, having been stunned for a full 3 seconds, found no opportunity for reprieve. At that moment, the black flames throughout the sunlit canyon began to dissipate wildly. The immense form of the three-legged golden crow rapidly reverted to its previous golden state. Congratulations on completing the second transition task. The Grief of the Golden Crow. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 31. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 36. Following a series of system notifications, the colossal three-legged golden crow, engulfed in flames, extinguished entirely, plummeting from the heavens. Qin Feng observed as the immense creature crashed down not far from the tempestuous crimson figure of Storm. He exhaled heavily, relishing in the success. Yet, he merely ceased the operation of the thunderous blade array, which had been consuming formidable energy. The blade wheel on Storm's left arm transformed into a petal-like structure, revealing the form of a Type 22 ion cannon. Slowly, Qin Feng approached the fallen golden crow, maintaining his vigilance. Although he had received the notification of the task's completion, there was no message indicating the demise of the golden crow. No experience points were awarded, nor divine credits accrued. This could only imply that the creature was not entirely vanquished, despite having witnessed the depletion of the golden crow's health. The absence of a kill notification puzzled him. Qin Feng invoked his identification skill, and the information about the golden crow materialized before him. Three-legged golden crow, dying state. A being liberated from darkness, unwilling to relinquish its yearning for freedom. Notice, in a dying state. Other practitioners cannot gain any experience or rewards from a kill. Upon the creature's death, all experience and rewards will belong solely to the initial slayer. The dying state is irreversible, and the being cannot regain life or receive healing effects. Countdown, 59 minutes and 11 seconds dying. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback upon reading the details regarding the golden crow's condition. This was his first encounter with such a state, neither truly dead nor entirely alive. Yet, it seemed death was imminent. Once the dying state concluded, he would be able to claim his experience and rewards. Moreover, should anyone else attempt to finish off the golden crow during this time, the experience and rewards would still revert to him. He need not fear the creature recovering from its dying state, as it was irreversible, incapable of restoration or healing. This confirmed that he had indeed slain the platinum-tiered golden crow. Qin Feng let out a profound sigh of relief, knowing that he was finally free from further combat. He retracted Storm and approached the golden crow, now adorned with dim golden feathers, reflecting on the once mighty divine beast, stripped of its former grandeur. He felt a wave of empathy, noting the mention of the creature's unwillingness to forsake its thirst for freedom. This resonated deeply with him, reminiscent of his own past as a practitioner. To transcend the curse of an extraordinary era, only the past self comprehends the arduousness of such a feat. Perhaps this divine beast, ensnared within the sunlit canyon, has long yearned for liberation. Thus, after being vanquished by humans 1,000 times, it willingly succumbed to darkness. Alas, it is a pity. I must be the one to end its life. Otherwise, my second transition mission shall falter, and many innocents may suffer as a consequence. I shall grant you but one final hour to relish the last vestiges of your freedom. Qin Feng murmured softly to the colossal corpse of the three-legged golden crow. He had no intention of striking at the creature in its dying state. Regardless, if he refrained from action, the experience and rewards would still accrue to him. Furthermore, beside the three-legged golden crow's body, an array of items, glimmering with diverse hues, had already emerged. With such equipment at hand, there was no need for him to take further action. Qin Feng's spirits lifted slightly. Without hesitation, he stored the various pieces of equipment and materials into his mechanical space. After casting one last glance at the three-legged golden crow, its once radiant golden feathers now fading like embers, he resolutely strode towards the sunlit canyon and the earthly canyon. However, after only a few paces, he heard the mechanical system's notification sound. The Beast King Red Lion can be equipped with a platinum-grade Golden Crow Flame Heart. Do you wish to equip it? Note, this item has a significant probability of enhancing the grade of the Beast King Red Lion and providing substantial improvements to the mech. Chapter 53, Golden Crow Flame Heart. The first golden mech. Qin Feng was taken aback by the notification. He had previously noticed the orb, akin to a sphere ablaze with black flames. He surmised it to be the power core of the three-legged golden crow, akin to the silver heart. Yet, he had not anticipated that the red lion he had crafted earlier could be equipped with it. Could it be that this power core of the three-legged golden crow is classified as a fire-type spirit core? Qin Feng gazed into his mechanical space and observed that the power core of the three-legged golden crow was floating at the chest of the red lion mech. The Tyrannosaurus beast was curiously inspecting the power core. Qin Feng, astonished, examined the attributes of the power core. Golden Crow Flame Heart, Platinum. Category, Special Item, Description, a unique core that amalgamates the solar and dark powers of the three-legged golden crow. Usable for crafting staff-type weapons and robe-type armor. Weapon crafting effects, Spirit 1800, Fire-type skill damage effect 50, Dark-type skill damage effect 50, Armor crafting effects, Spirit 1000. Constitution 800, Fire-type skill damage reduction effect 50, Dark-type skill damage reduction effect 50 hiss. After reviewing the skills of the Golden Crow Flame Heart, Qin Feng inhaled sharply. Truly, this is an extraordinary platinum-grade power core. How formidable it is. One can craft weapons akin to staves or magical armors. The weapon class bestows a remarkable enhancement of 1,800 points to 1 spirit. Meanwhile, the armor class offers an increase of 1,000 in spirit and 800 in constitution. Truly extraordinary. This could potentially elevate one's combat prowess by several tiers. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. No wonder the ascendance of extraordinary practitioners is so rapid. Simply donning a piece of extraordinary equipment can significantly amplify one's attributes. It is nearly impossible to compete with these extraordinary items when one is stuck with the outdated gear of their former profession. Moreover, the additional effects bestowed by the Jinwu Flame Heart upon crafted equipment are rather astonishing. The weapon's supplementary effect can amplify the damage of fire and dark skills by 50. The armor's additional effect mitigates damage from fire and dark skills by 50. This effect is quite explosive. One can only imagine the uproar that would ensue if this Jinwu Flame Heart were to be seen by extraordinary practitioners wielding fire or dark skills. It is essential to note that for high-tier practitioners, even a mere increase of 1 in skill damage is terrifyingly significant. Thus, a boost of 50 is nothing short of monumental. This could lead a high-tier practitioner to the brink of ruin. The effects of crafting armor are equally impressive. A damage reduction of 50. Although this is limited to fire and dark skill damage, it remains profoundly formidable. Imagine facing a fearsome beast like the three-legged Jinwu. A direct damage reduction of 50 would yield terrifying results. Qin Feng himself managed to endure until the end thanks to the 90 damage reduction from the light shield. Without such mitigation, even his Storm Crimson, composed solely of black iron materials, might not withstand a single breath of the Jinwu's dark flames. It is evident that armor with a 50 damage mitigation effect would command an astronomical price. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Should this Jinwu Flame Heart be put on the market, he might no longer have to worry about finances for a considerable time. He could even amass a wealth of extraordinary metals, enhancing all his mechs with superior materials. However, Qin Feng took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions. This Jinwu Flame Heart, being a fire and dark elemental core, necessitated careful consideration regarding its application in the Baisho Wang Red Lion mech. After all, the Red Lion mech merely requires a bronze-tier fire elemental core. It would be entirely feasible to seek out several bronze or even silver and gold-tier cores to procure a fire elemental core. The Jinwu Flame Heart, being of exceedingly high value at the platinum tier, would indeed be somewhat of an extravagant investment when fitted to a mech crafted from a mere blueprint. However, the system's prompt piqued Qin Feng's curiosity immensely. There was a significant chance to elevate the rank of the Beast King Red Lion, as well as to greatly enhance the Beast King mech. These two revelations truly made Qin Feng's heart flutter with anticipation. The allure of the system's hints was simply irresistible. For a moment, he found himself torn between accumulating vast wealth and the transformation of the Beast King series mechs. It was not until the intersection between the Sunlight Canyon and the Earthlight Canyon appeared several hundred meters away that Qin Feng finally made up his mind. Money could be earned again, lives could be taken again. However, the opportunity for the mech's transformation might never come again. Equip, Qin Feng exclaimed decisively, choosing to install the Golden Crow Flame Heart into the Red Lion. With his confirmation, the mechanical structures on the chest of the Beast King Red Lion mech sprang into action. A perfect void, precisely fitting the dimensions of the Golden Crow Flame Heart, emerged. A surge of black flames erupted from the Golden Crow Flame Heart, which then floated automatically into the vacant space on the chest of the Red Lion. With a series of clicks, the mechanical components of the Red Lion mech began to operate simultaneously. Layers of metallic parts started to envelop the entire Golden Crow Flame Heart. As a wave of black light swept across the surface of the Red Lion mech, it unleashed a tremendous roar. Below, the Tyrannosaurus beast echoed with an excited howl. Congratulations, host, for completing the Beast King Red Lion. Congratulations, host, for forging the first Golden Grade mech, activating Furnace Number 3. Congratulations, host, for unlocking Furnace Number 3. Upgrading the mech lottery function. The Beast King series mechs gain special enhancement effects. The host receives a special reward status. 5 initial lotteries guarantee the acquisition of the Beast King Blue Lion and the Beast King Yellow Lion. Listening to the cascade of system prompts, Qin Feng stood in stunned silence. Each notification was almost beyond belief. A Golden Grade mech, Furnace Number 3, upgraded lottery chances, and guaranteed acquisition of Blue Lion and Yellow Lion with just 5 draws. It was utterly invaluable. Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at his choice. These rewards were priceless. He gazed upon the mechanical space, where the Red Lion mech had already opened its eyes, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. The Golden Crow Flame Heart had directly elevated the Red Lion to a Golden Grade. Qin Feng had not anticipated that his first Golden Grade mech would be this Red Lion, rather than the Storm Crimson he acquired earlier. Nevertheless, this single Golden Grade mech was worth more than any amount of currency Qin Feng would have been willing to exchange. The Golden Crow Flame Heart was simply too precious. When Qin Feng finally remembered to inspect the attributes of the Red Lion mech, he was filled with awe. He could hardly contain himself as he waved his fists in excitement and let out a resounding shout. Qin Feng was on the verge of summoning the Red Lion mecha, but he soon realized he had arrived at the intersection between the Sun Valley and the Earth Valley. The distribution of the 7 valleys was exceedingly intricate, not existing in parallel, but rather intertwining through one another. The intersection between the 2 valleys provided a second means of exit, apart from the main exit. Qin Feng glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until the dying state of the 3-legged Golden Crow would conclude. After some contemplation, he chose not to summon the Red Lion mecha. Instead, he stepped directly towards the swirling space ahead. Shortly after Qin Feng's figure vanished into the vortex, a vessel entirely composed of frost materialized somewhere within the Sun Valley. Standing atop the icy craft was Han Shurgyo, wielding a golden staff, adorned in a thick suit of frost armor. However, as Han Shurgyo surveyed the Sun Valley, his face, as serene as ancient ice, suddenly revealed profound shock. Chapter 54, The Red Lion Mecha, An Encounter with Silver. Moments later, Han Shurgyo waved his golden staff, sending flurries of snowflakes shooting outward. The once scorched Sun Valley was rapidly blanketed by the delicate snowflakes. What? Before long, Han Shurgyo exclaimed in astonishment, steering the frost vessel at high speed towards a particular direction. Soon, the frost vessel hovered above the corpse of the 3-legged Golden Crow, now in a dying state. Who could it be? Upon witnessing the condition of the 3-legged Golden Crow, Han Shurgyo gasped once more. Meanwhile, behind the Grand Plaza at the entrance of the 7 Valleys, several extraordinary factions had gathered, yet none chose to enter the Sun Valley immediately. Instead, they waited patiently. Among them was the leader of the Broken Sky Guild from Yunmeng Main City, Dantai Poyen. Behind him, the anxious Xiaobaiwa glanced at the time and could not help but inquire, "Master, why have we not entered yet?" Dantai Poyen chuckled softly as he turned back. "Do not rush. Lord Han has already entered to assess the situation. Once he emerges, we shall enter the Sun Valley. It will be much safer." Zayabiwa appeared puzzled. Wouldn't Lord Han be able to slay that platinum creature himself? No, Dantai Poyan shook his head. The platinum-level creature has at least tens of millions of health points. Moreover, with a plethora of area of effect and survival skills, even a 7th-tier practitioner like Lord Han would find it quite challenging. Additionally, this three-legged golden crow is likely of the fire attribute, which counters Lord Han's attributes. If he were to engage, it would take him several hours to defeat it. I see now, Zayabiwa responded, enlightened. Such a laborious endeavor would surely deter the Lord of Cold City from intervening. Dantai Pokyong nodded and smiled, remarking that it thus falls upon us, the extraordinary forces, to reap the benefits. The Lord of Cold City's journey merely serves to ensure that this platinum beast does not escape. In the Tyo Gorge, after a ripple of spatial disturbance, a figure emerged amidst the vast expanse of yellow sands in the desert. It was Qin Feng, having traversed through the junction to arrive at the Tyo Gorge. As he felt the swirling winds laden with sand, he couldn't help but frown. Scanning his surroundings, he found no wild creatures or practitioners, and with a swift gesture, he activated the mechanical space. A colossal dark red mech leapt forth with a resounding roar. The red lion mech emitted a triumphant bellow, stirring a surge of excitement within Qin Feng. This was his very first golden grade mech, and it appeared to possess a degree of intelligence. He promptly stepped into the cockpit of the red lion, and, after quickly familiarizing himself with the operation of this beast-shaped mech, he accessed the red lion's attribute interface. Beast King Red Lion Gold. Category: Mech Weapon. Exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: Strength 2685, Agility 4108, Constitution 3515. Spirit 2971, Combat Rating 39 stars, Durability 36003600, Skills: Red Lion Flame, Destructive Beam, Cracking Sun Claw, Black Flame Feather Arrow. Talent: Possesses formidable immunity to fire and dark damage. Along with self-recovery capabilities, additional effects. In combined state, all attacks of the Beast King mech receive extra fire and dark damage. In separated state, it accelerates the recovery or crafting process of other Beast King lion mechs. Impressive, Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Although the combat rating of the Red Lion stood at 39 stars, which fell short of the 48 stars of the Storm Crimson, he felt no regret. After all, the Red Lion was merely one of 5 lion mechs, even if its combat prowess was inferior to that of the Storm Crimson. Once he successfully crafted all 5 lion mechs, the combined might of the War God Metal after fusion would be utterly formidable. Even if the other 4 lion mechs might not achieve golden grade status, their cumulative attributes would undoubtedly be powerful. Moreover, the golden grade Red Lion mech was by no means weak. With 4 combat-oriented skills to its name, one of which, the Black Flame Feather Arrow, was likely the life-saving skill previously wielded by the 3-legged Golden Crow, now inherited by the Red Lion mech. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased. The combat capabilities of the Red Lion mech were undeniably formidable. Furthermore, the prowess and additional effects of the mecha left Qin Feng astounded. Its resistance to both fire and dark damage was already formidable, but the ability to self-repair was simply beyond his expectations. This led him to suspect that the Red Lion mecha had transcended the realm of mere mechanical constructs. The supplementary effects were equally impressive. In its combined state, it could amplify fire and dark damage, while in its separated state, it could expedite the recovery and crafting of other lion mechas. This was undeniably a powerful ally. The platinum-grade Jinwu Flame Heart brought forth effects that were truly invaluable. Qin Feng's spirits soared as he took direct control of the Red Lion mecha, racing forward. He had not forgotten one of the objectives of this expedition to the 7 Stars Canyon, to seek out the sacred heart grass. Not long after, Qin Feng spotted a small sandy hill ahead, where a group of professionals lay in ambush. In front of the hill was an expanse shrouded by a sandstorm, intermittently pierced by terrifying beastly roars. Monster level detected. Silver. Suddenly, a message appeared on the control panel of the Red Lion mecha, catching Qin Feng by surprise. He had not anticipated that the Red Lion mecha possessed a hidden ability to detect monster attributes. He gazed into the swirling sands and immediately realized that the source of the roars was the desert scorpion of the Earth Star Canyon. The massive storm must have been conjured by the recent emergence of this creature. The group of professionals was likely waiting for the storm to subside before attempting to encircle and eliminate the desert scorpion. However, Qin Feng was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. Since fate had brought him to this moment, he was determined to claim the silver-level Desert Scorpion for himself. Moreover, if his suspicions were correct, he would soon require an Earth-type spirit core for crafting the Yellow Lion Mecha, making this particular creature an ideal target. There was no reason for him to let it go. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leaped from the cockpit of the Red Lion, stowed the mecha away, and strode towards the Tempest. When he approached the professionals, they quickly took notice of him. "Who is that?" "It's you." A burly man from the 6-member team suddenly called out to Qin Feng. Turning to look, Qin Feng recognized him as Ma San, the Tianshan warrior who had tried to charge into him in the plaza, only to be sent flying by his own force. Ma San appeared equally surprised by Qin Feng's presence. Casting aside his concealment, he stood up and pointed at Qin Feng, exclaiming, "You little brat. You collided with me before and ran off. This time, let's see where you think you can escape." Then, Ma San turned to his frowning teammates and said, "Did you see that? That kid is merely an old profession, yet he managed to collide with me." Ma San's companions, initially wary of Qin Feng's sudden appearance, became indifferent after Ma San's remark. Upon discovering that Qin Feng was indeed just an old profession, they all displayed expressions of disdain. Ma San strode towards Qin Feng, intent on avenging the humiliation he suffered earlier in the square. However, Qin Feng paid no heed to Ma San. He boldly stepped into the Tempest ahead. Ma San stood there, dumbfounded, watching Qin Feng enter the storm. His teammates wore puzzled expressions as well. Is he seeking his own demise? After a brief moment, Ma San remarked with a peculiar tone. Chapter 55, The Death of Silver and Platinum. Ma San's teammates nodded in agreement. Is that fellow frightened by you? Thinking you would take revenge, he ran into the storm of the Desert Scorpion. One of them teased Ma San. Annoyed, Ma San lay back down on the sand dune, exclaiming, "I only wanted to measure my strength against him, not to take his life. Who would have thought he would be so easily frightened?" This drew laughter from the others. Yet, among them, a more seasoned captain waved his hand to silence the merriment. "The Desert Scorpion is the most irritable when it first spawns. That old profession is surely doomed. Let's not dwell on it. Once the storm subsides, we will strike with all our might." Ma San declared earnestly, "Captain, just watch. I'm not going to hold back." Another round of light laughter ensued. But soon everyone began to prepare, waiting for the tempest to cease, ready to charge forth. Suddenly, amidst the thick sandstorm, a thunderous roar erupted, followed by the agonized cries of the ferocious scorpion. Ma San and the others were taken aback. "This is bad. Could someone have entered the storm early?" Ma San, emanating waves of energy, inquired anxiously. The seasoned professional furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. The other team members grew anxious. "Captain, we should enter as well. We have finally encountered a silver this year. We cannot let it slip through our fingers." Ma San could no longer contain himself and stood up, radiating a potent energy. "Ready, charge out." Everyone silence. The captain bellowed. "The sandstorm of the Earthquake Canyon can enhance the Desert Scorpion's combat power by more than 30%. We need at least 2 professionals of the 4th transition or higher to have any hope of defeating the Desert Scorpion within the storm. The team daring enough to venture in ahead of us is certainly beyond our capability to defeat. Even if we were to enter now, our chances of success would be negligible." Ma San, still somewhat unconvinced, exclaimed, "Are we to simply stand by and watch as our opportunity is snatched away by others? If you wish to survive, then wait patiently for the storm to subside." Yet the captain, maintaining a stern demeanor, bellowed in response. "All right." Upon witnessing the captain's rising fury, Ma San and his companions fell silent, though they could not quell their discontent as they gazed at the swirling sandstorm before them. However, before long, the roar emanating from the tempest suddenly ceased. The tumultuous storm appeared to lose all its vigor in an instant, swiftly beginning to abate. The previously obscured landscape soon became increasingly visible. After a few breaths, the captain, radiating a commanding aura, declared, "Let us move." Ma San and the others shouted in unison, following the captain into the fray. Yet when they sprinted several hundred meters and finally arrived at a massive crater, they were left in utter shock. The Desert Scorpion lay dead. Ma San exclaimed in disbelief. The others were equally astonished. Indeed, they had been waiting outside the storm in the Duyo Canyon, and the silver-tiered Desert Scorpion had perished in the crater. Could it be that someone had entered the storm early and dispatched a silver tier creature in under 3 minutes? A sense of regret washed over one of them as he spoke. This sentiment elicited a collective sigh from the others, yet they felt helpless. Just as the captain had foretold, if someone dared to enter the storm and slay the desert scorpion, then even if they attempted to compete, their chances would be futile. While they were immersed in their lamentations, Ma-san suddenly suggested, "Do you think it could be that old one?" This remark instantly lifted the spirits of the others. "Ma-san, have you truly been haunted by that old one?" questioned one of them incredulously. An old one class could kill a silver tier creature only if the sun were to rise from the west. As they debated, an area announcement suddenly echoed. "Congratulations to the hidden identity class for slaying the platinum tier three-legged golden crow. This is an official announcement." In that moment, Ma-san and his companions stood frozen in place. Even their curiosity about who had slain the desert scorpion vanished, for the desert scorpion was merely a silver tier creature, while the mutated three-legged golden crow was a formidable platinum tier being, 2 whole tiers above the desert scorpion. At the same time, many adventurers gathered in the Chiyo Canyon Square also heard the area announcement. Instantly, the entire square erupted into chaos. Everyone was in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the astonishing news they had just received. In the realm of the Breaking Sky Guild, Xiao Baiwa, with a look of astonishment, spoke in a somewhat dazed manner. "Master, did you not say that slaying the three-legged golden crow would require several days of effort? Has the Lord of Cold City intervened?" Dantai Poyin turned rigidly, unable to articulate a response, for the situation had transpired so unexpectedly. The extraordinary practitioners present were momentarily at a loss, fully aware that to vanquish a platinum tier three-legged golden crow would necessitate days of strategic endeavor, not merely a matter of a few hours. Furthermore, within the vicinity of the Dreamcloud City, the strongest was none other than Han Shursi, who had only just entered the Sunlight Gorge. It was utterly inconceivable that he could have dispatched the three-legged golden crow in mere minutes. Thus, who else could possibly have slain this platinum tier creature? Could it be that a hidden power, housing several 6 transition masters, had taken action? Whispers of speculation filled the air, and numerous factions began hastening towards the entrance of the Sunlight Gorge. "We shall enter as well," Dantai Poyin declared, leading the members of the Breaking Sky Guild into the gorge. Soon, various factions arrived at the site where the three-legged golden crow had met its demise, drawn by the heavy snowfall that made the scene visible from afar. Upon their arrival, they beheld Han Shursi, clad in white robes, standing gravely atop his frosty ice vessel, his gaze fixed intently upon the lifeless body of the three-legged golden crow. The crowd stared in astonishment at the corpse, yet no one dared to voice a question. After a prolonged silence, Han Shursi finally spoke, his voice chillingly cold as he addressed them through the falling snowflakes. "The three-legged golden crow was not slain by my hand." With that, the frosty ice vessel sped towards the exit of the Sunlight Gorge, leaving the many extraordinary practitioners from various cities exchanging glances of bewilderment. No one questioned Han Shursi's words, for even if he had indeed slain the three-legged golden crow, none would have dared to seize the spoils, as such an act would only serve to enhance his renown. Yet with his denial, the identity of the true slayer of this platinum tier creature sparked even greater curiosity among the onlookers. Among the throng surrounding the three-legged golden crow, Dantai Poyin and Xiao Baiwa exchanged a glance, their expressions laden with complexity. In each other's faces, they discerned a strikingly familiar expression, one reminiscent of days prior at the Qinyan rankings. "Master, could it be silence?" Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the corpse of the desert scorpion, Qin Feng, piloting the Red Lion mecha, raced through the arid expanse and received a series of system notifications. Congratulations to the host for completing the second transformation reward, 2,000 spirit, and acquiring the skill Divine Grip. Congratulations on defeating the platinum level enemy, earning 150,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 50,000 divine points. Congratulations on leveling up to level 46. Chapter 56, A First Trial of the Divine Grip. Recipe Blueprint. It has finally arrived. Within the cockpit of the Red Lion mech, Qin Feng did not experience the joy he had anticipated, for he understood that the issuance of rewards also signified the demise of the three-legged golden crow. This mythical beast, which had yearned to escape the confines of the Sunlight Gorge countless times, ultimately could not evade its fate. Sighing softly, Qin Feng adjusted his mood and began to assess his gains. First and foremost, the reward for completing the second transformation task, 2,000 spirit, and his first skill, Divine Grip. At the moment the rewards were dispensed, Qin Feng felt a significant uplift in his spirit. The exhaustion from battling the three-legged golden crow and the desert scorpion evaporated in an instant. Operating the Red Lion mech felt increasingly effortless. He was thoroughly satisfied with the enhancement brought by the 2,000 spirit. As for the Divine Grip, it was beyond his expectations. He had long awaited this moment. Checking the nearby wild creatures on the Red Lion's integrated scanning panel, Qin Feng maneuvered the mech in a specific direction. Soon, he arrived near a few lizard-like creatures. He promptly exited the cockpit of the Red Lion. Divine Grip, Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. Instantly, a sound akin to rapid mechanical operations resonated in his mind. Acquired skill, Type 22 Ion Cannon. In an instant, a barrel emanating electric currents materialized upon his left arm. It was indeed the Ion Cannon, the left-arm weapon of the Storm Crimson. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that he could draw a weapon for the mech as well. Moreover, he had drawn the Type 22 Ion Cannon on his first attempt. At that moment, the lizard creatures, seeing that the Red Lion mech behind Qin Feng remained motionless, charged at him with loud roars. Qin Feng chuckled softly and with a thought, activated the Ion Cannon. With a resounding boom, a massive beam of ionic energy shot forth. Congratulations on defeating the ground lizard, earning 15 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining 2 divine points. Following a series of system notifications, the ionic beam dissipated. The lizards that had charged towards Qin Feng, which were not even a black iron grade, had vanished without a trace. They were obliterated instantaneously by the Ion Cannon's beam, leaving behind only a dark, gaping pit. Impressive. Qin Feng could not help but pump his fist in triumph. This was his first personal kill of a wild creature. Although the experience gained and divine points are merely a drop in the bucket for his current self, the exhilarating sensation of personally vanquishing monsters left Qin Feng quite content. He was no longer the feeble warrior he once was, powerless and inept. Without relying on mechas, he now possessed means for self-preservation. Splendid. Remarkable. Soon, the effect of the Divine Grip, which lasted a mere 10 seconds, came to an end, and the colossal shadow of the Ion Cannon dissipated. Yet, Qin Feng felt no sense of regret. The power of the Divine Grip was overwhelmingly formidable. Were he to wield it without limitation, it might indeed leave no room for others to survive. Glancing at the cooldown time of the Divine Grip, he noted it had decreased from 1 hour to 6 minutes. A reduction attributable to the 90 cooldown reduction effect from the Melody of Light. Qin Feng felt increasingly satisfied. Upon returning to the cockpit of the Red Lion, Qin Feng maneuvered the mecha forward, setting its scanning function to locate the sacred heartgrass while avoiding other practitioners. He then turned his gaze to his divine points, 51, 982. The slaying of the three-legged golden crow had directly rewarded him with 50,000 points. This was sufficient for 5 intermediate draws, leaving Qin Feng quite exhilarated. However, he suppressed his impulse. He understood all too well the adage that one cannot consume more than one can chew. Currently, within the mechanical space, there remained an incomplete Freedom Gundam. Drawing more mechas without the means to forge them would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, he had not forgotten that upon equipping the Golden Crow-S Flameheart to the Red Lion, he had received a special reward status. With 5 initial draws, he was guaranteed to acquire the Blue Lion and the Yellow Lion of the Beast King. The Green Lion and the Black Lion were nearly complete thanks to the Tyrannosaurus Beast. Only the Blue Lion and the Yellow Lion were needed to assemble the 5 Beast King mechas. Once all 5 mechas were forged, would it not be possible to achieve the Lion Fusion and obtain the War God King Kong? Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. As a child, he had dreamt of forming the Radiant Divine Sword. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the initial draw function in the system interface. However, he was suddenly taken aback to discover that the lottery page had undergone some changes. The roulette now featured an array of bizarre and peculiar patterns. An upgrade to the draw function? He recalled that this was the reward for acquiring his first golden level mecha, which he had previously not had the chance to examine. It appeared that the mecha lottery function had indeed been enhanced. Yet, he was curious about the significance of these non-mecha patterns. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Qin Feng reasoned that an upgraded function could only be an improvement over the past. Let the drawing commence. He was eager to extract the remaining 2 lion mechs and directly initiated a 5-fold draw. The wheel whirred into motion, and after a slight tremor, the pointer finally settled upon a jet-black beast-shaped mech. Congratulations on obtaining the mech blueprint, King of Beasts Blue Lion. He had struck gold. Qin Feng's spirits soared as he activated the draw once more. The wheel spun rapidly again, and moments later, the pointer landed on an emblem resembling a glowing shield. Congratulations on acquiring a special blueprint, Titan 7274 Armor Enhancement Formula. What? Qin Feng was taken aback. An armor enhancement formula? Not a mech blueprint? But in an instant, he realized this was a new addition resulting from the upgrade of the lottery function. With a mere thought, Qin Feng discovered that he could now examine the attributes of the blueprint. Titan 7274 Armor Enhancement Formula. Grade: Black Iron. Description: significantly enhances the armor attributes of Titan 7274. By inputting the materials into furnace number 3, according to the formula, enhancement can be achieved. Enhancement attributes: Constitution 300, Strength 100. Formula: 1 black iron helmet, 1 black iron armor, 1 black iron belt, 1 bronze bracer. Note: the grade of the formula cannot exceed that of the mech itself. What? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Had he not been in the control room of the Red Lion, he might have jumped for joy. This formula was astonishing. It could enhance a mech's armor using extraordinary equipment. How terrifying was that? With 3 pieces of black iron equipment and 1 piece of bronze equipment, he could elevate the armor. Although the enhancement was only 400 points, it was still remarkable. This meant that his future mechs could potentially transcend the limitations of materials. While the note mentioned that the grade of the formula could not exceed that of the mech, as long as he continued to utilize the formula to enhance the mech's attributes, it was conceivable that the mech could ascend in grade as well. Qin Feng had previously worried about not being able to find sufficient high-grade, extraordinary metals. With this formula blueprint, his mech could rapidly increase in strength. Simultaneously, Qin Feng finally understood the purpose of furnace number 3, which he had yet to investigate. Suppressing his excitement, he proceeded to conduct 3 more basic draws. Congratulations on obtaining a special blueprint, Storm Crimson Circuit Pipeline System Enhancement Formula. Congratulations on obtaining a special blueprint, Qin Belt Light and Shadow Mech Blueprint. Congratulations on obtaining the Mech Blueprint, King of Beasts Yellow Lion. Chapter 57. The Power Engine Belt? The despair of Tu Shan. With a sharp intake of breath, Qin Feng gazed at the results of the 3rd lottery draw. The inclusion of the Huangshi Mecha was entirely expected and warranted no further comment. The Storm Crimson S enhancement recipe, however, elicited a mild surprise from him. Storm Crimson Circuit Pipeline Enhancement Recipe. Grade: Black Iron. Description: enhances the circuit pipeline attributes of Storm Crimson, improving the mecha's energy transmission efficiency. By inputting the materials into furnace number 3, according to the recipe, the enhancement can be completed. Enhanced attributes: Strength 120, Constitution 120, Agility 120, Spirit 120. Recipe: 1 black iron grade staff, 1 black iron grade crossbow, 2 bronze grade rings. The black iron level enhancement recipe for Storm Crimson showcased attributes that were rather standard. Even considering the extraordinary equipment required for the recipe, Qin Feng dismissed it from his mind. What truly excited him was the blueprint resembling that of an extraordinary piece of equipment. The Qin Belt, the light and shadow armor. No, it was the light and shadow mecha. Eagerly, Qin Feng opened the information on the recipe blueprint. Qin Belt Light and Shadow Mecha Recipe. Grade: to be determined. Description: a special combat mecha component that harnesses the power of the 5 elements, serving as the power engine for the light and shadow mecha. Recipe: 1 extraordinary equipment of bronze grade or higher with 5 elements attributes in the belt category. 1 5 elements attribute core of bronze grade or higher. Equipment category: exclusive belt equipment from Mecha Masters. Equipment attributes: related to the attributes of the crafting materials. Equipment bonus effect: 5 elements binding Qin. Passive effect: the wearer automatically adds an additional effect to any fixed skill they cast, with no cooldown. Upon reading the entire description of this recipe, Qin Feng's emotions became a tumultuous blend of anticipation and disappointment. He had originally believed that the Qin belt recipe would allow him to directly forge the light and shadow mecha. Yet, to his surprise, it did not fulfill his expectations. The mention of a power engine left him momentarily bewildered. The previous light and shadow armor's power relied on the light and shadow stone. But what he had drawn was merely a mecha. Thus, it necessitated its own power engine, with the Qin belt serving this crucial function. Sighing softly, Qin Feng felt a twinge of regret. Yet he could not help but anticipate the potential prowess he could unleash once he crafted the light and shadow mecha. Additionally, the Qin belt brought him unexpected delight, as he discovered it was indeed an exclusive piece of equipment from Mecha Masters, an artifact belonging to the bygone professions. It is worth noting that during the Age of Extraordinary, equipment available to those of ancient professions was exceedingly rare, with the drop rate for exclusive equipment from these professions approaching zero. Yet, this Qin belt was astonishingly an exclusive item from Mecha Masters. In an instant, Qin Feng found himself increasingly eager for the upgraded lottery function. With the possibility of obtaining recipes for belt-type equipment, he wondered if he might also acquire gear from other categories, perhaps even items unique to his profession. The thought of donning a complete set of extraordinary equipment ignited a fervor within him. Would he still belong to his former profession? In an instant, Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement, thoroughly satisfied with the new lottery feature. Moreover, the Qin belt possessed an additional effect, the 5 elements binding of Qin, which astonished him. Upon casting a fixed skill, it would automatically append an additional skill effect. Was this not akin to unleashing the skill twice? Currently, he wielded but a single skill, Divine Grasp. With the enhancement from 5 elements binding of Qin, he could release 2 Divine Grasps in one go. Did this not imply that he could simultaneously harness the power of 2 mechas? What a perfect match! Qin Feng's spirit soared. Now, it was time to forge the Qin belt. It seemed he would have to eliminate the other contenders in the canyon. A few minutes earlier, dozens of kilometers from the Seven Stars Canyon, amidst a certain forest, a colossal formation had taken shape. Outside the formation, over 100 extraordinary professionals relentlessly unleashed their skills upon it. Within the formation stood Tu Shan and her associates from the human auction house. At this moment, several professionals had already perished, while the remaining few valiantly defended Tu Shan from all sides. Tang Zhan and Tuoba Zue Lu, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Tu Shan seethed with rage as she glared at the 2 leaders outside the formation, their bodies emanating an ominous black glow. Outside the formation, Tang Zhan, wielding a golden longsword, and Tuoba Zue Lu, clad in a crimson robe, gazed with satisfaction at Tu Shan within the formation. Upon hearing her curses, Tang Zhan shouted back with a menacing snarl, Tu Shan, your family has slain my kin. The entire human auction house shall pay the price. Tuoba Zue Lu, eyes glinting with greed, added President Tu Shan. I have heard you summon the legendary beast, Gu Huanyao. If you accept my beast taming mark, I shall plead with Lord Tang to spare your life. What say you? Bah, even in death, you shall not succeed. Tu Shan retorted fiercely. Do not claim that your foolish son was not killed by me. Even if I did, what of it? Why must you concoct grandiose justifications? If you have the capability, open the formation, and I shall allow you to reunite with your foolish child. Within the formation, Tu Shan ground her teeth in fury upon hearing their taunts. The remaining members of the human auction house, still urging each other to maintain their composure, began to hurl insults at the 2. You seek your own demise, Tang Zhan bellowed, urging the surrounding professionals to intensify their assault. Simultaneously, he turned to Tuoba Lu and remarked, since this wretch is oblivious to her own worth, you might as well head directly to the Seven Suns Canyon. It is said that Tu Shan you choose summoning of spirits is exceptional. You dare. The spirit within the formation, Tu Shan was taken aback by this statement and shouted vehemently at the 2. The dark energy surrounding her surged once more. However, upon hearing Tang Zhan's suggestion, Tuoba Zue Lu's face lit up with delight. That is splendid. I shall leave this matter in the hands of the Tang family head. With that, Tuoba Zue Lu led his family members towards the direction of the Seven Suns Canyon. Within the formation, Tu Shan watched as Tuoba Zue Lu departed, her expression filled with despair. She understood all too well the overwhelming advantage that a beast master of extraordinary caliber, such as Tuobazui Lu, held over her own profession. Despite her sister, Tu Shan Yu Chu, possessing remarkable talent and summoning a more powerful nine-tailed fox than her own Guohuo bird, encountering a 5-turn beast master like Tuobazui Lu left no room for resistance. There was not even a chance to pressure the situation as she had intended. Now, caught in Tang Zhan's ambush, her survival was in jeopardy. Was the Tu Shan family truly destined to perish at her hands? A sense of desolation engulfed Tu Shan Yimeng. At that moment, a regional announcement reverberated through the air. Congratulations to the hidden identity professional for slaying the platinum-tier, 3-legged golden crow. This is hereby announced. Instantly, both inside and outside the formation, professionals were taken aback. Tu Shan Yimeng was equally astonished. Yet, in a flash, she opened her contacts, and upon seeing the illuminated avatar, she murmured with excitement, "You're alive. You're still alive." Chapter 58. The Fiery Flame Dragon Cult, Xiamu Air Faints. In the Fire Sun Canyon, after a thorough search in the Earth Sun Canyon yielded no results for the Sacred Heart Grass, Qin Feng arrived at the intersection of the Earth and Fire Sun Canyons. As he stepped into the Fire Sun Canyon, he was immediately struck by the intense heat. Having not been in a mech, he observed that the surrounding rocks were a deep crimson hue. A group of professionals nearby was engaged in a fierce battle against several fire-type monsters. Clearly, the number of professionals in the Fire Sun Canyon surpassed that of the Sun and Earth Sun Canyons. Qin Feng recalled that the princess of the Xia family from Zichuan City, Xiamu Air, had chosen to enter the Fire Sun Canyon, resulting in a significant influx of professionals following her lead. Just then, the nearby skirmish concluded with the anguished cries of the monsters. A few exhausted professionals collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. That was exhausting. The monsters in the Fire Sun Canyon are far too difficult to defeat. If only I had gone to the Water Sun Canyon instead. Be content, for with the allure of Summer Muir drawing that fiery steed, we can slay monsters with such peace of mind. Otherwise, we would have to remain ever vigilant against its ambushes. Indeed, that silver beast is exceedingly troublesome. However, I fear that Summer Muir finds herself in peril this time. As they deliberated, the distant sky suddenly ignited in crimson. The group, upon witnessing this, was immediately struck with alarm. Alas, the fiery steed has pursued us here. Take cover. The seasoned professionals adeptly found shelter beneath a dark red rock, concealing their bodies. Suddenly, a young practitioner noticed Qin Feng not far off, curiously gazing at the sky. The young man hastily leaned out and shouted, "Little one, hide quickly. The fiery steed is approaching." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and nodded, yet he did not take cover like the others. The young man intended to say more, but was pulled back by his companions, who voiced their discontent. "Are you seeking death? That's just an oblivious old fool." From afar, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the sky. Soon after, the heavens above Qin Feng blazed with heat, and the surrounding temperature soared. In no time, Qin Feng beheld a ferocious beast engulfed in flames soaring through the distant sky. It was none other than the fiery steed of the Fire Sun Valley. Simultaneously, Qin Feng noticed a figure clad in a crimson robe swiftly flying before the steed, deftly evading the flames it unleashed. It was Summer Muir. As the figure drew nearer, Qin Feng recognized her. This prodigious practitioner, hailed as extraordinary, now appeared quite disheveled. Her scarlet robe bore numerous charred marks, evidently having suffered greatly at the hands of the fiery steed. With a swift motion, Summer Muir darted towards Qin Feng. However, upon seeing him standing there unabashedly, a flicker of resentment crossed her soiled face. She glanced back at the relentless fiery steed in pursuit, then promptly activated a shuttled flying artifact beneath her feet, propelling herself rapidly in Qin Feng's direction. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing Summer Muir intended to divert the danger towards him, to draw the flames upon his head. As Summer Muir soared above Qin Feng, she continued her flight into the distance. Yet, the fiery steed, redirected by her trajectory, unleashed a torrent of flames towards Qin Feng. "Summer Muir, you wicked wretch, my life is forfeit." The few professionals hiding beneath the rocks gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene. In a chorus of lamentation, they unleashed their extraordinary powers, striving to withstand the torrent of flames cascading from the sky. Yet, at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the ground beneath them. A colossal metallic beast, towering over 20 meters, materialized abruptly before their eyes. The flames emitted by the fiery steed were entirely intercepted by this dark, crimson behemoth. Moreover, to their utter shock, they witnessed Qin Feng, whom they had presumed would surely perish in the inferno, leap forward and enter the control chamber situated at the beast's chest. With a resounding boom, the magnificent metallic creature sprang into the air, a radiant blaze, more resplendent than the fire unleashed by the fiery steed, shot forth. The massive form of the fiery steed was struck by the brilliant light, sending it careening backward. "What?" the professionals concealed beneath the rocks exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Positioned closest to Qin Feng, they could see everything with crystal clarity. They had finally discerned Qin Feng's professional information. He was controlling a mech. It dawned upon them that the formidable metallic beast, rivaling the size of the fiery steed, was indeed a beast-type mech. The youthful figure from their past possessed a mech he could command, and he had come to their rescue. Meanwhile, Xiao Mu'er, who had soared several hundred meters away, also took note of the commotion behind her, her expression one of sheer astonishment. However, gazing at the metallic beast that had engaged the fiery steed to shield her from its pursuit, her countenance shifted to one of overwhelming fury. She activated her communicator and shouted furiously, "The plan has failed. Regroup with me immediately." With that, she directed her flight toward the metallic beast, now embroiled in battle with the fiery steed. At this moment, within the confines of the Red Lion mech, Qin Feng felt an immense satisfaction. He was acutely aware that Xiao Mu'er had intentionally aimed to have the fiery steed target him. Nevertheless, he considered the silver-tier fiery steed to be on par with the desert scorpion he had encountered in the Tuyang Canyon. He felt no fear whatsoever. Furthermore, the fire attribute of this creature was perfectly countered by his Red Lion mech. The flames released by the fiery steed could not even penetrate the mech's defenses. It was as if fortune had presented itself on a silver platter. With fervor, he unleashed his abilities, Destructive Beam and Radiant Claw, each radiating with fiery brilliance. The fiery steed, adorned with crimson dragon scales, let out a continuous wail as its vitality rapidly diminished by half. Qin Feng, emboldened by the battle, found an increasing synergy with the Red Lion mecha, fully experiencing the overwhelming dominance of this golden-grade machine over the silver-grade beast. "Cease this at once. This is mine." At that moment, a commanding voice echoed from behind Qin Feng, accompanied by a colossal fireball hurtling towards the Red Lion mecha. With remarkable agility, Qin Feng evaded the attack and retaliated with a devastating beam of destruction. "You!" exclaimed Xiao Mu'er, suspended in midair as she hastily maneuvered her flying vessel to dodge. However, Qin Feng's strike was swift and relentless, shattering the fiery flying artifact beneath her. Xiao Mu'er tumbled to the ground in a state of disarray. "How dare you assault me? I shall slay you." Realizing her assailant was a practitioner, and one of the old profession at that, Xiao Mu'er's fury intensified. Just as she brandished her staff to counterattack, a peculiar roar, somewhat childish, accompanied by the faint hum of engines, resounded nearby. Instantly, a mechanical dinosaur, towering over a meter high, burst through the dark red rocks, advancing towards her. In an instant, it stood before Xiao Mu'er, its horn radiating a brilliant light as it forcefully collided with her abdomen. "Tu!" Xiao Mu'er coughed up a mouthful of blood, her tattered robe glowing red, shielding her from a fatal blow. Yet, her body was propelled backward, and she lost consciousness midair. Chapter 59. The Disrobed Xiao Mu'er. Surprises in the storage bag. The Tyrannosaurus, which had just sent Xiao Mu'er flying, emitted a low, puzzled growl upon witnessing her fall into unconsciousness. It instinctively turned to seek Qin Feng's command, only to find him fully engrossed in combat with the fiery steed, his mechanical eyes gleaming with lively brilliance. Recalling Qin Feng's earlier words, the Tyrannosaurus hopped over to Xiao Mu'er's side, gleefully tearing at her equipment. Meanwhile, empowered by the formidable Red Lion mecha, Qin Feng swiftly inflicted grievous wounds upon the fiery steed. The beast unleashed terrifying fire-based skills, yet the damage inflicted upon the Red Lion mecha was exceedingly minimal. Finally, with a mournful cry, the fiery steed's vitality was completely extinguished. "Congratulations on vanquishing the silver flame dragon steed," earning 2,000 experience points. You have also acquired 10,000 divine points. Until the system notification echoed in his ears, Qin Feng felt a lingering thrill. However, he promptly exited the Red Lion Mecha and approached the carcass of the Flame Dragon steed. He swiftly collected a flaming dragon scale and, upon examining its attributes, discovered it to be a fire-type spiritual core. Dragon steed fire scale, silver, category, special item, description, the core of the Flame Dragon steed's power. Suitable for embedding in equipment or crafting jewelry. Embedding equipment effect. Strength 150, Constitution 120, fire skill damage resistance 3, jewelry crafting effect. Agility 200, Spirit 180. Fire skill damage increase 3. Although this dragon steed fire scale did not match the coveted silver heart acquired from slaying the Silverwing Bone Dragon, its fire resistance and damage enhancement rendered it a valuable material. Nevertheless, Qin Feng had no intention of selling it. Coupled with the silver-grade, earth-type spiritual core obtained from defeating the Desert Scorpion in the Sun Moon Canyon, he now possessed 2 elemental spiritual cores. Previously, after slaying the 3-legged Golden Crow and the Desert Scorpion, he had not acquired corresponding elemental belts. Fortunately, amidst the loot dropped by the Flame Dragon steed was a bronze-grade fire attribute belt. This uplifted Qin Feng's spirits somewhat. As he contemplated continuing his search for the Sacred Heart Grass in the Sun Moon Canyon, his companion, the Tyrannosaurus beast, returned joyfully after dealing with Xiamu. With a wide mouth, it scattered a multitude of colorful equipment and materials across the ground. Qin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. "Little dragon, where did you find all this?" He was about to commend the Tyrannosaurus beast when he suddenly noticed a tattered red robe among the pile of items, stirring a strange familiarity within him. Moreover, beside the robe were several pieces of distinctly feminine undergarments. A realization dawned on him, prompting him to turn sharply toward the direction where Xiamu had been. Upon seeing her current state, Qin Feng nearly lost his composure. The once proud Xiamu, who resembled a flamingo, was now left with nothing but her undergarments, her fair skin exposed to the air. In an instant, Qin Feng understood the source of these items. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus beast had stripped Xiamu of all her gear. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast let out another jubilant roar. Like a creature seeking praise, the Tyrannosaurus nuzzled against Qin Feng. Observing the adorable beast, a smile involuntarily tugged at Qin Feng's lips. He gently patted the Tyrannosaurus on the head, exclaiming, "Well done." After speaking, he promptly withdrew the creature into the mechanical space, collected the gear scattered on the ground, and turned his gaze to the nearby group of trembling adventurers who were cautiously watching him. Without lingering, he leaped onto the Red Lion mech and departed the scene. Once the colossal silhouette of the Red Lion mech faded into the distance, the adventurers, their faces etched with astonishment, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The earlier spectacle of Qin Feng piloting the mech against the silver-ranked flame steed had utterly terrified them. Though each member of their team was an extraordinary professional of the third transition, they dared only to challenge bronze-level monsters. Faced with the silver-ranked flame steed, they lacked even the courage to engage in battle. Had it not been for Xiamu deliberately provoking the flame steed, they would have preferred to keep their distance from it altogether. Yet, just moments ago, the silver-ranked flame steed had fallen before their eyes. And the one who vanquished it was not the expected Xiamu, but rather an obscure former professional. The youth appeared as though he had only recently awakened to his profession, yet he commanded a terrifying beast-type mech and dispatched the flame steed in mere minutes. Such an occurrence was nothing short of fantastical. The group felt this event was as incredible as the recent regional announcement they had received that someone had slain a platinum-level 3-legged Golden Crow in just a few hours, alongside a young former professional who had taken down the flame steed in his mech. Both incidents were equally surreal. "We must leave." Suddenly, the youth who had initially urged Qin Feng to take cover exclaimed urgently. His companions looked on in confusion, but he pointed towards a nearly naked Xiamu not far off. Upon seeing her, they all shuddered in unison. They had witnessed Xiamu being hurled away by a dinosaur-like mechanical creature, though they were uncertain if she was alive or dead. They were acutely aware that if the Xia family learned they had witnessed the princess's humiliation, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Run. Instantly, their curiosity regarding the corpse of the silver-ranked flame steed evaporated, and they dashed in the opposite direction of Qin Feng. As they passed by Xiaomu'er, their respect for Qin Feng deepened profoundly. Ah, but that is Xiaomu'er, stripped bare by an ancient profession. In an instant, they resolved to bury the events of the day deep within themselves, for they understood that even if they were to divulge this occurrence, it would be dismissed as mere madness. Moments later, a dozen extraordinary professionals arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the bare form of Xiaomu'er, they were taken aback. Several female professionals hurried forward to clothe her and swiftly tend to her injuries. When Xiaomu'er regained consciousness, upon hearing the accounts from the female professionals and catching sight of the lifeless body of the flame dragon foal nearby, her complexion flushed crimson, and a murderous expression crossed her features. Mecha Master. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, who had already appeared several dozen kilometers away, was meticulously cataloging the items stripped from Xiaomu'er by the Tyrannosaurus. Among them were 7 pieces of extraordinary equipment, 2 pieces of silver gear, 4 pieces of bronze gear, and a golden robe. Notably, one of the silver belts possessed earth attributes, which delighted Qin Feng immensely. Furthermore, to his astonishment, within a storage ring boasting dozens of cubic units of space, he discovered not only some extraordinary materials and elixirs, but also over a dozen beast spirit cores. Among these, several emitted elemental attributes, all at the bronze level. Chapter 60. The Blue Lion's First Kill. The additional effect of the cold water stabbing sword. This filled Qin Feng with great satisfaction. He had previously been troubled by the source of elemental spirit cores. Under the acceleration effect of the Red Lion Mecha's construction, the other 4 Lion Mechas were nearing completion. Like the Red Lion Mecha, they also required bronze level or higher attribute cores for their final assembly. The Black Lion needed a lightning core, the Green Lion required a wind core, the Blue Lion sought a water core, and the Yellow Lion called for an earth core. Notably, the spirit cores needed by the Blue and Yellow Lions corresponded to the 5 elemental cores required for crafting the Chinquan belt. But now, fortune smiled upon him. Within Xiaomu'er's storage bag lay 1 water core and 1 earth core. Should he later vanquish the creatures in the water canyon to obtain another water core, it would perfectly align with the crafting of the Chinquan belt. Among the remaining spirit cores was a bronze-level lightning core. Now, he only lacked the wind core for the Green Lion to complete the assembly of the 5 Beast King mechas. Qin Feng felt profoundly grateful for Xiaomu'er's generosity. Several hours later, in the water canyon, a tranquil lake suddenly erupted with tumultuous waves as a colossal blue metallic beast leapt forth from its depths. By the lakeside, a team of professional players engaged in battle with several aquatic monsters was startled by the sudden appearance of a mechanized beast. However, the golden giant paid no heed to them and swiftly dashed away into the distance, leaving the stunned players in a state of disbelief. After a prolonged silence, one of them incredulously exclaimed, "That is not a monster. That is an alchemical pet, but it's far too large. No, it resembles a mech. A beastly mech. I believe I have seen such a creature in ancient records. How can this be? Could there be an ancient mechanical relic hidden within the waters of Wednesday Gorge?" As the group speculated, a massive silver swordfish unexpectedly surfaced from the tumultuous waters, shocking everyone with its sheer size. Its sharp, pointed fin gleamed ominously like a sword, radiating an aura that instilled fear. The cold-water swordfish. One person shouted in alarm. Instantly, all the professionals present fled in panic. For the cold-water swordfish was the mightiest creature of the waters of Wednesday Gorge. If one were to rank the strongest creatures of the Seven Sun Gorge of the same tier, the cold-water swordfish might not claim the top spot, but it was undoubtedly the hardest to slay. Possessing the speed of a flame steed in the water and wielding an exceptionally powerful spike, the cold-water swordfish frequently utilized the vast expanse of water to ambush adventurers within the gorge. A few years prior, a pinnacle Tier 4 knight was ambushed and perished instantly at the hands of a silver-grade cold-water swordfish. Therefore, as this team of players realized that they were in the very domain where the cold-water swordfish concealed itself, they broke out in a cold sweat. Although the most powerful among them was a Tier 4 mage, even a pinnacle Tier 4 knight could be pierced by the cold-water swordfish's attack. How could a Tier 4 mage withstand such a stealthy assault? Wait, why has the cold-water swordfish stopped moving? The captain of the team, a Tier 4 mage preparing to cast a levitation spell to escape, suddenly noticed that the cold-water swordfish had not launched an attack. He activated his identification spell, But upon receiving the feedback, he stood frozen in disbelief. Impossible. The cold-water swordfish is dead. Yet we have been here the entire time and saw no battle. Others quickly realized the truth, exclaiming in astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the Tier 4 mage as he glanced towards the direction the beastly mech had departed. With a hint of trepidation, he murmured, "Do you think that mechanized beast could be responsible?" Indeed, it seems so. It was none other than Qin Feng who had just slain the cold-water swordfish. At this moment, he was maneuvering the Beast King Blue Lion Mecha, continuing his search for the sacred heart grass in the water gorge. Upon arriving at the gorge, Qin Feng swiftly located the cold-water swordfish concealed beneath the water. However, his mecha was not particularly adept at underwater combat. Consequently, he resorted to a water-type spirit core he had acquired from Xia Mu'er, which he utilized to enhance the Blue Lion. Although this Blue Lion mecha was merely of bronze rank, it possessed formidable capabilities for combat in aquatic environments and exhibited remarkable resistance to water-type attacks. Coupled with the 2,000 points of mental energy he had gained, Qin Feng's proficiency in mecha control had significantly improved. After expending several minutes, Qin Feng ultimately succeeded in dispatching the silver-ranked cold-water swordfish. He triumphantly obtained a water-type spirit core and a water-type belt. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased. Moreover, among the equipment dropped by the cold-water swordfish was a silver longsword, which greatly delighted him. Cold-water sting sword, silver, category, weapon, level requirement, 60 effects, strength 560, agility 600, constitution 205, spirit 270, durability 1,500-1,500, additional effect, waves of water, increases damage by 3 when using water-type attack skills. Additional effect, swordfish ice spike when attacking a target. There is a considerable probability of inflicting a slight freezing slow effect. As a level 60 silver weapon, the cold-water sting sword's attributes were rather average. Even the first additional effect, waves of water, seemed somewhat incongruous. However, the second effect, swordfish ice spike, truly captivated Qin Feng. It could inflict a freezing slow effect, and not just a minuscule probability. Rather, it boasted a considerable likelihood. This was an impeccable match for his Thunderblade formation. Previously, while slaying the three-legged golden crow, he had relied on a substituted black iron longsword within the Thunderblade formation to secure a precious 3 seconds for himself. Now, armed with the swordfish ice spike, the Thunderblade formation had been further augmented. Without hesitation, Qin Feng equipped the cold-water sting sword into the blade wheel of the Thunderblade formation. He could vividly envision the scenario in which, during future battles, his foes would be continually frozen and slowed under the relentless assault of the Thunderblade formation. Even if the effect were minor, the prospect of triggering it dozens or even hundreds of times in a single second was formidable. Nonetheless, Qin Feng harbored a tinge of regret, for none of the previous foes he had vanquished had yielded equipment suitable for replacement within the Thunderblade formation. Even a platinum-ranked three-legged golden crow had dropped only a platinum-ranked longbow, a golden bracelet, and a golden robe. There are still 5 pieces of silver equipment and a dozen or so bronze and black iron items. This can indeed be considered a significant windfall, yet none of these weapons bear any negative effects. Nevertheless, Qin Feng is quite satisfied. The mere possession of that platinum-grade longbow is sufficient to fetch an astronomical price. At that point, he can certainly enhance the Thunderblade formation at the human auction house. Several kilometers away from the Seven Stars Canyon, within a colossal formation, Tu Shan Yimeng leads her remaining subordinates in a relentless assault on various points of the array. Following the departure of Tuoba Zuelu, Tu Shan Yimeng is now adorned with dark feathers. A pair of black wings materializes behind her, incessantly striking at the barriers of the formation. Tu Shan Yimeng, cease your futile aspirations. Outside the formation, Tang Zhan's face is filled with fierce light. Have you not realized that you are unable to fully invoke your summoning abilities? This celestial locking formation has been meticulously crafted to counter your former profession. You should count yourself fortunate. Chapter 61. The Fragrant Corpse and the Peril of Xiao Bai Hua. Tu Shan Yimeng's eyes blaze with fury. She has already discerned that within this formation, she is utterly incapable of summoning the complete Guihua bird. This renders her strength a mere fraction of its potential. However, she is unwilling to concede defeat. This formation not only suppresses her abilities, but also possesses a unidirectional communication barrier. Information from the outside can penetrate the formation, yet she cannot send messages out. Yet, Tuoba Zue Lu has been gone for several hours, and Tu Shan Yimeng is in a state of desperation. She must find a way to breach even a small crack in this formation to contact her sister. Break open. Tu Shan Yimeng emits a piercing shriek, her arms transforming entirely into black wings, slicing through the formation's barrier like blades. Instantly, sparks fly in all directions. Meanwhile, having arrived at the Woodstar Canyon, Qin Feng finally spots the trace of the Holy Heart grass on the scanning interface of the Red Lion Mecha. Overjoyed, he has traversed several canyons and has finally glimpsed hope. Although Jiang Inger mentioned in her notes that the Holy Heart grass could grow in any canyon of the Seven Stars Canyon, it appears that the herb indeed prefers to flourish in areas abundant with elemental energy. Qin Feng surveys his surroundings and notices that the number of practitioners in the Woodstar Canyon is rather sparse. This is related to the types of wild creatures present in the canyon. Many of these creatures have a natural symbiotic relationship with the diverse flora, and numerous vine-like and poisonous plants actively attack practitioners during battles with wild beasts. Thus, the Thursday Canyon is hardly an ideal location for monster hunting. Instead, practitioners of supportive professions, such as herbalists and cultivators, often venture here in search of medicinal herbs and rare plants. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the edge of a forest shrouded in a faint miasma. The exploration panel of the Red Lion indicated that the Sacred Heart grass was indeed hidden within this miasma-laden forest. At that moment, a group of over a dozen professionals gathered outside the forest, engaged in hushed discussions, clearly wary of whatever lay within. This piqued Qin Feng's curiosity. Rather than recklessly entering, he retracted the Red Lion mech and approached them. It seemed that Xiao Baihua had become rather overconfident. How could the Thursday Canyon be easily subdued? If the corpse fragrance tuber were to fall under Xiao Baihua's control, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength several-fold. The allure of this prospect was irresistible to these young prodigies. The corpse fragrance miasma had already manifested, indicating that the corpse fragrance tuber had blossomed. Any living creature would succumb to its enchantment, leaving Xiao Baihua with no opportunity. Now, they could only hope for the swift arrival of reinforcements from the Breaking Sky Guild. Otherwise, Xiao Baihua was as good as doomed. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Qin Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Wasn't Xiao Baihua the individual who recently entered the Qin Yun rankings, only to be surpassed by Chu Jioga? Landing in the 10th position, his profession appeared to be Ice Nightmare Flower Mage. It was this unusual profession that left Qin Feng with a faint recollection. However, he distinctly remembered that Xiao Baihua hailed from the city of Yimeng. What brought him all the way to the Seven Suns Canyon? To tame the corpse fragrance tuber? Could it be that this Ice Nightmare Flower Mage profession allowed him to subjugate plants for his own use? If he could indeed tame even the silver-grade corpse fragrance tuber, then this profession would be exceptionally formidable. Nevertheless, from the discussions of the professionals, it seemed Xiao Baihua might be overestimating his own capabilities. Qin Feng was well aware that the only opportunity to defeat the corpse fragrance tuber within the Thursday Canyon arose before it emitted a scent imbued with potent allure. Once it released this floral aroma, akin to a jungle's toxic miasma, any flesh-and-blood creature, be they a professional or a summoned beast, would find it nearly impossible to escape its influence. They would engage in a frenzy of mutual attacks until they were either exhausted or slain. Only professionals of the 6th advancement or higher could withstand the allure of the silver-grade corpse fragrance tuber. However, should the corpse fragrance tuber ascend to the gold grade, even 6th-tier experts would hesitate to risk exposure to even a trace of its fragrance. And now, the miasma, signifying the release of the corpse fragrance tuber's aroma, had begun to manifest. Even if this iteration of the corpse fragrance tuber were merely silver-grade, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge that Xiao Baihua, who likely hadn't even reached the 3rd advancement, could not withstand. It is safe to say that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Baihua's demise is inevitable. It appears that others have come to this grim realization as well. Observing the increasingly dense miasma, numerous professionals outside the forest lament the impending fall of this prodigious talent. Perhaps I might give a try, Qin Feng mused softly. Although he felt a chill run down his spine upon examining the information on the corpse fragrance mushroom, he had conducted a thorough analysis. As long as he acted swiftly, Employing his mech to block the infiltration of the floral scent, he could indeed forcefully eliminate the corpse fragrance mushroom. After all, the mech was fundamentally his exclusive equipment, impervious to the floral fragrance's effects. Moreover, it possessed extraordinary attributes absent in typical gas-protective suits, rendering it the nemesis of such botanical entities. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng strode towards the less populated area, resolved to pilot his mech and confront the corpse fragrance mushroom. After all, the sacred heart grass still resided within this miasma-laden forest, and he had no choice but to proceed. Arise! Qin Feng arrived at a secluded spot and summoned the Red Lion mech's Storm Red, Heavenly Fire, and Titan had sustained varying degrees of damage in previous battles. For safety's sake, Qin Feng opted for the mech with the best integrity, the Beast King mech. Glancing at the ever-thickening miasma in the forest, Qin Feng entered the cockpit and activated the Red Lion mech set forth. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the colossal Red Lion mech plunged into the miasma. Meanwhile, within the Sunlit Canyon, Dantai Pokyong was directing members of the Breaking Sky Guild in search of clues regarding the slayer of the three-legged golden crow when he suddenly heard a series of urgent alerts from his communicator. His expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly opened the contact list, knowing that this signal was a unique prearranged alert between him and his disciple, Xiao Baiwa. Once Xiao Baiwa sent him such a message, it indicated that he was ensnared in a life-threatening crisis. Master, save me. It's a golden-level corpse fragrance mushroom. The brevity of the message caused Dantai Pokyong's face to pale. In an instant, he made a decisive choice, racing towards the nearest intersection of sun and earth. Simultaneously, he activated the communicator, unhesitatingly sending a call request to the highest contact on his list. Moments later, the call connected. A chilling voice responded from the other end. What is it? Dantai Pokyong quickly replied. Lord Han, I need assistance. Baiwa is trapped by a corpse fragrance mushroom. It's a golden-level corpse fragrance mushroom. Understood. I'm heading to the wood element now. Without further ado, Han Shirsi responded, and the call ended. Dantai Pokyong had no intention of pausing for even a moment. A surge of extraordinary power coursed through him as he rushed with all his might towards the Muyu Valley. Within the depths of this valley, enshrouded by a dense miasma of poison, a captivatingly sweet fragrance began to emanate from the heart of the forest. At its center stood a colossal flower, its petals of vivid crimson, and at its core, numerous stamens resembled lifelike human forms. Surrounding the flower, a group of over a dozen individuals were engaged in a frenzied struggle. Several dozen meters away, Xiao Baiwa exerted every ounce of his extraordinary power, conjuring an array of blossoms and crystalline bouquets that swiftly dissipated, eroded by the colorful, viscous mist that permeated the air. His eyes reddened with desperation. He had not anticipated that the corpse fragrance tuber, just as he was on the verge of vanquishing and subduing it, would suddenly mutate into a golden tier entity, instantly breaking free from its constraints and unleashing an aura befitting its new status. Were it not for his profession, which endowed him with a natural resistance to the toxins of floral plants, he might have succumbed to the intoxicating fragrance of the corpse fragrance tuber, becoming a mindless combatant like the others. Master, this time I may truly be doomed. Xiao Baiwa lamented within the remnants of his consciousness. Yet, amidst his hazy thoughts, he suddenly heard a distant rumble, akin to thunder, growing progressively clearer with each passing moment. Chapter 62. The Ambush on the Corpse Fragrance Tuber. Xiao Baiwa's astonishment. After several breaths, as Xiao Baiwa teetered on the brink of madness, a low growl resonated from behind him, followed by the urgent sound of thunderous footsteps. Suddenly, a figure over a meter tall emerged, charging directly towards the corpse fragrance tuber. The colorful aura in the air surged toward this new presence. It did nothing to impede its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Baiwa unleashed a flurry of frost-laden bouquets, creating a barrier against the intoxicating scent of the flower. To his astonishment, this towering figure revealed itself to be a mechanical dinosaur, crafted entirely from metallic components. The mechanical beast, unaffected by the flower's influence, lunged forward, roaring with excitement before unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The massive corpse fragrance tuber, spanning dozens of meters, emitted a deep growl as the human-like stamen within its petals glowed with a fierce red light, launching a barrage towards the mechanical dinosaur. However, The dinosaur displayed remarkable agility, darting around the corpse fragrance tuber while intermittently unleashing flames that scorched the flower. The enormous bloom was increasingly ravaged, and the once sweet fragrance surrounding it began to wane. Xiao Baihua was overwhelmed with emotion at the sight before him, nearly brought to tears. He had originally believed that his life would come to an end today, but unexpectedly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. What manner of creature was this mechanical dinosaur? Was it a creation of alchemy from the alchemical city? No, that cannot be the case. Xiao Baihua, well-versed in the principles of alchemy, recognized the unmistakable roar of an engine emanating from the mechanical beast, a sound that clearly did not belong to alchemical constructs. Could it be a relic from a bygone era? Just as Xiao Baihua felt a surge of gratitude for his narrow escape and curiosity about the mechanical entity, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him once more. Accompanied by a gust of wind, a colossal red figure barreled past him, charging toward the corpse flower. With a resounding crash, a dark red metallic behemoth, measuring over 20 meters in length, descended upon the corpse flower, obliterating a significant portion of its blossoms. This act incited an even more frenzied growl from the flower. In that moment, Xiao Baihua perceived the once sweet floral fragrance around him dissipating, clearing his mind further. Yet, he remained utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. The mechanical dinosaur had already taken him by surprise, and now another, even larger one had appeared, its engine roaring with greater intensity. This, too, must belong to the ancient era of machinery. How could this be possible? The enigma deepened for Xiao Baihua, who was increasingly perplexed. These two beast-like mechanical entities were undoubtedly powered by ancient engines. The tremendous noise he had mistaken for thunder was clearly the sound of engines operating at full throttle. But why were two ancient constructs present in the Mayu Valley? Boom! Boom! At that moment, Xiao Baihua heard another series of thunderous roars behind him, accompanied by another fierce gust of wind. This time, three massive metallic beasts emerged. One was blue, another yellow, and the third, even larger, was black. Alongside the previously seen red beast and the mechanical dinosaur, there were now 5 mechanical constructs relentlessly assaulting the corpse flower. In a mere span of seconds, the corpse flower, which had evolved to a golden level, was utterly crushed. The once sweet, colorful aroma rapidly dissipated. The frantic struggle of the dozen or so combatants gradually ceased, their energies spent from the earlier chaotic battle. Only Xiao Baihua remained, still conscious but utterly dumbfounded, gazing in disbelief at the 5 mechanical entities. He found himself utterly unable to comprehend the spectacle he had just witnessed. Had only 1 or 2 mechanical constructs appeared, he might have been able to make sense of it. In the Cloud Dream City, I have encountered numerous affluent scions who squander immense wealth to create mechanical contrivances. Some of these even possess a modicum of combat prowess. Nevertheless, such extravagance is beyond the means of even a 6-tier extraordinary force like the Broken Sky Guild. In this era of extraordinary beings, every ancient mechanical creation is exceedingly precious, far beyond the reach of ordinary factions. Yet, to my astonishment, 5 mechanical entities have manifested here, each exhibiting formidable strength, utterly unlike the cumbersome and fragile toys one might expect. Furthermore, they possess combat skills. Although the recent skirmish lasted merely a few seconds, I distinctly observed that the mechanical dinosaur and the 4 larger beast-like constructs unleashed impressive abilities: flames, lightning, earth spikes, and torrents of water. Can ancient machinery truly wield such powers? I began to question whether I had been ensnared by the allure of the corpse fragrance devil's tuber, lost in a delusion where nothing was real. Otherwise, how could these ancient machines be so powerful? Could it be that hidden within the Wood Gorge are some unknown secret weapons from the bygone era, fortuitously encountered by me, even rescuing me in the process? Thunderous roars echoed as I beheld the smallest mechanical dinosaur swallowing the gear and materials dropped by the golden tier corpse fragrance devil's tuber, along with several herbs growing nearby. It then frolicked away, following the 4 colossal metallic beasts. When those 5 mechanical creations finally vanished, leaving behind only the faintest echo of their engines, I collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed by the impact of the encounter. The bewilderment lingered. As I struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired, I endeavored to recall everything I had learned about the ancient era in search of answers. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration flickered within me. Could they be mechas? Beast-type mechas? No, the mechanical dinosaur was clearly beyond human control. Yet if they were not mechas, what could they be? They even collected gear, materials, and herbs. However, the possibility of mechanical life had been dismissed by the deities. It was only when a comrade, previously unconscious, stirred from their slumber that I emerged from my reverie. I cast a contemplative gaze upon the now unrecognizable corpse fragrance devil's tuber and swiftly performed a complex hand seal. A vast floral illusion enveloped the remnants of the corpse fragrance devil's tuber. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having already piloted the red line away, was exceedingly pleased. He had not anticipated that the corpse fragrance devil's tuber was of golden tier quality. Not only did I acquire a golden-level wood-type spirit core and the exquisite magical flower stamen, but I also procured 2 pieces of golden equipment. Among them is the coveted wood-type belt. At this juncture, I am merely 1 golden spirit core and 1 golden belt away from assembling the complete recipe for the Qiankuan belt. Furthermore, I have finally located the Holy Heart Grass. This revelation alleviated a considerable weight from Qin Feng's heart. As for the appearance of the blue lion, yellow lion, and black lion, it was undeniably due to Qin Feng's entrance into the toxic miasma forest, where he discovered that numerous wild monsters had succumbed to the influence of the corpse fragrance devil tuber, plunging into a frenzied state of slaughter. Particularly, the vine-like plant monsters proved to be exceptionally troublesome. Consequently, Qin Feng, gritting his teeth, summoned the blue lion, yellow lion, black lion, and the Tyrannosaurus beast, pushing his way to the location of the corpse fragrance devil tuber. However, Qin Feng experienced a bittersweet sensation. Chapter 63. The Request of the Human Race Auction. 50 shares? The simultaneous control of 4 mechs was exceedingly taxing on the mind. Even with the acquisition of 2,000 points of mental energy, it still felt quite strenuous. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. Alone, I managed to engage in a collective onslaught against the golden-level corpse fragrance devil tuber. The terrifying floral scent emitted by the golden-level corpse fragrance devil tuber was indeed formidable, even with the barrier of the red lion mech. I was nearly ensnared by its allure. Yet, I ultimately succeeded in defeating it before the fragrance infiltrated the mech. As for the matter of rescuing Xiao Baiwa, Qin Feng did not dwell on it. After all, I had obtained the experience, points, equipment, materials, and herbs for myself. Beep, beep, beep. Just as I was preparing to head towards the Golden Sun Canyon, I suddenly received a frantic call notification. Tu Shan Yimeng? Upon recognizing the caller, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, but promptly answered. Before he could utter a word, he heard Tu Shan Yimeng's urgent voice on the other end. Qin Feng, help me. Save Chu, I beg you. The call from Tu Shan Yimeng was filled with chaos, and after uttering a disjointed plea, it abruptly disconnected. This left Qin Feng somewhat bewildered. Save Tu Shan Chu? What was happening? Was there truly someone plotting against Tu Shan Chu? In an instant, Qin Feng recalled the Tang Jinglong and Lu Rue he had slain with the Titan. Could it be that the Tang family was genuinely planning to target the Tu Shan family? Were Tang Jinglong and Lu Rue not solely pursuing him, but rather aiming for Tu Shan Chu? Moreover, Lu Rue had previously mentioned that the funding card he used had been exposed. Did this imply that the Tu Shan family had indeed become his scapegoat, leading to the Tang family's retribution against them? But why did Tu Shan Yimeng seek help from me? After all, I am merely a relic of a bygone profession. Please, I implore you, she said. Qin Feng also noted the significance of her final words. You? Did Tu Shan Yimeng genuinely believe that a formidable force stood behind her? Just as Qin Feng was musing over this, he received a call request from Jiang Ying-er. He answered it without hesitation. The cacophony of battle echoed on the other end. With a weary tone, Jiang Ying-er candidly stated, Qin Feng, we require your assistance with the human auction. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, but maintained his composure. Why me? He inquired. Jiang Ying-er seemed to grasp his confusion and quickly elucidated the situation. Soon, Qin Feng comprehended the conspiracy surrounding the Seven Suns Canyon and the human auction that had unfolded that very day. The catalyst was indeed his utilization of Tu Shan Chu's funding card. However, the true aim of today's plot was not merely vengeance. Instead, several extraordinary factions, led by the Lanyan Tang family and the Zichuan Tuaba family, sought to exploit the pretext of avenging Tang Shaw to carve up the Lan Yun human auction for themselves. From a moment the Seven Suns Canyon was opened, the plans of the Tang and Tua Ba families had commenced. A multitude of professionals infiltrated the canyon to besiege the peripheral members of the human auction and Tu Shan Yuchu in her attempt to rescue Tu Shan Yuchu. Tu Shan Yimeng led the elite of the human auction to the Seven Suns Canyon, but they had been completely lost for several hours. As for why both Tu Shan Yimeng and Jiang Ying Er chose to beseech me, Jiang Ying Er unabashedly revealed, "You have the ability to slay a platinum-tier, three-legged golden crow." Upon hearing this rationale, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He was certain that when he vanquished the three-legged golden crow, he was the sole survivor in the entire Sun Canyon. The regional announcement had concealed his identity by divine means. He had assumed no one would discover that the slayer of the three-legged golden crow was he. To his astonishment, both Tu Shan Yimeng and Jiang Ying Er had deduced it. Moreover, they seemed utterly convinced that a powerful force capable of effortlessly dispatching a platinum-tier, three-legged golden crow existed behind him. Thus, in their moment of desperation, they turned to me, this seemingly antiquated professional, for aid. Suddenly, Qin Feng connected all the dots. Rest assured, the human auction will never divulge your secret. Furthermore, if you save Yuchu, you shall receive a full 50% share of the entire Lan Yun human auction. Jiang Ying Er, seemingly anxious about Qin Feng's potential refusal, implored him earnestly. Simultaneously, a contract, notarized by the will of the heavens and personally signed by Tu Shan Yimeng, was sent directly by Jiang Ying Er. Upon seeing this document, Qin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. The human auction house can be regarded as the wealthiest entity within the entire human federation. Although Tu Shan Yimeng was offering merely half of the shares from the Blue Cloud City branch, it still represented an unfathomable sum. Extraordinary professionals from every city engage in transactions through the human auction house, and the financial flows involved could only be described as terrifying. Otherwise, the Tang and Toba clans would not dare to risk attempting to seize control of the human auction house in Blue Cloud City. The fact that Tu Shan Yimeng was willing to directly bestow upon him a 50 share was indeed a gesture of immense sincerity. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that such immense wealth would not be easily obtained. The Tang and Toba clans must have made thorough preparations to take action against the human auction house. Even if the conditions set by the human auction house merely required him to rescue Tu Shan Yuchu, the dangers involved could surpass everything he had ever faced. More critically, he truly lacked a reliable backing. The assistance that Tu Shan Yimeng and Jiang Ying Er believed would aid him in his ascension and in defeating the powerful adversaries and extraordinary forces was fundamentally reliant on him alone. Qin Feng found himself in a quandary. Rationality urged him to refuse. When it came to conflicts between extraordinary forces, he could easily remain uninvolved. According to Jiang Ying Er's descriptions, it seemed that only she and Tu Shan Yimeng had inferred the connection between the Bone Dragon's secret realm, the Qingyun Demon Garrison, and the Sunlight Valley concerning himself. If he chose not to intervene, he could continue to focus on his own advancement. Yet, if he accepted the conditions of the human auction house and acquired that 50 share, it would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable advantage. The process of creating 500 Beast King mechas in the Qinquan Belt had already made Qin Feng realize that relying solely on himself to gather all the mecha and equipment materials was exceedingly challenging. Had it not been for the extraordinary metals he had stumbled upon in the Qingyun Demon Garrison, he would have had to waste a great deal of time scavenging in the wilderness to complete the 100 Beast King, Titan, and Freedom Gundam. However, with the support of the human auction house, his mecha materials would no longer be a source of concern. Qin Feng, you were from the old days, aware of the hardships of that era. Just as Qin Feng hesitated, Jiang Ying Er suddenly expressed her sentiments. I am from the old days, and so is the president. But we have never ceased our attempts to break the shackles of this era. Do you truly believe that the Tang and Toba clans are merely coveting the human auction house? You are mistaken. They are unwilling to allow the past to stand on equal footing with them. Qin Feng, I comprehend your concerns, yet I implore you, for the sake of our shared history, to rescue Yuechu. She has done no wrong. As she spoke her final words, Jiang Ying Er was already choked with emotion. Hearing her words, Qin Feng felt a constriction in his heart. He suddenly realized that this was no longer merely a conspiracy driven by self-interest. It was a relentless slaughter of the past unfolding in this extraordinary era. Why should this be so? An overwhelming fury surged within Qin Feng. He was consumed by a mad impulse to shatter the very heavens and earth. Very well, I shall comply. Chapter 64. The Interception by Tooba Henku. With that, he inscribed his name upon the transfer contract. He then piloted the Red Lion towards the intersection of Muyao and the canyon. Meanwhile, trapped within the formation, Tushan Yame received the notification of the successful signing of the contract. She hurriedly opened it, and upon seeing Qin Feng's signature, tears welled up in her eyes. In Lanyan City, at the human auction house, bloodied and battered, Chu Qianai turned to the young man beside him and remarked softly, "Jiuge, do you resent your father's choices?" Chu Jiuge, with a similarly bloodied visage, responded with a faint smile, "Father, this is the choice of the Chu family, and I am a part of it." Hearing this, Chu Qianai let out a hearty laugh. "Excellent. Jiuge, let me demonstrate the Jiuge swordsmanship for you once more." With that, he let out a series of powerful roars. 3 long swords radiating golden light soared from his hands, slicing toward the multitude of extraordinary practitioners attempting to breach the human auction house. In an instant, the hall was filled with the fierce energy of swords, and practitioners fell one after another. On the opposite side of the hall, a grim-faced giant bellowed in anger, "Chu Qiantai, do not deceive yourself. Tushan Yame has already been slain. If you cease now, you may yet preserve the Chu family." Yet, Chu Qianai merely laughed heartily. "Begone. Do you take me for a fool? Where is the kill notification for the 4th-tier practitioner? I wager it 1 TB long before we receive news of the deaths of that old scoundrel Tang Zhan and Tuobazue Lu." In the Golden Yao Canyon, Qin Feng, having just arrived, discovered that the ground was strewn with metallic wreckage. The remnants of various machines far exceeded even those in the dilapidated junkyards of the outside world. Were it not for his urgent need to reach the Moon Yao Canyon, he would have relished the opportunity to scavenge here. In the more spiritually enriched Golden Yao Canyon, there would undoubtedly be even more metals transformed into extraordinary materials. However, time was of the essence. Jiang Yinger had already sent him intelligence. In Zichuan City, the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Zuelu, a 5th-tier beastmaster, had arrived at the 7 Yao Canyon and entered the Moon Yao Canyon just moments ago. Time was indeed pressing. With a reluctant roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex expressed its dissatisfaction. Qin Feng piloted the Red Lion, deftly maneuvering through the colossal wreckage of machines scattered around him, swiftly making his way towards the intersection of the Golden Sun Canyon and the Silver Moon Canyon. Before long, he arrived at the site of a relatively intact aircraft carrier, where a considerable gathering of people had assembled beneath its massive structure. Upon glancing at the panel of the Red Lion, Qin Feng discerned that the entrance to the Silver Moon Canyon lay directly above on the deck. At that moment, an intense battle was unfolding atop the deck, where a beast resembling a bull forged from silver clashed with a perfectly coordinated team of 5. A young man clad in golden armor stood quietly to the side, intermittently casting beams of light upon the silver bull, which bore a single colossal horn. Qin Feng immediately recognized the golden-armored youth as Tuoba Henku, whom he had encountered previously at the Canyon Square. The Tuoba family? Golden Sun? Qin Feng had initially felt a twinge of discomfort regarding Tuoba Henku's choice of the Golden Sun Canyon, suspecting it to be a deliberate act of affection towards Tushan Yuechu, as it was the closest canyon to the Silver Moon Canyon. However, he had since learned that the Tuoba family and the Qin family were the masterminds behind the upcoming human auction. Thus, it became evident that Tuoba Henku's choice of this canyon was not a mere coincidence, but rather a calculated decision with deeper motives. "Tuoba Henku, shall we pass?" Consider it a favor. Someone from the battling team called out to Tuoba Henku, who simply smiled and shook his head, continuing to command the Silver Bull in combat against the team. The onlookers gathered beneath the aircraft carrier erupted in laughter. They speculated on the reasons behind the throngs of people eager to venture into the Silver Moon Canyon. Surely they wished to catch a glimpse of Tushan Yuechu's foxtail. "If only I could best Tuoba Henku, I would join them. Don't even think about it." Tuoba Henku clearly intends to eliminate any competition. Another remarked, "Did you not see how he is sealed off the Golden Sun Canyon? This is to thwart you lecherous fools." Yet, it was astonishing to witness how Tuoba Henku despite being a beastmaster, possessed such formidable close combat prowess, managing to subdue even the silver-ranked bull with ease. From a distance, Qin Feng listened to snippets of the crowd chatter and suddenly grasped the underlying reason for Tooba Henko's choice of the Golden Sun Canyon. Interception. Yes, it made perfect sense. Tooba Henko's decision to enter the Golden Sun Canyon was likely not merely to be closer to Tu Shanyameng or to obstruct other competitors from entering the Silver Moon Canyon. His true objective was to intercept reinforcements for the human auction attempting to traverse from the Golden Sun Canyon into the Silver Moon Canyon. How insidious! Had he not been aware of the truth, Qin Feng might truly be deceived by this individual, who he mistakenly believes to be a hopeless romantic deeply infatuated with Tu Shanyameng. Meanwhile, the battle on the platform has concluded. That small team, unable to withstand the might of the Silver-Tier Horned Bull, conceded defeat and reluctantly vacated the deck. Tooba Henko courteously gestured towards the crowd below, proclaiming, "As you all know, I stand here for a reason. The rules remain unchanged. Should anyone defeat me, they shall gain entry to the Moonlight Gorge. I bear no grievances." Following this grandiloquent declaration, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Yet, no one dared to challenge Tooba Henko. All present had witnessed his formidable prowess. Even the silver-tier, rampaging bull of the Golden Moon Gorge was sealed by him. Without a strength exceeding the fourth transition, no one would dare to step forward and confront him lightly. From a distance, Qin Feng found the situation somewhat amusing. He was tempted to pilot the Red Lion and leap onto the deck to deliver a swift blow. However, Jiang Inger had advised him to remain low-key until he found Tu Shanyameng. After some contemplation, he decided to suppress his impulse, retracting the Red Lion and making his way alone toward the aircraft carrier's deck. "Why are you here to stir trouble, old-timer? Is the Golden Moon Gorge not enough for you to scavenge?" Someone spotted Qin Feng. Yet, upon seeing that his profession was Mecha Master, they frowned and voiced their discontent. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained utterly composed as he advanced toward the deck. Upon reaching the center of the deck, a mere dozen meters from Tooba Henko, he halted. Tooba Henko also noted Qin Feng's profession. However, upon discovering that Qin Feng had reached level 49, he was somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, his expression remained confident as he smiled and addressed Qin Feng. "Ah, my friend, do you wish to challenge me? Are you aware of the power of this horn bull? Engaging in a duel may result in casualties. Well then, let us begin." Qin Feng simply nodded, appearing unperturbed by Tooba Henko's warning. His demeanor, however, stirred unease among the numerous extraordinary professionals below. Chapter 65. The Living Beast-Type Mecha? A single stroke to defeat Tooba. They began to hurl insults at Qin Feng. Tooba Henko on the deck reined in his smile, casting a disapproving glance at Qin Feng. "Prepare to meet your defeat," he bellowed, gesturing towards the colossal bull by his side. The once silver-tier horned bull let out a deafening roar and charged directly at Qin Feng. The vast deck of the aircraft carrier trembled with a thunderous sound, as if it were about to be crushed under the formidable weight of the horned bull. The numerous extraordinary professionals below erupted in delight, cheering wildly, eager to witness the spectacle of Qin Feng, an antiquated profession, being hurled away by the horned bull. However, at the very moment the giant horned beast charged forward, Qin Feng, akin to Tooba Henko, gently waved his hand. The sound of mechanical space activating resonated, and a mechanical dinosaur, standing just over a meter tall, yet emanating a faint golden glow, leaped onto the deck. It emitted a somewhat juvenile mechanical roar towards the oncoming giant horned beast. This formidable creature, having consumed a considerable amount of extraordinary metals along its journey, had attained level 32, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. This ancient era even possesses beast tamers. One scoffed. "Nonsense. What beast tamers could possibly exist in such a time? That's merely a heap of metallic refuse." Another mocked. "Surely this fellow doesn't believe that his crafted junk can triumph over Tooba Henko's beasts?" On the platform, Qin Feng remained unfazed by the ridicule surrounding him. He gently patted the mechanical dinosaur's head, which responded with an excited low growl. Its sharp horns glimmered softly in golden light, followed by a deep engine-like roar. With a thunderous crash, it surged forward, aiming directly at the giant horned beast, which was several times its size. The spectators below, initially startled by the speed exhibited by the mechanical dinosaur, erupted into laughter. The disparity between the two combatants was simply too great. The giant horn of the giant horned beast was nearly larger than the entire body of the mechanical dinosaur. To all present, the dinosaur appeared as oblivious as Qin Feng himself, undoubtedly destined to be taught a lesson by Tooba Henku and the giant horned beast. However, just as the expressions of derision adorned the faces of the crowd, including Tooba Henku, and as they watched the impending clash, a resounding crash echoed through the air. To their astonishment, it was the massive silver figure that was sent flying. In an instant, all smiles froze, laughter ceased abruptly, replaced solely by the anguished wails of the giant horned beast soaring through the air. With a thunderous impact, the giant horned beast crashed onto the deck, shattering the already beleaguered battleship's surface and plummeting into its inner chambers. The once derided mechanical dinosaur let out a series of jubilant howls before following suit into the gaping hole. Subsequently, the ship resonated with the continuous cries of the giant horned beast, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. None could comprehend why the giant horned beast had been defeated. It was clearly a silver-tiered beast. Although it had lost much of its original silver-tier strength, its prior displays had already attested to its ferocity. With just this one beast, Tooba Henku had vanquished numerous challengers. Yet, how could it have succumbed, especially to a creature fashioned from mere metallic scraps? What on earth had transpired? What exactly is this metallic dinosaur? Is it a formidable spirit beast clad in dazzling metallic armor? Could it possibly be an alchemical creature? Amidst the extraordinary practitioners present, one suddenly voiced his thoughts. However, an alchemist promptly shook his head, asserting there were no signs of alchemical processes involved. It resembled something far more intriguing. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, pressing for clarification on what it resembled. The middle-aged alchemist gazed up at Qin Feng on the deck, expressing uncertainty as he remarked that it appeared akin to a living ancient beast-type mech. What? Upon hearing this absurd response, the crowd erupted in astonishment, incredulously believing the alchemist had lost his senses. Meanwhile, on the deck, Tooba Henku also overheard the discussions, his expression darkening considerably. He had never anticipated that an ancient being could produce such a marvel. He was determined not to let this unexpected emergence of an ancient entity sabotage his efforts to gain renown at the human auction. Tooba Henku swiftly retrieved a short staff from within his robes. The lower half resembled an ordinary staff, while the upper half transformed into a golden short sword. With a resounding crash, Tooba Henku charged towards Qin Feng, each step resonating like thunder. His golden armor began to emit a faint golden glow, resembling a true heavy-armored warrior as he advanced toward the poised Qin Feng. Tooba Henku was intent on engaging this ancient being in close combat. In an instant, the crowd below the deck erupted in fervor once more. Although Tooba Henku was a beast master, his melee capabilities rivaled those of fighters of the same rank. This ancient being was doomed. It was utterly inexperienced, allowing the metallic dinosaur to stray from its side. Even if it were some form of beast-type mech, the attributes of ancient professions could not possibly compare to those of extraordinary practitioners. As discussion swirled, Tooba Henku closed the distance to Qin Feng. Without mercy, he swung the short staff towards Qin Feng. The golden sword at the staff's tip radiated a brilliant sword light, striking forcefully towards Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng remained composed. Stepping forward with a resounding thud, the deck buckled beneath his foot, creating a shallow dent as he leaped backward, successfully evading Tooba Henku's assault. Undeterred, Tooba Henku bore a cruel smile as he pressed forward with thunderous steps, inching closer to Qin Feng. Yet, while still airborne, Qin Feng quietly summoned within his heart Divine Grip. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Acquired skill, Sword Core. A surge of joy coursed through Qin Feng, prompting him to instinctively reach into the void. With a gentle pull, a surge of electric sparks erupted from the void. A sword, resembling a streak of lightning and several meters in length, was drawn forth by Qin Feng. At that moment, the armored Toa Ba Hung Chu, brandishing a short sword and a staff, had once again approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt an overwhelming power being swiftly siphoned away by the radiant sword in his grasp. Without uttering a word, he swung the sword fiercely towards Toa Ba Hung Chu. With a crack, Toa Ba Hung Chu instinctively raised his short staff to block the luminous blade. Yet, The staff shattered upon impact. The sword continued its descent. However, Qin Feng perceived a momentary darkness before him as the electric glow upon the sword dimmed slightly. Nevertheless, it still struck Tuo Ba Hung Chu's shoulder. With a thunderous crash, Tuo Ba Hung Chu was sent sprawling onto the deck, unconscious. As the sword dissipated with a crackling sound, Qin Feng swayed slightly. Casting a glance at the fallen Tuo Ba Hung Chu before striding towards the intersection of Jin Yao and Yue Yao. Suddenly, the battle within the aircraft carrier's hold came to a halt. A towering Tyrannosaurus swiftly leapt out, clutching a glimmering orb in its mouth. Along with several items of evidently superior quality, it bounced towards the intersection. However, as it passed by the unconscious Tuo Hung Chu, the Tyrannosaurus paused. Chapter 66. The Second Denial of Han Shursi. It noticed that Qin Feng had entered the intersection, leaving the Jin Yao Canyon. Shaking its head gently, the mechanical eyes of the creature sparkled with a renewed brilliance. The next moment, it lunged towards Tuo Ba Hung Chu's side. After several seconds, the Tyrannosaurus departed with a swagger, its mouth nearly overflowing with treasures. All that remained was the still unconscious Tuo Ba Hung Chu, rapidly being stripped of his gear, and a multitude of extraordinary professionals below, all with mouths agape and speechless. No one had anticipated such an outcome. The most formidable combatant in the entire Jin Yao Canyon, Tuo Ba Hung Chu, had been vanquished by an unknown relic professional with a single strike. Moreover, how had an ancient profession acquired such formidable skills? That sword appeared as if conjured from thin air. Was it a lightning-based spell? Yet, weren't ancient professionals devoid of extraordinary skills? This relic professional was a Mecha Master, capable of wielding a lightning sword, and with just one blow, he had laid Tuo Ba Hung Chu low. Was Tuo Ba Hung Chu's close-quarters combat ability truly so feeble that he could not withstand a single strike from an ancient professional? Additionally, that mechanical dinosaur seemed excessively powerful. It had even sent a silver-tier giant horned bull flying. What rank was it? Even more astonishing is the sheer absurdity of the situation. They not only excavated the core of the colossal horned beast, but also collected its equipment. Remarkably, before departing, they stripped Tuo Ba Henku of his gear. Tuo Ba Henku, the strongest among the younger generation of Zichuan City, a third-tier beastmaster possessing extraordinary prowess in close combat, rivaling that of a warrior. To think he was utterly disrobed by a mechanical dinosaur. If this were to spread, it would send shockwaves through the community. Just as the onlookers were grappling with the astonishing scene they had witnessed, a fiery red figure soared toward them from the distance. Upon arriving above the deck and spotting the half-clad Tuo Ba Henku, the newcomer gasped, "Brother Henku, how could this happen to you?" The arrival was none other than Xiao Mu'er, who had journeyed from the fiery canyon in search of Tuo Ba Henku. Her astonishment mirrored that of the crowd as she beheld his tragic state. Fortunately, she quickly covered her mouth, refraining from revealing her own embarrassing ordeal of having been stripped. However, witnessing Tuo Ba Henku's pitiful condition, which was worse than her own, ignited a fierce determination within her. "I will not let you escape." The young girl gritted her silver teeth and leapt onto the deck to shield Tuo Ba Henku's body. Meanwhile, the Xiao family members, having arrived shortly thereafter, swiftly began dispersing the gathered crowd. Yet, the departing professionals remained in a daze, struggling to comprehend the fact that Tuo Ba Henku had been defeated by an ancient foe. They were further stunned by Xiao Mu'er's unfinished remark, which carried staggering implications. How could you also have been? What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Xiao Mu'er had also been vanquished? One possibility surged through their minds, causing their breaths to quicken. Have you noticed? Xiao Mu'er has replaced that golden robe. Suddenly, a voice dropped in volume, prompting a collective gasp from the crowd. The pace of their departure hastened, as if fearing they might be silenced by Xiao Mu'er at any moment. Good heavens! Even Xiao Mu'er had fallen victim to that fiend. At the same time, deep within the wood canyon, an ice vessel glided over a forest. On board, Han Shursi, clad in a slightly disheveled white robe, surveyed the now toxin-free woodland with a face as cold as ice, filled with bewilderment. Whoosh! The ice vessel sliced through the air, swiftly reaching the heart of the forest. When Han Shursi beheld Xiao Baihua meditating beside the remnants of the corpse flower, his eyes widened in astonishment once more. He remained silent, patiently awaiting what would unfold. After a considerable interval, a rumbling sound echoed from beyond the forest. Amidst the tumultuous echoes, the voice of Dantai Passion resounded. "Do not panic, my disciple. I have come to rescue you." This proclamation caused the corners of Han Shirsi's eyes to twitch involuntarily aboard the ice vessel. Momolate, dante poxion, exuding en extraordinary aura, gazed in astonishment at his unscathed disciple, Xiao Baiwa, alongside the ethereal flower manifestation hovering over the corpse of the corpse fragrance demon tuber. Dead? Dantai Passion remained momentarily bewildered. He had anticipated a fierce battle. The golden tier corpse fragrance demon tuber was a formidable foe, one that even the 7th transition Han Shirsi could hardly vanquish with ease. Yet now, the corpse fragrance demon tuber lay slain. His disciple, Xiao Baiwa, had already commenced absorbing its essence. "Han Chengzhu, is it you?" Dantai Passion inquired, puzzled. However, Han Shirsi shook his head vehemently. "It was not I." Dantai Passion's lips twitched, for he noted Han Shirsi's use of "not I," reminiscent of a prior encounter beside the corpse of the 3-legged golden crow, when Han Shirsi had similarly denied responsibility for its demise. This time, he offered the same denial. But who could possibly have slain the golden tier corpse fragrance demon tuber? He could not fathom that his disciple, Xiao Baiwa, possessed the prowess to vanquish such a formidable entity. Could it be that elusive master who had previously dispatched the platinum 3-legged golden crow? Suddenly, the ethereal flower manifestation enveloping the corpse fragrance demon tuber collapsed, swiftly entering Xiao Baihua's body. Instantly, Xiao Baihua's aura surged dramatically. Dantai Passion, witnessing this spectacle, could not contain his elation. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Baiwa gradually awakened, his eyes brimming with joy. "Master, I have succeeded," he exclaimed upon seeing Dantai Passion's arrival, hastily acknowledging Han Shirsi as well. "Han Chengzhu." Both Dantai Passion and Han Shirsi nodded in satisfaction, sensing that Xiao Baiwa had ascended to the 3rd transition realm. Moreover, they understood that subduing such a powerful botanical entity as the corpse fragrance demon tuber would significantly enhance Xiao Baihua's strength. However, what intrigued them more than Xiao Baihua's newfound power was the mystery surrounding the demise of the corpse fragrance demon tuber. "Disciple, do tell me, who was responsible for slaying the corpse fragrance demon tuber?" Dantai Passion could not restrain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Baihua's smile faded rapidly, as if grappling with a deep conflict. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally lifted his gaze. "Han Chengzhu, Master, do you believe that in this extraordinary era, beast-shaped battle mechas might still exist?" In the Weiyao Gorge, Qin Feng stood speechless before a pile of equipment laid out before him, alongside the exuberant Tyrannosaurus Rex, eagerly seeking praise. Among the items, there were several that Qin Feng found strikingly familiar. A golden helmet, a suit of golden armor, a golden belt, and a pair of golden boots. Was this not precisely the attire worn moments ago by Tuoba Henku? Had it been stripped away by the Tyrannosaurus beast? Observing Qin Feng's somewhat exasperated expression, the Tyrannosaurus seemed to grasp the situation, letting out a low growl of inquiry towards him. In response, Qin Feng chuckled gently, shaking his head while affectionately patting its head. What does one do when a mischievous child at home is aired? Naturally, one indulges them. Moreover, is collecting some equipment truly a mistake? Certainly not. After gathering the items strewn about, he recalled the Tyrannosaurus back into his possession. Only then did he turn his gaze skyward over the moonlit canyon, where a crimson moon hung ominously, casting a blood-red light that rendered the entire canyon somewhat eerie and foreboding. Chapter 67. The Golden Level Ancient Belt. Encounter with Jiangli. Moments later, Qin Feng perused his contacts, discovering that he had not received any new intelligence from Jiang Yinger. Thus, he sought a quiet spot to recuperate. The recent use of the Divine Grip had summoned the Titan's Sword Core skill, which had indeed drained a significant amount of his energy. Sword Core unleashes the full potential of the mech, delivering a powerful blow to the target with a high probability of shattering their defenses. During his confrontation with Tang Jinglong, he had activated the Titan's Sword Core skill at the last moment. The description of this Sword Core was remarkably straightforward, yet its consumption was alarmingly severe. After vanquishing Tang Jinglong, several pieces of silver equipment from the second furnace had been entirely depleted, and the Titan had come to a complete halt, its body suffering extensive damage. One could assert that this Sword Core despite its dazzling appearance, was indeed a desperate maneuver. Even with Qin Feng utilizing the divine grip to execute the sword core, he had nearly exhausted himself, managing only with great difficulty to complete that one decisive strike. However, the power of the sword core was undeniably formidable. It had severed Tooba Henku's short sword staff in a single stroke, rendering Tooba himself unconscious. After consuming some prepared provisions and resting briefly, Qin Feng resolved to craft the Qinquan belt, with the golden core obtained from the giant-horned barbarian bull slain by the Tyrannosaurus. He had finally gathered 5 elemental cores. Although the equipment dropped by the giant-horned barbarian bull did not include a golden belt, Tooba Henku's set of gear fortuitously possessed a belt with golden attributes, and remarkably, it was of golden quality. This perfectly complemented his collection of 5 5-star attribute belts. Thus, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement as his consciousness delved into the mechanical realm. 5 spirit cores and 5 belts were simultaneously cast into furnace number 3. With a resounding boom, the furnace erupted in a dazzling golden light. The intense heat emanating from it caused even the nearby Tyrannosaurus to cautiously retreat. Moments later, a technologically advanced belt soared out from furnace number 3. With a mere thought, Qin Feng grasped the freshly produced Qinquan belt in his hands. Its considerable weight and striking appearance left him breathless, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to his expectations. However, at the center of the belt, 5 gems radiating a faint glow had been added. On either side, there were knobs that could be rotated. Filled with anticipation, Qin Feng examined the attributes of the Qinquan belt. Qinquan belt, golden. Description: a special combat mecha component that absorbs the power of the 5 elements, serving as the engine of light and shadow mechas. Category: belt, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: strength 2850, agility 2140, constitution 2860, spirit 3050, durability 5000 5000. Bonus effect: 5 elements binding Qinquan. Passive effect: when the wearer casts any fixed skill, an additional skill effect is automatically applied without cooldown. Additional effect: 5 elements death technique. Passive effect: reduces damage from 5 element attribute skills by 20. Special state: strength engine mode, inactive, golden. Upon witnessing the completion of the Qinquan belt, Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement, realizing it truly was of golden quality. He couldn't help but shake his fist in triumph. Although among the crafted spirit cores and belts there existed 1 golden spirit core and 2 golden belts, which led him to anticipate that the Qinquan belt would possess remarkable quality. Seeing it officially classified as golden still filled him with exhilaration. In this extraordinary era, not only were golden-grade ancient equipment scarce, but even ordinary or black iron-grade items were exceedingly rare. This golden Qinquan belt might very well be the sole golden-grade ancient equipment in this world. Moreover, the additional attributes of the Qinquan belt were astonishingly powerful. They surpassed even the attributes of the previously renowned Beast God Roaring Armor, nearly doubling its attribute points. It also exceeded the properties of the 2 golden belts utilized as materials. With this single piece of equipment alone, Qin Feng's combat prowess would increase by at least 20 stars. Additionally, aside from the previously known 5 elements binding Qinquan, the belt boasted the unexpected 5 elements death technique, which delighted Qin Feng immensely. A reduction of 20 damage from 5 element attribute skills was an incredibly formidable effect. His survivability against mage-type professions would significantly improve. Qin Feng was in high spirits, thoroughly satisfied with his newly acquired Qinquan belt. He directly affixed it to his waist. The mechanical structure of the belt emitted a gentle click. Soon, it was adjusted to a size suitable for Qin Feng. Instantly, he felt a significant surge of power coursing through him. Just then, a notification sound echoed. He immediately checked, discovering a coordinate sent by Jiang Inger, accompanied by an urgent expression. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng realized that this might be the location of Tushan Yuechu. Without hesitation, he boarded the Red Lion mech and surged toward the coordinates. Beneath the blood-red moonlight, the dark crimson-painted Red Lion mech seemed to meld into the moonlight canyon. As he passed numerous professionals, his figure went unnoticed. In less than half an hour, Qin Feng arrived near the coordinates Jiang Inger had sent. However, there was no fierce battle occurring. Instead, a dozen extraordinary professionals surrounded a figure clad in golden armor, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Beast God Howling Sky Armor. At a glance, Qin Feng recognized that golden armor as the very piece he had sold to Tu Shan. To his bewilderment, the individual wearing the Beast God Howling Sky Armor was not Tu Shan, as he had initially thought, but rather Jiang Li. Though the person was battered and bloodied, Qin Feng still managed to identify him. It was Jiang Li, who had accompanied him to the Seven Luminaries Canyon to transport equipment for the human auction. What puzzled Qin Feng was that Jiang Li was evidently an old-school profession. If memory served, he was a mechanist, a unique combat profession capable of transforming his body into mechanical metal to enhance his attributes. Yet, how was he able to don the Beast God Howling Sky Armor now? An old-school profession could not activate any attribute effects while wearing extraordinary equipment. At that moment, Qin Feng also heard the shouts and curses from the dozen extraordinary professionals. "You bastard, take off that armor. I might spare your life. The Tu Shan family has turned you into a monster with alchemy, and you're still serving them? Are you out of your mind? You're nothing but a Tu Shan family's alchemical pet. Do you even realize that? You're worth less than a dog." In response to the beating and insult from the professionals, a nearly unrecognizable Jiang Li managed to rise several times, clutching at those attempting to escape, shouting incoherently, "I will not let you pass even if I die. If you have the guts, just kill me. None of you will get this armor. Haha." Chapter 68. Tu Shan Yuechu's self-incrimination beneath the blood-red moonlight. Jiang Li, bloodied and battered, launched each attack with fervor. A green luminescence began to emanate from his body, causing several extraordinary pieces of equipment, including the Beast God's Howl armor, to sparkle like distant stars. This spectacle left Qin Feng, who was not far away, utterly astonished. Through the dialogue exchanged between the parties, Qin Feng seemed to grasp the reason behind Jiang Li's ability to don extraordinary equipment. It was achieved through alchemical means. He had previously heard from Tang Jinglong that human auctions could utilize alchemy, allowing past professions to temporarily wield extraordinary gear. To his surprise, it was indeed true. Jiang Li mentioned that the Beast God's Howl armor could not be forcibly removed. Only upon his death would the armor likely be destroyed as well. This revelation likely explained why the dozen or so individuals had refrained from killing Jiang Li. Sighing at the sight of the ravaged Jiang Li, Qin Feng resolved to intervene. Although his primary purpose in this place was to rescue Tu Shan Yuechu, witnessing Jiang Li's plight stirred his compassion. Beneath the moonlight, the Red Lion, nestled among a heap of metallic debris, was preparing to activate its engine. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed a faint cluster of lights appearing on the Red Lion's control panel, forming a surrounding circle precisely where Jiang Li was located. In an instant, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Those lights were unmistakably life forms. The Red Lion's built-in scanning function made this identification effortless. In the Chio Gorge, such lights typically represented wild creatures or professionals, but only those under command could create such a perfect encirclement. A trap. Qin Feng's heart raced. The coordinates sent to him by Jiang Ying should not be erroneous, which meant this was indeed the place where Tu Shan Yuechu was most vulnerable to danger. Yet, all that appeared here was a battered Jiang Li and those lying in ambush. This could only signify one thing. They were awaiting Tu Shan Yuechu to walk into their snare. Jiang Ying's coordinates were not indicative of Tu Shan Yuechu's location, but rather the site of a trap. However, Qin Feng was filled with confusion. Why did the professionals from the Tang and Toba families believe that Tu Shan Yuechu would surely come here? Clearly, only the former profession of Jiang Li was present. Could it be that they thought Tu Shan Yuechu would return for the equipment Jiang Li possessed? There were 172 individuals. Qin Feng counted the number of ambushing professionals around him, his heart sinking. He finally understood that the 50 shares of the human auction were not so easily obtained. In order to deal with a single Tu Shan Yuechu, the Tang and Toba families had actually dispatched so many professionals. Fortunately, the Red Lion Mecha, utilizing the scattered metallic debris and the cover of moonlight, remained undetected by them. Otherwise, before he could rescue Tu Shan Yuechu, he would have had to engage in a fierce battle with these extraordinary professionals. As Qin Feng pondered whether to deal with the ambushers in advance, he suddenly heard a distant whistling sound. Soon, a snow-white figure rushed forth from afar, accompanied by 3 massive rays of white light trailing behind, resembling 3 grand, fluffy tails. Even from a considerable distance, Qin Feng could sense the fluffiness of those 3 tails. It was Tu Shan Yuechu. In an instant, Qin Feng recognized her identity. He never anticipated that Tu Shan Yuechu would actually arrive at this ambush location. However, it was too late to warn her. For behind Tu Shan Yuechu, a nearly 100-meter-long golden centipede was in pursuit. A middle-aged man clad in a red robe stood atop the centipede's head, continuously directing red beams towards the advancing Tu Shan Yuechu. Qin Feng knew that this must be Tuo Ba Zue Lu, the head of the Tuo Ba family, a fifth-tier beastmaster. At that moment, Jiang Li, who was being besieged, also noticed the approaching Tu Shan Yuechu. He anxiously cried out, "Miss Tu Shan, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. I'm not worth it." Yet, under Tuo Ba Zue Lu's intentional pursuit, Tu Shan Yuechu had already stepped into the ambush circle. One after another, professionals emerged, blocking her path. Ultimately, Tu Shan Yuechu found herself before Jiang Li. "Miss Tu Shan, please go. My worthless life is not worth your rescue." The dozen or so professionals who had previously beaten Jiang Li had long departed. Jiang Li, observing the faces of those emerging around him, was filled with regret and urgency. Yet, Tu Shan Yuechu remained icy and composed, turning to stand protectively in front of Jiang Li. She gazed at the numerous extraordinary professionals surrounding her, along with Tuo Ba Zue Lu riding the golden centipede. At this moment, just under 100 meters away, Qin Feng watched in astonishment as the members of the Tang and Tuo Ba families passed silently by the Red Lion, his expression reflecting surprise as he regarded Tu Shan Yuechu, who stood before Jiang Li. Just minutes earlier, he had been puzzled as to why the ambushers from the Tang and Tuo Ba families were so confident that a single Jiang Li could lure Tu Shan Yuechu into a trap. And now, he witnessed Tu Shan Yuechu's arrival and her determination to protect Jiang Li. It turned out she had indeed come to save Jiang Li. This truly exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Tu Shan Yuechu had risked her life to save an old acquaintance, willingly entering the ambush circle while being pursued by a fifth-tier beastmaster. Tu Shan Yuechu, cease your struggles and accept my mark. The nine-tailed fox shall become a true divine beast in my hands. At this moment, atop a colossal golden centipede, Tuo Ba Zue Lu bellowed towards Tu Shan Yuechu. Surrounding them, numerous professionals shouted at her, their words laced with such foulness that they were nearly unbearable. This incited great fury in Jiang Li, who, unable to stand, railed back at the crowd, desperately attempting to rise and fight. Yet, Tu Shan Yuechu pressed him back down to the ground. She offered no response, merely casting a cold gaze at the airborne Tuo Ba Zue Lu. Much like your sister, you are utterly oblivious. Once I subdue you, I shall capture that Guhua bird as well. Then, you sisters shall serve me together. Ha. Tuo Ba Zue Lu gazed down at Tu Shan Yuechu, an insatiable greed evident on his face. With a sweeping gesture, he beckoned forth the waiting extraordinary professionals, who, grinning maliciously, charged toward her. Upon witnessing the throng closing in, Jiang Li let out a fierce cry. A radiant glow emanated from him, and, simultaneously, a misty white light surged forth from his beast god Xiaotian armor. His injuries healed rapidly. With a swift motion, he produced a long blade exceeding a meter in length. Positioning himself like a true extraordinary professional, standing guard behind Tu Shan Yuechu. Meanwhile, she raised her head to glance at Tuo Ba Lu on the golden centipede, a grave expression crossing her exquisite features. Yet, as she observed the multitude of extraordinary professionals rushing toward her, along with the swiftly approaching attacks aimed at Jiang Li and herself, she gritted her teeth. A surge of sanguine light erupted from her, coalescing into a massive spectral white fox. The blood-red moonlight of the moonlit canyon cascaded down, solidifying the white fox manifestation. Its snowy fur transformed swiftly into a vibrant orange hue. Faced with an array of arrows, fireballs, and ice spikes, the white fox phantom effortlessly countered them all. Chapter 69. The Emergence of Beast-Type Mechas. The Shock of Tuo Ba Zue Lu. Excellent. Observing the appearance of the white fox phantom, Tuo Ba Zue Lu's expression turned jubilant. A golden short staff materialized in his hand, and after swiftly reciting an incantation, a red chain of energy shot forth like a sword into the white fox phantom. Tightening rapidly. Screech. The white fox phantom emitted a pained cry, its shifting fur reverting back to white. Below, Tu Shan Yuechu swayed, nearly losing her balance. Jiang Li, alarmed, exclaimed, "Miss Tushan, are you all right?" She gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on the red chain piercing the white fox phantom, her expression one of unwavering defiance. With a soft exhalation, she uttered a command. A torrent of sanguine light surged forth from within, swiftly melding into the ethereal form of the white fox. The fox trembled slightly, its hue of fiery orange rapidly fading and then beginning to spread anew. The tightening chain was abruptly halted by the white fox. How intriguing. Could it be that this is an ancient demon that has undergone 3 transformations? I did not anticipate such resilience. In the sky, Tuoba Zue Lu sensed the resistance emanating from the chain, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, with a sinister grin, he bellowed down to the multitude of professionals below, "Subdue her. I refuse to believe that an ancient demon from bygone days can defy fate." Yes, below, over 100 extraordinary professionals erupted in fervent howls, surging towards Tushan Yuchu and Jiang Li. Panic washed over Jiang Li's face, gritting his teeth. He grasped his long knife, ready to charge forth. But at that very moment, boom, 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 a series of resounding explosions echoed. Immediately after, for colossal metallic beasts leapt forth from the surrounding wreckage, plunging into the throng of professionals, unleashing a torrent of chaos. In mere moments, the formation of over 100 charging professionals was thrown into disarray. The 4 immense metallic beasts soon reached the sides of Tushan Yuchu and Jiang Li, encircling the two in a protective embrace. What manner of creature is this? Is there yet such formidable power hidden within the Moonlight Canyon? Is it metal? Has the Moonlight Canyon given birth to such beings? The surrounding extraordinary professionals retreated, daunted by the ferocity of these beasts, which had already claimed the lives of several of their own in a single onslaught. The sheer terror instilled by these formidable metallic entities was palpable. Jiang Li and Tushan Yuchu exchanged astonished glances at the 4 beasts shielding them. Had it not been for their timely arrival, Jiang Li, who had temporarily borrowed extraordinary equipment through alchemical means, would have been utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming number of extraordinary professionals. Should Tushan Yuchu have been surrounded and captured, she would have been unable to focus on resisting Tuobazue Lu's binding, with dire consequences looming. Yet at this moment, the most unexpected was Tuobazue Lu atop the golden centipede. To him, Tushan Yuchu, who had willingly stepped into the trap, could not escape his grasp, no matter her prodigious talents. Even if the 9-tailed fox she summoned were a legendary beast with formidable resistance, capturing her and subjecting her to relentless torment would surely lead to her easy subjugation. However, he had not anticipated the sudden emergence of these 4 metallic beasts. Unlike others, Tuobazue Lu did not assume these creatures were merely products of the Moonlight Canyon, for he had employed his identification technique. The attributes page of these metallic behemoths remains completely elusive. This situation can only lead to 2 possibilities. One is that these are alchemical beasts crafted by an alchemist. Yet, Tuobazue Lu sensed no trace of alchemy emanating from these 4 metallic giants. If they are not grand alchemical creatures, then there is but one other possibility. Beast-type mechas. Tuobazue Lu could scarcely believe his own judgment, for he had previously invested a fortune in the creation of a mecha. Yet it paled in comparison to these 4 beast-type mechas. In terms of size, speed, and combat prowess, there was no comparison whatsoever. These 4 beast-type mechas possessed a strength akin to that of genuine wild monsters. How much wealth must have been expended, and how many obsolete components, engines, and scarce fuels must have been gathered to successfully forge such formidable beast-type mechas. Moreover, they were crafted all at once, 4 of them. Tuobazue Lu would rather believe these were remnants from a bygone era, relics left in the Moonlight Canyon, than accept that in this extraordinary age, anyone could create such beast-type mechas. Yet, here they stood before him, leaving him no room for disbelief. But that was not the end of it. What perplexed Tuobazue Lu even further was how these 4 mechas were capable of executing skills. He had clearly witnessed magical abilities. The 4 beast-type mechas, resembling lions in their majesty, could unleash diverse skills. The crimson mecha emitted flames, the deep blue one released icy spikes, the pale yellow one summoned earth spikes, and the largest black mecha unleashed arcs of lightning. What on earth was happening? Could a mechanical creation from the ancient times possess such capabilities? How could they possibly be rendered obsolete by extraordinary professions? Nevertheless, Tooba Zue Lu lamented little, gently stepping upon the golden centipede beneath him. The golden centipede let out a low growl, sending forth a faint golden ripple towards the four beast-type mechas. Soon, astonishment returned to Tooba Zue Lu's face. Utilizing the exceptional scouting ability of his strongest beast, the centipede, he sought to ascertain the identity of the one controlling these four mechas. To his shock, he found no one within the cockpits of the beast-type mechas. Had he truly encountered the supernatural? Were these ancient mechanical creations birthed from self-awareness? Yet, Tooba Zue Lu swiftly dismissed this hypothesis. Gritting his teeth, he surveyed his surroundings and bellowed downward. These are merely ancient mechanical creations. You are extraordinary beings. What is there to fear? Find them. Bring forth all the ancient professions in the vicinity. Tooba Zue Lu harbored skepticism regarding the capability of these four antiquated mechs to engage in combat autonomously. He was certain that a practitioner from the bygone era lurked nearby, employing methods unknown to him for remote control. Although he remained oblivious to the construction of these four beastly mechs as a beast master, he understood that capturing the individual manipulating the mechs would render their might irrelevant. The olden days must be thoroughly eradicated. With that declaration, he bellowed, causing the chain that pierced the nine-tailed fox to tauten instantly. The spectral fox below emitted a wretched howl once more. The numerous extraordinary practitioners, taken aback by Tooba Zue Lu's proclamation, felt a significant reduction in their trepidation upon realizing that these metallic behemoths were not of the gold type, but rather relics of a bygone era. The dilapidated remnants of the past had momentarily startled him. Brothers, advance with me. Let us dismantle these iron monstrosities. The extraordinary practitioners rallied, vociferously reorganizing their formation and charging towards the four metallic titans. Meanwhile, a dozen agile practitioners began to scour the vicinity. In an instant, the battle erupted fiercely. Within a concealed chamber of a derelict spacecraft, Qin Feng, with his eyes tightly shut, gently opened them. Those four metallic behemoths were indeed the four Beast King mechs he had unleashed. He chose not to pilot them personally, but instead relied on his formidable mental prowess to simultaneously command all four into battle. This was his inaugural encounter with fifth-tier, extraordinary practitioners. He could not afford to be complacent. I have located you. Show yourself. At that moment, a voice resonated through a breach in the chamber. With a crack, a slender youth effortlessly kicked through the battered metal wall, rushing towards Qin Feng. The youth moved with remarkable speed, appearing before Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. He was none other than an assassin among the extraordinary ranks. However, just as the youth reached to seize Qin Feng by the collar, Qin Feng swiftly unleashed a punch aimed at the youth's face. The assassin's expression was laced with disdain. He had no intention of evading, confident that his speed would allow him to subdue Qin Feng before the blow landed. Yet in the next moment, Qin Feng's seemingly light punch accelerated unexpectedly, crashing into the assassin's visage with a resounding thud. The arrogance on the youth's face vanished instantaneously as his head exploded. You have slain the practitioner Song Kuang, earning 20 divine points. Hearing the system notification, Qin Feng scoffed. Just a second-tier assassin, what grants you such confidence? After wiping the blood from his hands, Qin Feng skillfully discarded the extraordinary gear of the young assassin into the second furnace and rose to walk towards another chamber. The earlier kill had not involved the divine grasp. Upon realizing that the assassin was merely at level 27, having yet to achieve the third transition, Qin Feng instinctively swung his fist, resulting in the instantaneous annihilation of the second transition assassin. This was no mere coincidence, but rather a testament to the enhancement of his attributes over time. The four Beast King mechas, the augmented attributes of the Tyrannosaurus. The increase in free attribute points following his second transition, and the reward of 2,000 points in mental attributes had significantly elevated his physical prowess. More importantly, the successful crafting of the Chinquan belt had propelled his attributes to soar, rivaling those of an ordinary third transition warrior. For an assassin, who remained at the second transition and was not particularly adept at defense, Qin Feng's attributes were utterly overwhelming, allowing him to obliterate the assassin's head with a single punch. Qin Feng. Class, Frenzied Mecha Master. Talent, Frenzied Amplification. Title, Apostle of Frenzy. Divine Points, 49. 754. Level, 51. Attributes. Strength 2982, 371. Agility 2287, 479. Constitution 3082, 390. Spirit 5283, 382. Combat power rating. 32 stars. Equipment. Chinkoin belt. Mechas. Storm Crimson. Flame of Heaven. Titan 7274. Beast King Red Lion. Beast King Black Lion. Beast King Blue Lion. Beast King Yellow Lion. Incomplete blueprints. Freedom Gundam. Beast King Green Lion. Pet. Tyrannosaurus. Level 35. Skills. Divine Grasp. The attributes that Qin Feng once dared not even dream of now lay vividly before him, and he still felt as though he were in a dream. He was utterly convinced that if his attributes were revealed to those extraordinary practitioners, it would surely astonish the entire realm of the extraordinary. In this extraordinary era, witnessing an ancient class achieving such combat prowess was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. It was no wonder that the young assassin had displayed such arrogance, attempting to capture him without even utilizing his weapons or skills. For no one could fathom that a mere second transition Mecha Master could attain such formidable strength. 32 stars of combat power. Qin Feng had completely shed the identity of a mere weakling, and aside from lacking the diverse skills and equipment of extraordinary practitioners, he was no longer inferior to any peers of the same caliber. Moreover, this does not even account for the terrifying combat power of the mechas. As a master of mecha, the ability to control them is the most vital means of warfare. Currently, my true combat strength, when fully unleashed, likely rivals that of a fourth-tier extraordinary practitioner. In fact, with the fervent amplification, I could even contend with a fifth-tier practitioner. This is the primary reason why Qin Feng dared to accept the commission from the human race auction house. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the battle outside rages on. Under Qin Feng's remote control, bolstered by over 5,000 points of mental attributes, the four Beast Kings mechas display their terrifying might, systematically harvesting the lives of extraordinary practitioners. Many of these practitioners are now too fearful to continue their assault on these colossal mechas, instead opting to join the search for bygone practitioners in the vicinity. After eliminating several fragile practitioners, Qin Feng finally discovers a more concealed chamber. While continuing to direct the combat of the four mechas, he partitions some of his consciousness to delve into the mechanical space. Qin Feng is acutely aware that relying solely on the four Beast Kings mechas to effect a rescue is somewhat unrealistic. Currently, Tuoba Zue Lu has yet to make a move. A fifth-tier Beast Master's strength cannot be underestimated. He must prepare for the worst and possess more means at his disposal. Now, aside from the four Beast Kings mechas, it seems that the only mecha he can deploy is the Tyrannosaurus. The Titan, having exhausted its sword core, is too severely damaged and requires extensive repairs. The Storm Crimson and the Heavenly Fire, having engaged in battle with the three-legged Golden Crow, suffered significant damage to many of their joints and weak components, necessitating numerous replacements. The Freedom Gundam. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng's gaze shifts to the white mecha with 5 pairs of wings. Given that Storm Crimson, Heavenly Fire, and Titan cannot be repaired in the short term, and the Green Lion mecha lacks a wind-type spirit core to complete it, it appears that the Freedom Gundam, which has already undergone substantial completion, is the only mecha available for immediate deployment. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus, which Qin Feng has yet to unleash in a battle, seems to sense his intent and emits an excited howl, swiftly collaborating with Qin Feng to construct the remaining components of the Freedom Gundam. Time ticks away. The external conflict escalates to a fever pitch. The golden-level Red Lion mecha exhibits a level of power that astounds all extraordinary practitioners present. Its terrifying flames and razor-sharp claws deter any practitioner below the third tier from daring to confront it head-on. The mere presence of the Red Lion mecha draws the firepower of more than half the practitioners. The Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion, though all classified as bronze-tier mechs, boast formidable battle prowess. Their diverse array of skills in thunder, water, and earth elements proves to be a significant challenge for many professionals. Under the protection of these four mechs, the blood aura surrounding Tushan Yuchu intensifies, with more than half of the fur of the three-tailed white fox transforming into a vibrant orange hue. The chains unleashed by Tuobaze Lu constrict at an increasingly sluggish pace. This fills Jiang Li, adorned in extraordinary equipment, with immense excitement as he gazes upon the colossal beast-like mechs engaged in combat, envy shimmering in his eyes. He had clearly heard Thao Lu's earlier words and was taken aback to discover that these four metallic giants, which saved him and Tushan Yuchu, were relics of a bygone era. As a mechanist, he found himself at a disadvantage without the enhancements of a mechanical body, unable to compete with those extraordinary professionals. Thus, he opted for the alchemical modifications offered at the human auction house. However, witnessing the immense power exhibited by these four metallic beasts, capable of withstanding the assaults of over 100 exceptional individuals, filled Jiang Li with a sense of longing. Mechs, a Mecha Master? Troubled thoughts led Jiang Li to recall Qin Feng, who had accompanied him to the Seven Suns Canyon and who seemed to be a master of mechs. Surely, he would be even more exhilarated by these potential mech constructs than Jiang Li himself. Just then, a resounding roar echoed from the sky, causing Jiang Li to look up in astonishment. The golden centipede, previously beneath Topazue Lu, let out a furious cry and lunged downward, evidently unable to restrain itself any longer under its master's command. It dawned on Jiang Li that Toabazu Lu was, after all, a fifth-tier beastmaster, and his summoned creature was equally formidable. Beside him, Tushan Yuchu's expression turned grave as she witnessed the golden centipede's descent. Yet she gritted her teeth and continued to unleash her blood aura to counter the chains of Tuabazu Lu. Meanwhile, in a concealed chamber, Qin Feng noticed the golden centipede's sudden movement but did not cease his work in the mechanical space. Swiftly, he commandeered the red lion mech, directing it to unleash a beam of crimson light towards the descending golden centipede. The impact was thunderous. The gold-tier red lion mech's destructive beam exhibited tremendous power, propelling the golden centipede several meters away and severing several of its formidable legs in the process. Below, Jiang Li was astounded upon witnessing the scene. He had never anticipated the formidable prowess of the Crimson Lion mech, capable of injuring even the beasts of a fifth-tier beastmaster. However, in the next moment, the golden centipede, with several of its massive legs severed, let out a thunderous roar at the Crimson Lion. Waves of golden radiance emanated from its body. In the blink of an eye, the severed legs astonishingly regenerated. Moreover, a multitude of golden lights surged from its 100 legs. And soon an array of weapons materialized atop them, each an extraordinary artifact, exuding a remarkable aura. Jiang Li was taken aback by the spectacle. Despite his own alchemical prowess, he could only wield a handful of extraordinary gear. Yet this golden centipede could command such an arsenal. The strength of the golden centipede was indeed terrifying. The golden centipede, radiating golden light, charged once more towards the immense Crimson Lion mech. The many professionals who had been besieging the Crimson Lion instantly scattered in disarray. The two colossal beasts clashed fiercely. Meanwhile, only 3 bronze-grade mechs remained to protect Jiang Li and Tushan Yuechu, intensifying the pressure. Clad in extraordinary gear, Jiang Li had no choice but to join the fray, shielding Tushan Yuechu from numerous assaults. Qin Feng, controlling the Crimson Lion, felt an overwhelming strain. He not only had to safeguard Jiang Li and Tushan, but also confront the formidable Golden Centipede. The combat strength of the Golden Centipede rivaled that of the Crimson Lion mech, particularly with the extraordinary weapons wielded by its 100 legs, all possessing lethal capabilities. Blades, sword energies, even arrows and spells were unleashed. Furthermore, these legs, once severed, could swiftly regenerate, placing the Crimson Lion mech in a precarious position. In merely a few minutes, its armor system suffered over 50 damage. Meanwhile, Jiang Li and Tushan Yuechu, reliant solely on the protection of the black, blue, and yellow lions, found themselves in dire straits. Jiang Li was compelled to activate the Black Tiger Soul effect from the Beast God's Roar Armor, a power with a cooldown of 24 hours. Yet, merely 5 seconds later, he endured several heavy blows. Tushan Yuechu, too, was forced to divert her focus, using her 3 fox tails to deflect multiple attacks. However, this allowed Tuoba Zue Lu's chains to tighten swiftly by several meters. The orange-red hue of the 3-tailed white fox diminished significantly. On the ground, at the other end of the chains, Tuoba Lu's face twisted into a sinister grin. He had found it. The remnant of the past was here. Moreover, Qin Feng's hiding chamber was once again discovered by a professional. Instantly, over a dozen extraordinary professionals surged toward him. Qin Feng unleashed the Tyrannosaurus beast to buy himself some time. Besieged, Jiang Li and Tushan Yuchu felt a surge of anxiety upon learning that the ancient practitioners capable of controlling the beast-shaped mechas had been located. They understood that once these practitioners were captured, the 4 mechas safeguarding them would instantly become incapacitated, leaving them vulnerable to swift defeat. "I will fight you to the end." Jiang Li, bloodied and furious, charged forward. However, after a few moments, he was hurled back by a group of extraordinary practitioners. Had it not been for Qin Feng's timely intervention, which cost Huang Shu a severely injured foreleg, he might have lost his life in that very instant. Moreover, not far away, Tua Bazue Lu summoned a 2-headed black wolf to join the fray. In an instant, the damage to the 4 Beast King mechas increased significantly, amplifying Qin Feng's pressure. Realizing the dire situation, Tushan Yuchu, at the center of the battlefield, revealed a fierce determination in her reddened eyes. With a sharp bite to her tongue, she forcefully expelled a mouthful of blood, which dripped onto the ethereal figure of the white fox. Instantly, the white fox emitted a joyful shriek, and within mere moments, its 3 massive tails transformed into a vibrant orange, spreading rapidly across its entire form. "Not a chance, you beast!" Tua Bazue Lu, feeling a powerful resistance from the other end of the chain, could not help but curse. A surge of extraordinary power flowed into the chain, which rattled ominously. The fox's ethereal figure, now swiftly turning orange, was once again pulled toward Tua Bazue Lu by several meters. However, the fox figure ultimately completed its transformation, emanating a torrent of chilling energy, as if it had become a true divine beast, resisting the chain's pull entirely. At that moment, Tushan Yuchu, who had been beneath the fox figure, had vanished, as if fused with the orange fox. Tua Bazue Lu, witnessing the seemingly living 3-tailed fox, was momentarily taken aback, but his face soon lit up with ecstatic joy. "A third transformation, a 3-tailed fox. Excellent," he exclaimed, biting his finger to let drops of blood fall onto the chain. The entire chain instantly radiated a dazzling red light. Then, with a wave of his staff, he summoned a vulture and a spider to join the 2-headed wolf in their assault on the 3-tailed fox. Jiang Li, barely able to stand, let out a defiant roar, but the 4 lion mechas were now besieged by a relentless onslaught. Jiang Li could only watch helplessly as the 3-tailed fox, transformed by Tushan Yuchu, was besieged by the 3 beast masters, blood cascading from its form. Indeed, this vibrant orange 3-tailed fox was genuinely wounded and bleeding. "Miss Tushan," Jiang Li cried out in alarm. Yet, he could not break through the ranks of numerous extraordinary professionals tasked with blocking him and the 4 lion mechas. On the other side, within the narrow confines of the cabin, the Tyrannosaurus beast, utilizing its formidable physical defense and agile evasion, along with its powerful skills, continuously repelled the assaults of a dozen extraordinary professionals. At the rear of the cabin, Qin Feng, with his eyes tightly shut, felt an excruciating headache. Simultaneously controlling the 4 Beast King mechas in battle pushed his mental faculties to the brink of exhaustion. Nevertheless, he persevered in crafting the Freedom Gundam. At this juncture, only the most intricate fire control system remained, and the construction would be complete. However, the sheer complexity of the massive fire control system left Qin Feng's scalp tingling, especially under such intense pressure, plunging him into despair. Yet, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, squeezing his mental potential to its limits. His entire body trembled. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus beast once again shielded Qin Feng from a fatal blow. It let out a soft cry, and within its body, a resounding explosion reverberated, sending several nearby extraordinary professionals flying. However, from behind, an extraordinary professional wielding a massive crossbow finally seized the opportunity, forcefully pulling the trigger. Clang! The air within the cabin trembled. An arrow, entirely forged from extraordinary power, shot toward Qin Feng's head in an instant. Chapter 72. Humanoid Mecha. Slashing the griffin with a blade. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus beast emitted a mournful howl. Yet in the blink of an eye, the arrow was less than a meter from Qin Feng's face, poised to strike. Just at that moment, Qin Feng's furrowed brow relaxed, and his tightly shut eyes flew open, a spark of electricity flickering within his gaze. Boom! A massive white wall materialized before him. A myriad of electrical currents crackled across the surface of the wall, shattering the arrow imbued with terrifying energy. As the remnants of the spaceship collapsed and scattered, the Tyrannosaurus beast let out a jubilant howl, its form vanishing in an instant. Then, amidst the flying metal debris, the white wall shifted in color, revealing a brilliant azure. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the wreckage of scrap metal. The temperature surged to an unbearable heat. The countenance of the dozen or so extraordinary professionals suddenly shifted dramatically. They attempted to flee, yet were relentlessly struck by the splintering metal debris. Freedom is paramount. Launch forth. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated amid the cacophony, followed by a thunderous boom. A colossal figure soared into the sky, emerging from the collapsed metallic wreckage. The numerous extraordinary professionals in pursuit of Qin Feng had long been buried beneath the tumbling ruins of the derelict spacecraft. What? Not far from the battlefield, all eyes were drawn to the sight of a massive machine, soaring several meters into the air. Its exaggerated form, characterized by 5 pairs of wings, its robust humanoid structure, and the arcs of electricity emanating from its body, stood out magnificently under the blood-red moonlight. A mech! Someone exclaimed suddenly, prompting a wave of astonished gasps from the crowd. If the previous 4 metallic beasts could be mistaken for some form of alchemical creation, the newly emerged metallic body left no doubt in the minds of the extraordinary professionals present. This was indeed a relic of the past, a humanoid mech, once imbued with high hopes by humanity. This mechanical creation was among the most brilliant jewels of the bygone technological crown of the human race. Yet, it too had not escaped the grim fate of being trampled by the extraordinary age, ultimately becoming discarded debris like the metal remnants scattered across the wilderness of Blue Star. However, no one anticipated the resurgence of the humanoid mech, particularly one capable of flight. The construction of a humanoid mech is inherently more challenging than that of beast-like or heteromorphic mechs. Integrating various engines, joints, propulsion systems, and weaponry into a single humanoid frame is a formidable task. Even in the days of old, the primary focus of human ingenuity was not on humanoid mechs. Moreover, in the extraordinary era, the difficulty of crafting such a mech has escalated exponentially. Thus, the appearance of this extravagantly designed mech left everyone utterly astounded. Having been drenched in blood, Jiang Li's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Even the 3-tailed fox, fully engaged in combat with 3 formidable beasts, could not help but glance back at the mech bathed in the crimson moonlight. Most taken aback was Tuoba Zuelu. The prior emergence of the 4 beast-like mechs had already astonished him, particularly the red mech, which had withstood the onslaught of his most powerful beast for such a considerable duration. This revelation had already caused Tuoba Zuelu to regard the hidden old-world professionals with newfound respect. Yet, he could hardly fathom that another humanoid mech had been lurking nearby, only now revealing itself. This completely took Tuoba Zuelu by surprise. As the head of an extraordinary family, he alone among those present understood the immense wealth required to create a humanoid mech. The 4 beast-type mechs indeed possessed terrifying strength, undoubtedly consuming a staggering fortune. However, when compared to the creation of a humanoid mech, their cost paled in comparison. Thus, upon witnessing the uniquely designed humanoid mech in the sky, Tuoba Zuelu's eyes reddened with fervor. Iron Claw Griffin, he bellowed, directing the griffin that was assailing the 3-tailed fox to soar towards the mech. Tear it apart. Madness surged in his gaze. Indeed, humanoid mechs were exceedingly rare. Even his esteemed Tuoba family would likely face ruin in their pursuit to construct one. Yet, even in the bygone era, humanoid mechs were not necessarily the most suitable construct for combat. How much less so in this extraordinary age? It was evident that this suddenly appearing humanoid mech might not even rival the power of the original 4 beast-type mechs. Tuoba Zuelu had not previously considered that the one coming to rescue Tushan Yuchu was a relic of the past. However, upon witnessing the emergence of this humanoid mech, clarity dawned upon him. In this extraordinary era, only forces like the human auction house would be inclined to invest lavishly in the creation of these antiquated mechanical entities. Nonetheless, Tuoba Zuelu cast a fierce gaze towards the sky. You overestimate your strength, remnants of the past. The ancient demons are powerless. The mechs are powerless. Today, none shall save you. With a swift motion of his short staff, a beam of crimson light pierced the airborne griffin. The gargantuan creature's aura surged dramatically. With a thunderous roar, the griffin lunged at the mech, its iron-like claws glowing ominously, as if they could effortlessly rend the humanoid mech asunder. Yet, in the face of the griffin's onslaught, the humanoid mech appeared as if it were a mere puppet, seemingly immobilized, drifting silently in midair. Dodge! Jiangli shouted anxiously from below upon witnessing this scene. However, the humanoid mech seemed to have lost all momentum. Even the currents that had previously danced upon its surface had vanished. With a terrifying whistle, the griffin's iron claws lunged towards the chest of the humanoid mech. The controlling Tuoba Lu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. His assumptions had proven correct. This humanoid mech was indeed nothing more than a fade. It was likely merely a ruse sent by the human auction house to deceive him. Strike! With a thunderous roar, Tuoba Lu expressed his exhilaration at the prospect of obliterating the formidable mech that had consumed an unimaginable wealth at the human auction. He envisioned a future where he could annihilate this humanoid machine with ease, dismantle the entire Tushan clan, and claim the Tushan sisters for himself. He fantasized that the human auction in Lanyan City would thereafter bear the name Tuoba. However, amidst his triumph, a deafening sound akin to thunder resonated from the heavens. He hastily looked up, only to discover that the position of his beast, the iron-clawed griffin, had inexplicably shifted, with the humanoid mech now hovering behind it, wielding a blade that crackled with an electric current, as if it had just finished a devastating strike. The mech lingered quietly in this poised stance, and soon, a torrent of blood gushed from the iron-clawed griffin, which was then cleaved in two, plummeting toward the ground. In that moment, Tuoba Lu received a notification from his professions panel. Ironclaw Griffin has been slain. You have lost this beast. Chapter 73, Freedom Gundam. Free will. All cannons unleashed. Impossible. A sharp, stabbing pain surged through his mind. Tuoba Lu gasped in horror, his gaze fixed upon the mech in the sky, seething with rage. He could hardly believe that his iron-claw griffin had been dispatched with a single stroke, though it paled in comparison to his centipede. It had been tamed at the black iron level and had since ascended to level 100, consuming numerous potions to enhance its strength. Its power had reached a point where it could rival that of the silver creatures in the Seven Suns Canyon. Yet, astonishingly, it had been effortlessly dispatched by this humanoid mech, which possessed such formidable offensive capabilities, leading to the loss of his cherished beast. Fury surged within Tuoba Lu. As a beast master, he was constrained by the number of beasts he could command. Upon completing his fifth transition, he could only possess a maximum of 5 beasts. This was why he had abandoned the indomitable Tu Shan Yimeng in pursuit of Tu Shan Yuchu, as he had already tamed 4 beasts and could only acquire 1 more. Unlike her sister's fierce spirit, Tu Shan Yuchu was imbued with youthful impulsiveness, willing to plunge into danger for the sake of an old affection. Additionally, the creature summoned by Tu Shan Yuchu was a 9-tailed fox, more powerful than the legendary Guhuo bird. Thus, Tuoba Lu had willingly forsaken the chance to tame Tu Shan Yimeng in favor of capturing the more promising Tu Shan Yuchu. Little did he anticipate the turn of events that would unfold. Before I could tame my 5th beast, I lost one. The fallen beast cannot be resurrected. Furthermore, the occupied beast slot cannot be restored. Now, I have been mercilessly slain by a detestable ancient mech, taking away my beloved beast. How could this not incite the wrath of Tuoba Lu? Damn it! He roared in fury. A terrifying surge of extraordinary power coursed through him. The golden centipede, engaged in battle with the crimson mech, let out an exultant roar. Then, its numerous colossal legs trembled in unison. Hundreds of extraordinary armaments activated simultaneously. With a thunderous crash, the massive red lion mech was sent flying dozens of meters away. The centipede, exceeding 100 meters in length, leaped into the air, soaring towards the humanoid mech above. At this moment, within the cockpit of the mech, Qin Feng also received an alert regarding the severe damage to the red lion mech. He gazed at the approaching golden centipede, feeling an inexhaustible fighting spirit welling up within him. Freedom! Attack! Qin Feng exclaimed. The colossal body of the mech swiftly changed its paint scheme, 5 pairs of enormous wings trembled gently. With a resounding boom, the massive mech, towering several meters, instantly erupted with unparalleled speed, hurtling downwards. Indeed, the Freedom Gundam had finally been completed just before it was struck by that extraordinary arrow. It had shielded him from a fatal blow with its formidable armor. Ascending into the air, Qin Feng was not idle but swiftly familiarizing himself with the operation of the Freedom Gundam. He finally mastered its controls just before the Griffin beast could launch its assault on him. With a single strike, he would slay this level 100 beast. The attributes and capabilities of the Freedom Gundam ignited Qin Feng's bloodlust. Freedom Gundam Bronze, Model, Category, Mecha Weapon, Qin Feng Exclusive, Attributes, Strength 2956, Agility 3015, Constitution 2844. Spirit 2671, Combat Evaluation, 24 stars, 39 stars, Durability, 3000. Weapon System, all A-capable weapons, Talent, Free Will, Combat Form, High Mobility Aerial Combat Form, Full Missile Launch Form, Fire Control Meteor Form. The grade of the Freedom Gundam had not surpassed the silver level. It remained at the bronze level. This left Qin Feng somewhat disappointed. However, the attributes of the Freedom were even more formidable than those of the Storm Crimson at its bronze level. This alleviated Qin Feng's concerns significantly. As a mech with a height merely 1/4 that of the Storm Crimson, possessing greater strength than its same-level counterpart already attests to the immense potential of the Freedom Gundam. Moreover, the formidable power of the Freedom Gundam is not a fixed value, but rather exists within a range. This revelation left Qin Feng in a state of astonishment. Its battle prowess spans from 24 stars to 39 stars. Could it be that, akin to the legendary Kira Yamato, one must experience an explosive surge to gain strength? Upon discovering the innate talents possessed by the Freedom Gundam, Qin Feng finally comprehended the reason behind the variability in its power. Free Will. Description. The Freedom Gundam possesses a potent free will that allows the operator to interchange the mech's speed, defense, vitality, and output at will. The introduction to free will left Qin Feng utterly astounded. His earlier stupor in the face of the Griffin's assault was due to this variability. This talent remarkably enables the conversion of capabilities, akin to the exquisite design of the Gundam's armor. Initially, Qin Feng believed he would be unable to acquire such advanced technology from the schematics obtained from a system. However, to his surprise, the system presented an ultimate upgraded version, Free Will. It astonishingly permits the operator to interchange attributes such as speed, defense, and damage based on personal intent. When confronted by the Griffin's attack, Qin Feng instinctively employed Free Will after regaining his composure. He experienced a fleeting surge of speed and subsequently unleashed a devastating full-damage Scorpius Beam Saber Strike. The results were nothing short of remarkable, as he managed to vanquish the level 100 beast in an instant, allowing him to fully appreciate the might of the Free Will talent. Simultaneously, he grasped the underlying principle of free will. It leverages the Freedom Gundam's formidable fire control system to swiftly convert energy drives among different mech engines in accordance with the operator's will, thereby granting the Gundam a significant enhancement of certain attributes for a brief period. However, the cost of wielding this talent left Qin Feng utterly speechless. Merely executing a partial conversion of speed and damage while slaying the Griffin consumed 3 of his bronze equipment pieces. The rate of energy consumption was astonishing. Furthermore, the mental toll of free will was exceedingly pronounced. Fortunately, Qin Feng quickly mastered the application of free will, preventing his mental resources from being entirely depleted. Utilizing the remarkable maneuverability of his 5 pairs of wings, along with the 10-speed conversion of free will, Qin Feng evaded the golden centipede of Tuoba Zue Lu and ascended above the incapacitated Red Lion mech, drawing it into his mechanical space. Without hesitation, Qin Feng cast a determined glance at the battlefield below, gritting his teeth as he directly deposited 3 pieces of golden equipment into the second furnace. He then softly commanded the control system of the Freedom Gundam. Open all cannon ports. Initiate full missile launch mode. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, within the confines of the Freedom Gundam, engines roared with tremendous ferocity. The mechanical structures throughout the body operated and transformed with breathtaking swiftness. Plasma cannons, machine guns, railguns, and beam rifles emerged from every nook and cranny of the Freedom Gundam. Before Qin Feng, The control interface of the Freedom Gundam instantaneously locked onto dozens of extraordinary professionals engaged in battle below. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Centipede, driven by Tooba Zue Lu, charged towards Qin Feng, its 100 legs wielding weapons that trembled in anticipation, ready to unleash an onslaught. Yet, within the control room, Qin Feng remained remarkably composed, observing the extraordinary professionals relentlessly assaulting the three Beast King mechas, his voice resonating with fervent intensity. Attack. Chapter 74, All-Out Assault Mode. Undying Centipede. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the guns and cannons of the Freedom Gundam ignited with a blinding intensity. Simultaneously, Qin Feng pushed the freedom of will to its utmost limit. The engines within the Freedom Gundam groaned under the immense strain, as if the very light of annihilation was converging within the various firearms. For a fleeting moment, Qin Feng's mind wavered, akin to a high-speed computer momentarily stalling due to overload. Even the three lion mechas engaged in battle hesitated for the briefest of instants. However, in the next moment, a chilling aura emanated from the humanoid mecha, sending shivers down the spines of all extraordinary professionals. Boom! The sky above the Moonlight Canyon was illuminated in that instant. Numerous beams and artillery shells erupted from the Freedom Gundam. On the battlefield, the heads of several extraordinary professionals exploded. Boom! Boom! Another 2 successive discharges. The engines throughout the Freedom Gundam gradually dimmed. The once chaotic battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The cacophony of battle ceased. For those extraordinary professionals who had previously fought on, now lay lifeless, their heads shattered, their bodies crumpling one after another. The trio of simultaneous shots from the humanoid mecha had decimated more than half of the remaining professionals. Most of those left standing were merely first or second tier, and many were no longer combatants. Roaring in unison, the three Beast King mechas lunged towards the remaining professionals, who lay paralyzed with terror. Please don't kill me. The survivors, having witnessed the gruesome demise of their comrades, snapped back to reality and screamed in horror as they fled into the distance. Despite Tooba Zue Lu's desperate roars, the tide of battle could not be altered. The three beast-like mechas had commenced in unrelenting slaughter of the remaining extraordinary professionals. Tooba Zue Lu gazed at the humanoid mecha, suspended in midair, which had altered the battlefield's dynamics with merely 3 volleys. A fierce and grotesque expression erupted upon his face as he let out a thunderous roar. Wielding his short staff, he unleashed a series of crimson beams into the charging centipede. Instantly, the creature emitted a frenzied shriek, its speed surging to unprecedented levels, as countless weapons swung in a terrifying display of assault. Meanwhile, the 5 pairs of wings behind the Freedom Gundam fluttered gently, and its thrusters ignited with a resounding blast, propelling it into the sky. Inside the cockpit, Qin Feng's complexion was ashen, yet his eyes sparkled with a fervent excitement. Observing the professional panel that displayed over 50 kill records, an insatiable bloodlust surged within him. However, Qin Feng retained his composure. The recent volley attack was merely one of the 3 combat modes of the Freedom Gundam, full barrage mode. This mode unleashed the Gundam's entire firepower, delivering devastating strikes to multiple locked targets, akin to the vibrant cannon mode from the anime, renowned for its precision against numerous foes. The 3 successive launches filled Qin Feng with immense satisfaction, and in pursuit of a decisive blow, he employed free will to maximize the damage output of the Freedom Gundam, resulting in remarkably significant effects. The precise headshots from the 3 volleys nearly obliterated all combat-oriented extraordinary professionals, including 3 who had reached the 4th transition. However, the energy expenditure of the full barrage mode was exorbitant, causing Qin Feng considerable distress. The 3 pieces of golden equipment just fed into the second furnace had been entirely consumed by those 3 volleys, a consumption level that was simply outrageous. Nevertheless, thanks to those 3 shots, Qin Feng had decisively turned the tide of battle. The remaining professionals were no longer a match for the 3 lion mechas, allowing him to focus entirely on the 5th transition to Tooba Zue Lu. He switched the Freedom Gundam to its high-mobility aerial combat mode, drawing forth 2 Scylla beam sabers to confront the pursuing Golden Centipede. The high-mobility aerial combat mode utilized the 5 pairs of aerodynamic wings and the powerful thrust engines within the Gundam's body, granting it exceptional agility in flight. This mode was undoubtedly the most crucial combat form of the Freedom Gundam. Coupled with the free will talent, Qin Feng experienced an unprecedented sense of control. With a resounding boom, after deftly evading a series of attacks, he fiercely struck at the golden centipede. Yet, to his astonishment, the golden armor, suffused with a sanguine aura, resiliently withstood the oncoming beam saber. Once again, hundreds of colossal legs wielded their weapons. Waves of attacks surged towards the Freedom Gundam. Boom! Qin Feng skillfully maneuvered the Freedom Gundam, evading the onslaught. He attempted several strikes, yet was unable to breach the golden centipede's armor. This left Qin Feng quite astonished. His combat prowess had already reached 36 stars, bolstered by the Freedom Gundam's enhancements. His strength was on par with peak third-tier warriors, even rivaling ordinary fourth-tier extraordinary practitioners. Yet, he found himself unable to penetrate the defenses of this Beastmaster. Could it be that a fifth-tier Beastmaster was truly this formidable? At that moment, a voice called out from below. The weakness of the hundred-legged centipede is its legs. Qin Feng glanced down to see the three-tailed fox, ensnared by Tuoba Zhe Lu with chains, uttering these words. Recognizing the voice belonged to Tu Shan Yu Chu, he was taken aback that she could still offer him guidance. However, he did not dwell on it. After narrowly dodging another attack from the hundred-legged centipede, he utilized the scanning function of the Freedom Gundam to target its 100 massive legs. Charge! Qin Feng swung the beam saber in his hand with ferocity. Leveraging the high-mobility aerial combat form, he swiftly severed one leg after another from the hundred-legged centipede. Indeed, enormous damage numbers erupted above the centipede's head. This greatly bolstered Qin Feng's confidence as he continued to sever its legs. Yet, below, Tuoba Lu observed this scene with a triumphant smile, displaying no hint of panic. He gently waved his short staff, and a surge of bloodlight enveloped the hundred-legged centipede. At once, those massive legs that Qin Feng had severed began to regrow rapidly. The centipede's vitality was also swiftly restored. Qin Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. Previously, when he battled the hundred-legged centipede with the red lion mecha, he had seen a similar phenomenon. However, at that time, the centipede did not recover nearly as swiftly as it did now. It was evident that Tuoba Zhe Lu had not exerted his full strength during their prior encounter. Now, upon hearing Tu Shan Yu Chu reveal the centipede's weakness, Tuoba Zhe Lu held nothing back. He unleashed the formidable capabilities of the Beastmaster, granting his creature an extraordinary rate of regeneration. But Qin Feng would not concede so easily, ignoring the terrifying consumption rate of extraordinary equipment within the second furnace. He pushed the speed and attack of the Freedom Gundam to their limits. Boom! 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 With every strike, he severed multiple legs of the centipede. The hundred-legged centipede howled in pain, its health plummeting. Yet, Tuoba Zhe Lu continued to wave his short staff, relentlessly restoring the centipede's massive legs. Qin Feng's assault had utterly proven futile. It was in vain. Unless one could simultaneously strike 100 blows, the centipede could never be vanquished. Tuoba Zhe Lu let out a triumphant cackle, continuously tightening the chains in his grasp, drawing the three-tailed fox closer to him. Chapter 75, Meteor Control Form. Attack. Suspended in midair, Qin Feng clenched his teeth upon hearing Tuoba Zhe Lu's taunts, realizing that a 5-turn extraordinary practitioner was not easily overcome. However, he glanced below at Jiang Li, who could no longer stand, and at Tu Shan Yu Chu, transformed into a three-tailed fox, feeling a deep sense of unwillingness. In the current predicament, he could not slay the centipede. Perhaps fleeing was his only option. Once Tuoba Zhe Lu truly subdued Tu Shan Yu Chu, he might not even have the chance to escape. Yet, as he watched the centipede regenerate its severed limbs and charge towards him once more, a sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind. He recalled Tuoba Zhe Lu's earlier words. Unless he could deliver 100 strikes simultaneously? Did that not imply that he must sever all 100 of the centipede's massive legs at once to triumph over this formidable 5-turn Beastmaster? Yes, he could not strike 100 times at once, but perhaps he could unleash 100 attacks in rapid succession. He gazed at the system panel, focusing on the third form of the Freedom Gundam's battle mode. A frenzied light sparkled in his eyes. Immortal centipede? I shall render you mortal. Meteor, activate. Qin Feng bellowed. The Freedom Gundam surged skyward, ascending to the heights of Moonlight Canyon. Cannons re-emerge from various parts of the Gundam, gathering terrifying energy aimed squarely at the pursuing centipede. An overconfident relic, a fanciful mech. Below, Tuobaze Lu observed the humanoid mech soaring into the sky, unveiling the cannons that had previously decimated dozens of his subordinates, and scoffed disdainfully. In his view, this humanoid mech was by no means weak. Rather, it was incredibly formidable. Any of his other beasts might meet a dreadful fate before it. The fate of the Ironclaw Griffin demonstrated that this ancient mech possessed strength even a 5-turn Beastmaster must regard with caution. However, the mech faced the centipede. Though the centipede was not a divine beast and could not rival the growth potential of the Guhua bird or the 9-tailed fox he was about to capture, it was indeed a true platinum-grade demon beast. Had it not been for his good fortune in encountering a juvenile centipede, the outcome might have been drastically different. It is utterly impossible to subdue it. The level 100 Platinum Centipede, empowered by my Beastmaster skill, Iron Armor, is impenetrable to this so-called Mecha Master. The sole vulnerability of the centipede lies in its 100 colossal legs. However, in the eyes of Tuobaze Lu, this is precisely its greatest strength. Aside from select few high-tier mages and archers wielding formidable area of effect abilities, it is inconceivable to incapacitate all 100 of the centipede's massive legs simultaneously. As long as it retains even a single leg, it can swiftly recover from its wounds. This extraordinary ability is aptly named Immortal. For as long as the 100 legs endure, it shall not perish. With the centipede's remarkable immortality, Tuobaze Lu traverses the land, facing few adversaries. Before him stands a mecha that, although it recently demonstrated terrifying speed and ferocity, even showcasing a barrage of artillery that left him in awe, mere spectacle is insufficient to vanquish the Platinum Centipede, unless those numerous cannons can unleash 100 strikes in one fell swoop, precisely severing all of the centipede's legs. He can rely on his Beastmaster talent to swiftly restore its vitality. Once he tames the 9-tailed fox and focuses on commanding the centipede, this formidable humanoid mecha will undoubtedly fall effortlessly into his grasp. Indeed, a glimmer of greed flickers in Tuobaze Lu's eyes. This humanoid mecha possesses strength rivaling that of his beast. Should it fall into his hands, he could sell it to other extraordinary factions in exchange for immense wealth. After all, this is a creation crafted with considerable expense for the human auction house, and he cannot allow such a resource to go to waste. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Tuobaze Lu indulges in his fantasies, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberates through the sky. It is akin to the ominous rumbles that echo in the moonlit canyon. Simultaneously, the once blood-red sky of the canyon ignites with flickers of fire, resembling stars bursting into brilliance. An inexplicable pressure emerges in the heavens, causing the ascending centipede to instinctively slow its pace. Below, Tuobaze Lu feels an unsettling tremor within his heart, yet he bellows fiercely, issuing an attack command to the centipede. The centipede's colossal legs tremble in unison, unleashing a concert of extraordinary weaponry aimed at the humanoid mecha soaring above. However, it is not only the soaring Freedom Mech that reveals its array of artillery. On the battlefield below, the Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion have also come to a halt. The mechanical structures on the body operated in unison, transforming into radiant cannon mouths above the shoulders. The 3 battle-worn Beast King mechas roared to life, their engines at full throttle, poised to unleash their most formidable assaults. Furthermore, within Qin Feng's mechanical domain, the dormant Red Lion mecha had risen, unfurling its array of long-range artillery. Beside the Red Lion, the heavily damaged Titan mecha, after executing a core sword attack, and the stormy Crimson mecha, rendered unable to continue fighting after vanquishing the platinum-grade 3-legged Golden Crow, similarly activated their engines. Cannons and beam guns, all ranged weaponry on each mecha, surged into action at full power. Amidst the furious roar of the stormy Crimson mecha, the severely damaged Skyfire had transformed entirely into an armory. Dozens of firearms emanated a terrifying glow. Roar! Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the mechanical space let out a thunderous roar, its mechanical components swiftly rearranging to form several short cannons, also radiating an intimidating light. Boom! The sky over the Moonlight Canyon erupted with a cataclysmic rumble, the engines operating beyond their limits. At this moment, Qin Feng in the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, his eyes aflame with excitement, his body trembling. 8 mechas and a Tyrannosaurus Rex seemed to meld into one with him. Each engine followed Qin Feng's will, unleashing tremendous energy. Each cannon awaited his command to fire deadly strikes. Roar! The centipede, under Tooba Zue Lu's control, swiftly approached Qin Feng. 100 extraordinary weapons igniting with colorful brilliance as they surged towards the Freedom Gundam. Below, Tooba Zue Lu wore a maniacal grin. Then, at a certain moment, the fiery lights in the sky, twinkling like stars, trembled violently. In a hoarse voice, Qin Feng bellowed from the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam. Fire control, meteor form. Attack. Chapter 76. The Indestructible Centipede. The third salvo. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed throughout the Moonlight Canyon. The once dim stars of fire suddenly erupted into blinding brilliance. The external Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion mechas, along with the stormy Crimson, Skyfire, Titan, Red Lion, and Tyrannosaurus Rex within mechanical space, unleashed terrifying beams of light. Together with the myriad colorful lights from the Freedom Gundam, they surged towards the centipede. Roar! The centipede let out a wretched howl, simultaneously struck by an unfathomable barrage of beams. The 100 colossal legs of the creature shattered one after another. The extraordinary attacks launched from 100 remarkable weapons aimed at Qin Feng had long been engulfed by the overwhelming onslaught of radiant light. At this very moment, the system panel before Qin Feng illuminated the introduction of the third combat form of the Freedom Gundam, Fire Control Meteor Form. Description: the Freedom Gundam possesses the ability to link with superspace mechanical weaponry, enabling simultaneous activation of all equipped, long-range weapons of the host mechs to launch assaults on multiple targets. Note: this form incurs exorbitant energy consumption. Please exercise caution. Breathless and on the verge of collapse, Qin Feng felt as though he might faint at any moment. He glanced towards the second furnace, and just before unleashing an assault with the Freedom Gundam's Fire Control Meteor Form, he had carelessly tossed a dozen pieces of silver and gold equipment into the mechanical space. Yet at this juncture, his resources were utterly depleted. The consumption rate of this Fire Control Meteor Form was outrageously excessive compared to the single piece of gold equipment expended during full missile launch mode. However, Qin Feng had no time to dwell on such matters. If he did not eliminate this centipede-like creature, his survival would be in jeopardy. The consumed equipment could be reimbursed at the human auction, but if he lost his life, nothing would remain. The centipede must be vanquished today, relying solely on the third combat form of the Freedom Gundam. When Qin Feng first encountered the description of the Fire Control Meteor Form, he was taken aback. Wasn't this essentially the meteor system equipped on the Freedom Gundam? He did not possess ships like the Grass Cutter or the Archangel. Yet he was astonished to discover that the Freedom Gundam, crafted from the system blueprint, could actually control the long-range weaponry of all mechs. This was indeed a technique of supreme firepower coverage. Upon hearing from Tooba Zue Lu that unless all 100 legs of the centipede were severed, it could not be slain, Qin Feng made an instantaneous decision. He activated the meteor system. No, the Fire Control Meteor Form. All mechs would unleash their long-range assaults. A total of 108 cannons. If fortune permitted, he could indeed obliterate the centipede in an instant. Yet, as the brilliance ahead gradually dissipated, Qin Feng received no notification of the centipede's demise. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. He turned to the mechanical space, where the already heavily damaged Storm Crimson, Skyfire, Titan, and Red Lion mechs had incurred further grievous harm from his forceful activation of the Fire Control Meteor System, pushing them beyond their limits for an attack. Should he initiate another meteor barrage, they might very well be rendered irreparably broken. Amidst the gradually dissipating radiance, a thunderous roar echoed, revealing the wretched form of a centipede. Upon witnessing the creature's grotesque appearance, Qin Feng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, for he discerned that along its sides, streams of crimson light writhed, swiftly regenerating the colossal limbs severed by his meteoric strikes. At the forefront of the centipede's body, a singular golden-laden limb remained intact. Just one more. Qin Feng could not suppress his clenched teeth. Meanwhile, below, Tooba Zue Lu, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, continued to scream maniacally, "Ha! Futile! You ancient ones shall perish." As he spoke, he violently swung his short staff. The centipede in the sky unleashed a cacophony of frenzied roars. In an instant, torrents of blood gushed from its form. The limbs severed by Qin Feng swiftly regenerated, while the weapons bound to the centipede soared back to its formidable appendages, charging once more toward the humanoid mech in the heavens. At this moment, Tuoba Zue Lu's eyes brimmed with intense malice. No longer concerned with the chains restraining the three-tailed fox, he fervently wielded his staff, amplifying the centipede's abilities, intent on obliterating the mech without delay. Indeed, Tuoba Zue Lu wished to leave no trace of the mech. The previous onslaught of over 100 attacks had truly terrified him, had he not painstakingly inscribed a defensive array upon one of the centipede's limbs. That last assault from the ancients might have annihilated his most formidable beast. Tuoba Zue Lu never anticipated that the humanoid mech possessed such formidable capabilities, which instilled in him a profound sense of peril. If such assaults continued, the centipede would be in grave danger. Thus, the mech must not be spared. It had to be destroyed at once. Kill it, Tuoba Zue Lu bellowed in fury. Yet, in response, another resounding crash echoed forth. Hundreds of star-like beams erupted in the sky once more, over 100 brilliant shafts hurtling toward the centipede. In an instant, Tuoba Zue Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. When a beast suffers grave injury, its tamer too bears the brunt of the backlash, especially with a creature as intimately connected to its master as the centipede. The second onslaught of 100 beams inflicted acute agony, causing Tuoba Zue Lu to stagger back several paces, nearly losing his grip on the chains. However, amidst that dazzling light, the centipede's roar resounded once again. Tuoba Zue Lu's face contorted into a grotesque expression. Extraordinary would not be defeated. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam, Qin Feng's gaze was filled with an unfathomable fury as he observed the centipede rapidly regaining its strength. He turned his attention to the last remaining piece of equipment in the mechanical space, the platinum-grade longbow that had erupted from the three-legged golden crow. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it into the second furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The engines within all the mechas emitted a terrifying roar. The severely damaged Storm Crimson, Skyfire, and Titan had numerous engines and mechanical components on the verge of collapse. Yet, the cannons, radiating waves of searing heat, continued to amass an astonishing amount of energy. In the control room, Qin Feng watched as the centipede, having recovered in mere moments, stood resilient on its gigantic limb, which had withstood 2 meteor strikes. The golden glow upon it had become exceedingly faint. Once more, if the creature could not be vanquished on a second attempt, then a third would surely follow. Boom! With another resounding explosion, the stars in the crimson sky reignited. At the same time, a figure clad in golden armor soared swiftly into the heavens. Beneath him, a pair of silver boots unleashed a powerful vortex of wind, propelling him toward the centipede. None other than Jiang Li. You foolish ancients! Perish! Below Tuoba Zue Lu, witnessing Jiang Li's actions, roared in fury, fiercely swinging his short staff, sending a beam of red light hurtling toward Jiang Li. But suddenly, an orange-hued figure appeared. 3 tails of an orange fox, each several meters long, lashed out violently, shattering the red beam. Hiss! The 3-tailed fox let out a piercing cry beneath the crimson moon, lunging toward Tuoba Zue Lu. Boom! At that very moment, the stars in the sky erupted. Beams of light, imbued with the aura of death, descended, engulfing the centipede's form and the rushing Jiang Li, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Chapter 77. The Death of Jiang Li. Slay Tuoba Zue Lu. In the instant Qin Feng unleashed his full assault, he also glimpsed Jiang Li rushing toward the centipede. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment, directing all his attacks to lock onto the 100 massive limbs of the centipede. This time, he witnessed the centipede being struck by a barrage of beams. One by one, its colossal limbs shattered for the 3rd time. The limb inscribed with golden runes was relentlessly bombarded by multiple beams. The golden symbols flickered incessantly, resisting Qin Feng's onslaught, inciting a ferocious rage within him. If he could not sever this limb, he might never execute the 4th meteor strike. But just as the onslaught of beams concluded, as Qin Feng faced what seemed to be inevitable defeat once more, Jiang Li's figure approached the sole remaining giant leg. He lifted his head, his bloodied face turned toward the sky, where the Freedom Gundam sword and a radiant smile illuminated his features. With resolute determination, he raised his long sword and aimed a powerful strike at that final giant leg. The centipede, sensing Jiang Li's actions, unleashed a torrent of crimson breath directed at him. Yet, Jiang Li appeared unfazed, wielding his sword with unwavering resolve. A remarkable brilliance emanated from the blade, transforming into a cascade of light that descended upon the giant leg. Simultaneously, the centipede's beam engulfed Jiang Li's form. "No!" Qin Feng exclaimed in the control room, witnessing the scene unfold. In an instant, he propelled the Freedom Gundam to its utmost speed, racing toward Jiang Li. A sense of familiarity gripped him as he recalled the moment when Wenbo, fully aware of the curse placed upon him, had charged towards Tang Shua, willingly embracing his fate while wearing a similar smile. Now Jiang Li, perhaps oblivious to the fact that the one controlling these mechs was Qin Feng himself, was also risking everything to sever that last giant leg. Qin Feng could no longer bear the thought of anyone sacrificing themselves for him. Activating Free Will 100, the Platinum Longbow in Furnace 2 ignited, transforming into a vast surge of energy that flooded into the Freedom Gundam. In mere moments, the Freedom Gundam traversed a distance of over 100 meters. But Jiang Li's figure had already been consumed by the centipede's breath, his health depleted, and his body plummeted downward. Yet, his extraordinary sword had fully penetrated the centipede's final leg. A mournful cry erupted from the centipede as its health rapidly diminished. It trembled, its once mighty form now bereft of a leg, charging toward Tuoba Zue Lu. In response, Tuoba Zue Lu coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, attempting to wield his short staff to heal the centipede, but he was relentlessly thwarted by the now utterly frenzied three-tailed fox. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the sky resonated with the thunderous roar of engines. The Freedom Gundam, adorned with 5 pairs of wings, soared past the descending centipede. A beam saber, several meters long, sliced through the centipede's body. Its once impenetrable golden armor now succumbed to the assault, cleaved apart with ease. In an instant, the centipede's health was entirely depleted, and its colossal form crashed to the ground, landing beside the lifeless Jiang Li. The strongest beast of a 5th-tier Beast Master, a level 100 Platinum Centipede, was dead. However, as Qin Feng piloted the Freedom Gundam to Jiang Li's side, his heart was heavy with sorrow, gazing down at Jiang Li, who lay motionless beside the corpse of the centipede. A boundless fury ignited within Qin Feng's heart. The paint on the Freedom Gundam began to transform into a deep crimson hue. Boom! Moments later, consumed by rage, Qin Feng charged towards Tuoba Zue Lu, who was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Tu Shan Yu Chu. "Come at me!" Qin Feng bellowed, wielding 2 massive beam sabers that cleaved through the air towards Tuoba Zue Lu. Boom! Boom! Tuoba Zue Lu was sent hurtling away by Qin Feng's onslaught. The chain that had ensnared Tu Shan Yu Chu finally shattered. However, Qin Feng did not relent. He surged towards the disheveled Tuoba Zue Lu once more. His free will was pushed to its zenith. Every attribute coalesced into the mightiest offensive power. Each strike of the beam sabers unleashed the full force of the Freedom Gundam. As an extraordinary practitioner, Tuoba Zue Lu, despite being at the 5th transition, was not a melee combatant. Faced with Qin Feng's close-quarters assault, he could only fend off desperately. Soon, he bore deep and terrifying gashes upon his body from Qin Feng's relentless strikes. Yet he refused to yield. He continually summoned the last 2 beast companions for aid. Meanwhile, the utterly unhinged Qin Feng had ceased to control the 3 lion mechas. The 2-headed Black Wolf and the Spider Beast rushed forth to rescue Tuoba Zue Lu. However, a figure enveloped in an orange-red aura blocked the 2 beasts. It was Tu Shan Yu Chu, who had escaped from Tuoba Zue Lu's grasp. Retaining her form as a 3-tailed fox, Tu Shan Yu Chu glanced at the humanoid mecha relentlessly attacking Tuoba Zue Lu. Her 3 enormous fox tails unfurled, obstructing the last 2 beasts summoned by Tuoba Zue Lu. Despite his calls, the 2-headed Black Wolf and the Spider could not breach Tu Shan Yu Chu's defenses. At that moment, Qin Feng's focus was solely on Tuoba Zue Lu. He swung his beam saber with fervor, inflicting massive damage upon Tuoba Zue Lu. A torrent of battle spirit and fury surged through Qin Feng's veins. He felt his blood boiling. Only by slaying Tuoba Zue Lu could he quell the tempest of anger within. Several dozen kilometers away from the Seven Stars Canyon, within the mountains encircled by the formation, Tu Shanyming was left with only 3 subordinates still valiantly resisting. At that moment, a smug Tang Zhan stood before the formation, observing the dying struggles of Tu Shanyming. Tu Shanyming, give it up. By now, your sister has likely already been subdued by the head of the Tuoba family. Your ancient demon profession was meant to follow our extraordinary vocation. Why persist in futile resistance? The face of Tu Shanyming in the formation was filled with hatred, yet she paid no heed to Tang Zhan's words. Not long ago, she had just received a message from Jiangying. At the coordinates where Tuoba Zue Lu lay in ambush, a fierce battle erupted. This filled Tu Shanyming with boundless hope. It indicated that the forces or powerful individuals behind Qin Feng had located the trapped Tu Shan Yuchu and were likely engaged in combat with Tuoba Zue Lu. Now, Tu Shanyming could only wish that those supporting Qin Feng could rescue her sister from Tuoba Zue Lu's grasp. She gazed at Qin Feng's illuminated avatar in her contacts, her heart fervently yearning for good news to arrive. Very well, since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Outside the formation, Tang Zhan finally decided to take action. Grasping a long knife, he stepped boldly into the formation. Inside, Tu Shanyming and the few remaining subordinates were instantly filled with trepidation. Just then, an area announcement echoed once more. Throughout the regions of Lanyan City and Qing Lu City, all professionals heard this somewhat somber announcement. 5th-tier professional Tuoba Zue Lu has perished, the heavens mourn, and the clouds weep. Chapter 78, News Arrives. Zhao Wuji's 3rd Fortune Warning. Meanwhile, outside the human auction house in Lanyan City, Zhao Wuji, clad in a blue robe and wielding a purple glowing dust, stood at the entrance. Before him stood a furious white-robed priest from the professional temple, along with dozens of divine attendants. Inside the auction house, shouts of battle resounded, and even blood flowed from the doorway. Zhao Wuji, do not think that your Tang family can act with impunity. The white-robed priest shouted angrily at Zhao Wuji, listening to the fierce battle within. Yet, Zhao Wuji remained composed, standing at the entrance with a smile, saying nothing. It was clear he intended to obstruct the group from the professional temple. Give me. The white-robed priest, radiating a brilliant white light, unwilling to engage further with Zhao Wuji, gestured to lead the divine attendants into the human auction house. But at that moment, the announcement of Tuoba Zue Lu's demise echoed in every professional's mind. What? Instantly, even Zhao Wuji, who had remained unfazed in the face of the white-robed priest, displayed a profound shock on his face. He instinctively considered stepping away, yet moments later, he took a few deep breaths. Waving the purple glowing dust, he shouted at the white-robed priest. White-robed, you do not wish for the tens of thousands of ordinary citizens of Lanyan City and the remnants of the past to accompany the human auction house to their doom. Do you? Fool! The gods will abhor your wicked deeds. The white-robed priest roared in fury, yet he dared not advance recklessly, fearing that Zhao Wuji, in his madness, might unleash devastation upon the innocent of Lanyan City. At this moment, however, the urgency that once filled the heart of the white-robed figure had dissipated. Initially, he believed that the actions of the Tang and Tuoba families against the Blue Cloud Human Clan's auction would deal a fatal blow to the Tushan clan. Even though he rushed to mediate upon hearing the news, he felt helpless to alter the outcome where the Tang and Tuoba families would supplant the Tushan clan in controlling the Blue Cloud City human auction. Both Tang Zhan and Tuoba Zue Lu were 5th-tier professionals, truly invincible within the satellite cities of Yuming's main city. Moreover, the white-robed figure was aware that the Tushan sisters were ancient demon professionals, although both had successfully summoned spirits and received a response from legendary beasts. Their potential and strength could not possibly compare to that of extraordinary professionals. In the white-robed figure's view, as long as Tang Zhan and Tuoba Zue Lu acted in concert, even with the Tushan clan having amassed numerous extraordinary professionals through the human auction, they would still be unable to withstand the assault of these two formidable forces. Yet, the unexpected occurred. Tuoba Zue Lu had perished. The leader of the foremost extraordinary force in Zichuan City, a fifth-tier Beastmaster, had met his demise while targeting the Tushan clan. Could it be that Tushan Yimeng possessed the strength to slay a fifth-tier professional? How could an ancient demon possibly counter a Beastmaster? This defied all logic. After all, Beastmasters were inherently adept at restraining ancient demon professionals. Nevertheless, the death of Tuoba Zue Lu, one of the instigators, would significantly influence the resolution of this conspiracy marked by such disparity in strength. At the very least, it might spare some lives. Humanity, our true foes, are ultimately the myriad races of the universe. The white-robed priest sighed internally and promptly conveyed the message to the divine attendants to evacuate the ordinary folk and ancient professionals in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia, though maintaining a facade of calm, was experiencing tumultuous upheaval within. In his understanding, the survival capabilities of the Beastmaster Toba Zuelu were even superior to those of the swordsman Tang Zhan. Although the vitality of a Beastmaster might not match that of a melee professional like the swordsman, a Beastmaster's beasts instinctively protect their master. Particularly for a fifth-tier Beastmaster like Tuoba Zuelu, any strategy aimed at eliminating the Beastmaster himself was unlikely to succeed. The beasts would replenish their master's vitality during battle and could even sacrifice their lives when their master faced mortal danger. Therefore, to defeat a Beastmaster, one would need to slay all of their beasts. Tuoba Zue Lu's platinum-grade centipede was a creature that even 6th-tier extraordinary professionals would find formidable, certainly not an easy target to vanquish. Unless a team of professionals launches a coordinated assault, achieving the demise of the centipede is nearly impossible. However, even under such circumstances, Tuoba Zue Lu possesses other beasts. As long as his beasts remain unharmed, he retains the opportunity to escape. It is inconceivable for him to be easily vanquished. Yet, the stark reality is undeniable. The announcements from the heavenly Daos cannot be erroneous. Tuoba Zue Lu is truly dead. Master, why has Tuoba Zue Lu? Zhao Wuji instinctively yearned to inquire about Tang Zhan's status. At that moment, his professional talisman, upon its first transformation, activated the innate ability, fortune and misfortune. A profound sense of crisis surged forth. Zhao Wuji abruptly halted his impending action. This warning sent a chill down his spine, as it marked the third time he had received such a forewarning in recent days. The first instance occurred outside the Bone Dragon's secret realm when Tang Zhan compelled him to divine the identity of Tang, Shua's murderer. Ignoring the fortune and misfortune warning, he forcefully unleashed the fourth transformation's ability, Glimpse of the Divine Eye, resulting in its catastrophic failure. The second warning came when Tang Zhan learned from a physician that the Tushan family was covering Wen Xiao's medical expenses. Once again, Tang Zhan insisted he divine the culprit. Alas, he disregarded the fortune and misfortune alert yet again, resorting to special divination techniques, only to receive a cryptic two-word revelation, which led to a backlash from the Dao, causing his level to plummet by 10. Now, yet again, he faced the third ominous warning from fortune and misfortune in just a few days, instilling genuine fear within Zhao Wuji. Ignoring the first transformation's warnings twice had resulted in severe repercussions. If he failed to learn from this lesson and disregarded fortune and misfortune once more, what fate awaited him? Were it not for the platinum-grade floating dust in his hand, which provided him with a semblance of courage, Zhao Wuji might have chosen to flee immediately, though acutely aware that even with Tuoba Zue Lu's demise, Tang Zhan alone could effortlessly annihilate the entire Tushan family. An increasingly intense intuition compelled Zhao Wuji to gaze at the tattered talisman paper within his storage artifact. This was the life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by his master upon his completion of the second transformation into the mortal realm. The escape talisman. Throughout the years, despite facing countless perils, Zhao Wuji had refrained from utilizing it. But now, he had finally resolved to activate it. When did the situation become so dire? Clutching the escape talisman, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of relief as he pondered silently. Meanwhile, on the 16th floor of a human race auction house, Chu Qiantai and Chu Jiugao engaged in battle against dozens of extraordinary professionals. The announcement regarding the death of Tuoba Zue Lu echoed throughout the area. Covered in blood, Chu Quantai let out a maniacal laugh. Did you hear that? Tushan is alive. It is Tuoba who has perished. In a desperate attempt to wield his flying sword, the defeated Chu Jiugu also unleashed a resounding roar. Chapter 79. There is but one person. The astonishment of Tu Shan Yu Chu. Instantly, 3 flying swords emitted radiant bloodlight, striking towards the multitude of extraordinary professionals ahead. Yet those dozens of practitioners found themselves in retreat, their former momentum completely dissipated. Particularly the members from the Tooba family, upon hearing of their patriarch Tooba Lu's demise, lost all will to fight and hastily sought to escape. A 4th-tier practitioner from another family bellowed at them. Running now is futile, unless we eradicate the Tu Shan family. Our efforts today will be in vain. Only by eliminating Tu Shan can we avenge our patriarch Tooba. Consequently, the Tooba practitioners halted, gritting their teeth as they charged once more toward the Chu father and son. On the top floor of the human auction house, Jiang Ying-er, along with Elder Jean and a dozen other life practitioners, awaited news. The moment the regional announcement was made, the anxious and fearful expressions of the crowd transformed into boundless delight. The atmosphere on the top floor was immediately invigorated. Jiang Ying-er excitedly leaped up, hurriedly inquiring about the situation from Tu Shan Yu Chu. Elder Jean and the others also awaited Jiang Ying-er's final confirmation, their faces brimming with anticipation. However, after a brief moment, upon seeing Tu Shan Yu Chu's response, Jiang Ying-er fell into a momentary daze, her eyes filled with incredulity. Elder Jean, unable to contain himself, asked urgently, "Xiao Ying-er, quickly tell us, how is Yu Chu? Is she completely out of danger? Indeed, you are driving me to distraction. Hurry and tell us." The other elderly life practitioners urged in unison. Finally, Jiang Ying-er regained her composure. She looked up at Elder Jean and the others, still somewhat in disbelief as she said, "There is only one person. What does that mean?" Elder Jean and the others grew even more anxious. Yet at that moment, Jiang Ying-er truly did not know how to explain it to them. Earlier, she had asked Tu Shan Yu Chu if she was entirely safe. Upon receiving a confirming answer, Jiang Ying-er could not help but inquire who had slain Tooba Lu. How many were there from the force behind Qin Feng? However, Tu Shan Yu Chu's response was strikingly simple. It was just him, Qin Feng alone. To this answer, Jiang Ying-er found herself doubting whether the force behind Qin Feng had coerced Tu Shan Yu Chu into concealing their true strength. Just Qin Feng alone? How could that be possible? Qin Feng single-handedly saved Tu Shan Yu Chu? Did they truly eliminate the extraordinary 5th-tier practitioner, Tooba Lu? What a jest! Yet, Jiang Ying-er understood that this was not the moment for seeking the truth. She recognized that Qin Feng had fulfilled his promise, having aided the human auction house in rescuing Tu Shan Yu Chu, and moreover, he had directly vanquished Tooba Lu. This was indeed a significant boon for the human auction house. Now, as long as Tu Shan Yu Ming could escape peril, the crisis faced by the human auction house and the Tu Shan family would be successfully navigated. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ying-er refrained from elaborating on Tu Shan Yu Chu's words, knowing that discussing the forces behind Qin Feng was a matter she and Tu Shan Yu Ming had resolved to keep confidential. They chose to act as covert allies to the human auction house. Thus, she merely informed Elder Jean and the others that Tu Shan Yu Chu was entirely out of danger, having been rescued by a formidable warrior summoned by the human auction house who had slain Tooba Lu. Instantly, the atmosphere in the penthouse transformed. Elder Jean and the others erupted in excitement and cheers, dispelling the earlier tension and gloom. Meanwhile, within the moonlit canyon, the revived Tu Shan Yu Chu quietly observed the young man who had just leaped from the towering mech. When Jiang Ying-er had inquired how many had come to her rescue, Tu Shan Yu Chu found herself at a loss for words. However, when the humanoid mech that had dispatched Tooba Lu landed beside her, and the cockpit opened, she was truly astonished. The individual piloting the mech was someone she recognized, none other than Qin Feng, the one her sister and Jiang Ying-er had spoken of on numerous occasions. Moreover, Qin Feng exhibited no reluctance in retracting the 3 significantly damaged beast-type mechs. Did this not imply that, from the very beginning, there had been no one else involved? All 4 beast-type mechs, along with this humanoid mech, belonged solely to Qin Feng. How could a practitioner who had yet to complete his 2nd tier possess such an arsenal of formidable mechs? Tu Shan Yu Chu was acutely aware of the terrifying value of a combat-ready mech. Even the three slightly weaker black, blue, and yellow beast-type mechs could fetch exorbitant prices. Not to mention the red giant beast capable of withstanding a level 100 centipede and the humanoid mech that could soar through the skies, unleashing a cataclysmic light. Their worth was beyond estimation. She had initially assumed that the mastermind behind these mechs was part of an even more clandestine and powerful force than the human auction house itself. After all, who could forge such extraordinary relics of the past? However, when she realized that the owner of these mechs was none other than Qin Feng, Tushan Yuchu was utterly astounded. There has never been any formidable force, nor any extraordinary professionals among the powerful. It has always been but one individual, Qin Feng. Standing alone, the words she had just imparted to Jiang Yinger were devoid of deceit. They were the unvarnished truth. It was indeed Qin Feng, single-handedly wielding the might of these formidable mechas to save herself and vanquish Tuoba Zue Lu. Upon comprehending the truth, Tushan Yu Chu felt her heart race with an unprecedented fervor. Yet, as she beheld the drenched Qin Feng somberly approaching Jiang Li's side, a pall of sorrow clouded her wan visage. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect him." Tushan Yu Chu's faint voice resonated, which stirred a profound sadness within Qin Feng, who stood beside Jiang Li's lifeless form. He gently shook his head, asserting, "No, it is we who failed to safeguard him. Yet, he has done more than enough." Indeed, it was Jiang Li who delivered the final blow to the centipede, enabling him to slay Tuoba Zue Lu. Jiang Li's demise ignited an inferno of rage within Qin Feng, amplifying his fervor to its zenith. Ultimately, just before the last of the platinum longbow in the second furnace was expended, he succeeded in slaying Tuoba Zue Lu. The final battle was equally perilous. Unable to extricate himself, Tuoba Zue Lu, whose vitality was being relentlessly harvested by Qin Feng's beam saber, resorted to sacrificing the last remnants of his two beast companions, attempting to restore his own life force. Almost, he managed to withstand Qin Feng's final frantic assault. Fortunately, the two-headed black wolf and the arachnid beast were of low rank and level, rendering their assistance negligible. In a state of desperation, Tuoba Zue Lu ultimately succumbed beneath the relentless scythe of the Freedom Gundam. It was only upon hearing the regional announcement that Qin Feng regained his composure. However, gazing upon Tuoba Zue Lu's corpse, he felt no elation, for Jiang Li lay dead. Another valiant fighter against the injustices of fate and time had perished before him. This ignited a torrent of grief and indignation within Qin Feng. Yet, at that moment, as if defying fate, the seemingly lifeless Jiang Li suddenly coughed. The beast god's roaring armor he wore burst forth with a radiant, holy glow. Jiang Li, both Qin Feng and the approaching Tushan Yu Chu exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Chapter 80. The Resurrection of Jiang Li. Diamond Grade Staff. From what had been an utterly lifeless form, a surge of vitality surged forth from Jiang Li. The visible wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. Moments later, Jiang Li's tightly shut eyes flew open. "Ah!" he cried out, wildly waving his arms. Qin Feng stepped forward, grasping Jiang Li's arm firmly. "Jiang Li, it's all right now. We have triumphed." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Jiang Li's expression gradually calmed. Yet he gazed at Qin Feng with a hint of perplexity. "Qin Feng, how is it you who declares our victory?" However, as he struggled to sit up, the sight of Tushan Yuchu by his side, the corpse of the centipede not far off, and the vanished Zue Lu finally allowed him to exhale a long breath. Was it President Tushan who came to rescue us? Had Tuoba Zue Lu already departed? At this moment, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Li had not perished. Thanks to the divine resurrection effect of the beast god's howling armor, he had returned to life. Although he and Jiang Li had only met twice, witnessing Jiang Li's revival filled Qin Feng with an overwhelming urge to weep tears of joy. Yet just then, Jiang Li suddenly caught sight of the open cockpit of the Freedom Gundam. His expression froze momentarily. After a brief pause, he abruptly turned his head to scan the surroundings. Where was that elder from the old days? "Qin Feng, did you see the elder who operated the mecha?" "Wait, Qin Feng, you..." But upon finding no one else, Jiang Li inquired of Qin Feng with some confusion. However, before he could finish his words, his expression became rigid. An increasing sense of shock emerged. Qin Feng observed Jiang Li's demeanor and nodded gently. It truly is you. Jiangli instantly sprang to his feet. This made Qin Feng worry again. The wounds that had just healed might reopen. You're a Mecha Master. This is your mecha. You saved us. My heavens. Jiangli remained in disbelief. Yet upon seeing Qin Feng's composed demeanor, he finally ceased his doubts. His face was alight with joy for Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng reminisce about Wenbo. If Wenbo were still alive, witnessing his ability to pilot such a formidable mecha would surely have brought him the same elation as Jiangli. By the way, Qin Feng, where are your teammates? What about those other mechas? After circling the Freedom Gundam several times, Jiangli suddenly grew curious and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth. If the sight of one Freedom Gundam had him this excited, discovering that the 4 Beast King mechas also belonged to him would undoubtedly send him into a state of overwhelming ecstasy. Oh, could that be Tua Ba Zue Lu's corpse? Just as Qin Feng pondered how to respond, Jiangli pointed in horror at a nearby shattered body. At this, Qin Feng could only shrug and was about to admit the truth when Tu Shan Yuchu, who had been diligently recovering from her injuries, interrupted their conversation. Miss Tu Shan, I shall accompany you. The more hands, the greater the strength. Upon hearing that Tu Shan Yuechu intended to depart, Jiangli promptly interjected. There's no need. This is a matter concerning our Tu Shan family. You have fulfilled your duty. With that, Tu Shan Yuechu was enveloped in a surge of orange-red demonic energy, swiftly soaring towards the exit of the 7 Luminaries Canyon. Miss Tu Shan, Jiangli, feeling rejected, called out anxiously. Yet, Tu Shan Yuechu's silhouette had already vanished into the distance. Qin Feng, however, refrained from further comment. Having rescued Tu Shan Yuechu from Tuoba Zue Lu, he believed he had thus completed the commission from the human auction, even if Tu Shan Yuechu were to perish at the hands of others thereafter. The contract for the transfer of 50 shares would remain valid. Qin Feng paid little heed to the visibly troubled Jiangli and promptly began to clear the battlefield. His recent battle with Tuoba Zue Lu had nearly depleted all his extraordinary equipment. The extent of this consumption was utterly staggering. Had it not been for the acquisition of 50 shares from a human auction, this trip to the 7 Luminaries Canyon would have been utterly in vain, exhausting toil with all his gear incinerated, resulting in a significant loss. Fortunately, having slain Tuoba Zue Lu and numerous extraordinary practitioners, the equipment they bore would help recuperate a portion of his losses. After swiftly gathering the scattered extraordinary equipment, Qin Feng approached the body of Tuoba Zue Lu with eager anticipation. During their earlier confrontation, he had noticed the exceptional gear adorning this 5th-tier Beast Master. Now, upon closer inspection, his delight was palpable. Among the spoils was a tattered yet platinum-grade robe, alongside 5 pieces of level 100 golden equipment. Indeed, this 5th-tier Beast Master was extravagantly equipped. What thrilled Qin Feng the most, however, was the seemingly inconspicuous golden short staff. Initially, he presumed it to be merely of golden grade, but upon casually picking it up and examining its attributes, he was astonished to discover it was a diamond-grade extraordinary weapon. Thick Earth Soul Staff Diamond. Category: Exclusive Staff for Beast Masters. Level requirement: 90 effects. Strength 1800, Agility 1200, Constitution 1500, Spirit 2300, Durability 4,500, 4,500. Additional effects: Spirit Restoration, Blood Sacrifice, Earth's Ode, Blood Explosion, Ghostly Strategy. The base attributes of this thick Earth Soul Staff were not particularly remarkable among diamond-grade extraordinary weapons. However, the 5 accompanying effects were undeniably formidable. Upon reviewing the descriptions of these effects, Qin Feng finally understood why the 4 beasts under Tuoba Zue Lu's command were so exceptionally powerful. It was likely due to these enhancements to vitality, defense, and attack that they far surpassed the strength of their peers among demon beasts. The passive effects of spirit sacrifice and blood replenishment allow the Beastmaster's companion to willingly offer its life force and restore vitality to its master, greatly enhancing the survival capability of the Beastmaster. Qin Feng felt a sense of relief, realizing that during the recent battle, he had wisely refrained from targeting Tuoba Zue Lu directly. With the additional effects bestowed by the Diamond Grade Staff, it was likely that even exhausting all his extraordinary equipment's energy and launching several meteor strikes would not have sufficed to eliminate Tuoba Zue Lu. However, Fortune favored him as he made the right choice. His instincts as a fervent Mecha Master guided him to launch the most powerful assault against Tuoba Zue Lu's beast, successfully slaying the 5th-tier Beastmaster. With a sigh of relief, Qin Feng stowed the earthly soul staff into his mechanical space and cast one last glance at the shattered corpse of Tuoba Zue Lu. Just as he was about to turn away, an inconspicuous jade pendant among the remains caught his attention. Suppressing his disgust, he picked up the pendant. Upon discerning its information, a wave of ecstasy washed over his face. A storage item. This jade pendant, no larger than half a palm, turned out to be a storage device with a capacity exceeding 200 cubic meters, although it paled in comparison to his mechanical space. The owner of this pendant was none other than Tuoba Zue Lu, a leader of an extraordinary faction. Surely, an item kept so close to him would be of no ordinary nature. Anticipating what lay within, Qin Feng directed his thoughts towards the pendant. To his astonishment, a vibrant array of equipment, materials, and elixirs filled the storage space. Did Tuoba Zue Lu bring the entirety of the Tuoba family's wealth with him? This was extravagance beyond measure. Qin Feng conducted a cursory examination, noting over 10 pieces of golden equipment alone, while silver and bronze items numbered in the hundreds. The materials were heaped in abundance, with a significant amount being beast pelts, including those of silver and gold quality. He even spotted a well-preserved tiger pelt of platinum grade, suitable for crafting platinum or even diamond-grade garments or armor. In addition to these pelts, Qin Feng discovered dozens of gemstones and metals, all at least of silver quality. While their quantity was not overwhelming, their high quality made them valuable. Yet, what excited Qin Feng the most were the neatly arranged boxes containing beast spirit cores. This revelation quickened his breath. Although the Qinquan belt had already been completed, the King of Beasts Mecha still awaited the final Wind-type Spirit Core to finish the last Green Lion Mecha. Once the Green Lion Mecha was complete, the 5 Lion Mechas would likely be able to activate their combined form. One could effortlessly acquire the first integrated mech. The prowess of a Lion Mech is already capable of surpassing that of a similarly ranked beast. Just imagine how formidable it would become once fully integrated. The mere thought sends a thrill through Qin Feng. His mind swiftly traverses the array of boxes, and at last, amidst the abundance of spirit cores radiating potent energy, he discovers a bead enveloped in azure wind energy. Tempest Spirit Pearl Gold. Category, Special Item. Description: the source of power for the Rift Eagle. Suitable for embedding in footwear or crafting jewelry. Effect when embedded in footwear. Strength 250, Agility 550. Effect when crafting jewelry. Agility 400, Spirit 450, to his delight. It is indeed of golden grade. Qin Feng's spirits soar. It is evident that among the 5 Beast King mechs, the Green Lion is likely to be second only to the Red Lion in strength. Eager to incorporate this Wind Spirit Core into the mechanical space and outfit the Green Lion mech, he suddenly notices Jiang Li, who had been deep in contemplation, sprinting ahead. That unmistakably leads towards the direction in which Tu Shanyu had departed. Qin Feng furrows his brow slightly and calls out, "Jiang Li, do you comprehend the danger that lies ahead?" Upon hearing his words, Jiang Li halts, turning to face Qin Feng and the towering Freedom Gundam behind him. A relaxed smile graces her face as she replies, "I am aware. However, I cannot possess a mech as formidable as yours. Nor could I vanquish exceptional practitioners like Tuoba Zue Lu. Yet, I cannot forget the gratitude I owe to the Tushan family. They have bestowed upon me the power I long sought, albeit through unconventional means, and I am truly content." Really, at this juncture, Jiang Li pauses briefly, then gazes up at Qin Feng, her face imbued with an earnest longing. "Qin Feng, if given the chance, I would genuinely wish to join you in shattering this damned, extraordinary era." With that, she turns resolutely and dashes toward the exit of Moonlight Gorge. Left behind, Qin Feng watches Jiang Li depart, choosing not to call her back. After a considerable moment, he begins to murmur, "Tu Shanya Meng must not perish. Otherwise, who will fulfill that 50 shares? She cannot die." It seems he has found a reason to persuade himself. The flames of battle reignite in Qin Feng's eyes. Several dozen miles away in the 7 Luminaries Gorge, amidst a range of mountains, a powerful formation still emanates an overwhelming presence, nestled between several peaks. Within the formation, only a colossal bird, cloaked in black feathers and possessing 4 heads, remains, is steadfastly withstanding the onslaught of Tang Zhan, who has already breached the formation. The long knife in Tang Zhan's hand unleashes brilliant arcs of light with each slash, each strike landing upon the giant bird. He swiftly severed numerous obsidian feathers from the colossal birds, as if they were forged from iron. The 4 dark avians, confronted by Tang Zhan's radiant golden light, could only emit furious roars. Yet from their gaping maws, no demonic power could be unleashed. They were relentlessly battered by Tang Zhan, who was draining their vast vitality. At this moment, Tang Zhan's visage was one of fierce determination. Tu Shan Yimeng, even if you summon the Gui Ho bird, what does it matter? As long as you remain within this formation, you shall forever be unable to wield the ancient demon's sorcery. Though that scoundrel Tooba is deceased, you shall never escape my grasp. Transformed into the Gui Ho bird, Tu Shan Yimeng evaded Tang Zhan's onslaught while attempting to breach the formation. However, the hundreds of extraordinary practitioners surrounding the mountains ensured the formation's unyielding stability. Regardless of how fiercely Tu Shan Yimeng collided against it, she could not create even the slightest fissure. Without the ability to harness demonic power, the injuries upon the Gui Ho bird became increasingly severe, with dark crimson blood seeping from her wounds. Tu Shan Yimeng's vitality was swiftly waning. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed from the distance. An orange-red, 3-tailed fox demon swiftly approached. Within the confines of the formation, Tu Shan Yimeng, upon seeing that figure, was immediately taken aback. She frantically called out, urging the approaching Tu Shan Yuchu to flee from this perilous place. However, the transformed Tu Shan Yuchu, now a 3-tailed fox demon, steadfastly maintained her course, charging directly toward the immense formation. The multitude of extraordinary practitioners in the mountains prepared to intervene, but were swiftly halted by Tang Zhan. Let her through, as he beheld the vibrant orange-red, 3-tailed fox emanating potent demonic energy. A mad glimmer flickered in Tang Zhan's eyes. Shu'er, today I shall avenge you. Unimpeded, Tu Shan Yuchu reached the outer boundary of the formation. She gazed at the battered Gui Ho bird within and the fiercely glaring Tang Zhan. Suddenly coming to a halt, though she desperately wished to rescue her sister, the extraordinary practitioners had offered no resistance. Furthermore, she could hear no calls from Tu Shan Yimeng within the formation. Coupled with the absence of any responses to her previous messages, Tu Shan Yuchu finally sensed the ominous undercurrents of a conspiracy. Although she had fallen into the ambush of Tuoba Zue Lu willingly, the treachery laid before her now was unmistakable. This formation harbored malevolence. Observing her sister's frail and diminished demonic power within the formation, Tu Shan Yuchu instantly comprehended the entire scheme. With a fierce roar directed at Tang Zhan within the formation, she unleashed her fury, turning his head towards the mountains. He charged towards the practitioners stationed at the array. Kill! Within the formation, Tang Zhan, witnessing that Tu Shan Yuechu had not fallen into the trap, let out a furious roar. The numerous extraordinary practitioners outside the formation surged towards the flicker of orange-red. In an instant, the battle erupted amidst the mountains. One by one, the extraordinary practitioners, exuding a terrifying aura, unleashed their power. The entire mountain range trembled. Soon Yuechu, within the formation, Tu Shan Yame emitted a desperate cry. She had seen her sister's figure being hurled away. This drove her into a frenzy. She desperately urged the demonic energy within her. But within this formation, known as the Locking Heaven Array, her strength was completely suppressed. No matter how hard she tried, she could not summon any power, only able to watch helplessly as her sister was continuously struck away by those extraordinary practitioners. Yuechu, Tu Shan Yame, was enveloped in despair. She looked up at the impenetrable Locking Heaven Array and the sky belonging to the extraordinary beings, filled with an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Boom! At that moment, from the distance between the mountains, a massive green beast suddenly leaped from a low hill. It seemed as if a fierce gale was howling. A gigantic azure wind blade erupted from the beast's mouth, striking down upon the extraordinary practitioners besieging Tu Shan Yuechu. Chapter 82. The Green Lion Mobilizes. A counterattack from the past. The extraordinary practitioners surrounding Tu Shan Yuechu never anticipated such a sudden assault. Instantly, numerous casualties ensued. Defensive formation. The practitioners present, seasoned from countless battles, quickly organized knights, shield-bearers, and heavily armored warriors to charge towards the green beast, continuously releasing wind blades. It was a mechanical creation. Many identification-oriented lifestyle practitioners quickly made the assessment, recognizing that this green beast was actually a beast-type mechanical creation from the past. This revelation astonished the extraordinary practitioners. They had not expected to confront a metal creation from the bygone era, especially one possessing such formidable power. The terrifying damage from the wind blades had been experienced by many firsthand. It was far beyond what one would expect from an ancient creation. Also astonished was Tu Shan Yuechu, who was already bearing multiple wounds. As she gazed upon the green metallic beast, she was utterly convinced that it was Qin Feng's beast-type mech. Although this green mech had never appeared before, its almost identical lion form and equally powerful magical attacks were unmistakably of the same category as the 4 lion mechs. It could only be Qin Feng. But why have you come? Tu Shan Yuechu rose once more to engage in battle, yet a sense of bewilderment clouded her thoughts. She could scarcely fathom why Qin Feng would come to her aid. Although he had previously commanded several mechs to slay Tuoba Zue Lu and rescue her, she had witnessed the damage inflicted upon those mechs and the considerable depletion of energy and ammunition. She even harbored doubts that during the clash with Tuoba Zue Lu, Qin Feng had nearly expended all his resources. After all, this was an extraordinary era. Even if Qin Feng had the fortune to forge such formidable mechs, their combat was still reliant on various power sources, munitions, and mechanical components that could only be produced in bygone times. To expect Qin Feng, who had just completed a grueling battle, to continue fighting against the 5th-tier extraordinary practitioner Tang Zhan was tantamount to sentencing him to death. Thus, Tu Shan Yuechu had not entertained any hope that Qin Feng would return to assist in rescuing her sister, Tu Shan Yimeng, nor had she sought his help. However, to her astonishment, Qin Feng ultimately arrived. Moreover, he unveiled a brand new green mech. In comparison to the previous 4 lion mechs, this entirely green creation boasted swifter speed and wind-based spells that rivaled the fire damage of the red lion. Was this not the extent of Qin Feng's capabilities before? Having personally witnessed Qin Feng's battle against Tuoba Zue Lu, Tu Shan Yuechu was acutely aware of his formidable strength. Yet, she had believed that his victory over Tuoba Zue Lu was his utmost limit. Yet now, he had produced yet another awe-inspiring mech. Was he utterly unafraid of the 5th-tier Tang Zhan? Did he possess the confidence to continue battling extraordinary beings of that caliber? Or was his motivation solely to rescue her? In that moment, a sudden wave of embarrassment surged within Tu Shan Yuechu as she glanced at the green metallic behemoth that relentlessly struck down extraordinary practitioners and charged towards her. An inexplicable fluttering sensation stirred within her heart. Kill for me. At that moment, within the formation, Tang Zhan let out a furious roar upon witnessing the emergence of the green metallic giant. He was consumed by a profound rage. This operation against the Tu Shan family, in Tang Zhan's eyes, was supposed to be foolproof. The only formidable adversaries from the Tu Shan family were the 2 ancient sisters. Yet, from the outset of the operation, unforeseen events had unfolded. First, his cousin Tang Jinglong had perished. Then, Tuoba Zue Lu, the head of the Tuoba family, had also met his demise. Moreover, the Chu family duo from Lanyan City had inexplicably allied with the human auction house. And now, Tu Shan Yuechu, the prime suspect in the murder of his son, was the sole survivor. Surprisingly, there was a reluctance to step into the locking sky array. This was far from over. Tang Zhan initially believed that the practitioners from the Tang family and the Tuoba family outside the array could effortlessly deal with Tu Shan Yuechu. Yet, an unforeseen twist emerged once more. Out of nowhere, an ancient beast-shaped mech appeared to cause chaos. The echoes of the past. Once again, the remnants of the ancient times. Curse be you, remnants of the past. A nameless fury ignited within Tang Zhan's heart. When Zhao Wuji conducted his second divination, he could only glean a cryptic reference to the ancient times. Before his demise, Tang Jinglong had also sent him the 2 words of the past. And now, yet another ancient mech had appeared to rescue the ancient demon sisters, who were also remnants of the past. Tang Zhan felt a humiliation he had never experienced before. The long blade in his hand suddenly radiated an unparalleled brilliance. With a thunderous roar, it cleaved towards the momentarily stunned Tu Shan Yimeng. The creature, Gu Huanyao, was sent flying. Iron feathers scattered, blood splattered across the ground. However, the grievously injured Tu Shan Yimeng was filled with immense joy. The moment she laid eyes on the colossal green metal beast, she was utterly convinced that it was the force behind Qin Feng that had intervened. Although Tu Shan Yimeng held little hope for their assistance, as long as her sister Tu Shan Yuchu was unharmed, that was sufficient. Yet, to her astonishment, she had initially expected the force behind Qin Feng to possess numerous, formidable, extraordinary practitioners. After all, how else could they have slain the Toba Zue Lu, who commanded a platinum beast? What she did not anticipate was that this force had produced an ancient combat mech. Moreover, it was a beast-shaped mech capable of casting spells. This revelation left Tu Shan Yimeng, the master of the human auction house, in profound shock. She understood all too well that the resources required to forge such a mech would severely cripple her human auction house. Curiosity bubbled within her. What kind of power would expend such vast resources to create such an ancient mechanical artifact? Could it be that, even in this extraordinary era, numerous hidden forces were covertly advancing the remnants of the ancient age? Contemplating this, Tu Shan Yimeng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, as if a glimmer of hope from the ancient times had emerged. But before Tu Shan Yimeng could ponder further, Tang Zhan's blade came crashing down once more. Yet, within her heart, the previous feelings of resentment and despair had dissipated. The enormous iron wings of Gu Huanyao flapped violently, summoning a tempest. Four heads roared simultaneously, causing the entire locking sky array to tremble gently. With a resounding crash, Tu Shan Yimeng swung her iron wings to strike at the massive blade of light. Black feathers were sheared away in droves. Even black iron bones began to reveal themselves. But Tu Shan Yimeng paid no heed. She boldly charged toward Tang Zhan. With a roar, Tu Shan Yimeng resorted to a desperate combat style, even opening the colossal jaws of her four heads in an attempt to tear flesh from Tang Zhan. Get away! Tang Zhan was taken aback by Tu Shan Yimeng's sudden frenzy, yet he responded with a fierce shout, unleashing a terrifying power that swiftly suppressed her. Nevertheless, Gu Huanyao truly embodied the legendary ferocity of a beast, coupled with Tu Shan Yimeng's strength at the fourth transformation. Tang Zhan found himself unable to swiftly vanquish her. Sister, from the distant mountains, Tu Shan Yuchu caught sight of the battle within the formation and could not help but let out a soft roar. However, the calm voice of Qin Feng emanated from the green lion mecha beside her. First, break the formation. Chapter 83. Tang Zhan's speculation. The beheaded Tu Shan Yimeng. All right, Tu Shan Yuchu nodded, suppressing her urge to weep. Following closely behind the green lion mecha controlled by Qin Feng, she charged toward the extraordinary practitioners seated in meditation. The very heart of the formation. Only by breaking it could they shatter the formation and rescue her sister. At this moment, within the green lion mecha, Qin Feng, upon observing the formation, comprehended why he had been unable to receive any messages from Tu Shan Yimeng. Despite being a fourth transformation ancient demon practitioner, she was forced to engage in close combat within the formation. Qin Feng deduced that this formation exerted a suppressive effect on Tu Shan Yimeng, preventing her from utilizing her ancient demon abilities. Though he had resolved to rescue Tu Shan Yimeng, he would not act recklessly. After all, Tang Zhan was a formidable fifth transformation swordsman, rivaling even Tuaba Zue Lu. Close combat practitioners were even more constrained by their mechas than beast masters. Without absolute certainty, he would not easily engage in battle with Tang Zhan. In the mechanical space, the Tyrannosaurus beast was diligently repairing the red lion mecha. Qin Feng eagerly anticipated the completion of the repairs on the 5 lion mechas, hoping to activate their combined form and attain the Beast King mecha. It was then that he would truly be able to engage in close combat with Tang Zhan, this extraordinary practitioner. For now, Qin Feng was acutely aware that recklessness would not save Tu Shan Yimeng. The best course of action was to focus on breaking the formation. He could only hope that Tu Shan Yimeng could endure until he dismantled the formation. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to leave with Tu Shan Yuchu. Boom, boom, boom. The green lion mecha unleashed a flurry of wind blades, causing numerous extraordinary practitioners to scream in agony. Qin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction as the Green Lion Mecha, equipped with the Golden Wind Spirit Core, successfully advanced to silver rank, its power significantly surpassing that of the Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion. With the augmentation of wind affinity enhancing speed, coupled with the formidable lethality of several wind-based skills, even a handful of fourth-tier extraordinary practitioners would refrain from recklessly confronting it head-on. As for those who sought to engage Qin Feng in close quarters, they were thwarted by the fully transformed Tu Shan Yuechu, who had completed her third transformation, allowing Qin Feng to unleash his attacks unrestrained. In a fleeting moment, under the coordination of Qin Feng and Tu Shan Yuechu, one formation after another was dismantled. The colossal array that ensnared Tu Shan Yamei was gradually losing its vibrancy. Furthermore, the Gu Huanyao, which Tu Shan Yamei had morphed into with its four massive heads, began to emanate colorful demonic arts. Yet, it remained incapable of withstanding the terrifying blade force of Tang Zhan. Nevertheless, Tu Shan Yamei grew increasingly frenzied. Even with one iron wing severed and the neck of the leftmost head nearly cleaved, she persistently engaged in a life-for-life combat style, grappling closely with Tang Zhan. Roars echoed as Tu Shan Yuechu, hovering near the Green Lion Mecha, witnessed her sister's plight and unleashed her own furious cries. Yet, she continued to shield Qin Feng from numerous assaults, even at the cost of her body and 3 foxtails. She refused to allow the extraordinary practitioners to approach the Green Lion Mecha with ease. Qin Feng observed this scene intently. The power of the Green Lion Mecha surged to its utmost limits. Were it not for the significant damage sustained by several engines during the previous 3 meteor volleys, he would have been inclined to unleash the full might of his free will upon these extraordinary practitioners once more. However, the silver-tier Green Lion Mecha already exhibited considerable prowess. The formation points were being precisely eradicated by Qin Feng, and the color of the immense array was rapidly fading, even beginning to tremble slightly. Within the array, Tang Zhan grew increasingly enraged. He unleashed one astounding, extraordinary skill after another in a frenzy. His sole desire was to slay Tu Shan Yamei before the array was dismantled and subsequently exact vengeance on Tu Shan Yuechu for his son. Additionally, he aimed to reduce that beast-like mech to mere fragments. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the formation points of the Locking Sky array had been largely extracted. The Tang family had already incurred losses of several practitioners, which propelled Tang Zhan's loathing for this ancient contraption to an apex. Old days, you wretched beings! Tang Zhan's furious roars resounded. Yet, suddenly, an unusual thought flickered through his mind. The mechanical artifact from the ancient era displayed a power that far exceeded anything he had ever witnessed in his lifetime. He had never heard of any ancient creation capable of battling so many extraordinary practitioners. But did this not imply, with the possession of such a formidable mech, could it be that an ancient practitioner might also be the perpetrator of his own son's demise? After conducting an investigation into that fateful day within the Bone Dragon's secret realm, I meticulously examined all extraordinary practitioners within a considerable radius, yet I overlooked those ancient practitioners. Furthermore, during Zhao Wuji's second divination, the conclusion pointed unmistakably towards the ancients. Tang Zhan had previously believed that the Tu Shan family, being ancient, represented these archaic demons. However, the ancients are not solely the ancient demons. The Mecha Masters are also part of this lineage. If anyone had claimed in the past that a Mecha Master could be the murderer of his own son, Tang Zhan would have scoffed in disbelief. Even a dozen makeshift mechs could never slay the son he had personally trained. How could the creations of the ancients possibly rival extraordinary practitioners? Yet, the newly emerged beast-type mech had, within a mere moment, already slain more than a dozen extraordinary practitioners of the second transition and above. At the time of his son's death, he had merely just completed his first transition. Could it truly be that the true culprit is not Tu Shan? Although Tang Zhan cared little for whether Tu Shan was the murderer, he was determined to annihilate them. The sudden realization that another individual might be the true perpetrator ignited his fury. Tu Shan Yameng, who is the true murderer of my son? Tang Zhan bellowed at the nearly lifeless Tu Shan Yameng. Yet, she seemed utterly devoid of reason, completely ignoring his inquiries. Nonetheless, Tang Zhan's conviction and his suspicions only intensified. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed towards the green mech outside the formation, which was relentlessly dismantling the formation's nodes. He crushed a jade talisman he had held tightly in his grasp. Instantly, the waning brilliance of the sky lock formation erupted in a blinding radiance. Tu Shan, who had only moments ago been able to exude a faint demonic power, was now inexplicably forced to the ground by an overwhelming force. Chains of order cascaded from the formation, binding Tu Shan firmly to the ground. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free from the shackles of the order chains. Meanwhile, Tang Zhan, who had crushed the jade talisman, felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His once raven hair turned stark white, and the vitality within him seemed to dissipate by more than half in an instant. Simultaneously, outside the formation, the practitioners managing the nodes began to spout blood. The remaining nodes spontaneously exploded. Yet, the Skylock formation remained unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Instead, it blazed even more fiercely. Sister, Tu Shan initially gasped as she witnessed Tu Shan trapped on the ground by the chains of order, unable to rise. Qin Feng also noted the anomalies concerning the nodes and the formation, furrowing his brow in concern. Clearly, all of this was intricately tied to the disheveled Tang Zhan within the formation. This formation no longer relies on an external focal point for its maintenance, but is entirely connected to Tang Zhan within the array. To break the formation, one must enter it. At this moment, within the locking heaven array, Tang Zhan approached Tu Shan with a sinister grin, raising the long blade in his hand high. No, outside the formation. Tu Shan gasped in horror upon witnessing this scene. However, Tang Zhan's long blade descended, severing the head of Guohuan Yao with a single strike. A chilling scream escaped from Tu Shan as she struggled desperately, yet found herself utterly unable to escape the binding chains of order. Who, after all, is the true murderer? With a grotesque expression, Tang Zhan once again raised the long blade, aiming for Tu Shan's second head. He bellowed thunderously towards the outside world, where Qin Feng and Tu Shan stood. Chapter 84. The Choice. The Red Line Restoration is complete. No. As Tu Shan beheld this horrific scene, she cried out in panic. Yet within the formation, Tang Zhan's countenance grew increasingly deranged. After casting a cruel smile towards Tu Shan at a distance, he mercilessly brought his long blade down. The second head of Guohuan Yao was cleaved off by Tang Zhan's blade. Tu Shan emitted a wretched wail, but her strength to resist had waned. Life itself was rapidly fading from her being. Sister, outside the array, Tu Shan could no longer maintain her composure, rushing madly towards the locking heaven array. But, with the remaining two heads held aloft, Tu Shan suddenly summoned her utmost strength to cry out, "Stop her! Take her away!" Boom! Qin Feng, shocked by Tang Zhan's brutality, finally regained his senses. The engine within the Green Lion roared to life, unleashing a burst of speed as he pursued the now fully charged Tu Shan intercepting her. The current situation made it evident that Tu Shan's entry into the array would only lead to her demise. Yet at the same time, Qin Feng recalled Tang Zhan's earlier words about who the true culprit was, though he understood that even if Tang Shua had not perished, the ambitious forces of the Tang and Toba families would eventually turn against the Tu Shan clan. Watching Tu Shan be slain while bearing the weight of his own guilt was unbearable for Qin Feng, who, after all, killed my Shu'er. At that moment, Tang Zhan raised the long blade once more, his eyes aflame with rage as he bellowed. "It was I. I personally crushed your foolish son. It was I. Ha! I am Tang Zhan, the one who has slain him." Tu Shan, pinned to the ground and unable to move, shouted defiantly at Tang Zhan without a hint of fear. This only intensified Tang Zhan's fury. He channeled an extraordinary power into the long blade, preparing to strike down. "No! In the secret realm of the Bone Dragon, only I am permitted entry, for it is I who has slain. Release her!" cried Tu Shan, her voice filled with despair as she confronted Tang Zhan, who had already restrained her. Witnessing her sister's imminent demise shattered her composure. "I knew it. Ha! You Tu Shan deserve to perish." Tang Zhan, enshrouded in a dense aura of murderous intent, brandished his long blade and struck down fiercely. With a resounding crash, The third head of Gu Huanyao was cleaved in two, extinguishing the last vestiges of vitality from Tu Shan Yimeng, leaving her devoid of strength to even call out. Sister, Tu Shan Yuchu wailed, her demonic power spiraling wildly, unable to sustain her transformation into the three-tailed fox. She reverted to her human form, collapsing onto the ground. Alas, sighed Qin Feng from the cockpit, his thoughts drifting towards the repair progress of the red line mecha in the mechanical space. Finally, he spoke softly. Tang Zhan, your son deserves to die? His indifferent voice resonated through the green lion mecha, abruptly halting Tang Zhan's intent to strike once more. An overwhelming rage surged in Tang Zhan's eyes. Indeed, it is you. Yes, it is I. Qin Feng maintained his composure, casting a glance at Tu Shan Yuchu, who was already grievously wounded and struggling to stand. He reached out with a massive claw, lifting her and bringing her into the cockpit. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Tu Shan Yuchu, with tears streaming down her face, whispered softly. Qin Feng nodded and gently reassured her, "Leave it to me," before rendering her unconscious with a swift motion. He then proceeded towards the formation, calling out to Tang Zhan as he walked, "Your son killed my friend, Wenbo. A life for a life. He deserves to die." Qin Feng needed to divert Tang Zhan's attention, for otherwise, Tu Shan Yimeng, with only one head remaining, might truly meet her end. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Zhan's teeth clenched in fury as he advanced towards him. "A worthless life like yours dares to compare with my son. Return my son's life." Yet Qin Feng continued his leisurely approach, coldly retorting, "Your arrogance as an extraordinary being is utterly nauseating. And what of your son's life? He was butchered by my own hands. Oh, and before he met his demise, he begged me for mercy. Yet I still cleaved him in two." At this revelation, Tang Zhan within the formation erupted into madness. "Ah, it was you." The terrifying blood-red extraordinary power surged around him, and a long blade in his hand rang out ominously, as if it sought to rend Qin Feng into countless pieces. In that moment, Tang Zhan was unequivocally certain. The one controlling the mecha was indeed the true murderer of his son, due to the tragic demise of my beloved disciple. Only I and a few devoted members of the family are privy to the details. This individual has openly confessed to the murder of my disciple. Surely, he must be the true culprit. Ah! Tang Zhan let out a furious roar, causing the entire locking heaven array to emanate a faint blood-red glow. The overwhelming pressure instilled trepidation among the many extraordinary practitioners in the distance. Even Qin Feng, nestled within the cockpit, felt the weight of this formidable aura. Nevertheless, he steadily advanced towards the formation. Only when he was several meters away from the grand array did he come to a halt. "Tang Zhan, I must inform you that I also took the life of Tang Jinglong. He, like your foolish son, was arrogant and met his end at my hands." Boom! The blood aura surrounding Tang Zhan instantly surged to its zenith. The colossal array appeared as if it were drenched in a layer of crimson horror. Even from several meters away, Qin Feng, despite being in the green lion mecha, sensed a torrent of murderous intent descending upon him. He understood that he had completely enraged Tang Zhan. At that moment, within the mechanical realm, the red lion mecha was still awaiting the repair of several crucial engines. Prepare to perish. Tang Zhan finally unleashed a strike towards Qin Feng. Boom! Qin Feng swiftly maneuvered the green lion mecha to evade the attack, unleashing massive azure wind blades directed at Tang Zhan. However, as the wind blades passed through the blood-red barrier of the array, they were instantly diminished to a mere breeze, failing to inflict any harm upon Tang Zhan. This realization weighed heavily on Qin Feng's heart. He knew that to defeat Tang Zhan, he must lure him out of the array. Thus, Qin Feng piloted the green lion mecha, continuously circling the perimeter of the formation, striving to draw the enraged Tang Zhan outside. Yet, Tang Zhan seemed to have discerned Qin Feng's intentions, not stepping even a single inch beyond the confines of the array. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's evasive maneuvers, a savage glint flashed in his eyes as he redirected his focus towards Tu Shan Yimeng, who was reduced to a mere head. "None of you ancient ones shall survive today." With that declaration, he raised his blade, poised to strike down upon Tu Shan Yimeng's last remaining head. Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes turned crimson at this sight. Just then, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Red Lion Mecha repair complete. Congratulations, host." on completing the entire Beast King series of mechas, activating the special combined mecha function. In an instant, Qin Feng could no longer afford the luxury of rational thought. He activated the Green Lion Mecha's most potent enhancement effect, Green Shadow Storm. Description: significantly increases the mecha's mobility for a short duration, a remarkably straightforward acceleration effect. Yet, it multiplied the already agile attributes of the Green Lion Mecha several times over. In a heartbeat, the engines within the body emitted a terrifying roar. The Green Lion Mecha transformed into a fleeting green shadow, charging toward the formation that ensnared Tushan Yame. Without any hindrance, it crashed directly into the formation. Simultaneously, Qin Feng shouted in his mind, "Merge." The system's cold prompt resonated, executing merge command to form the War God Golem. In an instant, the entire Green Lion Mecha radiated a dazzling brilliance. Within the mechanical realm, the Red Lion, Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion also emanated a resplendent glow. The 5 Beast King mechas seemed to be linked by a peculiar aura, creating a harmonious connection. Qin Feng's spirit surged with excitement. The War God Golem, capable of commanding the merged Beast King mechas, instilled him with newfound confidence to confront Tang Zhan. The attributes of the 5 mechas combined undoubtedly surpassed the strength of a 100-star warrior, eclipsing that of an ordinary 4-star extraordinary practitioner. Coupled with the replenished extraordinary equipment he acquired after vanquishing Tuoba Zuelu, he was fully prepared to engage Tang Zhan in a fierce battle. However, just as Qin Feng sensed the mechanical realm was on the verge of activation, he witnessed enormous blood-red chains descending upon the colossal crimson barrier of the formation. The chains, akin to venomous serpents, viciously struck at various parts of the Green Lion Mecha, despite the astonishing speed of the Green Lion in its windstorm state. The chains accurately penetrated its structure. In that moment, Qin Feng, whose compatibility with the Green Lion Mecha had exceeded 60, was suddenly overwhelmed by immense pain, and a crushing pressure enveloped him. Concurrently, the engines within the Green Lion Mecha, which had been operating at full capacity, began to extinguish rapidly. No matter how fiercely Qin Feng urged them, they would not reignite, as if the entire engine power system had failed utterly. Desperately, Qin Feng activated the second furnace, yet the extraordinary energy emitted from it dispersed aimlessly around the vicinity, unable to find its target. Even the Red Lion, Black Lion, Blue Lion, and Yellow Lion mechas, which had automatically activated upon merging, sputtered into silence at that very moment. Simultaneously, Qin Feng heard a series of urgent notifications. He glanced at the communicator and saw several messages from Jiang Inger. "Qin Feng, do not enter the formation's range. That is the Locking Heaven formation, which suppresses the external methods of ancient practitioners. The transformation of ancient demons and mechanical constructs cannot function properly." As he read those messages, Qin Feng felt a surge of frustration and anger. Jiang Inger's reminder was truly timely, arriving just after his entrance. It is no wonder that the demonist Tushan Yameng could only engage in close combat. It turns out that this celestial lock array is specifically designed to suppress the ancient professions. Moreover, it does not only target ancient demons. Even I, a master of mechs, find myself constrained. The mech can no longer be utilized. This signifies that I am utterly incapable of employing the combined Beast King mech. Crack, crack, crack. Qin Feng could not help but clench his fists. He glanced back at the still unconscious Tushan Yuchu, feeling a twinge of bitterness in his heart. It appears that I have truly miscalculated this time. In a moment of impulsiveness, I sought to be the hero who rescues the damsel, only to fall prey to Tang Zhan's cunning. He must have long since planned to lure me into the array. Even the anger he displayed earlier was perhaps a ruse to deceive me. With a soft exhale, Qin Feng manually activated the cockpit switch, stepping out and closing the hatch behind him. He then leaped down from the Green Lion mech, his gaze solemn as it fell upon Tang Zhan, who stood not far away. At that moment, upon seeing Qin Feng emerge from the mech, Tang Zhan, who was beside Tushan Yameng, wore an expression of unexpected surprise on his grotesque face. Qin Feng, Tang Zhan, and Tushan Yameng, who was desperately raising her final head, exclaimed in unison, both taken aback, especially Tushan Yameng. She had never anticipated that the one coming to her rescue would be Qin Feng. When she had seen the Green Lion mech earlier, she merely assumed it was an ancient creation from Qin Feng's faction. Yet, She had never imagined that such a precious beast-type mech was indeed controlled by this new practitioner, Qin Feng. What kind of force is this? However, Tu Shan could not help but let out a bitter laugh. It is too late for words now. Qin Feng is still too young and somewhat overconfident. He has underestimated that old fox, Tang Zhan. Unless a high-ranking extraordinary practitioner arrives, even if Qin Feng's mech is powerful, it will be of no avail. Yet, gazing at Qin Feng, who is as youthful as her sister within the array, Tu Shan mustered her final ounce of strength and called out to Tang Zhan. I agree to transfer the human auction to the Tang family, if you let him go. Upon hearing Tu Shan words, Tang Zhan erupted into a terrifying laugh. Utterly derisive. How absurd. Ha. His expression grew increasingly sinister, and his blood-red eyes seemed as if they would bleed. So it is. My Shua was indeed killed by you, you waste. Tang Zhan had previously heard of Qin Feng's name from Tang Shua, the campus heartthrob of Blue Cloud High. Once a top student across various subjects, he had taken the initiative to investigate Qin Feng's background prior to awakening his profession. However, upon discovering that Qin Feng had ultimately awakened as merely an archaic class, even Tang Shua ceased to regard this former school heartthrob with any esteem. After all, the distinction between the archaic and the extraordinary was akin to that between heaven and earth. What did it matter how exceptional one's grades were? An archaic profession could never compare to an extraordinary one. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the very individual responsible for slaying his son was none other than the Qin Feng he had deemed unworthy of a second glance. A tempest of rage surged within Tang Zhan. With a thunderous roar, a colossal explosion erupted from within him, unleashing a torrent of crimson extraordinary power. Tang Zhan's aura surged to its zenith. You shall pay for my son's life, he bellowed, charging toward Qin Feng. Each step caused the ground to tremble and the locking heaven array to quaver. As Tang Zhan approached Qin Feng, mere meters away, he swung a blood-stained long blade with ferocity. The terrifying aura of a fifth-order blade master caused fissures to appear in the very space within the locking heaven array. However, just as Qin Feng had intended to evade, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. He then clasped his fists together and gently parted them, reciting incantations under his breath. Amidst the cacophony of the impending blade strike, Tang Zhan could discern a few words, as if they formed some profound incantation. Yet, he paid no heed to Qin Feng's peculiar actions and resolutely brought down his blade, intent on reducing this individual, who should have been crushed beneath his son's heel, into mere fragments. However, in that moment, Tang Zhan beheld a radiant brilliance erupting between Qin Feng's parted hands, a surging force ascending rapidly within that luminescence. He even sensed the locking heaven array, intricately linked to his own fate, trembling violently, as if in fear of this new-found power. Impossible, he roared, unwilling to believe that Qin Feng, an archaic, could possess any means to threaten him within the confines of the locking heaven array. He was a fifth-order blade master. How dare an archaic challenge him? Yet, the next instant, an immense radiance crashed upon him. He was hurled backward without the slightest ability to resist, colliding violently against the barrier of the locking heaven array. A tremendous critical damage erupted from the crown of his head, causing a staggering 1/5 of the vast vitality belonging to a fifth-order blade master to dissipate. Chapter 86. The Ten Kings Sword Slashes 5th Tier. The 8-armed blade demon's divine ability. Tang Zhan gritted his teeth against the agony and gazed toward that brilliant light, discovering to his astonishment that it manifested as a colossal sword of light, measuring at least several dozen meters in length. At the pinnacle of the colossal sword, it appeared as though a ferocious beast's head was bared, showcasing its fangs towards him. Meanwhile, the hilt of this immense sword was firmly grasped in Qin Feng's hand. What should have been an utterly discordant and illogical scene unfolded before their eyes. The gigantic luminous sword was effortlessly wielded by Qin Feng, and as Tang Zhan was cast to the ground, the massive sword was once again brought down with tremendous force by Qin Feng. The enormous light blade instantaneously pierced through the entire locking heaven formation, causing it to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Boom! The second strike descended upon Tang Zhan. His entire being was forcefully driven underground, and his vitality plummeted dramatically. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from beneath the earth. However, immediately following, boom! Boom, boom. 3 more strikes fell in succession. Countless clods of earth were hurled into the air, and the originally low hills within the formation were utterly transformed into a deep pit canyon. Tang Zhan ceased to emit any cries of despair. At that moment, the locking heaven formation could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed in a thunderous cacophony. With a whoosh, the colossal sword swung down for the 6th time. Yet, during its descent, it dissipated instantaneously. Throughout the mountainous expanse, silence reigned supreme. The only sound was the soft thud of earth falling. All around, the numerous extraordinary practitioners, who had already been toppled and disheveled, stood in stunned disbelief, unable to grasp the reality of what they had just witnessed. The 5-turn extraordinary practitioner, Tang Zhan, had actually been defeated. The invincible patriarch of the 5th turn had succumbed to an ancient warrior. How could this be possible? All hearts were filled with profound astonishment. If Qin Feng had claimed responsibility for the death of Tang Shuan moments ago, it could still be understood, as the mech he piloted was capable of slaying even 3-turn practitioners. However, now, having entered the locking heaven formation where even the mech could not be utilized, Qin Feng, an ancient practitioner, had managed to employ such terrifying means to vanquish Tang Zhan. This was Tang Zhan, the master of the Tang family in Lanyu City, a peak 5-turn swordsman, an absolute powerhouse among extraordinary classes. The absurdity of his defeat was staggering. Yet, the evidence lay before them. The massive pit carved by the luminous sword, the shattered locking heaven formation, the unresponsive Tang Zhan, and the young man who remained so composed, all attested to the veracity of the events that had transpired, having been hurled away by the residual force of Qin Feng's earlier attack and buried beneath the earth. Tu Shan Yimeng, having regained the ability to wield her demonic powers, struggled to emerge from the soil. As she beheld the scene before her, she too was engulfed by disbelief. The shock that Qin Feng imparted upon her transcended her comprehension entirely. The mere ability to wield that verdant mech was already astonishing. Yet, after being restrained within the locking heaven formation and rendered incapable of controlling the mech, he unleashed such terrifying prowess. With just a few strikes, he left the 5-transformation Tang Zhan in a state of life and death, even shattering the locking heaven formation itself. Who on earth is this Qin Feng? What accounts for the plethora of his formidable techniques? Could such power truly belong to a former professional? He is merely at the 2nd transformation, even inferior to his sister Yu Chu in rank. How could he be so formidable? At this moment, Qin Feng found himself somewhat breathless, his chest heaving violently. Just moments ago, under the suppression of the formation known as the locking heaven array, he had instinctively attempted to employ his sole skill in the face of Tang Zhan's assault, the grip of the divine. To his astonishment, the outcome was splendid. Although the locking heaven array nullified the ancient demons and mechanical aids of former professionals, it did not inhibit his skill. The grip of the divine activated successfully. Moreover, he directly accessed the mightiest technique of the war god, the 10 Kings sword, which he had long yearned for, even if he could not fully merge with it. But that was not the end. The additional effect of the Qinquan belt, 5 elements binding Qinquan, automatically triggered, granting him another opportunity to use the grip of the divine. This time, fortune favored Qin Feng as he drew the Titan's execution ability. Under the effect of the 5-star blessing's holy radiance, 2 strikes could activate a formidable critical damage effect. Thus, within the 10 seconds of the grip of the divine, Qin Feng unleashed 5 10 Kings sword upon Tang Zhan and successfully activated the execution critical effect twice, rendering the 5-transformation Tang Zhan utterly defenseless. Panting heavily, Qin Feng felt the immense toll on his stamina despite completing only 5 strikes of the 10 King sword. Had it not been for his attribute enhancement, he might have exhausted all his energy with just one swing. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, for despite having nearly depleted Tang Zhan's health bar in his sight after those 5 strikes, he had yet to receive any notification of Tang Zhan's demise, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. Not far away, the battered Tu Shan Yimeng, having narrowly escaped death, was about to call out to Qin Feng. Suddenly, from the deep pit behind her, a deafening explosion erupted. With a thunderous roar, mud and debris were flung into the air. The powerful shockwave sent Tu Shan Yimeng soaring. Observing this, Qin Feng swiftly stepped forward and caught her in midair. Amidst the splattering mud and sand, A figure enveloped in an ominous black aura surged forth. It was Tang Zhan. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, gazing at the shadowy figure. At this moment, Tang Zhan's chest was a gruesome sight, yet he was shrouded in waves of dark energy, exuding an air of malevolence. Even more terrifying was the emergence of 6 arms from Tang Zhan's back. Some of these arms were covered in scales, others were mere desiccated bones, while some resembled tentacles, bird claws, or beastly paws, all enveloped in that sinister black mist. At this moment, Tang Zhan seemed to have transformed entirely into a wicked creature. His eyes, now resembling those of a feral beast, scanned below until they fell upon Qin Feng, who was cradling Tu Shan and revealed a horrifying glint of bloodlust. He then emitted a laugh akin to a demon's whisper, to force me to unleash the 8-armed blade demon technique, even if it leads to my demise. Is a source of pride. Realizing that Tu Shan was merely unconscious and unharmed, Qin Feng coldly regarded the demonic Tang Zhan. Although he was unaware of the true nature of this 8-armed blade demon technique, it was evident that Tang Zhan's aura had intensified significantly, indicating a power far greater than before. Indeed, to reach the extraordinary 5th transition, one must possess remarkable prowess. The old should be obliterated. Tang Zhan's dark energy surged as he continued with a chilling laugh. Today, I shall send you to apologize to my son, Tang Shua. As he spoke, the black light enveloping his 8 arms intensified, and a cacophony of blade sounds echoed. Dark long knives were drawn from the void by his 8 arms. Waves of black mist materialized in the air. A colossal figure with 8 arms manifested in the sky. The malevolent aura rapidly spread around. Instantly, the faces of a nearby practitioners turned pale, and they fled in all directions. However, the tendrils of black mist sweeping through the atmosphere caused many practitioners to collapse. Their vitality swiftly drained away. Tang Zhan roared as he charged toward Qin Feng below with a thunderous roar. At the same time, high above the exit of the Seven Suns Gorge, Han Shursi, sitting cross-legged on the frost iceboat, suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his gaze toward a certain direction where dark clouds seemed to be gathering. Boom! An immense surge of extraordinary power erupted from Han Shursi's body. The entire exit of the Seven Suns Gorge felt as if it had plunged into the depths of winter. Numerous extraordinary practitioners trembled, their eyes wide with terror as they looked up at Han Shursi. The frost iceboat, a symbol of Han Shursi's terrifying strength, now radiated a brilliant light. Chapter 87. Forward. The god of war Vajra, the always late Han Shursi. What has happened to Lord Han? What has unleashed such a terrifying momentum? Could it be that another alien race has emerged? The last time I witnessed the Cold City Lord in such a state was during the opening of the Tower of Heaven last year. Do you think it may be connected to the assassination of Tuoba Zue Lu? After all, within the entire main city, who would dare to easily slay a 5th-tier professional? Boom! Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the frost ice boat activated, soaring towards the distant dark clouds. The others, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit, eager to discover who could provoke the full might of the 7th transition powerhouse, Han Shursi. Dozens of kilometers away, Qin Feng also sensed the terrifying aura of Tang Zhan in his 8-armed demonic form. As he observed Tang Zhan charging towards him, his mind stirred, and the green lion mech, which had been stationed behind him, erupted with a resounding roar. Boom! 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 The mech engine, previously silent under the heavenly lock array, roared to life in an instant. With a thunderous sound, the green lion mech surged to Qin Feng's side, shielding him from the encroaching dark energies. Qin Feng cradled Tu Shan in his arms and leapt directly into the open control room. Simultaneously, he spoke coldly within the control chamber, "Merge." For the second time, the system's prompt echoed, executing merger command, forming the war god King Kong. Click, click, click. The mechanical space automatically opened, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying roars, as 4 Beast King mechs leapt forth from the mechanical chamber. In the skies above, Tang Zhan, witnessing the emergence of 4 more beast-like mechs, revealed a hint of surprise on his ferocious countenance. Yet, he continued to wildly swing his 8 arms, charging at Qin Feng with unwavering ferocity. No, what does it matter if they're more old refuse? Thunder rumbled ominously as the already darkened sky erupted with a terrifying roar. The The colossal 8-armed figure bore down upon Qin Feng with immense force. Meanwhile, within the cockpit, Qin Feng, hearing Tang Zhan's frenzied roar, felt a surge of battle fervor flickering in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The red lion, black lion, blue lion, and green lion. The 4 Beast King mechs landed beside the green lion. Qin Feng felt a profound connection between the 5 mechs. Without delay, all 5 mechs leapt into the air simultaneously. Each mech's engine revved to its utmost, and their mechanical structures began to operate at a terrifying velocity. Each Beast King mech rapidly transformed its form, radiating 5 brilliant lights, like flames, like thunder, like surging waves, like storms, like swirling sands. Boom! The massive 8-armed figure in the sky descended with tremendous force, obliterating the entire area of low hills as if engulfed by darkness. The myriad extraordinary professionals who have yet to escape have met a tragic fate amidst this terrifying darkness. Under the shroud of gloom, all vitality has been extinguished, as if hell itself has descended upon the earth. The figure of Tang Zhan in the sky emits a hearty laugh. Sure, I shall avenge you. But at that very moment, a voice, indifferent yet distinct, resonates. Form the radiant divine sword. Boom! A terrifying radiance, one that Tang Zhan is all too familiar with, bursts forth from the depths of the surrounding darkness. Following this, a colossal sword of light cleaves through the oppressive gloom, akin to the singular illumination at the dawn of creation, hurtling towards Tang Zhan with fierce intent. Impossible. No. How can you still wield such power? Tang Zhan cries out in disbelief, yet his figure is engulfed by the immense sword of light. Simultaneously, a gigantic silhouette, towering several dozen meters, rises from the abyss of darkness, adorned in hues of red, black, blue, green, and yellow. The massive mech appears amidst the encroaching shadows, as if a deity has descended. This is none other than the fully integrated Beast King mech. Advance, or Godvajra, Qin Feng, situated within the control room of the Green Lion mech, now forming the left arm, lets out a thunderous roar. Instantly, the engines within the war Godvajra erupt with formidable resonance. Boom! The 60-meter-tall behemoth leaps high into the air, directly soaring towards the flung Tang Zhan. The 10 King sword, gripped within the right arm of the Red Lion, radiates a dazzling brilliance that dispels all darkness, crashing down once more with unabated force. Just as Tang Zhan rises from the ground, terror etched upon his face, he is once again struck by the 10 King's sword. The black light enveloping him is utterly shattered. With a cough, Tang Zhan spews forth a stream of black blood, once more driven into the earth. His 8 arms flail desperately as he strives to rise from the pit. Yet the sword's tip resembles a ferocious beast's head, a colossal sword forged from pure energy. It descends once more. Boom! Tang Zhan feels his entire being shatter under the impact. The 8-armed figure in the world around him swiftly collapses. No, no, how can you? The remnants of the past, kill me? He screams in desperation. Yet the radiant giant sword continues to fall again and again, its power more terrifying than when Qin Feng wielded it personally. After numerous strikes, the once mighty mountains have transformed into a gaping chasm over 100 meters deep, and the 8-armed figure has been completely obliterated. The dark clouds recede, and the surrounding gloom disintegrates, until finally, a voice brimming with madness echoes from the depths of the pit. Today, representing the remnants of the past, I shall slay you. The resplendent sword light flickers brilliantly. In the depths of the chasm, it was as though thunder had erupted. Following a resounding crash, the cacophony of various sounds abruptly ceased. The myriad of radiant hues swiftly retracted. A symphony of mechanical whirring filled the air. Before long, a colossal green metal beast, propelled by a fierce gale, leapt forth from the abyss, racing away into the distance. Moments later, an icy vessel materialized above the battlefield. Standing upon the icecraft, Han Shirsi surveyed the grim spectacle below. His gaze quickly ascended to the horizon, where he caught sight of a green figure swiftly vanishing amidst a vast expanse of metallic ruins. A mech? He uttered a soft gasp, his countenance once more reflecting profound astonishment. Simultaneously, a regional announcement, embodying the will of the celestial path, resonated within Han Shirsi's mind. 5th-tier practitioner Tang Zhan has perished. The heavens mourn, and the clouds lament. The ice vessel beneath Han Shirsi trembled slightly in response. His eyes flitted between the shadowy pit and the distant remnants of various ships and mechs that symbolized a bygone era. Ultimately, he released a long sigh, retracting the overwhelming power that coursed through him. The frost-laden ice vessel swiftly subdued its frigid aura. Soon, a multitude of practitioners who had followed Han Shirsi arrived, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the battlefield and the figure of Han Shirsi upon the icecraft. An inexplicable sensation surged within them: shock, confusion, and eeriness. All were taken aback by the demise of Tang Zhan. As a fifth-tier extraordinary practitioner, Tang Zhan was among the most formidable within the realm of Cloud Dream's main city. Yet now he lay slain. The state of the battlefield indicated that Tang Zhan had fought valiantly, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. The air was thick with confusion. For Tang Zhan was not the only fifth-tier practitioner to fall that day. Not long prior, the Beast Master Toba Zelu, also of the fifth tier, had met a similar fate. In a single day, 2 fifth-tier practitioners had been slain within the confines of Cloud Dream's main city, an occurrence almost too incredulous to fathom. What was even more perplexing was that both fifth-tier champions had perished, with Han Shirsi being the first to arrive at the scene each time. Moreover, the earlier demise of the platinum-tier, 3-legged golden crow and the transformation of the corpse flower into a gold-tier entity, both of which Han Shirsi had reached first, had also ended in tragedy, yet always a moment too late. Chapter 88. The Triumph of the Human Auction House. The dauntless attributes of the war god. An eerie sensation gripped everyone present, as if someone were deliberately toying with Han Shirsi, always departing just moments before he arrived. But who would dare to provoke a 7th transition powerhouse in such a manner? Or perhaps, today's events are mere coincidences. Is it true that Lord Han is simply unfortunate, perpetually on the brink of the truth? Nevertheless, many gazed at the heavens, contemplating the words they hesitated to voice, yearning to ask the question that had been posed multiple times. Lord Han, is this truly not your doing? It is evident that these occurrences are beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. With just a few hours' time, a platinum-level annihilation was executed. In the face of the fragrant, golden-level corpse flower, it was extinguished with force. Furthermore, there was the 5th transition Beastmaster, Toba Zuelu, and the 5th transition swordsman, Dang Dang. Each of these feats could only be effortlessly accomplished by someone of Han Shirsi's caliber. Yet, within the confines of Yindream City, when did such a plethora of formidable professionals emerge? Could it be that all these deeds were the work of a single individual? Reports have already surfaced indicating that the Tang family and the Tuoba family have targeted the Lanyan Tushan family today. Does the Tushan family possess such powerful allies? Or could it be that reinforcements were dispatched by the Human Auction House? If indeed the headquarters of the Human Auction House sent their people, then everything would fall into place. On the Han Shirsi of the Frost Ice Boat, he listened to the murmurs of the crowd, remaining silent in response. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon the distant metallic ruins, his eyes shimmering with enigmatic ice patterns. Previously, while en route to the Muyao Canyon to rescue Xiao Baiwa, he had witnessed the anomalies within the earth, fire, and water canyons. Those canyons, which typically required several days to conquer, had been effortlessly vanquished on the very first day. Yet this was not what astonished Han Shirsi the most. Surviving within the fragrant aura of the golden-level corpse flower, Xiao Baiwa had informed him that he was saved by several ancient beast-like mechas. Initially, Han Shirsi had harbored doubts, wondering if the influence of the corpse flower had impaired Xiao Baihua's judgment. How could ancient creations slay a golden-level entity? However, upon arriving at the scene of Tang Zhan's demise, he appeared to have glimpsed a beast-like mecha retreating at a terrifying speed. This ignited a wildly audacious thought within Han Shirsi's mind. Could it be that today's events are indeed orchestrated by the ancients? As this realization struck him, a chill coursed down his spine, as if he were under the watchful gaze of some powerful existence. It left Han Shirsi on edge, an inexplicable sense of trepidation welling up within him. May the 7 gods above bless and protect humanity. Meanwhile, within the upper echelons of Lanyan City, the Human Auction House's rooftop was teeming with blood-soaked professionals. Yet at that moment, no one continued to fight. The majority, their faces pale with horror, stood in stunned silence. As Jiang Inger, Jin Lao, and other members of the Human Clan auction house retreated to the floor-to-ceiling windows. Their faces were alight with unrestrained joy. He is dead. Tang Zhan is dead. Ha ha ha. Chu Quantai was the first to regain his composure, erupting into hearty laughter. Beside him, Chu Jioga also let out an exhilarating howl. Jiang Ying, Jin Lao, and the others felt an immense weight lifted from their shoulders, some even weeping tears of joy. Almost all of them believed they would meet their demise today, facing an overwhelming number of extraordinary practitioners. Even with Chu Chuantai's intervention, failure seemed inevitable. To make matters worse, if Tu Shanyame, the president of the Blue Cloud Human Clan auction house, were to fall at the hands of Tang Zhan, there would be no reason for the auction house to carry on. Everyone feared that the news of Tu Shanyame's death would spread like the earlier announcement of Tuoba Zue Lu's demise. However, to everyone's astonishment, the latest regional announcement revealed that it was not Tu Shanyame who had perished, but rather Tang Zhan. The five-turn Tang Zhan, the president, who had stood steadfastly before Jin Lao and the others, could no longer contain her tears. Jin Lao and the others also felt moisture gathering in their eyes. Chu Quantai bellowed, his extraordinary power surging forth as he shouted at the 20 or so dazed practitioners ahead. Surrender now, or face death. At the entrance of the Human Clan auction house, the white-robed priest looked on in disbelief at the empty doorway. Just moments after the announcement of Tang Zhan's demise, Zhao Wuji, who had previously threatened the lives of everyone in Blue Cloud City, had crushed a talisman and fled. Yet the white-robed priest had no intention of pursuing him. He had come to halt the slaughter, and with the two instigators, Tang Zhan and Tobaze Lu, now dead, it signified that this calamity would soon come to an end. Alas, cultivation is arduous, and to perish in an instant. Had he known this would be the outcome, was it worth it? The white-robed priest sighed softly. With a wave of his hand, the numerous divine attendants behind him swiftly entered the Human Clan auction house. In the vast expanse of metallic ruins, Qin Feng in the Green Lion Mecha control room could not suppress a cough. Sensing that no one was pursuing him, he finally slowed his pace and let out a long sigh of relief. Nevertheless, his eyes still sparkled with excitement, for he had yet to recover from the thrill of using the war God Vajra Mecha to slay Tang Zhan. Moments earlier, Tang Zhan, having unleashed the 8-armed blade demon technique, realized he could no longer employ the divine grip. This was indeed true, for even with the Holy Radiance's effect of reducing the cooldown of skills, divine grip required 6 minutes before it could be used again. The Qinquan Belt's 5 elements binding can only be activated after one actively employs their skills. Thus, I truly find myself unable to wield the 10 Kings sword once more. However, although I cannot continue to execute the divine grasp and unleash the 10 King sword, my mech can. The Beast King can indeed. The war god Mecha is capable of it. Furthermore, following the 5 prior strikes of the 10 King sword, the constraints preventing me from utilizing my mech have shattered. Consequently, without hesitation, Qin Feng activated the previously incomplete fusion of the Beast King. Utilizing the war god Mecha, he summoned the ultimate weapon, the 10 King's sword, and vanquished Tang Zhan. Little did Tang Zhan anticipate, even in his dying moments, that such a formidable technique as the 10 King sword was not a manifestation of his own prowess, but rather derived from his mech. The might of the Beast King war god Mecha surpassed Qin Feng's expectations. Beast King war god Mecha gold category Mecha class weapon exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: Strength 9284, Agility 13077, Constitution 10870, Spirit 10550, Combat Rating 112 stars, Durability 120001, 2000, Skills: Chaotic Storm, Annihilation Beam, Lion King Shield, Ultimate Moves, 10 King Sword, 100-ton Fist. Talent: possesses formidable immunity to elemental damage and boasts exceptional self-recovery abilities. Usage conditions: if the host has not reached level 100, forcibly using the mech will consume the host level. Remarks: combat-oriented mech born for protection. The highest grade of the Beast King's segmented mecha. Chapter 89. 100-star combat power. We did not escape. Gazing at the information on the system panel, Qin Feng's mood remained exhilarating. He had finally acquired a mech with a combat power exceeding 100 stars. Attaining such a level of combat strength is a significant watershed among extraordinary practitioners. Typically, Only those who have undergone 5 transitions can achieve this. Practitioners like Tang Zhan and Tuoba Zue Lu, who are 5 transition practitioners, are indeed formidable beings with combat power exceeding 100 stars. Thus, they enjoy a certain level of prestige within the entire realm of Yunmeng Main City. Even if they do not form their extraordinary factions, they are highly regarded within advanced mercenary groups, guilds, and other extraordinary organizations. Today, after the fusion, the Beast King Mecha finally lived up to expectations. It successfully granted him a combat strength of 100 stars. Henceforth, the sense of crisis that had lingered in Qin Feng's heart since his arrival in this world has significantly diminished. With 100-star combat power, one can establish their own faction without fearing threats from other forces. Qin Feng was immensely satisfied. However, upon observing this terrifying mech with a combat power of 112 stars, he noted with surprise that it was merely of gold grade. It is indeed somewhat surprising, for even diamond and star-level equipment could not possibly possess such terrifying attributes. It is merely of golden rank. Qin Feng found himself feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of the god of war, King Kong. However, upon noting the remarks that the overall grade of the mecha would align with the highest grade within the combined mecha, Qin Feng had nothing more to say. He could simply continue to elevate the rank of the 5 lion mechas. After all, rank is merely a label. True strength lies in formidable attributes. The golden-ranked god of war, King Kong, boasts an average attribute exceeding 10,000 points. If extraordinary professionals were to witness this, their jaws might drop in astonishment. Moreover, this is not even the limit of the god of war, King Kong. Among the 5 lion mechas, only the red lion is of golden rank, while the green lion is silver. The remaining black lion, blue lion, and yellow lion are merely of bronze rank. Should they all be elevated to golden rank, the attributes of the god of war, King Kong, would undoubtedly be astonishing. The mere thought of this heightens Qin Feng's anticipation for the future, envisioning the god of war, King Kong, triumphing over 6th, 7th, and even 8th-tier extraordinary professionals. The skills of the god of war, King Kong, are also quite formidable. In addition to the various weaponry inherent to the mecha, it possesses 3 fundamental skills: Chaotic Storm, Annihilation Beam, and Lion King's Shield. Each one wields tremendous power. Yet, what delights Qin Feng the most are the 2 trump card abilities: Ten King Sword, description, a holy sword infused with the spirit of ancient beast kings, capable of utterly obliterating any being inclined towards evil. Note: this ability consumes an immense amount of energy. The host is advised to use it judiciously. 100-ton Fist, description, a terrifying fist harnessing the power of ancient beast kings, capable of completely shattering any being that succumbs to evil. Note: this ability also demands a great deal of energy. The host is advised to exercise caution. The descriptions are exceedingly straightforward, yet Qin Feng is acutely aware of the terror these 2 trump cards entail. Even the 5-turn Tang Zhan could not withstand the might of the Ten King Sword, which sufficiently attests to the potency of these abilities. As for the second trump card, the 100-ton Fist, while Qin Feng has not yet tested it, he surmises its power would be no less formidable than that of the Ten King Sword. Qin Feng reflects with deep emotion. Skills of the caliber of the Ten King Sword are on par with the ultimate techniques like the ultra-light beam. Being able to wield such power fills him with a sense of dream fulfillment. However, the drawbacks of these 2 abilities are glaringly evident. They require immense energy consumption. Qin Feng estimated that the energy cost of each attack with the Ten King Sword, although not as terrifying as the meteor shower of the Freedom Gundam, still exceeds that of a full volley from a standard multicolored cannon. In order to slay Tang Zhan, he had already expended a significant portion of the equipment salvaged from Tuoba Zue Lu. The toll on his energy was indeed a source of anguish for Qin Feng. However, after defeating Tang Zhan, he managed to extract a considerable amount of loot from him. Although he did not acquire any diamond-grade equipment or storage rings, his gains were still quite substantial. He had obtained 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, which allowed him to replenish his resources. Moreover, the War God Gold armored mecha possessed the innate abilities of elemental damage reduction and self-recovery, showcasing formidable prowess. It was evident that the War God Gold would undoubtedly become a nightmare for mage-type extraordinary practitioners in the future. Yet, upon discovering the conditions for utilizing the mecha, Qin Feng could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. The mecha would deplete one's level if used before reaching level 100. He gazed at his restored level of 30, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had only utilized the War God Gold for a mere few minutes. Yet it had consumed all the levels he had gained during his journey through the 7 Solar Valley, which amounted to over 20 levels. The rate of such depletion was utterly absurd. Qin Feng lamented inwardly. Indeed, this cheat-like mecha was not as easy to wield as one might think. He resolved to refrain from using the War God Gold as much as possible until he reached level 100. He hoped that no foolish individuals would provoke him again. A sultry, alluring moan echoed behind Qin Feng. Turning around, he beheld Tu Shanyu, who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out by him. "Sister," Tu Shanyu instinctively called out. Struggling to rise, she shouted at Qin Feng, "Let me go." However, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the unconscious Tu Shanyu beside her. Though Tu Shanyu was covered in blood and appeared more wretched than herself, Tu Shanyu could distinctly sense the life force emanating from her. "Sister, you're not dead." In an instant, Tu Shanyu collapsed onto Tu Shanyu, weeping uncontrollably. As Qin Feng maneuvered the green lion through the metallic ruins, he listened to the heart-wrenching cries of the once aloof new goddess of Blue Cloud City. He felt a deep sense of empathy. These ancient demon sisters were likely enduring immense pressures that outsiders could scarcely imagine. After all, as relics of an old profession, they had managed to control a human auction house in a satellite city during the extraordinary era, inciting the envy of countless extraordinary factions. The actions of the Tang and Toba families today were not unfamiliar to them. "Qin Feng, thank you for helping my sister escape." At last, Tu Shanyu ceased her sobbing and earnestly expressed her gratitude to Qin Feng. "No need for thanks. After all, I took my share of 50 from you." Qin Feng did not turn back, casually remarking, "By the way, we did not escape." "Oh, what does that mean? Not escaped?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Tu Shanyu's icy demeanor was momentarily pierced by a flicker of confusion. Simultaneously, she began to access her professional contact list, intending to assure Jiang Ying'er of her safety. However, suddenly, her expression froze. A new regional announcement was prominently displayed at the top of her contact list. In disbelief, she rubbed her eyes, repeatedly verifying whether she had misread the information. At last, Tu Shanyu lifted her head in a daze, gazing at Qin Feng, who was calmly maneuvering the mecha before her. After a prolonged silence, a quivering voice broke the stillness in the control room. "You killed Tang Zhan too?" "Indeed." Qin Feng replied with a gentle nod, as if acknowledging a trivial matter. Yet, Tu Shanyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Qin Feng's silhouette, her face reflecting utter shock. Previously, when Qin Feng had utilized that humanoid mecha to eliminate the similarly fifth-tier Toba Zelu, she had already been taken aback. But now, discovering that he had also slain Tang Zhan, she found herself at a loss for how to assess Qin Feng's prowess. What words could encapsulate his extraordinary strength, genius, prodigy? These terms seemed utterly inadequate. Which novice professional could possibly vanquish 2 fifth-tier practitioners? After triumphing over the fifth-tier beast master Toba Zue Lu with such a formidable humanoid mecha, he had now also dispatched the fifth-tier swordsman Tang Zhan. She had initially believed that Qin Feng had exhausted all his trump cards in the battle against Toba Zue Lu. Yet unexpectedly, he had managed to eliminate Tang Zhan as well. Could it be that Qin Feng possessed an even more terrifying mecha? Or had he merely withheld his full power while defeating Tang Zhan, perhaps unleashing a technique akin to divine retribution once more? Tu Shanyu's beautiful eyes were fixated on Qin Feng, who was diligently guiding the mecha forward, unable to divert her gaze. Time passed, and then Qin Feng's voice rang out, "We have arrived." "Ah!" Tu Shanyu gasped softly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Through the virtual screen, she witnessed the mecha operated by Qin Feng skillfully navigating through the gaps between enormous metallic debris, arriving before a sealed chamber. Sounds of knocking emanated from within. "This kid," Qin Feng chuckled lightly upon hearing the commotion, which was interspersed with some curses. He opened the cockpit and leapt out, approaching the door of the sealed chamber and twisting the external wheel. With a mechanical whirring sound, the dilapidated hatch swung open. A blood-soaked youth burst forth, his face a mask of fury, none other than Jiang Li. "Qin Feng, you bastard!" Jiang Li shouted upon seeing Qin Feng outside, launching a punch in his direction. only to have it effortlessly blocked. Undeterred, Jiangli lunged again. "What are you doing, Jiangli?" At that moment, Tu Shan Yuechu, cradling Tu Shan Yimeng, shouted from the doorway of the Green Lion Chamber. "I, Tu Shan Miss President Tu Shan, assure you you are safe now." Jiangli halted his assault. Astonishment etched across his features. "My sister and I are unharmed, thanks to Qin Feng. He saved us." Tu Shan Yuechu seemed to grasp the situation and hurriedly clarified. "Wonderful. I was worried you both." Upon hearing Tu Shan Yuechu's explanation, the fury that had consumed Jiangli moments ago dissipated, and he could not contain his tears. Suddenly kneeling before Qin Feng. "Thank you, Qin Feng." With a look of resignation, Qin Feng quickly helped Jiangli to his feet. When he had resolved to rescue Tu Shan Yimeng and encountered Jiangli on the way, he had urged him to abandon his reckless pursuit. Yet Jiangli, stubborn as he was, refused to relent, prompting Qin Feng to confine him within the derelict chamber, stripping him of his extraordinary equipment acquired through alchemy to prevent any escape. It was only now that he had been released. However, Qin Feng had not anticipated the depth of Jiang Li's emotional attachment to the human auction house, prompting such wrath towards himself. Nevertheless, witnessing Jiang Li kneel in submission, Qin Feng chose not to pursue the matter further. Subsequently, he urged the Tu Shan sisters and Jiang Li to recuperate swiftly while he began restoring the mecha, to remain vigilant against any potential ambushes against the Tu Shan family. Qin Feng resolved to repair the heavenly fire, while the Freedom Gundam could also take to the skies. Its high-mobility aerial combat form and the substantial energy it consumed were indeed taxing. In contrast, the flight mode of the Heavenly Fire Blackbird, powered by merely a few bronze pieces of equipment, proved far more economical. After all, this journey through the Seven Suns Canyon had seen even platinum equipment consumed as fuel. In the mechanical space lay a diamond staff, rendering a handful of bronze equipment quite trivial in comparison. Furthermore, in his quest for the sacred heart grass, Qin Feng not only acquired extraordinary equipment, but also completed the 5-star second transfer task, earning a reward of 2,000 spirit points and the divine hand, while crafting his wearable equipment, the Chinquan belt, surpassing the attributes of extraordinary professionals at the same level. He has amassed over 50,000 divine points and activated the third furnace of the system along with the lottery blueprint recipe. Undoubtedly, his mecha will experience a significant enhancement in the future. Furthermore, he has successfully crafted the Titan, Freedom Gundam, and Beast King series mechas, as well as acquired the mechanical pet, Tyrannosaurus, which can assist him in upgrading and creating mechas. Of course, Qin Feng has not forgotten the 50 shares obtained from the auction of the Blue Cloud human race, which will greatly facilitate his acquisition of mecha crafting materials in the future. In summary, this journey to the Seven Suns Canyon has been immensely rewarding. Several hours later, through the combined efforts of Qin Feng and Tyrannosaurus, the fire mecha has finally been restored. At that moment, Qin Feng caught a whiff of an enticing aroma of roasted meat. Opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Li tending to the fire and grilling meat. Beside the campfire, Tu Shan Yuechu and the now awakened Tu Shan Yimei eagerly watched the golden, succulent beast meat being grilled. The two evidently refrained from disturbing him while he was resting. And now, upon noticing Qin Feng's awakening, Tu Shan Yimei, her face still somewhat pale, smiled and said, "You're awake? Come and enjoy the roasted meat. Jiang Li's culinary skills are exceptional." "All right," Qin Feng replied with a grin, rising to join them by the fire. Before long, Jiang Li produced a knife and sliced the crispy, golden roasted meat, distributing it among the three. They relished the feast, exclaiming in delight. Even Tu Shan Yuechu had her delicate face smeared with grease. Tu Shan Yimei, in a playful bid to seize the last piece of roasted meat from Qin Feng, unabashedly engaged in a light-hearted tussle with him. Nevertheless, this contest for roasted meat unwittingly brought the group closer together. Even the typically aloof Tu Shan Yuechu wore a more gentle expression. "Qin Feng, would you consider joining our human race auction?" Tu Shan Yimei, now satisfied and full, suddenly asked Qin Feng with eager anticipation. After awakening, she was utterly astonished to learn that Qin Feng had admitted to slaying Tang Zhan. Although she had not witnessed how Qin Feng defeated Tang Zhan before her fainting, she had sensed the terrifying power of the colossal sword he wielded. Thus, she held no doubt about Qin Feng's capability to slay Tang Zhan. Despite the absurdity of the situation, she inexplicably trusted Qin Feng completely. Moreover, When Tu Shan Yuechu informed her that Toba Zuelu had also been killed by Qin Feng, and not by some extraordinary force or powerful being behind him, but solely by his own hand, Tu Shan Yame could no longer maintain her composure. Chapter 91, Power. The cruelty of the Celestial Tower. Because she has begun to awaken. It seems that from the moment she first laid eyes on Qin Feng until now, when her sister was rescued by him, there has been no other formidable presence aside from Qin Feng himself. It was Qin Feng alone who saved her sister and eliminated Toba Zuelu. It was also Qin Feng alone who rescued her and vanquished Tang Zhan. Does this not imply a possibility? The forces she previously believed to be lurking behind Qin Feng may not exist at all. From beginning to end, it has all been Qin Feng alone. Qin Feng had once confessed that he was the one who killed Tang Shuo and Tang Jinglong. Might it not also be possible that the first-ranked individual from the Qinyan demon clan is indeed Qin Feng himself? The Qin Feng capable of slaying 2 fifth-tier extraordinary practitioners surely possesses the strength to claim the top spot on the Qinyan ranking. Furthermore, it is conceivable that the one who defeated the platinum-tier, 3-legged golden crow could also be him. Tu Shan Yiming's heart raced as never before. If her conjecture is true, then the youth before her is undoubtedly a paragon among this year's novice practitioners, whose true identity and power are known only to a select few. If only she could win him over before Qin Feng's true capabilities are revealed. Tu Shan Yiming gazed at Qin Feng intently, awaiting his response. However, upon hearing her invitation, Qin Feng neither accepted nor declined. Instead, he spoke with a hint of confusion. I thought I was already part of the human race auction house. Upon hearing this, the three across from him immediately displayed peculiar expressions. Jiang Li could not suppress a cough, while Tu Shan Yu could hardly contain her amusement. Tu Shan Yiming, too, raised her head and placed a hand on her forehead. Qin Feng's formidable prowess made her instinctively overlook his youth. In truth, Qin Feng is merely 18 years old, just like her sister and Jiang Li. Coupled with his status as an orphan and former practitioner, it is no wonder he would make such a remark. Nevertheless, Tu Shan Yiming earnestly began to explain to Qin Feng. After completing their third transition, practitioners can establish their own forces, and joining a force allows practitioners to benefit from its enhancements. Each force possesses distinct effects based on its nature and varying levels of enhancement proportional to the force's rank. For instance, our Blue Cloud Human Race Auction House is a 4th-tier force, endowed with 4 unique effects. As she spoke, Tu Shan Yiming directly sent Qin Feng a message containing a force's business card. Curious, Qin Feng opened it to take a look. Faction name, Blue Cloud Human Clan Auction House. Type, Extraordinary Faction. Level, 4. Creator, Jin Rui. President, Tu Shan Yiming. Number of members, 192. The faction grants the following benefits. 1. All members receive a 5 enhancement to their power attributes. 2. A 6 increase in success rates for life skills among members. 3. An increase of 78 in members' carrying capacity. 4. A 10 rise in physical damage for members. Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that this was akin to a gaming guild. Any member who joined would benefit from the guild's enhancements. To his astonishment, in this extraordinary era, even gaming guilds could be realized. He had initially been puzzled, as he already possessed a 50 share in the Blue Cloud Human Clan Auction House, suggesting he was indeed part of the auction house. Yet, why did Tu Shan Yame still extend an invitation to him? It became clear that she sought to integrate him into this extraordinary faction. Qin Feng scrutinized the faction card, furrowing his brow at the faction type section. Moreover, he was intrigued to discover that the creator of the Blue Cloud Human Clan Auction House was not Tu Shan Yame. This only deepened his curiosity. Why are you not the creator? He pondered aloud. Tu Shan Yame sighed softly in response, explaining that only extraordinary practitioners could establish such factions, and the effects of extraordinary factions surpassed those of the former ones. I see. Qin Feng clenched his fist. It was precisely due to the injustices faced by the former practitioners that he had encouraged Jin Lao to establish this faction, aiming to ensure that their voices resonated in this era. Tu Shan Yame's tone grew somewhat somber. Yes, Qin Feng, join us. At that moment, Jiang Li interjected. Together, we shall shatter the shackles of this era. Let those lofty, extraordinary practitioners see that we, the former practitioners, are not mere ants. We too shall fight for this era and for the entire human race. Though Tu Shan Yu did not speak, Her eyes glimmered with anticipation. Nevertheless, Qin Feng remained hesitant. Tushan Yame continued, Qin Feng, with your capabilities, you are bound to rank among the top 100 in this year's Cloud Dream City entrance examination. To gain access to the Tower of Heaven, you must be affiliated with a faction. Joining the Human Clan Auction House is undoubtedly the wisest choice. I can offer you the position of Vice President, granting you double the benefits of a regular member. Vice President? Double benefits? Qin Feng was taken aback by Tushan Yame's generous offer. He had not anticipated such a significant concession to win him over. Should he accept, the enhancements would indeed bolster his strength considerably. Just the doubling of stamina and physical attack boosts would significantly elevate his combat prowess. For a seasoned professional from the past, this indeed presents a significant temptation. However, his curiosity is piqued by the mention of the Tower of Heaven by Tushan Yameng. Just as he is about to inquire further, Tushan Yuchu unexpectedly offers an explanation. The Tower of Heaven serves as the gateway for the diverse races of the myriad worlds to enter Blue Star. Every human main city possesses an inverted Tower of Heaven. After the extraordinary beings of humanity repelled the alien races, they established a pact, agreeing to send 100 young professionals from both humanity and the myriad races annually into the first level of the Tower of Heaven to engage in combat. Should humanity falter, the myriad alien races would gain the opportunity to invade Blue Star for what is termed the Hunt. Each time humanity faces defeat, they must defend their main city with all their might, relinquishing protection over satellite cities. Those unable to enter the main city become prey for the alien races. Listening to Tushan Yuchu's cold words, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had never anticipated the existence of such a grim reality within this world. The Tower of Heaven, the myriad alien races, humanity rendered as prey, Blue Star transforming into a hunting ground for countless races. This world is indeed merciless. Yet, within the memories of Qin Feng's original self, there exists no mention of such matters. Furthermore, in the city of Blue Cloud where he resides, it seems that the myriad alien races have not made an appearance annually. Why have I never encountered any extraordinary beings from the myriad races? Beside him, Jiangli, equally taken aback, voiced Qin Feng's confusion. Because of Han Shirley in Yunmeng Main City, Tushan Yameng responded. Years ago, Han Shirley entered the Tower of Heaven in Yunmeng Main City and led the elite of humanity to victory that year. The following year, having achieved a fifth transition, Han Shirley successfully succeeded the position of City Lord and subsequently fended off the alien hunts for over a decade. However, this year, Han Shirley will relinquish the title of City Lord of Yunmeng Main City. Those who cannot enter Yunmeng Main City will perish. Qin Feng could not help but add in his heart. He never expected that behind the facade of prosperity in this era lurked such a bloody truth. Living, breathing individuals could become prey for the alien races simply because they are ordinary people. They are professionals of the past. This year, the Tower of Heaven in Blue Cloud City must yield a victory for humanity. Defeat is not an option. Tushan Yameng inhaled deeply. Her teeth clenched as she spoke. Qin Feng, upon hearing her words, silently nodded. However, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, he solemnly inquired, "What is humanity's record in the Tower of Heaven?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's question, Tushan Yameng let out a sudden huff, her expression darkening. How could these esteemed extraordinary professionals risk their lives for us ordinary folk and relics of the past? Tushan Yuchu interjected, in the past 2 decades, humanity has only triumphed during the year of Lord Han. Such a disheartening reality. Qin Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Did this not imply that every year, countless alien races infiltrated Blue Star for the hunt? In cities unprotected by formidable guardians like Lord Han, ordinary citizens and former professionals suffered recurrent massacres at the hands of these extraterrestrial beings year after year. A tempest of rage surged within Qin Feng, his gaze flashing with a hint of crimson light, exuding an aura that momentarily astonished Tushan Yameng and her companions. Crack! Jiangli seemed to arrive at a similar realization, his fists clenched tightly, cracking audibly. These extraordinary beings were truly detestable. He growled in indignation, for they possessed the finest means of advancement, the best extraordinary equipment, and the most exceptional skills. Yet, they lacked even the courage to fight for this world. A bunch of cowards. As Jiang Li's words hung in the air, A profound silence enveloped the cabin. Tushan Yameng refrained from offering any further counsel to Qin Feng, confident that she had already conveyed her thoughts sufficiently. Qin Feng would arrive at his own conclusions. After a long while, as the fire gradually dwindled, Qin Feng finally spoke. "I shall not participate in the human race auction." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li could not suppress a soft exclamation. "Qin Feng." Yet, Qin Feng raised his hand to interrupt him, declaring with unwavering resolve, "But this year, the Tower of Heaven will undoubtedly witness the victory of the human race." With that, Qin Feng rose and strode toward the cabin door. As he approached, he addressed the three. "Let us return." Inside the cabin, Tushan Yameng and her companions remained momentarily stunned by Qin Feng's words. It was not until a resounding roar echoed from outside that they hastily stood and exited the cabin. They were immediately captivated by the sight of a colossal metallic figure towering over 10 meters high. Yet another humanoid mech. The trio was taken aback, astonished that Qin Feng had produced yet another mech, equally humanoid in design. The exposed mechanical structures were exquisitely crafted, radiating an air of danger as if every metal component were a lethal weapon. "Qin Feng, how do we return?" Jiang Li inquired, calling out to Qin Feng beside the mech. The Tushan sisters shared his bewilderment, recalling Qin Feng's earlier assertion that he had a method to bring them back to Blue Cloud City. However, they were still several thousand kilometers away from their destination. Even the flight of high-ranking demon beasts would require several hours. Despite knowing that Qin Feng's mechs possessed considerable strength, they still believed that the mechanical creations of the bygone era lacked the advantage of speed over demon beasts in such a long journey. As the trio pondered their predicament, Qin Feng turned back, chuckling softly, and waved his hand. The intricate mechanical structures on the humanoid mech began to whir into action. Gears, linkages, pistons, and engines swiftly transformed, altering their shapes in mere moments. A colossal humanoid mech, measuring over 10 meters in height, astonishingly transformed into a sleek, jet-black aircraft. This shape-shifting mech left the three onlookers gasping in disbelief as they beheld the vehicle that mere moments ago had appeared as a mechanized giant. Particularly, Tushan Yame understood better than anyone the rarity of such a versatile mech. It entailed a profound mastery of ancient mechanical engineering, a feat unattainable merely through financial means in this extraordinary era. Yet, Qin Feng had effortlessly produced such a transforming mech. How many more surprises does he have in store for us? Tushan Yame's earlier dissatisfaction, stemming from Qin Feng's refusal, vanished in an instant, replaced by a burgeoning sense of anticipation. As Qin Feng, an ancient practitioner, entered the Tower of Heaven, wreaking havoc, what reactions would the extraordinary practitioners from a myriad realms and Blue Star exhibit? Let us go. At this moment, Qin Feng, now aboard the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft formed from the fire of heaven, waved to the trio. Without hesitation, they swiftly boarded the cockpit, their curiosity piqued by the array of ancient-style instruments and mechanical structures. Soon, with a mere thought from Qin Feng, there was a thunderous roar. The powerful jet engine of the Blackbird unleashed a torrent of searing energy, propelling the massive craft skyward in an instant. The trio in the cockpit couldn't suppress their astonishment, exclaiming in unison as they realized the terrifying explosive power of such an ancient aircraft. However, upon reaching a certain altitude, several flying, beastly creatures quickly detected the fire of Heaven's trail. A terrifying pressure bore down upon them. Feeling this overwhelming force, Tushan Yame and her companions' expressions changed dramatically. In this extraordinary era, the skies were far more perilous than the ground. Even 5th or 6th tier powerhouses dared not venture alone into the high altitudes, for the threat of being besieged by these aerial beasts was exceedingly grave. Yet Qin Feng, seated at the front of the cockpit, remained composed. He glanced at the altitude and issued a command to the fire of heaven. With a resounding roar, the jet engine surged to full power, generating a tremendous thrust. The reconnaissance aircraft, transformed from the fire of heaven, erupted with unparalleled speed, leaving the flying beasts far behind. The trio watched in awe, speechless at the spectacle. Even the mightiest among them, Tushan Yame, appeared pale, astonished by the speed of the fire of heaven. It was not until nearly half an hour later that Qin Feng softly announced, "We have arrived." What? The three were taken aback. Incredulity etched on their faces as they looked below. Indeed, they beheld a colossal human city enveloped by a metallic ruin, Blue Cloud City. How swift! Zhongli couldn't help but marvel. Tushan Yimeng and Tushan Yuchu nodded in agreement as they gazed at the city drawing ever closer. The trio was utterly astounded by the shape-shifting mech that Qin Feng had unveiled. The speed it exhibited was several times that of a high-tier flying beast. The velocity of this ancient mechanical creation surpassed even the extraordinary methods of their time, leaving them profoundly shaken. Their awe towards Qin Feng's seemingly endless array of techniques grew ever more intense. Tushan Yimeng regarded Qin Feng with keen eyes. The strength he had already demonstrated included 5 beast-shaped mechs, 1 humanoid mech, and this remarkably swift transformation mech that outpaced flying monsters. Such prowess was surely unmatched by ordinary factions. Suddenly, Tushan Yimeng felt that her decision to forge an alliance with Qin Feng through the 50 shares of a human auction was indeed her wisest choice. Outside the city of Blue Cloud, Qin Feng stowed away the heavenly fire. After parting ways with Tushan Yimeng and the others, he made his way to the Blue Cloud Sanatorium. There, he handed over the sacred heart grass and some high-tier elixirs acquired from Tobaze Lu to Kupon. Subsequently, Qin Feng proceeded towards the examination registration office. With only a few days remaining until the registration deadline, he intended to enroll and utilize the remaining time to enhance his skills. After all, having resolved to enter the Tower of Heaven, he needed to make thorough preparations. Before long, he arrived at a massive black structure on the outskirts of Blue Cloud City. Although evening was approaching, the edifice remained bustling with activity. This was the venue established by the Human Federation in Blue Cloud City for the qualification assessment and registration for the entrance examination. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng stepped inside. Upon entering, he found himself in an expansive circular hall. Surrounding this hall were imposing metallic tables adorned with emblems of various factions. In front of each table, numerous young individuals were engaged in consultations. In this extraordinary era, the concept of universities had ceased to exist. The entrance examination had long since become a stepping stone for numerous novice practitioners aspiring to join various extraordinary factions. Moreover, those who excelled in the examination were welcomed into the Federation's esteemed institutions, receiving monthly subsidies and benefits for their achievements. Previously, Wenbo had often dreamt of improving his and his sister's lives after gaining entry into an extraordinary faction or obtaining Federation support. However, fate had not been kind. Both he and his awakening had been tethered to ancient professions, effectively denying them the opportunity to join extraordinary factions or receive Federation aid. With a soft exhale, Qin Feng made his way towards the center of the hall, where a device resembling a shipping container was prominently displayed. A number of uniformed professionals were maintaining order, as a group of young individuals queued to enter a container-like apparatus. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the device, and a transparent screen above it displayed the number 81. Instantly, the young people in line gasped in admiration. Members of various extraordinary factions surrounding the hall also rushed towards the container's location. Some shouted, "This one has already signed a contract with us. Do not compete." However, others retorted defiantly, "You, a Tier 3 faction, dare to claim an 81-point genius. Our Azure Mercenary Corps is a Tier 5 faction. Such a talent must belong to us." At that moment, the door of the container opened, revealing an unassuming young man who stepped out with a hint of excitement on his face. Immediately surrounded by numerous members of extraordinary factions offering generous conditions to entice him to join. It was only when several representatives from the Human Federation spoke that order was restored, allowing the original queue to resume. Shortly thereafter, a petite girl with a taut expression stepped into the container. Meanwhile, Qin Feng found himself at the end of the line, observing the metallic structure with keen interest. He recognized it as the testing gate, a device designed to assess candidates for the high-stakes examination, purportedly crafted by artisans of an 8th-tier realm or above. In this era of the extraordinary, one must undergo a rigorous qualification review to participate in the examination, encompassing fundamental details such as age and rank, as well as supplementary aspects like combat abilities and vocational talents. The testing gate scrutinizes the entrant's basic information and assigns a comprehensive potential score. Various extraordinary factions utilize this score to gauge the value of new professional entrants and extend invitations accordingly. Typically, most novices before the examination score below 60. Thus, The young man's score of 81 clearly surpassed that of the majority, earning him the admiration of many extraordinary factions. Moments later, the testing gate trembled once more, revealing the number 71 on the screen. The previously anxious girl emerged, her face alight with joy, evidently pleased with her score. The group of young men and women behind her erupted in applause. Thank you, she said softly as she walked back, expressing her gratitude to the crowd. However, suddenly, her gaze fell upon Qin Feng, who stood at the end of the line. Qin Feng, what brings you here? The girl, filled with surprise, began to speak, but quickly covered her mouth as she realized her words had drawn everyone's attention to the back where Qin Feng stood. As the crowd turned to regard him and discovered his profession as a Mecha Master, disdain flickered across their faces. I'm sorry, Qin Feng, it was not my intention. The petite girl, previously taken aback, approached him with a hint of embarrassment and spoke. Qin Feng, noticing the guilt on her face, smiled and nodded. It's all right. I'm used to it. Congratulations, Zhang Xinyao. This girl was his classmate and had once been among the many who admired him. Her awakened profession was a shadow assassin. Rated highly. Yet, unlike others, Zhang Xinyao did not distance herself from Qin Feng after his awakening. Rather, she continued to harbor feelings for him. Clearly surprised by Qin Feng's presence, she had inadvertently revealed his former identity. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. After all, even a single one of his mechs could easily overpower the newcomers in line ahead of him. He found no desire to engage with these feeble, extraordinary professionals. Xinyao. At that moment, a young man accompanied by several professionals approached, greeting Zhang Xinyao. He cast a dismissive glance at Qin Feng's profession and then turned his attention back to Zhang Xinyao, saying with a smile, Xinyao, your score is sufficient to join our Abyss Guild. I can take you to complete the formalities right now. He reached out his hand, attempting to take Zhang Xinyao's small hand. Upon hearing his words, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed in concern, and she deftly evaded his grasp. First, she glanced at Qin Feng, relieved to see he bore no signs of anger, before pivoting to confront the young man. Chun Bing, how many times must I tell you? I do not wish to join your Abyss Guild. And stop calling me Xinyao. We are not that familiar. Chun Bing's expression stiffened upon hearing her words. Yet he quietly insisted, Xinyao, don't throw a childish tantrum. Our Abyss Guild is a level 5 force and is on the verge of ascending to level 6. This is a rare opportunity. Moreover, Uncle Zhang promised me that after your college entrance examination, he would arrange for us. Shut up, Zhang Xinyao suddenly exclaimed, cutting him off sharply. She cast a slightly guilty glance at Qin Feng before impatiently telling Qin Bing, you need to leave now. We can discuss this tomorrow. Don't bother me here. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already taken a few steps forward with the group. He paid no further attention to Zhang Xinyao and Chun Bing, yet he found the situation quite amusing. Usually, Zhang Xinyao presented herself as gentle and charming in his presence, unaware that she possessed such a petulant side. However, his sole desire at this moment was to grow stronger. What woman could possibly rival the allure of a mech? He was decidedly unwilling to entangle himself in such melodramatic love triangles. Next, shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in uniform called out. Qin Feng stepped forward to stand before the testing gate. The middle-aged man assessed Qin Feng with an expressionless face, professionally reminding him to follow the prompts and unleash a full-force attack on the target during the final phase. Very well. Qin Feng nodded slightly and strode into the testing gate. Meanwhile, in the queue behind him, a dozen young professionals recognized Qin Feng as an old-timer, and they began to grumble in dissatisfaction. Not far away, Zhang Xinyao, still present, watched the testing gate with a look of anxiety. Chun Bing, beside her, voiced his discontent, saying, Xinyao, that guy is just an old-timer. He is hardly worthy of you. This remark made Zhang Xinyao frown once more, but just as she was about to respond, a tremendous roar erupted from the center of the hall where the testing gate stood. A brilliant light radiated from the large screen above the gate, accompanied by a clear sound of shattering. The uniformed staff stationed next to the testing gate were taken aback. Chapter 94. A single punch destroys the testing gate. The shock of Lei Bahuang. Immediately, a massive number appeared on the screen, 100. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to believe this score. The individual who had just entered was Qin Feng, an old professional. How could he possibly achieve a score of 100? However, the score displayed on the screen lasted less than a second before. With a loud bang, the enormous screen shattered instantaneously, Simultaneously, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth from the testing gate. The professionals waiting for their turn jumped back in alarm, and others in the hall wore expressions of astonishment, unable to comprehend how such a situation could arise at the testing gate. The few uniformed professionals also gazed at the gate in terror. Creak! At that moment, the testing gate opened, and a composed Qin Feng emerged from within. All eyes turned to him, their expressions remarkably peculiar. Qin Feng felt somewhat helpless as he glanced back at the billowing smoke from the testing gate, worried about whether he would have to pay for the damage. Just moments ago, upon entering the testing portal, Qin Feng initially found the verification of his identity, profession, and rank to be quite routine. However, during the final step, a colossal metallic target emerged. Qin Feng recognized this as the segment designed to assess the combat prowess of practitioners. He had intended to deliver a casual punch to merely get through it, confident that his fundamental attributes had already surpassed those of an ordinary novice practitioner. Yet, by some stroke of fate, before he could throw his punch, he invoked the divine grip and fortuitously drew the second devastating skill of the war god. The 100-ton punch. A surge of tremendous power flooded into Qin Feng's right arm in an instant. He sensed an apocalyptic force accumulating within him. However, he dared not unleash this strength in its entirety. Instead, he lightly tapped the metallic target. Yet the sheer terror of the 100-ton punch was astonishing. That target, clearly forged from extraordinary metal, was effortlessly shattered by his gentle touch. Immediately thereafter, thick black smoke billowed from the testing portal. As Qin Feng exited, he glanced nervously at several staff members nearby. Does this count as passing? He wondered. The middle-aged man in uniform, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, had his rigid facial muscles twitch slightly. Nonetheless, he addressed Qin Feng, stating, "Practitioner Qin Feng, registration successful." He then ignored Qin Feng, shouting to the other awaiting practitioners, "The testing portal is malfunctioning. Today's registration is concluded." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in complaints. "It's all your fault. Why did you even go to the testing portal? You've delayed our registration." They grumbled. This person is incredibly lucky to encounter a malfunction. Otherwise, he might not even score 10 points. If my registration is delayed, I want to let him off easily. Once we enter the college entrance examination secret realm, he will pay. Listening to the murmurs around him, Qin Feng felt no dissatisfaction. It was evident that the value of the testing portal would be astronomical. He secretly hoped that everyone would believe the portal malfunctioned on its own. Otherwise, if he were held accountable and forced to pay, he might not even have enough from the 50 shares given by Tu Shan Yimeng to cover it. Upon seeing the message in his contacts confirming his successful registration for the college entrance examination, he finally felt at ease. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhang Xinyao, he swiftly departed from the registration area until Qin Feng's figure vanished. Zhang Xinyao, with an expression of admiration, continued waving at him, silently repeating, 100 points. Truly worthy of Qin Feng. This left Qin Bing seething beside her. "Xinyao, wake up. That Qin Feng is merely a relic. The 100 points were merely a product of the portal's malfunction." Zhang Xinyao appeared quite displeased with Qin Bing's remarks. With a face full of disdain, she cast a disdainful glance at Qin Bing, exclaiming, "What do you know?" The news of the malfunctioning testing gate in Lanyan City spread like wildfire, quickly becoming the second most discussed topic on the Lanyan City Practitioners Forum, following the news of the Tu Shan clan's victory over the Tang and Tuoba families. Upon hearing this news, Tu Shan Yimeng and Tu Shan Yuchu, who had just returned to the top floor of the human auction house, wore expressions of peculiar intrigue. In the forum, nearly everyone lamented that the once obscure practitioner had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. "Git, Tu San Yaming Wodari Saindas might," muttering to herself, "This fellow is truly a handful. He attracts attention wherever he goes." Hearing this, Tu Shan Yuchu also broke into a gentle smile. However, moments later, she turned serious, stating, "Sister, I must use that item. It is far too dangerous." "I cannot agree." Tu Shan Yimeng's expression immediately shifted. Yet, Tu Shan Yuchu's gaze grew ever more resolute. "Sister, I do not wish for the gap between us to widen. The future cannot rely solely on him." Hearing these words, Tu Shan Yimeng fell silent. After a prolonged moment, she gently nodded, "Then promise me, do not activate the final tail, otherwise you will lose control." "All right." Tu Shan Yuchu beamed a sweet smile. However, Tushan Yiming's expression grew increasingly grave. In the dead of night, at the college entrance examination registration office, a towering figure over 2 meters tall strode into the hall. The dozen or so staff members in uniforms promptly bowed in respect. Lord City Master. The burly man's face was stern, exuding an aura of authority that commanded the respect and apprehension of all present. This was none other than Lei Bahuang, the City Master of Lanyun, a peak 5th-tier powerhouse. Having spent a considerable time honing his martial arts in a secret realm, he had abruptly returned upon receiving news of the testing gate's malfunction. What exactly transpired? Frustrated due to the interruption of his training, Lei Bahuang's voice was heavy as he addressed the crowd. My lord, it is as follows. A middle-aged man hastily recounted the events of the afternoon when Qin Feng participated in the test. This only deepened a frown on Lei Bahuang's face, though he remained silent as he strode into the now non-operational testing gate. Upon encountering the shattered metal target, his expression shifted dramatically. He approached the target, scrutinizing the cracks that radiated from its center. The more he examined, the more astonished he became, until his breathing turned labored. What exquisite power! What a formidable punch! He exclaimed in genuine admiration. As a 5th-tier martial artist, Lei Bahuang instantly recognized that the target had not merely disintegrated on its own. It had been shattered by a direct blow from someone's fist. In other words, the testing gate did not malfunction. Rather, it was shattered by an individual wielding immense strength with a single blow. However, could a novice practitioner truly possess such power to obliterate the testing gate with one strike? Even the most formidable of warriors, the berserkers, would scarcely wield such terrifying force. No, even at my 5th transformation, I would hesitate to claim the ability to demolish the testing target in such a manner. The expression on Lei Bahuang's face grew increasingly horrified, and his heart brimmed with confusion. Could an ancient practitioner truly unleash such a devastating punch? Chapter 95. The examination commences. The new city lord, Xiao Mingshan. Outside the testing gate, the crowd, having waited for an extended period, grew increasingly anxious. Time passed, and at last, with a complex expression, Lei Bahuang emerged from the testing gate. With an unusual tone, he addressed the middle-aged man. Are you certain that the last examinee to enter was an ancient practitioner? The middle-aged man trembled, but quickly responded, City Lord, I am absolutely certain. The final testing gate malfunctioned, granting the examinee, Qin Feng, a score of 100. Should we report this to the main city to amend the score? Unnecessary. Lei Bahuang waved his hand dismissively, as if confirming something. A look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He then utilized his authority as city lord to access Qin Feng's information. Upon discovering that Qin Feng had completed his 2nd transformation, his expression shifted once more. He said to the several anxious staff members, report to the main city to replace the testing gate. With that, he swiftly departed from the registration area, leaving the staff members exchanging bewildered glances. After a long while, one of them finally spoke. The city lord seems a bit off. Replacing the testing gate will consume our resources in Lanyun City. Shouldn't he be upset? Yet, half an hour later, within the Temple of Practitioners in Lanyun City, the sound of Lei Bahuang's maniacal laughter resounded. Ha! 5 stars. 2 5-star blessings from the heavens for Lanyun. Days later, on the day of the Human Federation's entrance examination, a colossal platform with hundreds of steps was erected outside the Yangming City. Atop this platform stood a grand portal, within which lay a teleportation passage radiating intense spatial fluctuations. Surrounding the platform gathered a multitude of young practitioners, all of whom were candidates entering the examination realm this year. In the air, several hundred meters away from the platform, an elegantly adorned ancient pavilion floated quietly. On a terrace filled with exquisite dishes and fragrant wines, 7 imposing practitioners were engaged in lively conversation. City Lord Lei, I heard that your Lanyun City has produced a candidate who scored 100, remarked a lean middle-aged man, addressing Lei Bahuang, who was holding a wine glass, his tone dripping with mockery. It seems he even managed to break the testing gate. It appears that this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination will undoubtedly be from your Lanyun City. Upon hearing these words, the other professionals on the terrace erupted into a light chuckle. However, Lei Bahuang seemed utterly unfazed. After downing his drink with an impassive expression, he directed a cool and disdainful smile towards the gaunt middle-aged man. Rest assured, we will certainly send your Sichuan candidates fleeing in disarray. Arrogant. The slender middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a thunderous roar. A terrifying aura surged around him, and a glint of bloodlust flickered in his shadowy eyes. Boom! Lei Bahuang did not show any signs of weakness. Golden extraordinary energy swirled around him, causing the entire terrace to tremble violently. Lord Lei, Lord Xia, please refrain from acting impulsively. Today marks the announcement of the new lord of Yunmeng City. Let's not create too great a disturbance. The other lords chimed in, urging caution. Hearing this, both men reined in their extraordinary energies considerably. Yet, the Lord of Sichuan wore an increasingly smug expression as he smiled at Lei Bahuang. After the examination, I hope you from Lanyun City can still manage to smile. Lei Bahuang snorted coldly, dismissing his opponent, and turned his gaze towards the gathering of hundreds of young professionals from Lanyun City below the high platform. However, moments later, he frowned slightly, muttering, "Were they? What is taking so long?" Boom! Just then, a thunderous sound erupted from the direction of the Yunmeng main city. A brilliant crimson light illuminated the entire sky. A colossal red phoenix soared from the heart of Yunmeng City, heading towards the high platform outside the city. On the back of the magnificent phoenix stood two figures. Observing this scene from the terrace, Lei Bahuang and the others rose to their feet. A lord exclaimed in astonishment, "It's Xia Mingshan. The new lord of Yunmeng City is none other than him. He has advanced to the 6th tier." All those on the terrace, including Lei Bahuang, turned their attention to the gaunt middle-aged man, who wore a beaming expression. "Xie Juanfu, you are not being forthright. You must have known this news long ago. The Xia family hails from Sichuan City. It seems your Sichuan will also ascend to great heights this time. This is what one calls achieving immortality through merit. Lord Xia, please extend your kind words to Lord Xia. We hope for your support for our Qingxi this year." Several lords offered their congratulations to Xie Juanfu. Only Lei Bahuang gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Soon, the enormous fiery phoenix arrived above the sky terrace. A middle-aged man, accompanied by a young woman, disembarked from the phoenix onto the terrace. The 7 lords of the satellite cities bowed respectfully. Lord Xia, with dark red hair. Xia Mingshan nodded gently and addressed the group. "Let us begin." He then turned to the edge of the terrace and called out to the high platform below. "The Yunmeng College entrance examination is now open." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the arena. The portal atop, the high platform, suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, the teleportation array within the portal activated, revealing a misty spatial passage. The multitude of candidates below swiftly began to ascend towards the portal on the high platform. 7 lords of satellite cities approached Xia Mingshan, their faces alight with eager anticipation as they observed the influx of candidates into the entrance of the secret realm. Who do you believe will claim the top spot this year? Several satellite city lords exchanged glances, yet none uttered a word. Ultimately, it was Xie Juanfu who spoke with a smile. "That would undoubtedly be our princess of the Xia family. I have heard that Mu'er achieved a remarkable score of 96 on her assessment." Upon hearing this, several others chimed in agreement. The young woman beside Xia Mingshan, her expression filled with pride, raised her head high. She was none other than Xia Mu'er, whom Qin Feng had encountered previously. However, Xia Mingshan seemed quite displeased with the flattery directed towards her, letting out a cold snort. Instantly, the lords of the satellite cities fell silent. The others exchanged glances with Xie Juanfu, who, having failed to curry favor, could only lower his head in silence. Before long, candidates began to gather at the entrance of the secret realm. From the edge of the terrace, Xia Mingshan gently waved her hand, sending forth a crimson energy into the sky. A massive, translucent light curtain enveloped the horizon above. As each candidate stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, a ranking appeared on the light curtain, showcasing the leaderboard based on their assessment scores. At that moment, the first place was held by a candidate from Wutan City, with a score of 84. However, it was not long before several candidates with even higher scores emerged, prompting the city lords to display expressions of satisfaction. Suddenly, the enormous light curtain trembled, and the information of the first place shifted. Chu Jyoga, level 52, Jyoga Sword Immortal, Lanyun City. 90 points. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the candidates climbing the high platform, while the lords on the terrace also expressed their surprise. Lei Bahuang's expression visibly brightened, his chest swelling with pride. Yet in the next moment, the light curtain shifted once more, and Chu Jioga's ranking slipped to second place as a new name emerged for the top position. Xiao Baiwa, level 48, Ice Nightmare Flower Demon, Yunmeng City. 92 points, Chapter 96. The Abandoned City? The arrival of a delayed figure. Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa both entered the top 10 of the Qin Yuan ranking simultaneously, truly showcasing their remarkable potential. Upon hearing that Chu Jiogao's swordsmanship has reached a new pinnacle, enabling him to wield 4 flying swords, a thrilling duel between him and Xiao Baiwa is undoubtedly on the horizon. I hold a favorable view of Xiao Baiwa. As rumors suggest, he has tamed the corpse fragrant devil tuber, significantly enhancing his strength. Yet, I ponder the identity of the top contender on the Qin Yuan ranking. Could they be a candidate this year? It seems improbable, as that 1,000,000 points is not something a novice practitioner could easily attain. Various city lords began to voice their opinions. Xiao Mingchan refrained from offering any suggestions. However, beside him, Xiao Mu'er pouted, displaying a look of indignation. Soon, the ranking shifted once more. Tua Bahenku, level 90, Beast Master, Zichuan City, 95 points. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed around the high platform. Those on the terrace also wore expressions of surprise. Who could have anticipated that Tua Bahenku would participate in the college entrance examination? His temperament is indeed extraordinary. Rising to level 90 at this juncture, he may soon attain the 4th transition. With such potential, the Tua Ba family might well regain its former glory under his stewardship. Xiao Mingchan couldn't help but nod, clearly optimistic about Tua Bahenku. Xiaomer also exhibited a look of delight, eagerly exclaiming to her father, "Father, I shall go too." Without awaiting Xiao Mingchan's consent, she leaped off the terrace. The fiery phoenix in the sky flapped its enormous wings, following Xiao Mu'er. The temperature atop the high platform became alarmingly intense. Numerous candidates, in a state of panic, scrambled to seek refuge below. With a resounding cry, Xiao Mu'er and the fiery phoenix vanished into the vast spatial portal. Instantly, the searing heat diminished. The candidates, now emerging from their fright, wore expressions of relief. At that moment, the ethereal screen in the sky shimmered. Xiao Mu'er's name ascended to the top of the rankings. Xiao Mu'er, level 71, Flame Elf Mage, Zichuan City. 96 points. The candidates yet to enter the secret realm gasped in awe upon seeing Xiao Mu'er's information. For the majority of ordinary candidates, whose levels barely reached the teens, the strength Xiao Mu'er had just showcased was utterly disheartening. Meanwhile, in a private chamber of a floating pavilion where Xiao Mingchan and the 7 city lords were gathered, Chen Bing gazed greedily at Xiao Mu'er's information on the leaderboard. How splendid it would be if Xiao Mu'er were to join our Abyss Guild. Such potential will undoubtedly soar past the 7th tier in the future. The subordinates beside him nodded in agreement. Yet, someone cautioned, "Brother Chun, what about protecting Miss Xin Yao? Should we not deal with that fellow named Qin Feng?" "Of course we must." Upon hearing Chun Bing's words, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed in a cold tone, "If a single hair on Xin Yao is harmed, those young rascals shall never return to face me. As for that fellow named Qin Feng, I hope he remains eternally trapped within the secret realm." Meanwhile, amidst the multitude of candidates ascending the towering platform, Zhang Xianyao scanned her surroundings. Yet she could not spot Qin Feng's figure. Her familiar classmates had already commenced their ascent, and several practitioners accompanying her urged her to set off post-haste. With the countdown to enter the secret realm dwindling to less than half an hour, Zhang Xianyao let out a soft sigh, lightly treading the ground as she gracefully made her way to the summit. Above, the 7 lords of the satellite cities expressed genuine admiration for Xiao Mu'er's potential. They were astonished to learn that the young lady had achieved her 3rd transformation, revealing her remarkable prowess as a fire elemental mage. Initially, they presumed that the phoenix was summoned by Lord Xia, only to discover that it was, in fact, the work of Miss Mu'er. Her prospects are indeed boundless. A potential score of 96 signifies the highest evaluation in a decade. This year, Miss Mu'er is destined for the top position. May the heavens bless our Yunmeng. Perhaps this year, the Yunmeng Tower shall once again bask in victory. As they engaged in discussion, a subtle smile graced Xiao Mingchan's face. Yet suddenly, he uttered in surprise, "The nine-tailed fox? Is that the girl from the Tushan family at the human auction? The other lords turned their gazes toward the leaderboard, where they spotted a name in the 17th position. Tushan Yuechu, level 69, Nine-Tailed Fox, Blue Cloud City, 81 points. Indeed, it was the second daughter of the Tushan family from Blue Cloud City. Lei Bahuang, upon seeing Tushan Yuechu's information, promptly remarked, "Impressive. She has remarkably surpassed the limitations of the ancient demon profession. Her future is bright." Xia Mingchan offered an enigmatic evaluation, evoking a tinge of envy among the other lords as they regarded Lei Bahuang's expression. As time ticked away, the countdown to the closure of the examination secret realm dwindled to under 10 minutes. Most candidates had already entered the passageway. Only then did Xia Mingchan return to the outdoor banquet. Once the others took their seats, he raised his glass and toasted with the 7 lords before stating calmly, "I shall refrain from further elaboration, but I urge you all to understand that while my strength does not rival that of Lord Han, as I have assumed the role of Yunming's lord, I shall exert every effort to protect Yunming and its satellite cities. Lord Xia, your benevolence is commendable." Upon hearing this, the 7 lords respectfully cupped their hands in salute to Xia Mingchan. However, he gently waved his hand, bidding them to sit, and continued, "Yet, given the limitations of my strength, my utmost capability to safeguard Yunming and the 6 satellite cities is already at its limit." What? The expressions of those present shifted simultaneously. Only the lord of Zichuan City, Xie Juanfu, maintained a serene expression. "Which satellite city will Lord Xia relinquish?" Lei Bahuang spoke in a deep tone. Xia Mingchan cast a penetrating glance at Lei Bahuang and inquired, "Bahuang, are you aware of the principle of sacrificing 1 to encircle 3? Lei Bahuang nodded, responding with neither arrogance nor submission. "Of course, but I merely wish to ask, by what criteria does Lord Xia choose this sacrifice?" The other lords present visibly tensed at these words, surprised that Lei Bahuang dared to confront Xia Mingchan so boldly. "It naturally pertains to the results of this examination." Xia Mingchan replied with unwavering composure. "Good." Lei Bahuang's expression grew grave upon hearing this, yet he nodded earnestly, hoping Lord Xia would uphold his promise. He then turned his gaze towards the leaderboard displayed in the sky. At that moment, the top 100 candidates had all been revealed. The other lords also looked on, and after reviewing the list, some were elated while others were disheartened. Among the 100, the majority hailed from Yunming City, claiming nearly a third of the spots. Zichuan City secured over 20 positions in the remaining slots. Notably, the top 10 included the first place Xiam Yir and second place Tuoba Henku, both from Zichuan City, which filled Xie Juanfu with joy. The situation was similar for the other cities: Qingxi City, Wutan City, Baijian City, Huangqi City, Hongfeng City, and Lanyan City. However, in the top 20, Lanyan City had only Chu Jioga and Tushan Yuechu listed, rendering Lei Bahuang's countenance particularly grim. The other lords felt a slight relief, their gazes towards Lei Bahuang shifting with newfound apprehension. Suddenly, the countdown for the entrance to the secret realm announced 1 minute remaining. Lei Bahuang's anxiety intensified as he swiftly scanned the platform below, still failing to spot the figure he longed to see, which only deepened his distress. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, the last hesitant candidates on the platform gritted their teeth and entered the passageway to the secret realm. At that very moment, a silhouette appeared beneath the high platform of the entrance and swiftly began to ascend. Chapter 97. The Perfect Score of Yesteryears. The Secret Realm's Floral Command. The countdown continued to resound. The entrance to the examination's secret realm trembled violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Yet at the last moment, that figure dashed into the fray. So fast, the lords on the terrace collectively gasped in astonishment. The last candidate who arrived unexpectedly ascended the high platform in mere seconds, having scaled all the steps with remarkable speed. The high platform of the Gaokao secret realm was constructed from extraordinary materials, and unless one possessed formidable abilities akin to those of Xiang Mu'er, it was typically a gradual climb. Each year, there were numerous candidates lacking the requisite strength who failed to ascend the platform, thus being unable to enter the Gaokao secret realm. Therefore, to achieve such ease and reach the summit in just a few seconds indicated an extraordinary prowess. Which city's prodigy could this be? Such agility was indeed impressive. Several city lords could not help but express their admiration, and even Xiao Mingchan displayed a curious demeanor. However, only Lei Bahuang watched the figure as they successfully entered the secret passage, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, the final countdown prompt echoed loudly. With a thunderous boom, the secret passage atop the high platform was completely sealed, and a luminous screen in the sky experienced a violent fluctuation. To everyone's astonishment, they turned their gaze toward the leaderboard high above, only to discover that the information for the first place had once again changed. Qin Feng, level 60, Mecha Master. Blue Cloud City, 100 points. In an instant, all those gathered around the entrance of the Gaokao secret realm, as well as those in the floating pavilions, were left speechless, unable to believe that someone could surpass Xiao Mu'er, who had achieved a remarkable score of 96 points. This was utterly beyond anyone's imagination. Xiao Mu'er was the daughter of the newly appointed Lord of Yunmeng City, Xiao Mingchan, and was regarded as the most outstanding young talent of the Xiao family. Just moments ago, the scene of Xiao Mu'er leaping down, accompanied by a flaming phoenix, was vividly experienced by all present. The terrifying heat radiating from her had left everyone acutely aware of her immense potential, having just completed her third transformation. Yet at this moment, there was someone with a score exceeding even that of Xiao Mu'er, 100 points, the highest possible score granted by the testing gate. Even more outrageous was the fact that this individual was a Mecha Master. Was this a mistake? How could a practitioner of the ancient arts claim the top rank? Would the testing gate bestow a score of 100 upon someone of such a profession? Everyone was engulfed in profound confusion. Ancient arts, exclaimed Xie Junfu, whose wine cup had fallen to the table in shock, prompting a wave of astonishment from the others on the terrace. At the head of the banquet, Xiao Mingchan cast a surprised glance toward Lei Bahuang below. Yet, at that moment, Lei Bahuang's face was alight with suppressed joy, despite the twitching of his lips and the tremors of his body revealing his excitement. Is this lad truly a practitioner of the ancient arts? Xiao Mingchan finally inquired. As Lei Bahuang heard this, he cleared his throat several times and rose to respond. Absolutely impossible. The other city lords exclaimed in unison. Upon hearing Lei Bahuang's words, Xiao Mingchan's eyes sparkled with insight. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled softly. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. It has been many years since such a remarkable figure graced the realm of past professions. The others fell silent at Xiao Mingchan's remark. However, observing Lei Bahuang's smug expression, the city lords could not help but display their discontent. Yet, Lei Bahuang cleared his throat once more and continued. The matter is as follows. The examinee named Qin Feng encountered a malfunction at the testing gate during the assessment. Indeed, upon hearing Lei Bahuang's words, the other city lords finally grasped the situation. The lords of Wutan City and Huangqi City stood up in excitement. Their city's examinees had only slightly surpassed those of Lanyan City, having just seen a candidate from Lanyan City receive a perfect score. Combined with the terrifying speed demonstrated by the old profession known as Qin Feng, they were truly astonished. Both understood well the implications of Xiao Mingchan's strategy of surrounding three while sacrificing one. Although this strategy, compared to Han Shirxi's proactive approach of attracting the might of foreign races, seemed somewhat ruthless, sacrificing a city to draw fire was arguably the least costly response. However, no one wished to be that forsaken city. Hearing Lei Bahuang attribute the perfect score to the malfunction of the testing gate, they all felt a tremendous sense of relief. I thought it impossible for an old profession to achieve such a high score, the Lord of Wutan City remarked, his voice tinged with lingering anxiety. The other lords nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Lei Bahuang now laced with disdain. Meanwhile, Lei Bahuang struggled to suppress the glee bubbling within him. Go ahead and laugh. Let's see how long that lasts. So what if he asked from an old profession? I once saved several of them on the battlefield. Have you ever witnessed an old profession shatter a testing target with a single punch? Have you seen old professions repeatedly completing 5-star missions? As Xiao Mingchan resumed his composed demeanor, he vaguely sensed something amiss with Lei Bahuang, yet he did not dwell on it. Instead, he softly remarked, "Let us hope this year's assessment is not overly challenging." The other lords echoed his sentiment, wishing for the avoidance of a brutal survival mode that would lead to excessive casualties. I believe a team mode would be best. It could cultivate the cooperation of the younger generation. A points-based competition is also viable, even if it takes longer, provided it ensures safety. Boom! just as they were engaged in discussion. Above the main city of Yunmeng, a towering structure hung inverted, emitting a resounding roar, followed by a crimson beam of light that shot towards the elevated platform, marking the entrance to the examination realm. All eyes were riveted upon the platform, a palpable tension filling the air. From atop the platform, an extraordinary energy surged forth, rapidly coalescing and transforming in form. In a brief moment, the ethereal silhouette of a blood-red flower emerged, fluttering erratically in the air. Concurrently, an increasingly urgent drumbeat resonated from within the platform. "The flower of flight," someone exclaimed, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd witnessing the examination. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the secret realm, where a dense forest flourished, a blood-red blossom appeared abruptly in the sky. All examinees scattered throughout the realm received an announcement. The examination content has been designated the Flower of Flight. This examination is an individual contest, lasting 24 hours. Candidates are to defeat as many wild creatures as possible to earn examination points. During the examination, the Flower of Flight will randomly select a candidate every 10 minutes, revealing their location and basic information. Other candidates will experience a 50 increase in movement speed when heading towards the Flower of Flight. In the secret realm, defeating an opponent will yield 50 points from the defeated. Upon dying 3 times, a candidate will face complete demise. Candidates may teleport out of the realm when in a non-combat state. Wild creatures within the realm may randomly drop special items. Use them with caution. Meanwhile, on each candidate's profession panel, a new section labeled Secret Realm Information appeared, including a leaderboard for the top 100 candidates based on their points. As the examination had just commenced, all scores stood at 0, with the default rankings reflecting the scores from prior assessments. First, Qin Feng, 0 points. Second, Xiao Mu'er, 0 points. Third, Tuaba Henku, 0 points. Fourth, Xiao Baiwa, 0 points. Fifth, Chu Jioga, 0 points. 10th, Wu Suyi, 0 points. Upon the unveiling of this leaderboard, all candidates were taken aback. Those who had entered after Xiao Mu'er were particularly astonished, having first-hand experience of her formidable prowess. The fiery phoenix she summoned radiated immense power, merely from the residual heat of its flames. Xiao Mu'er had achieved an astounding score of 96 in her preliminary assessment. If all proceeded as anticipated, many believed she would undoubtedly secure the top position in this year's Yunmeng examination. Yet now, someone had surpassed Xiao Mu'er in the rankings, indicating their score was higher than hers. Was there truly a candidate with talent exceeding that of Xiao Mu'er? Instantly, the atmosphere thickened with disbelief. Many candidates lamented, feeling the weight of their misfortune. The more exceptional candidates there were, the more unfavorable it became for the ordinary ones. The recently announced assessment method for this year's college entrance examination had cast a shadow over them, resembling a nightmare for those of humble means. At that moment, in a vacant space, Xiao Mu'er was engulfed in flames, the terrifying heat causing the surrounding flora to wither and turn to ash. Qin Feng, the top spot will undoubtedly belong to Brother Henku. Who dares to challenge him? I shall reduce you to cinders. A colossal fiery phoenix circled above her head, sending candidates within a several-kilometer radius fleeing in terror from the scorched sky. Simultaneously, Tuoba Henku sat cross-legged beneath a great tree, his gaze coldly fixated on the name at the top of the leaderboard. After a long silence, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. "Whoever you are, you shall become the stepping stone for the resurgence of the Tuoba clan." A series of beastly roars emanated from within him, and Tuoba Henku's expression twisted in agony as dark energy surged throughout his body. "Yea, Qin Feng has entered." From the shadows of a dark tree, a girl's cheerful voice rang out. A hazy figure flickered within the gloom, but moments later, the girl gasped, "Oh no, the first place is too conspicuous. I must protect him." Perched atop a towering tree, Tushan Yuechu stood gracefully in a white gown, gazing at the distant flicker of firelight. She muttered to herself in a chilling tone, "Qin Feng, I shall not be outdone by you." Just then, a massive black ape suddenly leaped towards Tushan Yuechu. She cast a cold glance at the creature, and an icy aura enveloped it instantly. The black ape's eyes widened with terror as it hastily attempted to flee. But in the next moment, a gigantic claw formed entirely of orange-hued demonic energy struck down fiercely. The enormous black ape was reduced to mere fragments mid-air. Simultaneously, The Secret Realm score leaderboard experienced a shift. The position of first place changed. First place, Tushan Yuechu, 200 points. In an instant, all candidates still observing the leaderboard gasped in astonishment. Someone had begun slaying monsters and had remarkably secured 200 points at once. It appeared they had vanquished at least a bronze-level creature. This Tushan Yuechu was formidable. It was just the beginning, and she had already surpassed Xiao Mu'er and that Qin Feng. This college entrance examination promised to be riveting. The formidable ascent of Tushan Yuechu has ignited a wave of anxiety among all candidates, driving them to rush towards the monster respawn zones within the Secret Realm. Xiao Mu'er, now ranked third, furrowed her brow in contemplation. With a graceful leap, she ascended onto the back of the Flame Phoenix and soared towards a designated area teeming with wild creatures. Meanwhile, numerous other candidates across various locations commenced their battles. In this moment, the leaderboard witnessed a rapid fluctuation in rankings. In a secluded glade, Qin Feng gazed at the shifting leaderboard with a sense of wistfulness. He did not rush to slay monsters. Instead, he casually opened his professional information page. Qin Feng, profession, enthusiastic Mecha Master, talent, frenzied enhancement, title, Apostle of Frenzy, divine points, 3,452, level, 60, attributes, strength 3018, 577, agility 2323, 727, constitution 3136, 583, spirit 5337, 567, combat rating, 43 stars, equipment, Chinkoin belt, mechas, Storm Crimson Skyfire, Titan 7274, Beast King Mecha 5, Freedom Gundam, incomplete blueprints, Unit-01, 13, pet, level 60 Tyrannosaurus, skill, divine grip. Qin Feng surveyed his attributes with immense satisfaction. Over the past few days, his strength had experienced yet another significant enhancement, with attributes surging to new heights. His combat prowess had reached an impressive 43 stars, surpassing the limits of an ordinary second-tier professional. At this moment, Qin Feng was confident that even without utilizing his mecha, he could vanquish ordinary second-tier and even third-tier extraordinary professionals. The elevation of his attributes was not solely due to reaching the second-tier limit at level 60, which granted him an additional 180 free attribute points. Rather, it was predominantly the result of his relentless training with the Tyrannosaurus, tirelessly upgrading various mechas day and night. Storm Crimson, a gold-tier mecha, now boasted a rating of 64 stars. Skyfire, a silver-tier mecha, achieved 42 stars. Titan, a bronze-tier mecha, reached 30 stars. Freedom Gundam, also silver-tier, ranked 39 stars. Additionally, the Tyrannosaurus, a silver-tier entity, stood at 32 stars and level 60. Except for the 5 Beast King mechas that had yet to be equipped with attribute cores, all mechas had undergone substantial enhancements. Storm Crimson, Skyfire, and Freedom Gundam all attained great advancements. Now, the attributes Qin Feng inherited from his mechas alone surpassed 2,400 points. He eagerly anticipated the future when his divine rank would elevate, further augmenting the ratio of inherited attributes. He could only imagine the terrifying attribute points he would glean from his formidable mechas. The enhancement of these mechs comes at a price. Most of the materials required for these upgrades were acquired through the auctions held by the human race. Although these ordinary yet extraordinary metals, imbued with a semblance of spirit, are not particularly expensive, the sheer volume required is staggering. Even with Qin Feng holding a 50 share in the human auction house, the expenditure is still a source of great discomfort. However, this is not the most distressing aspect for Qin Feng. Gazing at his attribute page, where fewer than 10,000 points remain, his heart aches with each passing moment. Upon returning from the Sunlight Canyon, his divine points had exceeded 50,000. Faced with such an immense bounty, Qin Feng could hardly contain himself. He promptly engaged in 3 intermediate draws and 20 initial draws. To his utter astonishment, he failed to acquire a single new mech, instead receiving a plethora of schematic blueprints. Fortunately, these blueprints significantly enhanced the mechs. The Storm Crimson, for instance, saw comprehensive upgrades across all systems. The Thundercloud Blade Array has now expanded to accommodate 16 weapons, with the second stage of the Thunderblade Array achieving a destructive capacity of 800. Other mechs also experienced considerable improvements, which alleviated some of Qin Feng's distress. Yet, just as Qin Feng was lamenting his dwindling divine points, Tushan Yimeng presented him with a professional third transfer certificate, while still a challenge of 5 stars. It rewarded Qin Feng with a new mech blueprint, one that filled him with immense joy. Chapter 99. Third Transfer Task. Creation of the Initial Model. Initial Model Blueprint. Grade. Description. Originally designed as a containment apparatus for a certain powerful life form, it has, for unknown reasons, transformed into a combat mech of formidable prowess. Qin Feng truly did not anticipate acquiring the initial model mech. Moreover, it boasts a blueprint of even greater caliber than the Storm Crimson. Its potential for the future may surpass that of the Storm Crimson. However, the origins and crafting conditions of the initial model are quite exceptional, leaving Qin Feng astounded. After receiving the 5-star third transfer certificate from Tushan Yimeng, he had not even had the chance to accept the task at the temple when the system automatically initiated a dedicated third transfer task centered around the creation of the initial model. Exclusive third transition task. The Cry of Life. Difficulty, 5 stars. Description. The mecha is not a cage that confines life. Rather, life flourishes through the mecha. Please complete the construction of the initial unit. Blueprints have been distributed. Task details. 1. Utilize metal materials of bronze grade or above to construct the mecha structure. 2. Acquire 1 million points within the Gaokao secret realm. 3. Seek a suitable life form to activate the initial unit. The construction phases are not sequential. Current completion progress. 13. Task rewards. Ascend 1 level in divine rank. Receive a badge for establishing a faction. Time limit. Before the conclusion of the Gaokao. Failure to complete the task will result in the automatic destruction of the blueprints, rendering them irretrievable. Upon reading the task details, Qin Feng found himself utterly astonished. While he understood the necessity of constructing the initial unit, the requirement for bronze grade or higher materials pained him somewhat, yet he could accept it. The higher the grade of the materials utilized, the more formidable the attributes of the mecha would undoubtedly become. Among the mechas he already possessed, it seemed that only the Tyrannosaurus did not achieve complete upgrades to bronze materials. It was evident that once he crafted the initial unit using all bronze materials, its attributes would be nothing short of breathtaking. In the past few days, Qin Feng had already completed the foundational structure of the initial unit. At that moment, a unique mecha, entirely dark purple and resembling one stained with blood, stood proudly in one corner of the mechanical space. Just gazing upon the distinctive form of the initial unit filled Qin Feng with exhilaration. As for the second task, acquiring 1 million points, Qin Feng also comprehended its significance. Given that this task was to be completed during the Gaokao, it was undoubtedly related to the assessments within the secret realm. He did not concern himself too much with 1 million points, as long as there were sufficient wild beasts within the realm. He was confident he could fulfill this second task. However, what truly astounded Qin Feng was the third task, seeking a suitable life form to activate the initial unit. The moment he read this, he genuinely thought it meant capturing an apostle. But if that were the case, constructing the initial unit would be utterly impossible. Nonetheless, after completing the various engines and mechanical systems of the initial unit as per the blueprints, it astonishingly failed to start. It was as if it were a lifeless object. This deepened Qin Feng's curiosity regarding the third task. After some contemplation, he surmised that the initial unit likely required a specific activation condition, akin to the Beast King mecha, which needed a unique attribute core for activation. The activation condition for the initial unit should indeed be the life forementioned in the third task. The relationship between life and mecha has also been mentioned, further solidifying Qin Feng's belief that the initial unit requires a life form akin to an apostle for its final activation. After pondering this, Qin Feng immediately ventured into the wilderness, vanquishing numerous wild creatures. Yet, the initial unit remained utterly unresponsive. He even contemplated the ancient demon profession of the Tushan sisters, persistently urging Tushan Yame and Tushan Yuechu to switch to their demonized forms, 4-headed guohua birds and 3-tailed foxes. However, this too failed to activate the initial unit. Consequently, Qin Feng concluded that to complete this task, entry into the Gaokao secret realm was essential. Alternatively, there might exist a formidable beast within the Gaokao secret realm, a life form capable of activating the initial unit. Qin Feng harbored great expectations for this undertaking, eagerly anticipating the nature of a life form that could awaken such a rampaging mecha. The rewards for the third-tier task pleasantly surprised him, an elevation of divine rank along with a token for establishing a faction. Truly, it was a bespoke job transfer quest tailored for him. The divine rank elevation was noteworthy. His previous divine title had only advanced once, from novice deity to fervent apostle, sufficient to obscure any divination-related extraordinary abilities. It even concealed his identity from the practitioner's sanctuary and all means of appraisal. Qin Feng was immensely curious about the powers that would accompany another elevation in divine rank. The second reward, the faction creation badge, was an unexpected delight. Previously, Tushanyame had informed him that merely ranking among the top 100 in the Gaokao was insufficient for entering the first floor of the Tower of Babel. One must also join a faction. However, Qin Feng was reluctant to join the human auction house established by Tushanyame, not due to dissatisfaction with her terms, but because the faction bore an extraordinary title that made him uneasy. Thus, he had long intended to create his own faction, a realm belonging to his former professions, one not reliant on extraordinary beings for its establishment. Yet, upon further inquiry, Qin Feng realized his earlier assumptions were overly simplistic. Establishing a faction required not only the creator to reach the third tier, but also the possession of a creation badge, which, like the job transfer certificate, could only be obtained from wild creatures. However, the likelihood of acquiring such a badge was alarmingly low. Not even the entirety of Yindream City's auction houses had any for sale. Each appearance of a faction creation badge commanded an exorbitant price at auction, with the human auction house currently seeking several billion, even upwards of 10 billion for a single badge, an item of absolute scarcity. Yet, even Qin Feng did not anticipate that the reward for completing the third transfer task would be a faction creation badge. This revelation filled him with delight. However, he pondered the tier of this badge. If it were merely a level 1 badge, the faction he could create would be limited to a level 1 status. Advancing the faction would necessitate the completion of a series of intricate tasks. Conversely, if the badge were of a higher tier, he could directly establish a prestigious guild, thereby circumventing the arduous progression tasks. Thus, Qin Feng eagerly anticipated that his third transfer task would bestow upon him a high-quality badge. With a sigh of relief, Qin Feng summoned his Tyrannosaurus beast, preparing to embark on the second phase of his third transfer task. 1 million points. At that moment, a gentle tremor resonated above the examination realm. In a secluded valley within the vast domain, a youth crouched within a narrow crevice, relentlessly dispatched low-tier wild creatures with his crossbow. Above him blossomed an enormous red flower. Concurrently, all candidates within the realm received a notification. Examination Realm's flying flower target selected. Honor Xiaorong, level 22, rapid shot archer, Wutan City, test score, 77 points, 39. Coordinates. Flying flower countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds, chapter 100. An ambush on Qin Feng. The sorrow of Honor Xiaorong. In an instant, many candidates who beheld this notification changed their expressions. Although the initial target of the flying flower was not themselves, those with levels and scores inferior to Honor Xiaorong felt a surge of panic. Meanwhile, Honor Xiaorong, hidden within the crevice, gazed at the massive red flower towering above him, his face turning ashen. He had intended to leverage his occupational advantage to safely accumulate points, but he never anticipated becoming the target of the flying flower so swiftly. Gripped by the notification indicating his status as the target, he struggled to maintain his grip on the crossbow. At this moment, outside the realm, the information regarding Honor Xiaorong was prominently displayed upon the high platform, and the gathered spectators buzzed with discussion. The detailed occupational information and coordinates presented were alarming. Honor Xiaorong was in dire straits. The challenge of the flying flower was formidable, and with ill fortune, one could quickly become a target for all. Even candidates of considerable strength could easily falter under a coordinated assault. Within a private room of a lofty pavilion, Chun Bing observed the information on the platform, a fierce expression flickering across his face. Fortune favors me. Should Qin Feng be selected as the target of the flying flower, let us see how this former glory will manage to feign ignorance. The individuals behind him nodded in agreement. Indeed, at that moment, Miss Xinyao would undoubtedly discern the disparity between that lad and Brother Chun. It seems we are on the brink of toasting to the nuptials of Brother Chun and Miss Xin Yao. No longer shall we refer to her as Miss Xin Yao. She is now my sister-in-law. Chun Bing, listening to their conversation, felt a surge of delight. Ha ha ha, informed those within. As soon as the secret realm's flying flowers descend upon Qin Feng, promptly deal with him. At that instant, atop the high platform, Rong Xiaorong's information began to flicker. The previously steady drumbeats suddenly quickened. After several breaths, Rong Xiaorong's information shattered. Simultaneously, a new crimson blossom coalesced. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. The secret realm's flying flowers had reformed, signifying that the previously selected target had been vanquished. Yet, Rong Xiaorong had only just been chosen. This was astonishingly swift. The onlookers could not help but gain a clearer understanding of the brutal nature of this examination in the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a secluded area of the examination realm, the recently slain Rong Xiaorong found himself in a dense thicket. He plopped down onto the grass, his expression one of despondency. He had just been seeking a safe haven. But before he could even emerge from the crevice of stones, a level 32 examinee discovered him and effortlessly dispatched him. Alas! Rong Xiaorong lamented as he observed that half of his hard-earned points had vanished, leaving him quite vexed. At that moment, Rong Xiaorong suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the nearby thicket. Instantly, he tensed and concealed himself behind a tree, watching cautiously ahead. He beheld a remarkably handsome youth, who strolled forth from the dense foliage with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely enjoying a leisurely excursion. What perplexed Rong Xiaorong further was that aside from a rather peculiar belt, the youth wore no other equipment. Yet, he remained on high alert. Having just squandered a precious chance at death, Rong Xiaorong was most unwilling to face demise again. He directed his identification skill at the youth. Qin Feng level, unable to probe profession. Mecha Master test results, unable to probe points. 258, Qin Feng. Rong Xiaorong stared in astonishment at the information returned by his skill. He could hardly believe his misfortune. Not long after entering the secret realm, he had been designated as a flying flower target, and after being killed once, he now encountered Qin Feng. This was the Qin Feng whose ranking surpassed even that of Xiao Mu'er. Instinctively, Rong Xiaorong sought to flee. Although he still had 2 lives remaining, to perish twice within less than an hour would be far too unfortunate. Wait a moment. But suddenly, Rong Xiaorong's gaze narrowed. He focused on a particular piece of information within the identification data, a line that was shrouded in enigma. Mecha Master of the Old Era? Impossible. Qin Feng belonged to the Old Era. Surely this must be a mistake. Upon discovering that Qin Feng was indeed associated with an ancient profession, Rong Xiaorong's first instinct was to suspect a flaw in his identification technique, or perhaps that Qin Feng possessed some form of deceptive skill to evade detection. Yet, inexplicably, his heart raced with exhilaration. What if he truly was a relic of the past? Trembling, he drew forth his hand crossbow, aiming it at the approaching figure of Qin Feng. If Qin Feng was genuinely of the old era, then he stood a significant chance of overcoming him. Half of Qin Feng's points would then be his, perfectly compensating for the loss he had incurred from his earlier demise. Moreover, Qin Feng had yet to penetrate the ranks of the top 100. Could it be attributed to his lack of combat prowess? Perhaps he truly was just an ancient profession. Even if he were to miscalculate, his innate agility would allow him to escape in this dense forest. Confidently, he assessed the distance, over 20 meters apart. No profession could surpass his speed. It was time to take a chance. Rong Xiaorong's eyes glowed with fervor as he observed Qin Feng meandering towards him, barely daring to breathe. Closer, he fixated on Qin Feng as he edged within the range of his crossbow, gradually conjuring an arrow imbued with extraordinary energy. Perfect. At the moment Qin Feng stepped into the firing range, Rong Xiaorong swiftly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The blood-red arrow soared through the air, nearly spanning 30 meters, aimed directly at Qin Feng's visage. However, in that fleeting instant, Rong Xiaorong noticed that Qin Feng, standing dozens of meters away, had lifted his gaze towards Rong Xiaorong's concealed position, offering a casual smile. Astonishingly, despite the imminent threat of the arrow, Qin Feng made no attempt to evade. A chill washed over Rong Xiaorong. Boom! Simultaneously, he witnessed his arrow shatter, not striking Qin Feng's face, but rather being swatted aside as if it were a mere fly, landing harmlessly in the earth beside him. Hiss! Rong Xiaorong felt as though he had seen a ghost. He turned to flee. A Mecha Master? All a ruse. This Qin Feng was a formidable expert, an absolute master, who could possess such reflexes and striking speed at such close range. Even a peak-level second transition professional would struggle to match Qin Feng's ease. Escape. Rong Xiaorong could hardly restrain his frustration, wishing he could slap himself. How could he have been so foolish as to challenge the top-rated Qin Feng? However, the moment he turned, he was taken aback. A dinosaur, seemingly forged from metal, had inexplicably appeared behind him, glaring fiercely. Then, Rong Xiaorong heard an ominous rumble emanating from the creature, reminiscent of ancient machinery starting up. Almost instantaneously, the metallic dinosaur lunged, its sharp horn piercing through his chest with lethal precision. He barely had time to react before darkness engulfed him, accompanied by a notification. Ding, you have died. Remaining lives, 1. As he awaited revival, Rong Xiaorong could not help but weep. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, upon receiving the notification of having slain an opponent and gained 9 points, couldn't suppress a grimace. Chapter 101. The Arrival of Zhang Xinyao at Zifeng Grassland. He found it perplexing how these extraordinary professionals thought. Were they solely fixated on fighting for points? Their abilities were remarkably subpar. That single arrow he had unleashed would have likely evaded them entirely, perhaps not even breaching his defenses. The paltry 9 points he earned from that kill paled in comparison to the points one could gain from slaying a level 10 wild beast. Rong Xiaorong? Yet, when Qin Feng glanced at the candidate who had been effortlessly dispatched by the Tyrannosaurus, he realized it was the very same individual who had been his target during the last secret realm, Feihua. He was momentarily taken aback. He had just received a notification about a change in the target for the secret realm. This indicated that Rong Xiaorong had been eliminated by someone else. However, how curious that he would attempt to ambush him immediately after being killed. Was his reasoning impaired? Suddenly, Qin Feng entertained a thought that made him chuckle. Could it be that Rong Xiaorong, having seen his class as ancient, sought to eliminate him to seize his points? The arrogance of these extraordinary professionals was almost laughable. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Feng commanded the Tyrannosaurus to continue its patrol while he proceeded toward a designated monster spawn point on the secret realm map. Although the pursuit of 1,000,000 points posed no significant challenge to him, it required locating a sufficient number of monsters. Thus, Qin Feng aimed to sweep through those higher-level spawn points. Along the way, he refrained from specifically targeting the scattered monsters, allowing the Tyrannosaurus to act freely. Consequently, his ranking on the points leaderboard was dismal. Among over 3,000 candidates, he found himself languishing beyond the 1,000th place. However, Qin Feng discovered something that pleasantly surprised him. The initial mech within the mechanical space now exhibited a glimmer of life. Indeed, it was a semblance of vitality. As the creator of the initial mech, Qin Feng distinctly sensed its transformation. Previously, the mech resembled a beautifully structured yet lifeless machine. Now, it seemed to pulsate with a newfound essence, as if it had awakened from a deep slumber. Life was stirring, breaking through the soil and gradually revitalizing the mech. This transformation became increasingly pronounced alongside the monsters he vanquished and the accumulation of points. Consequently, Qin Feng felt no lingering resentment towards the second phase of the third transition task, which required earning 1,000,000 points. He was filled with anticipation for the changes the initial mech would undergo upon completion of this monumental task. After nearly half an hour, Qin Feng finally arrived at a vast expanse of grassland. The wild grasses there exhibited an eerie lavender hue, towering over him. This was the Purple Wind grassland. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. This was the location he had chosen to gather points. The monsters inhabiting the Purple Wind grassland were, at the very least, level 20. Most candidates typically avoided such a place for point acquisition. Moreover, it was crucial to note that the area was abundant with a formidable creature known as the purple-scaled giant python, which could ambush candidates concealed by the tall grasses. Thus, over the years, the Purple Wind grassland had become one of the least favored gathering spots for candidates within the examination's secret realm. At that moment, on the outskirts of the Purple Wind grassland, only a handful of scattered candidates were engaged in combat with the wandering monsters, creating a stark contrast to the bustling activity found at other monster respawn points. Nevertheless, Qin Feng felt quite content. He was unconcerned about the potential ambushes by the purple-scaled giant python, as long as they were not as formidable as the three-legged golden crow. He could easily overpower them. Casting a glance around the periphery of the purple wind grassland, he noticed a narrow path leading deeper into the expanse and proceeded to walk towards it. However, to his astonishment, as he approached the path, the group of candidates who had been slaying monsters on the outskirts glared at him menacingly and began to converge. "The Dragon Rising Guild has claimed this area. You should leave at once," shouted a robust young man, wielding a spear from a distance. Qin Feng frowned slightly. He did not expect such melodramatic antagonism to unfold in a place like the examination's secret realm. Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance and continued towards the narrow path, for it was evidently the most expedient route to penetrate deeper into the grassland. After expending considerable effort to arrive at this location, how could one simply depart due to the Dragon Rising Guild's private reservation? "Begone!" The burly youth at the forefront, upon noticing Qin Feng continuing on his path, shouted in reproach. The other candidates also approached Qin Feng with unfriendly expressions. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as he contemplated giving these oblivious individuals a lesson. Just then, a sharp voice echoed from behind him. "What a grand display from the Dragon Rising Guild. Even the college entrance examination is subjected to such tyranny." A petite figure soon emerged not far behind Qin Feng. Drenched in sweat, it was none other than Zhang Xinyao. "Qin Feng, I finally found you," Zhang Xinyao exclaimed cheerfully, brandishing a golden short sword, before swiftly sidling up to Qin Feng. Her ghostly speed caused the obstructing candidates to tense up in apprehension. "Zhang Xinyao, what brings you here? Did you come specifically to find me?" Qin Feng, surprised to see Zhang Xinyao, though not as striking as the two Shan sisters. She was nonetheless a dream goddess for many boys in high school, asked with curiosity. "I came to protect you," Zhang Xinyao blurted out, patting her small chest. However, she quickly covered her mouth, her large eyes nervously darting towards Qin Feng, as if fearing her words might provoke him. Seeing the somewhat adorably naive girl, Qin Feng chuckled helplessly. "There's no need for that. I can handle myself. You should focus on your examination, as we are in the midst of the college entrance exam." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Xinyao shook her head vigorously, her tone resolute. "No, I want to take the exam alongside you." Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Yet the obstructing candidates spoke up again. "We, the Dragon Rising Guild, are a level 6 guild in Yuming's main city. If you dare to disturb our young master during his exam, the Dragon Rising Guild will not spare you." Interrupted by their words, Zhang Xinyao turned and glared fiercely at the group, declaring, "Let that scoundrel Lu Chuan speak to me personally. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of crossing this young lady today." As she spoke, she waved her short sword, and a yellow glow descended, carving a deep gash into the ground before them. "You know our young master?" The candidates were taken aback, having not anticipated Zhang Xinyao would directly mention Lu Chuan's name, their expressions shifting slightly. However, Zhang Xinyao paid no heed to their reactions, promptly grasping Qin Feng's hand and confidently striding toward the narrow path. The candidates from the Dragon Rising Guild, intimidated by Zhang Xinyao's imposing presence, hesitantly stepped aside. Blushing slightly, Zhang Xinyao boldly led Qin Feng into the purple wind prairie. "What should we do? Will the young master blame us?" A youth, with a hint of trepidation, spoke up. The robust boy, equally conflicted, gritted his teeth and replied, "Let's simply say we did not encounter those two. After all, the purple wind prairie offers more than one entrance. What place is inaccessible? Furthermore, even if they entered, they certainly would not reach the location the young master intends to go." "Indeed, well said," the others chimed in, nodding in agreement. Suddenly, someone interjected, "By the way, who among you checked the information on those two? They aren't among the top 10 candidates, are they?" "I did. The boy is named Qin Feng, and the girl is Zhang Xinyao. Neither has ranked in the top 100. A girl from a supportive profession remarked. "That is fortunate. Even if the young master discovers that someone has entered the purple wind prairie, he will not attribute it to our oversight." The sturdy boy exhaled in relief. Yet a sudden unease washed over him. He turned to the supportive girl, pondering. "What did you say that boy's name was?" "It rings a bell." Chapter 102. The shock of a single slap. The anomaly of the purple wind prairie. Meanwhile, deep within the purple wind prairie, a dozen candidates pressed forward. Amidst the dense purple grass, the sound of leaves snapping underfoot heightened their apprehension. However, one boy, encircled by the others, urged them onward. It was Lu Chuan. the young master of the Dragon Rising Guild. Hasten your pace. That purple wind wolf king must be slain by my own hand. A few mere giant pythons have left you all trembling. As long as you do not perish, I shall restore your vitality. If I secure a place in the top 10 this time, you shall all become elite members of my Dragon Rising Guild. As he spoke, he waved his wooden staff, and a circle of green light cascaded over the group. Instantly, they shouted in unison, "Young Master, mighty indeed." Meanwhile, on a path several kilometers away, Zhang Xinyao, her cheeks flushed, continued to tug at Qin Feng's hand. Yet, he soon extricated himself from her grasp. "Qin Feng, I apologize. I did not mean to." Zhang Xinyao hesitated to meet his gaze, her ears tinged with crimson, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "It's quite all right. I must thank you for bringing me along." "It's nothing," Zhang Xinyao replied, waving her hands dismissively. "Qin Feng, let us form a team. Though I am an assassin, I can manage the ordinary wild beasts here." Understanding her concern for his previous profession in light of the impending trials, Qin Feng was uncertain how to convey his gratitude. Just as he prepared to venture deeper into the prairie to confront monsters, a rustling sound caught his attention. Suddenly, a massive purple python, as thick as a barrel, charged from the underbrush, its maw wide open, aiming to strike at Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, be careful." Zhang Xinyao was taken aback, brandishing her short sword as she prepared to charge at Qin Feng. However, just as she took a single step forward, she witnessed Qin Feng casually extend his hand and strike the head of the purple-scaled giant python. With a resounding pop, the python's head burst open like a watermelon. Lifeless beyond any doubt, after accomplishing this feat, Qin Feng appeared as though he had merely performed an everyday task. He turned to Zhang Xinyao with a smile and said, "Thank you for the reminder." Yet, what Qin Feng had just done truly left Zhang Xinyao in a state of shock. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, her gaze vacillating between Qin Feng and the corpse of the python on the ground. Utterly incredulous that this purple-scaled giant python had been dispatched by Qin Feng with such ease, akin to swatting a mosquito, that a mere flick of his hand had resulted in the decapitation of this oblivious serpent was simply unfathomable. How could it be possible? Qin Feng, with a single slap, he had slain a purple-scaled giant python? This creature was at least a level 20 wild beast, possessing a combat power of at least a dozen stars. Even she would need considerable effort to take one down. Yet here was Qin Feng, an ancient professional, casually killing it? Was he truly that weak? Such weakness seemed implausible. His attributes must be extraordinarily powerful. Zhang Xinyao swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Qin Feng." At that moment, Qin Feng, noticing the astonishment on Zhang Xinyao's face, seemed to realize that his unintentional display of strength had frightened her. After all, his combat power exceeded 40 stars, and he had little interest in a purple-scaled giant python that was merely 15 stars strong. Throughout their journey, his hundreds of points had been accumulated primarily from the wild beasts slain by the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with the remainder being those oblivious creatures that had attacked him, only to be effortlessly dispatched. Facing this purple-scaled giant python, which was only marginally stronger than the others, had become second nature to him. "Ahem, I am indeed quite strong. Do you believe me?" he said, attempting to maintain a facade despite Zhang Xinyao's astonished expression. "Yes, I believe. Always have." Zhang Xinyao replied earnestly, nodding her head emphatically. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, observing the swirling winds tinged with purple, feeling a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he continued, "What I mean is, my strength is sufficient to protect myself, so you need not waste time following me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyao's gaze instantly turned melancholic. "Qin Feng, do you really despise me?" Qin Feng felt a bit overwhelmed. This was more challenging than facing a few golden beasts. "No, Zhang Xinyao, please don't misunderstand. But at that moment, two purple giant pythons emerged once more from the underbrush. This time, they targeted not only Qin Feng, but also charged towards Zhang Xinyao. With a swift motion, Qin Feng effortlessly dispatched the attacking purple-scaled python. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao, wielding a short sword, engaged in a nimble battle with another giant python. Just as Qin Feng intended to assist her, Zhang Xinyao urgently called out, "Qin Feng, I can handle this on my own." Reluctantly, Qin Feng halted in his tracks, observing her combat prowess. Indeed, Zhang Xinyao demonstrated considerable strength, especially with her golden grade short sword. The python emitted a series of anguished cries, its vitality waning rapidly. Qin Feng nodded approvingly, yet he pondered how to persuade his little admirer to retreat. Suddenly, he sensed the tumultuous presence of a rampaging Tyrannosaurus in the grasslands, causing him to furrow his brow. Straining to discern the surrounding sounds, he soon detected a cacophony emanating from the knee-high grass. Before long, Zhang Xinyao, having slain the purple-scaled python, gasped for breath and exclaimed, "Qin Feng, see? I'm not weak. I won't hold you back. Let me join you." "All right," Qin Feng responded decisively, surprising Zhang Xinyao with his readiness. However, as her expression shifted to one of seriousness, Qin Feng interrupted, "No more talking. Stay close to me." With that, he strode forward. Meanwhile, the surrounding grass echoed with booming sounds and the cries of the purple-scaled pythons, prompting a visible change in Zhang Xinyao's demeanor as she followed closely behind. She could see an astonishing number of purple giant pythons weaving through the dense grass by the path, eerily dragged away by some mysterious, thundering creature. Fear began to grip her as she trembled. "Qin Feng, we should leave. The number of these pythons seems excessive. Something is wrong with the purple wind prairie." Yet, Qin Feng, maintaining his composure, replied without looking back, "Indeed, the platinum beast in the center of the prairie has awakened." "What? Platinum? The purple wind wolf king?" Zhang Xinyao gasped in astonishment. Just then, 3 giant pythons lunged toward her from behind. Zhang Xinyao stood frozen, unaware of the impending danger. Qin Feng turned to see her in a state of panic and swiftly moved behind her, delivering powerful blows to eliminate the 3 purple-scaled pythons. He then returned to her side and casually remarked, "Don't lose focus. It could be fatal." "Ah, understood." Zhang Xinyao finally regained her composure, gazing at the 3 purple-scaled giant pythons that Qin Feng had vanquished. She hurriedly responded. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, sensing the information relayed from the Tyrannosaurus beast, glanced at the pitiful Zhang Xinyao and gently shook his head. With a casual wave of his hand, the sound of mechanical doors opening echoed through the void. Subsequently, 5 colossal beast-shaped mechas, each adorned in different hues, leaped from the sky, crashing down around Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao. The purple wild grass was instantly flattened, and numerous wild creatures were effortlessly crushed beneath their weight. Chapter 103: The Awakening of the Purple Wind Wolf King. The Balance Team Token. After traversing the 7 Suns Gorge, Qin Feng's affinity with the 5 Beast Kings had exceeded 90. Furthermore, controlling the beast-shaped mechas proved far easier than their humanoid counterparts. Thus, when faced with a multitude of wild creatures, Qin Feng preferred to employ these 5 mechas. The summoning of 5 mechas was not solely for Zhang Xinyao's benefit. He had just received news from the Tyrannosaurus beast regarding a sudden surge in the number of purple-scaled pythons nearby. Initially, he had intended to part ways with Zhang Xinyao, but upon realizing the presence of so many wild creatures in the surrounding grass, he felt uneasy about letting her venture off alone. After all, this young girl had come to protect him. Though not a burden, her intentions were sincere, and he could not allow her to perish in vain. Moreover, based on his understanding of Zhang Xinyao, even upon learning of his possession of mechas, she would genuinely rejoice for him. Therefore, Qin Feng decided to reveal his capabilities without reservation. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in Qin Feng's unwillingness to forfeit such a plethora of points. The emergence of so many demonic beasts presented a prime opportunity for harvesting points, precisely the purpose of his arrival at the Purple Wind Prairie. With a directive from his mind, the 5 lion mechas sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of spells and artillery upon the surrounding grasslands. A cascade of kill notifications and points earned flashed before him. The purple-scaled pythons and various prairie wild creatures, none exceeding level 30, were utterly defenseless against his mechas. Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction. At this moment, Zhang Xinyao, witnessing the grand spectacle of the 5 enormous mechas annihilating wild creatures under Qin Feng's command, was utterly astonished. It took her a while to accept the reality of what she was witnessing. Mechas. Qin Feng, you possess mechas. As she observed Qin Feng's points rapidly climbing, he turned to her with a smile and nodded. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. Looking at Qin Feng's radiant smile, tears unexpectedly welled up in Zhang Xinyao's eyes. She laughed through her sobs, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhang Xinyao's simultaneous expressions of laughter and tears left Qin Feng feeling somewhat exasperated. Yet, he comprehended the situation. Once a prodigious youth, he realized that he had merely awakened to an outdated profession. Many harbored disappointment, while others reveled in his misfortune. Nonetheless, there were indeed individuals like Zhang Xinyao who felt a sense of regret for him. They cautiously tended to their own dignity, refraining from excessive conversation even when encountering him in the wilderness, solely concerned about his emotional well-being. However, when Zhang Xinyao beheld the fact that he possessed a mech, and that his strength even surpassed hers, she genuinely felt elated for him. "Stop crying. We still have a plethora of points awaiting us," Qin Feng said, patting Zhang Xinyao's head with a smile. "All right, I won't cry anymore." The girl with reddened eyes nodded emphatically, though tears continued to flow unabated. Qin Feng let out a soft sigh and waved his hand. The Tyrannosaurus, which had been engaged in slaying wild beasts alongside the Beast King mech, joyfully leaped back to Qin Feng's side. Be careful," Zhang Xinyao exclaimed as the Tyrannosaurus charged toward Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng laughed, assuring her that all was well, as he gently patted the Tyrannosaurus on the head. This left Zhang Xinyao quite astonished. "Hey, Qin Feng, is this your mech too?" "Sort of. Are you done crying?" Qin Feng replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for the Tyrannosaurus to comfort Zhang Xinyao. Blushing, she nodded, her tear-streaked face appearing even more adorable. Subsequently, Qin Feng led Zhang Xinyao deeper into the Zifeng grassland. Qin Feng, is the unrest among the wild beasts truly due to the Zifeng Wolf King? Still awestruck by the formidable strength of Qin Feng's 5 mechs, Zhang Xinyao finally inquired. "Yes, it is likely that Lu Chuan and the others have discovered the wolf's den," Qin Feng affirmed with a nod. Previous records had indicated that the Zifeng grassland had experienced similar outbreaks of wild beast unrest. A team that had once ranked among the top 10 had been entirely annihilated due to such an event, precipitated by a candidate unwittingly trespassing into the depths of the Zifeng grassland, awakening the Zifeng Wolf King. "Qin Feng, is your purpose for coming here to slay the Zifeng Wolf King?" Feeling somewhat flustered as the mechanical dinosaur tugged at her clothing, Zhang Xinyao asked, her cheeks flushed. "Indeed," Qin Feng casually nodded, as if discussing an incredibly simple task. This only intensified Zhang Xinyao's admiration for him, her face growing increasingly rosy. Before long, the Tyrannosaurus, which had been circling around Zhang Xinyao, suddenly dashed excitedly toward a nearby thicket. It quickly returned, brimming with enthusiasm. Joyfully approaching Qin Feng, she handed over a token that she had been holding in her mouth. Curious, Qin Feng examined the token's information and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Balance Team Token, special item for the college entrance examination secret realm. Description: the holder can team up with any examinee, allowing both parties to receive all experience and points from the team's monster kills. What a remarkable item. After reading the description, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been contemplating whether to have his Tyrannosaurus Rex lure some monsters for Zhang Xinyao to slay. Otherwise, it seemed unjust for her to follow him without gaining any experience or points. However, teaming up with her would hinder his own accumulation of 1,000,000 points, leaving Qin Feng in a bit of a quandary. Unexpectedly, a treasure of this nature had emerged. With this item, both teammates would receive all experience and points for monster kills. The effect was simply extraordinary. Without hesitation, Qin Feng sent a team request to Zhang Xinyao. Upon receiving the invitation, Zhang Xinyao resolutely responded, "Qin Feng, we cannot team up. If we do, I will take away your experience and points." Observing her determined expression, Qin Feng felt that pressing her further would only lead to her leaving. Reluctantly, he showcased the details of the balanced team token. Instantly, a look of sheer delight lit up Zhang Xinyao's face, and she ceased to refuse Qin Feng's invitation to team up. Meanwhile, in the outside world, atop the lofty pavilion, Xiao Mingchan and 7 city lords were intently watching the fluctuations of the leaderboard. After more than an hour, the top 10 rankings had largely stabilized, though the competition for the top 5 remained fiercely contested. The ranks of Tu Shan Yuechu, Xiaomu Tua Bahenku, Chu Jioga, and Xiao Bai Hua were in constant flux, causing the city lords considerable anxiety. Suddenly, a new name surged past the 5th-ranked Chu Jioga. "Well done, Lu Chuan!" exclaimed the burly lord of Qingxi City, joyfully shouting. Noticing the gazes of the others upon him, he continued with a hearty laugh. This Lu Chuan is the young master of our Qingxi City's Longting Guild. Though he is a support class, his talents are exceptional. Haha, Lord Lei. I concede to you. Lord Lei Bahuang regarded the other's proud demeanor with a cold scoff, fixating intensely on Chu Jioga's points, silently cheering him on. The remaining lords, however, could only express their astonishment. Longting Guild? The 6th-level force? They challenged the divine secret realm instance, the lost immortal domain, last year. Who would have thought that the son of President Lu Longting would achieve such extraordinary feats? Exclaimed one. You Qianqi, are quite ungracious for hiding such a promising talent so deeply. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Lu Chuan's score surged once again, astonishingly surpassing the current 4th-place holder. Tushan Yuchu. Ha ha ha. The lord of Qingxi City, Yu Qianqi, erupted into a triumphant laugh. Crack. Meanwhile, Lei Bahuang crushed the armrest of his chair, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Xia Ming Chan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Bahuang, take a look at the 99th position. Chapter 104. Qin Feng, who teamed up with others. What? The furious Lei Bahuang lifted his head in confusion upon hearing this, directing his gaze towards the leaderboard displayed in the sky, where the name Qin Feng occupied the 99th spot. Lei Bahuang gasped, rising to his feet, but quickly sat back down, realizing his indiscretion. The other city lords, having heard Xia Ming Chan's words and noticing Lei Bahuang's unusual reaction, turned their attention to the leaderboard as well. When they saw Qin Feng had indeed entered the top 100, astonishment spread among them. Previously, Qin Feng's test score had shocked everyone, but they had all breathed a sigh of relief after learning from Xiejun Fu that Qin Feng had merely been fortunate due to a malfunction at the testing gate, securing a score of 100. Moreover, since the commencement of the examination, over an hour had elapsed without a trace of Qin Feng in the top rankings. The city lords had finally come to believe Xiejun Fu's words, thinking that Qin Feng, a relic of the past profession, was merely lucky. However, to their surprise, the nearly forgotten Qin Feng had indeed managed to break into the top 100, with over 3,000 candidates within the jurisdiction of Yinmen. Making it into the top 100 was a remarkable feat reserved for the elite of various cities. Thus, it was indeed shocking that Qin Feng, a relic of the past profession, had entered the top 100. Furthermore, his ranking at 99th did not remain static for long. He was ascending with an alarming speed. In mere minutes, Qin Feng was on the verge of breaking into the top 50, astonishing all the city lords. Even Xia Ming Chan's eyes sparkled with contemplation. However, it was Xiejun Fu who suddenly interjected. Have you noticed? The points of Qin Feng and that Zhang Xian Yao have remained unchanged. Upon hearing this, the other lords looked towards Zhang Xian Yao, who had consistently ranked 1 or 2 positions below Qin Feng. They quickly realized that both Qin Feng and Zhang Xian Yao's scores had risen simultaneously, with their point difference never altering. They had teamed up. Finally, the city lords understood. With Yu Qianqi of Qingxi City slapping his forehead in realization. It's that girl. Isn't she the daughter of the old Zhang family? This year, she originally registered in Blue Cloud City. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gaze towards Yu Qianqi. Yu Qianqi cast a glance at Lei Bahuang beside him and remarked, You Blue Cloud City have truly acquired a bargain. This Zhang Xinyao was initially a candidate from my Qingxi. She hails from the Zhang family of Qingxi, whose previous head, Zhang Wudao, was a formidable warrior who once conquered the 3rd level of the Tower of Heaven. However, this precious daughter of his is incredibly willful and refused to study at Qingxi, opting instead to attend another satellite city. Upon realizing this, the crowd gasped at the mention of Zhang Wudao's name. The 3rd level of the Tower of Heaven is the primary battleground where human and alien warriors clash. Only powerful figures like the former city lord, Han Shirsi, could represent humanity by ascending to the 3rd level of the Tower of Heaven and fight for all of humanity. Zhang Wudao had once enjoyed a moment of glory over a decade ago, nearly breaking through to the 8th transformation. Yet, he was grievously injured within the Tower of Heaven, losing his chance at that breakthrough. The crowd was astonished to learn that Zhang Xinyao was indeed Zhang Wudao's daughter. No wonder she managed to secure a place among the top 100 alongside Qin Feng, who seemed like a burden. Meanwhile, Lei Bahuang, listening to the discussions, wore an exceptionally peculiar expression. As the city lord of Blue Cloud, He had reviewed the test scores of all candidates and had some recollection of Zhang Xinyao. Her performance could only be described as mediocre, hardly comparable to Qin Feng, who had literally smashed the testing gate. However, he chose not to elaborate, simply observing as the rankings of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao gradually ascended. Regardless of Zhang Xinyao's lineage, what mattered was the performance of Blue Cloud City. Look, Lu Chuan has surpassed Xiao Baihua. Soon, the changes among the top 5 rankings captured everyone's attention once more. There were no shifts in the scores of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, but at that moment, within a certain private room of the pavilion in mid-air, Qin Bing wore a frightfully dark expression. His companions dared not even breathe. Tell me, why haven't those few made their move yet? Qin Bing bellowed hoarsely. He had long noticed the unchanging scores between Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, and quickly deduced that the two must have teamed up. This realization fueled his rage. The mere thought of Qin Feng teaming up with Zhang Xinyao to hunt monsters ignited his fury. Brother Chun, it won't be long. Our team just acquired an item. In half an hour, we can lock onto one individual as the target for the next Secret Realm's fleeting flower. Qin Feng is as good as dead. Once he dies and is transported elsewhere, his team with Miss Xinyao will disband. At that point, our people will make him wish he were dead. One of them hastily informed Qin Bing. Good. Accelerate our efforts. In the examination room, upon a vast expanse of barren land, Tuoba Henku stood serenely in an open area. Before long, a black tiger, towering over 5 meters in height and measuring several meters in length, sprinted back from the distance. Upon reaching Tuoba Henku, it respectfully prostrated itself on the ground, simultaneously releasing a collection of equipment and items it had been carrying in its mouth. Tuoba Henku cast a fleeting glance at the items strewn upon the earth. Suddenly, his brow arched with curiosity as he gently raised his hand. A blood-red token fell into his grasp. The information about the token illuminated on his profession panel. Bloody Slaughter Token, special item for the college entrance examination secret realm. Description: the bearer may use the token to gain a chance for a random teleportation to any one of the top 10 candidates within a 100-meter radius. Activation condition: slay 100 wild monsters of level 30 or above. Current kill count: 0, 100, the top 10. A glimmer of sanguine light flickered in Tuoba Henku's eyes as he perused the token's description. He glanced at the leaderboard, which featured the candidates currently ranked in the top 10, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Prepare to face despair. Tuoba Henku's hoarse voice echoed ominously. Beside him, the massive black tiger trembled slightly. Qin Feng, our rank has surged into the top 50. How splendid. In the Zifeng grassland, Zhang Xinyao exclaimed joyously, observing the changes on the leaderboard. Qin Feng nodded gently in response. He glanced at his own score and noted that Lu Chuan had already ascended to the 3rd position on the leaderboard. We must hasten our pace. I cannot allow Lu Chuan to seize all the glory. Zhang Xinyao, hearing this, replied, but our speed is already quite rapid. Yet Qin Feng shook his head, insisting, not fast enough. With that, he waved his hand, and the mechanical space swiftly opened, revealing a gigantic humanoid mech, towering over 10 meters, descending from above. It was the Freedom Gundam, fully repaired and having ascended from bronze to silver rank. With a mere thought, 5 Beast King mechs and a Tyrannosaurus swiftly returned to his side, being absorbed into the mechanical space. Turning to Zhang Xinyao, he softly instructed, grab my hand. In awe of the Freedom Gundam, Zhang Xinyao obediently nodded. Moments later, a white silhouette soared into the sky above the purple grassland. Chapter 105. The Radiant Dragon Blood. The wealthy Lu Chuan. Over 20 kilometers away, deep within the Zifeng grassland, in a colossal nest entirely composed of eerie white bones, a gigantic purple wolf howled mournfully. Bone wolves continuously surged forth from the nest, charging toward a group of 10 candidates surrounding the lair. However, the areas surrounding the bone nest had been encircled by a liquid that resembled molten lava. As the bone wolves crossed the seething magma, radiant beams of intense light penetrated their forms, exuding an aura of terrifying death. In an instant, the bone wolves crumbled into a heap of white bones. At that moment, Lu Chuan, standing several meters away from the circle of magma, gazed triumphantly at the trapped purple Wind Wolf King and the bone wolves that were recklessly seeking their demise. Lu Xiao, you're about to surpass Tuoba Zue Lu. exclaimed a student holding a peculiar container, pouring forth crimson liquid to replenish the depleting magma circle, his voice brimming with excitement. The delight on Lu Chuan's face intensified. Everyone, keep working diligently. Once this beast exhausts its strength to summon more bone wolves, we shall strike. Follow me, and you will enjoy the finest of luxuries. Yes, responded the group of young candidates in unison. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Swiftly approaching the Wolf King's lair, Lu Chuan furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound. Soon, a magnificent figure, entirely white and adorned with 5 pairs of colossal wings, materialized above him. Lu Chuan looked up in astonishment at the enormous silhouette that had abruptly appeared in the sky. Even the purple Wind Wolf King in its den raised its head, seemingly assessing whether this humanoid mech was friend or foe. Is that a mech? Lu Chuan gasped, captivated by the striking form of the aerial figure, its rugged lines and breathtaking design. The exposed mechanical structures, gears, transmission shafts, and the thunderous sound of the engine confirmed it. Indeed, it was a mech. Lu Chuan was utterly astonished that he would encounter an ancient mech within the realm of the college entrance examination. However, casting a glance at the purple Wind Wolf King, which he was currently depleting through special means, he gritted his teeth and called out to the mech in a neutral tone, "Greetings, esteemed friend. I am Lu Chuan, heir of the Longting Guild. This Wolf King is our quarry. Might I kindly request your assistance?" The group of candidates who had accompanied Lu Chuan, initially tense as they observed the figure in the sky, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing his words. A level 6 guild is a top-tier force within the entirety of Human Main City, aside from a few super guilds that perpetually battle atop the Tontian platform. The name of the Longtang Guild usually deters others from taking liberties. However, just as everyone believed that the unexpected guest would heed Lu Chuan's words and depart, the figure suddenly erupted in a dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, a barrage of fiery projectiles rained down upon the Wolf King. Instantly, several bone wolves were obliterated into fragments, and a charred mark was left upon the purple Wind Wolf King. With a furious roar, the purple Wind Wolf King was besieged. Unleashing its wrath, skeleton wolves surged forth from the bone nest with remarkable speed, while the surrounding magma began to diminish rapidly. Damn it! Our Dragon Soaring Guild is a level 6 force. Do you wish to make us your enemies? Below, Lu Chuan, witnessing the mechanical suit, suddenly launched an attack with a thunderous shout. However, his response was met with yet another wave of bombardment. The enraged purple Wind Wolf King, from its lair, charged defiantly toward the outside. Yet, confronted by the molten-like substance, it appeared to quail in fear, continuously emitting gray beams of light to dissipate the searing liquid. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Chuan vented his frustrations at the mechanical suit hovering above. Meanwhile, within the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam, Zhang Xinyao observed Lu Chuan's vexation below and let out a melodious laugh. The shock brought by this new humanoid mech, previously unveiled by Qin Feng, had finally subsided. She scrutinized the bone wolf nest below and, driven by curiosity, remarked, "Oh, Qin Feng, that seems to be dragon blood." At this moment, Qin Feng, astonished by the formidable vitality of the purple Wind Wolf King, turned with intrigue. "Blood of the radiant dragon?" he inquired. Noting his puzzled expression, Zhang Xinyao hastily elucidated. "I once heard my father mention that the blood of dragons instills dread in ordinary beasts, and that of the radiant dragon is the nemesis of all death-related entities. A mere drop could ensure their demise." Pointing toward the display screen of the Freedom Gundam, where the purple Wind Wolf King was desperately trying to breach the molten barrier. She nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this purple Wind Wolf King, capable of summoning skeleton wolves, must be a death-related entity, and Lu Chuan must have calculated this. Bringing the radiant dragon blood here. Understanding dawned upon Qin Feng as he absorbed Zhang Xinyao's explanation. He gazed at Lu Chuan, who was furiously gesturing at the Freedom Gundam below, and could not help but admire the Dragon Soaring Guild's affluence. It was evident that dragon blood was immensely valuable, and the blood of a high-tier dragon like the Radiant Dragon was undoubtedly priceless. Yet, that reckless Lu Chuan had squandered an entire circle of it around the Wolf King's lair, a truly extravagant display. As he watched the multitude of skeleton wolves being vanquished by the radiance of the radiant dragon blood, Qin Feng finally comprehended how Lu Chuan had so swiftly ascended to the top 5 ranks. A cursory glance revealed that each of these skeleton wolves summoned by the Purple Wind Wolf King was of black iron and bronze grade. The continuous transformation of these creatures into Lu Chuan's experience and points tugged at Qin Feng's heartstrings. If you wish to survive, then get lost. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted down towards Lu Chuan. The Freedom Gundam's various armaments began to gather terrifying energy. Lu Chuan, witnessing this scene, felt a chill creep up his spine, as if he were being targeted by some monstrous beast. If you dare to kill me, our Dragon Rising Guild will never. His voice faltered as he continued to shout. Boom! Before he could finish a sentence, the Freedom Gundam's full barrage mode was activated. Dozens of radiant beams surged towards Lu Chuan. Qin Feng had no time to concern himself with the so-called Dragon Rising Guild. He was determined not to miss a single point from each bone wolf. Delaying Lu Chuan even for a moment would cost him several hundred points. How dare you? The group of examinees, witnessing this spectacle, were utterly terrified. But soon, a horrific cry of pain erupted from the spot that had been struck. As the dust settled, a disheveled Lu Chuan was revealed. His robe was tattered, yet his vitality had returned to full. However, a jade bracelet on his wrist lay completely shattered. Struggling to rise, Lu Chuan painfully lifted his head, about to speak again, only to see another wave of colorful beams hurling towards him. In stark contrast to Lu Chuan's agony, Zhang Xinyao in the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam cheered with every strike of the Gundam. Take that, you wealthy fool. Not dead yet? Oh, it's a resurrection necklace. Spendthrift. Qin Feng, keep bombarding him. I've never liked Lu Chuan. Chapter 106. The Shock of Toba Zue Lu. The background of Zhang Xinyao. Meanwhile, on a desolate shore, Toba Hanku observed with satisfaction the token in his hand, now seemingly stained with blood. He opened the leaderboard, glancing at the names in the top 10. A cruel smile spread across his face. Crack! The blood-red token in Toba Hanku's hand shattered, transforming into a crimson light that enveloped him entirely. In an instant, his form vanished from sight. Moments later, Toba Hanku opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by purple grass blades taller than a person and a head. A terrifying barrage reminiscent of a fallen galaxy. This is, as he gazed at the colorful beams ahead, Toba Hanku's expression shifted to one of rage. He immediately recalled the gruesome fate of his father, Toba Zue Lu, and his platinum pet, the centipede. It was as if they had been struck by 100 flames simultaneously. Was this not strikingly similar to the onslaught he now faced? Aside from the slightly fewer beams, the means employed were identical to those used by the murderer of his father. Who are you? Toba Hanku ground his teeth and growled, swiftly parting the dense purple grass as he charged forward. He certainly did not believe that a fellow candidate, much like himself, could have killed his father. However, the method of attack bore such striking similarities that it was undeniable there was a connection to the true perpetrator. He was determined to uncover the identity of his adversary. Yet, after only a few steps, he received a message. Congratulations, your ranking has risen to second place. What? Toba Hanku was taken aback and hurriedly opened the leaderboard. Indeed, just before he had activated the Bloody Slaughter token, Lu Chuan, who had just surpassed him to claim second place, had vanished from the top 10. Now, with a score of 163,000 points, he reclaimed the second position, trailing the first place, Xiaomu'er, by less than 10,000 points. Who could have killed Lu Chuan? Could it be that the very colorful beam of light he had just witnessed had struck him down? Suddenly, Toba Hanku raised his head sharply, gazing toward the distant sky, where the radiant beam was gradually dissipating. He harbored serious doubts that this very beam had been responsible for Lu Chuan's demise. Consequently, he questioned whether his random teleportation had placed him in proximity to Lu Chuan, or perhaps to another candidate from the top 10 who had delivered the fatal blow. He quickly scanned the leaderboard once more. Aside from Lu Chuan, the rankings among the top 5 remained unchanged. Xiaomu'er with 171,000 points, Toba Hanku with 163,000 points, Xiao Baiwa with 154,000 points, Chu Jiogong with 148,000 points, and Tushan Yuechu with 141,000 points. Toba Hanku was acutely aware of the strengths of the other 4. He felt confident that his own abilities were not inferior to theirs. However, the fact that their scores had not fluctuated at all confirmed that the assailant who had slain Lu Chuan was not among them. It had to be someone else. Tuoba Henku swiftly turned his gaze to the subsequent rankings and, in an instant, spotted the individuals in the 11th and 12th positions. Qin Feng with 108,000 points and Zhang Xinyao with 104,000 points. He was certain that neither had ever breached the top 20 before. Yet now they had suddenly emerged in 11th and 12th place. This could only indicate one thing. They were the ones responsible for Lu Chuan's death, acquiring half of his points and thus soaring in rank. Simultaneously, Tuoba Henku finally confirmed that the individual he had randomly teleported to was indeed Lu Chuan, not anyone else. Just after arriving, Lu Chuan had been slain. This left Tuoba Henku somewhat dazed, uncertain whether to proceed or remain. At that moment, the brilliance in the sky faded, revealing a colossal white figure against the grim heavens. A mech. Tuoba Henku observed the extinguishing gun barrels, his eyes narrowing in realization. This was a humanoid mech. He had once expended immense wealth in an attempt to fabricate humanoid relics of the past. There was no possibility of error. However, this revelation left Tuoba Henku in a state of utter astonishment. He could scarcely believe that the vibrant beams of light he had just witnessed emanated from an ancient mechanical creation. Just a minute prior, Lu Chuan's score had barely surpassed his own. Yet now, he had been vanquished by that very mech. This implied that the strength of this mech utterly eclipsed Lu Chuan's capabilities. Otherwise, such a swift demise would have been impossible. For a moment, Tuoba Henku found it hard to accept this reality. How could the humanoid mechs of the bygone era possess such formidable power? If mechanical creations were indeed capable of overpowering extraordinary practitioners, the age of the past would not have been termed as such. At that moment, Tuoba Henku heard a series of unfamiliar sounds resonating from the void. Suddenly, colossal metallic beasts leapt down from the sky. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply, nearly collapsing to the ground. Beast-type mechs. The mere presence of a humanoid mech was already astonishing, and now, 5 beast-type mechs appeared in succession. Who could possibly unleash such an array of mechs all at once? Wait, that is... Suddenly, the already astounded Tuoba Henku's eyes narrowed. He beheld a mechanical dinosaur, no more than a meter tall, also descending from the air. Inside the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam, Zhang Xinyao was currently rejoicing with uncontainable excitement. Were it not for Qin Feng's control of the mech, she might have dashed over to embrace him in gratitude. Qin Feng, on the other hand, exhaled a sigh of relief. The affluent heir, Lu Chuan, possessed 3 pieces of life-saving equipment, which had wasted his 3 full barrage shots. It indeed pained him to see his extraordinary gear being consumed so recklessly. Nevertheless, he had managed to eliminate Lu Chuan. Observing that Lu Chuan's followers had scattered in all directions, he noted that the remaining radiant dragon blood was nearly depleted. Qin Feng hurriedly summoned 5 lion mechs, as well as a Tyrannosaurus beast, to surround the skeletal lair of the purple Wind Wolf King, relentlessly attacking the bone wolves within. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao finally noticed the change in rankings between herself and Qin Feng. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she gazed at Qin Feng with utmost admiration, exclaiming, "Qin Feng, we've entered the top 20. Your mech is simply extraordinary." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Yet he knew he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach his goal of 1 million points. He turned his attention to the purple Wind Wolf King, which relentlessly assaulted the radiant dragon blood, his brow furrowing slightly. He commanded the 5 lion mechs to continue their assault on the purple Wind Wolf King, but still, he could not perceive a single decrease in the creature's health bar. Was this beast's vitality truly infinite? Previously, while using the Freedom Gundam to engage the purple Wind Wolf King, he discovered the formidable vitality of the purple Wind Wolf King. 2 arrows flew, striking it and inflicting at least several thousand points of damage. Yet, the health bar of the purple Wind Wolf King remained utterly unchanged. Qin Feng, my father once mentioned that as long as the purple Wind Wolf King can continue summoning bone wolves, it cannot be slain. Zhang Xinyao, sensing Qin Feng's bewilderment, interjected to provide clarification. Is that so? Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, casting a glance at Zhang Xinyao. The information he had received from Tushan Yamei did not contain such secrets, and Zhang Xinyao seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. She had previously informed him about the luminous dragon blood as well. This made Qin Feng increasingly intrigued about Zhang Xinyao's background, as he had never heard of any extraordinary power associated with the surname Zhang in Lanyan City. Nevertheless, driven by a desire to explore further, he asked, "Did your father mention any methods to counter the Purple Wind Wolf King?" Chapter 107, A Method to Slay. The potent effect of Poison Kiss. My father seemed to have mentioned it, but Zhang Xinyao appeared lost in thought, striving to recall the precise method to subdue the Purple Wind Wolf King. Yet she could not bring it to mind. Qin Feng, witnessing her struggle, felt a surge of anxiety, although defeating the incessantly spawning bone wolves could yield points. At this rate, even by the end of the college entrance examination, his points would not reach 1 million. The Purple Wind Wolf King, being of platinum rank, would grant a reward of over 500,000 points upon its defeat, a far swifter means of accruing points than slaying these bone wolves. Yes, I remembered. Just as Qin Feng felt his impatience rising, Zhang Xinyao suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming with delight. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, his gaze fixed intently on her. Zhang Xinyao's cheeks flushed, yet she quickly continued, "You must control the Purple Wind Wolf King at the very moment all the bone wolves are slain, preventing it from casting its summoning spell. As long as a single bone wolf remains alive, the skeletal lair will incessantly summon more bone wolves." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. However, Zhang Xinyao added, "Moreover, you must restrain the Purple Wind Wolf King for 3 seconds and pull it out of the skeletal lair's range. Otherwise, you'll have to wait until the Purple Wind Wolf King is completely drained of energy before you can slay it." What a hassle. Qin Feng's frown deepened. Truly, it was worthy of its platinum status. Although the Purple Wind Wolf King was merely level 50, it was not something a single second-tier profession could easily conquer. His previous victory over the three-legged golden crow had relied on the 2 blessings of holy light bestowed upon him by the White Robe. Otherwise, even with the Storm Crimson reaching golden rank, it might not have triumphed over this platinum foe. While the Purple Wind Wolf King may not match the prowess of the three-legged golden crow, yet it is evident that relying on this skeletal lair, along with the innate ability to summon bone wolves, one can attain an almost boundless vitality. Thus, it has resulted in the fact that for many years, no one has managed to slay it within the realm of the college entrance examination. Just pondering this is enough, unless one employs nearly cheating means like Lu Chuan, who exhausted the Purple Wind Wolf King with the blood of the Light God, which candidate could fulfill the stringent conditions articulated by Zhang Xinyao. Such an undertaking would require at least 100 individuals working in perfect harmony. Nevertheless, a glimmer of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He believed he could accomplish it. However, relying solely on a mech might prove insufficient. He turned his gaze towards the Storm Crimson and Titan within the mechanical space, swiftly formulating a plan in his mind. Zhang Xinyao, seemingly aware of Qin Feng's predicament, took the initiative to speak. "Qin Feng, I can help you immobilize the Purple Wind Wolf King for 3 seconds. What? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Xinyao with curiosity upon hearing her words. She revealed a short sword in her hand. As he examined the information regarding the sword, even with his extensive experience with exceptional equipment, and despite the presence of a diamond-grade summoner's staff resting in the mechanical space, he was taken aback. This short sword, though merely of golden grade, boasted attributes rivaling those of platinum-grade equipment. Moreover, what astonished him the most was one of its additional effects. Poison Kiss, description, can actively release an effect, stunning the target for 3 seconds on the next attack, ignoring the target's level, rank, profession, and equipment effects. Usage requirement. Each activation consumes the user's level 20, with a 20 chance of resulting in an instant death effect. Cooldown. None. This effect could directly incapacitate the target for 3 seconds. It disregarded all of the opponent's levels, ranks, or professions, as well as any special effects of their equipment. This was, without a doubt, an immensely powerful artifact. In scenarios involving battles of the 7th or even 8th tier, should one party utilize Poison Kiss, directly stunning the opponent for 3 seconds, it would yield a lethally potent control effect. However, the cost of Poison Kiss was equally terrifying. Each activation demanded the user to sacrifice a level 20. More alarmingly, there was a 20 chance of resulting in instant death. This was utterly outrageous. Activating this effect would guarantee a loss of level 20, with a 1 in 5 chance of dying outright. Who would dare to wield it lightly? Unless they harbored a profound enmity towards their opponent and found themselves cornered? Furthermore, this effect had no cooldown. As long as the user's level was sufficient, they could utilize this control effect repeatedly. Provided the user was unafraid of death, this short sword was undoubtedly an extraordinarily formidable weapon. Yet such a precious piece of equipment rests in the hands of Zhang Xinyao, a mere novice at the second transition. Qin Feng's gaze towards her transformed entirely. "Fear not. My luck has always been exceptional," Zhang Xinyao said with a smile, noticing Qin Feng's unusual expression. "If I can slay this purple wind wolf king, the potential loot of 20 will easily be compensated. Even if I perish within the confines of the college entrance examination's secret realm, I possess 3 chances of resurrection. I shan't truly meet my end. Qin Feng, allow me to assist you." As she spoke, a pleading expression graced her face. Qin Feng, contemplating Zhang Xinyao's words, found a semblance of reason in her argument. Yet, he ultimately shook his head, declining her proposal. "Qin Feng, you," Zhang Xinyao called out anxiously. But Qin Feng merely chuckled softly. "Who says I cannot control this beast?" With a mere thought, he set into motion the golden-tiered Storm Crimson and the bronze-tiered Titan within the mechanical space. At the same moment, Qin Feng cast a multitude of equipment into the second furnace. "Meteor," he murmured gently. All the long-range artillery devices on the mechs activated simultaneously. Above, the purple wind prairie, where purple energy wafted, countless points of light appeared, akin to stars. 100 meters away, Tuoba Henku glared furiously at the humanoid mech in the sky, for he recognized it as the mechanical dinosaur that had previously sent his hard-won giant-horned bull flying in the Seven Suns Canyon. The humiliation he endured on that day ignited a tremor of rage within him. At that very moment, Tuoba Hengqi sensed an overwhelming aura rapidly coalescing above the purple wind prairie. Yet suddenly, as he beheld the rapidly brightening points of light, a revelation struck him. The gruesome fates of his father and the centipede flashed before his mind, the ability to unleash 100 simultaneous attacks. In an instant, it aligned perfectly with the assault of the current mech. "It's you." Tuoba Henku's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. With a wave of his hand, a massive black tiger materialized beside him. But in the next heartbeat, the hundreds of stellar lights in the sky erupted with dazzling brilliance. A torrent of terrifying beams descended upon them. 2 colossal beams, as thick as water barrels, hurtled toward Tuoba Henku and the black tiger he had just summoned. "Ah!" Tuoba Henku let out a piercing scream as his vitality was instantly drained. Desperately, he turned his gaze toward the mech in the sky, only to witness 2 more giant figures descending alongside the cataclysmic beams. Shortly thereafter, Tuoba Henku's consciousness was plunged into darkness, while the black tiger, summoned moments ago, was reduced to a pile of flesh. Minutes earlier, in the outside world, everyone gazed in astonishment at the sudden shift in the rankings. Just moments ago, the unstoppable Lu Chuan had surpassed the former second place, Tuoba Henku. However, as the lord of Qingxi City, Yu Qinshi, erupted in excitement, Lu Chuan's name abruptly vanished from the leaderboard. In an instant, Tuoba Henku reclaimed the second position. It was evident to all that this signified Lu Chuan's demise at the hands of another within the high-altitude secret realm. Yet, what was even more shocking was that the individual responsible for Lu Chuan's downfall was neither Tuoba Henku nor anyone from the top 10. For none among the top 10 displayed any significant fluctuation in their scores, indicating that Lu Chuan's killer must be someone else entirely. This individual was swiftly identified as the pair of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, who had surged to the 11th and 12th positions, respectively, overcoming more than 30 competitors in a heartbeat. Chapter 108. Zhang Xinyao is incredibly strong. Is Qin Feng coasting to victory? No. To be precise, aside from Lei Bahuang, who was so ecstatic that he shattered his seat, nearly everyone else did not associate Lu Chuan's death with Qin Feng. Even Xiao Mingshan, upon witnessing the change in rankings, couldn't help but exclaim internally that Zhang Xinyao truly lived up to her reputation as the daughter of Zhang Wudao, who once instilled fear throughout the 3rd level of the Tongtian Tower. The shadowy assassin. It seems that Brother Wudao's celestial piercing technique has found a worthy successor. Xiao Mingshan sighed quietly, prompting everyone on the terrace to snap back to reality and echo his sentiments. Meanwhile, Yu Qianqi's expression darkened considerably. The candidates from Qingxi City had only been considered of moderate strength among the 7 satellite cities. It was a hard-won achievement for Lu Chuan to break into the top 5, with a scoring trajectory that hinted at a potential bid for first place. Yet unexpectedly, he had been slain, having his points and sending him spiraling beyond the 50th rank. This left Yu Qianqi's emotions akin to a tumultuous roller coaster ride. But that was not the end of it. What infuriated Yu Qianqi even more was the realization that the one who had brought about Lu Chuan's demise was very likely Zhang Xinyao, who hailed from his own Qingxi City. Had he known of her latent potential, he would have insisted she return to Qingxi City to enroll. Now, not only had she failed to bolster Qingxi City's standing, but she had also eliminated their brightest prospect. Yu Qianqi was seething with frustration as he observed Qin Feng, who ranked even higher than Zhang Xinyao. It felt as though he had swallowed a fly. It was all but confirmed that this former professional, teaming with Zhang Xinyao, needed not lift a finger to benefit from the points she accrued. It was a blatant case of reaping the rewards without effort. He wondered what kind of enchantment Zhang Xinyao had fallen under, allowing her to coast effortlessly to victory. In the span of a moment, the two individuals have now entered the top 10. Observing Lei Bahuang's face, which radiated joy as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure, Yu Qianqi felt an overwhelming urge to challenge him to a duel. Meanwhile, Lei Bahuang, amidst the discussion surrounding him and feeling the almost murderous gaze of Yu Qianqi, was on the verge of laughing uncontrollably. However, he stifled his amusement, while others remained oblivious. He had a strong suspicion that the one who had just slain Lu Chuan was likely not Zhang Xinyao. This year, among the new professional practitioners in Lanyan City, Zhang Xinyao's performance had been rather unremarkable. In contrast, Qin Feng, who had successfully completed 2 5-star class transitions, was a different story. Lei Bahuang was acutely aware that his strength was anything but understated. A Mecha Master? If he were merely a Mecha Master, he could not have accomplished 2 tasks of such high difficulty. It was impossible for him to damage a testing gate that had withstood decades of use without a single malfunction. Therefore, Lei Bahuang was convinced that the one who had killed Lu Chuan was most likely Qin Feng. Yet, since everyone else mistakenly believed it to be Zhang Xinyao, Lei Bahuang saw no need to clarify. He thought to himself that this time, it was finally not Lanyan City that was in trouble. At that moment, in another private room within the building, Chun Bing was on the verge of exploding with rage. Had it not been for the concern of disturbing the prominent figures on the terrace, he might have demolished the entire room. What was wrong with the people inside? Why had they not completed the items? He bellowed at his subordinate beside him. "Brother Chun, what more can I urge them to do?" A young man cautiously replied. But suddenly, he gasped in disbelief, pointing at the rankings suspended in the air. Simultaneously, everyone watching the examination process outside let out a collective gasp, louder than when Lu Chuan had been killed. Chun Bing quickly looked up at the leaderboard, but at first he did not see Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, who had just reached the 9th and 10th positions. His heart dropped as he anxiously glanced at the rankings in front of him. To his utter shock, he witnessed a scene that left him astounded. The very individuals who had just been speculated by the crowd to be responsible for Lu Chuan's death, Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, had now ascended to the 1st and 2nd positions. Zhang Xinyao's points had soared to 198,000. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, now in 1st place, had surpassed an astounding 200,000 points, reaching 202,000. The terror was unimaginable. Yet, that was not the most shocking revelation. The 2nd-place contender, Tuoba Henku, who had once surpassed Lu Chuan, had now vanished from the top 10 leaderboard. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment Lu Chuan had been killed. Coupled with the sudden surge in points, the rise of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao to the 1st and 2nd positions was truly extraordinary. Everyone was astounded by the recent events. They had actually slain Tuoba Henku. Chun Bing's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Even though he recognized that Zhang Xinyao, who was usually disinterested in cultivation, possessed abilities far beyond what she had previously revealed, he could hardly fathom that she could eliminate 2 extraordinary candidates in succession. Lu Chuan, the heir of the 6th-level Dragon Rising Guild, and Tuoba Henku, the legitimate son of the Tuoba family, both formidable opponents. Even at his current 4th transformation, Qin Feng lacked the confidence to easily dispatch either of these individuals. Yet, Zhang Xinyao not only accomplished this feat, but did so with the burden of an additional liability. And in such a brief span of time, the demise of Lu Chuan had occurred merely a minute or two prior. And now she had swiftly taken down the equally formidable Toba Henku. Sister Xinyao is truly exceptional, a subordinate beside him exclaimed in awe. This remark jolted the dazed Qin Feng back to reality. He glared fiercely at the group and bellowed, "Quick! I want Qin Feng dead. Immediately notify our people. Within 5 minutes, prepare the artifact that locks onto the secret realm, Flying Blossom." Yes. Meanwhile, within the examination's secret realm, numerous candidates witnessed the changes in the leaderboard. Particularly after the consecutive deaths of Lu Chuan and Toba Henku, fear gripped nearly everyone's hearts. They were thoroughly intimidated by Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, who had now surpassed Xiaomu and claimed the top 2 positions on the leaderboard. Everyone noted the fluctuations in their scores and began to speculate about the recent events. Some recalled that Qin Feng had briefly held the top rank at the beginning of the examination, and upon seeing him reclaim first place, they began to wonder if he and Zhang Xinyao hailed from some extraordinary power. Among these individuals, many candidates from Lanyan City were utterly astonished upon seeing the names of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao. Is that really Qin Feng, the one we know? The former campus heartthrob who has awakened an old profession? How could he possibly be in first place? This must be a mistake. Zhang Xinyao once publicly confessed her feelings for Qin Feng. They're now a team. I've heard that she transferred from Yunmeng main city to our Lanyan. I had no idea she was this strong. Oh my, does that mean Zhang Xinyao has propelled Qin Feng to greatness? But why does Qin Feng have a higher score than Zhang Xinyao? Atop a vast gorge, Xiaomu, who was commanding a fiery phoenix to continuously slay flying beasts, suddenly stood up in shock upon noticing the changes in the leaderboard. Brother Henku! How dare they kill Brother Henku? A rumble echoed as terrifying flames surged from the body of Xiaomu. The demonic beasts, relentlessly assaulting the fiery phoenix, scattered in fear, as if sensing an impending doom. In the expansive realm of the college entrance examination, other candidates like Tu Shanyu, Chu Jiugu, and Xiao Baihua, all ranked among the top 10, cast solemn glances at the leading 2 on the scoreboard. At that moment, a familiar announcement resonated throughout the secret realm. The secret realm's Flying Blossom has designated its target. Simultaneously, a magnificent blossom, more vibrant than ever, materialized in the sky, plummeting toward a specific location. Chapter 109. Qin Feng is an old profession. The assault on the purple Wind Wolf King. Hardly anyone paid heed to this latest blossom. For the demise of 2 prodigious candidates and the sudden emergence of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao had captivated everyone's attention. However, when they glimpsed the details of this blossom's target, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Qin Feng, level 60, Mecha Master, Blue Cloud City, test score, 100 points, 202,000. Coordinates, Blossom countdown, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. Almost everyone scrutinized the announcement repeatedly, as if to verify its accuracy. How could this be? Qin Feng, a Mecha Master. From an old profession? The first place? My heavens! How had he achieved this with an old profession? Level 60. Had he already completed his second transfer? Can those of the old professions undertake transfer tasks? Did you see? His test score is 100. Xiaomu only managed 96. How could he possibly attain a perfect score? Aside from a few candidates from Blue Cloud City, everyone else was incredulous regarding Qin Feng's identity as an old profession. Yet soon, many faces lit up with excitement upon seeing Qin Feng's profession. In a certain area where level 15 wild monsters respawned, a 5-member team huddled at a safe point. The boy, seemingly the leader, wore a greedy expression and solemnly addressed his 4 companions. We're quite close to Qin Feng. With the 10-minute acceleration of the secret realm's blossom, we could very likely arrive before anyone else. If we can devise a plan to separate Qin Feng from his companion, we stand a significant chance of eliminating him. In that case, each of us could earn at least 20,000 points. We could secure a spot in the top 100. Upon hearing their leader's words, the 3 members of the team nodded enthusiastically. However, the last boy hesitated, raising his hand with a hint of trepidation. Under the gaze of his teammates, he timidly spoke. Captain, I wish to withdraw from this operation. Rong Xiao Rong. Do you lack the spirit of unity? The captain among the five let out a sharp rebuke. Is a mere relic of the past enough to terrify you so? You still possess another opportunity to survive. Stay in the back. We shall protect you. He cast a glance at the current leader on the leaderboard, that name akin to a haunting nightmare, causing an involuntary shudder to ripple through his body. Rong Xiaorong, observing the fervent gazes of his comrades, gritted his teeth and activated a certain function. With a hum, his figure transformed into a flash of white light and vanished from sight. Simultaneously, his four companions received a notification. Your teammate Rong Xiaorong has withdrawn from this examination. They exchanged bewildered glances. What could possibly cause such a reaction? A mere relic of the past? 200,000 points is also a relic. In the Zifeng grassland, at the den of the Wolf King, Qin Feng too received a notification indicating that he had become the target of the Secret Realm's blossoming challenge. Zhang Xinyao, beside the control room, could not suppress an exclamation, but promptly silenced herself, anxiously peering through the screen at the ensuing battle. Qin Feng, however, paid it no further heed. In truth, prior to receiving the notification regarding the Secret Realm's challenge, he had already been informed of his ascent to the first position on the leaderboard. This revelation took him by surprise, but he soon saw another system prompt. You have slain the practitioner Tooba Henku, earning 82,000 points. This sudden gain left Qin Feng somewhat perplexed, yet he quickly deduced the circumstances. No wonder, earlier when he unleashed the meteor shower, releasing a barrage of attacks. The most potent two had veered towards a direction several dozen meters away. Qin Feng had assumed a wild creature had inadvertently wandered into the coverage of his meteor shower. It turned out that Tooba Henku had somehow arrived at the Zifeng grassland and had fortuitously been locked onto by his meteor shower mode, inadvertently granting him a high-damage attack. Qin Feng recognized that it was a beam from the Storm Crimson, enhanced to reach the golden level. He couldn't fathom what misdeeds this fellow had committed to unwittingly contribute over 80,000 points to both himself and Zhang Xinyao. Nevertheless, Qin Feng chose not to dwell on it further. He was now wholly focused on controlling the Zifeng Wolf King. The earlier barrage had already eliminated all the Bone Wolves. Now, he needed to subdue the Zifeng Wolf King before it could summon more Bone Wolves. For this endeavor, Qin Feng opted to employ the Storm Crimson's Thundercloud Blade formation. The Storm Crimson, having been activated long ago, descended alongside the beams of the meteor shower, striking beside the Zifeng Wolf King. At the very moment all the Bone Wolves were vanquished, it unleashed its full might. The three massive blades, each from its three arms, transformed into the most fearsome of edges, plunging into the very body of the Zifeng Wolf King. A howl of anguish escaped the Zifeng Wolf King. A multitude of immense damage figures erupted from the head of the Purple Wind Wolf King, yet its terrifying health bar showed no signs of diminishing. Undeterred, Qin Feng relentlessly channeled the power of the second-tier Lightning Blade Array. Within the array, the 16 blades activated various additional effects every millisecond: poisoning, blindness, health reduction, and deceleration. Among others, these control effects continuously manifested upon the Purple Wind Wolf King. However, for a creature of platinum status, these effects appeared to bear no consequence. Just as Qin Feng braced himself for failure in this endeavor, a delicate layer of icy crystals enveloped the entire body of the Purple Wind Wolf King. In an instant, the thickness of the ice crystals reached several centimeters, and the creature's movements became exceedingly sluggish. Success! Qin Feng rejoiced, having anticipated failure in this attempt. After all, the equipment swapped in the Lightning Blade Array operated on probabilities, especially against a platinum-level foe like the Purple Wind Wolf King, where ineffectiveness was expected. Yet, astonishingly, the first attempt yielded success, not due to the golden equipment, but rather the silver-grade longsword, the Frostwater Piercer, obtained from slaying the silver-grade Frostwater Swordfish in the Seven Suns Gorge. This sword bore an effect named Swordfish Ice Spike, which had a considerable chance of inflicting a minor freezing slow effect upon its target. Though the freezing effect was exceedingly weak, its success rate was remarkably high. Coupled with the terrifying attack speed of the Lightning Blade Array, the freezing effect proved extraordinarily effective, successfully restraining the Purple Wind Wolf King. Elated, but not complacent, Qin Feng recognized that this was merely the second step in a series of actions. The next task was to lead the restrained Purple Wind Wolf King out of its bony lair. Within its lair, the creature's health remained boundless. With a mighty shout, Qin Feng summoned the Titan beside the Storm Red, which erupted with a terrifying roar. The Titan's colossal arms gripped the purple Wind Wolf King's hind legs, now encased in ice, with unyielding strength. Boom! A thick cloud of black smoke emanated from the Titan, its engines roaring louder than the howls of the purple Wind Wolf King. Crack! With two sharp sounds, even the Storm Red could not budge the formidable creature, whose massive form was violently hurled away by the Titan. It crashed heavily several meters outside the bony lair. Howl! Losing the relentless assault of the Storm Red, the ice covering the purple Wind Wolf King quickly melted, and its body radiated with purple energy as it lunged back toward the bony lair. Almost simultaneously, Qin Feng observed a slight decrease in the creature's health bar, a diminutive yet significant drop. Yet this exhilaration ignited an overwhelming sense of excitement within Qin Feng. It indeed confirmed that the purple Wind Wolf King, once expelled from the bone nest, could be vanquished. He had exerted great effort to cast it out. How could he possibly allow it to return? Almost instantaneously, as the purple Wind Wolf King leapt into the air, 5 colossal Beast King mechas, even larger than itself, surged forward, forcefully pinning the creature back to the ground. The purple Wind Wolf King emitted a deafening roar, its entire form enveloped in a swirling tempest of violet energy, manifesting as terrifying purple blades. In an instant, Qin Feng received a notification indicating significant damage to the armor of the 5 Beast King mechas. However, a profound sigh of relief escaped his heart. At last, they had successfully halted its advance. With a mere thought, he commanded, boom. The Storm Crimson and Titan leaped forth from the bone nest, joining the fray against the purple Wind Wolf King in a relentless onslaught. Chapter 110. 10 million health points. Xiao Baihua's confidence. 10 million. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Freedom Gundam, Zhang Xinyao exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Feng remained unperturbed, fully focused on commanding all the mechas to unleash their fiercest assault on the now vulnerable purple Wind Wolf King. The creature's health bar, manifesting a staggering 10 million points, visibly began to dwindle. At this moment, Qin Feng's battle spirit soared, although he was uncertain as to why the platinum purple Wind Wolf King, with a mere level of 50, possessed 10 times the health of a level 100 three-legged golden crow. He showed no sign of retreat. The 5 Beast King mechas, Storm Crimson, Titan, Freedom Gundam, and Tyrannosaurus, roared to life, unleashing a torrent of devastating attacks upon the purple Wind Wolf King. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching howl. Within mere seconds, Qin Feng had stripped away over 1 million of its health points. Yet, the ferocious counterattacks from the purple Wind Wolf King inflicted severe damage upon all of Qin Feng's mechas, particularly the 5 Lion mechas, which had been desperately striving to restrain the creature from returning to the bone nest. Their armor endured catastrophic damage. Were it not for their automatic repair abilities, they might have quickly lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, Qin Feng felt an acute resonance with the damage sustained by each mecha. Yet, this only fueled his fervor. He activated a meteor barrage once more. The purple Wind Wolf King's fur appeared singed and charred, as its health plummeted below half. Moreover, with the effects of the frenzied amplification, its health continued to fall at an alarming rate. Furthermore, due to the control effects of Storm Crimson's lightning blade formation, its resistance slowed considerably, ultimately rendering it a mere target for Qin Feng's relentless assault. Qin Feng, you can do it! Zhang Xinyao clenched her fists in the control room, cheering him on, her gaze fixed intently on the now half-depleted health bar of the purple Wind Wolf King. Her face bore an unprecedented expression of excitement. She had truly never imagined that one day she would witness the entire process of a platinum kill with her own eyes. Moreover, the individual responsible for this kill was none other than an old professional. This revelation utterly shattered her worldview. As she gazed at Qin Feng, who was diligently maneuvering the mech beside her, she subconsciously glimpsed a flicker of hope. Father, you once stated that extraordinary beings of humanity could never triumph over those alien races that have existed for countless eons. Yet perhaps it is not the extraordinary who can vanquish them. At this very moment, in the skies several dozen kilometers away from the Purple Wind Prairie, Xiao Mu'er stood atop a colossal fire phoenix, soaring swiftly ahead. She frequently checked her communicator, but no replies came, intensifying her anxiety. Phoenix, accelerate, she murmured through clenched teeth. Instantly, The flames atop the fire phoenix roared even more ferociously, hurtling through the air like a meteor. Meanwhile, in a canyon situated several dozen kilometers from the purple wind prairie, Chu Jioge, with 4 flying swords hovering above him, confronted the furious Xiao Baihua. Do you think that by comprehending the 4th level of sword intent, you can stop me? Xiao Baihua shouted coldly at the obstructing Chu Jioge. With a nonchalant expression, Chu Jioge casually flicked his fingers, causing the 4 swords above him to dance with agility, like living creatures. How can you know unless you try? Besides, even if you fail, you won't truly perish. However, Baihua, I must advise you not to meddle. That individual is beyond your capabilities. What? Upon hearing Chu Jioge's words, surprise flickered across Xiao Baihua's previously furious face. Although they resided in different cities, their shared experiences during the recent Qin ranking competition had fostered mutual respect and admiration. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the individual with 1,000,000 points, he might have sought to forge a brotherhood with a newly ascendant swordmaster. Thus, although Xiao Baihua felt infuriated by Chu Jioge's obstruction, he still acknowledged his character. However, Chu Jioge's statement astonished him. He claimed that the individual in question was one he could not contend with. That individual? The shadow assassin, Zhang Xinyao? Was he truly beyond his reach? Being from the same city, Chu Jioge understood Zhang Xinyao's true prowess. Was he truly attempting to prevent him from walking into his own doom? Yet, a genius like Chu Jioge, filled with pride, was willing to concede to another peer? It seemed implausible. On the opposite side, Chu Jioge appeared to sense Xiao Baihua's confusion and smiled as he said, Baihua, do not misunderstand. The person I refer to is not Zhang Xinyao. What? Xiao Baihua was even more taken aback by this revelation. Not Zhang Xinyao? Could it be that it is indeed Qin Feng? Wait a moment. The Mecha Master Qin Feng scored a perfect 100 in the pinnacle test of the second transition in Lanyu City. Suddenly, an inexplicable scene from the past surfaced in Xiao Baihua's mind. Reminiscent of the time he witnessed the astonishing spectacle amidst the fragrant bloom of the golden-level corpse fragrance devil tuber. Those metal behemoths could very well be the ancient mechs. And Qin Feng happens to be the Mecha Master. The usually unyielding Chu Jioge, who seldom concedes to anyone, actually took the initiative to intercept him, convinced that he could not match this mere relic of a bygone era. Furthermore, could that enigmatic first place on the Qin rankings, Brother Chu, possibly be him? A jolt of disbelief coursed through Xiao Baihua's heart as he gasped in astonishment. With a smile gracing his features, Chu Jioge was fully aware of the implications behind Xiao Baihua's words. Yet, he merely nodded gently. My goodness! Upon receiving Chu Jioge's confirmation, Xiao Baihua could no longer contain himself and plopped down onto the ground. The blossoms that had been floating around him instantly shattered into nothingness. Observing Xiao Baihua's reaction, a satisfied glimmer appeared in Chu Jioge's eyes. He recalled how he had learned from his father about the individual who had turned the tide against the conspiracy aimed at the Tushan family and had slain Toba Zue Lu and Tang Zhan. It was a newcomer of his own age. Moreover, he had only been a relic of the past. His own reaction had been scarcely better than Xiao Baihua's. When he heard his father's deduction that the mysterious first on the Qin rankings was also Qin Feng, he had spent the entire night wide awake, mirroring the dazed expression that Xiao Baihua wore at this moment. After a long while, Xiao Baihua finally regained his composure from the shock. Rising to his feet, he gazed at Chu Jioge and asked in a subdued tone, Am I truly no match for him? Chu Jioge shook his head in resignation, approaching him to gently pat Xiao Baihua on the shoulder, offering a wry smile. A flicker of stubbornness still shone in Xiao Baihua's eyes. Yet suddenly, both of them froze in astonishment as yet another announcement from the secret realm echoed forth. Professional Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao have successfully slain a level 50 platinum creature. Xiao Baihua, who had been about to say something, found himself rendered speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. In a daze, he recalled the scene from the corpse fragrance devil tuber, watching as those beast-like mechs effortlessly dispatched the golden-level corpse fragrance devil tuber. Sighing inwardly, he glanced at the leaderboard, where a name had already accumulated a staggering score of over 800,000 points. Xiao Baihua couldn't help but lament to himself. Indeed, the very means by which he took pride, his ability to vanquish the corpse fragrance devil tuber, had been facilitated by none other than Qin Feng. Where had his confidence come from? Thinking he could compete for his points? Chapter 111. the furious Xiaomu, the remains of the celestial phoenix clan? In a secluded hollow at the edge of the purple wind prairie, Tooba Henku found himself utterly stunned after receiving a recent notification. Yet, the animosity within his gaze surged even more fiercely. Qin Feng, if I do not slay you, I am not worthy to be called a man, he bellowed, forcefully brandishing his staff, which bore several cracks. However, the only creature he could summon was a trembling hyena. Fury coursed through Tooba Henku, eliciting a primal roar that only instilled greater fear in the lone hyena, which longed to bury its head in the dirt. Nonetheless, with his eyes now bloodshot, Tooba Henku forced himself to regain composure. He turned his attention to the avatar of Xiaomu, who had sent him a flurry of messages. Swiftly, he initiated a call. Enka Gidge, are you all right? Where are you now? I will come to meet you. Xiaomu's anxious voice reached him. Tooba Henku struggled to modulate his tone, yet his voice remained hoarse. Muir, Qin Feng is that old profession. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Enka Gidge, is it truly him? Xiaomu momentarily failed to grasp his words, but quickly comprehended the implication. A flush of embarrassment overtook her delicate features. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "This shameless scoundrel is indeed an old profession." Xiaomu could not forget the humiliation she suffered in the Seven Suns Canyon, awakening to find nearly all her clothing stripped away. Yet, she had always believed that the one who had knocked her unconscious was not merely that vile, mechanical-looking dinosaur. It must have been an extraordinary alchemist who ambushed her. Little did she anticipate that the detestable individual was indeed an old professional. A towering inferno ignited around Xiaomu, reaching several meters high, painting the sky a vivid crimson. Enka Gidge, I shall reduce him to ashes. At her words, a fierce glint flashed in Tooba Henku's eyes. Moya, you must be cautious. He possesses several formidable mechs, and Zhang Xinyao is the only daughter of Zhang Wudao from Qingxi City. Before he could finish, Xiaomu coldly interjected. I do not care who he is. He must die. With that, she terminated the call. Tooba Henku, however, wore a triumphant smile. Just then, a chilling voice resonated behind him. Tooba Henku, are you prepared to meet your demise? He quickly turned to find a girl in a white dress standing coldly several meters away. Tushan Yushu. Endless hatred surged across Tooba Henku's face. Meanwhile, Qin Feng gazed at a series of system notifications, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Congratulations on defeating the level 50 Platinum Purple Wind Wolf King, earning 600,000 points. Congratulations on slaying a Platinum-grade foe, earning 100,000 experience points. Congratulations on acquiring 30,000 divine points. Please complete your third-class transition to continue advancing your level. Not only did he obtain a substantial 600,000 points, but he also gained an additional 30,000 divine points, sufficient for 2 intermediate draws. He also acquired 100,000 experience points, yet he found himself unable to level up due to the incomplete third-class transition. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. His extraordinary equipment and the wear on his mecha had not been in vain. With these 600,000 points, he was now less than 200,000 points away from reaching the coveted million. With just over 20 hours remaining until the end of the college entrance examination, he was confident there was ample time. Furthermore, having amassed over 800,000 points, Qin Feng could distinctly sense the vitality of the first mecha within the mechanical space. It felt as though it could awaken at any moment, ready to take its first steps. This anticipation for the activation of the first mecha filled him with excitement. What kind of power would the mecha obtained from the third-class transition possess? Surely, it would rival the Freedom Gundam and the Storm Crimson. Qin Feng's spirits were high. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao was also filled with exuberance, cheering joyfully as she grasped Qin Feng's arm, babbling with excitement. Qin Feng, with 600,000 points. You defeated a platinum beast. We are the best. Qin Feng did not retract his arm. After all, the successful defeat of the Purple Wind Wolf King was greatly attributed to Zhang Xinyao's intelligence. Otherwise, even if he had expended all his extraordinary equipment, he might not have been able to vanquish the Wolf King. He felt fortunate that he hadn't let Zhang Xinyao leave earlier. Hey, Qin Feng, look at the Wolf King's lair. It's moving. Just as Qin Feng was about to investigate the equipment dropped by the Purple Wind Wolf King, Zhang Xinyao suddenly pointed at the enormous white bone layer behind them, exclaiming. Qin Feng, intrigued, turned to look. Indeed, he observed that the once static layer, composed of various unknown creature bones, was now slowly writhing, as though attempting to piece itself together. Merely a few minutes of inattention, and the layer had almost completely transformed from its original appearance. What could this mean? Qin Feng was taken aback. Previously, when the purple Wind Wolf King resided in the lair, it possessed an infinite health bar and could summon skeletal wolves without limit, which had already piqued his curiosity about the white bone lair. He had initially assumed it was due to the purple Wind Wolf King's unique abilities or formation. However, he never imagined that the lair might possess a life of its own. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly heard a system notification. Discovery of the remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan that can activate the prototype. At this moment, the skeletal nest, which Qin Feng had previously been unable to identify, transformed into a state ripe for examination. Without hesitation, Qin Feng employed his professional appraisal technique and glimpsed the true nature of the skeletal nest. Celestial Phoenix clan remains nest. Description: the remnants of the once mighty Celestial Phoenix clan, discovered by the purple Wind Wolf King, who fashioned it into his own lair. Effect: within the confines of this nest, beings of platinum rank or above can temporarily acquire the immortal attributes of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Note: given the immortal characteristics of the Celestial Phoenix remains, it can become a living entity to activate the prototype. However, due to the excessive spiritual essence absorbed by the purple Wind Wolf King, the prototype's full capabilities cannot be fully realized. Do you wish to proceed with activation? Upon reading this description, Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that this skeletal nest was, in fact, the remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan. No wonder the purple Wind Wolf King was so formidable, although he was unaware of the true extent of the Celestial Phoenix clan's power. The mere vestiges of its immortal traits could endow the purple Wind Wolf King with boundless vitality. This hinted at the terrifying might of the Celestial Phoenix clan. It was truly lamentable that such a magnificent entity had been squandered by the purple Wind Wolf King. The hard-won opportunity to activate the prototype was marred by its incomplete state. Were he to activate the prototype now, he could only obtain a defective version of the mech. This left Qin Feng feeling deeply frustrated. Qin Feng, meet your end. At that moment, a melodious cry echoed from afar. The sky above the purple wind grassland was suddenly set ablaze. A colossal fire phoenix, with a wingspan of several dozen meters, soared swiftly toward Qin Feng. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Detected the Celestial Phoenix clan's progeny, the Flame Spirit, initiating the third-tier quest The Cry of Life, side quest, The Return of the Immortal. Chapter 112, Flame Spirit, Xiaomua, Tuoba Henku exits. At the same time, the skeletal remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan, which had been slowly writhing, began to tremble violently. Threads of golden energy emanated from the massive bones, transforming the skeletal nest into what now resembled a golden bonfire ablaze with life. Qin Feng, astonished, gazed at the system panel, which now revealed the unexpected side quest. However, after casting a glance at the rapidly approaching fire phoenix, he swiftly scrutinized the details of the side quest. Exclusive third transition quest line. The Immortal Return, difficulty, unknown, quest content. For the incomplete life form of the main mission. Absorb the complete spiritual essence of the progeny race. Quest hint. The Flame Spirit is a progeny race of the Celestial Phoenix tribe. Upon awakening the Flame Spirit's strongest complete form, the remains of the Celestial Phoenix tribe will automatically absorb all spiritual essence from the Flame Spirit. The Flame Spirit? Progeny of the Celestial Phoenix? The strongest complete form? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered by this sudden side quest. Could this inexplicably appearing Flame Spirit be the legendary Flame Phoenix? But what does complete form signify? How does one awaken this Flame Phoenix's complete form? The quest content provided no clarification, leaving Qin Feng perplexed. However, time was of the essence. The colossal Flame Phoenix had already approached him. Zhang Xinyao exclaimed in surprise, "It's Xiaomua." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the figure standing atop the Flame Phoenix. It was indeed Xiaomua, whom he had encountered previously. Roar, the Tyrannosaurus beast, situated beside the corpse of the purple Wind Wolf King, seemed to recognize Xiaomua and emitted a jubilant roar. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before her, Xiao was consumed by fury. The humiliating experience she had endured was unbearable, especially seeing the jubilant Tyrannosaurus beast below. Without hesitation, she swung her hand fiercely. A massive surge of flames erupted from the mouth of the flame phoenix beneath her, hurtling down towards the Tyrannosaurus beast. Indeed, it is you. I shall slay you. Shameless wretch. Xiaomu's voice brimmed with wrath as the terrifying flames cascaded downwards. Observing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and, with a mere thought, commanded all his mechs to swiftly engage and launch attacks towards Xiaomu in the sky. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Xiaomu's information. Name, Xiaomu level, 83, realm, 3rd transition, occupation, flame spirit mage, combat power, 81 stars. Upon noting Xiaomu's occupation, Qin Feng's brows arched in surprise. Initially, he had presumed that the flame spirit mentioned in the quest description referred to the flame phoenix. However, it became evident that it was, in fact, Xiaomu herself. A flame spirit mage? Was the objective to absorb Xiaomu's spiritual essence? How could that be accomplished? Qin Feng felt an inexplicable confusion, but remained merciless. He unleashed an all-out assault from each of his mechs. Waves of attacks surged towards the flame phoenix, while he himself maneuvered the Freedom Gundam, wielding dual energy blades, and swiftly soared towards Xiaomu. Boom! Explosive strikes rained upon the massive body of the flame phoenix, with torrents of flames cascading down like spilt blood. The purple wind prairie was suddenly engulfed in fierce flames. Xiaomu's expression changed dramatically. She had not anticipated that Qin Feng's mechs possessed such formidable offensive power. With just a wave of long-range fire, her fiery phoenix bird had already suffered considerable damage. However, recalling Qin Feng's past brutal deeds and the fact that he had slain Tooba Henku, she cried out in indignation. With her staff in hand, she unleashed a barrage of terrifying fire spells directed at the mechs controlled by Qin Feng. At the edge of the purple wind prairie, Tu Shan Yuechu, transformed into a four-tailed fox, effortlessly tore through her chains and lunged towards the pale-faced Tooba Henku. In a hurry, Tooba Henku commanded his last beast, a bronze-level hyena, to intercept, but it was easily sent flying by Tu Shan Yuechu's strike. Tooba Henku's expression shifted dramatically, turning to the sky, now ablaze in the distance. He bellowed at the approaching Tu Shan Yuechu, "Tu Shan Yuechu, I will not let you escape next time." With that, his figure transformed into a beam of energy and vanished from sight. Tu Shan Yuechu, left grasping at air, snorted in disdain but did not revert to her original form. Instead, she stood guard at the entrance to the purple wind prairie. Meanwhile, outside the Gaokao secret realm, everyone was astonished as they beheld Qin Feng, who had suddenly surged in points to an astonishing total exceeding 800,000. The crowd was baffled, unable to comprehend why the scores of the two participants had risen so dramatically. Yet, aside from a few weaker candidates who, bewildered, chose to abandon the exam, no one could fathom the cause of this phenomenon. Qin Feng, a former professional, had achieved such a formidable score, breaking the historical records of the Gaokao. Even with the assistance of Zhang Xinyao, most observers found it utterly inconceivable. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a figure appeared atop the platform, prompting everyone to sit up in anticipation. This was the first candidate to exit the Gaokao secret realm after Qin Feng's sudden surge in points, and he likely held the key to the truth. However, as the figure gradually revealed himself, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. It was Tooba Henku. How is this possible? Why had he exited the Gaokao? He had only been killed once. Why was he not continuing with the exam? He was a candidate who could rival Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa. Was it possible that he had found the terrifying scores of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao too overwhelming, prompting him to forfeit willingly? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the lord of Jichuan City, Xie Juanfu, watched with a grim expression as Tooba Henku abandoned the Gaokao. Although Tooba Henku had just been slain, however, he held unwavering confidence in Tooba Henku's capabilities. There was still ample time before the examination deadline, and Tooba Henku could undoubtedly regain his former glory, possessing the potential to re-enter the top 10. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the shocking news that Tooba Henku had exited the examination realm far earlier than anticipated. Although he still possessed over 80,000 points, sufficient to secure a place among the top 100 in this examination, it paled in comparison to his true capabilities. Henku, why have you? Xie Juanfu's deep voice resonated, overpowering the commotion of the gathered crowd. However, before he could finish his inquiry, he witnessed Tuoba Henku, who had just left the examination, bowing respectfully towards the ethereal pavilion above. With immense sorrow and indignation, he cried out, "I implore the esteemed city lords to seek justice for the Tuoba family." At once, everyone was taken aback. Chapter 113. The True Strength of Qin Feng. The death of Xiaomu'er. The extraordinary practitioners present were nearly all aware that a few days prior, the Tang family and the Tuoba family had jointly conspired against the Tushan family. Yet against all odds, the seemingly disadvantaged Tushan family emerged victorious in this struggle for supremacy among extraordinary powers. Both Tang Zhan, the head of the Tang family, and Tuoba Zue Lu, the head of the Tuoba family, had met their demise. The Tushan family had devoured numerous assets from both families, growing in strength like never before. This turn of events surprised everyone. Many speculated that the human auction house behind the Tushan family had intervened, enabling their unexpected triumph in what should have been a losing battle. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the conflicts among extraordinary forces, whether within the Human Federation or the Practitioner Sanctuary, were typically met with a blind eye. Even a fifth-tier powerhouse, such as Tuoba Zue Lu, had fallen victim to slaughter, and no one had stepped forward to hold Tushan Yimeng accountable. This was the cruel reality accepted in the extraordinary era. However, what was truly astonishing was that the strongest young generation of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Henku, would dare to demand justice from the city lords. Especially after being slain by Zhang Xinyao, he chose to abandon the examination and emerge to call for accountability. What kind of justice? Was it justice for his father's inadequacies that led to his demise? It was utterly absurd. Numerous extraordinary practitioners began to regard Tuoba Henku with disdain. Was he resorting to complaints when he could not defeat his opponent? The city lords on the platform, upon hearing Tuoba Henku's words, exchanged frowns. Lord Xie Juanfu of Zichuan was particularly enraged, bellowing, "Tuoba Henku, do not disgrace yourself here." The onlookers below responded with boos directed at Tuoba Henku. Yet, standing atop the platform beside the mystical realm of Feihua, Tuoba Henku remained steadfast in his bow. It seems that without a response from the various city lords on the stage, he would not lift his head, and on the terrace, Xiao Mingshan finally spoke coldly. "Speak." The thunderous voice immediately suppressed the clamor of the crowd. Hearing this, Tuoba Henku rose with a face full of grief and indignation. He raised his hand, pointing at the secret realm Feihua, and shouted hoarsely, "It was him. He killed my father, Tuoba Zue Lu." Buzz. As these words left his lips, the previously bustling scene fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in shock at the high platform, at Tuoba Henku, whose eyes were bloodshot. But soon, some professionals could no longer endure the absurdity. Was Tuoba Henku losing his mind, randomly accusing others in his search for his father's murderer? Tuoba Zue Lu was a fifth-tier powerhouse. Could he truly be slain by a novice professional? And one from the past, no less? I initially thought that even if the Tuoba family faced defeat, with Tuoba Henku's talents, it would not be impossible for them to rise again. But it seems I was blind. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the expressions of several satellite city lords on the terrace, as well as Xia Mingshan's, were quite grim. Even knowing that Qin Feng's strength might far exceed everyone's expectations, Lei Bahuang displayed a look of disbelief. He was well aware of Tuoba Zue Lu's prowess. Even if Qin Feng could shatter the testing gate with a single punch, it would only be within the realm of surpassing ordinary novice professionals. There were indeed geniuses within the stronger main city who could damage the testing gate. But to claim that Qin Feng possessed the strength to slay Tuoba Zue Lu was utterly unbelievable. With his thought, Lei Bahuang shouted loudly, "Nonsense! Qin Feng is merely a past professional. How could he possibly kill a fifth-tier extraordinary professional? Do not spout such baseless claims here." Although Lei Bahuang did not believe Qin Feng was the true culprit, he could not allow Tuoba Henku to continue slandering him. What if, in turn, Xia Mingshan revoked Qin Feng's examination results? Hearing Lei Bahuang's words, the other city lords, though still displeased, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tuoba Henku remained furious, loudly declaring, "I have already ascertained Qin Feng's true strength. He must have employed some unknown means to forge several powerful ancient mechs. The wounds on my father and his beast match perfectly with the attacks of those ancient mechs. I was killed by such an attack. If you do not believe me, Lu Chuan has also witnessed Qin Feng's ancient mechs. He too perished by the same means, and you can verify this with him. Just moments ago, Qin Feng used the mech to slay a level 50 platinum beast, thus earning 600,000 points. All examinees received the Secret Realm announcement, which can confirm this. Furthermore, the young lady of City Lord Xia is currently engaged in battle with Qin Feng, and once the examination concludes, the truth will be revealed. What Henke says is by no means false. I beseech the Lord of Summer City and esteemed elders to take a stand for the Tuoba family and bring justice upon the murderer, Qin Feng. Tuoba Henku's voice grew increasingly fervent, yet the atmosphere around him fell into an eerie silence. By the time he finished his last utterance and bowed once more towards the lofty pavilion, one could hear a pin drop. Many stood with mouths agape, as though they had been told a fantastical tale. After a prolonged moment of disbelief, a few voices broke the silence, questioning if Tuoba Henku had fabricated this narrative. Could the ancient mechas truly be resurrected? Moreover, could they slay a fifth-tier extraordinary being? Was this not the realm of myth? If it were true, then it was Qin Feng who had vanquished both Lu Chuan and Tuoba Henku, not Zhang Xinyao. Was such a thing conceivable? An ancient practitioner? I would not believe it even if I were struck down. If this were indeed the case, it would only indicate that Qin Feng's test results were flawless. A perfect score of 100. Otherwise, how could he possess such formidable prowess? Level 50 platinum? Why not claim he was the legendary three-legged golden crow of the Seven Suns Canyon? It seems that Tuoba Henku has truly lost his sanity. Even if the ancient mechas could be forged anew, how could they possibly fell a fifth-tier beastmaster? How could Tuoba Henku dare to entertain such thoughts? Those relics of the past, mere scraps. Impossible. The crowd grew increasingly agitated. Some even contemplated rushing to the podium to demand an explanation from Tuoba Henku. Meanwhile, Rong Xiaorong, who had long since withdrawn from the entrance examination and was now hiding among the throng, recalled the moment he had ambushed Qin Feng. "Classmate, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" A nearby physician inquired, noticing Rong Xiaorong trembling. No, please don't harm me. I'm fine." Rong Xiaorong's face was etched with fear as he hastily shook his head. This only heightened the physician's anxiety, prompting him to employ a probing technique to ascertain if Rong Xiaorong had sustained a head injury. At that moment, Summer Mingshan, who had been deep in thought on the terrace, suddenly rose to his feet. This shift in demeanor caused the atmosphere to tense. Many believed Summer Mingshan intended to personally verify whether Tuoba Henku was lying. Yet, to their astonishment, he disregarded Tuoba Henku and instead gazed upward. What? As numerous individuals followed his gaze towards the leaderboard in the sky, they gasped in astonishment. They beheld that Summer Muir, who had previously held third place, just behind Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao, had plummeted from the top 10, much like Lu Chuan and Tuoba Henku before her. Furthermore, the points of Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao surged dramatically, surpassing 900,000, precisely the points snatched away following Summer Muir's demise. How could this be? How could Summer Muir be dead? Was Tuoba Henku's account truly valid? Some recalled Tuoba Henku's earlier words, that Summer Muir had been engaged in combat with Qin Feng. Yet, mere moments had passed, and now she lay slain, her points halved. Does this not imply that even Timur fell to the hands of Qin Feng? Chapter 114. Is Qin Feng a traitor? The attitude of Xiao Mingshan. In an instant, the gathered crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Even the 7 city lords on the terrace wore expressions of grave concern. At this moment, Tuoba Henku finally spoke again, his voice increasingly mournful. Qin Feng has committed numerous atrocities, employing ancient methods, colluding with the Tushan clan, and endangering extraordinary practitioners. I implore Lord Xia to cleanse the remnants of the past. The commotion intensified immediately. Xia Mingshan, with a slight furrow in his brow, turned his gaze towards Tuoba Henku. Lei Bahuang on the terrace could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of extraordinary energy erupted forth. Regardless of whether Qin Feng truly killed Tuoba Zuelu, even if he did, so what? In the past, slaying the extraordinary, what law was broken? Your Tuoba clan, lacking in skill, sought to seize control of our Blue Cloud extraordinary auction, yet were met with demise. What face do you have to call for punishment against our Blue Cloud practitioners? Lei Bahuang's voice boomed like thunder, drowning out the voices of everyone present. All who hovered outside the lofty pavilion fell silent. Yet, many found resonance in Lei Bahuang's words, their disdain for Tooba Henku growing. However, Tooba Henku appeared unperturbed, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He continued to proclaim loudly, "What value does the past hold compared to a fifth-tier beastmaster? Have you forgotten the tragedies of bygone days? Even if Qin Feng employs despicable means to attain fleeting power, how long can his mech endure in the Tower of Heaven? Should humanity shield the practitioners of the past, allowing them to battle the extraordinary beings of myriad realms? Are we to entrust our fate to the remnants of Ur? He has not merely slain my father. He has extinguished an extraordinary practitioner capable of fighting for humanity." Tooba Henku's words transformed the countenances of all present. Lei Bahuang, too, appeared astounded. He had not anticipated Tooba Henku's sinister maneuvering, leveraging the fate of humanity as a means to coerce punishment against Qin Feng. Yet, he understood that these matters were indeed the consensus of the extraordinary era. Though they were both practitioners, the status of the old was worlds apart from the extraordinary. Even if Qin Feng could, through the ancient mech, slay a fifth-tier extraordinary practitioner and dominate his peers, no one believed his significance could rival that of Tooba Zue Lu. The tragedies of the past had thoroughly disillusioned everyone regarding the practitioners of Ur. Only humanity's extraordinary practitioners could stand against the beings of myriad realms. By voicing these sentiments, Tooba Henku aimed to roast Qin Feng over the flames. Lei Bahuang's expression grew exceedingly grave. Moreover, this was not the most severe matter. Suddenly, Lei Bahuang seemed to recall something and hastily glanced at the city lord permissions interface. Soon, panic flickered across his face. At this moment, Tooba Henku unexpectedly continued to speak. The words of Lord Lei were undoubtedly accurate. In the struggle among extraordinary powers, if my Tooba family suffers defeat, we can only blame our lack of prowess. But what if someone does not belong to any extraordinary faction and resorts to archaic methods to slay the extraordinary of the human race? What then? Qin Feng has not yet joined any extraordinary faction, yet he dares to assassinate the leader of our human extraordinary forces. How is he any different from a traitor of humanity? What punishment should the Human Federation and the Sanctuary of Professionals impose upon such a disgrace to our race? It is dire. Lei Bahuang's expression dimmed instantly, a heavy sigh escaping his heart. Tooba Henku's words held truth. Qin Feng's lack of affiliation with any extraordinary faction rendered him most perilous. The conflicts among extraordinary powers were tacitly accepted. However, a betrayal akin to that of foreign traitors, targeting the elites of humanity, would never be tolerated. Previously, Lei Bahuang believed that Qin Feng, having close ties with the human auction house, had long since joined their ranks. Yet, he had only just noticed that Qin Feng was not affiliated with any faction. If Qin Feng were indeed deemed a traitor of humanity, the consequences would be beyond his control. At this moment, upon hearing Tooba Henku's words, many appeared to awaken and began clamoring for the punishment of Qin Feng. In the private room of the pavilion, Chun Bing, initially astonished by Qin Feng's ability to slay Tooba Zue Lu and personally defeat Lu Chuan, Tooba Henku, and Xiamu Air, now bore an expression of uncontainable delight. Qin Feng, despite your former prowess, what does it matter? This is the era of the extraordinary. You cannot possibly surpass me. As he spoke, he boldly approached the window of the private room and shouted downwards. Qin Feng has always exhibited questionable character. I, having grown up alongside Zhang Xinyao, had long since betrothed to her, yet Qin Feng forcibly tore us apart, this time in the college entrance examination. He must have coerced Zhang Xinyao into forming a team with him. Everyone, do not be deceived by his former identity. Boom. Instantly, the crowd, who had hesitated, could no longer remain composed. I have long warned against granting opportunities to the past. They have been cast aside by the times and are undoubtedly envious of us extraordinary beings. Even if they forge powerful ancient mechs, should they betray humanity, they are surely a calamity. He forced Zhang Xinyao to team up with him, showing no mercy, and killed Lu Chuan and the others. He must be a vicious individual. Perhaps the head of the Toba family fell victim to Qin Feng's ambush, leading to his demise. Toba Zue Lu was once a hero who shed blood for humanity. To die at the hands of such a scoundrel is an affront. In this extraordinary era, to be able to forge ancient mechs, one must surely be employing unseen methods. In an instant, those who were once astonished by Qin Feng's formidable prowess were now incensed. Upon the terrace, Xie Juanfu, in a fit of anger, directed his voice towards Xia Mingshan, exclaiming, "City Lord Xia, I implore you to issue an order to execute this wretch. If we allow him to grow unchecked, he will inevitably become a scourge upon humanity." The other city lords, witnessing this, were about to voice their agreement. However, Xia Mingshan raised a hand gently, and a formidable aura surged forth from his being. Simultaneously, a terrifying roar echoed from the heavens. A colossal dragon's head, entirely composed of flames, materialized above the examination venue. The entire structure trembled violently, threatening to collapse. Those on the terrace, including Xie Juanfu, turned pale, their forms bending involuntarily under the immense pressure. The lower-tier practitioners below were even more affected, some collapsing to the ground. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene once more. As all gazes turned towards Xia Mingshan on the terrace, their expressions filled with astonishment. "I shall uncover the truth." Xia Mingshan's calm voice resonated throughout the venue. "If Qin Feng is indeed a traitor of our kind, I shall personally execute him." Upon hearing this, Tuoba Henku on the platform exhibited unrestrained joy, while Lei Bahuang sighed deeply, his expression one of distress. Yet, Xia Mingshan was not finished. "However, should anyone deliberately slander their kin and incite discord, I shall show no mercy. They shall be punished alongside the traitor." As he uttered the final words, a palpable intent to kill filled his voice. Tuoba Henku, Xie Juanfu, and Chun Bing in the private room all displayed expressions of terror. The earlier assailants who had insulted Qin Feng trembled in fear. At that moment, Zhang Xinyao, in the control room for Freedom High, suddenly cast a perplexed glance at her contact list. Just moments prior, she had received a flurry of urgent notifications. Her expression, which had been one of delight at the news of Xia Muer's demise at Qin Feng's hands, turned to one of seething anger upon reading the messages. That despicable Tuoba Henku. Chapter 115. The Exposed Power? The Resurrected Xia Muer. Qin Feng, hearing these words, turned in confusion. Zhang Xinyao did not hold back, furiously recounting how Tuoba Henku had slandered him outside the secret realm. After listening, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. While he was untroubled by the knowledge of his actions against Tang Zhan and Toba Zue Lu, he found it rather distasteful that Tuoba Henku had publicly accused him of being a traitor to humanity. This was an attempt to rally all extraordinary practitioners against him. Yet inexplicably, a sense of worry dissipated within Qin Feng. Initially, he had intended to conceal his strength further. Now that Tuoba Henku had laid his cards on the table, he found no reason to keep his mech hidden within his mechanical space any longer. As for the possibility of being treated as a traitor to humanity, Qin Feng felt no concern. With Tu Shan Yimeng and Tu Shan Yu Chu vouching for him, he trusted that the Human Federation and the Sanctuary of Professionals would reach a just conclusion. Even if, hypothetically, the city of Yunmeng insisted on punishing him due to the incident involving Tuoba Zue Lu, he could simply sever ties with Yunmeng. Qin Feng was confident that with the mecha he currently possessed, he could survive in the wilderness. "Qin Feng, let's confront him," Zhang Xian Yao declared indignantly. Qin Feng shook his head dismissively, replying, "There's no need. But Tuoba Hung Chu has accused you of killing his father." Zhang Xian Yao responded, somewhat agitated. Observing the little girl's flushed face, Qin Feng felt an inexplicable warmth and smiled, saying, "What he said is not entirely untrue. Then what are we waiting for?" Zhang Xian Yao seemed momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced downward at the vibrant flames that had not only survived Yu Shuang Heir's demise, but had become even more intense. He casually remarked, "Not only did I kill Tuoba Zue Lu, but I also took down Tang Zhan. They deserved it." "Huh, is that true?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's candid admission, Zhang Xian Yao was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with shock, as if she were meeting Qin Feng for the first time. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly noticed the flames swirling violently, surging toward the Freedom Gundam at an alarming speed. Boom! With a mere thought, he maneuvered the Freedom Gundam to retreat swiftly. The flames left behind by Yu Shuang air rapidly expanded, and soon, an even larger flaming phoenix emerged. A figure, entirely engulfed in flames, reappeared atop the fiery phoenix. Revival? Qin Feng recognized that the figure was indeed Yu Shuang air, and he was taken aback. Earlier, he had battled Yu Shuang air with the Freedom Gundam. Yet he had no idea how to bring this fire spirit's inheritor to her full potential. Furthermore, Yu Shuang air seemed to harbor an intense hatred for him, launching a frenzied assault from the outset. Qin Feng, undeterred, employed his free will to withstand her terrifying fire skills, activating his most potent attack, ultimately slaying Yu Shuang air. In that moment, he obtained half of her points, bringing him within a mere 10,000 of a million. However, as Qin Feng gazed at the remains of the Tian Yao Huang clan beside him, he noticed the golden flames emanating from them had dimmed significantly after Yu Shuang air's death, fearing he might lose the opportunity to fully activate the initial mech. To his astonishment, Yu Shuang air had revived right where she had fallen. Yet, her method of revival seemed distinct from the previous experiences of Tang Shuo and Lu Chuan. Yu Shuang air had truly perished, yet she seemed to have been reborn directly from the flames. The talent of the fire sprite? Qin Feng speculated within himself. Suddenly, he recalled the side quest that mentioned the necessity of activating the complete form of the fire sprite to fully restore the remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan. Wasn't Xia Muer's current state indicative of her growing strength? Could it be that he needed to defeat her several more times? Qin Feng, you must perish. Xia Muer's eyes ignited with flames as she thundered at him. The colossal fiery wind bird charged swiftly towards Qin Feng. The air above the purple wind prairie twisted ominously. Even through the armor of his Freedom Gundam, Qin Feng felt the terrifying heat bearing down on him. Beside him, Zhang Xinyao's face turned crimson. Yet she gritted her teeth and refrained from interrupting Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression grew serious as numerous damage notifications appeared on the system panel. He immediately commanded the Freedom Gundam to ascend into the sky, simultaneously activating the meteor form without hesitation. Once again, stars appeared in the sky above the purple wind prairie. The fiery phoenix bird emitted a cry, seemingly oblivious to the peril, and continued to pursue the rapidly ascending Freedom Gundam. The dreadful heat surged forth towards the Freedom Gundam. Qin Feng Zhang Xinyao whispered weakly from the control room. With a thought, Qin Feng caused the stars in the sky to burst forth with brilliant light. Hundreds of beams of light surged towards the gigantic fiery phoenix bird controlled by Xia Muer. What? Xia Muer, her face contorted with rage, paled as she witnessed the overwhelming beams approaching. She attempted to maneuver the fiery phoenix bird to evade, but the terrifying beams were inescapable. With a resounding boom, the colossal fiery phoenix bird was struck downward, crashing into the ground beside the remains nest and creating a massive pit. Qin Feng, feeling the temperature in the control room finally starting to descend, let out a long sigh of relief. Looking down into the pit, he noted that the flames had not yet extinguished. Though apprehensive, he was filled with anticipation. Soon, he saw the flames in the deep pit rise once more. Lifting his spirits, this renewed blaze confirmed that Xia Muer had indeed resurrected once again. He was now one step closer to fully activating the first unit. However, upon glancing at Zhang Xinyao in the cabin, who had fainted, Qin Feng swiftly summoned the heavenly fire from the mechanical space and placed Zhang Xinyao inside. Each resurrection of Xia Muer only made her stronger. He could not risk leaving Zhang Xinyao in the control room any longer. As the heavenly fire departed, Qin Feng arrived at the edge of the deep pit, his face alight with anticipation for the second resurrection of Xia Muer. Indeed, it wasn't long before an angry cry erupted from the depths. Terrifying flames erupted like a volcano, and Qin Feng felt an even more intense heat wave crashing toward him. How formidable! A surge of trepidation coursed through him. Without hesitation, he soared into the distance. Boom! In an instant, a colossal flaming phoenix, several hundred meters tall, ascended into the sky. The overwhelming flames shrouded the entire purple wind prairie, rendering it akin to a purgatory. Yet, Qin Feng noticed that the golden radiance emanating from the remains of the Tianyao Phoenix clan grew even more vibrant, gradually coalescing into the vague shape of a bird. The bird unfolded its not yet fully formed wings, seemingly eager to soar toward the phoenix of flames in the sky. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. However, he then saw Xiaomu, who seemed to have transformed entirely into a fire spirit, reappear atop the flaming phoenix. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng cast 2 platinum pieces of equipment into the second furnace. God of War, unite! Several kilometers away, Zhang Xinyao, just awakened, was initially startled by the unfamiliar mech before her. Yet, she quickly realized the situation. She scrambled to her feet and gazed toward the horizon, where the sky appeared to be ablaze. Qin Feng, Zhang Xinyao shouted anxiously. She noted the notification on her professional panel indicating that due to the great distance, their team status had been dissolved, understanding that Qin Feng had deliberately removed her from the battlefield. This only heightened her concern for him. Just then, beneath the inferno in the distance, a colossal figure suddenly emerged. A gigantic, radiant sword descended, cleaving through the sky, splitting the fire-lit heavens. Chapter 116, Xiaomu, slain thrice. Lei Ba Huang was truly alarmed. Within the Black Lion mech, Qin Feng quietly observed the flames crashing to the ground, gradually extinguishing. This time, the fire seemed to have lost all its vigor. In yet another pit created by the explosion, the flames flickered weakly like dying embers. Did this mean that Xiaomu could only resurrect twice? Would there be no third chance? If so, had he unwittingly severed his sole opportunity to restore the remains of the Tianyao Phoenix clan? Qin Feng glanced at the remnants of the Tianyao Phoenix clan nearby, only to find that what had once seemed on the verge of revival after Xiaomu's second resurrection had now scattered, reduced to a pile of bones. Even the golden glow dimming. This left him somewhat regretful for having acted too ruthlessly. Perhaps it was not necessary for Xiaomu to be struck down to awaken her ultimate state. However, the prowess she had displayed earlier was indeed terrifying, rivaling even the strength of Tang Zhan and Tuoba Henku from the past. Even the Free Gundam and the Storm Crimson felt somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, Qin Feng decided to hold nothing back, directly merging into the war God Vajra and cleaving Xiaomu with a single stroke. Now, as he gazed at the flames that were on the verge of extinguishing, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Given another chance, he would certainly be more lenient. But alas, there were no second chances. In that vast pit, the flames finally died down, leaving only a heap of black ashes. Sighing deeply, Qin Feng realized that he truly had no fate with a complete version of the Unit-01. He glanced at the uniquely designed mech within the mechanical space, feeling a pang of regret. Would he be able to find another life form to activate it? As he looked at the extraordinary equipment in the second furnace, still blazing with fervor, he was about to revert from his merged state when suddenly, he noticed a feeble flicker of flame igniting amidst the black ashes left by Xiaomu in the deep pit. That flame danced gently like a nascent fire sprite, and as it appeared, the air within the pit crackled with heat. This is bad. A sense of danger surged within Qin Feng. He immediately abandoned the idea of separating from the war god Vajra and swiftly retreated. Boom! In the next moment, that tiny flame within the pit erupted into a conflagration, rising like a divine tree of fire. The very air above the purple wind prairie twisted in response. Outside the secret realm, everyone was struck by the terrifying pressure radiating from Xia Mingqian, leaving even Toba Henku speechless. Gradually, many began to notice Xia Mingqian in midair, engulfed in flames, resembling a deity of fire. Wait, something seems off with City Lord Xia's emotions. On the terrace, the 7 city lords present, aside from Xia Mingqian, were the most powerful individuals there. Soon, they discerned the issue with Xia Mingqian. This was clearly not a display meant to intimidate. Rather, it appeared to be a manifestation of immense, clear fluctuations. Check the leaderboard. Xiaomu had fallen out of the top 100. The city lord of Qingxi, Yu Qianxi, shrouded in a layer of watery aura, spoke up to remind them. They all turned to look and indeed found no trace of Xiaomu's name among the top 100. In that instant, they finally understood why Xia Mingqian had lost composure. Xiaomu had originally amassed nearly 180,000 points. After being slain by Qin Feng once, her points were halved, causing her to fall out of the top 10. Nevertheless, she still remained within the top 50. Even if she were to be killed again, her score would still allow her to rank among the top 100. However, in a mere few minutes, she completely vanished from the top 100, which could only indicate that Xiaomu had met her demise for the 3rd time. I had heard that the city lord of Xia had aided Mu'er in acquiring an ancient inheritance, which seemingly endowed her with a unique talent for resurrection from flames. Each revival would significantly enhance her strength. Suddenly, Xie Juanfu, who was most familiar with the Xia family, spoke up, prompting curiosity from the crowd. Yet he continued, "But Mu'er has only just obtained this inheritance. She should be unable to fully harness such a talent. Could it be that she utilized the resurrection mechanism of the college entrance examination secret realm, reviving on the spot, only to be killed 3 times consecutively?" As he concluded, Xie Juanfu wore a look of horror, and the others were equally astonished. Particularly, Lei Bahuang was in a state of utter panic. The one who had killed Xia Mu'er 3 times was undoubtedly Qin Feng. Furthermore, the matter of Qin Feng being falsely accused by Tuoba Henku had yet to be clarified. Now, he had actually slain the precious daughter of Xia Mingchan 3 times. This was simply audacious beyond measure. Looking at the leaderboard, it was evident that Qin Feng, now in first place, had accumulated several thousand more points, alongside the flames surrounding Xia Mingchan, rising ever higher. Lei Bahuang was nearly beside himself with anxiety. He opened his contacts and swiftly sent a message. "To Shanyame, where are you? Qin Feng is about to kill the new city lord of Yunming's beloved daughter." Indeed, Lei Bahuang was genuinely worried that Qin Feng might inadvertently kill Xia Mu'er once more. With her innate talent and the 3-death mechanism of the college entrance examination's secret realm, she had already been slain by Qin Feng 3 times. Should it happen again, Xia Mu'er would truly meet her end. At that point, no matter how just and impartial Xia Mingchan might be, he might very well reduce Qin Feng to ashes. This city lord of Xia was notoriously devoted to his daughter. "Qin Feng, do take care," Lei Bahuang silently prayed. Boom! In the college entrance examination's secret realm, on the Zifeng Prairie, a pale fire rapidly spread. The entire Zifeng Prairie was ablaze, the air distorted beyond measure. Even the purple clouds in the sky ignited. Beasts that had not yet escaped the Zifeng Prairie howled in agony as they fell to the ground. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed throughout the Zifeng Prairie. A rolling wave of heat surged towards Qin Feng in the distance. A colossal flaming phoenix, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, emerged from the flames. Each vividly lifelike feather rendered this flaming phoenix akin to a true divine beast. A graceful figure clad in a flowing red flame gown also stepped forth from the inferno. Barefoot and with porcelain-like soles, the figure gracefully returned to the pinnacle of the flaming phoenix. It was the 3rd resurrection of Summer Mu'er. Within the war god Mecha, Qin Feng felt the terrifying heat of the flames and was engulfed in dread. Were it not for the war god Mecha's substantial immunity to elemental damage, he would have perished from the searing inferno, even while sheltered within the machine. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system panel. Instantly, Qin Feng focused his thoughts and viewed the perspective of the heavenly fire. Indeed, he spotted Zhang Xinyao, several kilometers away, collapsed on the ground. She had been caught in the residual waves of Summer Mu'er's flames, barely able to flee. Yet, she still held a commendable score of over 400,000 points, securing the 3rd position on the leaderboard. With merely the residual flames, Summer Mu'er had dispatched a professional several kilometers away, instantly elevating her score to over 500,000, placing her second only to Qin Feng. He could hardly believe how formidable the 3rd resurrection of Summer Mu'er had become. Just then, another system notification chimed in. Detected the fire spirit's strongest complete form. The remains of the Tianyao Phoenix clan are too distant from the fire spirit's complete form to absorb its essence automatically. Chapter 117. The Clash of Power and Spells. Has Summer Mu'er lost control? It has been achieved. Qin Feng rejoiced, astonished that Summer Mu'er had truly reached her strongest complete form. Through the billowing white flames, he gazed towards the distant remains of the Tianyao Phoenix clan. Indeed, he observed the once skeletal nest rapidly assembling. A gigantic beast skeleton, adorned with magnificent wings, was swiftly taking shape. This scene elicited a flicker of surprise, even from Summer Mu'er, whose face bore no trace of human emotion. As she turned her gaze towards the emerging skeleton below, however, Summer Mu'er remained unfazed. With a stoic wave of her hand, the colossal flaming phoenix took to the skies. Boom! The surging flames surged towards Qin Feng. Even with the protection of the Beast King Mecha, he felt the intense heat. Roar! The blue lion positioned at his right leg let out a thunderous roar, and a refreshing wave of water enveloped the entire Beast King mecha. Qin Feng finally exhaled in relief. Yet, as he gazed at the rapidly approaching giant fire phoenix, a grave expression crossed his face. The recent system alert indicated that Summer Mu Air had met the criteria to activate the complete life form. However, due to the considerable distance from the remains of the Tianyao Phoenix clan, the remains could not automatically absorb the essence of the fire spirit. He realized he must bring both Summer Mu Air and the fiery phoenix to that location. But, observing Summer Mu Air's state and the horrific flames emanating from the fire phoenix, it seemed that only one last resort remained. The 100-ton fist. With a swift gesture, Qin Feng caused the Ten King sword in the hands of the war god King Kong to vanish in an instant. In its place, two surging beams of light erupted from the lion-like fists of the war god King Kong. Qin Feng felt a terrifying power accumulating within his hands. As he gazed at the rapidly approaching flame phoenix, he did not retreat even a single step. Instead, he charged boldly forward. Summer Mu, standing atop the flame phoenix, suddenly let out a hoarse scream. Flames surged around her, transforming her from a mere girl into a fiery demon. The flame phoenix emitted a chilling cry, and with a powerful flap of its wings, a blossom of flames, akin to a lotus, violently surged toward Qin Feng. The air surrounding the fire lotus was instantly scorched, creating rifts in space. Qin Feng recognized the terror of this fire lotus, but remained undeterred. His right arm struck fiercely toward the approaching threat. The complete 100-ton punch made its debut in this world. With a silent yet forceful impact, the punch, manifested by the Red Lion's right arm, collided with the world-annihilating fire lotus. The ultimate flames clashed with the peak of power at that very moment. After a brief encounter, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the entire examination realm. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion surged like a nuclear blast across the purple wind prairie. The war god King Kong Mech and the Flame Phoenix, the pinnacle of ancient machinery and extraordinary prowess, were both sent flying. Moments later, several kilometers away, the terrifying residual flames swept over, yet a four-tailed demon fox, enveloped in an orange-red demonic aura, withstood the fiery onslaught. Tushan Yuechu looked begrudgingly toward the two colossal figures in the distance, but the relentless rain of fire from the sky ultimately drained her of all vitality. Tushan Yuechu cast one last unwilling glance at the battle between Qin Feng and Summer Mu before finally collapsing. However, soon after, a massive orange-red silhouette surged from the edge of the purple wind prairie toward the central battlefield. Meanwhile, outside the examination realm, everyone was astonished by the sudden changes on the leaderboard. In a mere blink of an eye, Summer Mu, who had just fallen out of the top 100, skyrocketed by over 500,000 points, ascending to second place. Conversely, Zhang Xinyao and Tushan Yuechu, who were originally in the top 5, saw their scores halved, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. But soon, some began to piece it together. It was Summer Mu who had slain Zhang Xinyao and Tushan Yuechu. Go, Summer Mu! Don't let the Ancient Ones take first place. Although Fong Tooba's earlier remarks have been suppressed by the previous outburst of Summer Mingchan, the fact that Qin Feng, the Ancient One, was leading the examination was indeed a source of embarrassment for these extraordinary professionals. Initially, everyone believed that Zhang Xinyao had been the one to elevate Qin Feng's standing, and thus, they found it somewhat acceptable. However, just moments ago, Tooba Henku boldly proclaimed that the series of murders of Xiao Mu and her companions were all orchestrated by Qin Feng utilizing ancient mechas. This declaration utterly trampled upon the dignity of numerous extraordinary professionals. Xiao Mu, let this ancient world behold the might of our extraordinary kind. It seemed that only Xiao Mu, whose points surged dramatically, stood a chance against Qin Feng. Many rallied to support her. Yet at that moment, in the sky, Xiao Mingchan, witnessing his daughter's soaring points, found his own emotions far from calm. Instead, the flames within him roared with unrest. My dear daughter, please stop. He had sent countless urgent messages to her, yet no reply came. Xiao Mingchan understood that his daughter had likely lost all reason to resurrect after 3 consecutive deaths. Especially for a daughter who had just inherited the flame spirit, meant dire consequences. He was acutely aware that the surging points were a testament to his daughter's powers spiraling out of control. If she could not withstand the backlash of this ancient force, he might truly lose his beloved daughter. Regret washed over Xia Mingqian for having led Xia Mu'er to accept that ancient inheritance. Upon this realization, he could no longer maintain his composure, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, having been propelled back several meters, felt excruciating pain in his right arm. Fortunately, the Red Lion mecha possessed formidable immunity to fire damage and could recover swiftly. Otherwise, he believed that such a mere punch could have rendered his arm useless. The engines of the Beast King mecha roared to life, waves of water enveloping the fire-scorched machinery. Gusts of wind swept over the overheated mechanical structures. Qin Feng glanced towards the distance, where Xia Mu'er had been sent flying by his 100-ton punch, showing no sign of slowing down. Before the fiery phoenix bird could return to him, the War God King once again surged forward. The entire blackened expanse of the Zifeng grassland trembled violently. Qin Feng's speed escalated, and the 100-ton punch he was about to unleash radiated an even more terrifying glow. With her 7 orifices filled with raging flames, Xia Mu'er, witnessing Qin Feng charge again, unleashed a sound that was far from human. The massive flaming phoenix once again hurtled towards Qin Feng. Boom! Another clash of power and magic erupted, with waves of aftermath spreading rapidly in all directions. The Zifeng grassland, unrecognizable from its original form, was instantly upheaved as if struck by an apocalyptic calamity. Several kilometers away from the battlefield between Qin Feng and Xia Mu'er, having manifested 5 enormous tails, Tushan Yuchu was abruptly hurled away by the residual shockwave. Streams of fiery crimson blood cascaded from her form, only to be instantaneously evaporated by the overwhelming heat. Nevertheless, Tushan Yuchu swiftly regained her footing, resolutely charging forward once more. After advancing several hundred meters, she found herself unwillingly collapsing again. Not long after, from a certain direction at the edge of the purple wind prairie, an orange-red silhouette once again raced towards the heart of the battlefield. This time, the orange-red tails had multiplied to 7. The fearsome demonic energy shielded her from the incessant downpour of flames. With a speed even more rapid than her previous attempts, the orange-red figure surged deeper into the purple wind prairie. Once again, Qin Feng, now separated, let out a fierce roar. His right arm had turned completely black, resembling a charred war god, as he charged once more towards the flaming phoenix bird. Less than 500 meters behind the colossal bird, a surging golden flame had ignited upon its skeletal frame. Chapter 118, Commencement of Spirit Absorption. Tente let Tushan Yuhu. The massive bony wings seemed poised to soar into the heavens. Yet, Xia Mu'er appeared oblivious to the changes in the remnants of the heavenly phoenix clan behind her. Upon spotting Qin Feng charging towards her, she emitted a furious roar. The immense flaming phoenix bird once again beat its wings, unleashing a fire lotus even more terrifying than before, directed at Qin Feng. Breakthrough. Qin Feng felt as though his very blood was boiling. Yet undeterred, he unleashed a punch with the force of 100 tons. The war god's form shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, deflecting the searing flames. A tremendous force erupted from his crimson lion fist. Boom! The sky above the purple wind prairie darkened instantaneously. All light appeared to be momentarily engulfed by this clash. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward, lifting the mud and sand of the entire prairie to heights of several meters. The war god's form was sent flying nearly 100 meters away. Many sections of armor had shattered, revealing the mechanical structures within. Inside the cockpit, Qin Feng's blood surged violently, with blood seeping from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yet, he was filled with exhilaration. For this time, he had managed to push Xia Mu'er and the flaming phoenix bird back by over 100 meters. At this moment, he was less than 100 meters from the skeletal remains. The golden flames upon the skeletal bird were even close enough to touch the flaming phoenix bird. Xia Mu'er finally seemed to notice the covetous gaze behind her. With an expressionless demeanor, she turned, the flames engulfing her body instinctively retreating in the opposite direction of the remains. Xia Mu'er tilted her head slightly, seemingly drawn by the transformation of the Heavenly Phoenix clan's remnants. Yet, Qin Feng would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Assessing the damage on the Beast King mech, he instantaneously activated the wind acceleration ability of the Green Line. With a resounding boom, after leaving a massive pit in its wake, the towering mech charged once more towards Summer. The fiery phoenix beneath her emitted a sharp cry. Summer, who had been examining the remnants of the celestial phoenix clan, turned around, her face betraying a flicker of anger, as if to reproach Qin Feng for his interruption. A thunderous roar, far from human, erupted from her lips. Streams of blood, resembling molten lava, seeped from her body. Simultaneously, the colossal fiery phoenix flapped its immense wings once more, summoning a fire lotus that spanned several dozen meters. The blinding white flames radiated an unprecedented and terrifying heat. To Qin Feng's astonishment, the blood oozing from Summer's body willingly merged into the fire lotus. Black spatial fissures, seared by the intense heat, rapidly spread throughout the entire lotus. Back away. Qin Feng, now before the fire lotus, felt as if he were on the verge of combustion. He had not anticipated that Summer, now in her perfected form, could wield even more formidable powers. The numerous damage alerts from his mech nearly obscured his vision. He even harbored doubts that this fearsome fire lotus could obliterate his Beast King mech in a single strike. Yet, gazing at the Summer, now less than 100 meters away, Qin Feng harbored no intentions of retreating. A torrent of extraordinary energy continuously surged into the right fist of the battle god Titan. The colossal punch unleashed a brilliance that momentarily outshone the fiery lotus. Boom! The full force of the 100-ton punch collided with the enhanced fire lotus. The fearsome heat of the lotus instantly rendered countless mechanical structures within the Beast King mech inoperative. Nevertheless, the might of the 100-ton punch was unleashed in its entirety. In an instant, the point of collision between the fire lotus and the fist seemed to generate a black hole, where all light, energy, and sound momentarily froze. Yet, the next moment, cataclysmic power radiated in all directions. The very earth transformed into nothingness in that fleeting instant. An immense crater, spanning hundreds of meters, was blasted into the ground. The battle god Titan was hurled into the air. Within the contorted cockpit, Qin Feng felt excruciating pain, as if his very blood were surging forth. Yet, he desperately gazed towards Summer on the other side. Indeed, he saw Summer and the fiery phoenix also being propelled away. As they soared over the remains of the celestial phoenix clan, the skeletal giant bird suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, crashing directly into the fiery phoenix mid-air. The fiery phoenix, caught in the tumult, emitted a mournful cry, desperately flailing its body in an attempt to shake off the skeletal giant bird. Yet, the skeletal giant bird clung on tenaciously, refusing to be dislodged, no matter how the fiery phoenix struggled. In the moment when the war god Titan plummeted to the ground, Qin Feng beheld the skeletal giant bird that had audaciously burrowed into the body of the flaming phoenix. The mournful cries of the phoenix grew increasingly languid, and the terrifying flames enveloping its form swiftly began to retract inward. Yet, within its eyes, a brilliant golden radiance suddenly emanated. The system prompt finally resonated. The remains of the celestial phoenix clan are absorbing the complete essence of the fire spirit. Simultaneously, a task progress bar materialized before Qin Feng. Reading 1515, he released a lengthy sigh of relief, only to feel darkness envelop him as the war god Titan's fusion state could no longer be sustained. The 5 lion mechas tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Mu'er, perched upon the flaming phoenix, seemed to sense her power being siphoned away. She unleashed a formidable blaze, striking the phoenix with a powerful punch, and then plunged directly into the fiery vortex she had created. The phoenix, which was hastily retracting its flames, emitted a cry of anguish. Its eyes, once ablaze with golden fire, turned blood red in an instant. What is happening? Qin Feng, encased within the black lion mecha, felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. The progress of the celestial phoenix clans remains absorbing the essence had abruptly slowed. Furthermore, he observed the blood-red-eyed flaming phoenix soaring back towards him, a crimson lotus blossoming in its wake. A terrifying power surged within that blood-colored lotus. Even from several hundred meters away, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming dread. This is bad. Qin Feng instantly attempted to activate the Black Lion, striving to forcibly merge with the war god Titan once more. However, he received a notification indicating that the 5 Beast King mechas were severely damaged. Even the hatch of the Black Lion mecha, which he could typically command at will, had been completely locked down. Without hesitation, he activated the mechanical space. The Storm Crimson leapt forth to shield the Black Lion mecha. Boom! A powerful ion beam shot towards the swiftly approaching flaming phoenix. Yet the beam dissipated upon contact with the blood-red lotus, as if vaporized by an overwhelming heat. Qin Feng was taken aback by this spectacle. At that moment, the power Xia Mu'er displayed seemed to far exceed that of a fifth-tier extraordinary being. Nevertheless, he swiftly made a decision, commanding the Black Lion mecha to retreat rapidly. Storm Crimson immediately activated its lightning blade array, confronting the oncoming flaming phoenix. Boom! The terrifying blades slashed towards the massive body of the flaming phoenix, causing it to spill forth torrents of fiery blood. A myriad of negative statuses manifested upon the flaming phoenix. But soon, it was dissipated by that blood-red lotus. Qin Feng quickly perceived that the structural integrity of the Storm Red was rapidly succumbing to the destructive heat. At that moment, a colossal orange-red figure, rivaling the Storm Red in size, surged forth from behind the fiery phoenix. Terrifying orange-red energy coalesced behind this figure, forming enormous tails. Yet this energy seemed uncontrollable, continuously scattering from the orange-red figure. Each strand of orange-red energy carved deep craters into the ground. Tushan Yuechu. Qin Feng recognized that orange-red silhouette. It was unmistakably the Tushan Yuechu he had once witnessed in her demonized form. However, her current demonized state was no longer the original 3 tails, but rather 10. Qin Feng was taken aback. Chapter 119. An additional choice. Unit 1. Activate. After their collaboration in the 7-Star Canyon, Qin Feng had inquired thoroughly with Tu Shan about ancient demon professions. Particularly, he questioned her regarding the summoned beasts, the Guahuanyao and the 9-tailed fox, and learned that both the Guahuanyao and the 9-tailed fox were exceedingly rare divine beasts. Even in the ancient era, the 2 sisters had summoned these 2 powerful divine beasts, which enabled them to possess a growth rate comparable to that of extraordinary practitioners in this exceptional age. However, it also made them objects of immense desire for formidable beast masters like Tuoba Zue Lu. The full name of Guahuanyao is the 9-headed Guahuanyao. Like the 9-tailed fox, it is divided into 9 tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the strength. The most direct manifestation of tier differences is the number of heads and tails. This implies that once the 9-headed Guahuanyao and the 9-tailed fox emerge, it marks the pinnacle moment of the ancient demon profession, capable of unleashing combat power far exceeding that of typical ancient demon practitioners by several times, or even dozens of times. However, at that moment, Tushan Yuechu was not exhibiting the strongest form of the 9-tailed fox, but rather the 10-tailed state. What did this signify? Was Tushan Yimeng concealing something from him? Or had Tushan Yuechu employed some method to forcibly transcend into this 10-tailed state? Through the perception of the Storm Red, Qin Feng could even sense that, at this moment, Tushan Yuechu in her 10-tailed state exuded a presence that rivaled that of the fiery phoenix before him. This was utterly beyond his expectations. As an extraordinary practitioner, Xia Mu'er had inherited the legacy of the fire spirit and could exhibit such terrifying power, which Qin Feng could comprehend. Yet the fact that his own ancient demon, Tushan Yuechu, could also possess such astonishing strength was genuinely surprising to him. No, but suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to sense a frenzied aura emanating from Tushan Yuechu in her 10-tailed state. It was akin to Xia Mu'er after her 3rd resurrection, as if she had lost all rationality. Had she also lost control? Feeling the piercing pain emanating from the tempestuous crimson storm, Qin Feng was nonetheless filled with concern for Tushan Yuechu, who was recklessly charging towards the blazing phoenix. After all, he had forged an alliance with the Tushan clan. If Tushan Yuechu were indeed in peril, he could not remain a passive observer. At that very moment, the system notification unexpectedly rang out once more. Detection of an additional activatable complete life form detected. Would you like to complete the activation status? What? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the content of the system prompt. He had not anticipated that during the absorption of spiritual essence by the complete life form, another complete life form would emerge. Remarkably, this life form was none other than Tushan Yuechu, whom he had previously experimented with. This revelation left Qin Feng utterly astounded. In an instant, even the tempestuous crimson storm was swayed by his emotional upheaval, causing its attack to slightly deviate. allowing the fiery phoenix to evade a strike from the thunderbolt blade formation and swiftly head towards the black lion mech piloted by Qin Feng. However, the ten-tailed fox, transformed from Tushan Yuechu, leapt into action, launching fiercely at the fiery phoenix with astonishing speed. Boom! The fiery phoenix retracted much of its flames, only to erupt with renewed vigor. Tushan Yuechu's massive form was sent flying backward. Yet in the blink of an eye, the terrifying orange-red demonic energy enveloping her enabled her to rise once more, pouncing at the fiery phoenix again. The fiery phoenix unleashed flames anew, and waves of horrifying orange-red demonic energy surged forth in an instant. Tushan Yuechu was once again sent reeling. Qin Feng watched in horror. Suddenly, he grasped why the ten-tailed fox, despite possessing a terrifying aura rivaling that of the fiery phoenix, was repeatedly sent flying. Tushan Yuechu was unable to control the demonic energy. Realization struck Qin Feng. It appeared that in her ten-tailed form, Tushan Yuechu could not perfectly harness the dissipating orange-red demonic energy. More than half of it was being squandered. At present, she was merely relying on her vast reserves of demonic energy to sustain her combat. Her condition was undoubtedly problematic. Nonetheless, this revelation filled Qin Feng with profound astonishment. He was acutely aware of the fiery phoenix's terrifying might. Even with his mech constructed from black iron, bronze, and even silver materials, he could not withstand the ferocious flames of the fiery phoenix. Yet Tushan Yuechu seemed unaffected, repeatedly colliding with the fiery phoenix as though it bore no consequence. Most importantly, the ten-tailed fox could activate the first unit. This was a life form that could rival the fiery phoenix in strength. The first unit could indeed be thoroughly activated. As Qin Feng reveled in excitement, at that very moment, outside the Gaokao secret realm, a white griffin radiating a holy luminescence lingered beside the lofty pavilion. Draped in a flowing white robe, the priest of the Blue Cloud City's sanctuary, accompanied by the enchanting Tushan Yimeng, Jiang Li, Jiang Ying'er, and the appraiser Jinru Yi, stood majestically atop a white griffin. Upon witnessing the current leaderboard, a look of astonishment enveloped their faces. The white-robed priest's gaze fell upon the distance where Xia Ming-chan stood, his expression a mask of fury, his body ablaze with intense flames. With a decisive wave of his hand, a beam of white light cascaded down upon Xia Ming-chan. The blood-red eyes of Xia Ming-chan gradually calmed, and upon seeing the white robe, he nodded gently. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the leaderboard in the sky, revealing an unmistakable sense of urgency. At that moment, Lei Ba Huang, positioned on the terrace, breathed a sigh of relief upon the arrival of the group. He waved at them, and the white griffin gracefully brought them to the terrace. However, as soon as they set foot on the terrace, Tushan Yimeng, still bearing a look of disbelief, suddenly turned pale, her body swaying slightly. In haste, she produced a piece of orange-red crystal, which was now marred by numerous cracks, as if some internal force had shattered it. "Iweju!" Jiang Ying'er exclaimed in shock upon seeing the crystal in Tushan Yimeng's hand. This exclamation jolted Tushan Yimeng back to reality. She turned her gaze skyward, locking onto the figure of Qin Feng, who was ranked first on the leaderboard with just over 1,000,000 points. In that instant, she seemed to make a resolute decision. She promptly opened her contact list and sent a message to Qin Feng. Ding! Inside the black lion mecha, Qin Feng was startled to see an urgent message flash across the display. His expression grew solemn as he recognized the sender, Tushan Yimeng. "Qin Feng, Yuchu has utilized an ancient demon's forbidden treasure. You may be her only salvation. I will grant you any request." The mention of the ancient demon's forbidden treasure sent a wave of shock through Qin Feng. He instantly understood how Tushan Yuchu had been able to summon the Ten Tails. Foolish girl, he sighed inwardly. With a single thought, the mechanical space activated. The once dormant first machine surged with a torrent of fierce electricity. Buzz! Following a piercing crackle of electrical energy, the special engines within the first machine, which had previously resisted activation, erupted with a terrifying roar reminiscent of a demon. Boom! The uniquely designed first machine leaped forth from the mechanical space, crashing down beside the recently flung Tushan Yuchu. Roar! Tushan Yuchu seemed to have lost all rationality, unleashing 10 colossal fox tails imbued with demonic energy. Striking fiercely at the first machine, Qin Feng's heart raced at the sight. If the first machine was damaged before activation, it would spell disaster. Yet at that moment, the first machine unexpectedly raised its hands. The speed was so swift that even Qin Feng could only perceive a fleeting shadow. The terrifying foxtail, capable of withstanding the fiery assaults of the Phoenix, was effortlessly grasped by the first unit. A roar erupted from Tu Shan Yuechu, filled with fury. Yet, in the next instant, the orange-red demonic energy enveloping her surged towards the first unit with remarkable speed. Regardless of how Tu Shan Yuechu struggled, she could not extricate herself from the embrace of the first unit. A familiar progress bar materialized before Qin Feng's eyes, advancing at an alarming pace. Merely 2 breaths later, he heard a crisp notification sound and beheld the first unit, radiant in orange-red, opening a pair of blood-red eyes. Meanwhile, the transformation of Tu Shan Yuechu into the 10-tailed fox had vanished without a trace, as if she had completely disappeared. Chapter 120. Out of Power. 10-tailed first unit. This astonishing scene sent shockwaves through Qin Feng's heart. He resolved to assist Tu Shan Yame in rescuing the out-of-control Tu Shan Yuechu. However, he had no intention of annihilating her. Should Tu Shan Yame discover this, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm coursed through Qin Feng as he witnessed the first unit spring to life. With a thunderous crash, it left a massive crater in its wake and charged towards the rampaging Crimson Phoenix. This action mirrored Tu Shan Yuechu's earlier assault perfectly. In that very moment, Qin Feng's consciousness reached out to the first unit, finally uncovering the whereabouts of the vanished Tu Shan Yuechu. Inside the cockpit of the first unit, Tu Shan Yuechu, radiating with orange-red demonic energy, was present. Moreover, the intricate mechanical structures of the first unit were now intertwined with the demonic energy surrounding her. It was as if she had already mastered the art of piloting a mech, as she commanded the first unit to launch an attack. Boom! The first unit, under Tu Shan Yuechu's guidance, struck fiercely at the airborne Phoenix. This time, the blood-colored lotus before the Phoenix failed to repel Tu Shan Yuechu. One of the first unit's arms had plunged deeply into the Phoenix's body. The Phoenix emitted a chilling, mournful cry, and the blood lotus before it trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. Simultaneously, the progress bar for absorbing the essence of the Celestial Phoenix clan's relics restarted. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He immediately commanded the Storm Crimson to unleash the Thunderblade array, striking fiercely into the Phoenix's body. The progress bar accelerated even further. Qin Feng paid no mind to how Tu Shan Yuechu could control the first unit, focusing solely on commanding Storm Crimson to join forces with the first unit in their relentless assault on the Phoenix. The progress of absorbing the remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan swiftly reached 90% on the brink of success. The flames enveloping the fiery Phoenix had seemingly receded entirely, revealing a body akin to crimson crystal. It resembled a blood-colored glasswork, forged in the heart of raging fire. Before it, the blood-red fire lotus had collapsed to a mere few meters in size, appearing as though it were a dying ember, ready to vanish into thin air at any moment. However, Qin Feng also observed that the originally orange-hued initial machine was now emitting a substantial amount of orange energy. Behind it, columns of orange light formed, reminiscent of foxtails, which struck Qin Feng as somewhat peculiar. Yet before he could ponder further, a crisp cracking sound emanated from the nearly drained fiery Phoenix. In an instant, a girl clad in a gown resembling blood-colored glass emerged from within the Phoenix. Subsequently, the fire lotus, on the verge of extinguishment, trembled suddenly and erupted once more into a blinding blaze of crimson flames. In the blink of an eye, several blades on the stormy crimson wheel detonated with ferocity. The terrifying crimson flames, akin to molten lava, stained the stormy crimson armor, instantly burning deep pits into its surface. To make matters worse, Qin Feng suddenly had an epiphany as he glanced at the system interface, where he discovered several notifications indicating that the energy of the initial machine had been depleted. The initial machine, which had previously been able to restrain the fiery Phoenix alongside the stormy crimson, emitted a wailing engine cry, a sound he was all too familiar with, an omen of a mechanical creation running out of power. He also finally realized something crucial. Although he could still communicate with the initial machine, the second furnace had not provided any extraordinary energy to it. This meant that the initial machine was currently consuming only the ordinary energy he had infused into its engine while crafting the mech. The fierce battle had evidently depleted these resources entirely. Second furnace. Qin Feng attempted to reach out to the second furnace within the mechanical space, hoping to supply extraordinary energy to the initial machine. However, he was immediately met with a notification. Detected external control, unable to supply energy to this mech. Fury welled up in Qin Feng's eyes. He watched as the blood-colored flames, tainted by the blood lotus, were about to breach the stormy Crimson's defenses. The progress bar of spiritual absorption unexpectedly declining. His significant ally, the initial machine, had run out of energy. Was it truly out of power? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Although he had longed to witness the initial machine's performance when it was out of energy since the moment he obtained its blueprint, the timing of this depletion was utterly inopportune. Just moments ago, Tushan Yuchu was able to pilot the first machine, possessing the power to rival the Blazing Phoenix. It is highly probable that the first machine aided her in controlling the rampaging demonic energy. However, if the first machine were to lose its power now, it would likely lead to Tushan Yuchu's demonic energy spiraling out of control once more. In such a state, she would be no match for the Blazing Phoenix. Realizing the impending situation, Qin Feng instantly connected with the Freedom Gundam, intent on unleashing his most formidable technique, Meteor. Although the Meteor barrage was far from its peak performance at this moment, he had no choice but to give it his all. Otherwise, he risked being engulfed by the terrifying scarlet flames, potentially losing his very life. The flames of the blood-red lotus caused the engines on the 3 crimson arms of the storm to explode one after another. The Thunderblade array could no longer be sustained. Meanwhile, the first machine seemed to have completely exhausted its energy, its once blood-red eyes now dimmed entirely. In the midst of the blood-red flames, Xiaomu Air, with no regard for anything else, raised her hand. A blood-red spear of flames coalesced and swiftly shot towards Qin Feng with great ferocity. However, at that moment, a roar reminiscent of a wild beast echoed from the other side of the sea of blood-red flames. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a massive orange-red mech charged forth from the inferno. The mech extended its enormous hand, shattering the fiery spear aimed at Qin Feng with a single strike. Even amidst the blood-red flames, the orange-red mech appeared completely unfazed by the scorching heat. The orange energy enveloping its exterior seemed to create a barrier against the raging sea of flames. Without pausing, the orange mech charged directly into the heart of the blood-red fire lotus. With a resounding crash, the black line mech, along with the storm, were hurled away by an immense force. The entire examination secret realm shook violently as the crimson and orange radiance spread across a vast expanse, astonishing all the candidates who had yet to exit the examination realm. With a thunderous impact, the black lion mech crashed to the ground. Qin Feng gazed in horror at the enormous pit before him, where jagged spatial rifts were rapidly mending. The terrifying energy gradually subsided. After a while, the first machine, with 10 orange demonic tails, leaped out from the deep pit and slowly approached Qin Feng. As the first machine emerged from the pit, its orange demonic energy quickly dissipated. By the time it stood before the black lion mech, all traces of the orange energy had vanished, leaving behind a completely extinguished mech standing before Qin Feng. At that moment, Qin Feng finally beheld the sight of the unconscious Xiaomu'er cradled within the palm of the Evangelion Unit-01. The exquisite glassy gown that adorned Xiaomu'er had long since vanished, leaving her entirely bare in the grasp of the machine. Just then, a system notification echoed once more, an indication of mission completion. Chapter 121, Evangelion Unit-02. New title, Wheel of Destiny. Congratulations on completing the side quest, The Immortal's Return, and acquiring the ability to activate a complete life form of Evangelion Unit-01. Detected that Evangelion Unit-01 has been fully activated. Additional reward, Special Mech Blueprint Evangelion Unit-02. The blueprint for Evangelion Unit-02 is automatically bound to the complete remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan. In an instant, Qin Feng's mouth fell agape. He had initially believed that by utilizing the 10-tailed state of Tushan Yuchu, he had fully activated Evangelion Unit-01, rendering the side quest moot. Yet unexpectedly, there was an additional reward, and this reward was none other than Evangelion 02. This revelation left Qin Feng momentarily speechless. As a model intended for combat, while EV Unit 02 may not match the berserk power of EV Unit 01, its stability and combat prowess in typical circumstances were no less formidable. Furthermore, after the blueprint was systematized, Qin Feng felt that EV Unit 02 would be on par with EV Unit 01. Once crafted, especially using the complete remains of the Celestial Phoenix clan activated by Xiao Muer's flame. Its combat capability might rival that of EV Unit 01. After all, the scenario of Tushan Yuechu activating the 10-tailed berserk state was exceedingly rare. Ordinarily, even achieving the 9-tailed state would require her to wait until at least the 7th transformation. Yet now, through the use of a forbidden artifact inherited from the ancient demon era, the 10-tailed state had been awakened, making the 10-tailed Eva a possibility. It had effortlessly shattered Xiao Muer's final strike, that terrifying blood-red lotus. It was evident that both EV Unit 01 and EV Unit 02 would serve as significant assets in the future. Qin Feng cast another glance at Xiao Muer nestled within the palm of EV Unit 01, feeling an unexpected sense of nostalgia, akin to gathering both Rei Ayanami and Asuka Langley together. He shook his head vigorously, dispelling such absurd thoughts. Nonetheless, the sensation of acquiring both EV Unit 01 and EV Unit 02 was undeniably exhilarating. Little Dragon, Qin Feng wasted no time. He barely glanced at the myriad of system notifications received from completing the 3rd transformation task before summoning Greymon to extricate him forcibly from the Black Lion mech. He then retrieved the entirely depleted Tushan Yuechu from EV Unit 01 and draped a robe over Xiao Muer. With both women in tow, he set forth from the now bombarded Purple Wind Prairie. As Qin Feng passed by the deep pit, a radiant golden light spontaneously soared into his mechanical space. Within this realm, he beheld a magnificent skeleton of a colossal golden bird standing resplendently. Outside the realm of the college entrance examination, the arrival of the white-robed priest from Blue Cloud City and the entourage of Tushan Yimeng drew everyone's attention back to the confrontation on the terrace. Tuoba Henku had also been brought up to the terrace, his face a mask of fury as he pointed accusingly at Tushan Yimeng and her companions, denouncing them for colluding with the traitor Qin Feng to harm the Tuoba clan, guardians of the human race. This accusation provoked a furious reaction from Jean Rui, an elderly human appraiser whose hair bristled with indignation. Meanwhile, Tushan Yimeng and Jiang Ying were preoccupied, anxiously observing the leaderboard, seemingly oblivious to Tuoba Henku's tirade. The once fiery Xia Mingchan now wore a grave expression, scrutinizing the leaderboard in the sky, appearing wholly disinterested in the standoff between the Tuoba and Tushan clans. This left the nearby city lords with perplexed expressions, uncertain of how to navigate the unfolding situation. Suddenly, Xia Mingchan, seated at the head of the table, rose abruptly, his expression alarmed as he gazed at the leaderboard. The other city lords followed suit, but at first they discerned nothing amiss. However, it was not long before their expression shifted, for they noticed that while the rankings of Qin Feng and Xiao Muer, believed to be in a fierce duel, remained unchanged, Qin Feng's level had inexplicably surged from 60 to 72. Meanwhile, the second-place Zhang Xinyao had amassed an astonishing score of 600,000, but her previously rapid ascent had now come to a complete halt. In stark contrast, Qin Feng's score, having surpassed 1 million, continued to increment slowly. The implications of this shift sent shockwaves through their minds, although none dared to articulate their conclusions. The outcome of the clash between the ancient practitioner capable of slaying 5th-tier extraordinary beings and the prodigy among the extraordinary was patently clear. Unless there existed a rare possibility that Qin Feng had been bested by Xiao Muer and was now desperately fleeing. Having fortuitously completed the 3rd transition task to reach level 72, while Xiao Muer had entirely abandoned her pursuit of slaying monsters, the current scenario seemed improbable. Xiao Mingchan appeared to have arrived at a similar conclusion, as flickers of flames began to rise once more from his being, startling the onlookers. The aura of a peak 6th-tier powerhouse threatened to overwhelm the very structure of the terrace. Just as the white-robed priest was about to counsel Xiao Mingchan, they heard Tushan Yimeng suddenly burst into tears, drawing the curious gazes of the crowd. However, Tushan Yimeng, disregarding her image, could not restrain her tears. She kept nodding toward Jiangying Air beside her, causing the young girl to weep as well. This spectacle left everyone in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, those below the pavilion observed the scene and began to murmur among themselves, many assuming that the enchanting Tu Shan was suffering some grievance. Lord Xia, Miss Mu is fine. Qin Feng has already helped her control her rampant fiery abilities. Just as Lei Ba Huang was about to offer words of consolation, the tearful Tu Shan unexpectedly spoke up. This caused Xia Ming Chan, who was already emanating intense energy, to tremble slightly. With a face full of astonishment, he gazed at Tu Shan, and upon receiving her confirming nod, this newly appointed Lord of Cloud Dream City found tears welling up in her eyes, shocking all the satellite city lords present. The Wheel of Fate? In the midst of the college entrance examinations, secret realm, Qin Feng, aboard the fire mech and swiftly distancing himself from the devastated Zifeng grassland with the two women, finally had the opportunity to explain the situation to Tu Shan. He then turned his attention to the series of system notifications that had appeared earlier. First was the completion of the third transfer task upon activating the initial mech. Congratulations, Host Divinity has been elevated by 1 level, earning the title of Wheel of Fate. Congratulations, Host has obtained a faction creation badge. Qin Feng was taken aback by his new title. After ascending from apprentice deity to a fervent apostle, he had anticipated a title akin to Order's Saint or Despairing Archbishop. Yet, he was astonished to receive such a title upon his divine elevation, Wheel of Fate. The distinctiveness of this title left him utterly bewildered. Nonetheless, he examined the details of the Wheel of Fate. Title: Wheel of Fate. Description: the Wheel of Fate has been restarted. Can the forgotten old ones reclaim their path to greatness and regain their divine positions in the next round of fate's choices? Current effect: the host can independently control any mech and inherit the attributes of all previously owned mechs. As long as the mech exists, so shall the host. Additional effect 1. All mechs crafted by the host can be operated by others with the host's consent. The distribution of experience, points, equipment, materials, etc. gained by others operating the mechs will be determined by the host. Additional effect 2. Increased drop rate for equipment of Old World practitioners by 1. Increased drop rate for skills of Old World practitioners by 1. Increased drop rate for materials of Old World practitioners by 1. 1 additional free attribute point for upgrading Old World practitioners. Activation feature for factions created by Old World practitioners. Chapter 122. The Dawn of Old World Professions. Xia Ming Chan's Judgment. Qin Feng repeatedly scrutinized the information regarding the title of Wheel of Fate, rendered speechless for a long while. He truly had not anticipated such a remarkable reward from this elevation of his divinity. Upon perusing the description of the Wheel of Fate, Qin Feng appeared to attain a profound understanding. Through the trials of the apprentice deities and the frenzied battles against fervent apostles, the ascended version of himself, having embraced the Wheel of Fate, seemed poised to disrupt the established trajectory of the entire extraordinary era. The title's description indicated that the Wheel of Destiny had been restarted, alluding to the bygone days that were ostensibly forsaken by this extraordinary age. Had he not emerged, it is conceivable that the old professions would indeed have been cast aside by the entire epoch. Yet, his arrival had summoned forth the mechas of a bygone era, enabling this age to recognize the formidable power of ancient creations. Thus, the Wheel of Fate, which had previously halted, began to turn anew. Qin Feng suddenly grasped the significance of the emergence of this Mecha Deity System. Perhaps it embodied the enigmatic will of the heavenly path. He also felt that the professions abandoned by the era might one day radiate brilliance once more. Drawing in a few deep breaths, Qin Feng cast his gaze upon the additional effects of the Wheel of Fate. The most fundamental effect was the renewed enhancement of the Mecha attribute inheritance ratio, which had astonishingly surged from 2 during the Fervent Apostles phase to 10. This revelation filled Qin Feng with an indescribable astonishment. With a ratio of 10, the inheritance of Mecha attribute points alone exceeded 10,000. This translated to an astounding 100-star combat power. His physical combat strength alone was already on par with that of ordinary peak 4th turn or even 5th turn professionals. When combined with the Mecha's attribute bonuses, he was more than capable of challenging any extraordinary professional below the 7th turn. With the activation of the Wheel of Fate, he had indeed acquired the power to challenge the order of this world. The true might of the old professions was finally manifested at this moment. Moreover, aside from this tremendous enhancement in attribute inheritance, the elevation of his divine rank also bestowed two additional effects. The first allowed others to pilot his mecha, while he retained the authority to determine the distribution of the spoils. This revelation astounded Qin Feng immensely. Did this not imply that he could entrust his mecha to others, reaping the rewards effortlessly? What a splendid and formidable prospect. He eagerly envisioned the scene of his mecha army conquering cities and territories, knowing that he possessed mass-producible models. The dream of a mecha army was no longer a fantasy. Now, the divine effects had resolved the issue of mecha spoils. Extraordinary beings trembled before him. Qin Feng's spirits surged with martial fervor. The second additional effect left Qin Feng utterly astounded. It was a boon directed at all old professionals. The rates of equipment, skills, and material drops were all elevated by one, along with an additional point of free attribute allocation upon leveling up. Although the improvements in drop rates and enhancement effects far exceed those of the former extraordinary professionals, such enhancements seem almost negligible. Yet, Qin Feng understands that this truly possesses the potential to transform the entire predicament of the former extraordinary professionals. Why have the former professionals been rendered weak? A significant reason lies in the drop rates of equipment, skills, and materials being nearly non-existent. Imagine a professional incapable of acquiring equipment, skills, or materials bears no distinction from an ordinary person. Furthermore, the elevation of attribute points is of paramount importance. If the former professionals were to attain attribute points for upgrades akin to those of extraordinary professionals, they would possess the capability to compete on equal footing with their extraordinary counterparts. These enhancements herald a dawn that could utterly reverse the fortunes of the former professionals. Even Qin Feng, who had grown indifferent to the equipment and skills of the former professionals, found himself exhilarated by these developments. The wheel of fate for the former professionals had indeed begun to turn anew. Moreover, the final enhancement, which activated the function for the factions established by the former professionals, brought Qin Feng immense satisfaction. Previously, he had been reluctant to join the human auction house led by Tu Shan, primarily due to the faction's classification as an extraordinary faction. Although Tu Shan served as the president of the human auction house, she could only rely on extraordinary professionals to establish her faction. A crucial reason for this is that factions formed by former professionals were automatically categorized as ancient factions, whose functionalities had not been activated in the extraordinary era. Qin Feng had long been prepared for the absence of any factions when he sought to establish one. However, he never anticipated that after the elevation of his divine rank, he would inadvertently unlock the functionalities of the ancient faction. What an unexpected delight! At this moment, on the outskirts of a wild monster respawn point, a scavenging team composed of a dozen former professionals finally succeeded in slaying a common wild creature. A collective sigh of relief escaped from everyone. The team leader, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard, gasped for breath as he bent down to retrieve a dropped item. Upon discerning the attributes of the item, the burly leader stood frozen in place, his expression one of shock. It took a considerable amount of time before the others noticed his dazed demeanor. They teasingly inquired, "Captain, could it be that we've uncovered a bronze, extraordinary piece of equipment? We've struck it rich." The burly captain turned around with a peculiar expression, revealing a square black block measuring merely a few inches, crafted from countless intricate components, radiating a faint metallic luster. Could this possibly be equipment? Ancient equipment? In an instant, all team members were rendered speechless, their disbelief fixed upon the black block in the captain's hand, as if questioning their own perceptions. After a lengthy pause, the bearded man spoke softly, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, this was a relic of the past, a mechanical tool arm for engineers. As he spoke, the bearded man pressed a certain part of the black cube. Instantly, the black cube disassembled, and intricate mechanical components began to assemble themselves at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, a seemingly simple yet profoundly advanced mechanical arm appeared in the bearded man's grasp. It was real. The relic of the past had manifested. Several middle-aged team members had already begun to tear up, gazing at the rudimentary mechanical arm on the bearded man's limb. Though it was but an ordinary piece of equipment, to all the former professionals present, It appeared as a rare treasure. Outside the Gaokao secret realm, Tu Shanyame and Tuoba Henku had engaged in several hours of intense verbal sparring, yet neither had emerged victorious. However, those outside the lofty pavilion were utterly astonished. The content of their debate had led everyone to a profound realization. Qin Feng was formidable, a singular individual of great strength. His mechs were also exceptionally powerful. Moreover, there was more than one. Each was remarkably strong. Qin Feng had not only slain Tuoba Henku's father, Tuoba Zuelu, with his mech, but he had also killed Tang Zhan. Although the arguments atop the lofty pavilion continued, many were left bewildered. A former professional from the past, newly awakened this year, had dispatched 2 fifth-tier professionals? This was even more absurd than the first on the Qingyun, ranking being a relic of the past. Many who had previously scorned Qin Feng, this extraordinary professional of the past, felt a sense of collapse. Yet soon, a thunderous shout resonated from above the pavilion. Enough. Simultaneously, the fiery dragon head in the sky let out a roar, its terrifying pressure silencing the entire assembly. On the terrace, Xiao Mingchan rose. Gazing at the furious faces of both Tu Shan and Tuoba, he spoke gently. I am fully aware of the events that transpired. Now, in my capacity as the Lord of Yunmeng Main City, I shall render my judgment. Qin Feng, at the behest of the Tu Shan family, acted to rescue members embroiled in the power struggle, which is deemed a legitimate action. Although he employed methods characteristic of a former professional, he did not violate the laws of the Human Federation nor the divine edicts of the professional temple. Therefore, I hereby dismiss Tuoba Henku's accusations. Boom! Upon hearing Xiao Mingchan's pronouncement, the crowd erupted in fervor. On the terrace, Tu Shanyame and her companions could not contain their cheers. Only Tuoba Henku and Xie Juanfu wore expressions of indignation, yet they dared not challenge Xiao Mingchan's verdict. However, Xiao Mingchan was not finished. After a brief pause, he continued, nevertheless, in light of the extreme measures employed by Qin Feng, resulting in the deaths of 2 fifth-tier human professionals and jeopardizing the stability of the human satellite city defense, a penalty is hereby imposed. He shall be prohibited from joining any extraordinary factions as a warning against his transgressions. This ruling is jointly supervised by the Human Federation and the Temple of Professionals and is to be executed immediately. Chapter 123. The Bias of Xiao Mingchan. The Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. The authoritative voice of Xiao Mingchan reverberated throughout the venue, whether from the lofty pavilion above or the multitude of spectators below. Everyone was astonished to hear Xiao Mingchan's seemingly stern yet ultimately mild punishment. Indeed, when many heard the final verdict concerning Qin Feng, which merely prohibited him from joining any extraordinary faction, it felt as though Xiao Mingchan was deliberately favoring him. Although Tu Shanyame had justified the killing of 2 fifth-tier professionals by claiming it was at the behest of the human auction house, the loss of 2 fifth-tier professionals was undoubtedly a significant blow to Yunjing City, especially with the impending opening of the Tower of Heaven and the looming threat of alien invasion. The loss of such formidable strength would be a tremendous setback for any human city. As the Lord of Yunjing City, even if Xiao Mingchan believed Qin Feng to be in the right, he should not have been so lenient. After all, while an ancient individual might momentarily harness the power to defeat fifth-tier extraordinary beings, their potential for future growth pales in comparison to that of a true extraordinary professional. Whether to quell the anger of the Tang and Tuoba families, or to consider the sentiments of the extraordinary professionals, Xiao Mingchan, as the Lord of Yunjing, ought to have imposed a severe punishment on Qin Feng. However, the unexpectedly lenient outcome caught many off guard. Tuoba Henku was seething with rage, eager to confront the situation, but was promptly restrained by Xie Juanfu, who pulled him aside in an attempt to calm him. Yet, upon hearing the final verdict for Qin Feng, both Tu Shanyame and Lei Bahuang's expressions shifted dramatically. Lei Bahuang shouted loudly at Xiao Mingchan, imploring, Lord Xia, please reconsider. Qin Feng's strength is evident, and with his participation in the Tower of Heaven this year, he may very well replicate the glorious feats of Lord Han from years past. The expression of the white-robed priest also reflected a sense of urgency. However, seemingly mindful of his status, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Tu Shanyame hastily interjected. Although Qin Feng is an ancient professional, he has achieved the top score in this year's entrance examination. Lord Xia must prioritize the interests of humanity. The remarks from Lei Bahuang and Tu Shan Yame indeed caught the attention of the other city lords, who began to realize something significant. They all utilized their authority as lords to inspect Qin Feng's examination information, and indeed, they found no record of his affiliation. Instantly, aside from Xie Juanfu, the faces of the others revealed traces of regret. While they were all aware that it was exceedingly difficult for humanity to secure victory within the Tower of Heaven, the presence of Qin Feng, as an ancient professional this year, had already left a profound impact on everyone. Not only had he overwhelmed numerous talented examinees, but he had also, just a few days prior, decisively slain the fifth-tier professionals Tang Zhan and Tuoba Zue Lu. Indeed, many individuals find themselves lamenting while simultaneously nurturing a flicker of hope, believing that the emergence of Qin Feng this year might herald a turning point in the battles within the Tower of Heaven. Perhaps, akin to the victory led by Han Shishir over a decade ago, he could guide humanity to triumph once more. However, as fate would have it, Qin Feng is currently facing punishment, rendering him unable to join any extraordinary faction. Without an affiliation to a faction, candidates are barred from entering the first level of the Tower of Heaven. Thus, regardless of how exceptional Qin Feng's achievements or prowess may be, he is unable to fight for humanity within the tower. Many who recognize this unfortunate reality feel a pang of sorrow for him. In the private chamber of the floating pavilion, Chun Bing, who had previously been incensed by what he deemed a lenient punishment for Qin Feng, was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement upon realizing Qin Feng's inability to access the tower. He leaped onto the table, exclaiming with fervor, "Qin Feng, what does it matter if your talent surpasses that of the extraordinary? What does it matter if you achieve the highest score in the examinations? You are still barred from entering the true realm of the extraordinary." Meanwhile, on the terrace, after listening to the words of Tu Shanyameng and Lei Bahuang, Xiaoming Chan exhibited no outward reaction. He merely cast a meaningful glance at Tu Shanyameng before returning to his seat. Tu Shanyameng seemed poised to speak further, but suddenly appeared to realize something, her eyes glinting with gratitude. She hurried over to Jiang Air, whispering, "Has the journey from the Supreme Void City commenced?" Initially anxious, Jiang Air paused in surprise, only for a flicker of joy to illuminate her expression shortly thereafter. Observing the two women's demeanor, Lei Bahuang and Jin Ru exchanged puzzled glances. It was Tu Shanyameng who quietly reminded them. The city lord only stated that Qin Feng cannot join an existing faction. He did not say he cannot establish his own. "Indeed," exclaimed Lei Bahuang and Jin Ru, their eyes widening in astonishment, their faces alight with euphoria. Even Jiang Li, who had remained silent yet worried for Qin Feng, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The most elated of all was Lei Bahuang. He had initially believed that if someone like Qin Feng could not enter the first level of the Tower of Heaven, it would be a great loss for the entire Yunmeng city. Yet, he had overlooked the loophole allowing Qin Feng to forge his own faction. Just moments ago, he had harbored some grievances toward Xiaoming Chan, but now he felt a genuine sense of gratitude toward this new city lord. One must realize that while badges for establishing factions are exceedingly rare, the Humanity Auction House stands as one of the most promising avenues within Yunmeng City to acquire such a badge. Furthermore, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the third turn in the secret realm, Qin Feng is fully qualified to establish his own faction, thereby retaining the opportunity to enter the Tower of Heaven. Clearly, Xiaoming Chan's punishment was deliberately crafted to accommodate Qin Feng. Alas, nevertheless, Lei Bahuang sighed deeply, still feeling a sense of regret. As far as he knew, factions established by former professionals are notably lacking in comparison to extraordinary factions. In an era already devoid of many extraordinary professional advantages, Qin Feng's path to growth in the future may prove to be even more arduous. At this moment, Jiang Yingye suddenly gasped in astonishment. Tu Shan Yame hurriedly inquired, "What happened? What unexpected event has transpired?" Jiang Yingye, with reddened eyes, revealed that the seller from Taisu City had informed her that the emblem had been auctioned off at a higher price. "What?" Tu Shan Yame exclaimed, her stunning visage instantly ablaze with unbridled fury. She swiftly turned to face Tooba Henke seated directly across from her, only to find the triumphant smirks adorning their faces. Tu Shan Yame trembled with rage. Nearby, Lei Bahuang and the white-robed priest also heard Jiang Ingera's words, their expressions mirroring the same indignation. Just then, all the professionals present received a regional announcement simultaneously. The professional Qin Feng is about to establish a first-level force, the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. The human faction may gain reinforcements. Let all lands rejoice. The previously noisy venue fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The smile on Tooba Henku's face, who had just outbid Tu Shanyame, froze instantly. In the private room, Chun Bing was rendered completely immobile, dropping to the table, unable to recover from the shock. Chapter 124. Establishment of a first-level force. 2 new members join. In a vast mining instance within the Gaokao secret realm, Qin Feng gazed in awe at the extraordinary metals scattered across the expansive open pit, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement. The Tyrannosaurus he had summoned eagerly leaped into the pit, voraciously gnawing at the massive, extraordinary metals. Unaware of the immense shock his force creation would generate in the outside world, Qin Feng was fervently captivated by the extraordinary metals within the pit. Wishing he could transport all these or into the mechanical space, he summoned the not-so-damaged green lion and blue lion, directing them to join the Tyrannosaurus in the pit, clearing out the wild creatures while excavating chunks of extraordinary metal. Just a few moments prior, after contemplating the myriad benefits of his divine rank promotion, Qin Feng eagerly produced the second reward from his third-tier mission, the Force Creation Emblem. First-level Force Creation Emblem. Description: this emblem can be used to create a first-level force. Additional effect: members who join the force are not subject to profession restrictions and can operate the mechs crafted by the host. Upon realizing that the emblem he received upon completing his third-tier task was merely of the first level, Qin Feng felt a twinge of disappointment. However, once he beheld the emblem's additional effects, he immediately grasped its formidable potential. The absence of profession limitations meant that anyone could operate their mechs. This was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Initially, after ascending to a divine rank, he had acquired the authority to allow others to utilize his mechs. However, mastering a mech is not something just anyone can achieve. Aside from exceptional cases like Tu Shan Yuechu and Xiang Muer, those who are not engaged in mech-related professions would find it nearly impossible to operate their own mechs. It is important to recognize that one's mech is akin to a creation of extraordinary equipment, fundamentally distinct from ordinary mechanical constructs. Not just any profession can wield such power. Professions from the bygone era, such as mechanics, weapon masters, and gunners, along with all extraordinary professions, might find themselves unable to activate a mech, even if Qin Feng permits it. Yet now, possessing this badge changes everything. Non-mech professions can also command mechs with extraordinary attributes. This is truly revolutionary for the entire extraordinary era. Of course, the prerequisite is to join one's own faction and become a recognized member. Otherwise, one would not gain the ability to control a mech. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. He immediately utilized the faction creation token. Please name the faction you are creating. Upon seeing the prompt on the profession panel, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and softly declared, Extraordinary Dominion Guild. Extraordinary professionals have always believed themselves to be the masters of this era. Thus, I shall establish a faction that commands the entire era using relics of the past. No, not the past. The extraordinary. An extraordinary that surpasses the merely extraordinary. Congratulations, you are about to create a level 1 faction Extraordinary Dominion Guild. Upon completion of the creation task, you will successfully establish the faction and receive rewards. Simultaneously, a new page appeared on Qin Feng's profession panel. Faction name: Extraordinary Dominion Guild, upcoming creation. Type: Ancient Faction, level. Creator: Qin Feng, President. Qin Feng, member count. Faction: Open None, creation task. Recruit members to ensure the faction has no fewer than 5 members. Qin Feng nodded gently. Although the starting point for a level 1 faction is modest, the creation task is relatively simple, merely recruiting more than 5 members, which is not a daunting challenge. This is perfectly suited for him, as he is about to enter the Tower of Heaven in 3 days. Subsequently, Qin Feng did not dwell on it further. With only a few hours remaining until the end of the college entrance examination, he realized that even if his points did not increase from this moment on, it would be difficult for anyone to catch up. He decided to take advantage of this time to properly restore his previously damaged mech. Moreover, The metallic quarry before him seemed to have been overlooked by candidates over the years, accumulating an astonishing quantity of extraordinary metals. This place is truly a treasure trove for him. With a jubilant roar, the Tyrannosaurus Rex lay amidst a pile of extraordinary metallic ores, exuding an aura of bliss. Qin Feng mirrored this satisfaction as he swiftly repaired several mechs, incorporating them into the team dedicated to mining these precious metals. Outside the examination realm, the crowd remained in awe, still reeling from the shock of Qin Feng establishing a Tier 1 faction. Everyone understood the rarity of a faction creation badge. Yet here was Qin Feng, a relic of a bygone profession, wielding it with such ease, much to the astonishment of many extraordinary professionals. How unfortunate it was. Qin Feng could have bestowed this badge upon an extraordinary practitioner, yet he chose to establish an ancient faction. Who would be foolish enough to join him? Were they not aware that the city lord of Xia had explicitly prohibited Qin Feng from joining any extraordinary factions? If an extraordinary being were to establish a faction, Qin Feng would be barred from joining. It became clear that for Qin Feng to enter the Tower of Heaven, he had but one path, creating his own faction. However, it was regrettable that an ancient faction could not unlock many functionalities. Who would be so naive as to join his faction? He might not even be able to complete the faction creation quest. Just then, a voice cried out in surprise. What was happening? Someone had joined Qin Feng's faction. Many were taken aback by this revelation. Extraordinary practitioners who joined were hastily checking the faction leaderboard, and indeed found Qin Feng's newly established Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. To their astonishment, the number of faction members had risen to 3. This prompted widespread amazement among the crowd. Had someone, eager to join Qin Feng's ancient faction, not heeded the limitations imposed on such factions? Who could be so reckless? Surely, it was not a cadre of practitioners akin to Qin Feng. However, it wasn't long before a leader of a secondary faction shared a screenshot of Qin Feng's guild members on the practitioner forum. Instantly, the forum for practitioners in the city of Cloud Dream erupted in chaos. Outside the examination realm, gasps of disbelief echoed. Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa had lost their minds. Joining an ancient faction? Why would the Chu family and the Broken Sky Guild allow them to leave? What terms had Qin Feng offered them? Even practitioners of ancient professions had refrained from joining, yet 2 prodigious, extraordinary practitioners from Lanyu and Yundream had made the leap? What was going on? As countless individuals stood dumbfounded, Qin Feng, beside the mine, wore a look of bewilderment. He had simultaneously received application requests from both Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, who had previously belonged to established factions for quite some time. Why then had they suddenly chosen to join his fledgling Tier 1 guild? This unexpected turn left Qin Feng astonished, yet, almost instinctively, he approved their applications. He was deeply intrigued by the reasons why these 2 exceptionally gifted professionals chose to join his guild. Greetings, Guild Master. Almost simultaneously, Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa greeted Qin Feng in the temporary channel of the Extraordinary Dominators Guild. At the same moment, in a certain valley within the Gaokao secret realm, both Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa raised their heads, exchanging peculiar glances. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Baiwa remarked, "Did you not claim you would never join? And you have cast aside your identity as a scion of the Chu family. How can you dare to criticize me?" Chapter 125, Task Completion. Functionality of the Mecha Workshop. At that moment, Qin Feng, observing the greetings from the 2 new members, contemplated for a moment before intending to inquire about their motivations for joining his guild when yet another application arrived. Tushan Yuchu has applied to join your faction. Do you accept? Upon seeing the name of the applicant, Qin Feng immediately turned around to find Tushan Yuchu, who had previously been unconscious, now propping herself up. It seemed as though she had accomplished something trivial, simply turning to gaze at the first mecha, which was currently mining for Qin Feng. As if sensing Qin Feng's gaze, Tushan Yuchu, whose complexion was frighteningly pale, turned back and earnestly asked, "May I pilot this mecha? I am willing to pay any price." Surprised by her request, Qin Feng paused momentarily, but then smiled and nodded. "Very well, welcome aboard." With that, he readily accepted Tushan Yuchu's application. He had previously examined the attributes of the first mecha and understood the profound bond between it and Tushan Yuchu. First mecha, silver, category, mecha weapon, attributes, strength 5845, agility 6246, constitution 6014, Spirit 2387, combat rating, 60 stars initial, durability, 5188600. Weapon system, all compatible weapons, skills, mastery of equipment, guardian will, desperate rampage, talent, ancient demon S roar, a special mecha activated by the complete life form of the nine-tailed fox, capable of perfectly controlling the chaotic demonic energy of the nine-tailed fox and enhancing combat power based on the release of its demonic energy. The foundational attributes of the first mecha rivaled those of an ordinary Freedom Gundam, with an initial combat power rating of 60 stars. Moreover, this was merely constructed from bronze materials, yet it already possessed a silver-grade classification. Should its combat power be further enhanced, the potential for terrifying strength is evident. Additionally, the number of weapons this mecha can be equipped with is on par with any previous mecha he possessed. Among its 3 skills, the mastery of equipment can increase the power of the weapons used by 50, making it exceedingly formidable. The other 2 skills, Guardian Will and Desperate Rampage, left Qin Feng utterly astounded. Guardian Will, passive skill, inherently possesses an intense protective instinct towards the pilot, offering flawless safeguarding until the armor system is entirely compromised. Desperate Rampage, active skill, can be activated by the pilot when the armor system sustains over 90 damage or energy levels drop below 10. It unleashes demonic power, augmenting the mech's strength and agility by 100. Among these 2 skills, Guardian Will transforms the initial mech into an exceptionally secure bastion of combat. Conversely, Desperate Rampage endows the initial mech with the capacity for a formidable counterattack. Both skills are immensely powerful. Particularly notable is the Desperate Rampage skill. Once activated, it can terrifyingly double the mech's combat prowess. Furthermore, these are not even the pinnacle of the initial mech's capabilities. The innate talent of the ancient demon's roar enables the active release of demonic energy, further enhancing the mech's combat strength. Theoretically, as long as there is sufficient demonic energy, it is entirely possible to recreate the scenario where the initial mech lost power and Tushan Yuchu went berserk. The combination of the rampaging state and the release of demonic energy escalates the combat limits of the initial mech to a terrifying extent. Who can unleash the full potential of the Ten Tails demonic energy? In this world, perhaps only Tushan Yuchu is most suited for such a feat. Although the Ten Tails state is exceptionally unique, even Tushan Yuchu can only achieve it with external assistance at this stage. However, as an ancient demon, Tushan Yuchu can effortlessly release the energy of 3 or 4 tails while piloting the initial mech. Tushan Yuchu can truly maximize the combat capability of the initial mech. Moreover, with the additional effects gained from her ascension to divinity, Qin Feng has no reason to refuse Tushan Yuchu's request to join his guild. Congratulations to the new member, Tushan Yuchu, for joining. At that moment, a notification appeared in the temporary channel announcing Tushan Yuchu's membership. Both Chu Jiugong and Xiao Baiwa, who were previously staring at each other in bewilderment, suddenly displayed a hint of panic on their faces, but remained silent. Until Qin Feng, driven by curiosity, finally asked, Chu Jiugong, Xiao Baiwa, what's the situation? Did you add the wrong person? No, I am here to repay the life-saving grace from the incident at Muyao Canyon. I entrust this life to the extraordinary sovereign. Xiao Baiwa quickly interjected. Chu Jiugong, on the other hand, was considerably more composed, pondering for a moment before stating, I wish to win in the Tower of Heaven. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was genuinely taken aback. Meanwhile, in a certain valley, Xiao Baiwa, observing Chu Jiugong's words, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes. He cast a meaningful glance at the expressionless Chu Jiugong, as if meeting him for the first time, thinking, so you do have some skills. Chu Jiugong cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Baiwa, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This elicited a wave of irritation from Xiao Baiwa, who quickly responded in the temporary channel, I feel the same way. By the mind, Qin Feng chuckled and nodded in acknowledgement. Although he was not particularly acquainted with Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa, he had long heard of their remarkable talents and esteemed reputations. They were not malevolent individuals, and since they expressed a desire to accompany him in conquering the Celestial Tower, he saw no reason to object, provided they did not create disruptions. Whether they could adapt to his former guild in the future would depend on their own inclinations. At that moment, another application notification chimed. Zhongli has requested to join your faction. Do you agree? Qin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Jiang Li had previously joined the human auction house, which Qin Feng deemed a wise decision. However, he did not expect that Jiang Li would now wish to join his extraordinary sovereign. Nonetheless, Qin Feng did not hesitate and promptly approved the application. Instantly, the temporary channel of the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild trembled with activity, and a series of guild notifications appeared. Congratulations to new member Jiang Li for joining. Congratulations on the completion of the guild creation task. Official establishment successful. Faction function activated successfully. Point exchange function activated successfully. Faction task function activated successfully. Mecha workshop function activated successfully. Under construction. Blueprints have been issued. Following this flurry of system notifications, an abrupt silence enveloped the channel. After a considerable pause within the official guild channel, the reactions were as follows. Chu Jioga, Xiaobai Hua, Jiang Li, Tu Shan Yuchu. At this moment, Qin Feng stared at the series of notifications in the channel, utterly bewildered. He had initially assumed that upon completion of the creation, only the faction function would be activated. To his astonishment, 3 additional functions were unlocked. Point exchange, faction tasks, and the mecha workshop. This was entirely beyond Qin Feng's expectations. He had previously researched the functions of some extraordinary factions. Point exchange and faction tasks were not typically features available to factions below level 5. For instance, Tushan Yame's Blue Cloud City Human Auction House possessed only the basic faction function. To unlock these additional 2 functions, a faction needed to be at least level 5, 6, or even 7. Yet he had clearly established only a level 1 faction, and it had inexplicably unlocked advanced features of extraordinary factions. This truly took Qin Feng by surprise. However, what thrilled Qin Feng the most was the final feature, the Mecha Workshop. Gazing at the massive 3-dimensional virtual blueprint that had been dispatched to his mechanical space, his heart inexplicably began to race with excitement. Chapter 126, Unparalleled. The frenzied contributions of Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa. Mecha Workshop. Type: unique feature of Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. Description: a mysterious workshop that can automatically forge mechas after binding mass-producible mecha blueprints. Current number of bindable blueprints. Note: please activate this feature after the forging is complete. Automatic mecha fabrication. Is this not akin to a mecha assembly line? Does this not imply that every member within one's guild could possess a mecha in the future? Although only mass-producible mecha blueprints can be bound, I currently possess merely a Titan blueprint. I am unable to mass-produce formidable mechas, such as the Storm Crimson, Freedom Gundam, or the First Unit. Yet, this is still quite sufficient. 4-seasoned practitioners like Jiang Li, previously, acquiring combat capabilities often necessitated the use of alchemical methods that inflicted significant bodily harm. However, the situation has changed. Once one can pilot a Titan, it will rival the strength of other extraordinary practitioners of the same level. Moreover, with the Titan's formidable abilities, one could even surpass peers of equivalent prowess. With this mecha workshop, the dream of forging a mecha legion is no longer a fantasy. Alas, this mecha workshop remains in the blueprint stage and has yet to be constructed. Qin Feng glanced at the mechanical components of the workshop and was instantly overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation. The intricate design and the vast quantities of metal required were beyond anything he had ever encountered. Conservatively estimating, the amount of materials needed could be several times that required to forge the Storm Crimson. Truly, it is a workshop capable of manufacturing mechas. Yet, Qin Feng steeled himself and turned to the 4 guild members present. At that moment, they had regained their composure and were bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Chu Jioga, a power? Is this something that the ancient powers could possess? Qin Feng, are you not, in fact, a disguised extraordinary being? Xiao Baiwa, point redemption. Power missions. Are we truly just a level 1 power and not a level 7 power? I feel as though I have made the right gamble. Jiang Li, incredible. This feature is absent even in the human auction house, yet it has emerged here. But what exactly is this mecha workshop? Tu Shan Yuechu, look at the power. Zhu Xiao Baiwa, Jiang Li. Upon witnessing the cascade of exclamations from his companions, Qin Feng curiously glanced at the guild status and was equally astonished. He had not anticipated that his extraordinary sovereign guild would be so formidable. The influence: 1. Members of the faction are unrestricted by profession when piloting mechs. 2. Members enjoy a 5-fold increase in the drop rate of equipment specific to their profession. 3. Members benefit from a 5-fold increase in the probability of acquiring skills pertinent to their profession. 4. Members experience a 5-fold enhancement in the drop rate of materials related to their profession. 5. Members gain an additional 5 points in their free attribute allocation upon leveling up. 6. Members receive a 5-fold increase in experience gained from defeating wild monsters. 7. Member skill damage is augmented by 5. 8. Member skill cooldowns are reduced by 5. 9. Members enjoy a 5-fold enhancement in all defensive effects. Even Qin Feng found it hard to believe his own eyes. What kind of guild had he just created? Merely at level 1, it possessed such a multitude of influences. Typically, the level of a faction correlates with the number of influences it holds. For instance, the Human Auction House, being a level 4 faction, possesses 4 influences. Yet his extraordinary dominion, despite being merely a level 1 guild, astonishingly held a total of 9. This was equivalent to the number of influences that only a level 9 faction would possess. No wonder Chu Jioga and the others were so astounded. Anyone would be left speechless. A level 9 faction could only be found in the upper tiers of the Celestial Tower. How could his extraordinary dominion possess such a number of influences, typically reserved for level 9 factions? The reward for his 3rd transfer quest was truly extraordinary. Qin Feng even began to suspect that the badge he received as a quest reward was, in fact, a level 9 badge. Otherwise, how could it activate so many functions? Could this perhaps be a special reward for obtaining the title of the Wheel of Fate? In the guild channel, his guild members were even more astonished than Qin Feng himself. Xiao Baiwa, by the 7 gods, what am I witnessing? 9, not 1, 9 influences. This is madness. I might just lose my mind. Chu Jioga, I am already losing my mind. Is this truly an ancient influence? Can such an ancient influence exist? Zhang Li, we can pilot mechs. Profession is no barrier. The drop rate for our profession is enhanced. My heavens, Tu Shan, you did not speak, yet her beautiful eyes, filled with shock, conveyed her astonishment. Qin Feng cleared his throat and, maintaining his composure in the guild channel, calmly stated, as you can see, although we are merely a level 1 ancient influence, our potential is undoubtedly on par with any extraordinary faction. Chu Jioga, the guild leader, is absolutely right. Xiao Baiwa, guild leader, just tell us who to deal with in the future. If anyone dares to claim that ancient influences are weak, I will be the first to disagree. Qin Feng disregarded their flattery and continued. However, our guild is indeed only level 1, and we require everyone's collective effort. I will now announce the first guild quest. Ding! A new guild quest immediately appeared in the guild channel. Extraordinary Metal Collection. Task description. Contribute spiritually endowed metallic materials to earn guild points. The demands for materials at the Mecha Workshop are truly overwhelming. Qin Feng estimated that even if he were to exhaust all the extraordinary metals currently within the mechanical space, it would still fall woefully short. Utilizing some ordinary materials to construct the Mecha Workshop left Qin Feng feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Thus, he contemplated the idea of exchanging guild points for materials. It is worth noting that apart from Zhang Li, Chu Jiogong, Xiao Baiwa, and Tushan Yuechu all hail from affluent backgrounds. Previously, he had harbored doubts about whether the guild points he possessed at his current level would entice them. However, upon witnessing such a multitude of factions, Qin Feng felt confident that they would be driven mad for points. Indeed, shortly after the task was issued, a flurry of notification messages emerged within the guild. Ordinary member Chu Jiogong contributed black iron grade metal, earning 17 points. Ordinary member Chu Jiogong contributed bronze grade metal, earning 233 points. Congratulations to Ordinary member Chu Jiogong for being promoted to the elite member tier. Ordinary member Xiao Baihua contributed silver grade metal, earning 283 points. Ordinary member Xiao Baihua contributed bronze grade metal, earning 90 points. Congratulations to Ordinary member Xiao Baihua for being promoted to the elite member tier in just a matter of seconds. Both Chu Jiogong and Xiao Baihua had contributed several dozen tons of extraordinary metals, with the majority being of bronze and silver grades. Their guild points surged rapidly, swiftly surpassing the threshold for ordinary members and propelling them directly into elite membership. Observing the rapid increase of extraordinary metals in the guild warehouse, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At that moment, outside the entrance of the college entrance examination's secret realm, atop the high platform, many individuals had already begun to depart from the secret realm. Soon, two figures appeared simultaneously on the platform. People quickly recognized their identities. It was Chu Jiugong and Xiao Baiwa. Why they exited the secret realm so soon? The crowd was perplexed. Although their points remained firmly within the top 10, there were still several hours left until the end of the examination. It was inevitable that others would surpass them. Yet, the two had chosen to abandon the examination so early. This surprised everyone. Could their early departure be connected to their association with Qin Feng's ancient faction? Was it possible that they were holding some incriminating evidence against Qin Feng? Were they coerced into joining and then compelled to forfeit the examination? What are you thinking? The Lan Yinshu family and the Puqiong Guild are not so easily pressured. How then can one explain their affiliation with a low-tier ancient faction? Could it be that they joined willingly? Even on the platform, Xia Mingshan and others were equally baffled by the early withdrawal of the two from the examination. However, just as Lei Bahuang was about to inquire, Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa on the high platform exchanged glances. To outsiders, it seemed as though the fierce battle intent ignited in their eyes was palpable. In the next moment, both dashed down from the platform, racing towards the direction of Yunmeng City, leaving all spectators dumbfounded. Before long, within the channel of the Extraordinary Dominators Guild, information regarding the remarkable medals contributed by Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa reappeared. On that day, throughout Yunmeng City, in the numerous alchemy workshops, auctions, and trading posts, countless extraordinary metal materials were fervently acquired by the two impassioned youths. Chapter 127. The Sequence of Guild Members. The second machine successfully crafted. In the Gaokao secret realm, Qin Feng truly did not anticipate that Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa would exhibit such fervor for contributing metals. Observing the rapid accumulation of extraordinary metals in the guild warehouse, even with his extensive experience with vast amounts of extraordinary materials, he was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Tu Shan Yuechu seemed to have noticed Qin Feng's surprise and gently remarked in a cool voice, "Sequence." Qin Feng came to his senses, suddenly enlightened. For prodigies like Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa, the possession of such a powerful guild significantly bolstered their strength. Within the guild, members were categorized into different sequences. From lowest to highest, they were ordinary, elite, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, legendary, elder, vice president, and president, totaling 12 sequences. Each member of a sequence would possess various enhancements to their power. For instance, an ordinary member would only gain a 1x enhancement. As the president of the Extraordinary Dominators, he enjoyed a terrifying 5x enhancement. This meant that the 5x effect of an ordinary enhancement, when applied to him, equated to a staggering boost of 25. Moreover, as the guild level increased, the enhancements for high sequence members would continue to rise. Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa, in their fervent contributions of extraordinary metals, upon reaching the elite member status, would receive a 12x enhancement. Though this may seem a mere doubling of effects, considering their already impressive capabilities, this marginal difference of 2x represented a significant improvement. And this was not the end of it. Currently, the Extraordinary Dominators Guild was merely a level 1 guild. Should it continue to upgrade, it would unlock more powers, each with enhanced base benefits. However, correspondingly, the difficulty of acquiring points and advancing member sequences would also increase. Clearly, Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa had recognized this truth. Qin Feng nodded at Tu Shan Yuechu and, with a smile, inquired, "Do you not wish to elevate your sequence?" Tu Shan Yuechu gently shook her head, turning to gaze earnestly at the Unit-01, which was diligently mining in the pit. She softly remarked, "This mecha is sufficient for me." Qin Feng also shook his head lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. During this period, the previously damaged mechas had been nearly restored. Now, with the extraordinary metals being continuously extracted from the mine, and with Chu Jiugao and Xiao Baiwa consistently contributing metals, he finally began crafting the Unit-2 in the Mecha Workshop. As time passed, the progress of the crafting was surprisingly smooth. Hours later, the Unit-2, emanating a faint blood-red glow, materialized within the mechanical space. Unit-2, Silver, Category, Mecha-type weapon, Attributes, Strength 5241, Agility 5628, Constitution 5078. Spirit 3415. Combat rating 56 stars. Initial. Durability 60006000. Weapon system. All 8 keepable weapons. Skills. Mastery in melee combat. Ultimate mission. Frenzied danger. Talent. Supreme flame. A special mecha activated by complete life form of the fire spirit, capable of perfectly controlling and enhancing the fire spirit's power. Enhancing combat strength according to the release of the fire spirit's energy. The fundamental attributes of Unit 2 were slightly lower than those of Unit 1, with the accompanying equipment more inclined towards melee weaponry. Moreover, the mastery in melee combat skill passively increased the damage dealt by Unit 2 with melee weapons by 50. As for ultimate mission and frenzied danger, they were akin to Unit 1's guardian will and desperate rampage. Equally formidable. The talent Supreme Flame attached to Unit 2 was strikingly similar to Unit 1's ancient demon-s roar. It could harness the power of the fire spirit to elevate the mecha-s combat capability, just like a mecha crafted for the fire spirit. At that moment, the unconscious Xia Mu'er suddenly emitted a soft whimper and gradually opened her eyes. She looked puzzled at Tushan Yuchu and Qin Feng beside her, as if she had been lost in thought for quite some time. However, she quickly glanced down at herself, and, upon realizing she was fully clothed, let out a gentle sigh of relief. Qin Feng and Tushan Yuchu, noticing Xia Mu'er had awakened, were about to speak when she shot an indignant glare at Qin Feng and then dissipated into scattered energy. Observing this, Qin Feng shook his head lightly, choosing to disregard it. After witnessing the talent Supreme Flame of Unit 2, he recognized that the most suitable pilot for Unit 2 might indeed be Xia Mu'er. Yet, she was not his teammate. Why should he proactively grant her a mecha? Moreover, even Tushan Yuchu could only pilot Unit 1 after Qin Feng confirmed her absolute loyalty to him, enabling the mecha to unleash its utmost combat prowess. Qin Feng was content to let things unfold as they would. However, this Xia Mu'er persistently sought trouble with him. Even if she were the most suitable pilot for the second mech, he would never entrust it to her. At least at this stage, Qin Feng had no intention of accepting Xia Mu'er. The second mech. With a casual wave, Qin Feng summoned the blood-red second mech, which plummeted directly into the enormous pit. Upon witnessing this scene, Tushan Yu's expression transformed into one of astonishment. She was among the few who had early insight into Qin Feng's true prowess. Yet now, he had once again unveiled a new mech, one that bore a striking resemblance to the one capable of harnessing her demonic power, both in appearance and aura. Qin Feng's depth of talent continuously reshaped Tushan Yu's understanding of this world. Suddenly, Tushan Yu felt a familiar aura emanating from this blood-red mech. It was the fiery essence of Xia Mu'er. Her eyes widened in disbelief as they darted between the orange and blood-red mechs. After a considerable pause, she turned to glance at Qin Feng, whose eyes were seemingly closed, her face reflecting an intricate blend of emotions. Outside the examination realm, as soon as Xia Mu'er's figure materialized, Xia Mingchan instantly teleported to the high platform. Mu'er. Xia Mingchan's voice trembled slightly. Sensing his daughter's weakened state, yet realizing that she bore no serious injuries, a weight lifted from his heart. Xia Mu'er immediately dashed into her father's embrace, softly weeping. It's all right, it's all right. Xia Mingchan gently patted her back, soothing her in a manner that belied his previous intimidating presence as a peak 6-tier powerhouse. The onlookers felt a wave of warmth at this tender moment. Just as Xia Mingchan was about to lead his daughter away, he suddenly stiffened. He raised his trembling hand, and a warm flame enveloped Xia Mu'er's chest in an instant. Confused, Xia Mu'er gazed at the changing expression on her father's face. "Father, what's wrong? Why can't I feel any flame power?" she cried, her voice laced with anguish. Xia Mingchan, his face now grave, withdrew his flame-imbued hand and hurriedly reassured her. "Do not fear. It must be the backlash from the fire spirit, and you will soon recover." Without waiting for Xia Mu'er to respond, he lifted her into the air and swiftly soared towards the direction of Yunmeng City, leaving a multitude of spectators bewildered by the unfolding situation. Did you hear that? It seems Xia Mu'er can no longer sense her flame power. Is she gravely injured? Is Qin Feng truly that formidable? Even Xia Mu'er could not overcome him, and she has lost her flame abilities. Can even the formidable Xia Mu'er not triumph over him? Is he truly an ancient practitioner? Could it be that he has employed advanced alchemical techniques? Contrary to the myriad speculations of those below, at this moment on the terrace of the floating pavilion. Aside from the later arrivals, such as Tu Shan-Yimeng, all present were visibly astonished. Following Xie Juanfu's revelation, several city lords were acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of Xiao Mu'er's fiery talents. Initially, they had erroneously believed that the fiery phoenix was under the control of Xiao Mingshan, only to later discover that it was, in fact, summoned by Xiao Mu'er herself, which had already left them astounded. Furthermore, Xiao Mu'er had managed to forcibly activate the ancient resurrection ability through 3 revivals during the high-stakes examination, which left everyone equally dumbfounded. In the span of these few hours, numerous candidates from various cities had opted to withdraw, including some who had previously aimed to partake in the spoils after witnessing Qin Feng's success in the secret realm of Feihua. However, every one of these candidates arriving at the Zifeng grassland met their demise at the hands of the flames unleashed by Xiao Mu'er. The city lords, seasoned warriors in their own right, were nonetheless taken aback by such terrifying prowess. It is worth noting that the Zifeng grassland spans hundreds of kilometers. It was entirely engulfed in flames. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of the ancient legacy Xiao Mu'er had inherited at this mere 3rd transformation stage. The city lords calculated that even they, as 5th-tier extraordinary practitioners, could not replicate Xiao Mu'er's feats. Despite Xiao Mingshan's portrayal suggesting that Xiao Mu'er's flames were seemingly uncontrollable and potentially life-threatening, one could not deny the sheer terror of her ancient heritage. Her explosive power far surpassed their own. Yet, astonishingly, the seemingly invincible Xiao Mu'er had still failed to conquer Qin Feng, who was merely an ancient practitioner. In fact, after several hours, upon exiting the secret realm, Xiao Mu'er declared that she could no longer feel her fiery abilities. The city lords were utterly perplexed. How had Qin Feng, an ancient practitioner, managed not only to defeat Xiao Mu'er, but also to nullify her formidable fire prowess? Was it the overwhelming strength of Xiao Mu'er, which had been repeatedly battered, that led to her talented abilities being severely hampered? This individual, Lei Bahuang, gazed intently at the leaderboard, where Qin Feng firmly held the first position, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. Just then, Tu Shan-Yimeng, who was beside Jiang Li, suddenly gasped in astonishment. She stared in disbelief at the information shared by Jiang Li regarding the extraordinary Dominator Guild, clutching her chest as if struggling to breathe. How could this be possible? A 1st-tier force? Tu Shan-Yimeng murmured incessantly. The entire being seemed to have been subjected to an immense shock. She fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Li, who appeared somewhat flustered, and an overwhelming sense of envy washed over her face. This elicited a puzzled reaction from Jiang Inger and Jin Rui, who were nearby, as they wondered what could be troubling Tu Shan-Yimeng. However, when Tu Shan-Yimeng transmitted the information regarding the Extraordinary Dominance Guild, the two were left utterly astonished at the myriad features of the 1st-tier guild and the 9 factions, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. With just over 8 hours remaining until the end of the college entrance examination, the clamor outside the secret realm grew increasingly raucous following the departure of Xiao Mingshan. Despite the white-robed priest and several city lords persistently attempting to maintain order, the scene remained as chaotic as a bustling market. Suddenly, a rumble akin to distant thunder resonated from the direction of the wilderness, and a middle-aged man clad in black leather seemed to have shattered the very fabric of space. Appearing on the high platform with a flicker, an extraordinarily chilling aura instantaneously enveloped the entire venue. As the middle-aged man, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanned the crowd, everyone felt as though they had become prey, a shiver coursing down their spines. The once boisterous atmosphere swiftly fell into complete silence. On the terrace, several city lords immediately adopted a vigilant stance. It was Yu Qinshi, the lord of Qingxi City, whose eyes flickered with surprise at the arrival of the middle-aged man. "Senior Zhang Wudao, you have returned from seclusion in the wilderness." Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present shifted as they deduced the identity of the man. Zhang Wudao. He was once a pinnacle 7th-turn powerhouse, similar to Han Shirsi, but had suffered severe injuries within the Tower of Heaven, losing the opportunity to break through to the 8th turn. Yet, all these years, he still possessed formidable strength comparable to that of other 7th-turn professionals. Many in the crowd harbored a profound sense of vigilance toward Zhang Wudao, as his profession was that of an assassin, his elusive abilities rendering him an insurmountable threat. At that moment, upon hearing Yu Qinshi's call, Zhang Wudao acknowledged the crowd with a slight nod. Then, his cold voice resonated throughout the venue. Lord Xia is occupied with affairs and has entrusted me with overseeing this college entrance examination. From now until its conclusion, you are not to create any disturbances. Most were unaware of Zhang Wudao's true identity, but feeling his terrifying presence, they obediently fell silent. After ensuring order was maintained, Zhang Wudao ascended to the terrace. Taking the seat previously occupied by Xia Mingshan, he lifted his gaze towards the scoreboard suspended in midair and, upon seeing an old profession ranked at the top, a flicker of surprise crossed his icy visage. At that moment, Zhang Wudao received a voice call request, and upon recognizing the caller, a hint of warmth graced his features. Impressive results. It seems you have not been idling away your time. But what folly is this? Joining a newly established first-tier old profession? How will this benefit your future? Having applied, yet the other party has not approved? How audacious of him! On the terrace, a group of individuals listened, their expressions frozen in astonishment as Zhang Wudao, though still cold, spoke with an unexpected tenderness. They were taken aback by the revelation that the seemingly ruthless Zhang Wudao was, in fact, a devoted admirer of women. Much like Xia Mingshan, coughing, the city lords and Tu Shanyame turned their gazes toward the leaderboard suspended in the air. The individual who had just conversed with Zhang Wudao was none other than Zhang Xinyao, who had previously teamed up with Qin Feng. From their dialogue, the listeners grasped several key pieces of information. Zhang Xinyao wished to join the newly established guild of Qin Feng, yet he had not granted her approval. This struck everyone as utterly ludicrous. Moreover, they could not comprehend what was so appealing about Qin Feng's first-level ancient force. Initially, Chu Jiuge, Xiao Baiwa, and Tu Shan Yuechu had joined, and now Zhang Xinyao sought to join as well. Given their talents and family backgrounds, they could have aligned themselves with any force they desired. Yet now, it seemed as though they were eagerly rushing to join this one. Chapter 129. The Silver Tier Members? Zhang Xinyao's shock. Despite Qin Feng being the top scorer in this examination and having defeated numerous extraordinary talents, he remained merely an ancient profession. His remarkable achievements, though impressive, still belonged to an ancient force without any enhancements. The professionals who joined could gain no benefits from it. What significance could there be? It was nothing short of a farce. Aside from Qin Feng leveraging this so-called extraordinary ruler guild to gain access to the Tower of Heaven, everyone struggled to fathom what was enticing about this first-level ancient force. In the grand scheme of the extraordinary era, Qin Feng's guild could be considered one of the most rudimentary forces. Yet, for reasons unknown, the elite among these novice extraordinary professionals willingly chose to join such a faction. Could it be that Qin Feng's true prowess lay not in mechs, but in some form of enchantment? Contrary to the bewilderment displayed by those on the terrace, Tu Shanyame, Jiang Inger, and Jiang Li, now a member of the Extraordinary Ruler Guild, struggled to contain their laughter at the perplexed expressions of the city lords. Especially Tu Shanyame, who understood the significance of a force and its functions. Witnessing the mere first-level Extraordinary Ruler Guild activate 3 force functions and 9 force capabilities left her heart nearly racing out of her chest. Moreover, what astonished Tu Shanyame the most was the guild's ongoing construction of a mech workshop. Within the realm of power, every member, regardless of their profession, is capable of piloting a mech. Although the specifics of this mech workshop remain elusive, Tu Shanyame speculates that it is likely a wondrous creation designed to forge mechs for the members of the faction. This implies that not only can Qin Feng possess numerous formidable mechs, but in the near future, every member of the Extraordinary Dominators Guild may also acquire their own mech. Having witnessed the might of Qin Feng's mechs, Tu Shanyame realizes that if each former professional were to possess their own mech, the status of these former professions would undoubtedly undergo a complete transformation. Furthermore, each member's chances of enhancing their professional gear, materials, and skills would significantly increase. By joining Qin Feng's faction, even the former professionals could elevate their chances of obtaining equipment relevant to their profession in this extraordinary era. This could truly alter the fate of all former professionals during these remarkable times, were it not for her responsibilities as the president of the Human Auction House. Tu Shanyame would seriously consider joining Qin Feng's Extraordinary Dominators. She suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment for having previously invited Qin Feng to join the Human Auction House. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Gaokao secret realm, after completing the second mech, Qin Feng, deeply engrossed in the process of establishing the mech workshop, finally sensed a hint of fatigue. As he gazed upon the myriad of mechanical components which were beginning to take form, he detached his consciousness from the mechanical space. Upon returning to reality, Qin Feng was greeted by a new application to join the faction. Zhang Xinyao has applied to join your faction. Do you agree? In the private chat channel, he noticed the hundreds of messages sent by Zhang Xinyao. Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and promptly chose to agree. A message appeared in the guild channel. Congratulations to new member Zhang Xinyao for joining. This immediately captured the attention of Chu Jioga and others. Chu Jioga, oh? Zhang Xinyao? What brings you here? Didn't your father want you to join that Abyss Guild? Zhang Xinyao, your entire family should join the Abyss Guild. I was born a member of the Extraordinary Dominators and shall die as one too. Xiao Baiwa. I feel relieved. Yet another girl enchanted by our guild leader's charm. Tushan Yuechu. Again? Chu Jioga. Again? Xiao Baihua. Em impressed. Enough of this. Qin Feng, our guild leader, a batch of silver medals will be arriving shortly. Please be ready to receive them. Xiao Baiwa. Chu Jioga. In the guild rankings, you will undoubtedly lose to me. At that moment, the guild channel displayed 2 consecutive notifications. Bronze member Chu Jioga contributed golden grade medals, earning 4,340 points. Congratulations to bronze member Chu Jioga for being promoted to the silver member tier. In a certain alchemical workshop within the main city of Yunmeng, Xiao Baihua's eyes suddenly glistened with tears upon witnessing a remarkable scene. Shortly thereafter, the guild channel erupted with notifications. Bronze member Xiao Baihua contributed silver grade medal, earning 980 points. Bronze member Xiao Baihua contributed silver grade medal, earning 1,010 points. Congratulations to bronze member Xiao Baihua for ascending to the silver member tier. Meanwhile, in a forest monster spawn point within the Gaokao secret realm, Zhang Xinyao stood in astonishment. Her expression one of utter bewilderment as she gazed at the notifications flooding the guild channel. Have you all gone mad? How could you advance to silver member status in such a short time? Suddenly, she glanced at the information of the newly joined Extraordinary Dominator Guild and was left utterly dumbfounded. Caught off guard, she failed to evade the webbing shot from a nearby spider monster. The level 10 spider, quivering with excitement, exerted all its strength to drag her, as if she were a mere wooden effigy, toward the webbing in the treetops. Finally, Zhang Xinyao regained her senses and furiously swung her short sword. With a swift motion, she dispatched the spider monster with ease, even causing it to drop a dagger gleaming with a bronze luster. Yet, she seemed oblivious to this treasure, instead fixating on her character panel, repeatedly confirming her status as if in a frenzy. After what felt like an eternity, she posted in the Extraordinary Dominator Guild channel. Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Can someone explain how this is even possible? After a prolonged silence, Jiangli finally spoke kindly. It is indeed true. Without a doubt. Welcome to the guild. In the forest, Zhang Xinyao, now seated on the ground, was breathing heavily. As she absorbed Jiang Li's words, she began to believe that she was not in a dream. However, tears soon welled in her eyes, spilling forth amidst the low growls of nearby beasts. As she softly wept, "This is wonderful, Qin Feng, this is truly wonderful." Zhang Xinyao had initially joined the Extraordinary Dominator Guild merely to support Qin Feng. As the daughter of the once-feared killer Zhang Wudao, she had never aligned herself with any faction, yet she possessed a profound understanding of the guild dynamics. It was clear that Qin Feng, being an old-time practitioner, had established a fledgling level 1 faction that likely would not attract even the most seasoned of practitioners. Yet the outcome was astonishing. With her inclusion, the newly formed faction had activated 3 of its functions, boasting a total of 9 formidable capabilities, allowing all members to pilot mechs. Zhang Xinyao finally comprehended the reason behind the rapid ascendance of Chu Jiogong and Xiao Baihua to the silver tier among the members of their formidable faction. With such a plethora of powerful forces at play, who could remain unaffected? After a prolonged moment, she wiped away her tears and gazed at the series of warning messages from her father, Zhang Wudao, in her contacts. A renewed glimmer of confidence illuminated her face, and she promptly shared the information regarding the Extraordinary Ruler Guild. At the same time, on the terrace of the floating pavilion, Zhang Wudao, his visage etched with urgency and frustration, opened the message sent by Zhang Xinyao. In the next instant, an explosive surge of dense black energy erupted from him, akin to a demon from the depths of hell suddenly manifesting from within. The entire floating pavilion reverberated under the immense pressure. Simultaneously, numerous alchemical devices at the base of the pavilion detonated, causing the massive structure to plummet downward. Panic ensued among those on the terrace and in the private rooms, as well as the spectators directly beneath the pavilion. Just moments ago, the scene had been under Zhang Wudao's formidable control, but chaos now reigned. Suddenly, amidst the clamor and cries of alarm, Zhang Wudao regained his composure. His figure flickered, and he swiftly descended to the base of the floating pavilion. The ominous shadow that accompanied him raised its colossal arm, resolutely halting the descent of the pavilion. After a thunderous cacophony, the pavilion ceased its fall. However, with the alchemical devices rendered inoperative, the floating pavilion lost its levitation ability. Zhang Wudao commanded the shadow to gently lower the structure until it rested firmly on the ground. Those above and around marveled at the spectacle, their hearts still racing from the near disaster. The lords remaining on the terrace were astounded by the terrifying power Zhang Wudao had just displayed. Yet their curiosity was piqued by the sudden outburst of energy and the eerie shadow that had emerged from him, leaving them unnerved. Soon after, Zhang Wudao returned to the terrace, though his expression remained inscrutable, as if he had just endured a tumultuous emotional upheaval. "Elder Wudao, are you all right? Perhaps you should rest. We can manage here," Qi Nch suggested with concern. The other lords echoed similar sentiments, while the white-robed priest stepped forward to cast several beams of holy light upon Zhang Wudao. As he looked upon the anxious faces surrounding him, he finally regained his bearings. He cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly and said, "I am fine. It was merely a fleeting insight, the residual effects of a fortunate breakthrough. The damage to the alchemy pavilion will be compensated for afterward." Upon hearing Zhang Wudao's explanation, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. However, as Zhang Wudao resumed his seat, he could not help but anxiously glance at the contact list, eager to see the guild message sent by his daughter. Again and again, he attempted to calm his expression, yet a hint of excitement began to emerge. Dark tendrils of energy enveloped him, casting a chilling aura over the fallen pavilion, instilling fear in the onlookers. Yu Qianqi and the others were visibly shaken. The white-robed priest tightened his grip on the staff, which now bore only a single holy radiant stone, prepared to unleash the most powerful holy radiant spell at any moment. Moments later, in the ancestral home of the Zhang family in Qingxi City, a middle-aged man clad in a heavy black robe suddenly opened his eyes, incredulously staring at a message within the Zhang family's power channel. Elder member Zhang Wudao has exited the Qingxi Zhang clan using sequence privileges. Instantly, many members of the Zhang family gasped in shock, bewildered by the news of the former patriarch Zhang Wudao's departure from the clan. Questions erupted regarding what had transpired. The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Qiulang, anxiously inquired about Zhang Wudao, but despite sending numerous messages, he received no response. Panic spread throughout the Zhang family. Meanwhile, within the examination's secret realm, Qin Feng suddenly raised an eyebrow upon seeing a guild application. Zhang Wudao. Qin Feng was puzzled. He did not recognize the name. Initially inclined to reject the application outright, he decided to inquire in the guild channel instead. "Does anyone know Zhang Wudao? If no one recognizes him, I shall refuse the application." His words ignited a commotion. Chu Jiugong exclaimed, "Zhang Wudao? President, please don't scare me." Xiao Baiwa added, "I feel as though we're about to be taught a lesson." Jiangli remarked, "I am quite anxious." Tu Shan Yuechu interjected with confusion. Zhang Xinyao insisted, "Reject, reject, reject. We must refuse." Qin Feng was taken aback by their reactions, not expecting his simple inquiry to provoke such a stir. Meanwhile, in the mine, Tu Shan Yuechu, who was controlling the first-generation mech to assist Qin Feng in mining, opened the cockpit and excitedly explained, "That is Zhang Xinyao's father, a formidable figure who nearly broke through to the 8th transition, known as the God of Death of Yunming." Once Tu Shan Yuechu finished her explanation, even Qin Feng was left astounded. At last, he understood why Zhang Xinyao had been privy to so many secrets and possessed that short sword with the venomous kiss effect. It turned out her father was such a powerful individual, a once mighty force in the 3rd level of the Tower of Heaven, rivaling the formidable former Lord of Yunming, Han Shirsi. However, The idea of joining his own faction now leaves Qin Feng somewhat skeptical. He can't help but wonder if Zhang Wudao is here to cause trouble within his guild. Yet, upon observing the exasperated demeanor of Zhang Xinyao in the guild channel, Qin Feng finds himself bemused. Just how much does this girl despise her own father? Nevertheless, considering the illustrious achievements of this individual, Qin Feng silently approved the application. Congratulations to the new member Zhang Wudao for joining. Upon the appearance of this message in the guild channel, Qin Feng distinctly noted the astonishment on the face of Tu Shan Yuechu, who was piloting the initial mech. Soon after, greetings flooded the channel. Hello, Elder Zhang, greeted Chu Jiugao. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Chime Xiao Baiwa. Welcome, Elder Zhang, added Tu Shan Yuechu. Good day, Elder Zhang, said Jiang Li. Only Zhang Xinyao found herself utterly distraught in the guild channel. Zhang Wudao, what are you doing here? You promised to give me my freedom. However, after Zhang Wudao joined the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild, he seemed to disregard the greetings from Zhang Xinyao and the others entirely. Qin Feng, I appreciate the president allowing me to join the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. I will certainly contribute my utmost to the guild. His words rendered the guild channel momentarily silent. Qin Feng, standing by the mine, along with Tu Shan Yuechu in the mech, Chu Jiugao, and Xiao Baiwa in Yangming City, and Jiang Li on the pavilion terrace outside the secret realm, all wore expressions of disbelief. Initially, Qin Feng had assumed that this esteemed figure was here to confront him regarding Zhang Xinyao's affiliation with his faction. Yet, he was taken aback by such humble words. Could it be that Zhang Wudao joined the Extraordinary Sovereign merely because he recognized the potential of Qin Feng's faction? Meanwhile, in a distant forest, Zhang Xinyao was rendered speechless by her father's remarks. After a lengthy pause, she finally spoke in the guild channel. Father, you truly do not intend to bring me back, do you? Zhang Wudao responded, what nonsense! Why would I want to take you back from such a promising faction? From now on, we shall strive together. Let us diligently build our Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. Zhang Wudao, ordinary member, has the contribution tasks already been released? Chu Jiugao, Xiao Baiwa, you have already reached the silver tier. His statement sent a wave of unease through Chu Jiugao and Xiao Baiwa, who were still in Yangming City. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a series of notifications appeared in the guild channel. Ordinary member Zhang Wudao contributed gold-level medals, earning 210 points. Bronze member Zhang Wudao contributed platinum-level medals, earning 169,000 points. Congratulations to ordinary member Zhang Wudao on his promotion to elite member tier. Congratulations to silver member Zhang Wudao on his promotion to gold member tier. Chapter 131. How does one converse with a gold tier member? After a series of contributions and prompts for sequential promotions, the guild channel fell into a profound silence, particularly in the Cloud Dream main city. Chu Jiuga and Xiao Baiwa were desperately leveraging their familial connections to gather extraordinary medals. They gazed in disbelief at Zhang Wudao, who had just joined the Extraordinary Sovereign and immediately surpassed them, attaining the golden sequence. They stood there, utterly bewildered, as if struck by an unprecedented blow. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, observing the sudden influx of golden and platinum materials in the guild warehouse, was overwhelmed with astonishment. With the contributions from Chu Jiuga and Xiao Baiwa already sufficient to construct the main structure of a mech workshop, coupled with his own mining efforts in the nearby quarry, the materials for the workshop were nearly complete. Yet, he had to concede that, despite his capability to utilize all extraordinary materials to build the mech workshop, he could no longer resort to the common metals that had previously hindered him while forging the Storm Scarlet. The sheer quantity of materials required for the workshop was, however, exorbitant. Ultimately, Qin Feng found himself compelled to use many low-quality black iron materials. He had previously felt a tinge of regret. But little did he expect that the Extraordinary Sovereign would suddenly gain a seventh-turn member, Zhang Wudao, who contributed such a significant amount of high-tier extraordinary metals. These gold and platinum materials, radiating with rich spiritual energy, could elevate the quality of the mech workshop by several tiers. At this moment, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of relief for not having declined Zhang Wudao's joining. This seasoned powerhouse was indeed in a league of his own. Chu Jiuga and Xiao Baiwa were merely fledglings in comparison. In the guild channel, everyone was taken aback by Zhang Wudao's actions. However, the first to react was Zhang Xinyao. Watching Zhang Wudao ascend to the golden sequence, she became anxious. Dad, save some for me. I want to level up too. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Zhang Wudao, golden member, this ordinary member, please mind your tone, for I am a distinguished member of the golden sequence. Simultaneously, outside the college entrance examination secret realm, on the terrace, everyone observed Zhang Wudao's fluctuating expressions and sensed the erratic aura surrounding him, feeling quite tense. Jiang Inger timidly whispered to the side, "President, should we leave? This senior Zhang seems a bit off." Tu Shanyame's eyes were also filled with caution, and just as she was about to nod in agreement, she was gently tugged by Jiang Li. She looked at Jiang Li in confusion. Jiang Li said nothing, but directly sent the member information of the extraordinary sovereign to Tu Shanyame. Initially perplexed, Tu Shanyame's mouth fell agape as she stood there, utterly astonished. Jiang Inger curiously gazed at Tu Shanyame and Jiang Li. Observing the little girl's expression of wonder, Jiang Li shared the same information with her. Good heavens! Jiang Inger exclaimed upon discovering that Zhang Wudao had already ascended to the golden rank within the Extraordinary Dominators Guild, prompting the others on the terrace to cast puzzled glances in her direction. Next to Xie Juanfu, Tuoba Henku shot a venomous look towards them. Nevertheless, Tu Shanyameng and her companions remained indifferent, disregarding the attention from all around. Tu Shanyameng turned to glance at the still visibly unsettled Zhang Wudao before shifting her gaze back to Jiang Inge, hesitating to speak. Jiang Yingya, recovering from her shock, noticed Tu Shanyameng's demeanor and urgently whispered, "Don't even think about it. You are our president. You absolutely cannot abandon us to join the extraordinary dominators." However, Tu Shanyameng was reluctant, feeling discontented despite Jiang Inger's serious expression. With Yu Chu and Jiang Li already joining, it was more than enough. They could not allow Qin Feng and the others to bear too much. Very well. Tu Shanyameng finally relented, though the light in her eyes still reflected her lingering turmoil. Senior Zhang, I am Tuoba Henku, and there is something weighing heavily on my heart that I must express. At that moment, after enduring a series of setbacks, Tuoba Henku took the initiative to speak up, addressing the grinning Zhang Wudao. The other city lords exchanged worried glances with Tuoba Henku, fearing he might provoke the already unstable Zhang Wudao. Yet, Zhang Wudao had already lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes sweeping over Tuoba Henku with an unexpectedly cheerful tone. "Speak your mind." In response, Tuoba Henku hastily stated, "It is like this. Presumably, Senior Zhang has spent much time in the wilderness and is unaware that classmate Xin Yao has been repeatedly swayed by that Qin Feng in Blue Cloud City. Moreover, during the college entrance examination, Qin Feng coerced classmate Xin Yao into forming a team with him, but to safeguard himself, he made her attract enmity, resulting in her losing the chance to vie for the top position. You're talking nonsense." Before Tuoba Henku could finish, Lei Bahuang erupted in a furious rebuke. Jin Rui, the white-robed priest, and several other city lords looked at Tuoba Henku with expressions of disbelief, astonished by his ability to twist the truth so skillfully. Even the recently arrived Zhang Wu Dao dared to provoke him. Among all present, only Tu Shanyameng, Jiang Ing, and Jiang Li regarded Tuoba Henku as though he were a fool, listening intently to his grandstanding. At that moment, upon hearing Tuoba Henku's words, Zhang Wu Dao, whose gaze had previously been casual, now glowed with a blood-red intensity. Dark, malevolent energy began to coalesce behind him, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Lei Bahuang and the others intended to step forward to dissuade him, but were rebuffed by Zhang Wu Dao's dismissive wave. He fixed his gaze intently on Tuoba Henku, his voice chillingly cold as he inquired, "Can you guarantee that all of this is indeed true?" Tuoba Henku, already shaken by Zhang Wu Dao's imposing presence, gritted his teeth and stammered, "I assure you, Qin Feng has caused great harm. Senior Zhang, you must not let him go." "Very well." As soon as Tuoba Henku's words fell, Zhang Wudao bellowed with authority. With a thunderous roar, the dark energy behind him surged violently. The already battered, resplendent floating pavilion emitted a series of cracking sounds. The white-robed priest beside him displayed an expression of astonishment, his short staff beginning to radiate a white luminescence. Yet, in the next moment, the dark energy that everyone anticipated would explode suddenly contracted, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Zhang Wudao, having returned to his seat, sighed deeply. With an air of casual indifference, he remarked, "Then there is nothing to be done. I have already aligned myself with Qin Feng's faction. As a member of that faction, how could I possess the ability to punish our leader?" Upon hearing Zhang Wudao's declaration, everyone present, save for Tu Shanyame and her companions, stood frozen in shock. The oldest among them, the white-haired Lord of Huangqi, thought he had misheard and glanced toward Lord of Wutan, who, seemingly comprehending the gravity of the situation, nodded stiffly. In an instant, Lord Huangqi's eyes rolled back, nearly causing him to lose his breath. The reactions of the other lords and Jin Rui were scarcely better. The priest, gripping his exquisitely crafted staff embedded with holy stones, inadvertently dropped it to the ground. Tuoba Henku, witnessing that Zhang Wudao was not jesting, felt a wave of heaviness in his chest, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed backward. With a loud thud, he fell rigidly onto the terrace. The Lord of Zichuan, Xie Juanfu, who was closest to him, appeared utterly oblivious to Tuoba Henku's plight, remaining motionless, his eyes filled with profound terror. Chapter 132. Zhang Wudao is afraid. The celestial tower opens. It was unclear how much time had elapsed, but the numerous onlookers outside the pavilion had begun to gasp in astonishment. Is it true? Xie Juanfu, who had just utilized his authority as a lord to inspect the members of the extraordinary sovereign guild, murmured in a daze. The other lords followed suit, and indeed discovered that Zhang Wudao had truly joined Qin Feng's extraordinary sovereign guild. Several lords felt as though they were on the brink of madness. While they could somewhat rationalize Chu Jioga's joining as being under duress or impulsivity, the fact that Zhang Wudao had also aligned himself with Qin Feng's faction was unfathomable. How could this be explained? Was it possible that Zhang Wudao had genuinely lost his mind, compelled to join an antiquated faction of only level 1? What kind of enchantment did Qin Feng's faction possess that could entice even Zhang Wudao, in stark contrast to the peculiar atmosphere among the individuals on the terrace? The reactions below were increasingly fervent. How had this extraordinary Dominator Guild become so sought after? Even the legendary Yindream Slayer had joined, a seventh-turn powerhouse willingly becoming an ordinary member of an ancient faction. What was happening in this world? Initially, I presumed that Zhang Xinyao was deceived by Qin Feng into joining, yet now even her father had been ensnared. My curiosity about this ancient faction was piqued. What? It appeared that applications for membership were no longer being accepted. By what right? Within the examination secret realm, having just accepted Zhang Wudao's suggestion, Qin Feng had closed the application channel for the faction. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired of Zhang Wudao about the source of the abundant metallic materials. He had noticed that the extraordinary metals contributed by Zhang Wudao were all perfectly formed large cubes. Although they bore numerous marks from blades and axes, they still appeared remarkably intact. Zhang Wudao did not conceal the truth, directly revealing that these extraordinary metals were sourced entirely from the third floor of the Tower of Heaven. It was said that many of the alien races on that floor utilized these spirited extraordinary metals to construct their cities. During a battle, Zhang Wudao had destroyed an alien city and casually collected some high-quality metallic bricks. Upon hearing Zhang Wudao's account, Qin Feng and his companions were taken aback, gaining a renewed understanding of the terrifying power of the myriad alien races. Qin Feng felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Although extraordinary metals without special effects were not favored by alchemists and blacksmiths among the extraordinary professions on Blue Star, the metals that had ascended to silver grade and above were exceptionally rare throughout the entire planet. Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, utilizing their abilities, had managed to collect only a few dozen cubic meters. Yet, the alien races on the third floor of the Tower of Heaven had constructed their cities using materials of gold and even platinum grade, truly extravagant. Chu Jioga and the others expressed their admiration and excitement, declaring their ambition to one day venture to the third floor of the Tower of Heaven to gather some extraordinary metals from cities. Qin Feng shared their anticipation. Naturally, the more extraordinary metals, the better. He glanced at the time. Only a few hours remained until the examination concluded. Thus, he turned his attention away from the discussions in the guild channel and dedicated himself to crafting the mech workshop. When he received the notification that the examination had ended, he felt his body being transported away. Simultaneously, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations on completing the construction of the mech workshop. A wave of joy surged within Qin Feng, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself on a high platform. The portal to the examination secret realm had vanished, and hundreds of other examinees, similarly transported, were present. Fortunately, the platform was spacious enough to avoid any congestion. However, Qin Feng observed that the space beside him was particularly spacious. Moreover, the gazes of the surrounding candidates held a hint of trepidation. He did not dwell on it too much. Just as he was about to depart to thoroughly explore the functionalities of the mecha workshop, he noticed a dark figure soaring towards him from a nearby pavilion. Among the crowd of candidates on the high platform, the figure made several graceful descents, ultimately landing before him with a young girl in tow, smiling as she spoke. "President, allow me to lead you to a suitable lodging." Qin Feng regarded the middle-aged man exuding a chilling aura and, alongside him, Zhang Xinyao, surmising that this was Zhang Wudao, a member of his guild's golden sequence. He nodded gently in acknowledgement. Zhang Wudao waved his hand lightly, enveloping Qin Feng in a shroud of dark energy, lifting both him and Zhang Xinyao into the air. The college entrance examination has concluded. The top 100 candidates are to assemble at the Lord's Manor of Yunmeng City in 3 days. Those who fail to attend will be deemed to have forfeited. Zhang Wudao's voice reverberated throughout the venue. After his announcement, he propelled Qin Feng towards the direction of Yunmeng City. Once the trio departed, the atmosphere erupted with fervent discussion. The candidates who had just emerged from the examination realm were astonished to learn that the 7th transition Zhang Wudao had joined forces with Qin Feng. Below the high platform, Lu Chuan, sheltered by a few individuals, turned pale upon hearing this news. "Tell my father to send someone to fetch me," he urged, his voice trembling as he spoke to those beside him. A young man cautiously inquired, "Young master, regarding the Tower of Ascension in 3 days. I do not wish to perish. That is a killing machine." Lu Chuan, resembling a frightened rabbit, cried out with a quivering tone. Upon arriving at a grand estate in Yunmeng City, Qin Feng parted ways with Zhang Xinyao, who was eager to procure extraordinary metals to elevate her sequence, and proceeded to the courtyard that Zhang Wudao had provided for him. After personally sensing the formidable aura emanating from Zhang Wudao, Qin Feng felt a surge of contemplation. The sensation of being under scrutiny indeed instilled a profound sense of vigilance within him. Had he not known that Zhang Wudao was Zhang Xinyao's biological father and posed no threat to him, Qin Feng might have been tempted to unleash a barrage of old artillery upon Zhang Wudao. Nonetheless, Qin Feng meticulously evaluated the disparity in strength between himself and Zhang Wudao. Ultimately, he had to concede that, even if he were to reveal all his trump cards, he would likely be unable to vanquish his opponent. The prowess of a 7th transition extraordinary profession was in no way comparable to that of Tang Zhan or Toba Ziliu from earlier times, unless he held a decisive advantage in attributes. Confronting a 7th transition extraordinary practitioner with their elusive capabilities would reveal many of the renowned flaws of his old machinery. However, Qin Feng remained confident. Should he desire to extricate himself, Zhang Wudao would undoubtedly be unable to impede his escape. Once he enhanced all his mechas further and utilized the mecha workshop for infinite production, the tides would surely turn. Qin Feng believed that Zhang Wudao would soon no longer be his rival. Not far from Qin Feng, in a secluded courtyard, Zhang Wudao had just dismissed all his servants and collapsed onto a soft couch, gasping for breath. His face, previously tense during the frantic journey to the estate, was now beaded with fine droplets of sweat. "Father, what has happened? You're not thinking of shirking your responsibilities, are you?" Zhang Xinyao inquired with concern upon witnessing her father's state. Zhang Wudao waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, merely startled by our young president." As he spoke, he reached for the tea on the table, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Xinyao was taken aback by this sight. Although she resented her father's control, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. He had once dominated the 3rd level of the Sky Tower, instilling fear in countless alien races as the god of slaughter from Yunmeng. He had never flinched, even when facing 7th and 8th transition adversaries. When had he become so frail? Startled by Qin Feng, Zhang Wudao's words left Zhang Xinyao bewildered. What was so fearsome about Qin Feng? 3 days later, a resounding chime echoed above the main city of Yunmeng, signaling the commencement of an event. The enormous tower that loomed perpetually in the sky radiated a blinding crimson light, and a savage aura swiftly enveloped the entire city, causing the practitioners within to turn pale and gaze upward at the colossal structure. "It begins," murmured an elder with a frail body, his voice filled with a haunting reflection. Meanwhile, in the spacious grounds of a grand estate, a pitch-black Titan mech stood in confrontation with Zhang Wudao. With a serene expression, Zhang Wudao gripped a dark dagger tightly. With a thunderous boom, he vanished from his original position, reappearing beside the black Titan mech. Without hesitation, he thrust the dagger towards a crucial engine component of the mech, the blade emanating an extraordinary dark force, seemingly capable of effortlessly piercing through the Titan's metallic armor. However, the previously unresponsive black mech suddenly executed an inhuman maneuver, twisting its body to block Zhang Wudao's attack with a massive light shield that materialized in its grasp. The shield shattered under the onslaught, yet Zhang Wudao's strike was momentarily halted. At that instant, the Titan mech's engines roared to life, emitting a cacophony of mechanical sounds as several projectiles and beams were unleashed towards Zhang Wudao. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Wudao's face as he deftly evaded the relentless assaults of the Black Titan mech. When the barrage of attacks finally ceased, Zhang Wudao's form once again vanished from sight. Yet, in the next moment, the Titan mechs, with their barrels still unfurled, suddenly raised a mechanical arm, reaching backward. Boom! A colossal sword, crackling with electricity, struck fiercely upward. However, it appeared to slice through nothingness, failing to hit any target. The engine within the Black Titan mech roared, signaling that its energy was nearly depleted. Yet, Zhang Wudao's figure remained elusive. The various engines of the Titan mechs began to extinguish one by one, and the mechanical structures finally ceased their operations. Suddenly, the Titan mech's arm lifted slightly, and a beam chain shot towards a corner of the plaza. Boom! Simultaneously, the engines of the mechs emitted a mournful whine before shutting down completely. The beam chain dissipated, yet a figure gradually materialized a few meters away from its end, none other than a surprised Zhang Wudao. At that moment, the cockpit of the Titan mech was pried open by mechanical means. Dressed in leather armor, Zhang Xinyao leaped out of the cockpit, casting a reluctant glance at Zhang Wudao, who stood not far away. Zhang Wudao approached Zhang Xinyao, first scrutinizing the now dormant Titan mech before turning to her with a smile, saying, "Impressive. I almost fell for it." "Humph." Zhang Xinyao huffed, her expression one of discontent. Zhang Wudao affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, then produced a golden dagger from his hand. Zhang Xinyao's face lit up with surprise, but she replied, "I haven't won yet." However, Zhang Wudao gently waved his hand, saying, "Had it not been for your insufficient bond with this mech and its lack of energy, I might have truly lost. This moonslaying dagger should belong to you." Zhang Xinyao took the dagger with delight. Ahem. Zhang Wudao quickly cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "My dear daughter, since you are heading to the Tower of Heaven, why not leave this mech with me for a few days? I can take care of it." "No way." Zhang Xinyao's expression changed immediately, resolutely refusing. "This journey to the Tower of Heaven is our extraordinary dominator's first appearance. I intend to use this mech to teach those alien races a lesson." Observing the girl's determined demeanor, Zhang Wudao couldn't help but sigh. Yet, he spoke earnestly, "Do not push yourself. There are no chances for revival within the Tower of Heaven. If you cannot hold your ground, you must teleport out immediately." "Dad, you—" Zhang Xinyao furrowed her brow at his words, but at that moment, a long bell toll echoed. Both of them wore grave expressions as they turned to behold the imposing tower exuding a terrifying aura. In a nearby courtyard, with his eyes closed, Qin Feng gently opened them, gazing at the ascending Tower of Heaven. A spark of electricity shot through his eyes before dissipating swiftly. He let out a few gentle breaths, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Over the past 3 days, apart from attending to basic needs, he had immersed himself entirely in the mechanical realm. However, his efforts during this time bore fruit, yielding substantial gains. All the mechas in his possession had been enhanced with extraordinary metals. Even the core of the Beast King mecha had been replaced with a core of golden grade elements, significantly boosting the attributes of the 5 lion mechas. The combined war god mecha had astonishing combat power, reaching a terrifying strength of 200 stars. With his own strength added, Qin Feng felt entirely confident in facing Zhang Wudao, who was at the 7th transition level. Should he wield the 10-king sword or the 100-ton fist of the war god mecha now? Even the 5th transition Tangzhan would likely be unable to withstand a single blow. In addition to the Beast King mecha, the Storm Crimson, Freedom Gundam, and Skyfire had all advanced to platinum-grade mechas, doubling their combat power. The enhancement was immense. Skyfire had finally activated its mecha combat mode, showcasing formidable combat capabilities that rivaled those of the Storm Crimson and Freedom Gundam. When employing its heavy armor mode, its strength was hardly inferior to that of the combined war god mecha. As for the first and second models, their improvements were not as significant, yet Qin Feng harbored no concerns. He knew that as long as the pilot of the first model, Tu Shanyu, enhanced her own strength, the first model would grow stronger. He had witnessed the first model in its Ten Tails form. Once unleashed, it could easily crush opponents of at least 100 stars. Yet, the most significant increase in combat power over the past 3 days came from the Battle Tyrannosaurus. After consuming a plethora of golden and platinum-grade metal materials, its enhancement speed was remarkable, soaring from silver grade to diamond grade in just 3 days. Moreover, it successfully activated its first evolution. Battle Tyrannosaurus Diamond. Category: Mechanical Pet. Exclusive to Qin Feng. Level: 72. Attributes: Strength 13, 622, Agility 16, 422, Constitution 18, 221, Spirit 10. 565. Combat Power Rating: 145 stars. Skills: Divine Dragon Charge, Rending Dragon Claw, End of Days Dragon Breath, Annihilation Dragon Flame. Within the mechanical realm, the Battle Tyrannosaurus now exceeded 10 meters in length. Its metallic components shimmered with brilliant light, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Despite its transformation into a colossal creature, the Battle Tyrannosaurus retained its affectionate disposition towards Qin Feng. Each time summoned, it would nuzzle Qin Feng's chest with its enormous dragon horns, which spanned several meters in length. If not for the timely interventions each time, Qin Feng might have been inadvertently harmed by this fellow on numerous occasions. Nevertheless, over the past 3 days, his strength has surged remarkably, instilling him with confidence for the forthcoming journey through the Tower of Heaven. Beyond the enhancement of his own mech, Qin Feng has been diligently operating the mech workshop during this period. The workshop has exceeded expectations, successfully crafting 2 titans, which were claimed by the least powerful members of the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild, Jiang Li and Zhang Xinyao. Naturally, this required the expenditure of points, with Qin Feng setting the value of each titan at a staggering 100,000 points, an exorbitant price. It was only through the generous provision of extraordinary metals by Tu Shanyu that Jiang Li managed to acquire this precious mech. However, the attributes of the titan, traded for such a high price in points, are truly astonishing. Each titan produced by the workshop, constructed from numerous high-grade, extraordinary metals, boasts a bronze-level standard, rivaling the one Qin Feng himself forged. Especially for Jiang Li, who hails from the bygone era of professions, is like a timely rain from the feedback of Jiang Li's battles in the wilderness over the past few days. It appears that his compatibility with the Titan mech has accelerated even faster than that of Zhang Xinyao. This has provided him with immense assistance. Consequently, Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa, who were initially merely greedy for enhancement, along with Zhang Wudao, who frequents Qin Feng's courtyard several times a day, have become envious and eager to try their hand at controlling the Titan. The trio has expressed their desire more than once in the guild channel to seize the next Titan crafted in the mech workshop. Qin Feng wholeheartedly supports this, for the 100,000 points necessitate the contribution of vast amounts of extraordinary metals. The higher the enthusiasm of guild members in redeeming mechs, the more extraordinary metals he will acquire, enabling him to continuously forge even more powerful mechs. Just as Qin Feng contemplated rising to accompany Zhang Xinyao to the City Lord's mansion, he heard the excited howl of the Battle Tyrannosaurus in the mechanical space, accompanied by a system notification. Flame Dragon Mech completed. Chapter 134. The Flame Dragon Mech. The Silent Cloud Dream City. The Flame Dragon. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the glowing orb enveloped in flames before the Battle Tyrannosaurus in the mechanical space. With a mere thought, the Chinkoan belt at his waist radiated a golden light, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. In the blink of an eye, a fire-red mech materialized around Qin Feng. Although this mech does not provide the all-encompassing protection of Iron Man's armor, it offers excellent defense for critical areas such as the head, chest, and joints. Each component is crafted from extraordinarily precise mechanical structures, with flickering flames seemingly circulating between the intricate designs. The Qin Feng has perfectly complemented the previously crafted Qin belt. The overall design of the mech resembles a fiery, divine dragon, enhancing Qin Feng's formidable presence. It is complete. Qin Feng is filled with joy. This magnificent creation is the result of 3 days of intermediate lottery draws, culminating in the acquisition of the Flame Dragon mech, which has just been upgraded to diamond level by the Battle Tyrannosaurus. Qin Feng glanced at the system panel, revealing the attributes of the Flame Dragon mech before his eyes. Flame Dragon mech, gold. Description: a special combat mech within the Light and Shadow series, harnessing the power of flames to unleash unparalleled combat prowess through its core strength. Category: special mech equipment, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: strength 4685, agility 5015, constitution 4780, spirit 4125, combat evaluation 46 stars, durability 5000. Weapon system: flame blade, flame dart, flame bow. Skills: demon sealing slash, flame fist. Additional effects: when equipped with the Light and Shadow series mech, the host can unleash their innate skills. While wearing the Light and Shadow mech, the host can utilize all equipment, including the mech itself. It is indeed powerful. Qin Feng is exceedingly pleased with the Flame Dragon mech. Its robust foundational attributes rival those of any mech of the same tier. Though it may not compare to the Storm Crimson or the Freedom Gundam, it is essential to recognize that this is akin to a wearable armor mech. He can effortlessly don the Flame Dragon mech in his daily life, essentially granting him a remarkable piece of equipment. The disparity between a 100 attribute effect and a 10 inheritance attribute is immense. Furthermore, the Flame Dragon mech is equipped with 3 formidable weapons. With a mere thought, the wheel located on the left side of the Qin belt emitted a crisp, clicking sound. Qin Feng reached into the void. After the sound of a clear portal opening, a mechanical longsword, radiating flames, materialized in his hand. Subsequently, he switched weapon forms, acquiring the other 2 weapons, the flame dart and the flame bow. After quickly familiarizing himself with these 3 weapons accompanying the Flame Dragon mech, Qin Feng felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. If he were to conceal his profession, he could seamlessly engage in combat like a warrior or archer among ordinary exceptional professions. In addition to the built-in weapons, the 2 skills of the Flame Dragon mech are equally formidable. The exclusive skill of the Flame Blade, the Demon Sealing Slash, can inflict tremendous fire damage on targets. The Flame Fist grants him an astonishing attack power that rivals melee professions. Both aspects greatly satisfy Qin Feng. However, what delights him the most is the additional effect of the Flame Dragon mech. While wearing the Flame Dragon mech, he can unleash his own skills and control the mech or other equipment. Although he possesses only one skill, the Grip of the Divine. However, when Qin Feng operated other mechs, he found this skill to be utterly unusable. In fact, this ability clashed entirely with the capabilities of his own mech. Imagine, while seated in the control room, summoning an ion beam cannon with a divine grip. Wouldn't he that directly blow a hole through the cockpit? Fortunately, with the Inferno Dragon mech, such a dilemma was averted. The advantages of wearable mechs became evident. Moreover, donning the Shadow Light mech allowed him to manipulate both the mech and additional equipment, amplifying his power significantly. This implied that he could entirely stack the attributes of the 2 mechs, resulting in a substantial enhancement of his combat prowess. In summary, Qin Feng was exceedingly pleased with the Inferno Dragon mech. Although it lacked some of the extraordinary abilities like time stasis, the might of the Shadow Light mech had already manifested. The Inferno Dragon mech greatly augmented his combat capabilities. Wow, it looks magnificent. At that moment, Zhang Wudao and Zhang Xinyao entered Qin Feng's courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Feng clad in the Inferno Dragon mech, Zhang Xinyao let out a genuine exclamation of admiration. However, a note of seriousness flickered in Zhang Wudao's eyes. At that moment, Qin Feng exuded an aura reminiscent of a slumbering giant beast, instilling in him a peculiar sense of foreboding. He genuinely felt that he might no longer be a match for the three-transformation Qin Feng. With a series of crisp mechanical sounds, Qin Feng opened the faceplate of the Inferno Dragon mech and nodded gently at the two. "Shall we embark?" Simultaneously, within the Lord's Manor of Yunmeng City, in a formation embedded with various fire-type gemstones, Xiao Mu'er was enveloped by waves of flames. Beside the formation, Xiao Mingchan personally manipulated the array. He looked up at the towering inverted spire in the sky, his eyes filled with concern. Casting a glance at Xiao Mu'er within the formation, he quickly executed several hand seals. Precious gemstones within the array shattered, and the flames rapidly extinguished. Yet, within the formation, Xiao Mu'er remained devoid of any residual flames, as if she had completely lost her affinity for fire. "Father, I still cannot feel it," Xiao Mu'er exclaimed anxiously, opening her eyes and calling out to Xiao Mingchan. Xiao Mingchan tenderly reassured her, "Do not fret, Mu'er. I am here. If need be, I will seek another inheritance for you." Yet, Xiao Mu'er was already in tears. "But I do not want to miss the Celestial Tower." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of sorrow passed through Xiao Mingchan's eyes. An hour later, the long bell tolled 9 times. The colossal tower above Yunmeng City was now completely shrouded in terrifying blood mist. Waves of fearsome beast roars echoed throughout the expanse above Yunmeng City. At this moment, the gates of the Lord's Manor swung wide open. However, in stark contrast to the bustling scene of the college entrance examination 3 days prior, the area before the City Lord's mansion was eerily devoid of onlookers. Even within the entirety of Yunmeng City, an unsettling silence had descended. The once vibrant streets now lay in desolation. Even a few individuals who occasionally appeared hurried past, their expressions conveying urgency. As Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao traversed the transformed landscape of Yunmeng City, they exchanged glances of astonishment. Yet, they soon arrived at the City Lord's mansion. By a serene lake situated at the heart of the mansion, they encountered over 20 youthful figures, those who had secured a place among the top 100 in the recent examination. Among them were Tushan Yuechu, Chu Jioga, and Xiao Baiwa. Upon noticing Qin Feng's arrival, the trio approached him. However, Qin Feng discerned a gravity etched across their faces, a stark departure from their earlier carefree demeanor in the guild chat. An inexplicable pressure settled upon Qin Feng's heart. He glanced upward, noticing the towering Celestial Tower, which seemed to loom closer over Yunmeng City, a flicker of electricity dancing in his eyes. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a scarlet robe approached the assembly. He was none other than Xiao Mingchan, the City Lord of Yunmeng. A swift glance over the candidates by the lakeside rendered his expression somewhat grim. Yet, as if struck by a thought, his gaze lingered on Qin Feng for a moment before he spoke with a resonant voice. "You all are the hope of our human race. I, Xia, earnestly wish for the return of all 27 elite individuals present here." Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Shouldn't the encouragement prior to the expedition into the Celestial Tower focus on valor and triumph? Yet, Xiao Mingchan merely expressed a desire for everyone to return unscathed. None should be left behind. Notably, Qin Feng observed that the other candidates, upon hearing Xiao Mingchan's words, bore expressions tinged with guilt. Even Zhang Xinyao and her companions displayed signs of shame. Only Tushan Yuechu maintained a calm demeanor, her gaze fixed upon the Celestial Tower above. At that moment, it dawned upon Qin Feng that the assembly, including himself, comprised the entirety of the 27 candidates destined to enter the first level of the Celestial Tower. Shockingly, the number present represented less than a third of all those who had competed for a place among the top 100. Suddenly, the reason behind the eerie stillness of Yunmeng City became clear to him. They must have believed that the human race would inevitably falter in the Celestial Tower, prompting them to remain at home, waiting to evade the predatory onslaught of alien beings that would emerge from the tower after the battle concluded. Just 3 days prior, the candidates who had fought fiercely for their rankings in the examination had dwindled to a mere handful today. Perhaps they feared the dangers that lay within the Celestial Tower, or deemed participation in what they perceived as an inevitable defeat utterly unnecessary. Gazing ahead, the taciturn and somber Xiao Mingchan stirred a sense of discomfort within Qin Feng, as if he were encountering the stark truths of the world for the very first time. Xiao Mingchan imparted a few final words, urging everyone to prioritize their safety and to promptly utilize the teleportation talismans to exit the Celestial Tower. With a decisive wave of his hand, a vibrant flame surged towards the nearby lake. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the lake, causing the waters to rapidly boil. Blood-red luminescence ascended from the lake, swiftly soaring towards the celestial tower suspended in the sky. Qin Feng discerned faint growls emanating from beneath the lake surface. Before long, the crimson radiance connected with the celestial tower, forming a passage reminiscent of a staircase. Xia Mingchan spoke again, asserting that the calamity brought by the alien races was not the fault of the students. Sometimes, survival itself is the hope for humanity. Upon hearing these words, several of the 20 or so candidates exhibited expressions of struggle. Ultimately, a few bowed respectfully to Xia Mingchan and silently turned to depart. Throughout this exchange, Xia Mingchan remained silent until the last of them had left. Looking at the remaining group of fewer than 20, his voice trembled with excitement as he declared, "Esteemed participants, the fate of Yunmeng rests upon your shoulders." With another wave of his hand, the passage connecting the lake and the celestial tower erupted with intensified bloodlight. Exchanging glances, Qin Feng and the others leaped into the lake, instinctively propelling themselves towards the celestial tower above. Concurrently, throughout the main city of Yunmeng, fully armed professionals bowed towards the aerial passage. Countless residents, hidden in various corners, emerged from their shelters, their expressions a complex tapestry as they gazed at the few individuals swiftly ascending towards the celestial tower. At that very moment, outside the city of Yunmeng, within the 7 satellite cities, formidable professionals stepped onto the city's highest points, their weapons radiating an extraordinary power. As if anticipating an imminent and terrifying enemy, Zhang Wudao, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, stood on a hillside outside Yunmeng City, observing the blood-red passage in the sky. As the passage began to fade, he averted his gaze and turned towards the distant thicket, his aura of menace causing nearby beasts to retreat in haste. Within the Yunmeng City Lord's mansion, Xia Mingchan watched the passage diminish. Just as he was about to take flight, he noticed a young girl in a tight crimson robe approaching with 2 daggers in hand. Muya! Xia Mingchan's expression shifted instantly. Yet, Xia Muder beamed at him with a radiant smile, not uttering a single word, as she resolutely leaped into the vanishing passage of the lake. The figure of the young girl swiftly soared forward. After a few breaths, just before the blood-red passage completely dissipated, Xia Muer was the last to enter the celestial tower. Only Xia Mingchan remained by the now tranquil lake, his expression one of bewilderment. Soon, in the sky beside the celestial tower, a miniature city akin to a phantasm emerged. The architecture of this city bore a striking resemblance to that of Yunmeng's main city. In stark contrast to the silence within the city, the Yunmeng Practitioners Forum buzzed with unprecedented fervor. The multitude of practitioners engaged in animated discussions, all centered around today's trial in the Celestial Tower. One could only wonder how long our side could endure. It seemed I had glimpsed fewer than 20 individuals entering the tower. Last year, over 30 had participated, yet they barely lasted an hour. Does this imply that this year, we might not even last that long? I must quickly activate the protective formation. I heard that Huangqi City is to be abandoned, and many practitioners there have nearly fled, even from adjacent Hongfeng City. Some have come to Yunmeng. We can only hope that our new city lord possesses strength akin to Lord Xia, for without that, our safety within the main city cannot be guaranteed. Boom, boom, boom. Upon entering the passage, Qin Feng was assailed by a terrifying roar, echoing like thunder in his mind. The candidates beside him fell unconscious within the passage. Fortunately, the duration in the passage was brief. In less than a minute, Qin Feng felt himself enveloped by a surge of potent energy, as if piercing through a thick fog. He plummeted downward. Gazing below, he saw a city rapidly enlarging. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng found himself upon a massive platform resembling an altar. None of the other candidates beside him could withstand the force of the fall, collapsing in disarray. Only Chu Jiugong and a few others fared somewhat better, quickly rising, albeit covered in dust and appearing quite disheveled. Qin Feng helped Zhang Xinyao and Tu Shan Yuchu to their feet, then surveyed their surroundings. The altar on which they stood seemed to occupy the very center of a vast city. Yet, the buildings within appeared sparse, rendering the city extraordinarily desolate. The surrounding walls bore the scars of numerous repairs, revealing signs of severe damage. Curiously, numerous onlookers had gathered beside the altar. Their attire was remarkably ragged and disheveled. Some donned animal skins, others had bones bound across their chests, while some were simply wrapped in coils of vines. They appeared as primitive as one could imagine. However, upon seeing the arrival of these individuals, the townsfolk appeared genuinely elated. An elderly man, supported by two middle-aged companions, approached the altar. He raised his voice towards the assembly on the altar. "Brave warriors from our mother planet, I, an old man, have prepared food for you. You have labored so hard on your journey." As he spoke, the elder gestured towards the back. A dozen children, each carrying platters of food, made their way to the altar, placing the offerings before Qin Feng and the others. To Qin Feng's dismay, the food consisted of dark, unappetizing steamed buns, colorless jerky, and roots of unknown plants. The other candidates expressed their disgust at the sight of such fare, yet the children delivering the food could hardly contain their saliva in anticipation. Qin Feng and Zhang Xinyao gazed at the ragged, emaciated children, feeling a pang of sympathy. Tushinyu, standing nearby, felt similarly moved and picked up a piece of jerky, offering it to a small boy. However, upon glancing at the jerky, the boy stumbled away from the altar in fright. At that moment, the elder spoke again. "Warriors, please rest well after your meal." A glimmer of hope seemed to surface on the elder's face as he paused before continuing. "If Yunmeng is attacked, I beseech you to lend your strength." Yunmeng, a realization struck Qin Feng. The visibly malnourished children's longing for food was unmistakable. Yet, these people willingly offered their precious provisions to them. It became clear that they wished for these warriors to defend their city. This city, named Yunmeng, was undoubtedly the location agreed upon by humanity and the other races for the competition at the first level of the Tower of Heaven. The contest at this level was, in essence, a simple siege battle. Both humans and aliens occupied separate fortifications. The one who breached the opponent's stronghold would emerge victorious. However, Qin Feng had not anticipated that this city would still harbor natives. These were undeniably living beings, not mere game data. If the city were to be conquered, what would become of them? The thought sent a chill through Qin Feng. Aside from a victory led by Han Shirsi over a decade ago, humanity had suffered defeat after defeat in the trials of the Tower of Heaven. He recalled that before he and Zhang Xinyao visited the Lord's mansion, Zhang Wudao had warned them not to risk their lives for the people within the Tower of Heaven. To this day, Qin Feng could not forget the complex expression on Zhang Wudao's face when he uttered those words. Yet now, it seemed that Zhang Wudao and Xia Mingchan had resigned themselves to this grim reality. Thus, within the city of Yunmeng, at the first level of the Tower of Heaven, humanity was repeatedly slaughtered by the alien races. The candidates from Yunmeng, who entered the Tower of Heaven to partake in the trials, had the privilege of teleporting away at any moment. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the city. Qin Feng turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, spotting a slender youth atop a city wall, desperately waving a tattered flag. In the next instant, a spear radiating a crimson glow soared in from outside the city, piercing the young man through. Chapter 136. The Emergence of the Heavenly Rankings. The Disparity of the Contestants. Soon after, a barrage of spears rained down from outside the city, wreaking havoc upon the already beleaguered town, obliterating numerous thatched cottages and tents. The native inhabitants, well practiced in their response, swiftly dove into various pits at the sight of the flag waving atop the city wall. Many able-bodied men began to scale the walls. The elderly man, previously humble in the presence of Qin Feng and his companions, now pushed aside the support of two middle-aged men, emanating a faint glow of fire, and charged towards the wall with fervor, displaying none of the earlier frailty. Why the sudden assault? Have they no regard for our preparation time? A few candidates, taken aback by the unforeseen attack, found themselves in a state of panic, inadvertently toppling their meager provisions to the ground. Nearby, a group of children, sheltered beside an altar, wore expressions of dismay at the chaos. "Calm yourselves. To the walls." A clear, commanding female voice rang out. A girl clad in a red robe was the first to leap from the altar, striding resolutely towards the city wall. Though she bore no extraordinary power, her steps were imbued with unwavering determination. Qin Feng, observing the girl's silhouette, felt a wave of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of Xiao Mu'er, having assumed she had followed the others in abandoning the contest on the first level of the tower. Yet here she was, emerging amidst the turmoil. Under Xia Muer's example, the other candidates gradually settled their nerves. A few exchanged glances between Xia Muer and Qin Feng before joining her. The remaining dozen or so appeared to await Qin Feng's command, as he was the top scorer of this examination. Moziva, Du San Zuju, Zhu Zigung, Xiao Baihu, and Zhang Xinyao had all allied themselves with Qin Feng. For those not among the top 10, following him would surely provide the greatest safety. Understanding the thoughts of the group, Qin Feng quickly assessed the ongoing battle at the walls and made swift arrangements. Chu Jiugong and Tu Shan Yuechu would defend one section of the wall, while Xiao Baihua and Zhang Xinyao would guard another. As for himself, he would rush to support a different portion. The remaining candidates were also assigned simple tasks to ensure their collective safety. He was positioned atop 4 distinct city walls. No one objected to Qin Feng's arrangements. In particular, the young individuals assigned to his group were subtly elated. Let's depart. Qin Feng nodded at Tu Shan Yuechu and a few others, then dashed towards one of the city walls with fervor. Behind him, a trail of flames erupted, his astonishing speed leaving onlookers astounded. Was such velocity truly attainable? My 4,000 agility cannot match this pace. ISNT Qin Feng, a master of mechs? How did he ascend the wall without summoning one? What is that armor he wears? Quite impressive. Could it be alchemical gear? In contrast to others, Tu Shan Yuechu and her companions remained relatively unfazed. Nevertheless, they were still taken aback by Qin Feng's terrifying swiftness. Without dwelling on it further, they promptly followed Qin Feng towards the walls they were tasked to defend. Before long, Qin Feng reached the top of the wall, peering through the dilapidated battlements. He gazed upon the scene outside Yunmeng City. Despite having prepared himself, the sight beyond the walls still rendered him speechless. It resembled a Hell's Cape. Ruins and debris lay scattered, alongside ships stripped of their original hues and the remnants of mechanical bodies. The remains of various creatures littered the ground. At that moment, a creature with a human body and wolf's head was relentlessly hurling spears from outside the city. Upon noticing Qin Feng and his companions, the indigenous inhabitants atop the wall erupted in jubilant cheers, as if they had spotted their savior. Qin Feng, without hesitation, relied on his formidable agility to intercept the spears aimed at the frail natives. However, it soon became evident that behind the spear throwing were numerous beings clad in exquisite armor. A keen glance revealed that these beings were all of considerable rank, none below the 3rd transition. In the guild channel, Chu Jiuge announced, "They're coming," to which Xiao Baihua cautioned, "Be careful." Upon receiving their alerts, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and heightened his vigilance. The creatures were from the myriad alien races, competing against humanity. However, unlike the fewer than 20 human contestants, the number of alien participants in the first layer of the Tower of Heaven was nearly at full capacity. The disparity in numbers was stark. Moreover, these youthful alien beings boasted an average strength that overwhelmingly surpassed that of the human side. No wonder humanity lacked confidence in the trials of the first layer of the Tower of Heaven. They had clearly recognized the gulf between their strengths. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated through the sky. A colossal scroll unfurled slowly in midair, revealing a ranking of forces, exactly 100 factions, the Tower of Heaven rankings. Upon gazing at the list, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with a spark of electricity. Each level of the Celestial Tower boasted such a list, known as the Celestial Rankings. The necessity of aligning with a faction to gain entry to the Celestial Tower stemmed from this very ranking system. The order of the Celestial Rankings was determined by the kill points accumulated by members of each faction within that level of the tower. Higher kill points equated to a superior rank. Acquiring kill points was straightforward. One needed only to eliminate members of rival factions. At this moment, as Qin Feng glanced at the list, he noted that out of 100 factions, there were scarcely 10 human factions represented, the rest being otherworldly beings. Notably, the top 10 rankings contained not a single human faction. The highest-ranked human faction, the Demon Slaughtering Sanctum, was positioned at a disheartening 19th place with 1,054 kill points. This revelation weighed heavily on Qin Feng's heart. It was essential to note that within the Human Federation, cities like Yunmeng City numbered over 100, with countless smaller satellite cities, towns, and fortresses. Yet, only a handful of human factions had managed to enter the celestial rankings, which was indeed a dismal reality. Roaring from outside the city, a bare-chested being marked with ghastly crimson patterns surged forward, leading a multitude of otherworldly entities that exuded a terrifying aura as they advanced toward Yunmeng City. Meanwhile, several human examinees, now beside Qin Feng, were struck by the horrifying appearance of these beings, prompting two of them to shatter their teleportation talismans and flee from the celestial tower. The remaining four, visibly shaken, gravitated closer to Qin Feng for security. Qin Feng surveyed the other three walls, finding similar circumstances. Apart from the wall where Xia Muder stood, several examinees on Tushan Yuechu's wall had also teleported away. The competition between humans and otherworldly beings had yet to commence, yet some humans had already chosen to surrender. A fact that struck Qin Feng as deeply ironic. A shrill voice pierced the air above Qin Feng's wall, followed by the emergence of a figure, a being adorned with bat-like wings, enveloped in an almost translucent aura of extraordinary power. Its formidable presence bore down upon the city walls. Several natives collapsed, spitting blood, while the human examinees by Qin Feng's side turned pale at the overwhelming force. Instinctively, they brandished their weapons, aiming at the winged entity in the sky. However, their errant strikes were effortlessly repelled by the being's imposing aura, revealing its form without any attempt at concealment. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "The human race is indeed deteriorating year by year. Had I known that Yunmeng was so feeble, I should have sought refuge in a more formidable city. How utterly tedious." As he spoke, the bat-like creature unfurled its enormous, fleshy wings, conjuring an almost transparent net that bore down upon the city walls. The air hissed ominously, resonating with the sounds of the net corroding the atmosphere. "Ah, Qin Feng, save me," cried several examinees who had already attempted to crush their teleportation talismans, only to be informed that they could not be used in combat. They turned to Qin Feng in desperation. Meanwhile, the creature hovering in midair let out a dismissive snicker. "No one could save you, you mere prey." Yet, before it could finish its taunt, a flash of fire severed its transparent net. A blade of flame then sliced towards it. With a sharp sound, the bat creature had no time to defend itself before it felt its strength rapidly dissipating. Darkness enveloped its vision as it plummeted towards the ground below. At that moment, atop the city walls, Qin Feng, wielding the blazing sword, was momentarily taken aback. "Congratulations on slaying a member of the Demon Bat clan. Your faction has gained 50 points of kill value." Upon hearing the notification, Qin Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Chapter 137. A departure from old battle tactics. Xia Mu'er in peril. He had not anticipated that this demon bat creature would be so easily vanquished. Listening to its earlier arrogant proclamations, he had assumed it possessed considerable power. Thus, upon summoning the fiery blade, he had prudently activated the demon slashing skill. Yet he could hardly believe that such a boastful creature could not withstand even a single blow. Is that all? Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel. However, his nonchalance alarmed the four Yunmeng examinees nearby. They had barely managed to withstand the oppressive aura of the alien being and felt they would surely suffer severe injuries if struck by the transparent net. Yet, Qin Feng had merely drawn a massive flaming sword and casually struck twice, resulting in the immediate demise of that formidable creature. It was truly a swift execution. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief at what they had just witnessed. Although they were already aware of Qin Feng's formidable prowess, they had not expected it to be this overwhelming. The bat creature, which had reached the city walls before the alien army could assault Yunmeng City, must have been powerful among its kind. Yet it had fallen so easily to Qin Feng's hand. Could it be that the creature was merely posturing? Perhaps it belonged to a class that only pretended to emanate power? Moreover, Qin Feng was evidently of the mech class. How is it that not a single mech was summoned, yet one wielding merely a blade managed to vanquish a creature of the other realm? Could it be that these foreign beings are not as fearsome as they appear? Contemplating this, the four candidates exchanged glances, their grips tightening around their weapons, trembling as they rose to their feet. Just then, an arrow radiating a sinister purple glow sliced through the air, hurtling towards the city walls. With a resounding crash, the section of the wall where they stood was obliterated, and the four were sent flying without any means of resistance. In midair, they finally grasped the truth. It was not the weakness of the foreign beings, but the overwhelming strength of Qin Feng that was at play. Otherwise, How could they fail to withstand even a single ranged assault? From atop the wall, Qin Feng observed as the arrow sent the four tumbling away, feeling utterly powerless. The arrow was evidently intended to dismantle the wall, leaving the four to lament their misfortune. Fortunately, they were not in any mortal peril. Whether they chose to flee or stay was now entirely up to them. With a roar, as more arrows imbued with destructive force rained down, the onslaught from the foreign entities commenced in earnest. Beings emanating terrifying and extraordinary power ascended the walls, while the defending natives exhibited remarkable valor, responding even more swiftly than the candidates themselves. They surged toward the invading entities as if they had engaged in countless battles before. Yet this time, the strength of the foreign beings was evidently superior to the foes the natives had previously encountered. In mere moments of contact, numerous natives fell in battle. Though those entering the top 100 of the examination had faced their share of combat, the brutal reality of the battlefield starkly revealed their inexperience. Even the candidates on the other walls, upon witnessing the gruesome demise of the native warriors, finally snapped into action, joining the fray against the foreign entities. On the wall where Qin Feng stood, the moment the first arrow was loosed, several foreign professionals charged up the battlements. Dozens of native warriors hastily grasped their crude, primitive weapons to confront the foreign beings brimming with extraordinary power. Those formidable foreign entities, much like the previous creatures from the Bat tribe, displayed disdainful smirks as they ruthlessly brandished their weapons against the weakened natives of Yunmeng City. But at that moment, a barrage of arrows composed entirely of flames soared forth. They struck true, finding their mark among the first foreign beings to scale the wall. Positioned atop a battered parapet, Qin Feng, wielding a colossal flaming bow, resembled a true archer. Each fire arrow he released was a perfect hit, and its might was formidable. In a mere moment of gunfire, 3 alien beings had already been slain. The kill count for the Extraordinary Dominators Guild surged beyond 100 in an instant. Qin Feng's offensive had also drawn the attention of numerous alien practitioners outside the city. Several alien beings, similarly wielding great bows, aimed their arrows directly at Qin Feng. Boom! A barrage of terrifying arrows rained down, shattering the battlement where Qin Feng stood. However, he had long evaded the onslaught, swiftly switching his weaponry between the melee Inferno Blade, the mid-range Inferno Darts, and the long-range Inferno Bow. One by one, the alien beings fell beneath Qin Feng's relentless assault. Remarkably, none of the native defenders on this section of the wall had perished. This sight left the candidates on the other 3 walls utterly astonished. Even Chu Jioga and his companions, who were aware of Qin Feng's formidable mechs, bore expressions of sheer shock. Bows, boomerangs, long swords. The prowess Qin Feng exhibited was far beyond that of a mere antiquated profession. He resembled a true, extraordinary practitioner. No, he surpassed the capabilities of a typical extraordinary practitioner. What profession could effortlessly switch between 3 weapons, each strike lethal? That terrifying level of power had clearly transcended the realm of novice practitioners. Evangelion witnessing Qin Feng's combat style was profoundly moved. Having previously seen Qin Feng summon an array of powerful mechs, she had never anticipated that he possessed such formidable combat strength himself. At that moment, a flicker of the long-dormant flame power within Xiao Mu stirred. A glimmer of delight graced her features as she desperately tried to channel the meager flame energy, managing only to conjure a thin layer of fire upon her twin blades. Xiao Mu, hurry and act. We can barely hold on, urged several candidates who had voluntarily followed her to this wall, unable to contain their anxiety. Clenching her jaw, Xiao Mu offered no response, continuing to engage in combat with the alien beings that had scaled the wall. However, as more and more aliens ascended, several candidates gritted their teeth and leaped directly into the city of Cloud Dream. You cowards, don't run, Xiao Mu cried out in frustration. But the departing candidates seemed oblivious to her words. Once out of combat, they crushed their teleportation talismans without hesitation. You spineless wretches, Xiao Mu seethed with fury. Yet despite her efforts, she could not summon any additional flame power. Watching as the native warriors on the wall fell one by one, she too felt her strength waning. Suddenly, a colossal figure radiating an orange-red, demonic energy appeared beside her. Boom! 4 colossal, fiery orange fox tails swung fiercely, sending several alien beings flying. This allowed Xiao Mu'er to finally catch her breath. She gazed at Tu Shan Yuechu, who had arrived at the city wall, and was about to speak, but hesitated, closing her mouth instead. She realized that her earlier bravado had resulted in the deaths of more than 20 native warriors. Tu Shan Yuechu's timely reinforcements were indeed crucial. Yet, Xiao Mu'er bit her lip, casting a resentful glance at the red figures swiftly moving across another wall. Qin Feng, while engaged in battle with the flame dragon mecha, also kept an eye on the skirmishes on the other three walls. The combination of Xiao Baihua and Zhang Xinyao was exceptionally harmonious. One unleashed spells while the other engaged in close combat, effortlessly fending off the alien creatures. On an adjacent wall, Chu Jioga wielded 4 flying swords, preventing the aliens from scaling the fortifications. However, the wall chosen by Xiao Mu'er was the most brutal battleground. It seemed that her fire abilities were malfunctioning, forcing her into close combat with the aliens. The casualties among the native warriors were the most grievous. Fortunately, Tu Shan Yuechu arrived just in time, barely managing to secure the wall that was on the brink of collapse. Qin Feng felt a slight sense of relief in his heart before turning his gaze beyond the city walls. At that moment, the number of invading alien beings showed no signs of diminishing. Several alien archers, armed with great bows, continued to devastate the walls. Parts of the lower city walls were on the verge of giving way. If they did not intervene soon, Yunmeng City would indeed fall. Little Dragon. A flash of crimson light crossed Qin Feng's eyes as he spoke softly. The mechanical space opened with a series of clicks. The battle Tyrannosaurus, entirely engulfed in fiery red, leaped towards the city below. With a roar, the diamond-level battle Tyrannosaurus unleashed a torrent of searing dragon breath upon the alien beings below. A chorus of anguished screams erupted from the ground as the alien creatures desperately fled from the scorching breath. Yet, like molten lava, the dragon breath could not be extinguished, even by their water-based spells. One after another, the formidable alien beings succumbed to the onslaught of the battle Tyrannosaurus. However, this was not the most despairing sight for the aliens. After crashing to the ground, the battle Tyrannosaurus charged forward with terrifying ferocity. Its massive form, akin to a bulldozer, relentlessly barreled through the lower city of Yunmeng, scattering the alien formations. Even the werewolves, who had been continuously hurling spears, met a gruesome fate, crushed into the earth by the battle Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, everyone atop the city walls stood in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary scene. Even the foreign beings charging up the city walls were struck with terror by the formidable might of the battle Tyrannosaurus. It was only through Qin Feng's timely reminder in the guild channel that Chu Jioga and his companions regained their senses, swiftly dispatching the stunned foreign entities. Shortly thereafter, as the battle Tyrannosaurus nearly swept through the entirety of the outskirts of Yunmeng City, the remaining foreign beings finally retreated, leaving the city walls devoid of any adversaries. With a triumphant roar, the battle Tyrannosaurus proclaimed the victory over the fleeing foreign beings. It was only at this moment that the onlookers atop the walls erupted in cries of relief, with the native warriors embracing one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Qin Feng, however, cast his gaze upward towards the sky ranking, for after the recent slaughter, bolstered by the efforts of the battle Tyrannosaurus, the extraordinary sovereign successfully ascended into the top 100 of the ranking, achieving the 87th position with a kill count of 2,340. Perhaps due to the outbreak of battles across the various sky towers, the kill counts of the leading factions surged rapidly, with those in the top 10 exceeding 10,000. Regrettably, the best ranking for the human faction had been pushed out of the top 50, leaving the situation for humanity still quite dire. Yet, Qin Feng held a firm belief that if they could repel the first wave of foreign attacks, the second and third waves would follow suit. He had merely deployed the battle Tyrannosaurus and the flame dragon mecha, and he was confident in his ability to confront the impending foreign onslaught, certain that this year's competition at the Yunmeng Sky Tower would culminate in victory. Simultaneously, above the cities of the Human Federation, colossal inverted sky towers loomed, and the phantasms resembling human cities began to shatter one by one, signifying the failures of the local human candidates within the towers. Soon, a massive breach appeared atop the Sky Tower, unleashing foreign beings radiating a terrifying aura above these human cities. A brutal hunt for survival swiftly commenced across the blue planet. Within Yunmeng City and its satellite towns, numerous practitioners, hiding in various nooks, repeatedly refreshed the practitioner forum. The grim news of failures in the Sky Tower from one human stronghold to another weighed heavily on everyone's spirits. For those who had endured the foreign hunts prior to Han Shirsi's reign as city lord, memories of hellish scenes resurfaced. 13 individuals had already exited the Sky Tower, with reports indicating that they were attacked by foreign beings immediately upon entering Yunmeng City. It was rumored that the foreign entities had employed long-range siege crossbows, and it was feared that Yunmeng City had already collapsed. Barely half an hour has passed, and there are fewer than 10 individuals remaining. Can we truly not endure for an hour? One can only hope that Lord Xia can protect us as Lord Han did. I noticed a post from Ruined City, stating that their city lord has perished in battle. What? The city lord has fallen. How is that possible? Could it be that this year, the foreign races have dispatched more formidable hunters? Are there beings of over 7 transitions about to descend? Within the ethereal expanse of the Yunmeng Tongtian Tower, a colossal castle stands amidst a sea of magma and volcanoes. In stark contrast to the human realm's Yunmeng City, this fortress exudes an aura of invincible might. Its walls forged from high-grade metals, radiating an ethereal glow. In a vast banquet hall within the castle, a dozen young beings from foreign races gather around an immense long table, indulging in exquisite delicacies. At one end of the table sits a youth clad in a black robe. His appearance bears a striking resemblance to that of the human race. Yet his exposed skin emanates a faint luminescence, rendering him almost divine. Young Master Qing, I have heard that the ancestral elder of the Huangshan clan is on the verge of breaking through that boundary. Is it true? A burly being, tearing into a piece of raw meat, wipes the blood from his mouth and calls out to the youth in the high-backed chair. Upon hearing this, the assembly of young beings at the table turns their astonished gazes towards him. The youth from the Huangshan clan, calm and composed, sets down his wine cup and nods with a light-hearted smile. Boom! As the youth acknowledges it, a chorus of gasps fills the hall. Several beings from foreign races hastily approach the Huangshan youth, personally pouring a wine as crimson as blood into his cup. Many young beings rise to toast the Huangshan youth in celebration. A triumphant expression adorns the face of the Huangshan youth as he stands to drink with the assembly. Once he resumes his seat, the excitement among the beings remains palpable. If the legends of yore are true, and we succeed in our hunt for the 8th divine essence, the 8th deity among the myriad races will surely emerge from the Huangshan clan. Just the thought of it stirs exhilaration. To partake in the ascension of a deity would bring us infinite glory. I can scarcely contain my anticipation to venture into that untamed planet, to unearth the lost divine essence and present it as a tribute to the Huangshan clan. It is said that this year, the guardian deity of Yunmeng has already ascended to the 3rd level of the Tongtian Tower, allowing us to hunt with renewed vigor. When the blood of humanity nourishes the ocean, the lost divine essence shall surely manifest. Suddenly, a mournful horn sounds from outside the castle. Moments later, several fraught beings from foreign races rush into the hall, crying out in terror towards their fellow congregants at the long table. The humans have powerful beings among them. We have lost. Quickly, the expressions of those seated at the long table shift to one of fury. The human race, deemed fit only to serve as prey, dares to resist the formidable coalition of myriad races. No, it is the audacity of those who can fight back that renders this hunt exhilarating. However, the heinous act of slaying our esteemed soldiers is utterly unforgivable. A summoning class, you say? Foolish humans, how little you comprehend the true essence of summoner. A wave of terrifying pressure emanated from the many alien beings, causing the decor within the grand hall to tremble. It was only after a young member of the Wild God clan had listened to a report from one of his kin that he raised a hand, restoring tranquility to the hall. After a brief pause, the young man spoke, his voice imbued with a dreadful authority. There shall be no second Han Shirsi in Yunmeng. None shall impede the glorious hunt of the myriad races. Annihilate them. Let the blood of humanity cleanse this land that once desecrated the divine. Chapter 139. The arrival of the alien beastmasters. The performance of the guild members. Outside the main city of Yunmeng, within a dense thicket, Xiao Mingchan, clad in a robe of fiery red, sat casually alongside Zhang Wudao, who donned tight black leather armor. Both gazed upward at the flickering projection of the city beside the Tower of Heaven, their faces alight with anticipation. After a considerable time, the city's projection stabilized, as if it had endured a great trial and found a moment of respite. It held. Zhang Wudao could not suppress a triumphant fist pump, whispering in excitement. Beside him, Xiao Mingchan's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. The first wave of attack merely involved the noble soldiers among the myriad races. It was no surprise that Qin Feng and his companions managed to withstand them. Yet, Xiao Mingchan sighed softly. For the true test lay ahead. Would they be able to endure the onslaught of the noble heirs themselves? Fear not. I have great confidence in them this year. They will surely hold for 3 hours without fail. Let's hope they do not overexert themselves. Zhang Wudao's tone was devoid of excessive worry. He glanced at Xiao Mingchan, smiling. Rest assured, I believe that lad Qin Feng is not a selfish and heartless individual. He would not allow your precious daughter to come harm. Xiao Mingchan shot him a look, retorting, unlike you, I am not of an age to join a fledgling faction. Your daughter will undoubtedly be safe. Zhang Wudao gazed skyward, feigning ignorance to Xiao Mingchan's jibe. As the ethereal projection beside the Tower of Heaven began to sway once more, Zhang Wudao rose, brushing off the leaves from his attire, and said to Xiao Mingchan, Your beloved daughter possesses a temperament just like yours, stubborn and abrasive. Ah, but I still have my dignity. Xiao Mingchan replied without reservation. Nevertheless, Zhang Wudao remained unfazed, his expression growing serious. Old chap, do not meet an untimely end. Wait for me to dispatch those scoundrels who fled to the satellite city, and I shall return to assist you. Xiao Mingchan ceased his teasing, nodding gently at Zhang Wudao. Indeed, let us two old fellows join forces and see if we can rival that freak Han Shursi. Let us return and share a drink. Those who flee shall be deemed cowardly. At the first level of the Tower of Babel, within the city of Yunmeng, the individuals who retreated from the city walls gathered beside the altar to recuperate. The indigenous inhabitants of the city expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Qin Feng and his companions. An elderly man, his body covered in blood, nearly fell to his knees before Qin Feng, but the latter swiftly intervened to prevent such an act. Subsequently, Qin Feng produced healing elixirs he had brought from the outside world and distributed them among the injured warriors. However, soon after, a series of roars echoed from outside Yunmeng City. The warriors stationed atop the city walls desperately waved emergency flags. The indigenous warriors, who had only just begun to rest, sprang to their feet and rushed towards the walls. Qin Feng and Xiao Mu'er also rose, preparing for battle. Yet, the other examinees exchanged glances filled with shame before shattering their teleportation talismans. Observing this, Qin Feng and his companions chose not to intervene, instead hastening towards the city walls. Before departing, Qin Feng entrusted a metallic cube, exuding an aura of machinery, to Tushan Yuchu. Upon receiving it, an excited blush appeared on her otherwise icy countenance. Xiao Mu'er, nearby, could not help but scoff. Nevertheless, Qin Feng paid no heed to her haughty demeanor and swiftly ascended the section of the wall he had previously defended. Upon witnessing the scene outside the city, he could not suppress a gasp of shock. Just kilometers away from Yunmeng City, enormous demonic beasts had emerged, their colossal forms radiating a dreadful aura. Following these beasts were numerous alien beings, seemingly herding these terrifying creatures. No, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed suddenly. Despite the diverse appearances of the alien beings and the varying equipment they wielded, he quickly realized they were all beast tamers. These beings intended to unleash their summoned beasts upon Yunmeng City. On the other 3 sides of the walls, various sizes of tame beasts had also appeared, and flying beasts were already flapping their wings towards Yunmeng City. The indigenous warriors on the walls expertly readied their massive crossbows, aiming at the airborne threats. Yet, Qin Feng understood that these ordinary bolts, devoid of extraordinary power, would scarcely harm the beasts summoned by the alien tamers. Watching the approaching flying beasts, Qin Feng promptly activated the guild channel. Jiuge, take care of Yuchu. Yuchu, if you cannot hold on, utilize the prototype. Bai Hua, do not hesitate to use the corpse flower, and Xin Yao, ensure his safety. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's strategic arrangements, as Chu Jiugong and his companions responded in unison, Qin Feng, amidst the 4 soaring beast companions, approached the city wall. With a decisive wave of his hand, the battle dragon beast leaped forth from the mechanical realm, unleashing a torrent of apocalyptic flames toward the airborne beasts above. The sky was instantly enveloped in a blazing inferno. The flying beasts emitted wretched cries, while distant beast tamers of other races were struck with panic, hastening to regain control of their creatures. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of sparing these creatures. The flame dragon mech radiated with fiery light, and the wheel on the right side of the Qin Feng belt spun rapidly, revealing a colossal mechanical longbow in Qin Feng's grasp. He swiftly drew the bowstring, and a long arrow of fire materialized with a crackling sound. The fiery projectile shot forth, striking the largest of the flying beasts. With a mournful howl, the creature, reminiscent of a winged tiger, plummeted earthward. A young being from a distant race shrieked in horror, collapsing to the ground, unable to fathom the sight of the bow-wielding human youth atop the city wall. Qin Feng, however, showed no mercy to the remaining beasts, relentlessly loosing fiery arrows that swiftly dispatched them all. This spectacle left the distant beast tamers aghast, dissuading them from commanding their flying beasts to attack the wall any further. Meanwhile, on another wall, Chu Jiugong stood alone atop the battlements, his white attire billowing in the wind. Confronted by the menacing flying beasts, he raised his hand gently, and four swords transformed into ethereal shadows, launching forth. In an instant, the creatures were marred by gruesome wounds, their foul blood cascading down. On yet another wall, Xiao Baiwa sat cross-legged at the center, as several flying beasts charged toward her. Zhang Xinyao and numerous warriors, stationed several meters away, revealed expressions of concern. Just then, a strikingly beautiful blood-red flower suddenly blossomed around Xiao Baiwa. A cloyingly sweet fragrance rapidly permeated the air. The attacking beasts collided with the immense illusion of the crimson flower, only to find their bodies beginning to decay. Gory chunks of flesh fell away as they emitted piercing shrieks, desperately attempting to escape the flower's grasp. Yet after mere moments, they plummeted onto the city wall. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Xinyao and the others were left in utter astonishment. The flying beasts, engaged in battle with Chu Jiugong, turned and fled in terror. Chu Jiugao's gaze toward Xiao Baiwa had transformed. He could only assist Tu Shan Yuchu and Xiao Mu'er, who were engaged in combat against several flying beasts. Qin Feng, observing the performance of his guild members, felt a profound satisfaction. Each of these individuals possessed considerable strength, indeed alleviating his concerns. However, soon, a greater number of formidable beasts had approached Yunmeng's city, commencing their assault on its walls. Some agile creatures began their ascent towards the battlements. Qin Feng traversed the walls, vanquishing each beast that dared to ascend. Chapter 140. The Demon Pattern Clan Strikes. The charge of the battle Tyrannosaurus. Xianyuan Ancient City, the most expansive metropolis within the Human Federation, was adorned with colossal, towering edifices. A multitude of professionals congregated in the heart of the city, their attention captivated by the suspended, sky-reaching tower above. Unlike the towers of other main cities, the Xianyuan Ancient City's tower was surrounded by ethereal manifestations of over 100 miniature cities. Yet, as the competition between the humans and the alien races commenced within the tower, these miniature city apparitions swiftly extinguished and disintegrated. Within less than an hour, fewer than 50 of these city manifestations remained. Witnessing this scene, numerous professionals from Xianyuan Ancient City expressed their discontent. It was indeed unjust for the human race to confront the onslaught of myriad alien races. When would humanity have the opportunity to assault the alien towers? To venture forth into the vast universe for the hunt? It was exceedingly difficult. Humanity had only recently embarked upon the path of extraordinary class advancement, and in comparison to the ancient races that had existed for tens of thousands of years, their foundation was still insufficient. They wished fervently to have been born several centuries earlier, allowing the people of bygone eras to step into the extraordinary evolution earlier. One could only hope for the emergence of more cities this year, to triumph in the tower's wager, thus sparing more innocents from becoming prey. Soon, it was heard that a human powerhouse had already rushed to the aid within the third tier of the tower. The era of humanity being hunted was on the verge of transformation. Look, the temple has released the first tier of the tower rankings. My goodness, the Demon Slayer Sanctuary has not even entered the top 50. Those damned alien races must have gathered their most gifted elites this year to besiege the Xian Yuan Tower. At the same moment, within the world of the Xian Yuan Tower, upon the walls of a grand black city, dozens of formidable young humans were valiantly battling against the alien beings surging towards the battlements. Yet, confronted with the relentless influx of alien entities, the human youths were gradually forced to retreat. Many had no choice but to abandon their defense of the walls, retreating into the city to fight alongside the golden armored guards. Beyond the city walls, a young angelic being adorned with 3 pairs of magnificent white wings gazed upon the increasing casualties among the alien races. A flicker of indignation crossing its remarkably sanctified visage. With a powerful flutter of its sacred wings, it ascended into the air and called out to a robust human youth, bloodied and battle-worn, upon the city ramparts. Descendant of the Xian Yuan lineage, why must you toil for the sake of the lowly human race? Surrender, and I assure you, not a single soul among you shall perish. I represent the angelic kin and vow that during this year's hunt of myriad races, no human life within Xian Yuan City shall be harmed. What say you? The angelic youth's voice, imbued with celestial authority, resonated throughout Xian Yuan City. Many human youths began to waver in their resolve. Yet, the sturdy boy atop the walls lifted his head and bellowed, "Feathered fiend, cease your prattle and descend to face me. I, Xian Yuan Qing of the human race, shall show you the might of the Emperor's sword." With that, the brawny youth swung his colossal sword with ferocity, unleashing a tremendous golden blade of light, imbued with resplendent sanctity, aimed at the angelic youth in the sky. Boom! The angelic youth flared its vast wings, sending forth a torrent of divine light to meet the oncoming sword strike. The immense explosion sent tremors throughout Xian Yuan City, igniting a fervor of combat within the hearts of all human beings present. The battle cries pierced the heavens. In the first level of the Celestial Tower, outside Cloud Dream City, behind the Beastmaster army, a youthful figure of the wild god race furrowed his brow, observing the clash upon the city walls. His expression turned grave as he witnessed the terrifying might of the colossal mechanical dinosaur. A dazzling radiance emanated from the wild god youth, causing the myriad alien beings trailing behind him to retreat in trepidation, wary of the palpable brilliance. Finally, the wild god youth spoke. It appears that the human race has yet to learn from their past, as they cling to mechanical creations that do not belong to the realm of alchemy. The surrounding alien beings expressed surprise at his words. "Young Master Qing, are you implying that this is neither a summoned creature nor an alchemical beast, but rather a mechanical contrivance of the humans? It seems they have not gleaned wisdom from the eons of evolution that have discarded such antiquated methods. How ludicrous it is that even among the extraordinary, they cannot ascend the ranks of the myriad worlds, yet they dare to revive such antiquated constructs, believing they can alter the fate of their kind." As the youthful beings engaged in discourse, a humanoid figure, inscribed with crimson runes, stepped forward. Smiling, it addressed the assembly. "Allow me to handle this foolish creation of the humans. My clan, the demonic rune race, revels in showcasing the true power of the myriad races to these barbaric beings." Upon hearing this, the alien beings displayed expressions of agreement. Among the myriad races gathered at the Celestial Tower, none were more suited to confront that mechanical creation than the demonic rune race. The youth of the nodded gently, eager for a swift resolution. "Fear not, my friends. I shall return shortly." With that, the boy strode forward. With each step he took, the crimson tattoos adorning his body brightened as if ignited by an inner flame. Upon reaching 100 meters from the battle, the blood-red markings had fully emerged, manifesting around him a colossal projection of a rhinoceros. With a roar, the blood-scripted rhinoceros, entirely composed of crimson runes, charged forth towards the battle. The immense horn atop the runic beast glimmered with a blinding crimson light, radiating a fearsome aura. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Qin Feng had already taken note of the otherworldly being conjuring the runic rhinoceros. Through the perception of he discerned that this being had attained the formidable 5th tier, undoubtedly the most powerful foe he had encountered thus far. The ability to summon beasts through runes promised immense potency. Yet, Qin Feng did not recall the battle. Instead, he issued a combat command directly. Engrossed in its slaughter of otherworldly beasts, let out an excited howl. It turned to face the rapidly approaching runic rhinoceros, which seemed to grow larger by the moment, soon to surpass its own size. The mechanical eyes of the sparkled with exhilaration. Suddenly, the massive foot of the slammed into the blood-soaked ground, unleashing a thunderous roar. Plumes of black smoke erupted from its mechanical body, exuding an overwhelming presence. In the next instant, the transformed into a metallic tempest, charging towards the advancing runic rhinoceros with a speed that far exceeded that of the youth. The distance of several dozen meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, the gem-like horn atop collided fiercely with the sharp horn of the runic rhinoceros summoned by the youth. A terrifying shockwave rippled outward, sending otherworldly beasts soaring through the air. The blood-stained earth erupted in all directions, obscuring the vision of both the human and otherworldly beings within Yunmeng City. Chapter 141, Annihilation of the Diamond-class Dragon Horn. On the other side, witnessing this audacious assault on the youth, many young otherworldly beings could not suppress their laughter. Foolish humans. Do they truly believe that this clumsy mechanical contraption can vanquish a genius of an ancient race ranked among the top 200 in the myriad races? Had indeed given these humans a false sense of security. The speed of this metallic beast is impressive, yet ultimately, it shall be reduced to fragments by the Rune tribe. Indeed, from the freshly disturbed soil, a cacophony of clashing metal reverberates, as if something is vigorously scraping against the surface of the metal. The myriad of alien beings, upon hearing this sound, erupt into derisive laughter, as though they envision the moment when the Rune tribe's youth effortlessly shatters the mechanical constructs of the human race. In that instant, the terrified humans will surely cower within their fortifications, too fearful to resist any longer. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Yunmeng City, the native warriors observe this scene with profound trepidation. They have just witnessed the formidable power of the battle Tyrannosaurus, the first wave of alien assaults. Alongside this onslaught of beast tamers, has showcased the battle Tyrannosaurus's pivotal role, although they remain uncertain as to how that human youth, adept with various weapons, could summon such a mighty metallic behemoth. They recognize that as long as it can help defend Yunmeng City against the aliens for even a minute longer, it grants the natives a greater chance of survival. Thus, all the natives fervently wish for the battle Tyrannosaurus to prevail. A few young warriors even contemplate venturing out of the city to rescue her from the clutches of the terrifying aliens. Had it not been for the elder city lord's intervention, one of them might have indeed charged forth. At the same time, Chu Jioga and his companions are equally anxious. Though they are aware that Qin Feng possesses formidable mechs for his mechanical pet, they still dread the thought of any misfortune befalling it. However, since Qin Feng has not commanded the battle Tyrannosaurus to retreat, they refrain from pressing him further, continuing instead to exert their utmost in eliminating the besieging beasts. In stark contrast to the collective anxiety of his companions, Qin Feng, wielding the flame bow and relentlessly slaying the alien beasts, allows a subtle smile to grace his lips. He has just received a notification indicating the acquisition of battle points. Congratulations on slaying a Rune tribe practitioner. Your faction has gained 500 battle points. Elated, Qin Feng did not anticipate that vanquishing a 5th-tier alien would yield such a bountiful reward. A glance at the heavenly rankings reveals that his standing has ascended to 76. A rapid rise indeed. He is thoroughly pleased, having finally discerned that eliminating high-tier alien entities is the most effective means of swiftly amassing battle points. As for the battle Tyrannosaurus's ability to effortlessly dispatch that Rune tribe practitioner, Qin Feng has never felt any surprise. Although that alien being is a 5th-tier practitioner, equivalent to a significant power on Blue Star, it stands no chance against the full might of the Tyrannosaurus's most potent attack. Indeed, it is the dragon's descent. The reason the battle Tyrannosaurus did not unleash its devastating abilities such as the rending dragon claw, the end of days dragon breath, or the annihilation dragon flame, but instead opted for its singular charge skill, is that this maneuver represents the pinnacle of its prowess as a platinum-tier creature. When Qin Feng sought to enhance his mechanical companion, he deliberately utilized several pieces of precious diamond-grade materials acquired from Zhang Wudao, along with the diamond-grade staff obtained from the slaying of Tuoba Zuelu. These were meticulously refined in the upgraded Furnace No. 1. resulting in the creation of a diamond-gray dragon horn for the battle Tyrannosaurus. Qin Feng firmly believed that this remarkable dragon horn was the primary catalyst for the Tyrannosaurus's ascension to diamond-grade status. Consequently, when the battle Tyrannosaurus employed this diamond-grade dragon horn to execute its dragon strike skill, it unleashed an extraordinary power far surpassing its innate combat capabilities. Even the once formidable Zhang Wudao, at the 7th transformation, was nearly caught off guard by the dragon strike. It was only through the activation of his formidable talents as a 7th-tier assassin that he narrowly evaded severe injury just before being struck by the diamond-grade dragon horn. The techniques wielded by the young member of the Magic Pattern clan, though undeniably powerful, potentially exceeding the prowess of 5th-tier extraordinary beings from Blue Star, proved utterly futile against the battle Tyrannosaurus's most formidable attack. Soon, the tumbling earth unveiled the true scene within. A colossal metallic Tyrannosaurus, radiating flames, was relentlessly flipping the young Magic Pattern warrior over with its massive paws. The once confident warrior now lay devoid of any vitality. Many otherworldly beings, with their keen eyesight, discerned a gaping wound in the young warrior's chest. The expression of shock and terror on the face of the Magic Pattern genius was unmistakable. The formidable rune giant summoned through the Magic Pattern clan's innate abilities had long since dissipated into nothingness. Faced with the mechanical creation of the human race, the Magic Pattern genius had met with utter defeat. All other beings present were left in complete astonishment at this spectacle. Even the previously composed youth from the Savage God clan wore a face of disbelief. In their eyes, despite the immense damage that the metallic construct could inflict upon beast tamers, it stood no chance against true formidable beings of the myriad races. Moreover, this was a direct descendant of the Magic Pattern clan's esteemed lineage, capable of fully summoning the Magic Pattern's ethereal spirits, yet had been vanquished by a mechanical relic from humanity's bygone era. No, it had been annihilated in a single strike. The expression on the Magic Pattern youth's face at the moment of death clearly indicated that he had been impaled directly through the body by the metallic Tyrannosaurus. Wasn't the Magic Pattern clan's ethereal spirit supposed to be exceedingly powerful? Why? A young being adorned with silver scales trembled as it spoke, yet no creature offered a response. The outcome was utterly perplexing to them. They could not fathom why a mechanical creation would triumph over an ancient being ranked within the top 200 of their kind. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the other races, the walls of Yunmeng's city erupted in fervor. Upon the revelation of the battle between the combat Tyrannosaurus and the formidable alien entity, even the beast tamers of the other races found themselves in disarray, hastily retreating with their beasts. Many indigenous warriors could hardly contain their tears of joy at having once again repelled the alien assault. Chuchio and the others, who were already aware of the combat Tyrannosaurus's existence, were equally astounded. They had anticipated that Qin Feng would not easily permit his mechanical pet to falter, even speculating that his decision to allow the combat Tyrannosaurus to engage stemmed from his unwavering confidence in its strength. However, this was all too swift. Chuchio and Zayabaiwa exchanged glances, each comprehending the shock that enveloped their hearts. They noted that the alien youth had already achieved the 5th transformation, placing him on par with the strongest among their ranks. Yet, Qin Feng had effortlessly dispatched him with merely one of his mechanical beasts. This was utterly unbelievable. Moreover, the formidable mechas that Qin Feng possessed had yet to be unleashed, and he had already demonstrated such overwhelming power. How terrifying must his full potential be? Chapter 142, The Total Assault of the Aliens. Marching out to meet the enemy. Unlike Chuchio and Zayabaiwa, Zhang Xinyao quickly regained her composure, joining the indigenous warriors in their enthusiastic cheers for Qin Feng. On the opposite wall, Xiao Mu'er gazed in disbelief at the events unfolding outside the city. Soon, her beautiful eyes turned toward Qin Feng, clad in fiery red armor atop the wall, her heart still reeling from the shock. Beside her, Tu Shanyechu, having reverted to her human form and flushed with excitement, felt a surge of satisfaction at Xiao Mu'er's astonishment, observing the alien beast tamers fleeing in disarray. She contemplated and produced the mechanical cube that Qin Feng had entrusted to her, speaking with an air of triumph. You were quite formidable when you lost control. The residual flames alone killed me 3 times. But now Tu Shanyechu caressed the mechanical cube, her eyes shimmering with unwavering confidence. Hearing Tu Shan Yechu's words, Xia Muer's expression darkened. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Tu Shan Yechu, resolute and unwilling to yield, desperately channeling the fire power within her. Yet, the inner flame of power remains dormant. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted from outside the city. Before the battle Tyrannosaurus, which had just slain a 5 transmutation alien, approached a humanoid being clad in purple battle attire with hair to match. Bolts of formidable lightning encircled the alien entity, rendering it akin to a true god of thunder descending. With a mighty roar, the battle Tyrannosaurus unleashed a torrent of flames towards the lightning being. However, the thunderous crackling continued unabated. Astonishingly, the alien being surged through the fire assault of the battle Tyrannosaurus, emerging unscathed. Enraged, the battle Tyrannosaurus's massive diamond horns radiated a brilliant light as the roar of its internal engine echoed. The divine dragon strike was launched once more, hurtling toward the alien entity. Yet, the alien did not flinch, advancing boldly to collide fiercely with the battle Tyrannosaurus. Crash! Upon impact, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the long-dimmed battlefield. As the light dissipated, the forms of both beings were revealed. The lightning-infused alien had withstood the full force of the battle Tyrannosaurus. It had merely staggered back a few paces, evidently sustaining minimal damage. Clearly, this alien adept in lightning manipulation was far more formidable than the previous magical pattern being. 6 transmutations. From a perception of the battle Tyrannosaurus, Qin Feng instantly discerned the strength of his opponent, realizing that it had attained the 6th transmutation realm. Such power was equivalent to that of a city lord in a principal city of Blue Star. Summer Cicada had barely reached the pinnacle of the 6th transmutation. Yet this 6th transmutation alien was merely a contender in the contest between humanity and the alien race. Qin Feng suddenly grasped why humanity had been unable to triumph in the trials of the Celestial Tower over the years. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. How could human practitioners, generally at the 2nd or 3rd transmutation level, hope to confront alien beings of the 5th or 6th transmutation? Thankfully, the battle Tyrannosaurus had ascended to diamond level. Otherwise, it could have been directly defeated by this 6th transmutation alien in their earlier clash. Moreover, Qin Feng had no intention of recalling the battle Tyrannosaurus, for he observed that in all 4 directions of Yunmeng City, alien practitioners were emerging. Among them, several alien beings exuded an aura not inferior to that of the lightning being. The aliens were preparing to launch a full-scale assault. Qin Feng understood that these alien entities seemed intent on no longer prolonging the confrontation. As Qin Feng gazed upon the terrifyingly powerful beings from another race, an inexplicable surge of battle intent welled up within him. He calmly declared in the guild channel, "Proceed as planned," and leaped directly from the city walls. His crimson figure plunged into the black abyss below, resolute and unwavering. Observing this, Chu Jiugong and Xiao Baiwa promptly rose to their feet and followed suit, leaping down from the city as well. Tu Shan Yu cast a glance at the nearby Xia Muer before transforming into a 4-tailed fox, her orange-red form also leaping into the void. Only Zhang Xinyao, gripping her short sword and seemingly melding with the city walls, and the hesitant Xia Muer remained atop the battlements. In the city of Yunmeng, the many hidden professionals were filled with astonishment. Over an hour had passed since the Tower of Heaven's opening, yet the anticipated hunt by the otherworldly beings had yet to commence. Some audacious professionals gazed at the Tower of Heaven in the sky and the still stable projection of the city, feeling an unexpected surprise. In the professional forum, the inhabitants of the main city of Yunmeng and the 7 satellite cities grew increasingly restless. What was happening? The projection of Yunmeng showed no sign of tremor. Had they successfully defended the city? Now, only a few extraordinary sovereigns and Xia Muer remained within the Tower of Heaven. How could they possibly hold their ground? Was it possible that the otherworldly beings had not dispatched any professionals above the 5th transition? Perhaps Qin Feng and his companions could endure a little longer, or even triumph in the contest. It seemed implausible. The Tower of Heaven would undoubtedly attract at least the top 200 beings from various races, and if they encountered those within the top 100, resistance would be futile. A few years prior, beings from the top 100 had emerged, reaching the terrifying 6th transition. One could only hope that their luck would not be too dire this year. given Qin Feng's ability to slay fifth transition extraordinary beings. Coupled with the formidable talents of Chu Jiugong and the others, they might indeed last over 3 hours. Within the Tower of Heaven, just outside Yunmeng City, Qin Feng calmly observed the approaching dozen otherworldly professionals. At the other 3 city walls, Chu Jiugong, Xiao Baihua, and Tu Shanyu stood ready. This was the strategy that Qin Feng had discussed with them. When confronted with a full-scale assault from the otherworldly beings, the most suitable course of action was to battle outside the city, thereby protecting the indigenous inhabitants within. Meanwhile, Zhang Xinyao, as an assassin, was tasked with guarding against any infiltration by the otherworldly beings inside the city. Before long, Qin Feng heard that the battle had commenced on Chu Jiugong's front. The crisp sound of swords clashing resonated throughout the battlefield. Shortly thereafter, a sweet and fragrant aroma began to permeate the entirety of Yunmeng City. Clearly, Xiao Baihua had also engaged in combat with the otherworldly beings. The two soon shared intelligence about their opponents in the guild channel. Chu Jiugong, 3 level 4s, 2 level 5s, that should suffice. Xiao Baihua, I consider myself fortunate, having 5 level 4s and 1 level 5. Upon receiving the messages, Qin Feng silently nodded. Despite not having acquired their own mechas since joining the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild, the two had, with the assistance of their families over the past few days, elevated their ranks to the golden level, doubling their influence compared to ordinary members. This significant enhancement to their strength, coupled with their stimulated drive to elevate their levels and hone their professional talents, allowed them to attain the capability to engage with level 5 professionals. Now, facing the onslaught of level 5 foreign adversaries, while they might not emerge victorious, they should be able to hold their ground until Qin Feng resolves his own opponent. At this moment, a powerful surge of energy emanated from the city walls on the opposite side of Yunmeng City. The orange-hued demonic energy surged beyond the fortifications. Within the guild channel, news finally arrived regarding the situation facing the third wall against the foreign beings. Tu Shanyu, 3 level 4s, 2 level 6s. Chapter 143, Fierce Battle. The foreign beings attempting to use the teleportation talisman. Tu Shanyu's words immediately unsettled the others. Chu Jiugong, I'll switch with you. You come on my side. Xiao Baihua, I should go instead. My abilities are better suited. Even Zhang Xinyao could not refrain from expressing her desire to assist Tu Shanyu. However, Qin Feng promptly intervened, halting their enthusiasm. None of Chu Jiugong and his companions had witnessed the terrifying form of Tu Shanyu when she unleashed her 10 tails. Even he himself, during the trials in the secret realm, could not claim with certainty that he could suppress Tu Shanyu in her 10-tail state. Although after utilizing the ancient demon's forbidden artifact, she could not forcibly release her 10-tailed demonic energy for a considerable time. He had entrusted her with the storage spaces containing the first and second mechas. As long as Tu Shanyu could control the first mecha, Qin Feng was confident that she was the strongest combatant in the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild, aside from himself and Zhang Wudao, against 2 level 6 opponents. She undoubtedly possessed the strength to contend. Observing Qin Feng's command, Chu Jiugong and his companions did not insist further. In this decisive moment, they had no choice but to place their trust in Qin Feng. Soon, Qin Feng beheld the adversary he was to confront. A humanoid being emanating a blinding luminescence approached, accompanied by several foreign entities, gradually closing the distance. Upon reaching a mere few dozen meters away, the luminous being smiled at Qin Feng and said, "So you are the ancient profession? Am I mistaken? The title your kind has bestowed upon yourselves. What now? Your mechanical creations have been restrained by us. Feel free to unleash any remaining tactics." The luminous being's words elicited laughter from the surrounding foreign entities. Qin Feng, however, remained utterly unfazed. As he scrutinized the realms of several alien beings, he was astonished to discover that one luminescent entity had achieved the 7th transformation. The nearby alien professionals were all at the 5th transformation level. Within the first layer of the Tower of Ascension, this indeed represented a formidable force not to be underestimated. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, the luminescent being spoke again, its tone imbued with the confidence of assured victory. Indeed, you possess that weapon capable of transforming into 3 distinct forms. If I am not mistaken, it too belongs to the realm of mechanical creations. After all, you outdated practitioners, whom even your own human kin look down upon, are incapable of wielding the extraordinary equipment of the extraordinary. Boom! At that moment, Qin Feng heard the sounds of battle emanating from the direction of Tushan Yuechu, indicating that she had commenced combat. Yet, she had not yet deployed her primary unit, suggesting she had yet to reach her limits. This brought a sense of relief to Qin Feng. However, his silence seemed to finally infuriate the luminescent being, which angrily gestured. The nearby 5 transformation aliens simultaneously unleashed their extraordinary energies, grinning wickedly as they charged toward Qin Feng. Master Qin, there is no need for your intervention. We can easily capture this human, exclaimed one alien with translucent skin, through which veins and bones could be seen as it complemented the luminescent being. It then led the charge towards Qin Feng, brandishing a spear resembling an ice lance, thrusting it viciously in his direction. Yet, at the moment it lunged with the spear, a fiery boomerang, radiating flames, swiftly sliced through its neck. The alien, whose visage appeared almost ethereal, felt a surge of warmth escape from its throat before it could utter another word. A distorted pattern suddenly emerged on its face. One hand desperately clutched at the gushing blood from its neck, while the other hastily retrieved a jade stone, attempting to crush it. But the spinning fiery boomerang returned once more, tracing another arc across its neck. Ugh! The translucent-skinned alien emitted a faint cry, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. A mere 20 meters from Qin Feng, its once transparent skin now bore a pallid gray hue. The jade stone, which Qin Feng recognized all too well, fell helplessly to the ground. Ah, so you too possess teleportation talismans, Qin Feng remarked, catching the returning fiery boomerang with a cold chuckle. Indeed, the alien he had dispatched with 2 lethal strikes from the fiery boomerang had, in its final moments, brandished the jade stone that served as a teleportation talisman from the Tower of Ascension. Realizing that the alien beings also possessed teleportation talismans akin to those of the human race, Qin Feng's regard for the myriad alien species diminished significantly. His words, coupled with the swift demise of his adversary, sent a tremor of trepidation through the remaining 5 transformation aliens, causing their charge towards Qin Feng to falter. Upon approaching a distance of several meters from Qin Feng, the others halted in their tracks. Yet, Qin Feng would not grant these foreign beings the luxury of an opportunity. Practitioners at the 5th transition level possess combat power that rarely exceeded 200 stars. Even though the inherent strength of these extraterrestrial entities surpassed that of the practitioners for Blue Star, breaking through the 200-star threshold was the utmost limit for these foreign practitioners. The recent demise of the foreign being, whom he had eliminated with a fiery dart, served as a testament to this fact. Clad in the Inferno Dragon armor, Qin Feng's combat prowess was more than sufficient to effortlessly overpower these 5th transition aliens. With a swift transformation, the fiery dart morphed into a colossal flaming bow. Without hesitation, Qin Feng drew the bowstring and unleashed a barrage of massive fire arrows. A piercing scream erupted from a foreign being clad in mage-like attire as it turned to flee. However, Qin Feng would not let this chance slip away. The fire arrows were shot in rapid succession, relentlessly striking the fleeing alien mage. After expending 5 arrows, he finally succeeded in slaying it. In the distance, a young member of the gazed in fury at the 2 companions who had been effortlessly dispatched by Qin Feng. Its body trembled with rage, the luminescence of its skin sharpening into a menacing glow. It bellowed at the remaining foreign beings, "You worthless lot, unable to eliminate even a single human relic. This is an utter disgrace to your entire race." Upon hearing the words of the youth, the remaining foreign beings erupted with an immense surge of extraordinary energy and charged toward Qin Feng, who wielded the fiery blade. In that moment, they found themselves evenly matched against him. Meanwhile, the youth scrutinized the unfolding battle with keen interest, its focused demeanor starkly contrasting the earlier display of anger. Yet, it still occasionally issued sharp commands, urging the remaining practitioners of various races to exert their utmost efforts in combat against Qin Feng. What is the human city of Yunmeng doing? Why are you nurturing a relic of the past? After a moment, witnessing the intensifying battle ahead, the youth murmured softly, its star-like eyes radiating a brilliant luminescence, as if attempting to pierce through the enigma of Qin Feng's true nature. On the other side, Qin Feng, relying on his formidable attributes, engaged in combat with several foreign practitioners, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. It was not that he was incapable of overcoming these foreign beings. Rather, he sought to discern whether their extraordinary abilities differed from those of humanity. However, after a brief period of testing, Qin Feng discovered that the extraordinary abilities, various exceptional skills, and even extraordinary equipment wielded by these foreign beings were fundamentally no different from those of the extraordinary practitioner for Blue Star, albeit slightly more potent. This revelation extinguished his desire to continue entangling himself with these aliens. He then focused on a foreign being wielding a bone shield and delivered a powerful strike with his fiery blade. The appearance of the otherworldly being bore a striking resemblance to that of an ape. It witnessed Qin Feng once more cleaving towards its skeletal shield, a triumphant smile spreading across its face. Secretly, it activated an additional effect of its shield, capable of inflicting double retaliatory damage on the target that struck it. The creature of the ape tribe raised its shield high, eager to witness the agonizing repercussions the detestable human would endure from its retaliatory strike. Yet, in the next moment, it felt an intense heat emanating from its arm. This was swiftly followed by sensations of warmth enveloping its skull, face, and chest, before an abyss of darkness descended upon it. With a thunderous roar, a colossal flame blade cleaved through the ape creature's skeletal shield, splitting it in twain. The terrifying blade struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The few otherworldly beings that had allied with the ape creature to assault Qin Feng were immediately taken aback. Though the searing blade scorched their flesh, a chilling dread coursed through them, sending shivers down their spines. A demon. You are a demon. One being, whose abdomen burned like a furnace, could no longer contain its horror and cried out, turning to flee. However, in the next instant, a flaming fist pierced through its body, shattering its fiery furnace. Chapter 144. Human Monster? Is your talent blindingly brilliant? With an expression of serene composure, Qin Feng gently waved his arm. The corpse of the otherworldly being, whose furnace had long extinguished, was carelessly discarded onto the ground. The remaining few otherworldly beings could no longer withstand the terror and hastily scattered in all directions. One being, capable of incessantly unleashing corrosive liquid attacks while fleeing, brandished a teleportation jade talisman to escape the heavenly tower. But just as it attempted to crush the talisman, a flaming boomerang, red-hot from the fire, severed its arm that held the talisman. The agony of the severed limb compelled the creature to emit a cry, but that grim talisman-like boomerang returned overhead. With a sickening thud, the toxic being was reduced to a puddle of sludge. In an instant, the battlefield, once rife with ferocity, transformed into a one-sided slaughterhouse orchestrated by Qin Feng. The remaining otherworldly beings stood powerless, unable to seize even a moment to utilize their teleportation talismans to escape the heavenly tower. Under the relentless onslaught of fiery blades, searing boomerangs, and frenzied arrows, the last few beings of the fifth transition realm were all vanquished by Qin Feng. Consequently, Qin Feng accrued 3,000 points of slaying value, propelling the Extraordinary Dominators Guild into the top 50 of the heavenly rankings. Qin Feng felt immense satisfaction. However, he soon began to indiscriminately collect the extraordinary equipment from the corpses of the slain otherworldly beings. At this moment, in the distance, the young member of the Wild God clan finally displayed a look of astonishment. Just moments ago, he refrained from taking the initiative, desiring instead to let the other practitioners from various clans test the strength of this human. As a noble scion ranked within the top 100 of the myriad clans, he was unwilling to encounter any uncontrollable crises. After all, although this human was merely a so-called ancient practitioner, he possessed a metallic creation whose power rivaled that of a sixth transition practitioner, along with a mechanical weapon capable of transforming its form, an impressive strength not to be underestimated. It was highly probable that he was a favored candidate of the human race from Yunmeng City. If the several practitioners from the myriad clans could engage him, they might eliminate this human seedling without him needing to intervene personally. However, the outcome of the battle completely defied his expectations. After losing his mechanical creation, this human was still able to fiercely contend with 6 fifth transition extraordinary practitioners, relying solely on that peculiar weapon. This utterly surpassed the young wild god's previous understanding of the human race. He had witnessed groups capable of challenging above their rank. But those were typically prodigious talents from ancient clans within the top 50 of the myriad clans. Even he, during his third transition, would not dare to claim he could challenge a fifth transition practitioner. How could the human race produce such a formidable prodigy? Even the ice magic prodigy from over a decade ago in Yunmeng City merely encountered that year's extraordinary talents and chose not to enter the Yunmeng Tower. Otherwise, given the human race's foundation, how could they have triumphed in that year's competition? The races on this primitive planet had lagged behind the myriad clans in their extraordinary evolution by tens of thousands of years, making it inconceivable for such a powerful being to emerge. Moreover, he was merely an ancient practitioner who had not even awakened as an extraordinary practitioner. How could he withstand the assault of 6 fifth transition powerhouses at the third transition? And as if that were not enough, this seemingly foregone battle concluded with this third transition human effortlessly annihilating the 6 practitioners from various clans. It was utterly astonishing. Furthermore, according to the young wild god's observations, this human had evidently concealed his strength during the earlier skirmish, as if probing the capabilities of his opponents before unleashing his full power to vanquish them with ease. This only deepened the young wild god's astonishment. What kind of monster has the human race cultivated? He cast his gaze upon Qin Feng, noting the distinct metallic armor. In his curiosity about how the human race transformed an ancient practitioner who had yet to awaken as an extraordinary being into such a formidable killing machine intensified. Was it some unknown human legacy? Or perhaps the abilities of that armor? Or could it be that this human's ancient profession and even his realm were mere illusions? But as the human figure ruthlessly tore at the equipment of the deceased myriad races, the youth of the archaic divine clan let out a furious roar. His skin radiated an incredibly blinding glow. Boom! The archaic divine youth transformed into a blazing sun, effortlessly traversing hundreds of meters to land mere dozens of meters away from Qin Feng. Swiftly, he tossed the last piece of equipment from the alien being into the second furnace, then turned to face that final foe. Enveloped in dazzling luminescence, the archaic divine youth resembled a deity descending from the heavens. Observing the calm demeanor of the human, he abruptly ceased his contemplation of how his opponent possessed such formidable power. What of slaughtering a fifth transition? I can accomplish that too, and even at a swifter pace. This must be your limit, the archaic divine youth declared, advancing towards Qin Feng with a sinister grin. For being able to slay fifth transition professionals is a badge of honor for you. Qin Feng found himself perplexed by the verbose alien's words, yet he remained silent, casting a glance at the distant battle with the rampaging dragon beast before returning his indifferent gaze to the alien. It appeared that this creature possessed light-based abilities, compelling even Qin Feng to squint as he scrutinized the being, which was on the verge of transforming into a colossal light bulb. Nevertheless, the archaic divine youth continued to speak with unwavering confidence. However, listen to here. I shall hunt down countless humans during my time on Blue Star, repaying what you have just. But at that moment, Qin Feng abruptly interrupted the archaic divine speech, unable to contain himself any longer. This alien was not only chatty, but also exceedingly arrogant. More importantly, it was far too bright. The brilliance was nearly blinding him. If he allowed it to continue speaking, he might truly be dazzled. Squinting, Qin Feng shouted at his opponent, "Who said this is my limit?" What? The archaic divine youth, initially enraged by the interruption, was momentarily perplexed by Qin Feng's words. Yet in the next instant, he beheld the human, standing sideways with eyes squinted, gently waving his hand. Suddenly, a crisp mechanical sound echoed through the void. With a resounding boom, a massive crimson figure descended from the heavens. The human youth effortlessly leaped into the open cockpit of this gigantic form. Boom, boom, boom. The air filled with the thunderous sounds of machinery, and lights began to illuminate the towering crimson figure, taller than the city walls. The archaic divine youth, shrouded in endless radiance, stood frozen, staring in bewilderment at the scene before him. Is your talent merely to blind others? At this moment, a rumbling sound emanated from the blood-red figure. Instantly, the youth in the Wild God clan was consumed by fury. Human race, behold the radiance of the Wild God clan. With a thunderous roar, an endless brilliance erupted from its being, illuminating the entire battlefield. On the other side of the wall, 2 fearsome alien beings, upon witnessing the terrifying light radiating from the opposing wall, were filled with elation. They jeered at a disheveled, orange-red figure before the wall, taunting, "Did you see? The young master of the Wild God clan has made his move. Your companion shall soon meet their demise. Surrender now and become my pet, and I shall overlook your previous transgressions." Meanwhile, before the wall, the battered Tu Shan Yu struggled to lift her head. She paid no heed to the taunts of her adversaries, instead intently listening to the commotion from the direction of the other wall. Moments later, as if she had confirmed a certain truth, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in her eyes. "They are utterly foolish." The two sixth-tier alien beings were displeased by Tu Shan Yu's reaction. Just as they were about to strike again, a mechanical sound resonated. In the next instant, a tall, slender figure of vibrant orange-red appeared before them. Chapter 145, The Thunderfall God-Slaying Array. The vanished Wild God clan. The two alien beings quickly retracted their impending attacks, staring in astonishment at the towering figure before them. Is this a mechanical construct? They were utterly taken aback. They had not anticipated that the human they were about to defeat would unveil such a creation. This was not an alchemical product forged through extraordinary abilities, but rather a mechanical entity akin to the previous mechanical Tyrannosaurus. What has happened to the human race? Has the Blue Star begun to revive its forsaken path of evolution? Although the two young professionals from various clans had not participated in the past invasions of Blue Star, they were aware that its evolutionary path was entirely distinct from that of the myriad clans, as it sought to create mechanical deities. Ultimately, this ambition had been rendered a mere delusion in the face of the extraordinary armies of the clans, relegating them to the lowest strata among the myriad alien races. Were it not for the rumors that had circulated through the realms, suggesting that a divine essence had been lost on Blue Star, this race might have long been forgotten. Despite having witnessed the scene where a genius from the Demon Mar clan was effortlessly slain by a human mechanical construct, the two aliens felt no panic upon seeing this seemingly more formidable humanoid machine. Instead, they grew increasingly exhilarated, eager to dismantle the human creation before them with their own hands. Futile. Surrender now. Do you think that size equates to power? Stubborn humans. Have you forgotten how your technological civilization was obliterated? Two beings of a different race erupted into reckless laughter, emanating terrifying energy. As the aura of six-turn extraordinary practitioners surged towards Tu Shan Yu, boom! Standing before the city wall, Yu decisively activated the mecha. The dreadful roar of the engine resonated throughout Yunmeng City. The colossal orange-red body transformed into a fleeting shadow, violently colliding with the two alien entities. The ferocious aftershocks of the battle caused the city walls to tremble violently. The two extraterrestrial beings, having made contact with a mecha, were now even more astonished. This mechanical creation of the human race, seemingly a mere metallic body easily breakable, had withstood their extraordinary skills. Moreover, the counterattacks it unleashed instilled a sense of threat within them. Exchanging glances, the two beings resolved to unleash their full power. An even more terrifying, extraordinary energy surged forth from their bodies. Waves of horrific attacks rained down upon a mecha. Yet, relying on the mecha's formidable attributes, Tu Shan Yu fought evenly against the two six-turn aliens, showing no signs of inferiority. At this moment, on top of the city wall, Zhang Xinyao and Xiaomur, who were observing the battle, were filled with astonishment upon witnessing Tu Shan Yu using this enormous mech to withstand the assaults of the two six-turn beings. Particularly, Xiaomur experienced a vague recollection of scenes from the final moments before her fainting in the college entrance examination secret realm. The mecha, under the control of Tu Shan Yu, felt inexplicably familiar to her. She fixated on the orange-red figure battling the two six-turn aliens, and an inexplicable sense of envy began to rise within her heart. Meanwhile, not far away, the ethereal figure of Zhang Xinyao gazed at the battle below, feeling an impulse to leap into action, wishing to jump off the city wall and join her guild companions in the fight. However, suddenly, she turned her gaze toward the shadowy corner within the city. In the shadows, there seemed to be faint energy fluctuations. Not far from that corner, a group of indigenous children huddled together. Assailants. Zhang Xinyao immediately felt a surge of vigilance. Whoosh! Her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, rushing towards that corner. Outside the city, facing the radiant light that surged toward him with a tangible presence, Qin Feng unhesitatingly activated the Storm Crimson ion cannon. With a thunderous roar, a beam of light brighter than that of the ruins god tribe shot towards the very center of that luminous glow. After a tremendous explosion, the blazing light was sent flying backward. Peering through the Storm Crimson, Qin Feng witnessed a colossal damage number emerging from the seemingly boundless brightness. Clearly, the previous attack had struck its target. The Platinum-grade Storm Crimson possessed a certain degree of automatic targeting capability. He hesitated not for a moment. With resolute determination, the Scarlet Tempest surged forth into a luminous expanse akin to a vast ocean. A resonant hum filled the air as the colossal blades of 3 arms unfurled instantaneously. The lightning blade array activated without hesitation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The lightning blade array ascended once more, and amidst the terrifying rotation of the blades, 3 black holes seemed to materialize. Tendrils of dark lightning flowed incessantly between the 3 blades, representing the 3rd form of the Thundercloud Blade Array, the Godslayer Thunderfall Array. It was through the intermediate lottery that Qin Feng had acquired a schematic over the past 3 days, enabling the Scarlet Tempest to achieve yet another advancement in its lethal prowess, resulting in a significant enhancement of its capabilities. Scarlet Tempest, Platinum, Category, Mecha Class Weapon, exclusive to Qin Feng. Attributes: Strength 15421, Agility 12655, Constitution 14156, Spirit 10184, Combat Rating 139 stars, Durability 150001, 5000. Weapon System: Miniature Star Destroyer Ion Cannon. Ultimate Skills: 1st Tier, Thundercloud Blade Array, 2nd Tier, Lightning Blade Array, 3rd Tier, Godslayer Thunderfall Array. Available replacement slots: 024. Upon its elevation to Platinum status, the Scarlet Tempest combat power doubled from its previous golden form. A feat made possible by several upgrade schematics acquired at great cost to Qin Feng's divine points, including that of the 3rd form of the Thundercloud Blade Array. Godslayer Thunderfall Array description: the 3rd tier of the Thundercloud Blade Array, inflicting an additional 1,000 damage. The host may activate it at will, consuming energy equivalent to 50 times that of the Thundercloud Blade Array. The increase in power was monumental, especially for the Scarlet Tempest, boasting a combat rating of 139 stars. Upon activating the 10-fold damage Godslayer Thunderfall Array, it could potentially obliterate even a Platinum tier 3-legged Golden Crow in an instant. Although the energy expenditure was indeed 50 times that of the ordinary Thundercloud Blade Array, it truly endowed the Scarlet Tempest with the genuine capability to slay gods. In confronting this alien being of the 7th Transition Realm, Qin Feng was never complacent from the outset. He immediately unleashed his most formidable weapon, enhancing each blade by replacing the negative effects of Silver Tier or higher extraordinary swords. Qin Feng was confident that even if this alien had attained the 7th Transition Realm, a single hit would be far from pleasant. However, as the Godslayer Thunderfall Array, distorting the very air, descended upon the targeted alien, the attack missed entirely. Qin Feng's consciousness swept across the area, activating the scanning function of the Scarlet Tempest, yet he still failed to detect the presence of the alien. It was as though the being had vanished without a trace. Qin Feng felt a pang of doubt. After ascending to Platinum status, he had previously utilized the scanning capability of the Scarlet Tempest to unveil Zhang Wudao's invisibility, unless one truly tears through the fabric of space and ventures into the void. There exists no sanctuary beneath the technological prowess of Platinum-tier mechanical creations. Yet at this moment, this alien entity remarkably evaded the Storm's crimson targeting. Moreover, what perplexed Qin Feng was that these brilliantly luminous beams continued to blaze fiercely, spreading outward like waves, relentlessly washing over the Storm's crimson form. With a perfect synchronization to his mech, Qin Feng felt as if he were submerged in the depths of the ocean. The onslaught of these radiant waves seemed to intensify, instilling within him a sense of impending peril. He finally comprehended that the innate talent of this extraterrestrial being was far more than merely blinding brilliance. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his search, employing his professional investigative skills and the technological capabilities of his mech to meticulously scan every inch of space. Just then, a light chuckle resonated across the vast expanse of luminous waves. I truly underestimated you. If I am not mistaken, this is the mech that your kind once crafted Who would have thought that humanity placed their hopes upon such constructs? It is a veritable jest across the realms. The voice of the being from the God of Desolation tribe was ethereal and unpredictable. Yet, Qin Feng suddenly discerned a distinct surge of life energy on the ever-modifying display of the storm's crimson interface. Although this fluctuation was fleeting, it was nonetheless captured by the platinum-tier detection capabilities of the storm. In an instant, Qin Feng began to grasp the essence of this alien being's innate ability. Chapter 146. If I cannot seize you, I shall opt for a collective assault. Controlling light. This being from the God of Desolation tribe seemingly possessed the ability to manipulate light within a certain radius. It could transform intangible light into extraordinary energy, controlling it to strike at its targets. Furthermore, it appeared capable of utilizing the concealment of light to hide within its domain, effectively cloaking itself from the scrutiny of ordinary extraordinary beings. Its prowess had indeed surpassed all that Qin Feng had previously encountered among extraordinary practitioners. This ability seemed not merely a result of extraordinary profession, but rather a unique racial gift. Should a typical extraordinary practitioner encounter it, as long as their realm did not surpass that of the alien, they would undoubtedly become utterly lost amidst the blinding radiance, ultimately falling prey to this being's increasingly potent control over light. For practitioners devoid of special means of survival, such an ability was utterly insurmountable. Nevertheless, Qin Feng refused to concede. He did not believe in the existence of an absolutely invincible power. Every extraordinary ability must possess a countermeasure. Otherwise, the God of Desolation tribe might have long since dominated all races. Here it comes. The storm's crimson once more locked onto a point of vitality within the ocean of light. Qin Feng promptly activated the ion cannon. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed its might. After the storm crimson ascended to the platinum level, its primary weapon evolved into a miniature annihilation ion cannon. Both the activation time and power far surpassed the original Type 22 plasma cannon. The terrifying beam struck the location where the signs of vitality emerged almost instantaneously. A cry of anguish resonated from within the brilliance. Qin Feng beheld another damage numeral materialize. Instantly, a surge of joy filled his heart, for this signified that the capabilities of the archaic deity race were not invincible. Although they could conceal their forms within the light, they were not truly transformed into rays. Instead, they continuously utilized the light to obscure their bodies, akin to an advanced version of a stealth ability characteristic of an assassin class. Even if they could partially render themselves intangible, they were by no means completely impervious to attack. Periodically, the signs of vitality that flickered amidst the brilliance indicated the moments they revealed vulnerabilities. As long as he seized these fleeting opportunities, victory was within reach. Human, you have truly provoked my wrath. At this moment, the enraged roar of the archaic deity echoed from within the light. Simultaneously, Qin Feng noted that the speed of the opponent's vitality trace had significantly increased. He unleashed another ion cannon strike, yet it missed its mark entirely. It was evident that the adversary had discerned Qin Feng's method of attack. Resign yourself, even if you resort to underhanded tactics. It cannot bridge the chasm that exists between us and your ancient kin. The archaic deity, relying on their racial talents, continuously shifted positions amidst the overwhelming brilliance, intensifying the luminous assault directed at Storm Crimson. Gradually, these rays began to exhibit lethality. A plethora of damage numerals began to manifest on the display of Storm Crimson. Qin Feng even observed strands of light infiltrating the very structure of Storm Crimson, causing damage to its mechanical integrity. Watching the armor system being gradually compromised, Qin Feng sighed softly. He had initially believed that a mere mech would suffice to vanquish this alien foe, yet he had underestimated the profound heritage of these ancient races. Although he could activate fervent augmentation to continually enhance Storm Crimson's combat prowess or equip the celestial fire armor to overpower his opponent, the endeavor was exceedingly taxing. Listening to the incessant taunts from the archaic deity, Qin Feng contemplated the continuation of this entanglement. With a flicker of intent, a series of crisp mechanical sounds resonated through the void. Following that, a multitude of mechs descended from the heavens. Freedom Gundam, Celestial Fire, Beast King Mech, Titan, crashing down onto the ground. The thunderous roars of their engines immediately reverberated throughout the entirety of Cloud Dream City. A multitude of mechas surged towards the various locations illuminated by Qin Feng's probing light. In no time, they reached their designated positions. Rather than activating the special forms of these mechas, Qin Feng relied on his formidable mental will to unleash the instantaneous attack capabilities of all the mechas simultaneously. The beings of the archaic divine clan, clearly startled by the sheer number of mechas Qin Feng had summoned, were about to speak when they were abruptly interrupted by a shot from the Freedom Gundam's magnetic cannon. A damage indicator materialized just 20 meters away from the Freedom Gundam, revealing several thousand points of damage. Despite its modest figure, Qin Feng was thoroughly satisfied. Can you escape? If one mecha cannot capture you, then let 9 converge upon you. Surely one will be closest. The luminous domain, created by the archaic divine beings, extended only a few hundred meters, with 9 mechas each occupying a distinct area. Their rapid-fire attacks left no opportunity for escape. Unless the being could truly transform into light or expand its luminous domain by several times, it was evident that this relatively young, archaic, divine entity lacked such capability. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, a barrage of attacks rained down upon the various points of the luminous domain. Although the archaic divine beings could rely on their innate abilities to teleport and shift positions within the hundreds of meters, they found no respite under Qin Feng's strategy of overwhelming the opponent with mechas. Once a position was locked, it would inevitably face the searing assault of a mecha. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Xiaomu withdrew her gaze from the luminous domain where Qin Feng resided, turning her attention to the battle unfolding below her. At that moment, Tushan Yuechu, controlling the first-generation mecha, was deeply engaged in combat against 2 sixth-transformation alien beings. The enormous mecha, suffused with a wealth of orange-red demonic energy, had conjured 5 massive foxtails, exhibiting terrifying combat prowess. However, the 2 alien beings, having exerted all their strength, were relentlessly inflicting severe damage upon the mecha controlled by Tushan Yuechu. Xiaomu discerned that if Tushan Yuechu were to confront a single sixth-transformation alien being, she would undoubtedly have a chance of victory with this mecha. Yet now, her adversaries were 2 sixth-transformation opponents. Moreover, judging by their levels, they were clearly late-stage sixth-transformation powerhouses. In tandem, Xiaomu estimated that even her father, Xiao Mingchan, might struggle to secure an easy victory. Yet astonishingly, Tushan Yuechu, who had not yet reached the 5th transformation, was wielding an ancient mechanical construct from a bygone era, demonstrating the capability to contend against 2 sixth-transformation powerhouses. This revelation was utterly beyond Xiaomu's expectations. She could scarcely fathom how an artifact abandoned by the extraordinary age could empower an individual from the olden days with such formidable strength. Her heart inexplicably began to pound violently. Boom! However, Tushan Yuechu was ultimately confronted with 2 formidable adversaries. The severely damaged orange-hued mech crashed directly into the towering walls of Yunmeng City. Chapter 147, Unit 2, Present. The pleading young master of the Yet, she remained tensely focused on the colossal mech operated by Tushan Yuechu. In this battlefield, it was entirely reliant on Tushan Yuechu to hold the line. The situation for Chu Jugong and Xiao Baiwa was evidently dire. Meanwhile, Qin Feng appeared to be ensnared by some radiant magical formation. Zhang Xinyao seemed to have already engaged in combat within the city against the ambushing foreign forces. Her own fiery powers remained elusive. Should Tushan Yuechu fall, the city of Yunmeng would begin its descent into chaos from that very wall. The frail indigenous people within the city would face merciless slaughter. Tushan Yuechu awakened. With this thought, Xiaomu shouted towards the first unit, leaning against the wall, as if struck unconscious by a tremendous force. Yet her cries bore no effect. Instead, she heard the engines within the mech controlled by Tushan Yuechu gradually sputtering out. The 2 sixth-tier foreign beings continued to draw closer, their terrifying skills coalescing, ready to be unleashed upon the unconscious mech. You shall not prevail. Panic surged through Xiaomu, her hands gripping her dual blades, trembling violently. But as she beheld the approaching foreign entities, she clenched her teeth and leapt directly down from the city wall. In midair, a pair of flame wings, only a few meters long, materialized behind the young girl. Xiao Mu'er was instantly elated. With a swift motion, she conjured a fireball and hurled it fiercely towards the two foreign beings. However, the fireball, merely a span of 1 foot in diameter, was effortlessly shattered by one wielding a colossal sword. This filled Xiao Mu'er with frustration. She maneuvered her wings, propelling herself towards the two foreign entities, her dual blades emanating flames that soared to a height of 1 meter, striking fiercely towards them. Yet in the next moment, Xiao Mu'er was sent flying by the two foreign beings, crashing heavily against the city wall, landing beside the first unit. Blood poured from her mouth in torrents. Determined, she attempted to rise, desperately striving to summon her inner flames. But even her fiery wings were beyond her reach. Hith, a mere little human mage dares to challenge us. The two foreign beings sneered as they advanced, one brandishing a staff, casually gesturing. A massive ice spear hurtled towards Xiao Mu'er. Seeing this, she closed her eyes in despair. Just as she thought she would meet her humiliating end, a thunderous sound erupted. She hurriedly opened her eyes to behold a colossal metallic hand shielding her from harm. It was Tu Shan Yuechu. Xiao Mu'er gasped in astonishment, gazing up at the reactivated orange mech. She could hardly believe that Tu Shan Yuechu had come to her rescue. Moreover, the mech's palm had been pierced by an ice spike in the process of saving her. Xiao Mu'er found it difficult to articulate her emotions, as if a torrent of feelings were pent up inside her, seeking an outlet. Yet, after reactivation, the mech, resonating with the thunderous roar of its engine, charged once more towards the two six-turn alien beings. Before it departed, it casually tossed a mechanical cube to Xiao Mu'er. Instinctively, she caught the metallic block, filled with confusion. However, the battle between Tu Shan Yuechu and the two six-turn aliens had resumed. The injury sustained while saving her seemed to affect the mech's combat capabilities. This time, Tu Shan Yuechu's struggle was increasingly arduous. The massive orange mech was marred by grotesque gashes that revealed its intricate mechanical innards. Yet, Xiao Mu'er could still hear the anguished roars of Tu Shan Yuechu from within the mech. It seemed as if he were on the brink of exhaustion. The movements of the mech grew slower, and it sustained more damage. In the end, it could only rely on its massive form to shield against the onslaught directed towards the city wall by the two alien foes. You can do it, Tu Shan Yuechu. Keep fighting. Don't give up. Xiao Mu'er could no longer contain her cries. Tears streamed down her face, filled with a sense of profound unwillingness. She repeatedly sought to awaken the flame power within her. Clack, clack, clack. A series of crisp mechanical sounds echoed. Xiao Mu'er looked down in surprise at the mechanical cube in her hand, which was rapidly transforming. Then, she felt an incredibly familiar force, as if it were calling out to her. With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Mu'er glanced at the enormous mech, now besieged by the two six-turn aliens, and nodded without hesitation. In that instant, the pent-up frustration within her felt as though it had found release. Boom! A blinding flash of fire erupted from the mechanical space. In the next moment, a blood-red colossal mech materialized in the same spot. Within the control room of the gigantic mech, Xiao Mu'er experienced a shift in perspective, along with the swift activation of mechanical structures throughout the immense body. More tears streamed from her eyes, for at that moment, she finally felt the long-awaited flame power return. In fact, it surged with a strength several times greater than what she had previously wielded while conscious. It has returned. Everything has returned. Xiao Mu'er found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend how she had entered such a formidable mech. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on it any longer. It was as if she had been born to pilot the mech, charging directly into the battlefield ahead. A pair of colossal flame wings, exceeding 100 meters in span, manifested behind the mech. With a thunderous roar, a massive fist engulfed in crimson flame struck forcefully at a six-turn alien wielding a gigantic sword, sending him hurtling dozens of meters away. At that very moment, Qin Feng received a system notification indicating that Xiao Mu'er had automatically activated the second mech. He refrained from exercising his authority to revoke her control, knowing full well that the moment Tu Shan Yuechu entrusted the portable mechanical space, or the second mech, to Xiao Mu'er, she had already been acknowledged as a comrade. Qin Feng understood that without the ability to unleash the Ten Tails form, Tu Shan Yuechu would undoubtedly face a fierce battle against the two six-turn aliens. However, with Xiao Mu'er's involvement, there was nothing left to worry about. The combination of the first and second mechs could contend with even seven-turn professionals. Finally, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and focused on his own opponent. After a relentless bout of skirmishing, the being from the Divine Desolation tribe clearly showed signs of fatigue. Its speed of teleportation within the radiant light had noticeably diminished. Each fluctuation of vitality it exhibited became increasingly apparent, indicating it was on the brink of collapse. Indeed, it wasn't long before Qin Feng heard the weak voice of the Divine Desolation being amidst the brilliance, pleading, "Human, shall we call it truce? I can assure you that this year no beings from the myriad tribes will enter your Yunmeng city. I swear by the honor of the Divine Desolation tribe that I shall not go back on my word." Yet, Qin Feng paid no heed to its entreaties, steadfastly maintaining the strategy of overwhelming force. Gradually, the voice of the Divine Desolation being transformed into desperate pleas and feeble threats. "I concede defeat. This contest belongs to your human race. I can offer you compensation if you let me go. I am the scion of the Divine Desolation tribe. You cannot kill me. My tribe ranks 176 among the myriad clans. If you slay me, please cease your attacks." At that moment, in Blue Star's main city of Yunmeng, numerous professionals had emerged from the once silent city. They were not emboldened by the belief that they could confront the formidable alien hunters. Rather, they were baffled as to why the alien hunt had yet to commence this year. The crowd gazed at the illusory projection of the city beside the Tower of Heaven, filled with confusion. It had already been nearly 4 hours. What was the situation? The contest was still ongoing? This must have set a record beyond that of Lord Han, having lasted such an extended period. Do you think we will win this year's contest? One questioned. It's hard to say. Although those few are exceptionally talented, they still fall short compared to Lord Han, who reached the 5-turn threshold during the entrance exam. Winning the contest is indeed an arduous challenge. Chapter 148, Xianyuan Qing's Defeat. The pressure of divine power. In the city of Yunmeng, standing resolutely upon the city walls, Xia Mingchan gazed in astonishment at the still glimmering projection of Yunmeng City. Simultaneously, he utilized his high-ranking professional privileges to peruse the heavenly rankings. Observing the extraordinary Dominators Guild, now nestled within the top 50, his astonishment deepened beyond measure. Xia Mingchan was acutely aware of the talents possessed by several extraordinary professionals within the Qin Feng Guild. Although they ranked among the finest of novice professionals in the entire Yunmeng city this year, they were far from the level of overpowering alien professionals. His daughter, Xia Mu'er, whose fiery power had yet to be restored, was unlikely to perform well. Yet, the continuous rise in the killing points of the extraordinary Dominators Guild was nothing short of astonishing. They had remarkably secured a position within the top 50 of numerous factions among all living beings. Incredible. Qin Feng, what other hidden capabilities do you possess? Previously, Xia Mingchan had inquired multiple times of his old friend Zhang Wudao as to why he would join a first-tier faction established by an ancient professional. However, he had never received a satisfactory answer. Yet, Zhang Wudao's expression of pride and his sudden surge in combat strength hinted at something more. Unfortunately, Xia Mingchan had been unable to verify his suspicions until now. The Extraordinary Dominators Guild's performance had definitively confirmed his belief. Qin Feng undoubtedly possessed strength surpassing mere 5 transformations. Not only had he managed to suppress the uncontrollable flames inherited from the fire elemental, but he had also effortlessly produced the faction's creation token, attracting prodigies from the Chu and Xiao families, as well as simultaneously recruiting Zhang's father and daughter. This Qin Feng was truly remarkable. The first-tier ancient faction established by Qin Feng was undeniably extraordinary. As Xia Mingchan looked up at the projection of Yunmeng City, his gaze ignited with fervor. In Xianyuan Ancient City, all professionals keenly observing the contest were gripped with tension. The projection of Xianyuan City was in violent turmoil, seemingly on the brink of shattering. This indicated that the Xianyuan City within the Tower of Heaven was under fierce assault by alien forces. Moreover, with an increasing number of human candidates being teleported out, the anxiety among the professionals of Xianyuan City intensified. Boom! After an indeterminate passage of time, a resounding thud echoed from above Xianyuan City. The violently fluctuating projection began to shatter rapidly. In mere moments, it was completely extinguished. On the vast plaza of Xianyuan Ancient City, a youth, bearing numerous ghastly wounds, was teleported out at the final moment. Xianyuan Qing. It's all right, you performed admirably. Someone called out to the boy wielding a massive sword. Others echoed words of comfort. However, the dejected Qin Yuanqing lifted his gaze towards the Tower of Heaven, his face etched with sorrow and indignation. In his grasp, the colossal emperor's sword emitted a haunting melody, lamenting in its own way, prompting a collective sigh from those surrounding. Qin Yuanqing had already distinguished himself as one of the most exceptional novice practitioners in this year's Xian Yuan ancient city. Having awakened merely months prior, he had astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier of cultivation. Initially, many had anticipated that this year's contest at the Xian Yuan Tower would herald a transformation, thanks to Qin Yuanqing's prowess. Yet, the outcome remained a disheartening defeat for the human race. Nonetheless, no one harbored any resentment towards Qin Yuanqing. As one of the earliest established cities within the Human Federation, the practitioners here were acutely aware of the chasm between humanity and the myriad alien races on the extraordinary path of evolution. The perseverance exhibited by Qin Yuanqing and his companions was commendable. Currently, fewer than 10 human cities still stood unbreached within the Xian Yuan Tower. The most powerful faction in Xian Yuan ancient city, the Demon Slayer Sanctuary, had even secured a position within the top 100 of the tower's rankings. This marked the finest achievement for Xian Yuan ancient city in the tower over the years. Suddenly, someone pointed towards the vast sky, exclaiming in astonishment at the 47th ranked faction on the monumental leaderboard. Driven by frustration, Qin Yuanqing glanced at the immense board, spotting an unfamiliar faction, the Transcendent Sovereigns. A flicker of surprise crossed his visage. In the ethereal realm of the Yunmeng Tower, within Yunmeng City, Zhang Xinyao gripped her Moonslayer dagger, her gaze fixed intently on a figure mere meters away. The being before her resembled a humanoid avian creature, adorned with black feathers. Although it bore no weapon, its wings, resembling forged steel, were remarkably sharp. Zhang Xinyao bore numerous wounds inflicted by those iron wings, blood seeping from her injuries, yet she seemed utterly oblivious to her plight. Fixated on the alien assassin that had infiltrated Yunmeng City, with a swift whoosh, she propelled herself towards a specific direction. The Moonslayer dagger glimmered with crimson light as she struck, successfully piercing the oncoming alien. Several black iron feathers were dislodged in the process. The alien assassin let out a furious growl, its massive iron wings striking out violently at Zhang Xinyao. Despite her best efforts to evade, she was flung away. A gaping wound opened in her abdomen. With a thud, Zhang Xinyao landed several meters away, while the alien glanced at her with disdain before turning to approach a nearby native. However, after just a few steps, it instinctively dodged to the side. A shimmering energy chain struck the exact spot it had occupied moments ago. Immediately following, a thunderous crash echoed as a colossal metal mech was drawn in by the chain, standing protectively before the alien assassin, which now regarded the mechanical construct with astonishment. However, it was not long before a trace of disdain flickered in those blood-red eyes. As it leisurely advanced forward, inside the Titan mech, the pallid Zhang Xinyao gazed at the approaching alien assassin and softly uttered, "Sword Core, activate!" With a resonant hum, the massive Titan drew forth the colossal sword from its back. With a thunderous crash, it struck towards the alien assassin. The assassin instinctively raised its immense iron wings to defend, but in the next moment, its iron-clad body was sent flying. The once invincible metallic wings bore a grievous wound. Impossible! Fear finally seeped into the alien assassin's eyes. Beyond the city walls, within the realm of radiant light, it seemed that the being of the Ruins God clan realized that Qin Feng would not relent. The creature finally abandoned all hope of mercy, pouring every ounce of its strength into the radiant energy surging towards Qin Feng's mechs. In the stormy crimson cockpit, Qin Feng observed the almost tangible light encroaching upon him, and a frown creased his brow, although he knew that the Ruins God being could not escape. Allowing it to continue wreaking havoc would undoubtedly inflict considerable damage on his mechs, particularly the weakest Titan, which might soon require extensive repairs. This cannot continue. Qin Feng's thoughts swept across his various mechs, inspecting the components that had already been infiltrated by the solid light, and an inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. Suddenly, he noticed that a beam of light attempting to approach him recoiled at the very moment his thoughts brushed against it. Moreover, wherever his thoughts traversed, the light controlled by the Ruins God being seemed to retreat in fear. "What is this?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Just by observing the mechs being damaged by the light, he had inadvertently exuded a pressure that caused these radiant energies to dissipate. Divine pressure? A sudden realization dawned upon Qin Feng. Even the will of the heavenly Tao willingly submitted, assisting him in concealing information through divine power, which had once again manifested its formidable capabilities. This time, it was an ability of concealment that Qin Feng could actively wield. Pressure, a terrifying force that could compel spells to withdraw. Without further contemplation, he infused the intent imbued with divine pressure and swiftly swept it across the mechs. Those frenzied lights, akin to maggots desperately seeking to infiltrate and destroy the mechs, began to retreat hastily. In the void, the terrified voice of the ruins god youth soon echoed, "Wait. Why do you carry the aura of a deity?" Chapter 149, Abundant Gains. The challenge token of the wilderness arena. Qin Feng paid no heed to the opponent's words. Under the divine aura's empowerment, Qin Feng discovered that he no longer required the storm's crimson vitality detection to pinpoint his adversary's location. Coupled with the radiant assaults from the beings of the chaotic god clan, his mech was impervious to harm. Boom, 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 following a relentless barrage of attacks. Within a mere few breaths, a mangled corpse plummeted from the void, and the oceanic brilliance rapidly dissipated. Concurrently, Qin Feng received a notification of his accrued kill points. Congratulations on slaying a practitioner of the chaotic god clan. Your faction has gained 3,000 kill points. Qin Feng was elated. He had not anticipated that vanquishing a 7th-tier practitioner would yield such a bounty of kill points. He gazed upwards at the celestial leaderboard, noting that the Transcendent Sovereign Guild had ascended into the top 40 rankings, rising by 10 places. Ranked 37th, the Transcendent Sovereign Human Race, with 8,465 kill points. The worth of this chaotic god clan being was indeed substantial, justifying the expenditure of so much ammunition and several pieces of silver equipment. As Qin Feng was about to inspect what equipment the chaotic god clan entity had dropped for him, he witnessed the kill points of the Transcendent Sovereign Guild on the leaderboard fluctuate twice, 946510465. It had surpassed 10,000, propelling their rank to 32. This was due to Tushan Yuchu and Xiaomu Air. Through the perceptions of the first and second matches, Qin Feng instantly realized that both of their opponents had been completely obliterated. The additional 2 increments of 1,000 kill points were the result of slaying those 2 6th-tier practitioners. Qin Feng was thoroughly pleased. Tushan Yuchu and Xiaomu Air at the 4th-tier realm had achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 6th-tier foes. Truly impressive. At that moment, the kill points of the Transcendent Sovereign surged once more, increasing to 11065, a gain of 500 points, exactly the value for slaying a 5th-tier foe. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, speculating that it must have been Chu Jiugu or Xiao Baihua who had dispatched their opponent. The ability to challenge 5th-tier alien beings through their innate talents was no small feat. However, he pondered who had achieved the first kill of a 5th-tier foe first. Was it Chu Jiugu, inheritor of the Jiugu Sword Immortal, or Xiao Baihua, who had reclaimed the corpse fragrance demon tuber? Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed an excited message from Zhang Xian Yao in the guild channel. I killed a 5th-tier, an alien assassin. I took down an alien with my mech. My mech is so powerful. Instantly, even Qin Feng could not maintain his composure. Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua were likewise overwhelmed, sending a flurry of exclamation marks in response. At that moment, both Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua, engaged in combat with their own 5th-tier alien opponents, were utterly astonished. They lifted their gazes to behold the fluctuations in points and rankings of the extraordinary Sovereign Guild displayed on the Tower of Heaven. They also noticed that the thundering sounds emanating from the other 2 city walls had subsided. It was evident that Qin Feng and Tushan Yuechu, clad in their formidable mechas, had already vanquished their opponents. Both were acutely aware of the might of Qin Feng's mecha, as well as the unique capabilities of Tushan Yuechu's mecha, which could unleash demonic powers, a fact they had experienced firsthand. Thus, it came as no surprise that Qin Feng and Tushan Yuechu could eliminate their adversaries with such efficiency, accruing a significant amount of slaughter value that propelled the extraordinary Sovereign Guild into the top 40 of the Tower of Heaven rankings. Though Chu Jiugu and Xiao Baihua were astonished, they were not overly surprised. After all, Qin Feng's mecha had already bestowed upon them numerous breathtaking victories. However, their composure was severely tested upon witnessing the seemingly weakest Zhang Xinyao also triumph over her opponent, a 5-turn alien at that. The two could scarcely maintain their calm. Their own strengths undoubtedly far surpassed that of Zhang Xinyao, yet they had yet to defeat their own opponents. They were both contending against 5-turn alien practitioners, yet they were lagging behind Zhang Xinyao in terms of speed, particularly for Xiao Baiwa, who was grappling with a 5-turn alien. Ensnared by his myriad spells and the corpse fragrance demon tuber, he was on the verge of losing his composure. Chu Jioga, on the other hand, had to face 2 5-turn aliens, which might excuse his slower pace. Yet here was Xiao Baiwa, facing only one 5-turn opponent, and still unable to match Zhang Xinyao swiftness, solely due to her acquisition of an additional mecha. Both Xiao Baiwa and Chu Jioga suddenly felt a pang of regret. In the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild channel, Xiao Baiwa declared, "President, I desire a mecha." Chu Jioga echoed, "So do I." Qin Feng, upon reading their messages, couldn't he help but chuckle lightly. He too felt somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that just a few days after Zhang Xinyao had obtained the mass-produced Titan mecha, she would possess the capability to triumph over 5-turn practitioners. It was noteworthy that, like him, Zhang Xinyao was merely at the 3rd turn, possibly the weakest in the guild aside from Jiangli, had she relied solely on her innate abilities. Encountering a 5-turn assassin, even with a plethora of artifacts from Zhang Wudao, would have posed a significant challenge. Yet now, this young girl had managed to surpass her limits and achieve a remarkable victory thanks to her mecha. Qin Feng's confidence in the prospects of mass-produced mechas soared. After inquiring about the situations of Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, Qin Feng swiftly proceeded to clear the battlefield, collecting all the equipment from the 5-turn aliens and the 7-turn alien. The bounty was indeed substantial, having amassed over a dozen pieces of golden equipment, along with 4 pieces of platinum gear from the 5-turn aliens alone. The formidable 7-turn wilderness god clan adorned themselves in opulent attire, all crafted from diamond-grade materials, with not a single piece of platinum equipment in sight. Truly, they are a race among the top 200 on the myriad races leaderboard, showcasing their immense wealth. Within the storage treasures of several alien races, a plethora of materials and herbs was present, many of which were unfamiliar to Qin Feng, thus broadening his horizons. Yet, what astonished him most was a token discovered within the Wilderness God clan storage artifact. Wilderness Arena Challenge Token. Description: the team possessing this token may challenge the Wilderness Arena. A team achieving 10 consecutive victories will earn the right to enter the 3rd level of the Celestial Tower. Upon reading the token's description, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a challenge token. He recalled Zhang Wudao mentioning that their team had faced countless trials to gain entry to the 3rd level. It appeared that participation in such a ruthless arena was a prerequisite, although the exact number of competing teams remained unknown. It was certain that the myriad beings would not easily allow a human team to secure 10 victories. It was evident how arduous it had been for Zhang Wudao and his companions to attain this qualification for the 3rd level. However, Qin Feng dismissed these thoughts and stowed away the challenge token. He would eventually venture into the 3rd level himself, allowing the myriad races to witness the might of his mechs. Without lingering further, he gathered his mechs, excluding the Storm Crimson, and maneuvered the Storm Crimson towards the location of Xiao Baiwa, racing alongside the battle Tyrannosaurus. Soon, they arrived in an area enveloped in floral fragrance, where they beheld a 5-turn alien engaged in combat with Xiao Baiwa. Meanwhile, 2 towering mechs emerged behind the 2 aliens battling Chu Jioga, one radiating an orange-red demonic aura with 5 enormous fox tails trailing behind, and the other entirely blood-red, as if stained by blood, featuring a pair of massive flame wings. Suddenly, the 3 aliens, engaged in their respective battles with Xiao Baiwa and Chu Jioga, were startled by a resounding roar from behind them. In that instant, they experienced the sensation of being mercilessly trampled, akin to ragdolls. Before long, the slaughter points of the Extraordinary Ruler Guild surged by an additional 1,500. Chapter 150, Xiaomu Er's Apology. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng and his companions, in a certain location outside Yunmeng City, a being of the Thunder Clan, having escaped the clutches of the battle Tyrannosaurus, was genuinely terrified. Just moments ago, the luminous domain, symbolizing the Wilderness God Clan, Feng's young master's formidable innate abilities had shattered, and the young master's corpse had plummeted to the ground. The Thunder Clan being was nearly paralyzed with fear. The strength of the Wilderness God Clan's young master had reached the 7th turn, a level that could be considered among the top 100 of the ancient clan prodigies, coupled with the Wilderness God Clan's extraordinary innate talent. Very few among the same generation of myriad beings could easily contend with him. However, it was unexpectedly vanquished with ease. This left the young members of the Thunder Clan utterly terrified. Yet this was not the end. As the luminous realm dissipated, terrifying mechanical constructs revealed their true forms, causing even greater horror among the Thunder beings. They could not comprehend the existence of so many mechanical creations. Had humanity truly rekindled the path of mechanical evolution? Furthermore, after battling the mechanical Tyrannosaurus, the Thunder beings were now utterly convinced that this creation of the human race resembled a genuine, living mechanical entity. Humanity, what exactly are you up to? Have you already mastered the arcane arts to create mechanical beings? As the Thunder beings sensed the life force extinguishing from the myriad of creatures besieging the city of dreaming clouds, they could no longer contain themselves. They fled. Even the godless tribe could do nothing against this year's youthful humanity. Why persist in freedom? They decided to return directly to the ancient fortress of all races and wait until the competition concluded. Meanwhile, the city of dreaming clouds opened its heavy gates for the first time, welcoming Qin Feng and his companions in triumph. Without retracting their mechas, they piloted them into the city, greeted by the fervent cheers of the indigenous warriors. Observing those resilient natives who, despite harsh conditions, had not forsaken their resistance against the foreign races, Qin Feng and his companions felt the profound value of their struggle. To reassure the unfortunate souls within the city, Qin Feng leaped from the Storm Crimson without retracting his mecha. Tushan Yuchu and Zhang Xinyao followed suit. Only the crimson-painted second mecha remained untouched. With Xia Mur yet to emerge, Chu Jiugong and the others quickly discerned Xia Mur's sentiment and approached the second mecha, calling out to her. "Miss Xia, come out. Don't monopolize our extraordinary sovereign guild's mecha. Yes, hurry down. We need to maintain the mecha. There are tough battles ahead." Qin Feng chuckled at their playful banter. He had observed the recent battle with great clarity. Although it was Xia Mur's first time operating the second mecha, and her proficiency might not match Tushan Yuchu's with the first, her formidable flame spirit power had indeed showcased an impressive synergy with Tushan Yuchu's nine-tailed demon strength. Yet, Qin Feng remained concerned about Xia Mur's character. If she continued to be as willful and capricious as before, he would be reluctant to entrust the second mecha to her, regardless of their compatibility. At that moment, the cockpit of the second mecha finally opened, and a blushing Xia Mur jumped down, making her way directly to Qin Feng and the others. Amidst the teasing gazes, she unexpectedly bowed respectfully to Qin Feng. With a loud exclamation, she cried out, "I apologize for my previous arrogance, but please allow me to join the extraordinary sovereign. I shall cherish this mech." Xia Mur's actions truly took everyone by surprise. Never had they imagined that the esteemed princess of the Xia family would demonstrate such humility. Qin Feng could genuinely sense her earnest desire to pilot the second mech. He then turned to the others, particularly casting a glance at Tushan Yuchu, who had fought alongside Xia Mur, and upon seeing her gentle nod, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Welcome to the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xia Mur, who had yet to rise to her feet, could not contain her tears, whispering, thank you so much." Zhang Xinyao and Tushan Yuchu, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to comfort her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sent an invitation to join the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild to Xia Mur, who promptly accepted the application. However, the moment she received the notification of her membership, she stood frozen in place, suddenly aware of the guild's peculiarities. Wait, Xia Mur felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She noticed that the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild possessed an astonishing 3 functions: influence, points exchange, and guild quests. Was this something a mere first-tier guild should possess? Influence? Wasn't Qin Feng's guild supposed to be an old faction? Why had it activated these features? Moreover, the sheer number of factions, wasn't it a bit excessive? A total of 9. Xia Mur gasped in astonishment. Her mouth agape as she stared at Qin Feng and the others, as if struck by a petrifying curse. Meanwhile, Chu Jiuge and the others observed Xiaomu, her face still glistening with tears, and could not help but chuckle with satisfaction. They, too, had reacted similarly upon joining the extraordinary sovereign. Xiao Baihua laughed softly and said, "Ahem, ordinary member Xiaomu, you must work hard and learn well from us golden members." Chu Jiuge and Zhang Xinyao nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. Hearing Xiao Baihua's words, Xiaomu finally snapped back to reality. After making a playful face at them, she hurried back to the second mech, scrutinizing the machine that she would soon command. Deep down, she understood that this mech, which would grant her the power of fire, was not her personal possession. Her decision to join the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild was merely to gain Qin Feng's acknowledgement. Yet, unexpectedly, this seemingly simple first-year-old faction had brought her such immense joy. As Xiaomu caressed the warm body of the second mech, she suddenly felt that joining the Extraordinary Sovereign was indeed a wise choice. In Blue Star, outside Huangqi City, Zhang Wu Dao stood in awe upon a massive metallic wreck, staring at a list in disbelief. As he gazed upon the Extraordinary Dominators Guild, now ranked 30th, Zhang Wu Dao felt as though his jaw would drop in disbelief. Among the top 50 factions, apart from the Dominators Guild, all were alien forces. Such an achievement was beyond his wildest imaginings. Only grand cities like Xianyuan and Fusang might have had the opportunity to aspire to such heights. Yet, it seemed that the most promising human factions had long been ousted from the top 50. In fact, there were scarcely a few human forces that managed to maintain a position within the top 100. To his astonishment, the Dominators Guild had emerged as the pinnacle of all human factions. Trembling, Zhang Wudao dialed the phone to Xia Mingchan, exclaiming, "Old fellow, are we on the verge of victory?" Xia Mingchan's voice trembled in response. "Perhaps, as long as they do not venture to the ancient fortress of all races, Yinming might truly claim victory." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Xia Mingchan's words, Zhang Wudao let out a sudden roar. At that moment, standing atop the city walls of the Yunmeng main city, Xia Mingchan's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon hearing the shout from the other end. "Are you suggesting they might head to the ancient fortress of all races?" "They had better not," Zhang Wudao lamented. Chapter 151. The Astonishment of Xianyuan Ancient City. Expedition to the Ancient Fortress of All Races. In Xianyuan Ancient City, spatial passages appeared in various locations, from which formidable alien beings emerged. Among these, one particularly large passage heralded the arrival of the angelic entity that had previously defeated Xianyuan Qing. Xianyuan Qing withdrew his gaze from the celestial rankings. The Emperor's sword in his hand, emitting a resounding cry as he soared toward the angelic being. Throughout Xianyuan City, as well as its satellite cities and the wilderness, human practitioners ascended into the air to engage in battle with those alien hunters who had invaded Blue Star. Simultaneously, as the last remnants of the city projections in the sky dissipated, new teleportation passages manifested atop the cities of Blue Star. In an instant, fierce clashes between the alien hunters and human practitioners erupted. Hours later, the battle concluded in one of the human race's most profound cities, Xianyuan Ancient City. Numerous alien forces retreated back into the teleportation passages, including the angelic beings that had fiercely battled Xianyuan Qing. Yet, before their withdrawal, one shouted to Xianyuan Qing, "I await you in the wilderness arena for 3 days. Dare you come to decide our fates?" Covered in blood, yet maintaining a resolute demeanor, Xianyuan Qing responded loudly, "What is there to fear?" With that, he summoned all his strength to unleash another strike. The young angelic being, filled with fury, could only withstand Xianyuan Qing's sword, sustaining broken wings as the price for its escape back to the teleportation passage. Xianyuan Qing, panting heavily, gazed at the rapidly closing passages above Xianyuan Ancient City. It did not linger for long. He dismissed the suggestions of others urging him to take a break and turned to hasten towards the other satellite cities for reinforcement. Although he understood that the failure in the Tower of Babel's trials was not solely his fault, the inability to secure a victory filled him with profound guilt. If he could swiftly expel the foreign tribes that were hunting in various locations, it would serve to atone for his shortcomings. Just before Xianyuan Qing departed, he instinctively glanced back at the leaderboard suspended in the sky and was abruptly taken aback. He observed that the human faction, which had recently entered the top 50, had astonishingly ascended into the top 30. Their kill value had surged to an extraordinary 10,000, rendering them the sole faction among all human forces to surpass this threshold. Soon, many of the bloodied professionals within Xianyuan Ancient City also took note of this spectacle, erupting in exclamations of astonishment. Furthermore, numerous individuals finally recognized that the projections of the human cities adjacent to the Tower of Babel, after this period of time, had not all shattered. A city projection, significantly smaller than that of Xianyuan Ancient City, remained steadfastly suspended beside the Tower of Babel. Yinmeng. It was Yinmeng City. Some recognized that this city was the origin of the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. Yet, many had never even heard of the name Yinmeng City, let alone the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild. Some individuals hastily conducted inquiries. Upon discovering the information regarding the Extraordinary Sovereign Guild, everyone was thrown into a state of disbelief. It was merely a level 1 guild and still an ancient faction. The guild leader was an old practitioner. How could a guild with only 7 members possibly rank among the top 30? What was happening? Were the foreign tribes around Yunmeng's Tower of Babel truly that weak? Wait, what is this? Look, why would a 7th-tier practitioner join such a level 1 ancient faction? Zhang Wudao. It was indeed Zhang Wudao, a former member of the 3rd-tier Kaitian group. Goodness, he had joined such a guild. In Yunmeng City, several individuals who had rested for a few hours were seated beside the altar, enjoying food that the locals had freshly provided. Should we venture to the ancient fortress of all races? At that moment, Zhang Xinyao suddenly spoke with excitement. Qin Feng looked up puzzled. The others, seeing his expression, began to explain. After hearing the explanations from his companions, who, apart from him, hailed from prominent backgrounds, Qin Feng felt somewhat taken aback. He had initially believed that the trials within the Tower of Babel revolved solely around defending the city. However, he had not anticipated that the foreign tribes also possessed their own city, which humans could choose to attack. Perhaps we should refrain from going. It indeed poses some danger, as it is said that high-tier foreign tribes are perpetually stationed at the ancient fortress of all races. Zhuziu Vima Ao Sesti Li. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt quite surprised. Because it is rare for Chu Jioga to show weakness, Qin Feng was taken aback. Yet, he understood that when Chu Jioga spoke of the high-ranking alien races, he was not referring to the young competitors participating in the trials, but rather to the indigenous beings that had long inhabited the space of the Sky Tower. Indeed, within the Sky Tower, apart from the native human populace, there exists a substantial number of indigenous alien races. However, it is evident that the aliens have progressed more rapidly here, yielding numerous formidable high-ranking individuals. During the previous sieges, several capable indigenous aliens had emerged. Remarkably, Xiao Baiwa refrained from undermining Chu Jioga, instead nodding in agreement. The city lord of Han had attempted to assault the fortress of 10,000 races in the past, but met with failure, ultimately resigning to defend the city until the conclusion of the trials. Qin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. The talent of Han Shurjiu is indisputable. He might surpass everyone present. Just his swift ascent to the 5th transition within mere months showcases his exceptional prowess. During that year's trials, Han Shurjiu was a force to be reckoned with, securing a hard-fought victory for humanity. However, even the formidable Han Shurjiu could not breach the fortress of 10,000 races, underscoring its formidable nature. Beside them, Tushan Yuechu and Xiam Mu'er remained silent, waiting for Qin Feng's decision. Qin Feng gazed up at the vast sky ranking suspended in mid-air, contemplating for a moment before glancing at the indigenous beings nearby, who regarded him with trepidation, and at the few mechas surrounded by children. He was reminded of the disdain he had faced since transitioning to his former profession. It dawned on him that he had become a figure of hope for these ordinary people. Let us go. A sudden resolve surged within Qin Feng. Indeed, Han Shurjiu was powerful. Even from a distance, the terrifying chill he exuded had instilled wariness in him. Yet, he was confident that his current strength was not inferior to the Han Shurjiu of yore. Even the weakest member of his team, Zhang Xinyao, could vanquish 5th transition aliens. Why should he belittle himself? Let us go. Why should the alien races attack human cities year after year? This year, humanity shall retaliate and topple that wretched fortress of 10,000 races. Excellent. Upon hearing Qin Feng's decision, Chu Jioga and the others responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. Their reactions surprised Qin Feng, yet he cautioned, should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to use the teleportation talisman immediately. Understood, President. A few minutes later, after conferring with the old city lord, they departed from Yunmeng City amidst the reluctant farewells of the indigenous populace. Thus commenced the first proactive assault by human candidates on alien cities in over a decade. Chapter 152, The Bewildered Yunmeng Practitioners. Arrival at the Fortress of 10,000 Races. Simultaneously, an increasing number of practitioners from the Blue Star have begun to notice the peculiarities within the celestial rankings. When they beheld a human faction astonishingly positioned among the top 30 of the entire celestial tower, astonishment swept through the crowd. Unlike the myriad factions that can dispatch multiple teams to participate in various contests within different celestial towers simultaneously, human factions typically find themselves limited to competing in only one city's celestial tower contests. Consequently, throughout the years, few human factions have managed to secure a place on the celestial rankings. Even those that barely managed to enter the rankings would only rank within the top 100, akin to this year's demon-slaying sanctuary. Yet this force, known as the Extraordinary Sovereign, has remarkably ascended to the 30th position, with a kill count exceeding 10,000, leaving all in utter disbelief. What further astonished many practitioners was the revelation that this previously unheard-of faction, upon investigation, was merely a level 1 force established a mere 3 days prior. Moreover, it was an ancient faction, its creator being an old practitioner who had only recently awakened this year. The shock among practitioners was palpable. As the contests within the celestial towers of various human cities concluded, the knowledge that the city of Yunmeng, home to the Extraordinary Sovereign, was the only human city yet to conclude its contests and had not been hunted by other races, sent ripples of excitement through the entire Human Federation's practitioner forum. Countless practitioners flocked to the Yunmeng Practitioner Forum, inquiring about the Extraordinary Sovereign and the specifics of its members. Soon, sensational posts emerged. Ancient practitioner slays 2 fifth transcendent beings. Am I going mad? Is Qin Feng coasting to victory? No, it's Zhang Xinyao who shines with 1,000,000 points, claiming the top spot. Shock. Chu Jiuge and Xiao Baiwa join the Extraordinary Sovereign. Is this a resurgence of an ancient faction? The untold stories of Tuoba Henku, Xiao Mu'er, and Qin Feng. What is the Yunmeng god of killing's motive for joining this ancient faction? How is this connected to Han Shirsi's resignation as city lord? A torrent of eye-catching posts was unearthed by practitioners. Upon discovering the astonishing past of Qin Feng, the creator of the Extraordinary Sovereign, all extraordinary practitioners felt a sense of disbelief. Yet, the most bewildered were the practitioners of Yunmeng City themselves. They gazed in astonishment at the throngs of practitioners from various cities of the Human Federation, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They had assumed that this year would mirror previous years, with a brutal alien hunt commencing within an hour. However, without Han Shirsi's protection, many practitioners from Yunmeng anticipated a horrific bloodbath. To their astonishment, Qin Feng and his group had withstood the challenges for such an extended period. Now, over 8 hours had passed since the Celestial Tower's opening. Within the vast expanse of the Human Federation, all cities have commenced their resistance against the hunting of foreign tribes, with the singular exception of Yunmeng City. The competitions within the Celestial Tower remain undecided, and remarkably, this petite city, which does not even rank among the top 50, has become the only haven untouched by the predations of the hunters. The professional denizens of Yunmeng City find themselves in a state of disbelief, as if ensnared in a fantastical dream. Moreover, the Transcendent Guild, led by Qin Feng, has astonishingly secured the 30th position on the Celestial ranking, a contest that involved the entirety of the myriad tribes, drawing the attention of nearly all professionals within the Human Federation. At this moment, the Yunmeng Professional Forum is ablaze with rapidly refreshing posts, the speed of which is nothing short of astounding. This year, Yunmeng has produced not just 1, but 6 remarkable talents akin to Han Shirsi. Many elders who have previously experienced the foreign hunts emerge from their sanctuaries, gazing at the steadfast projection of Yunmeng in the sky, their eyes brimming with tears of nostalgia. Meanwhile, the young aspirants who once entered the Celestial Tower but withdrew out of fear of the formidable foreign tribes lament their missed opportunity. It is evident that, Regardless of the outcome of Qin Feng and his companions' competition within the Celestial Tower, they will emerge as the most renowned new professionals within the entire human federation. The resources of the professional temple will undoubtedly gravitate towards them, heralding an exceptionally bright future. In contrast, those who cowered in fear have forfeited this easily attainable chance. Simultaneously, within the Celestial Tower's domain, Qin Feng and his companions advance toward the location of the ancient fortress of the myriad tribes. Along their journey, they vanquish numerous monstrous beasts, reaping substantial rewards. Qin Feng reflects on the formidable strength of the beasts inhabiting this realm, far surpassing that of the warriors from Yunmeng City, a testament to the harshness of their existence. It appears that Chu Jiugong and the others have also grasped this reality, ruthlessly slaying every beast encountered along their path. Qin Feng unleashes his most adept monster-slaying combat beasts, alongside 5 formidable Beast King mechs, meticulously clearing the monstrous threats within the Celestial Tower's secret domain. As a colossal fortress, gleaming with a metallic sheen, comes into view, the group has already ascended several levels, accumulating extraordinary equipment and a plethora of materials. The storage spaces of Chu Jiugong and his companions overflow, compelling them to seek Qin Feng's assistance in storing their excess in the mechanical space. Through this relentless endeavor, Qin Feng finally reaches level 90, just 10 levels shy of his next class advancement, and amasses thousands of divine points, which greatly satisfies him. However, upon beholding the seemingly entirely extraordinary metallic fortress of the myriad tribes, his eyes gleam with newfound excitement. As Chu Jiugong and his companions gazed upon a castle that dwarfed Yunmeng City by several magnitudes, they were filled with astonishment. Exchanging glances, they were eager to engage. Yet none ventured forth without Qin Feng's command. Even the typically aloof Xia Mu'er refrained from acting independently. Qin Feng suppressed his excitement, pondering for a moment before summoning the Storm Crimson with a wave of his hand. "Unleash it," he whispered. The platinum-grade Storm Crimson erupted with a cacophony, its engines roaring to life. The miniature annihilation ion cannon mounted on his right arm radiated an ominous energy wave. Boom! It discharged an ion beam that consumed 2 of Qin Feng's golden equipment pieces, slicing through the murky sky and striking the colossal ancient castle of myriad races. The ground trembled violently as a massive breach, several meters wide, was blasted into the fortress. Qin Feng immediately received a wave of kill notifications, his levels soaring to 91. This devastating strike roused the foreign beings and countless beasts within the castle. The air was filled with the furious roars of beasts emerging from the fortress. Inside the castle, a young member of the Lei clan, indulging in a lavish feast at a long table, was startled into a jump by the thunderous explosion. Soon after, several foreign entities burst in to report the attack. The Lei youth bellowed, "All units mobilize. Tear them apart. How dare they invade the ancient castle of myriad races? These humans must be insane." Insane. Chapter 153. The Joy of the Sovereign of Power. Millions of transcendent rulers. Before long, the heavy doors of the ancient castle, gleaming with dark golden light, rumbled open. An endless tide of beasts and foreign beings surged forth, their sheer number causing the onlookers to shudder. Qin Feng, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of trepidation. He had not anticipated such a plethora of experience. Nay, beasts within a single fortress. He turned to Chu Jiugong and the others, seeing that, although they too were momentarily startled by the onslaught, their expressions were predominantly filled with excitement, mirroring his own. Throughout their journey, Chu Jiugong and his companions had come to understand Qin Feng's true prowess. They were acutely aware that with Qin Feng present, no matter how many low-tier beasts appeared, they posed no threat. The creatures before them were clearly a gift of experience. As they caught Qin Feng's gaze, eagerness radiated from their faces. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, nodding at them. "Eliminate them all. Leave none behind." "Yes, President. We shall accomplish the task." They responded with enthusiasm. Chu Jiugong, Xiao Baihua, and Zhang Xinyao dashed forward, while Xia Mu'er and Tushan Yuechu remained stationary, their cheeks slightly flushed as they looked at Qin Feng. Noticing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. "Go ahead. The energy supply is ample." "All right." Upon receiving Qin Feng's assurance, Xia Mu'er and Tushan Yuechu instantly displayed expressions of delight as they turned towards the boundless tide of beasts. Simultaneously, Both produced a mechanical cube. A terrifying cacophony erupted from the void, followed by the emergence of the first and second mechas. Xiao Mu'er and Tu Shan Yuechu expertly leapt into the cockpits, charging toward the monstrous beasts and alien entities. Observing this, Chu Jioga and the others grew increasingly anxious, intensifying their efforts. Zhang Xinyao, without hesitation, summoned her titan from the guild's storage space. After flashing a brilliant smile at the agitated Chu Jioga and Xiao Baiwa, she drew her massive metallic sword and transformed into a shadow, plunging into the horde of beasts. In an instant, the five of them managed to withstand the onslaught of countless monsters and aliens. Qin Feng's thoughts swept over the multitude of alien beings and beasts ahead, and he realized that the strongest among them were merely a handful of fourth-turn aliens, which eased his mind. He casually transmitted the locations of these fourth-turn aliens to the screens of the first and second mechas, enabling the Tyrannosaurus and the five Beast King mechas to join the fray. Subsequently, he found a piece of shattered metal debris and sat down, silently observing his teammates and mechas engage in battle, while witnessing the continuous increase of experience, divine points, and kill values on his professional panel. Qin Feng finally savored the joy of being the leader of a powerful faction. Of course, this joy was predicated on his exclusive right to the rewards from all mechas. Whether it was the first mecha, the second mecha, or Zhang Xinyao's titan, a substantial portion of the rewards for defeating targets would accrue to Qin Feng. The three women were well aware of this and felt no dissatisfaction whatsoever. This was mainly due to the exceedingly high monster-killing efficiency provided by the mechas. Even when they allocated a portion of the experience and rewards to Qin Feng, it still far exceeded what they could obtain by slaying wild monsters themselves. However, on the way to the ancient fortress of all races, due to issues with the energy supply for the mechas, the trio had refrained from unleashing their full combat potential. Yet, faced with such abundant experience and rewards, Tu Shan Yuechu and Xiao Mu'er could hardly contain their excitement. They only dared to indulge in monster hunting after receiving Qin Feng's promise of ample energy supply. As for Zhang Xinyao, she had already, on the journey here, charmingly negotiated for additional energy at the cost of 10 experience points. In summary, with the three mechas operated by the three women, along with the combat Tyrannosaurus and the Beast King mechas, even if Qin Feng refrained from participating directly, the experience and rewards he would accumulate would surpass the combined total of Chu Jioga and the others. What an exhilarating prospect. Qin Feng joyfully patted the metal debris upon which he sat, revealing a faint golden glow beneath the dust. Golden material? Qin Feng raised his brow, joyfully gathering the extraordinary metallic materials scattered about. On Blue Star, within the professional forum, time had surpassed 12 hours. Yet the projection of the Shattered Cloud Dream City remained unbroken, leaving all the practitioners observing the Tower of Heaven competition in a state of alarm. At this moment, the human practitioners, engaged in battle against the foreign races in Blue Star's hunt, were invigorated upon realizing that a human city still stood unscathed in the tower's contest. Xuanmei City, an ordinary satellite city of the humans, found itself on a battlefield outside its walls, where several foreign beings were viciously besieging the elderly lord of Xuanmei City, whose hair had turned completely white. Despite being drenched in blood, the city lord showed no signs of retreat. With his frail body, he valiantly resisted the encroaching foreign entities attempting to invade Xuanmei City. You foolish humans, do you truly believe that mere bravado can thwart the hunt of myriad races? Taunted one foreign creature, its body covered in golden scales, as it unleashed wave after wave of golden ripples. Yet, the city lord's resolve only intensified. He gazed up at the Tower of Heaven, as if envisioning a glimmer of hope. The human race is not inferior to any of the myriad races. We shall stand at the forefront of all, he declared passionately. Mark my words, one day, our kind shall hunt you wretches as if we were exalted sovereigns. The old man's voice grew more fervent, resonating throughout Xuanmei City. The golden-scaled being, upon hearing this, let out a derisive laugh. Exalted sovereigns? Such audacity! Do you, mere ants of humanity, dare to hunt the myriad races? Preposterous! What give you the right? As it spoke, it waved its hands, unleashing terrifying golden ripples. The city lord fought desperately to withstand the assault, but was ultimately hurled backward, crashing against the walls of Xuanmei City. The golden-scaled foreign creature sneered as it approached. But at that moment, A faint yet remarkably stable fireball spell descended from the city walls. The fireball, measuring merely a foot in diameter, struck the scales of the foreign entity, causing no damage as it shattered upon impact. However, trailing behind the fireball were arrows, spears, ice spikes, lightning, and curses, figures of second, third, and fourth-tier practitioners leapt down from the walls. They positioned themselves before the city lord, who was struggling to rise amidst the blood flowing from his mouth. The city lord could scarcely believe his eyes, but the practitioners who had just emerged from their shelters nodded gravely in solidarity with their esteemed leader, their expressions resolute. In that instant, the city lord straightened his stooped form once more, a formidable, extraordinary power surging within him. He stepped forward, addressing the astonished foreign beings with a booming voice. What give you the right? With the indomitable spirit of our human race, we shall not only have a singular transcendent sovereign, but we will also boast countless transcendent sovereigns. To the abominable hybrids, prepare yourselves for reckoning. Attack. 47 minutes later, an inconspicuous announcement appeared on the Human Practitioners Forum. Su Tang, the Lord of Xuanmei City, along with 271 practitioners, perished in battle, achieving the complete annihilation of 29 alien foes in Xuanmei City. Few took note of this announcement. However, as more practitioners beheld the celestial rankings released by the Human Federation and the Sanctuary of Practitioners, they emerged from their shelters, brandishing their long-dulled weapons and ascending the walls of their respective cities. Chapter 154. The Transformation of Humanity. The Emergence of Transcendent Sovereigns. Many began to take notice as the slaughter points of the Transcendent Sovereign Guild began to rise once more. In the initial hour or two, the increase was gradual, ultimately elevating the rankings of the Transcendent Sovereigns to the 26th position. Yet, after a brief pause, the slaughter points surged at a terrifying pace. The ranks ascended rapidly. In a mere matter of minutes, they were on the verge of breaking into the top 20. Numerous practitioners observing the celestial rankings were taken aback. They had ventured forth. It became evident to all that within the celestial tower, Qin Feng and his companions had indeed left the city, embarking on a frenzied hunt against the monstrous beasts and alien entities outside. Many practitioners, witnessing the meteoric rise of the slaughter points, felt as if they were ensnared in a surreal experience. Those who had once participated in the celestial tower felt their eyes welling with tears, as if the boulder that had long weighed upon their hearts was shattering. Yes, humanity is indeed capable of exterminating the alien race. Who dares claim that we can only defend our cities? We too can march forth and slay those despicable extraterrestrials. Yet in times past, few among humanity dared to venture beyond their city walls. But now the transcendent sovereigns have broken that barrier. My blood runs hot with exhilaration. Our race has its moments of slaughter against the alien foes. What is this? We, the human race, are not inferior to any other beings. We merely require time. Once true divine practitioners emerge from our ranks, who would dare to underestimate humanity? Regardless, I shall not concern myself with the trivialities, my friends. I shall venture forth to slay a few alien creatures to accompany my drink. In an instant, nearly all practitioners with the time to engage with the forum were swept up in fervor. The Sanctuary of Practitioners and the Human Federation seemed to rally in celebration of the Transcendent Sovereign's achievements, as both illustrious institutions simultaneously proclaimed. The Sanctuary of Practitioners, fight. The Human Federation, fight. The unified voices of these two institutions ignited the fiery spirits of countless practitioners across the cities of Blue Star, which are under siege by alien hunters. A multitude of professionals, each possessing varied skills, emerged from their respective sanctuaries. Veteran warriors, their hair now streaked with gray, donned their battle attire once more and ascended the city walls. Just moments ago, those who had been evading the hunt of alien beings halted in their tracks and turned to face the marauding intruders. Gradually, the forums of human practitioners began to brim with posts radiating an aura of vengeance. Blue Star is the territory of humanity. No alien shall tread upon it unchallenged. The Starfall Mercenary Corps takes responsibility for the 31 alien lives lost in Wands. Join us in the fight against all races. The Rui Chamber of Commerce has issued a bounty. A third-tier alien head can be exchanged for 10 million Federation coins. For fourth tier, 50 million. For fifth tier, 100 million. Let us eradicate these vile creatures and make them regret their intrusion into Blue Star. Are there any teams in the vicinity of Guanghan City dedicated to exterminating aliens? A second-tier assault specialist seeks to join. It is an affront to humanity to leave even one alien alive. As time progressed, more and more cities reported victories over the alien invaders. In Howlon City, every alien hunter has been vanquished, a resounding triumph for humanity. Victory in Gi City, a grand success. 11 aliens beheaded in celebration of humanity. Yongshun City dealt a severe blow to the alien scum, slaying 7 while 1 escaped. The once fearful practitioners, upon reading these battle reports, suddenly found the alien forces to be less daunting than previously believed. Of course, there were cities like Shiume City that paid a heavy price in their quest to eradicate the aliens. Moreover, many cities faced the tragic fate of total annihilation due to their inability to overcome the hunting aliens. Nevertheless, the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered during the past competitions and hunts against the aliens vanished from the practitioners' forums. The Practitioner S Hall established a Hall of Heroes for those who perished and for the cities that fell during this year's campaign against the aliens. Every practitioner who gazed upon this list felt a pang of sorrow, yet it also illuminated an endless horizon of hope. In a satellite city of Xianyuan Ancient City, Xianyuan Qing, alongside thousands of residents of varying strengths, had just encircled and eliminated several alien beings. He still found it hard to believe as he observed the jubilant crowd celebrating their victory. Among those who fought alongside him were even first- and second-tier low-level practitioners. In fact, many former practitioners and ordinary citizens had also participated in the recent battle. It was as if the alien beings had ceased to be so fearsome. Xianyuan Qing recalled the previous year's alien hunts, when not only the former practitioners and common folk, but even many who could have fought chose to hide in their shelters, allowing the aliens to wreak havoc within the cities. Yet this year was entirely different. Xianyuan Qing vividly remembered the astonished and terrified expressions on the faces of the aliens as they entered the satellite city, only to be met by the overwhelming surge of thousands of practitioners charging towards them. The human race can indeed achieve victory. The alien races are not as formidable as they seem. Upon hearing the jubilant cheers from the crowd, Xianyuan Qing couldn't help but feel a stir of emotion. He opened the professional forum and gazed at the ever-climbing rankings of the Extraordinary Dominators Guild on the Sky ranking. Extraordinary Dominators. Xianyuan Qing savored the somewhat arrogant name of this faction, realizing that it was the very source of the transformation beginning to unfold within the entire human race. And yet, this was an achievement he had not realized, nor had the demon-slaying hall of Xianyuan Ancient City, and countless other illustrious talents and formidable factions of humanity had failed to accomplish. Yet this year, it had been achieved by a mere level 1 ancient faction. On the professional forum, witnessing the Extraordinary Dominators Guild breaking into the top 20 with their slaughter points continuing to surge, someone suddenly remarked in astonishment. Could it be that they have reached the ancient fortress of 10,000 races? Their slaughter points are escalating too rapidly. Another replied, "Don't be ridiculous. I only hope they don't venture to the ancient fortress of 10,000 races. There are at least pinnacle 7-turn natives residing there. It is far too perilous. If such a talented human were to make a rash decision and reach the ancient fortress, they could indeed meet their demise. May the 7 gods protect them from such folly." At the same moment, in Huangqi City, Zhang Wudao was fervently sending messages within the Extraordinary Dominators Guild channel, cautioning several young prodigies that they must not venture to the ancient fortress of 10,000 races. Though he was aware that their chances of going there were slim, his concern remained immense. What if these young men, in their youthful exuberance, decided to embark on such a perilous journey? That would indeed spell danger. However, the ongoing notifications from certain guild members who were in special locations and unable to receive his messages were driving Zhang Wudao nearly to the brink of madness. He resolved that once this ordeal was over, he would certainly impart a lesson to these reckless youths. In the dreaming tower of the sky, just before the ancient fortress of 10,000 races, Qin Feng and his companions, unaware that their actions had ignited a fervor among the entire human race, finally observed a significant deceleration in the emergence of demonic beasts and alien races from within the fortress. The colossal gates seldom revealed any alien surpassing the 2nd turn. This prompted a lament from the frenzied reapers, Chu Jiugong and his companions, who exclaimed in disappointment. Chapter 155. The Depths of the Ancient Fortress of 10,000 Races. Pinnacle's 7-turn Bone Clan. Yet Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the fruits of his endeavors. In less than an hour, he had amassed over 30,000 divine points. His level surged directly to 98, nearing the upper limit of the 3rd turn. His slaughter points had directly accrued over 20,000. This propelled the Extraordinary Dominators Guild's ranking on the sky ranking to an impressive 16th place, allowing Qin Feng to experience a meteoric rise in ranking akin to a rocket's ascent, as Chu Jiugong and his companions continued to cleanse the remaining beasts and foreign creatures. Within the ancient fortress of myriad races, the young being of the Thunder Clan, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, began to feel a flicker of panic. A fellow Thunder Clan member, observing the countenance of the young lord, cautiously suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should retreat." Absolutely not. The mere utterance of such words ignited a firestorm of fury within the Thunder Clan's young lord. Threads of lightning coiled around him. For the Thunder Clan had never before entertained the notion of a preemptive retreat. Utilizing a teleportation talisman to escape would be a disgrace to their lineage. However, my lord, the strength of those human beings has even caused the young lord of the ancestral god clan to tread carefully. One subordinate ventured hesitantly. Yet, the young lord of the Thunder Clan interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Awaken that old fool. I demand those humans pay for their mistakes." My lord, think carefully. If anything goes awry, the Thunder Clan will also bear the consequences. His subordinate urged in a frenzy. Nevertheless, the Thunder Clan's young lord disregarded their pleas, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning as he charged toward a hidden chamber beneath the ancient fortress of myriad races. Before long, a diabolical laughter echoed throughout the fortress. Simultaneously, the foreign creatures and beasts still engaged in combat with Chu Jiugong and his companions recoiled in terror, scattering in all directions. Chu Jiugong and his group sensed something inexplicable but refrained from pursuing recklessly. Seated upon a piece of extraordinary golden metal, Qin Feng lifted his gaze toward the ancient fortress. He acutely sensed a repugnant aura stirring within the stronghold. Soon, a dense black mist billowed forth from the ancient fortress, and a colossal figure, towering at 3 to 4 meters, emerged slowly from within. With each step the figure took, frenzied howls echoed from the surrounding mist, as if countless malevolent spirits lay hidden within. The remaining beasts and foreign creatures, unable to flee in time, seemed entranced, rushing mindlessly into the black mist, soon becoming part of it. Meanwhile, aside from the trio of two Shanyu, who piloted their mechas, Chu Jiugong and Xiao Baiwa found themselves inexplicably drawn toward the encroaching mist. Qin Feng too felt an elusive voice attempting to penetrate his mind. However, it receded like a tide upon touching his consciousness. Rising decisively, Qin Feng unleashed the oppressive weight of his divine aura, enveloping the unconscious Chu Jiugong and Xiao Baiwa. Instantly, they awakened, gasping for breath in sheer terror. Before long, the massive figure gradually revealed its true form, a skeletal figure clad in tattered robes of darkness. "Peak of the 7th transition," exclaimed Zhang Xinyao from the Titan, her voice laced with astonishment, prompting a palpable shift in the expressions of the others. "I shall confront it," declared Xiao Mu'er from within the second mech, her voice brimming with defiance. Beside him, Tu Shanyu Chu was eager to join the fray. However, Qin Feng gently raised his hand, instructing, "Step back. Leave this to me." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, although Chu Jiugong and the others were somewhat reluctant, they complied. Even Xiao Mu'er, after a brief hesitation, positioned herself behind Qin Feng. Advancing forward, Qin Feng focused his gaze on the distant black skeletal creature, realizing that this alien being indeed possessed the formidable strength of a peak 7th-tier entity. It belonged to a race known as the Bone Wraiths, its combat prowess directly matching that of top-tier 7th-level practitioners, vastly superior to the recently ascended 7th-tier creature of the Desolate God Clan. Nevertheless, Qin Feng harbored no fear. Now clad in the Flame Dragon mecha, should he pilot either the Storm Crimson or the Freedom Gundam, his attributes would rival those of most extraordinary practitioners at the peak of the 7th tier. Engaging the Bone Wraith in single combat would yield a favorable outcome for him. Even if he were to dispatch Tu Shanyu Chu and Xiao Mu'er to pilot the first and second units respectively. Qin Feng felt a high degree of confidence in their ability to vanquish this 7th-tier alien, albeit it would require some effort. Having grown somewhat accustomed to taking a back seat, Qin Feng suddenly resolved not to exert himself against these alien practitioners any longer. The human race deserves extinction, he mused. At that moment, the 7th-tier alien approached within 100 meters of Qin Feng and his companions, its voice raspy as it roared at them, reminiscent of the ghastly howls from the black mist. It echoed like a true, malevolent spirit. As its voice resonated, the dense black fog enveloping the sky above the ancient castle of myriad races began to churn violently. Shadows resembling tormented souls seemed to struggle free from the mist, unleashing piercing wails toward Qin Feng and his group. Chu Jiugong and the others immediately felt their heads pounding. Fortunately, Qin Feng swiftly released a divine pressure, enveloping them and preventing their minds from shattering and reducing them to mindless beings. Yet, Qin Feng could not overlook the formidable power of this 7th-tier practitioner. He estimated that this alien was likely stronger than Xiao Mingchan, possibly on par with Han Shirsi, another 7th-tier entity. It was no wonder that Han Shirsi, during his 5th-tier days, failed to breach the ancient castle and had to retreat in disgrace to Yangming City to defend it. The foundation of this ancient castle was indeed profound, concealing such a powerful alien. However, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile subtly as he regarded the approaching bone wraith, which seemed to carry the weight of countless demons. Fortunately, you lack the ability to become invisible. This statement left Chu Jiugong and the others puzzled. Yet, in the next instant, they witnessed Qin Feng lightly wave his hand. Following this, a series of ominous booms, more terrifying than the howls of the shadows and the black mist, erupted in the void. Stars began to materialize in the sky. Beside Qin Feng, the battle Tyrannosaurus, the Beast King Mecha, and all the mechs within the mechanical realm exuded an ominous aura. The barrels of their long-range weapons began to rapidly coalesce, emitting a terrifying radiance. Meanwhile, Tushan Yuchu, nestled within the first unit, Xiao Mu'er in the second, and Zhang Xian Yao in the Titan, were astonished to discover that the mechs, which had become increasingly attuned to them, had suddenly slipped beyond their control. Furthermore, every engine and mechanical component within the mechs operated at an alarming intensity. As if on the brink of self-destruction, all long-range weaponry commenced energy accumulation in unison. Concurrently, in the valley outside Blue Cloud City on Blue Star, Jiang Li, who was synchronizing with the Titan mech, was equally taken aback when her mech began to operate autonomously. It instantly activated at full power, swiftly depleting all energy reserves within. The barrels of her cannons elevated, ready to unleash a torrent of fire at any moment. Before the ancient castle of myriad races, Qin Feng, clad in the flame dragon mech, cast a casual glance at the bone tribe beings several meters away and, with a serene demeanor, uttered, "Meteor, fire."